Chapter 1. The Invasion. Part 1. San Francisco. District 13. What a splendid day. In the office, Sheriff Blake raised the steaming cup of coffee from his desk to his lips. The slightly bitter brew, upon touching his tongue, instantly revitalized his weary mind, which had been exhausted from an all-nighter the previous day. Setting the cup down, Blake approached the window, observing the bustling staff of District 13 below. His expression softened slightly, a rare moment of relaxation washing over him. Since the master was once again sealed away, it had been a long time since Blake had enjoyed such a pleasant and easy moment. Indeed, easy. From the first encounter with that enigmatic chicken, the responsibilities of District 13 seemed to have shifted dramatically. Their mandate was originally to prevent and capture criminal smuggling rings or terrorists, yet their foes had suddenly transformed into demons and sorcerers. The mere thought of the master's fearsome dragon head and his malevolent crimson gaze sent a shiver down Blake's spine. As a staunch American, he found this abrupt change disconcerting. The technological and military prowess that they took pride in was rendered useless in the face of such mysteries. Blake often felt at a loss, with the district's base, equipped with the most advanced military technology in the nation, having been invaded more than once. Each time the astronomical figures for battle damage were reported, a cold sweat would bead on Blake's bald head. Without even needing to glance, Blake could envision the congressmen reacting to the reports, veins bulging in their temples as they unleashed their indignation. Although the budget for damages was always approved in due course, thanks to Blake's accurate annotations regarding the reasons for the losses, this did little to quell the politicians' outrage and accountability demands. After all, those in high office considered themselves civilized individuals. However, it seemed that a respite had finally arrived. The master was sealed once more, securely trapped within District 13, and the 12 talismans had fortuitously detached from his corporeal form, carefully preserved. The greatest benefit was that District 13 no longer had to protect those peculiar creatures, and Sheriff Blake could enjoy his sandwiches without the accompanying strange odors. The dragon and the members of the Black Hand were also contentedly serving their sentences in prison. Everything was indeed so idyllic. Perhaps I should take a trip to clear my mind. Otherwise, I'll squander my only paid vacation this year, and that would be a shame. Just as Blake contemplated browsing online for tourist destinations, a thunderous explosion abruptly shattered his good spirits. He knew his vacation was likely to be dashed once again. At that moment, chaos erupted throughout District 13, the cacophony of flames and the blaring alarms further darkening Sheriff Blake's countenance. Gazing at the collapsed structures and damaged machinery, his heart bled. That was just newly acquired state-of-the-art equipment. The thought of the recently approved budget going to waste filled him with dread. The financial outlook for District 13 had now turned to a deficit. He feared that next month, even the agent's salaries, including his own, might not be disbursed. Instantly, Blake's eyes reddened with fury as he seized an MP5 from the armory, the safety clicking off with a decisive click. Regardless of who was responsible, Blake was intent on making them pay dearly. Yet, as the smoke cleared and the assailant came into view, the furious sheriff was left dumbfounded upon recognizing the familiar face before him. Bewildered, he stammered, You are?" Before Blake could finish his sentence, a flash of white light surged towards him, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Observing the fallen Blake, the assailant pondered briefly before continuing deeper into the base. Meanwhile, not far from District 13, an old man's antique shop, the elderly proprietor was incessantly lecturing his apprentice, True, listening to the seemingly eternal refrain of "there's one more thing" from his mentor, could feel his eyes beginning to roll. One was a frail old man with a goat-like beard and graying hair. The other, a towering figure with the physique of a sumo wrestler. The large man appeared as timid as a child in front of the slender elder, their contrasting behaviors creating a striking juxtaposition. Oh, poor True. Witnessing the scene, the young girl, Xiaoyu, reclining in her chair, could only shake her head in resignation. At that moment, another man in the antique shop seized the opportunity to slip towards the door while old man was preoccupied with True. Finally, just a step away from the exit, he exhaled heavily, stretching out his hand hopefully towards the doorknob. However, a voice shattered his hopes instantly. "Chenglong, where do you think you're going?" Startled, Chenglong stood upright, slowly turning his head with a forced smile, replying, "Hi, old man." The museum called me in today. They need my expertise on exhibit. So, if there's nothing else, I'll just be on my way as the bus to the museum is about to, that hurts. Oh, stop your nonsense. Unfortunately, Chenglong's words were cut short by the old man's sharp retort, followed by a familiar chop to the back of his head. Feeling the familiar sting, Chenglong could not help but shed a few tears. Indeed, this was his old man, and there was no escaping his grasp. I told you yesterday, Chenglong, you're helping me at the shop today. Are you ignoring my instructions? Of course not, old man. Seeing the old man's threatening posture, Chenglong hastily waved his hands in protest. But there's still True. Chenglong glanced around, spotting True, who had retreated into a shell after being subjected to the old man's education, and eagerly pointed him out, reminding the old man not to forget his prized apprentice. True can't help. He needs to learn new magic with me, and I informed you yesterday. But I never agreed. Observing the impending wrath about to descend upon him, Chenglong wisely chose to remain silent. Wait, what about Aang? Yes, old man, where's your other apprentice? Chenglong thought quickly and blurted out. But barely had he spoken when he received another smack. Do I need you to remind me? If Aang were here, do you think I'd be calling for you? If you had even half his dedication, I could retire in peace, you troublesome child. The old man glared at Chenglong, his hand twitching as he contemplated delivering another blow. However, Chenglong, sensing his mentor's intent, quickly shielded his head with both arms and took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from the old man father. Where has Uncle Ong been these past few days? I haven't seen him. Fortunately, Xiao Yu managed to capture the old man's attention, allowing Chenglong to breathe a sigh of relief. Ong asked for leave 2 days ago. He won't be at the shop for a while. He mentioned something about going somewhere to retrieve some items. The old man felt a sense of helplessness. If Ong were present, he certainly wouldn't allow Chenglong to manage the shop, as Chenglong had no aptitude for business. If he were to eventually pass the antique store to Chenglong, he feared it would be donated to a museum. The mere thought of it caused the old man to feel a pang in his heart, as if he were being summoned by a celestial master at any moment. And the other one, as he glanced at the exuberant Xiao Yu, he thought it might be better to donate the shop to the museum. For the moment it fell in her hands, it would likely turn to ashes the very next day. Perhaps it would be wiser to entrust it to his 2 apprentices instead. Meanwhile, Chenglong was deep in thought, observing Xiao Yu idly seated on a chair. He promptly exclaimed, Father, actually, Xiao Yu could still assist you. The mention of Xiao Yu seemed to ignite a vision in the old man's mind of the antique store engulfed in flames, inciting his ire as he reprimanded Chenglong with fervor. Chenglong, do you wish to see the antique store destroyed now? How infuriating. You must remain to oversee the shop today. Oh no, that hurts, I was wrong, Father. Chenglong realized his blunder, well aware of Xiao Yu's notorious track record. Watching Chenglong dodge the old man's reprimands, Xiao Yu wore a mischievous smile and remarked, Uncle Long, I truly appreciate your trust. However, today is our scout training day, so I must decline. She then turned to the old man, feigning indignation. Father, do you really not trust me? You will never have me brew tea for you again. Chenglong, upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, felt indifferent. Yet he sensed the old man's reprimands becoming increasingly severe. Father, please spare me. My recent treasure hunting missions commissioned by the museum have all failed. If this continues, they will dismiss me. Isn't that even better? That way, you'll have ample time to learn how to manage the shop. I've never been fond of that job of yours anyway. To his surprise, the old man resolved firmly that Chenglong would not be allowed to leave today, perhaps even locking him up until the museum dismissed him. Chenglong felt a headache coming on, and just as he continued to argue with the old man, his phone rang. Hello, this is Chenglong. As he spoke, a mark appeared on his forehead. However, upon hearing the news on the phone, he could not help but exclaim, What? The 13th district has been attacked. Instantly, the entire antique shop fell silent, and the old man furrowed his brow, pausing his actions. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Chenglong nodded at the old man. True, come with me to the 13th district. Understood. Uncle Long, I want to go too. Upon hearing of such thrilling events, Xiao Yu could hardly contain herself, leaping down from her chair and sprinting towards the door. However, she was swiftly caught by Chenglong and handed back to the old man. Xiao Yu, don't forget, you have scout activities today. But Uncle Long, fine. Seeing the seriousness in Chenglong's eyes, Xiao Yu reluctantly nodded. Yet, Once Chenglong and True had departed, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in Xiaoyu's eyes. Of course, I will participate in the activities, but the theme of this scout event is Rescue the 13th District. Chapter 2. The Invasion, Part 2. What on earth has happened here? Upon arriving at the 13th District again, Chenglong and True could scarcely believe their eyes. The once grand base now lay in ruins, reduced to shattered walls and sparks of exposed electrical wires. Perhaps it was an exaggeration to call it a wasteland, but Chenglong found no better description. However, upon reflection, it wasn't the first time he had seen such a scene. The last visit from the master had resulted in a similar outcome. The thought of the master suddenly filled Chenglong with an unsettling premonition. I hope Blake is all right. The 13th District had been devastated once more, yet the agents within and Blake remained unaccounted for. Chenglong could only silently pray for his friend. As they delved deeper, Chenglong discovered something unusual. What are these? Silk silk? In the dimly lit corridor, white threads hung down from above. Upon gently touching them, Chenglong felt a tingling sensation in his fingertips and quickly warned True, "Be careful, True, don't touch those." However, True's expression was graver than Chenglong's. He observed the softly glowing pufferfish in his hand and spoke in a low voice. "Chenglong, this is a magical energy fluctuation, and it's a type I've never encountered before." "What? Magic? Why do I always find myself amidst these bizarre occurrences?" Chenglong felt a headache brewing, for he understood that any entanglement with magic heralded endless troubles, a truth he was well aware of. However, since it involves magic, it indicates that the assailant's true objective lies there. Chenglong turned to gaze towards the innermost part of the base, where the most crucial items of the 13th District were stored, including talismans and, most importantly, the master himself. Unfortunate, unfortunate, unfortunate. I should have brought father with me. I believe you require assistance, do you not? A voice called out, and Chenglong's heart leapt with joy as he turned to see who had arrived, only for his expression to darken upon recognition. "Xiaoyu, why are you here?" Gazing at Xiaoyu's cheerful demeanor, Chenglong once again felt a pang in his heart. Although this was not the first time, it did not prevent him from lecturing his niece. "Xiaoyu, you should be with your classmates participating in scout activities, not here. It is far too dangerous." "But I'm already here, am I not?" Xiaoyu spread her arms, feigning innocence. "Well, fine. Remember, Xiaoyu, this is the last time." Chenglong was left speechless. However, as Xiaoyu pointed out, she had already arrived. Sending her back alone was not an option he could trust, so he had no choice but to proceed with her. Since that is the case, let us ascertain the identity of this uninvited malevolent guest. At long last, the trio arrived at the vault of District 13, and indeed, the heavy door stood ajar. After enduring numerous trials together, a profound understanding had developed among them. Thus, True and Jackie entered to divert attention, while Xiaoyu made her way to the familiar entrance of the ventilation duct. However, upon stepping into the vault, True and Jackie were taken aback by the sight before them. The entire vault was enveloped in a ghostly white haze, with magical white threads. A spectacle Jackie had witnessed outside, sprawled across the space. These enchanted threads transformed the vault into what resembled the lair of some unknown creature, exuding a chilling aura. Glug! Jackie swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Weakly, he nudged True beside him and asked, "True, can you handle this?" True, upon hearing this, shook his head vigorously, waving his hands in refusal. "No, absolutely not. If the master were here, that might be a different story." "All right, I understand. If things take a turn for the worse, you must take Xiaoyu and flee to find father. Do you comprehend?" True pondered for a moment before agreeing. The two continued their cautious exploration, moving with heightened vigilance. Yet, after only a few steps, Jackie was startled by a sharp crack behind them. "True, did we not agree to remain silent?" Jackie instantly tensed, but fortunately, the sound did not attract the attention of any foes. He urged True to be more cautious. However, True held him back. "Jackie, you need to see this for yourself." "What is it? Oh my heavens, what are these?" True had inadvertently stepped on a white-threaded object resembling a human effigy, revealing a man encased within. Jackie quickly crouched to inspect, noticing the man bore identification as a staff member of District 13. Realization dawned upon him. and he scanned the surroundings, discovering that beneath the woven white threads lay dozens of such effigies. Now, I finally understand where everyone from the base has disappeared to. Gazing at the multitude of white effigies, a shiver ran down both Jackie and True's spines. Fortunately, none were in mortal peril. They were merely unconscious, which allowed Jackie to exhale a sigh of relief, having initially been deeply concerned. Instead of hastily rousing the others, Jackie meticulously searched among the effigies and soon located his target. I thought it would take considerable effort. Blake, you are indeed fortunate. Observing Blake, who lay asleep among the effigies, Jackie couldn't help but reflect on the fortune of a man with such brilliant qualities. With a series of physical awakenings, the long-slumbering Officer Blake gradually opened his eyes, feeling a peculiar tightness in his cheeks. Ouch! That hurts! Cough, cough. A fit of coughing interrupted Blake's confusion, while Jackie wore a tense expression, as if concealing something. Before Blake could fully grasp the situation, he was abruptly questioned. Blake, what transpired in District 13? Who attacked you? Upon hearing this, Blake's previously hazy mind cleared instantly. He grasped Jackie tightly, exclaiming, Jackie, you must be cautious. It's Lee. Ah, you great beast, let go of me. Before Blake could finish his sentence, a piercing scream interrupted him. Jackie's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang into action, rushing toward the core area of the vault. It's Xiaoyu. Blake and True quickly followed, but before they could reach, they heard Jackie's startled cry from within. It's you. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Holy Lord. Leon, how could it be you? Why? As he gazed at the incredulous expression on Jackie Chan's face, Leon, standing in the central position, smiled faintly. He had anticipated this reaction, especially after True and Blake entered the scene. Well, Blake, the sheriff, was an exception, after all. The two had only just crossed paths, albeit somewhat unpleasantly. I apologize, Jackie, but I must take my leave now. It is time for me to reap the rewards. With that, Leon turned his back, entirely unconcerned whether the others could comprehend his words. Jackie followed Leon's gaze and discovered that the 12 talismans that had been stored there were now completely vanished, and it was evident who had taken them. Leon, you had better return the talismans. They belong to the jurisdiction of the 13th District. If you do so, it may lighten your sentence when you stand before the judge. Though the hope was slim, Sheriff Blake clung to a shred of optimism, as was his duty. Indeed, Leon merely cast a glance at Sheriff Blake, shook his head, and made his stance clear. Subsequently, Sheriff Blake fell silent. True, are you feeling anxious? Observing the sweat-drenched True and the softly glowing pufferfish in his hands. A flicker of indescribable meaning flashed in Leon's eyes, and his voice lowered. No, it's not that. I just thought you wouldn't. Perhaps you're the most suitable disciple for the master. Upon uttering this, True's demeanor shifted dramatically, plunging him into a state of despondency once more. Hee, Leon chuckled lightly, choosing not to further dishearten True. Rest assured, you are the last inheritor of my father's legacy. Believe in yourself. As for me, I am different. Feeling the potent waves of magical energy emanating from Leon, even the typically honest and straightforward True couldn't help but purse his lips, conveying a singular sentiment, his disbelief. Wait a moment, True, let us set that aside for now. Xiaoyu, where is Xiaoyu? Leon, you wouldn't harm her, would you? At this moment, Jackie's mind was solely preoccupied with finding Xiaoyu. Rest assured, Jackie. Leon chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. Instantly, the ventilation ducts of the upper level of the base erupted, showering the entire vault with countless snowflakes. As the snowflakes fell, Xiaoyu emerged before Jackie. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Seeing Xiaoyu, Jackie rushed towards her in surprise. But as he drew closer, he realized that the snowflakes were, in fact, a multitude of pure white spiders, as translucent and exquisite as works of art. Gazing at the swarm of palm-sized, snow-white spiders, Jackie felt a chill run down his spine. Now he understood the origin of those white threads, spider silk. Damn, could this place truly have been turned into their nest? Xiaoyu, danger. Quickly come to me. Jackie Chan now refrains from acting impulsively. The accumulation of numerous spiders could indeed consume them without leaving a trace. However, his words bore little weight, as he suddenly realized that Xiaoyu might, perhaps, be delighting in playful antics with this swarm of spiders. Indeed, she seemed to be in a state of merriment. The spiders traversed her body, yet they did not inflict any harm, while Xiaoyu gazed at these enchanting creatures with wide, curious eyes, even gently prodding them with her fingers, but nothing untoward occurred. Gradually, she picked up one spider for a closer examination, marveling at the delicate beings that resembled ice crystals. "Uncle Long, may we keep it?" she inquired. "Absolutely not." Jackie Chan's response was resolute. "Oh, just one. I beseech you, Uncle Long." Xiao Yu clasped her hands together, looking pitifully earnest. "There is no room for negotiation. Xiao Yu, come to my side immediately," Jackie commanded. Reluctantly, Xiao Yu complied, joining him, while Jackie turned his attention to the source of all this turmoil, Leon, and spoke in a grave tone. "So, this is your true objective, the talisman, which has been lurking among us all along." "Indeed, Jackie, I have never concealed my intentions. It's merely that you have never taken them seriously," Leon replied, shaking his head. He continued, "Furthermore, leaving the talisman here will only attract endless troubles. The dark sorcerer and demons will inevitably be drawn here, so it is best if I take it away. At the very least, this will alleviate some of the world's burdens. In the end, is it not you who covets these talismans?" Sheriff Blake remarked coldly, to which Leon shrugged, offering no denial. "Very well, since you have succeeded, I ask you to depart from here." Jackie surveyed the swarm of spiders radiating a chilling light, recognizing the disparity in their strengths, and chose to yield for the moment, planning to summon his father for assistance later, for as his father had said, only magic can contend with magic. "Oh, that simply will not do, Jackie. I am here not solely for the talisman, but for another object I require," Leon stated, turning to proceed further. "Within the 13th district lies something of even greater significance than the talisman, securely locked away in a dark corner behind alloy bars," and Jackie instantly grasped the implication. "The master." "Leon, this is hardly a wise decision. You should understand that this creature is best kept right here." As Jackie spoke, he gradually approached Leon, exchanging glances with True and Blake, and the three surrounded Leon. Jackie knew the talisman could be taken, but the master must never leave the 13th district. He had no desire to embark on another delightful adventure with that wicked dragon. "I apologize, Leon, but the master cannot be released. Thus, let us take a moment to rest." Having approached an appropriate distance, Jackie Chan accelerated into a sprint, lunging towards Leon, who appeared blissfully unaware, continuing his forward march. Victory seemed imminent. As Jackie was about to seize Leon, a flicker of joy illuminated his face. However, an almost inaudible whisper suddenly graced his ears, and he felt an irresistible force that instantaneously rendered his actions futile. The guardian arm's eight-eyed spider. Blake, True, and Xiao Yu observed in astonishment as the previously tranquil white spider swarm erupted into chaos, filling the vault with a cacophony of rustling sounds. Countless spiders swiftly coalesced, forming a mound akin to a rising sand dune. Expanding and morphing, the white arachnids melted and reconstituted, ultimately transforming into a colossal ice crystal spider towering 7 to 8 meters high. Its enormous head bore 8 eyes, each rotating attentively, while its mouth, lined with sharp fangs, emitted a continuous rustling noise. The 4 pairs of limbs, adorned with razor-sharp ice spines, evoked a sense of unease at first glance. Its pristine, jade-like icy exoskeleton flawlessly enveloped its form, leaving no room for flaw. Gulping, True and Blake halted any gestures of defiance in the presence of the prehistoric behemoth, not wishing to test the reality of the spider's menacing teeth. "Wow, this is utterly amazing," Xiao Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the giant spider. However, upon noticing the grim expressions of Blake and True, she awkwardly chuckled. "Did I say something wrong?" The colossal spider posed no threat. Rather, it was Jackie who found himself in dire straits. The spider exhaled gently, unleashing a torrent of silk that ensnared Jackie midair, rendering him immobile, writhing like a large insect, ultimately becoming still. "Uncle Dragon, Jackie," they exclaimed in unison, rushing to assess his condition. Fortunately, Jackie had merely succumbed to unconsciousness, much like the earlier fate of Sheriff Blake. Meanwhile, Leon continued as if nothing had transpired, approaching the alloy door that imprisoned the Saint Master. Clenching his right fist, he opened it to reveal an octagonal stone talisman, upon which a vividly animated fire dragon radiated crimson light. With a thunderous boom, the alloy door was obliterated by the explosive flames emitted from the dragon talisman. Feeling an invincible power coursing through his hand, Leon nodded in satisfaction. The previously suspended dragon statue of the Saint Master seemed to awaken, its eyes transforming into an ominous crimson hue. "Ah, so it is you, little sorcerer. We meet again." A deep, raspy voice resonated like an enchanting spell, instantly stirring the atmosphere into a tempestuous frenzy. The terrifying prowess of the fire demon was laid bare, requiring no incantations. Instinct alone rendered the magical energies thrumming with vitality. This was indeed the authority bestowed upon him by the world, a testament to the fact that these ancient demons were anything but simple beings. Leon gazed at the dragon-shaped statue before him, nodding gently as he declared, "Indeed, my lord. We meet again." Chapter 4. Taunting indeed, my lord, we meet again. Leon's heart fluttered as he beheld the figure of the Lord, lost in a moment of reverie. When had he begun to converse with a demon face to face, even one that had been sealed away? In this adventure akin to a legendary tale, Leon found himself in a second world, having once been an ordinary man. For over 20 years, he had lived a life filled with education, military service, romance, and employment. Though his journey was not devoid of obstacles, he had encountered no significant hardships. Was this not the life of an ordinary person? Perhaps, in the future, he would meet a wonderful woman, marry, have children, and lead a mundane existence. Yet, Leon understood that such a tranquil life was no longer within his reach. One fateful morning, upon awakening in his home, he discovered a mysterious system had suddenly manifested in his mind, simply called the system. Leon was oblivious to the origins of this system or the identity of its creator. Despite his numerous attempts to engage in dialogue with it, the outcome was invariably fruitless. Eventually, he relinquished the hope of communication. The system bestowed upon him a peculiar spatial pocket, the magnitude of which he had yet to ascertain. Any object placed within this space would remain suspended in time, unchanged, as if time itself had halted. Only upon exiting the space would the state of temporal suspension be lifted. Intriguing, was it not? Even living beings could be ensnared, albeit with their consent or through a method of inducing a passive agreement, essentially rendering them unconscious to assert control over their will. This tactic was primarily applicable to those of lesser power. Other scenarios were merely for reference. Furthermore, the system's other function was that of traversing realms. Leon still vividly recalls the day he awoke to find himself in a fantastical realm known as Marheaven. This extraordinary world is teeming with a myriad of enchanting creatures. Magic, legendary sorceresses, and arms sculpted from arcane energies, each possessing unique abilities. When Leon first learned of these marvels, his expression was one of incredulity. Thanks to his exceptional memory, he was certain that these descriptions closely mirrored the plot of an old anime he had watched in his youth, The Legend of the Magical Warriors. Ultimately, Leon came to the realization that he had indeed entered that familiar universe. After spending a mere 10 minutes calming his tumultuous emotions, the first action he undertook was to strike a nearby stone with his fist. With a resounding crash, the granite-like boulder shattered beneath the force of his blow, leaving only a slight tingling sensation in his knuckles, which only fueled his exhilaration. He felt as though he had barely tapped into his true strength. At that moment, Leon was certain he was not dreaming. Perhaps the somewhat absurd wishes of his past could finally come to fruition. Gazing at his own fists, he murmured to himself, lost in thought. Throughout his life, Leon had abstained from smoking and drinking. Well, perhaps just a sip of alcohol here and there, having no detrimental habits. Yet, like any young person, he harbored a few peculiar inclinations. Collecting. From a young age, Leon began amassing small trinkets, such as stamps, lighters, and bottle caps. As he matured and acquired a modest sum of money, his collection grew more diverse. While most collectors prioritize quality over quantity, willingly spending vast sums for a rare piece, they indulge in the elegance of their pursuits. Leon, however, had a singular trait in his collection. Everything was his. If he desired it, it belonged to him. Previously, due to various constraints, he had to bury his desires deep within. Now, with the allure of arms before him, the entire world would serve as his treasure. Thus began Liang's journey in Marheaven. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret at having arrived too early. Not only was he yet to encounter the protagonist, but even the protagonist's father had not yet entered this realm. Such a pity. A young sorcerer daring to lose focus in the presence of a noble dragon is truly audacious. The voice of the Holy Lord interrupted Liang's reverie. Maintaining his composure, Liang replied with a hint of mischief in his tone, "So, Does the illustrious Holy Lord wish to punish me with your flames that can incinerate all, or do you prefer to end my life with your gaze? How dare you? Accursed sorcerer! Do you think you can speak to me in such a manner? The Holy Lord bellowed in fury. But upon noticing the barely concealed mockery on Liang's face, he realized that mere words could not intimidate his adversary. Thus, he suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. So, sorcerer, what is it that you desire? Do not speak falsehoods. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I discerned your true nature. Although you conceal it well, your deceit can only fool the likes of the ignorant dragon and that old man who is nearly reduced to bones. Yet, it cannot elude the discerning gaze of a fellow sorcerer, the demon lord, for within your heart lies insatiable desire. The Lord proclaims loudly, while simultaneously elevating his own stature. Observing this, Leon cannot help but smirk, for no matter how eloquently he speaks, he has repeatedly failed to subdue the dragon, ultimately finding himself confined by the old man to a solitary chamber. Indeed, my lord, I do require your assistance with certain matters. Oh, the sorcerer understands the magnificence of the dragon. Speak, articulate your desires, be it wealth, power, supreme authority, or even eternal life. I can bestow upon you all, provided you liberate me. The incantations, I sense their formidable power. Surrender them to me, and your deepest desires shall be fulfilled. The Lord gazes upon the sorcerer, his voice laced with an endless temptation. In a desperate bid for success, he utilizes the scant magical energy remaining within him to disrupt Leon's mind. Though this act of depleting his power will further weaken him, he believes that success renders the sacrifice worthwhile. Faced with the Lord's seduction, Leon merely chuckles softly, causing a momentary halt to the Lord's magical aura. My lord, can you truly fulfill my wishes? A pang of desire stirs within him, and the Lord is overwhelmed with uncontainable joy. After a protracted moment, he manages to subdue his elation, even softening his tone. Of course, sorcerer, I shall honor my promise. Trust in me. In his longing to regain his freedom, the Lord even resorts to the word please. Despite the dragon's haughty demeanor inciting a desire to devour this audacious sorcerer whole, he believes, as previously stated, that it is all worth it. The Lord plans to craft a lesson for this naive sorcerer once he has escaped, ensuring he understands that entering into a pact with a malevolent dragon will be his gravest regret. Oh, trust you, my lord. Leon lowers his head, obscuring his expression, only to suddenly lift it again, a radiant smile illuminating his face. My lord, are you familiar with the adage? What? For reasons unknown. The Lord senses a deviation from the anticipated course of events. It is well known that I, the Lord, have never kept my promises, Leon declares, his gaze fixed upon the dragon's visage, enunciating each word with precision. Roar. Ah, the accursed sorcerer, how dare you toy with the great dragon? I shall ensnare your soul eternally in the depths of hell, subjecting you to unending torment. The Lord finally comprehended that Leon had no intention of releasing him. The recent events were merely a mockery. An overwhelming fury engulfed the Lord, rendering him devoid of reason, as a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the 13th district. The already severely damaged base teetered precariously on the brink of collapse. Outside, Sheriff Blake had initially intended to salvage the 13th district, but upon witnessing the scene, he decided it would be better to raze it to the ground and start anew. Coincidentally, he felt that his previous office had been somewhat cramped. With this thought, Blake couldn't help but glance toward the Lord's prison, muttering to himself, "Damn it, what has Leon done in there? The Lord seems even angrier than when he was sealed by my father. I hope everything remains intact." Chapter 5. Transformation. How many years has it been? In this protracted passage of time, has any mortal dared to provoke and mock the supreme dragon? After much contemplation, the Lord concluded that none had. However, since arriving in this era, a time when magic has nearly withered, Chung Long, along with his detestable niece and that old codger, have repeatedly disregarded the dragon's dignity, affronting his nobility. This loathsome age, the Lord abhors it, which is why he longs to return to the ancient times, when demons ruled the world. Although the ultimate reason for his desperation is that he has no retreat, his soul trapped in the infernal realm, surrounded only by a host of loving brothers and sisters. He is left with no choice but to fight with all his might. He seeks to alter the annals of history, a supreme artifact that even other demons dare not covet. Fortunately, the Lord succeeded, yet tragically, he ultimately failed. The root cause of all this calamity lies with the Chung family, particularly Chung Long, the human who has thwarted his plans countless times. Today, the Lord suddenly realized that he could add another name to his list of revenge, the little sorcerer who has quietly lingered in Chung Long's shadow. Sorcerer, you shall never fathom the terror of provoking a true demon. I shall make you witness the Lord, who is incessantly spewing forth curses. Leon, somewhat bored, stifled a yawn, observing that the Lord truly was a pure dragon, endlessly repeating the same phrases. Compared to the keyboard warriors of his past life, this combat prowess was rather disappointing. Leon could only shake his head in resignation. However, the moment was ripe. Sensing that Chung Long had awakened outside, Leon decided it was time to conclude this meeting to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Come now, Lord, do greet the charming monkey. With that, Leon retrieved a talisman. The monkey talisman, and aimed it at the Lord. That is my talisman. Return it to me. What do you intend to do? The Lord's furious roar abruptly ceased, as the power of the monkey talisman caused the dragon sculpture, which had been occupying the front wall, to incessantly morph and reorganize until it ultimately shrank into a miniature dragon, no larger than a fingertip. The body of the dragon coiled together, forming a hollow center, resembling an ordinary dragon-shaped stone ring. Leon, what are you doing? As the Lord transformed into the stone ring, Qinglong, accompanied by Xiaoyu and others, entered the room. Immediately witnessing this astonishing scene, unable to restrain his curiosity. However, Leon did not respond right away, for there was someone even more agitated than Qinglong at that moment. My body. Wizard, what have you done to me? Leon slipped the stone ring onto the index finger of his left hand, assessing its size. It fit perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose, prompting a satisfied nod. Yet, the incessant clamor of the Lord caused him to furrow his brow. All right, Lord. Let us take a moment to rest. With a gentle swipe of his hand over the ring, the Lord instantly fell silent. Even the once glowing red eyes dimmed. Leon, what do you truly desire? Observing Leon, who appeared strikingly different, exuding an air of mystery and danger, Qinglong could not help but inquire about his genuine intentions. Oh, what do I desire? Noting Qinglong's tense demeanor, excluding Xiaoyu, who was fixated on the Lord atop Leon's finger, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. I have stated before, Qinglong, I never wish to be your adversary. What I seek is the talisman, along with the Lord as a bonus. Rest assured, it is precisely for this reason that I am concerned. Seeing Qinglong still fixated on the Lord, Leon chuckled softly. I assure you, the Lord shall not reappear in this world. What about the talisman? Sheriff Blake interjected, unable to contain himself. Leon cast a glance at Sheriff Blake and nonchalantly replied, Since the Lord is no longer present, there is no need for the talisman to manifest. His words deepened the scowl on Sheriff Blake's face, while Xiaoyu expressed her discontent. Ah, then I shall never see those little treasures again. Please, Uncle Leon. The adorable frown on the young girl's face tugged at the heartstrings, yet Leon remained resolute. I am sorry, Xiaoyu. But, Xiaoyu attempted to protest, only to be silenced by Qinglong. If that is the case, then you may take them all away. Uncle Long. Upon hearing Qinglong's consent, not only Xiaoyu and Sheriff Blake were taken aback, but even Leon was somewhat astonished. Qinglong, you truly agree to let me take away the talisman and the Lord? Indeed, if the Holy Lord and the talismans were truly absent from this world, entrusting them to you might be a commendable choice. Jackie observed Leon's eyes, nodding earnestly. For him, both the talismans and the Holy Lord represented the very roots of all troubles and calamities. As a connoisseur of archaeology, he understood that throughout history, nothing is indispensable. Perhaps in bygone eras, it belonged to the age of magic, yet magic is no longer a necessity in the present. History perpetually advances, never pausing for any singular entity. Moreover, although the Holy Lord is sealed, there will always be ambitious individuals and malevolent forces coveting such extraordinary powers, with the Blade Dragon serving as a prime example. Leon remained oblivious to Jackie's sentiments, but couldn't help but inquire, Do you truly have such faith in me? It is not you in whom I place my trust, but your father. He would never take in those with malicious intent as disciples. After hearing this, Leon felt a mix of complex emotions. But Jackie's subsequent words instantly dispelled them. Furthermore, should you truly rely on the Holy Lord and talismans to wreak havoc upon the world, I am confident I would defeat you, just as I did with the previous demon. In a moment of distraction, Leon found himself overshadowed by Jackie's righteous demeanor. Blake and True were equally inspired, steadfastly aligning themselves beside Jackie. Even Young Yu was drawn away by her uncle the dragon. Suddenly, perhaps sensing their master's discontent, the eight-eyed guardian spider burst into the room. The narrow metallic door could scarcely accommodate the guardian's colossal form, resulting in the entire structure being compromised. Fortunately, Sheriff Blake had not skimped on repairs during the base's construction. Otherwise, this incident alone could have rendered the already precarious District 13 completely uninhabitable. Upon witnessing the eight-eyed spider's entrance, the three adults, who had previously exuded an air of confidence, were instantly deflated, forcibly pulling Young Yu away from her impulsive desire to roll about with the spider. Observing Jackie and the others crammed into a corner, Leon could not suppress a scoff. You thought to steal the spotlight, yet this is my domain. It shall not be sullied. Nevertheless, it was indeed time to depart. Return. With Leon's command, the once mighty eight-eyed spider instantaneously transformed into a beam of white light, returning to his hand. As the light dissipated, a string of silver bracelets appeared before Jackie and the others. A series of question marks materialized in their minds. A giant spider, the size of a house, was merely a transformation into an ordinary bracelet? The group exclaimed in disbelief. Yet upon considering the wonders of the Holy Lord and talismans, they fell silent once more. Perhaps this was indeed the elusive realm of magic they could only dream of. Chapter 6. The final day. All right, Jackie, the inquiry session is drawing to a close. It is time for farewells. Leong retrieved a finely crafted silver pocket watch from within his coat, its cover adorned with an array of enigmatic engravings. While the watch intermittently shimmered with an unusual luminescence, captivating the attention of all present. What misfortune! Why does this fellow always possess such peculiar items? Why had he never noticed them before? Chung Long muttered quietly to himself. He was not like Xiao Yu, easily lured by strange artifacts. His years of experience in exploration and archaeology had taught him that the more bizarre and beautiful an object, the greater the potential peril it harbored. Fortunately, Chung Long observed that Liang seemed genuinely intent on merely checking the time, exhibiting no peculiar behavior, and soon tucked the watch away. Of course, it was also possible that this watch possessed some arcane function that he, lacking knowledge of magic, had failed to perceive. As for the only individual in their group connected to the arcane arts, Chung Long glanced at the bewildered True and could only shake his head in resignation. Liang, indifferent to the thoughts of others, was acutely aware that his time was running short. Chung Long was overthinking. The pocket watch was indeed meant for timekeeping, albeit in a manner distinct from ordinary usage. This watch could be considered a supplementary gift from the system, lacking any extraordinary powers, merely serving to record the time remaining for Liang in this world. However, the frustrating aspect was that the hands of the watch remained utterly still until the host entered the final 24 hours in this realm. Once those 24 hours concluded, the hands would revert to the zero position, signifying that Liang must depart. Thus, Liang begrudgingly referred to it as his final day. One cannot help but acknowledge that this exasperating arrangement filled Liang with disdain. It was precisely because of this that, while in the Marheaven world, where he had made some progress in his magical abilities and was preparing to leisurely pursue his grand ambitions, a notification stating that his online time was limited to just 24 hours abruptly shattered his composure. In the end, Liang could only hastily gather a few items of notable collectible value before boarding the bus to the next world. He hoped that the preparations he left behind would prove useful. Otherwise, the mere thought of it sent a fresh wave of pain through his head. This wretched system, this infuriating arrangement, no matter how vehemently Liang protested, he could only reluctantly yield to the constraints of the system. Upon arriving in the world of Jackie-chan adventures, Liang endeavored to learn from his previous experiences, seeking guidance under his father's tutelage, continually learning and collecting. After navigating through a series of events involving talismans and the 8 great demons, the final day remained inactive, which brought Liang a modicum of relief. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the hands of the final day began to move once more. Liang recollected that just days ago, he had been exploring the lost city of Mantab, but as the watch's hands resumed their motion, he realized that he would need to take decisive action. After resolving the matters concerning the Mantab people, Leon immediately began his journey back. However, despite employing magic and the arm, he found his time alarmingly limited. This realization solidified his resolve to launch an assault on District 13. Fortunately, The initial phase of his objective had been successfully accomplished. Leon then retrieved a golden necklace adorned with a multitude of gemstones from his spatial storage. Upon seeing the necklace, Chunlong's eyes widened in astonishment. Aurora? The Eye of Aurora. How could it be in your possession? I distinctly remember donating it to the museum, didn't I? Surely, Chunlong. This is what you intended to express. Leon observed Chunlong's shock with an enigmatic smile. Indeed, did you snatch it from the museum? Chunlong inquired incredulously. Of course not. I am a law-abiding citizen. Leon felt a tinge of embarrassment even as he uttered those words, and he cleared his throat twice to shift the topic. With a knowing look, he said to Chunlong, "Guess who has been significantly increasing the museum's funding for your archaeological expeditions?" Oh no, it couldn't possibly be. Chunlong's mind suddenly conjured an unsettling thought. Indeed, it is I. I secured substantial funding and management rights from the museum, providing you with the most ample resources and top-notch equipment, enabling you to immerse yourself fully in your beloved archaeological research. Chunlong, I have truly exhausted all my efforts for your career. Leon spoke without deceit. He had nearly depleted the treasures he brought from Marheaven to satiate those wretched vampires. Although he retained some reserves for himself, the sight of their greedy, grotesque faces made him wish to subject them to a close encounter with the eight-eyed spider. Nevertheless, to avoid any unforeseen complications, Leon had to exercise restraint, though it did not prevent him from using his ghostly arm to bestow upon those bureaucrats some rather unsettling gifts. For a considerable time to come, they would likely navigate their days cloaked in fear. In retrospect, all of it seemed worthwhile. So, all the artifacts I previously submitted to the museum were. Chunlong's eyes widened further, rendering him speechless, his demeanor reflecting profound dismay. Yet Leon, seemingly unyielding, continued to pour salt into the wound. I am truly grateful to you, Chunlong. It is your selfless dedication and hard work that have ensured my investments do not go in vain. Chunlong clutched his heart, finally grasping the feelings of the Holy Master. His lips twitched as he struggled to contain his tumultuous emotions, reminding himself to be a good role model in front of Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu's subsequent remark shattered his already fragile psychological defenses. Uncle Long, I've told you time and again to leave those treasures for me, to remain in Dad's antique shop. And now look, they have all become Uncle Ang's collection. With a sudden jolt, Jackie Chan felt as though a sharp blade had pierced through his heart, cleaving his spirit in twain. He sank to the ground, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Observing Jackie, who appeared more despondent than when facing a demon, Leon gently polished the ring transformed from the Holy Master, pondering whether he had inadvertently achieved something the Holy Master had longed for. Indeed, it seemed so. Leon nodded in agreement, considering it only fitting that he might request some form of compensation from the Holy Master in the future. Should that ancient dragon prove unreasonable, he would not hesitate to abandon any notions of chivalry. However, Jackie's melancholy was fleeting. He soon steadied himself and declared, "Well, you have obtained what you desired. I trust you will honor your promise and depart from here." Jackie longed to return to the antique shop and seek solace from his father. The thought of inheriting the shop was somewhat appealing, but he quickly dismissed it. Jackie was destined to dedicate his life to archaeology and history, not to be confined within the walls of a dusty antique store. Thus, he resolved to leave that burden to True, for reasons unknown. True suddenly felt Jackie's intense gaze upon him, heavy and earnest, which set him in a state of disarray. Leon remained oblivious to the fact that Jackie's mind had drifted far beyond, yet he felt a twinge of irritation at Jackie's blatant desire to expel him. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Leon's mind. Xiaoyu, who had been attentively observing Leon, or more precisely, the myriad of wondrous trinkets on him, immediately raised her hand in response to his call. "I'm here, Uncle Long." Seeing Xiaoyu's earnest attempt to portray herself as a dutiful child, Leon couldn't help but chuckle. Next, Xiaoyu. As he tossed a silver ornament shaped like an earring into the air, Xiaoyu, already captivated by Leon's earlier display, eagerly extended her hands. Not only Xiaoyu but also the others were drawn to the ornament suspended in the air. At this, Leon merely smiled faintly, activating his psychic connection. The Eye of Aurora transformed into a beam of light, whisking Leon away from District 13. Until we meet again, dear friends. Yet at that moment, Xiaoyu was oblivious to everything else, her focus entirely consumed by the floating earring. A large hand, however, intercepted the ornament above her two small hands. No, Uncle Long. That's mine. Not so fast, shall you? Who knows if this object is dangerous, Jackie said, shaking his finger with utmost seriousness. It's fine. Uncle Long loves me the most. I trust him. Xiao Yu pleaded fervently. Jackie Chan pondered for a moment, convinced that Leon would not harm Xiao Yu. Yet he resolutely shook his head. It's simply not acceptable. Why not? Xiao Yu expressed her dissatisfaction. Because at your age, it's not yet time for earrings. Oh. When will that be? Well, Jackie contemplated before responding. When you reach adulthood. What? Oh no. Chapter 7. The Instruction, Part 1, San Francisco, Chinatown. Old Man's Antique Shop. As the bell above the door jingled, the old man lifted his head from a thick tome of magic spells. Welcome to Old Man's Antique Shop. I hope you find something to your liking. Of course, if you purchase more, I can offer you a discount. Before the visitor could be clearly discerned, a torrent of words had already flowed from the old man's lips, showcasing his familiarity with such greetings. Old man, this approach may not endear you to customers. Perhaps you should adopt a more earnest demeanor. Hearing the familiar tone, the old man looked up in surprise. It was Leon. Rest assured, Leon, compared to these details, these Americans care much more about saving a few dollars when they pay. Trust me, no one relishes getting a bargain more than they do. Leon was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, experience speaks volumes, and he felt enlightened. Sir, you are right. The old man scrutinized Leon closely, his eyes narrowing as he adjusted his glasses, speaking earnestly. Leon, your aura has grown considerably stronger. It seems your magical prowess has advanced rapidly of late. My aura. Leon murmured, only to be startled by the old man's subsequent revelation. Wait, old man, you know I can perform magic? Of course, Leon, but never underestimate an old man. When you first appeared before me like a newborn calf, your aura revealed everything. Hearing this, Leon felt a rare flush of embarrassment. As a time traveler, he had erred greatly, always assuming he was the protagonist destined for greatness, often viewing the world with a certain disdainful superiority. However, the old man vividly illustrated to Leon whose domain he truly occupied and the caliber of the wizard he was facing. This seemingly frail and ordinary old man had once bested 8 formidable demons, and his accomplishments in magic were sufficient to bestow upon him the title of a new generation's great mage. As for the legendary mages of the past, one need only mention Lopez, who had once held that esteemed title. Lopez, the once nightmarish figure for the Holy Lord, has once again brought an end to the Holy Lord's dominion, sealing him into a stone statue and seizing the source of his powers, the 12 talismans. It is indeed due to Lopez that the story has reignited, allowing the Holy Lord to encounter a new nightmare in the form of the Chung family. Yet, when one reflects upon it, compounded with the earlier termination of the reign of the 8 great demons and the sealing of the immortal deity, one cannot help but feel that the Holy Lord's nightmares are rather excessive. Particularly now, the frequency of the Holy Lord's resurrection and sealing has become alarmingly high. During Lyon's encounters alone, the Holy Lord has transitioned from liberation to sealing 3 times. It is likely that, without Lyon's intervention, several more rounds of the Holy Lord's evasion would have awaited him. Opportunities seem perpetually within reach, yet they are consistently missed for a myriad of reasons. Even when the seals are broken, the Holy Lord's presence in the mortal realm scarcely lasts a full day before he is confined once more, resembling not a liberation but rather a mere respite from imprisonment. Furthermore, each of these brief respites comes at a significant cost, typically involving a thorough thrashing by the dragon and his father. The most harrowing instance occurred when Little Yu obliterated his corporeal form with the dragon talisman, sending his soul back to hell to receive affectionate greetings from his siblings, a fate that could only be described as tragic. Indeed, it is no surprise that the Holy Lord is often ranked as the most lamentable boss within the realm of Jackie Chan adventures. Apologies for digressing. The father, observing Lyon deep in thought, chose not to intrude and proceeded to the shop's entrance, where he hung up a sign. Father, what are you doing? Lyon exclaimed, but before he could finish his sentence, he received a swift chop from his father. The force of the blow made even Lyon, whose body bore the enhancements from the Marheaven world, wince in pain. Such strength was hardly befitting a man in his 60s or 70s. One could not help but feel pity for Jackie, True, and Little Yu. As Lyon rubbed his slightly reddened forehead, he sincerely pondered the circumstances of his companions. Hurry. There is no time to waste, the father urged, leading Leon to his magical chamber. Pointing to the bookshelf within, he continued, "You may have started your journey later than true, yet your aptitude and foundation far surpasses. However, you have yet to truly grasp the essence of this world's magic and chi, so take this limited time to study diligently. Consider this your final lesson." Gazing at his father's serious demeanor, Leon fell silent, his lips moving as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Ultimately, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of ancient reverence and bowed, saying, "I shall heed your teachings, master." At this moment, a faint smile finally graced the otherwise stoic face of his father. In the course of his studies, Leon had initially anticipated that his father would impart to him a few formidable spells, particularly envious of the powerful sealing magics his father possessed. However, to his surprise, his father did not mention a single incantation. Instead, he expounded upon the evolution and overview of magic since ancient times, the origins and splendor of elemental magic, the duality of the world's light and darkness, and the interplay of righteousness and malevolence. These forces, while opposing, also complement one another, akin to water and fire, each indispensable in its own right. To be candid, Leon felt a twinge of disappointment upon first hearing his father's discourse. Yet, as time wore on, a clarity began to wash over his mind. Many of his previous confusions and obstacles regarding magic were suddenly illuminated. He realized that his father's magical theories were equally applicable to the spells he had encountered in the world of Marheaven. The restlessness of the magical energy within him gradually subsided, transforming into a serene tranquility. The submission of his magic was swiftly mirrored in his physical state. Leon felt as though wielding magic had become as instinctive as moving his limbs, devoid of the previous obscurity. His father observed that the energy within Leon was gradually stabilizing, integrating harmoniously, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. However, upon closer inspection, his father could still perceive a subtle fluctuation of energy emanating from Leon. This was already quite commendable. Although Leon had not yet achieved the profound unity with nature that his father possessed, the elder was nonetheless satisfied. It is worth noting that when Leon first appeared before his father, he had resembled a dazzling light bulb in the midst of darkness, so blinding that his father felt compelled to don sunglasses. Fortunately, Leon's aura lacked any malevolent essence. Otherwise, his father would have immediately summoned his magical implements to investigate. Leon had believed he was concealing his true nature well, and it was fortunate that his father had not exposed him at that moment. Otherwise, it would likely have become a regrettable chapter in Leon's past. Chapter 8. Instruction continued. Within the confines of his father's antique shop, the lecture had ceased. Leon, immersed in meditation, was gradually savoring his father's teachings in the realm of thought. Suddenly, he appeared to perceive something peculiar, and his brows furrowed involuntarily, despite his eyes being tightly shut. "What is it, Leon? Is there an issue?" His father, having been attentive to Leon's demeanor, promptly inquired. However, Leon hesitated, sensing that the matter he had detected was somewhat sensitive and unsure of how to articulate it. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he finally mustered the courage to voice his concern, albeit reluctantly. "Father, are you particularly skilled in dark magic?" he asked cautiously, immediately scrutinizing his father's reaction. Indeed, what struck Leon as particularly peculiar was this. His father, a grand sorcerer adept in the art of righteous magic, had just delivered an exposition on the confrontation between righteousness and malevolence with remarkable precision. No, to describe it as merely detailed would be an understatement. It was profoundly insightful, almost sagacious. One might even venture to say that had it not been for the fact that it was his father standing before him, Leon might have believed he was being instructed by a dragon slayer. Yet, in this world where the distinctions between white magic practitioners and dark sorcerers are starkly defined, one would hardly expect a character archetype embodying both light and darkness to emerge. Even if such a phenomenon were to exist, it would surely be him. Yet, here it was, manifesting in the person of his father, prompting Leon to ponder a troubling question within himself. Could it be that he was not the protagonist after all? Upon reflection, his father did bear some resemblance to the archetype. As a youth, he had immersed himself in theatrical magic within a troupe, later cultivating a profound interest in various forms of sorcery, ultimately discovering his true calling as he became the disciple of a grand sorcerer. In his twilight years, he now found himself battling demons and ninjas alongside his family. Such a grand and tumultuous life story. Who, If not he, could lay claim to the title of protagonist? Perhaps the true name of this world should be Father, the life of a grand sorcerer. It certainly felt far more exhilarating than any adventure of Jackie Chan. Leon's mind began to wander, yet he failed to notice the dramatic transformation in his father's expression when he inquired about the dark magic. The color of his father's face shifted from white to red, then to blue, and finally to a deep, ominous black. The vivid display on his father's countenance was a testament to his mastery of theatrical magic. How could one even entertain the notion that his father would dabble in the evil arts of dark magic? Such an idea was an affront to his very being. A series of sharp, resounding slaps abruptly roused Leon from his reverie, sending a jolt of pain coursing through his body. No matter how he attempted to evade or block the strikes, his father's hand was always able to find its mark from the most unexpected angles. It was then that Leon recalled the truth. The elderly man before him was not merely a sorcerer, but also a martial arts master skilled in joint techniques, as vividly attested by Black Tiger Ah Fu and Sheriff Blake. Faced with his father's relentless onslaught, a surge of anger welled within Leon, compelling him to shatter the desk before him with a single blow, glaring defiantly at the obstinate elder. Leon, Father, Leon, I've confirmed your gaze. You are not someone to be trifled with. Leon, my apologies, Father, I shall make amends. Ultimately, after a cordial negotiation, the two resumed their previous discussion, seated peacefully together once more to continue the unfinished lesson. Leon gazed at his two arms, swollen from his father's chastising hand, his eyes filled with unshed tears. Although his father was careful to distinguish between severity and lightness, the pain was undeniably real. Helpless, Leon resorted to invoking the horse talisman, and soon, under its healing influence, he felt the agony in his arms dissipate instantaneously, the swelling vanishing without a trace. Indeed, each talisman was unparalleled in its power. As Leon marveled at the remarkable efficacy of the talisman, a hint of resignation crept in. He had anticipated that his inaugural use of the horse talisman would arise from a fierce adversary's attack, or perhaps a treacherous ambush by an ancient dragon. Instead, his debut involved his father's application. How utterly humiliating. Surely, if Xiaoyu were present, she would voice such sentiments. Leon could almost envision her disdainful gaze. And with a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the reality. At his age, he was merely a novice in the world. While he was no naive youth, he still paled in comparison to his father, who boasted over 60 years of experience. Under normal circumstances, one would expect that after enduring the harsh lessons of life, one would gain wisdom and fortitude, maturing in both character and resilience. However, life had played a grand jest on Leon, leading him into a series of extraordinary encounters. Fortunately, his father had stepped in as his life mentor, facilitating his rapid growth, albeit with little time remaining. Noticing Liang's sigh, his father mistakenly believed it was due to his own actions. After a moment's contemplation, he cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Ahem. While we must not delve into the nefarious arts of dark magic, in our quest to vanquish evil, sometimes, occasionally, we might dabble just a tad. Leon regarded his father, swaying in his scholarly posturing, and could only think one thing: that pretentious old man. Yet, he also grasped a truth. Indeed, every white mage, when examined closely, harbors a shadowy heart. Perhaps feeling uneasy under Liang's unwavering gaze, his father, in a fit of mock indignation, exclaimed, "What? Do you still doubt me?" He then flexed his fingers, producing a series of cracking sounds that filled Leon with trepidation. Ultimately, he could only adopt the guise of a dutiful student, sincerely asserting, "How could I? Father, I trust you most of all." Humph. His father scoffed dismissively, for it seemed there was no peace to be found among his companions. Leon was one such source of worry, as were Chung Long, Tai Lu, and even Xiaoyu, whose antics were beyond reproach. Only through such displays could he ensure their compliance. Truly, they were like uncarvable timber. Despite being a frail old man, he found no respect from them. With this thought, his father could not help but let out a sigh. There would be no successors. Hearing the sigh of his father, Leon could not help but feel a twitch in his brow. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the sigh, he fervently wished for it to have nothing to do with him. Well, that should suffice for now. This knowledge will surely support you on your long journey through the arcane arts of elemental magic. The old man smacked his parched lips together, and a warm cup of tea was placed before him. Gazing at the steaming brew, He nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely why he held Leon in such high regard. Others lacked his keen perception. When you depart, please take some tomes with you. I trust they will prove beneficial. The old man drained his cup and gestured toward the shelves brimming with scrolls and books behind him. It is time to open for business. So I shall leave this in your capable hands. The old man rose and made his way to the door, with Leon following to see him off. Thank you, master. The old man said nothing, merely waved his hand in farewell before exiting. Leon turned back to the shelves after the old man left. Furrowing his brow as an excellent idea suddenly struck him. Thank you for your patronage. How fortunate it was that the old man welcomed a significant client right at the opening. Once the customer departed, the old man returned to the magical chamber. Finding it empty, save for the cup still releasing wisps of steam from the freshly poured tea. He has indeed left. A hint of melancholy crossed the face of the persistently stubborn old man, as he felt an inexplicable premonition. Perhaps this was the last time he would see this disciple. Alas! However, it was not long before a deafening scream shattered the tranquility of the quaint antique shop. The old man's face contorted with rage, his hair standing on end like a furious lion. Ah, my scrolls, my ancient tomes. All gone. The once bustling shelves now stood bare, save for a solitary note left behind. Thank you very much for your assistance, old man. I shall surely return. As he stared at the empty shelves, the old man's heart bled. These were priceless texts he had painstakingly gathered over a lifetime. Leon had taken everything, while the old man had permitted him to take some. He had not meant for him to abscond with it all. Finally, unable to contain himself, the old man burst through the shop door and shouted to the heavens, Leon. Chapter 9. The Transaction, San Francisco. At this moment, San Francisco was aglow with the evening lights, and as the stars twinkled into existence, the first sight to capture one's gaze was the Golden Gate Bridge, sprawling majestically over the cerulean waves. This iconic structure, often depicted in Hollywood disaster and monster films, was bathed in light, resembling a crimson dragon soaring through the sky, enhancing the splendor of San Francisco's nightscape. It must be said that as the new century approached, the United States maintained its long-standing posture of dominance, standing as the world's preeminent power. However, this status would soon be challenged. In the aftermath of the century's turn, the myriad self-destructive tendencies within the nation would ensnare it like a great giant trapped in a quagmire, sinking ever deeper, while the true dragon of the East would rise once more. Nonetheless, for the time being, these events lay still some distance from Leon, who intended to orchestrate a grand spectacle before his departure. The Transamerica Pyramid, an iconic skyscraper alongside the Golden Gate Bridge, has been a defining feature of San Francisco since its completion in 1972. Reigning as the city's tallest building until the Salesforce Tower eclipsed it in 2018. Nevertheless, the Transamerica Pyramid continues to hold its esteemed position. The building's pyramid shape rises majestically, its apex seemingly piercing the heavens. It is at this moment, when no soul had ever ventured to the building's summit, that an unexpected visitor arrives. The night view from this vantage point is truly remarkable. Leon gazed down upon the nocturnal splendor of San Francisco, a city transformed into a vibrant metropolis, and could not help but express his awe. Yet, such beauty ought not to be savored alone. Thus, Leon sought the insights of another. What say you, O Lord? As he released the enchantment binding his ring, a crimson glow once again illuminated the eyes of the Lord. Wizard, cease your evasions. Speak plainly. What is it that you desire? The Lord, awakening from the shadows, sensed the environment around him and felt a stirring in his heart at the presence of the young sorcerer. The Lord's somber tone rendered Leon momentarily silent. Indeed, his forthcoming endeavors required the Lord's assistance, and the success of this plan was integral to his progression along the path of magic. Thus, he must succeed. I require your power, your dominion over the Shadow Kingdom, and the aid of your minions to gather certain items. Leon stood resolute against the fierce winds, his demeanor unwavering, his expression impassive. Oh, wizard, what makes you think I would acquiesce to your request? Is it due to your previous disrespect and insolence towards me? The Lord recalled Leon's mockery, a recent memory for one who measures time in millennia. It was akin to being ridiculed in one moment, only to be asked for assistance in the next, an affront unworthy of a noble dragon's agreement. Thus, regardless of Leon's clever arguments, the Lord was resolved to leave him profoundly disappointed. Runes. A delicate voice echoed forth, and the Lord, once secure upon his high throne, found himself suddenly unguarded. "What did you say? Repeat that." The Master's urgent voice elicited a smile from Leon. Indeed, with bait in hand, the fish would naturally leap forth. And the Master represented the largest catch. Perhaps sensing the enigmatic smile on Leon's face, the Master fell into silence, yet could not resist the allure of the talisman. Prompting him to inquire, "Wizard, are you truly willing to relinquish the talisman to me?" Leon did not respond directly. Instead, he pondered momentarily before proposing, "Very well, Master. Let us strike a bargain. If you assist me in acquiring control over the Shadow Kingdom, I shall return a single talisman to you. What say you?" "What? Merely one talisman? Are you mocking the great dragon?" Upon hearing that Leon intended to offer only a single talisman, the Master erupted in fury, convinced that Leon was still toying with him. "Or did you think otherwise?" In the face of the Master's wrath, Leon maintained an air of calm. "If I were to claim that I would return all the talismans to you, would you believe me, Master?" The Master fell silent, realizing the truth in Leon's words. Indeed, had the wizard declared his intent to return all the talismans, he would not have believed it, regardless of the demon's inherent distrust. The Master understood the adage that one does not receive a windfall without cause. However, "Wizard, a single talisman is simply insufficient." After a prolonged pause, the Master reluctantly remarked, "Agreed." When the Master uttered this affirmation, it signified his intrigue, causing a flicker of delight within Leon, though his expression remained stoic. "Is that not a paltry offer, Master? Do you truly believe that your source of power surpasses that of mere ninjas? Moreover, the ninja forces at your command amount to merely 1/9 of the Shadow Legion." "Humph. You seem quite knowledgeable, Wizard," the Master scoffed, yet remained noncommittal. Leon furrowed his brow, aware that he had little time to waste. He recognized that the Master's hesitation stemmed from the perceived insignificance of a single talisman, which did not align with the avarice typical of a demon. Nevertheless, Leon had no intention of raising his offer, for he understood that yielding excessively would only embolden this malevolent dragon, ultimately leading to a devastating blow to himself. Thus, he resolved to raise the stakes. "Master, you should comprehend that you are not the sole wielder of power over the Shadow Legion in this world. I believe your deceived dark brethren would be most amenable to engaging in this transaction with me, would they not? Are you threatening me, Wizard?" The Master's voice grew increasingly frigid, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. "No, I am merely considering your position. I am endeavoring to make you aware of the true circumstances surrounding our dealings." Confronted by the restive presence of the Holy Lord, Leon spoke with a languid composure. "At this moment, you possess nothing. Under the influence of righteous magic, you cannot even summon your last minion. Moreover," Leon suddenly fixed the Holy Lord with a curious smile, "I have a delightful little pony and an adorable puppy. The magic they embody, trust me. You would never wish for such a day to arrive." In an instant, Leon's smile awakened a realization within the Holy Lord. He understood Leon's implication. The canine talisman could grant Leon eternal life and perpetual youth, while the equine talisman could nullify all external harm. Together, these two powers suggested that Leon could become a guardian, overseeing him for all eternity. "Of course, I do not believe anything can exist forever," Leon continued. "But these gifts will suffice for us to coexist for a considerable time, Holy Lord. You must understand, that will be an exceptionally long duration." Leon had never truly believed in the notion of immortality. Such thoughts could not cloud his spirit. A reverence for the unknown was essential for a journey that ventured farther. However, this statement proved to be the final tipping point. The Holy Lord fell silent, realizing he had but one choice remaining. Leon too ceased his words, quietly awaiting the Holy Lord's final decision, confident that the outcome would please him. For a moment, both man and dragon were enveloped in silence. Ultimately, it was the Holy Lord who broke the stillness. Chapter 10, The Mask. "Sorcerer, I accept your bargain." Each word dripped with resentment, for he understood that from this moment forth, he would be ensnared in the intricate web spun by Leon, an entrapment from which there would be no escape. This thought incited a furious madness within the usually proud and arrogant Holy Lord. Yet what could this sealed body truly accomplish? "You had better uphold your promise, sorcerer, or you shall invoke the most malevolent curse," he warned. Though his sentence remained unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. Yet Leon was unfazed. He had never intended to breach their agreement. Setting aside the fact that he was not the kind of person to do so, he had never doubted the strength of a demon lord, even when encased in confinement. Nevertheless, the threatening tone of the Holy Lord irked Leon. Nonsense. Whether you are sealed or I am, it is I who stands as the champion of justice. How is it that I appear the villain? The roles have been reversed indeed. Truly, there is not a single virtuous being among this lot of demons. With a huff, Leon could not suppress a sardonic chuckle, remarking, "After all, I am not one to openly declare my disregard for promises, unlike a certain dragon." In that moment, the Holy Lord was left speechless. Leon mused that if the Holy Lord's face could change color, it would have been a sight to behold, yet alas, he was merely a stone ring at present. The Lord of Darkness first sensed that what is deemed bad by demons could indeed be good, that wickedness serves as a standard for commendation, revealing a rather unfriendly perspective towards oneself. He could boast of his own malice and treachery among his fellow demons, earning their approval and recognition. Yet, once this scenario was suddenly reflected back upon him, the Lord fleetingly contemplated that perhaps honoring one's commitments might not be such a bad notion. However, this realization was but a momentary flicker. For him, what benefits him qualifies as good, and conversely, the opposite holds true. This exemplifies the very essence of a demon. "Enough, my lord. Let us commence, for I have no desire to squander any more time," Leon remarked, wary of provoking the Lord's ire, as he was acutely aware of his own dwindling time. "You must comprehend, sorcerer, the true source of the Shadow Legion's power. Only then will you have a chance to seize control over them." The Lord's deep voice resonated once more, indicating that clarity had dawned upon him. "Are you referring to Terra, the leader of the Shadow Legion?" Leon pondered before responding. "It seems you possess considerable knowledge of demons," he added with a hint of amusement. "Well, then, the subsequent discourse shall be rather straightforward." The Lord's ominous laughter caused Leon's brow to furrow, yet he refrained from interjecting, listening intently to the Lord's narrative. "Long ago, during the war against the undying deities, my siblings and I faced utter defeat. Our dominion was overthrown, and we ourselves were eternally sealed within the confines of hellish realms. Those were indeed days shrouded in darkness. Perhaps these were sentiments long held within, or perhaps this was simply the manner in which these ancient beings recounted their tales." The Lord slowly unfolded his experiences, only to be interrupted by Leon. "I sincerely apologize. My lord, your tale is indeed captivating, but our time is limited. Please, get to the point." Under ordinary circumstances, Leon would have relished the opportunity to listen to the Lord expound upon such distant and ancient mysteries. After all, such opportunities are rare. However, the present moment was not conducive to such indulgence. The Lord, somewhat displeased by Leon's earnest tone, nevertheless endured and continued, by a twist of fate. "I returned to the mortal realm and rebuilt my dynasty." Leon rolled his eyes in disbelief. Was it truly mere coincidence? Clearly, the Lord, much like the emperors of yore, enjoyed embellishing history to glorify himself. Had circumstances permitted, Leon would have loved to engage in a good-natured mockery. However, upon my return to the earth, I discovered that after the undying deities had sealed us away, they too departed from this world. Yet, some remnants of demons swiftly seized our territories in our absence. Those despicable creatures. I am unconcerned with the affairs of others, but within my domain, there shall be but one sovereign, and that is I, the Lord. Thus, I commenced my campaign against those despicable wretches who, under the formidable power of the Lord of Fire, proved utterly defenseless. They all bowed before me. As I observed the sovereign increasingly ensnared in his own grand achievements, Leon's countenance grew ever darker. Just when he could endure no longer, the sovereign finally returned to the matter at hand. "During a recent sojourn, I graced a narrow isle, one of the domains of Bogan. In retrospect, that place was indeed diminutive. I feared that merely turning over in my sleep would lay it to waste. I could scarcely fathom why Bogan would be fond of such a locale. The sovereign, perplexed, speculated whether it was the presence of some delicacy favored by Bogan, for he could conjure no other rationale. However, in that quaint place, I stumbled upon an extraordinary force. After vanquishing the demons therein, I claimed a trophy, which in turn bestowed upon me that peculiar energy." At this juncture, the sovereign paused before continuing. "I acquired a measure of control over the Shadow Legion. Though it bears little utility for me, they serve admirably as loyal assassins and minions, an inexhaustible resource, proving to be quite effective tools against humanity. Thus, it is upon that trophy that your reliance rests for the control of the Shadow Legion." Leon had discerned the nature of the trophy the sovereign referred to but sought further clarification. It is not entirely so, although I attained the Shadow Legion through that trophy. Whether they can extricate themselves from my dominion depends on the true prowess of their master. The sovereign's words dripped with unrestrained dominance. Goodness, you are remarkably audacious. It was as if Leon had come to a newfound understanding of the sovereign, though he soon questioned, that cannot be right. Did you not have the Shadow Legion wrested from your grasp by Little You last time? Leon referred to the incident when Little You imprinted the Terra mark and became the Shadow Empress, during which the sovereign, possessed by the Wraith of Valen, faced a most dismal fate, nearly losing a cadre of his most trusted tools. Do you think so? Merely mentioning it transformed the sovereign into a veritable powder keg. Exploding with rage, my source of strength was usurped, my body shattered by that imp, and my soul tormented in the depths of hell. How much power do you think I retained, wizard? Witnessing the sovereign's sudden outburst, Leon hastily attempted to defuse the tension with a nervous chuckle, yet could not help but mutter, after all this, you still require that trophy, do you not? Indeed, wizard, without it, what could you expect from one transformed into a mere ring by your hand? Dream on. The sovereign no longer concealed his disdain, speaking with unabashed candor. Observing the sovereign's transformation in demeanor, Leon awkwardly rubbed his nose but nonetheless produced a mask of a demon with long horns and a dark crimson hue. Is this what you mean? The sovereign. Chapter 11. Anger gazing upon the familiar mask before him. The Lord felt a tumult of emotions surge within his heart. In that moment, the animosity he harbored towards Leon's sword, rivaling that which he felt for Chung Long. Yet, in the end, the Lord weighed the situation and chose to endure, having already bided his time for so long that a little longer seemed inconsequential. Moreover, he still harbored some inquiries he wished Leon could elucidate. However, the Lord remained oblivious to a subtle transformation within himself. He had unwittingly grown accustomed to Leon's taunts and oppression. It was uncertain whether this change was a boon or a bane for him. Where did you procure it, wizard? If my memory serves me right, my palace remains sealed. Indeed, my lord. But prior to this, you had unsealed it. And thus I had the fortune to behold the grandeur of a demon lordess palace. I must admit, it was resplendent. The palace, filled to the brim with treasures of every kind, even had gold flowing across the floors. A testament to the Lord's affinity for collecting riches akin to the legendary dragons. Of course, the treasures were imbued with magic. After the Lord's body was destroyed by Xiao Yu, all the riches turned to dust, leaving nothing for anyone to claim, mirroring the image of a greedy dragon unwilling to relinquish even a single gold coin. When you clashed with Chung Long, I discovered this mask within your palace, though it is evident you did not safeguard it with any seriousness. When Leon unearthed the mask from a chest, it was carelessly tossed aside, showing that, to the Lord, the mask was of little value. Humph, what do you think, wizard? Do you believe it holds any significance for me? The Lord scoffed disdainfully. In that era, the Shadow Legion was merely a cadre of comfortable servants to me, but servants are ultimately servants, never held dear by their master. The overwhelming aura of affluence emanating from the Lord caused Leon to falter for the first time in his presence, and the demon lord seemed to sense this, his lofty demeanor returning with renewed vigor. To me, the Shadow Legion is but a band of servants. Perhaps for you humans, the power of shadows is worth pursuing. But you must understand, wizard, that in the age ruled by demons, only we, the 8 demon lords, wielded supreme power. Surely, you do not believe I engaged in battle with other demon lords relying solely on a few ninjas lurking in the shadows? If so, that would truly elevate your opinion of me, wizard. Ha! Upon hearing the Lord's derisive laughter, Leon looked at the mask in his hands, realizing for the first time that perhaps this worthless trinket was better left behind. However, thoughts come swiftly and depart just as quickly. Leon was acutely aware of the influence exerted upon him by the Holy Master. This ancient dragon was relentless in its attempts to ensnare him. Before being sealed, it had participated in high-stakes games, and to compare his mid-level phase to its prowess was nothing short of self-sabotage. Moreover, even if these endeavors bore no tangible fruit, would it not be delightful to have these charming trinkets adorning his collection? Additionally, he required the assistance of the Shadow Legion to accomplish certain tasks. With this in mind, Leon swiftly clarified his tumultuous thoughts and coldly declared, "Enough, Holy Master. Cease your futile antics and remember our agreement. Indeed, I am more eager to conclude our transaction than you are, but one stipulation must be made clear. My first talisman must be the mouse." Upon returning to the crux of the matter, a flash of red glimmered in the Holy Master's eyes as it presented its demands. However, Leon's response was a merciless scoff. "Ah, Holy Master, you truly possess a sense of humor. I do not jest. While I have agreed to provide only one talisman, it must be the mouse talisman. I have endured enough of being trapped within this statue, particularly in my current state. Hand me the mouse, and I shall teach you how to command the Shadow Legion. I can even impart to you more profound ancient magics. Trust me, in this waning age of magic, you shall find no better instructor than I." The Holy Master's tone bore an air of undeniable authority, and at that moment, it did not hesitate to tempt Leon further. Nevertheless, the Holy Master was met with disappointment, for Leon's laughter grew ever louder. After a considerable time, he finally quelled his mirth and refrained from responding directly. Instead, he posed a question. "Holy Master, do you consider me foolish?" The Holy Master was momentarily taken aback, yet Leon continued, "Well, since you are at a loss for words, allow me to pose another question. Holy Master, do you perceive yourself as foolish? Wizard, what exactly are you implying?" The Holy Master, suddenly enlightened, inquired in a somber tone. Leon suppressed his laughter, gazing intently at the Holy Master, and in that moment, even the Holy Master felt the air grow colder. "No, Holy Master, you are well aware of what I am about to say." At last, Leon spoke, yet his tone lacked the earlier playfulness. His voice devoid of any emotion as he stated, "But why, with your keen intellect, do you utter such foolish words? You know full well that I would never relinquish the mouse talisman to you, yet you still dare to voice it. What exactly are you contemplating, or rather, what are you attempting to test?" Leon would never surrender the mouse talisman to the Holy Master, a truth that the Holy Master should comprehend. For it understood that the moment Leon handed over the mouse talisman, the Holy Master would regain its corporeal form, marking the onset of their conflict. To mention any transactions or agreements would be futile. If given the chance to seize all the talismans in one fell swoop, how could the Holy Master refrain from acting? Otherwise, what claim would it have to its title as a demonic sovereign? Leon understood this principle, and so did the Holy Lord. However, the Holy Lord still chose to bring it up, clearly wasting his time intentionally. Time was precisely what Leon lacked the most, and thus, he felt a surge of anger. "Holy Lord, do you truly believe that I am entirely dependent on you?" As he spoke, an extraordinarily frigid aura began to emanate from his right hand, causing the surrounding space to feel as if it were frozen, subtly exhibiting a crystalline state. The Holy Lord could scarcely believe his eyes. The chilling radiance from Liang's right hand emitted an essence akin to that of his own primal energy. This was a power that pointed directly to the origins of the world, comparable to that of the 8 great demons. Yet, how could this sorcerer possess such might? It dawned on the Holy Lord that he had never truly comprehended Liang. This enigmatic sorcerer seemed to possess the capability to pose a genuine threat to him. Consequently, the Holy Lord fell silent once again. He had merely intended to coerce Liang for greater profit, but unexpectedly, he had unleashed a formidable force, rendering his situation precarious and untenable. "I understand now, sorcerer. This time I have overstepped my bounds." Ultimately, the Holy Lord chose to retreat, for he found himself devoid of any capital for resistance. "Then let us see to our respective duties, and I shall fulfill my promises, Holy Lord." Leon dissipated the terrifying aura from his hand, and the innocently damaged space was restored by the world's immense power. Chapter 12. Absorption. The Holy Lord could not fathom the extraordinary experiences Liang had undergone, nor could he grasp the powers Liang had acquired in the Marheaven world. Although Liang could not fully harness this power, it was sufficient to temporarily intimidate the Holy Lord, albeit only for a brief period. The method of controlling the Shadow Legion was, in fact, quite simple. At this moment, atop the Pan-American Pyramid building, Liang quietly listened to the Holy Lord's explanation, observing the harmonious coexistence of a man and a dragon, utterly unaware that just moments ago, the two had engaged in a fierce conflict. There are 2 methods to control the Shadow Legion. The first is to don this mask, which would immediately grant you control over the Shadow Legion, even surpassing my authority. All you need to do is wear it. Despite the old dragon having been startled by Liang moments prior, he refrained from mentioning that the mask would influence the host's temperament, instead focusing on luring Liang into a trap. Yet, this could not be blamed entirely on the Holy Lord. It was simply the inherent nature of demons, deeply corrupt to the core and irredeemable. No need for that. Holy Lord, please share the second method. Liang declined the enticing proposal without raising his gaze. He was acutely aware of the old dragon's intentions. Although the words were enticing, the thought of the mask compromising his will caused Liang to keep his distance. Not to mention, little Jade had only donned half of a mask and had already entertained thoughts of devouring the dragon's head. Indeed, it is possible that at times, Xiaoyu wishes to sink her teeth into Qinglong with great fervor. Nevertheless, this is sufficient for Liang to refuse the donning of the mask. Let us not speak of unwavering resolve or maintaining one's original intentions. Setting aside whether Liang believes he can retain his essence under the enchantment of the mask, even if he could, he is certain it would not be his true self. For he is but a mortal, imbued with his own passions and desires, his own yearnings and aversions. Perhaps in the future, his will and heart may be as steadfast as a sage's, but certainly not in this moment. He is acutely aware of his own limitations. Oh, what a pity! The Lord of the Abyss laments over trivial matters, yet within, he harbors no disappointment. He understands that this wizard, despite possessing his own desires, is also keenly aware of what actions are appropriate and what are not. This wizard adeptly navigates the intricacies of his own soul. In contrast, such individuals pose a greater challenge to demons than those devoid of desire. This signifies a protracted war of wits, wherein demons must invest considerable time and energy to contend with such beings. Although the satisfaction upon achieving success is unparalleled, it remains a source of considerable vexation for the Lord of the Abyss, who revels in manipulating hearts. In light of this, one must resort to harnessing the power of the mask, temporarily gaining control over the Shadow Legion. The Lord advised Liang of a second method. Temporarily? Upon hearing his words, Liang furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is temporary. Each demon's power is unique, and the strength of the mask derives from Terra's magic, thus granting it rightful dominion over the Shadow Legion. Can you not achieve this, Lord? Wizard, while I may defeat Terra, it does not imply I can fully command Terra's magic. Unless, the Lord's voice faltered before he continued, unless you truly annihilate Terra, seize the Shadow Kingdom, reassemble the entirety of the Shadow World, and forge anew the masks to create your own Shadow Legion. Only then can you genuinely claim the title of Commander of the Shadow Legion. Liang could not help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. If he possessed such capabilities, what need would he have for the Shadow Legion? Would it not be more admirable to command the 8 great demons as his subordinates? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, for to voice them would surely provoke the Lord's wrath. However, I would not recommend such a course of action. The realm of shadows is ultimately rather limited, populated merely by inconsequential specters and phantoms. Should you seek power, perhaps I possess more advantageous suggestions. The Lord's crimson eyes shimmered with an inscrutable glint, clearly scheming something nefarious. You need not concern yourself with this, my lord. Focus on your own responsibilities, Liang remarked, noticing the Lord's intentions with unreserved candor. Wizard, I comprehend your concerns. In response to Liang's disrespectful remarks, the Saint Lord did not express anger but rather a sardonic smile, his voice resonating with a somber tone as he continued. However, you must understand, wizard, that to attain formidable power, one must ultimately make sacrifices, regardless of whether such a choice is made willingly. It is simply the nature of the rules. You may hesitate to don the mask, fearing it will usurp your will, yet in absorbing the power it harbors, you too will succumb to the encroaching darkness. Since a price must be paid, why not embrace it more straightforwardly? The Saint Lord awaited Liang's response, yet was met with disappointment. Enough of this, let us commence. Observing Liang's unwavering demeanor, the Saint Lord realized that his prior words had fallen on deaf ears. A wave of confusion washed over him, leading him to doubt his own efficacy. Had the years dulled his ability to tempt even the most resistant of souls? After expending so much effort, surely even a stone would yield some reaction. Yet, the wizard remained impervious, prompting the Saint Lord to question his own prowess. However, reflecting on how the Valen family had been swayed to serve him for centuries, his spirits lifted momentarily. Clearly, the issue was not solely with him. Yet, soon after, the Saint Lord sank back into despair. If the fault did not lie with him, it must rest with Liang. This realization implied that extricating himself from the wizard's grasp would require an interminable passage of time. The prospect of such a lengthy sentence filled the Saint Lord with dread. Cursed wizard. Thus, with a surge of indignation, the Saint Lord commenced his incantations. After uttering a series of obscure and perplexing spells, the Saint Lord's eyes emitted a crimson beam directed at the mask in Lyon's grasp. Concurrently, Lyon sensed the mask trembling in his hands. At the Saint Lord's behest, Lyon relinquished his grip, and the mask levitated in midair, ensnared by an unseen force. Subsequently, the mask exuded an array of ominous and malevolent energies, as dark tendrils surged forth. Perhaps it was an illusion, but under the influence of the black mist, the mask appeared to come alive, its eyes scanning incessantly. Come forth, wizard, embrace the power of the shadows. Under the Saint Lord's incantation, the dark energy from the mask surged toward Lyon. In response, Lyon did not resist. He accepted it with equanimity. The Saint Lord was indeed correct in one regard. To master the power of the shadows, Lyon must confront the darkness head-on. The moment the dark energy made contact with his body, an intensely frigid sensation radiated from Lyon's heart, spreading throughout his entire being, accompanied by an eerie and monstrous roar echoing in his ears. Lyon understood who he was, Nijia, one of the 9 ghost generals under Terra's command. He felt a simmering rage over the theft of his powers, yet that was the extent of his emotions. Sealed away, he could only emit meaningless roars. The next moment, it was up to Lyon himself. Chapter 13. Magical Power. What manner of realm is the Kingdom of Shadows? This time, as Lyon absorbed the power from the mask, he was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the true nature of the Shadow Kingdom, albeit for a fleeting moment. Darkness. This was Liang's initial impression of the Shadow Kingdom, a world still shrouded in chaos, devoid of solid ground. He found himself adrift in this eerily tranquil space. It was only to be expected. A collection of shadows had no need for such things. Here, Lyon even beheld an array of grotesque magical spirits. If one were to choose a word to describe them, ugly would be the most fitting. These unsightly creatures, perhaps sensing the essence of life, surged toward Lyon in droves. However, in an instant, a malevolent mark appeared upon his arm, and under its menacing influence, the swarm of phantoms retreated. Yet at that moment, Lyon suddenly felt a gaze laden with malice. He looked up sharply to find a mask adorned with a grizzled beard looming in the previously pitch-black sky. Terra. This mask belonged to none other than Terra, the commander of all shadow troops. Yet, faced with this mere figurehead devoid of any soldiers, Lyon felt no fear. Terra. The balance between good and evil had not yet tipped to an irretrievable extent, so you may as well bide your time here, awaiting the summons of the dark energy. Thief. Despicable scoundrel. Terra, of course, sensed that Lyon was siphoning his power. Yet as Lyon had pointed out, he currently possessed little strength, merely accumulating power slowly within the Shadow Kingdom. In response to Terra's accusation, Lyon merely scoffed. In any realm, it was the one with the mightiest fist who held sway. Otherwise, the Lord had monopolized Terra's magical energy for so long without ever hearing a peep from this master of all Japanese mummies. Lyon had no qualms about continuing to tread upon such a hollow demon, for he was engaging in the same act as the Lord. In the end, this power theft would deplete the magical energy of the very commander before him, especially since Terra was still sealed away, losing power with each use. Calculating the passage of time, it seemed the moment had come to part ways. Until we meet again, Terra, though such an opportunity is exceedingly slim. With a sudden resolve, Lyon vanished into the Shadow Kingdom. In the wake of Liang's scornful words, Terra had refrained from further comment. However, once Lyon had disappeared, Terra's somber voice resonated once more throughout the space. We shall meet again, wizard. As long as you continue to wield the power of the Shadow Legion and bear the mark of the shadows, our paths will inevitably cross once more. At that time, we shall settle our accounts thoroughly. With those words, Terra vanished, retreating to the deepest recesses of the Shadow Kingdom, sinking back into slumber. Yet, he understood that the day of his awakening was drawing near. Meanwhile, Lyon, who had previously kept his eyes tightly shut, opened them once more, observing the fleeting dark aura within. The Lord could not help but sigh inwardly, for he recognized that Lyon had attained what he desired. Ah, wizard, you have returned. I had thought you would remain lost in the world of shadows. Lyon had become somewhat immune to the Lord's defiance. After all, one could not expect a demon to be a source of encouragement. Furthermore, he had no time to heed the Lord, as he was adapting to newfound powers. Feeling the call from the unseen, Leon knew it was the Shadow Legion summoning him. "Arise, Shadow Legion, serve your new master." As Leon's call echoed, the shadow beneath his feet, previously dormant, seemed to awaken, flowing like water, stretching and dispersing. Clouds of darkness filled the lower levels, and a multitude of ninjas, with their ashen skin and blood-red eyes, emerged, swiftly crowding the rooftop of the edifice. Observing the countless ninjas kneeling before him, Leon nodded in satisfaction. However, this was merely the beginning. He sought much more than this. "Lord, I require your assistance." "Wizard, this is not what we discussed previously." Upon hearing Leon's request, the Lord felt more pleased than angry. As he had mentioned before, he was not apprehensive about Leon making demands. He feared the silence of indifference, for only then could he reap the greatest benefits. At the very least, he could acquire more talismans from Leon, but first, he needed to assert his dominance. "Although I now possess the Shadow Legion, that alone is insufficient. I require another of your gifts." Leon, seemingly oblivious to the Lord's words, continued, "I wish to deploy the Shadow Legion to every corner of the earth, but I need magic, an abundance of it. Such levels of power are beyond my own, Lord. Only you possess that capacity." Leon understood that individuals differ, and the same applies to sorcerers. There must always be a hierarchy. Regardless, a sorcerer's lifetime of magic could never compare to that of a dragon, not due to talent or effort, but rather due to the limitations of their race. Just as a cup cannot hold the same volume as a barrel, even the most seasoned mage would not dare to compare their power to that of a dragon, especially one who is also a masterful sorcerer and demonic wizard. Perhaps some may argue that there are always prodigies capable of transcending racial limitations, a notion that Leon also believes, yet he is acutely aware that he is far from being one of them at this moment. Leon understands that the Saint Lord's magical prowess is dwindling. However, one must recognize that the criteria for measuring their magical capabilities are entirely disparate. What Leon deems unattainable may not hold true for the Saint Lord. A prime example lies in Jackie Chan's global quest for talismans, where the Saint Lord's minions invariably shadow him, a feat not achievable merely through the Saint Lord's proclaimed scarcity of magic. "Ah, wizard, you have finally grasped the magnitude of the dragon's greatness. The might of the demon lord is beyond the comprehension of mere insects such as yourselves." The Saint Lord's hoarse voice dripped with arrogance, yet soon his tone shifted. "But on what grounds do you presume I would aid you? Or have you hastily resolved to negotiate yet another deal with me? If that is the case, a single talisman would be but a trivial matter." 3 sentences later, his insatiable desire for talismans remained evident, and this time, the Saint Lord clearly intended to acquire much more. "There will not be a second talisman, Saint Lord." Leon replied with a shake of his head, his demeanor calm. "Then what do you propose, wizard? Surely you do not expect me to squander my magical energy without recompense. You must understand, I am a demon. Indeed, demons are driven by self-interest, often seeking not only their own share, but also that of others, frequently gaining by deception. The Saint Lord is a prime exemplar of this trait. Should Leon truly attempt to coerce him, the Saint Lord would prefer to return to hell rather than yield to this detestable wizard, even if it meant mutual destruction. Yet, just as the Saint Lord resolved to never submit to Leon, a seemingly trivial remark from Leon shattered his defenses in an instant. This time, "I shall return your life talisman to you." Chapter 14. Dragon Transformation. The 12 talismans: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, each possess unparalleled and miraculous abilities. If the Saint Lord were permitted to select but one, it would not be the rat talisman that could restore his corporeal form, nor the goat talisman that could liberate his soul. Instead, it would be his life talisman, the dragon. For the Saint Lord, the dragon talisman holds a unique significance. It is not only a source of his power, but also a manifestation of his authority and magical essence. To lose the dragon talisman would signify not merely a loss of strength, but an incompleteness of his very existence. Possessing the dragon talisman would transcend the mere acquisition of a talisman. It would yield an exponential effect, as restoring his corporeal form need not rely solely on the rat talisman. With the dragon talisman, the Saint Lord would be empowered to accomplish much more. Thus, upon hearing Leon's willingness to trade the dragon talisman, the Saint Lord was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, He also understood that this wizard could not possibly be oblivious to the dragon talisman's significance to him. Why, then, was he willing to proceed with such a proposition? What is this sorcerer truly attempting to accomplish with the Shadow Legion, that he would willingly expend a dragon's curse for it? Perhaps I should pay closer attention to the movements of the Shadow Legion. Indeed, as Leon gained control over the Shadow Legion, this ancient dragon remained capable of issuing commands. Although the reasoning behind the sorcerer's generous disposition eludes me, nevertheless, the saint knows he cannot resist the allure that Leon presents. I have agreed, sorcerer. I shall lend you my magical power, but do not forget your words. Of course. As Leon nodded, a barely perceptible wry smile graced his lips. He was acutely aware of what the dragon's curse signified for the saint. However, considering the saint's reluctance to act without seeing results, Leon found himself at an impasse. As for the second talisman, I regret to inform you that had it not been necessary for the saint's involvement, Leon would have had no intention of allowing it to surface again. Leon and the saint solemnly established a pact of sorcery, one that imposed a temporary binding effect on both parties, revealing their mutual distrust. The saint recognized that Leon differed vastly from the orthodox mages he had encountered before, as evidenced by his willingness to forge a pact with a demon. And as for Leon, could the words of a demon be trusted? Yet, if the ensuing actions prove successful, it shall all be worth it. Humph, saint, you had best harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, sorcerer, you shall pay dearly for your carelessness. Observe, even before the contract has commenced, both parties are already preparing to settle scores afterward. From this perspective, it becomes apparent that this man and dragon share a certain resemblance. Let us commence, sorcerer, do not be daunted by the might of the demon. As these words were spoken, the saint began to slowly emanate magical energy. You should be more concerned for your own well-being, saint. Do not allow yourself to lose consciousness and fall into eternal slumber. Though he spoke thus, Leon wore a grave expression, for in that moment, he felt the gathered magical energy coalesce around him, the swirling black mist roiling like an ocean, imbued with a feverish, chaotic essence that stirred his own magic into action. Moreover, under the influence of the saint's magical pull, the skies above the Pan-American pyramid twisted into a spiral of dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, evoking a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the entire city of San Francisco bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle, and reporters, like sharks scenting blood, swiftly made their way to the site of the event. Not far off, the ABC San Francisco television station's interview helicopter was already prepared for takeoff. Simultaneously, within the antique shop, the old man observed the magic alarm nearing detonation, his expression shifting dramatically. The saint's magical energy is upon us. With a deafening roar of a dragon, the magical force erupted, a torrent of darkness surged towards Leon's body, and he felt countless streams of energy rushing in from all directions. At this moment, Leon finally comprehended the sensation of being struck by lightning. A tremendous energy surged within him, rapidly reaching his critical threshold and continuing to escalate. 120, 150, 200, 500. He felt as if the Lord's magical power was about to rupture every vein in his body, an excruciating pain stimulating his mind. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently, some even beginning to seep blood. More terrifyingly, under the baptism of the Lord's magic, Leon's body was undergoing continuous transformation. Patches of azure scales erupted across his skin, his pupils shifting toward a serpentine form, while two small bulges emerged atop his head, as if something were striving to break free. Damn it, turn me back, Leon managed to utter, his face contorted in agony. He was fully aware of what was happening. He was being transformed into the Lord's lineage under the influence of his power, dragonization, or perhaps demonization. Was this the insidious erosion of the Lord's magic? Leon realized he had underestimated the situation. This magic was far beyond what a human body could withstand. Moreover, the Lord had no intention of halting the flow of his power. Knowing this, Leon was left with no choice but to activate his contingency plan. With a flicker of thought, two talismans appeared in his hands, a dog and a horse. The dog talisman would ensure his survival, while the horse talisman would rectify the aberrant effects of the Lord's magic on him. Quickly, under the divine power of the two talismans, Leon managed to temporarily alleviate the peril he faced. Indeed, it was merely a temporary reprieve, while the horse talisman was mending the damage inflicted upon him. The Lord's magic persisted, the effects of his transformation contending with the divine energy. Nevertheless, this granted him the opportunity to continue executing his plan. Leon gritted his teeth, enduring the piercing pain that coursed through his body. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known such consequences would ensue, he would have exercised greater caution. He was but an ordinary man with modest desires, unwilling to endure such torment. Yet, it was too late for regrets. More than anything, Leon wished to avoid losing all he had worked for. After enduring so much suffering and bearing the burden of sin, to emerge with nothing would be an utter travesty. Come forth, Shadow Legion. Please do not let me down. Leon spread his arms wide, channeling all his magical energy to begin the summoning. At that moment, he was wholly immersed in the endeavor. Just then, the ABC television network's interview helicopter arrived at the Pan American Pyramid, its spotlight illuminating the scene. The camera faithfully broadcasted Leon, who was in the throes of summoning, to audiences across America. Good evening, viewers. This is John, an ABC correspondent. We are bringing you a live report on the extraordinary celestial phenomena occurring above the Pan American Pyramid. Behold the sky. How can there be so many people here? Look at that individual, raising both hands. Could it be that a religious ceremony is underway? The helicopter journalist was startled by the shadowy figures atop the tower, yet soon became captivated by Leon's actions, reminiscent of a sermon. Others knelt on one knee, resembling devout worshippers. The journalist suddenly realized this could be a significant news story, a golden opportunity for promotion and a raise. Hurry, Kyle, maneuver the helicopter closer. I wish to observe this preacher closely. Before John could finish his sentence, the ninjas seamlessly melded into the ground, rendering the tower's summit eerily vacant. Good heavens, what on earth is this? John was nearly thrown from the aircraft by the bizarre scene, but what truly terrified him was the transformation of the once luminous Pan American Pyramid into darkness, as if its light had been consumed by some unseen force. Oh, Kyle, we must leave at once. I cannot bear to remain here for another second. Chapter 15. Doubt. The American Broadcasting Company, abbreviated as ABC, stands as one of the three major commercial television networks in the United States. Headquartered in New York with stations in cities such as Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, Houston, Philadelphia, Fresno, and San Francisco. As one of the foremost television broadcasting companies in the nation, it naturally attracts a vast audience. This evening, a particularly popular variety show was airing, and numerous viewers were already seated in front of their televisions, eagerly awaiting its commencement. Consequently, they witnessed an urgent news bulletin from ABC San Francisco. Oh God! What is this? Some housewives gasped at the apocalyptic scenes unfolding on their screens, where the Pan American Pyramid was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, filled with flashes of lightning and howling winds, while other parts of San Francisco remained eerily normal. Such a strange spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Initially, when Leon and the ninjas appeared before the crowd, both the television audience and journalists speculated about yet another misguided individual orchestrating an unorthodox cult. The United States, after all, boasts a plethora of religious movements under various pretenses, including those that worship the devil of hell. Even more astonishing is that most of these sects operate legally, with their followers often more active than those of legitimate faiths, thus continually redefining the perceptions of the American people. While the sight of these oddly dressed ninjas might have elicited a laugh from some viewers, their astonishment turned to fright as they beheld the shadowy figures dissipating like ink across the tower's summit, nearly causing them to tumble from their sofas. Although this world has witnessed numerous supernatural phenomena, with the Lord and his minions playing pivotal roles, the aftermath has been skillfully mitigated by the 13th District and the American government, thereby minimizing the impact of these events. Consequently, Leon and his Shadow Brigade may have made their first vivid appearance before the American audience in the realm of the supernatural. As the towering Pan American Pyramid, standing at an impressive 853 feet, was engulfed by the darkness of the Shadow Brigade, the hearts of viewers trembled in trepidation. The frantic voice of the correspondent on television starkly reflected the anxiety of the American populace at that moment. Leon remained oblivious to the panic his actions had incited among the American masses. Even if he were aware, it would likely matter little, for calamity in this great nation is hardly an anomaly. Moreover, he had more pressing matters at hand. Beneath the Pan American Pyramid, the Shadow Brigade was deploying forces across the globe through the Shadow Realm, infiltrating historical museums and exhibition halls in cosmopolitan cities such as Paris, London, Tokyo, and New York. Treasures imbued with mystery and extraordinary powers were ruthlessly plundered by the Shadow Brigade, with an array of artifacts being seamlessly transmitted to Leon's personal domain. During this chaos, local law enforcement attempted to thwart the Shadow Brigade, yet their efforts appeared futile against the relentless and numerous adversaries. While firearms proved somewhat effective against the Shadow Brigade, Leon's abundant magical energy ensured that for every fallen ninja, countless more emerged before the authorities. Eventually, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and elusive tactics of the Shadow Brigade, the police succumbed to despair. Although they suffered no significant harm, their psychological fortitude was strained by the ever-looming threat of these enigmatic ninjas. Even when ordered by superiors to advance, their responses nearly shattered the line. This was not a matter for the police. They needed divine intervention. "Commander, we are utterly powerless." Strangely enough, some sought out priests, hoping the light of God might dispel the malevolence. Yet the heavenly authority proved insufficient to intimidate the Japanese mummies. The trembling old priests, clutching their censers and crucifixes, fainted before they could confront the Shadow Brigade, overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from the ninjas. It was clear, all hope was lost. Indeed, the old adage about countering magic with magic rang true. Just as high-ranking officials debated whether to deploy the military into the city, some Shadow Brigade members, having completed their missions, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scene of devastation awaiting their cleanup. On the other side, as he felt the increasing accumulation of ancient artifacts in the space, Leon could not help but smile contentedly. Even the pain coursing through his body seemed to have lessened considerably. Although the local law enforcement had posed some minor inconveniences for Leon, they merely consumed a trivial amount of his magical energy, of which he was in no short supply. However, in certain areas, the Shadow Legion had encountered failures. Not only had Leon dispatched them to museums and exhibition halls, but he had also sent the Shadow Legion to nearly every treasure location he was aware of. This included not only well-known narratives, but also various secrets and legends recounted by his father during their time in the antique shop, along with his own amassed information. These locations, often untouched by human presence, remnants of lost civilizations, and various magical schools from around the globe, proved challenging. Upon arriving at some of these sites, the ninja corps had either been defeated or expelled. Just as magic. Reflecting on the locations where the Shadow Legion had vanished, Leon pondered. While the Shadow Legion served as a valuable tool, they also presented considerable drawbacks. He could only hope that everything went smoothly elsewhere. Ultimately, Leon could only shake his head in resignation. His time was dwindling to a mere hour, leaving no room for even the slightest waste. Furthermore, he truly lacked the energy, as merely maintaining the operations of the Shadow Legion across the world had nearly drained him of all his strength, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Moreover, this old dragon was causing him significant concern. Leon glanced at the ring on his hand, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Just moments ago, the Lord had requested the dragon talisman from Leon, claiming a depletion of magical energy. Although he was acutely aware that this old rascal was lying, he still relinquished the talisman, as the plan had reached its final stage, and Leon did not wish to encounter any further setbacks. Indeed, after handing over the dragon talisman, the Lord fell into a profound silence. Had it not been for the continuous flow of magical energy, Leon might have thought the Lord had succumbed to slumber due to excessive magical expenditure. For quite some time, the Lord did not disturb Leon, allowing him to focus entirely on the Shadow Legion. Yet, this silence only heightened Leon's anxiety. He understood that this old dragon was constantly scheming. The present tranquility was merely a precursor to grander ambitions. Most troubling was that Leon sensed a portion of the Shadow Legion had suddenly slipped from his control. Chapter 16. Reinforcement. Shortly after Leon entrusted the dragon talisman to the Lord, he sensed that a segment of his Shadow Legion had vanished, not in the manner of being defeated and returning to the Shadow Kingdom. Leon could still perceive their existence. Yet their movements eluded him. It was evident that someone else was commanding the Shadow Legion while obscuring his perception. Now, who besides him could possibly wield these minions? Terra? He chuckled, dismissing the notion. The master of this Japanese mummy still lay in slumber deep within the Shadow Kingdom. Thus, the true orchestrator of the Shadow Legion was all too evident. What, exactly, are you plotting, my lord? Leon murmured to himself. He understood that, Although he had gained control over the Shadow Legion, the Lord wielded equal authority. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely theoretical. As a demon sorcerer with millennia of magical prowess, the Lord possessed countless strategies beyond Leon's imagination. In comparison to the Lord, Leon was but a novice on the path of magic, often oblivious to the pitfalls that lay in wait. This is why he approached the Lord's temptations with utmost caution, repeatedly declining them out of fear. If one could truly ascend in a single bound, only a fool would tread steadily. Yet, to knowingly consume a poison apple would be nothing short of folly, particularly since this ancient dragon had governed the Shadow Legion for so many years. Crafting a safety net for himself would be a trivial endeavor. Leon even suspected that Taura had not held sway over the Shadow Legion for as long as the Lord had, as the Lord still managed to maintain control even after being sealed away. It was precisely because of the Lord's imprisonment and the loss of his source of power that the entire Shadow Legion could have potentially transformed into the Lord's likeness. Leon mused with a hint of malice. However, the consequences of such possibilities might soon befall him, causing Leon considerable distress. For it implied that his subordinates might not remain as steadfastly loyal as he had hoped, perhaps one day delivering a fatal betrayal. This potential threat needed addressing promptly. Leon recognized that the most inconspicuous places often warranted the greatest attention, as numerous examples vividly illustrated, with the Lord being a prime case in point. Yet for now, it was imperative to focus on the task at hand. With this thought, Leon closed his eyes once more, commanding the Shadow Legion to gather all that he required. Both the Lord and Leon understood that a confrontation was inevitable, whether it was the Lord possessing the knowledge Leon sought or Leon holding the incantations the Lord needed. Both were in desperate need of what the other could provide, albeit through a series of negotiations, exchanges, and even collaborations. Each side continued to amass power. Awaiting the ultimate showdown, Leon believed he held the upper hand, for he not only possessed a remarkable system, but also ample patience and prudence. He would await that fortuitous day when he could once again face the Lord. Perhaps by then, having a dragon as a pet would not be such a bad idea. With this thought, a slight smile crept upon Leon's lips. His ideas were sound, and he had his own plans in mind. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Demons have never been concerned with the thoughts of others, nor do they intend to adhere to anyone else's plans. At that moment, within the dark realm of the ring, the soul of the Lord floated silently, suddenly awakening with a jolt, his hoarse voice filled with elation. "I have found it. Ha! Thank you, my dark brother." Yet, the Lord's joy was abruptly interrupted as he growled in a tone laden with malice. "Wizard, you shall soon pay the price for your actions." The Lord's fury permeated the entire space, yet at this moment, Leon remained blissfully unaware. As time passed gradually, Leon, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, exhaled a heavy breath and declared, "It is done, Lord. Reclaim your magic." "Oh, wizard, have you obtained what you desired?" Upon hearing this, the Lord swiftly severed his magical support. Although this amount of magic was trivial for a dragon, the creature's inherent greed and stinginess made it uncomfortable to relinquish even a fraction, especially to someone he utterly despised. "Of course, not only that, but I have also received some unexpected rewards, all thanks to you, Lord." Feeling the profound changes within his body, Leon could not help but chuckle with pride. His laughter darkened the Lord's expression instantly. The Lord understood the implications behind Leon's words. During their transaction, he had intentionally amplified the output of magic, pushing it beyond the threshold Leon could withstand, nearly transforming him into a lesser dragon. Not to mention the damage inflicted upon Leon's body. However, what the Lord did not anticipate was that Leon had endured this ordeal with the aid of the dog and horse talismans, ultimately benefiting from the Lord's magical baptism, which enhanced both his physical prowess and magical capabilities significantly. This truly was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. If only he were in a corporeal form, the Lord would have certainly spat blood in frustration. After managing to calm himself, the sight of Leon's triumphant expression made him grit his teeth in annoyance. Meanwhile, he secretly resolved to hasten the completion of the spell, vowing to settle the score with this little wizard in due time. In stark contrast to the Lord's displeasure, Leon was in remarkably high spirits. Though the Shadow Legion had not fulfilled all of his objectives, leaving him with a tinge of regret, the sight of the various treasures within the space truly satisfied him. Not to mention the delightful surprise of experiencing an almost inexhaustible reservoir of strength and magic. Leon could hardly contain his exhilaration. This enhancement rivaled the boost he had received in the Marheaven world, perhaps even surpassing it, as it encompassed a comprehensive improvement of both his physical attributes and magical abilities. I wonder how many Captain Americas I am equivalent to now, Leon murmured softly, and observing the Lord's withdrawn demeanor only deepened his satisfaction. The Lord's unhappiness brought him joy. Meanwhile, a helicopter was approaching, the very ABC interview chopper that Leon had dispatched moments ago. The expressions of everyone aboard, from the pilot to the reporters and cameramen, mirrored profound sorrow, akin to having lost their parents. John felt exceedingly unfortunate, initially optimistic about landing a major scoop. He soon found himself confronting a devilish figure from the depths of his imagination, nearly scaring him to death. Barely escaping, he received a call from the television station before even landing, instructing them to interview this devil. Just moments ago, the world had been besieged by the Shadow Legion. Naturally, the media was swift to report. ABC News, upon comparison, swiftly deduced that the Shadow Legion were minions of the very devil they sought to interview. Consequently, the higher-ups at the station recognized the immense potential for profit. Reluctantly, John was dispatched once more, and although they were hesitant, they ultimately acquiesced under gentle persuasion from within the station. They were unwilling to risk their jobs. The average age of the 3 individuals aboard the helicopter was under 30, with the oldest, pilot Kyle, having just celebrated his 28th birthday. None were settled in family life. And the quintessential American penchant for living in the moment was vividly illustrated in John and his companions. A month's salary barely sufficed for their indulgences, let alone savings, especially considering their peculiar little habits. If they were to lose their jobs, they couldn't fathom the consequences of not being able to pay next month's credit card bills. They dared not imagine the dire repercussions of financial instability in this country. Cheer up, everyone. Perhaps this devilish gentleman is quite amiable, and we shall reap great rewards. John uttered words he himself scarcely believed. Although numerous cults in America revered demons and Satan, with many youths proclaiming the impending apocalypse, they sincerely hoped such horrors would never manifest before them. The cameraman remained silent, while Kyle gazed ahead at the darkened Pan-American pyramid, praying, "God bless us." Chapter 17. Shameless, what are your true intentions? The Lord was perplexed by Leon's actions. He was unaware that Leon was on the brink of departing this world. Yet Leon's frenzied collection of various magical tomes and artifacts unnerved him. Of course, the Lord harbored no genuine concern for Leon. He was genuinely apprehensive that Leon's reckless behavior might attract unnecessary trouble, particularly from that gray-bearded old man and his lifelong nemesis, Jackie Chan, especially that old sorcerer. Whilst the Lord loathed Jackie Chan the most, it was invariably that old man's magic that sealed him away in the end. To be candid, after enduring numerous seals, the Holy Lord could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation upon encountering the old man, especially during the battle chronicled in the Tome of Ages, where the ancient mage single-handedly sealed for formidable demons. That scene had nearly become a haunting nightmare for the Holy Lord throughout his life. Although it was bolstered by the power of the tome, in that moment, the Holy Lord genuinely believed he had returned to confront the war against the undying deities. That was indeed a painful memory that none of the 8 great demons wished to revisit. While the Holy Lord did not consider himself to be afraid of the old man, his current predicament was undeniably dire. Thus, temporarily evading confrontation was not a matter of shame. Witnessing Leon's reckless actions, the Holy Lord felt a pang of concern. The movements of the Shadow Legion would surely alert the ancient mage, who might already be preparing magical artifacts to hasten his arrival. The Holy Lord certainly did not believe that the young mage before him could match the prowess of the old man, especially since even he, the Demon Lord, had returned defeated from their encounters. It was unlikely that this novice, having only just embarked on the path of magic, could pose a threat. Perhaps the young mage possessed some hidden trump cards unknown to the Holy Lord, yet he firmly believed that in this world of interconnected forces, nothing was absolute. Otherwise, the other demons would not be reduced to scavenging stones in the infernal realm. Should failure lead to his own confinement in the 13th district, the plight would be truly lamentable. In contrast to the opportunistic Leon, the company of Chung Long would surely cast him into perpetual darkness. However, the Holy Lord refrained from voicing such thoughts, lest the audacious sorcerer mock him further. Nonetheless, this did not deter the Holy Lord from employing some indirect tactics. "Ah, sorcerer, It seems you are in dire need of power, even if it's merely items imbued with faint magical energy. Leon remained silent, though inwardly he scoffed. How could a demon comprehend the psyche of a collector? The conversation began with an incessant focus on power. While strength was indeed significant, he had no intention of ruling the world. Why the haste, especially when the old dragon's intentions were surely nefarious? Yet, Leon's silence led the Holy Lord to believe he had discerned Leon's thoughts, prompting him to continue. Sorcerer, I am aware of a location abundant in treasures and magical tomes, even powerful artifacts. Do you wish to obtain such riches? Upon hearing the Holy Lord's words, Leon felt a flicker of curiosity. Logically, he had already visited all the renowned treasure sites in this world from his memories. Although not every endeavor was fruitful, he had gathered a considerable bounty. Yet, none matched the description provided by the Holy Lord. Could it be that there existed a hidden map unknown to him? This thought was indeed plausible. In this realm, no one had lived longer than the old dragon, and coupled with his identity as a demon sorcerer, Leon found himself somewhat intrigued. However, a lingering doubt remained. Could this old dragon genuinely be so benevolent? Reflecting on the past of the Holy Lord, Leon could not help but shake his head. As one of the most cunning among the 8 great demons, the character of the Holy Lord was indeed hard to believe. Where is the Holy Lord? He pondered. But merely inquiring should pose no risk. The sly wizard could no longer contain himself. The flickering red light in the Holy Lord's eyes betrayed a sudden, deeper intention. Perhaps my plan could advance further. To my palace, wizard, you know where it lies, for there resides everything you desire. The Holy Lord's tone bore an unmistakable excitement, yet he failed to notice the disappointment etched across Leon's face. Indeed, one should harbor no expectations of the Holy Lord. Although aware of the slim chances, Leon could not suppress a glimmer of hope. This encapsulates the complexity of human psychology, knowing well the dangers ahead, yet still daring to probe the precipice of peril. Such is the nature of human desire, seizing every fleeting opportunity, yet it also serves as the impetus for progress. Thus, humanity remains the most intricate of beings. However, this time, Leon resolved not to press forward, for his time in this world was truly scant. In these final moments, he wished to quietly observe the world around him. After all, he had lived here for a while. Perhaps this was to be his last farewell. More importantly, he had no desire to tread once more into the lair of the Holy Lord, setting aside the possibility of magic being cast within. Had it not been for the protagonist group distracting the Holy Lord last time, Leon would not have risked entering to retrieve the mask. Should he fail to secure the treasure, he might instead return burdened with a malevolent curse to the next world, which would be a tremendous loss. Moreover, as far as Leon knew, the Holy Lord excelled in such trivial matters. He had also entrusted the dragon talisman to the Holy Lord. He was uncertain of what transformations this life talisman might invoke in the Holy Lord, yet he understood that any alteration could lead to divergent outcomes, often contrary to one's desires. My apologies, Holy Lord, but my time is truly limited. Observing Leon's repeated rejections, the Holy Lord was enveloped in profound despondency. How many times had it been? How many times had this wizard denied the magnificent fire demon, the Holy Lord? While demons revel in tempting others to fall, they also possess little patience, especially for a demonic sovereign. The Holy Lord had believed that years of self-cultivation had endowed him with ample patience. Yet the essence of fire dictated that patience was relative. Furthermore, this was the Holy Lord's first instance of harboring no ill will towards another, at most. He wished to gratify his own desires. Nevertheless, to the Holy Lord, this was already a tremendous boon bestowed upon this wizard. A demon assists his adversary with concerns, only to be met with rejection. What a profound humiliation. The Lord felt a tempestuous rage coiling within him, his crimson eyes seemingly on the verge of spilling blood. The searing power surged uncontrollably, scorching Leon's fingertips. Was this ancient dragon poised to erupt once more? Leon, sensing the brewing storm, remained vigilant. Could it truly be that a mere dragon talisman imbued the Lord with such audacity? After all, he had yet to attain a corporeal form. What, then, was his foundation? Stubbornness? However, Leon mused that this might ultimately serve his interests. Perhaps he could reclaim the dragon talisman and express his gratitude for the Lord's recent patronage. Amidst this palpable tension, a tardy helicopter arrived on the scene. Chapter 18. The departure above the Pan American Pyramid. A helicopter circled incessantly, carrying the unfortunate trio of reporters from ABC, John and his companions. Well, everyone, regardless of the circumstances, we have arrived. Cheer up. Upon the completion of this mission, a substantial reward awaits us. John endeavored to uplift the spirits of his team aboard the helicopter, yet the trembling cameraman and the taciturn Kyle indicated his efforts were in vain. John, are we really going to descend? The query from his assistant broke through John's attempts to maintain composure. Unable to resist, he leaned out to gaze below, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness that yawned before them like an abyss. John swallowed hard, a nervous smile gracing his lips. Of course, this is our mission, is it not? He endeavored to project calmness, yet the beads of perspiration forming on his forehead betrayed his true state. Why not stay aboard the helicopter? Surely that gentleman, with his miraculous powers, will hear us. After all, an unannounced visit is hardly courteous, John. The assistant, clutching the camera, timidly suggested, reluctant to disembark. Ultimately, however, the decision lay with John. Yet, John hesitated. He was acutely aware that the higher-ups were not easily swayed. Just then, Kyle's words crystallized his resolve. John, without our lives, we have nothing. These words jolted John into clarity. Indeed, there was a certain wisdom that came with age. If he were to vanish without a trace, all else would be rendered inconsequential, including any semblance of a career. Upon reflecting on this, John felt an immediate sense of relief and turned to Kyle, saying, "All right. But first, hand me that cigarette from your pocket. I could certainly use it to lift my spirits." Kyle chuckled at this, tossing over the enhanced cigarette from his jacket pocket. He was relieved that John seemed to have come to his senses. He had genuinely feared that John would recklessly seek his own demise. Although it was somewhat inappropriate during work hours, he understood that John needed this. After lighting the cigarette, John took a deep drag, and with the smoke swirling around him, he felt as if every pore in his body had opened up. "Splendid. Let us get started," he exclaimed excitedly. Once his assistant signaled him with an okay, John immediately turned to the camera, flashing a smile and speaking into the microphone. "Hello to everyone watching on television. I am John, the special correspondent for ABC, continuing our live coverage from the pinnacle of the Pan American Pyramid." At this point, John furrowed his brow and added, "Kyle, turn on the spotlight. It's pitch dark, and we can't see a thing." Upon hearing this, Kyle activated the spotlight, and a powerful beam illuminated the top of the tower, revealing Leon's figure once more to the audience. However, they overlooked the fact that abruptly shining a spotlight on someone could be quite discourteous, especially to a certain dragon atop the tower, who was already in a foul mood. The Lord, who had been irked by the noisy helicopter above, could no longer contain his fury when the spotlight's harsh glare struck him. "If I cannot deal with this little sorcerer, do you think I cannot handle you pitiful mortals?" The Lord was acutely aware that he lacked the power to confront Leon, but the presence of some lowly mortals could provide him with a measure of solace. "Minions, go and tear them apart." At the Lord's command, shadows began to swirl around the surface of the helicopter. Meanwhile, John, who had been somewhat dazed under the influence of the cigarette, suddenly became aware of unwelcome guests aboard their aircraft. The sight of these ninjas, with their red eyes and skin distinctly unhuman beneath their black garb, made the already cramped space feel even more constricted. Damn it, what are these creatures? John's mind snapped into focus as he hurriedly squeezed toward his assistant, only to find that the coward had already fainted in fear. Of course, if given the choice, he would have preferred to faint himself. "Kyle, we need to get out of here. Where did they come from?" At that moment, John cast aside all other concerns. His own survival was paramount. Damn it. Can't even the sky shield us from the encroachment of demons? Had I known, I would never have come here. No, had I known, I would have quit being a reporter altogether. To hell with ABC, let them go to the devil. Just moments ago, they had emerged directly from the interior of the aircraft. Believe me, John, I am not misusing my words, and John, we cannot leave. Kyle's words plunged John's heart into despair. Turning back, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Outside the cockpit, two shadowy figures materialized against the glass. Witnessing this eerie scene, John instantly comprehended why Kyle had described their emergence as such. Gazing at the shadowy legion outside, John was engulfed by despair. "It's over." As the ninjas approached, John resignedly closed his eyes, yet after a while, he felt no pain. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes to see the ninjas dissolving back into the cabin, vanishing before them. "All right, let us go, Kyle." Although he had no understanding of the reason behind the ninjas' retreat, John had no time to ponder. He only wished to depart from this place. Without waiting for John's words, Cain turned back along their original path. As he beheld the Pan-American pyramid receding into the distance, John finally felt a sense of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He glanced at his still-sleeping assistant and couldn't help but muster a faint smile. You certainly have it easy. Meanwhile, at the Pan-American pyramid, Wizard, I sense you are not the benevolent being you pretend to be. The voice of the Lord resonated with discontent moments ago. He had been poised to annihilate those disrespectful humans, but Leon had intervened, halting the shadowy legion. That is your perception, my lord. Leon never considered himself a virtuous individual. Yet he refrained from engaging in unnecessary actions. Moreover, more crucially, the time had come. What time has come? The Lord watched as Leon retrieved an exquisite pocket watch from his breast. With the rhythmic ticking, the hands returned to their starting point, and it seemed as though the very fabric of time ceased to flow. The pocket watch transformed into a silvery light that enveloped Leon, and the Lord, feeling the surge of power around him, could no longer conceal his excitement, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "This is the might of time and space." Chapter 19. The Big Apple. Leon sensed himself in an extraordinary state. The power of the system manifested as a dazzling beam of multicolored light shooting towards the cosmos. Within this beam, Leon felt as though he were frozen, entirely immobilized, yet his consciousness remained alert, allowing him to observe everything around him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with an expanse of limitless void, as all that existed in the universe retreated before his gaze, fleeting and ephemeral. The overwhelming speed of it all strained his awareness, compelling him to temporarily shield himself from the surrounding perceptions. Truthfully, Leon found himself profoundly intrigued by the process of traversing into another world, or even a different timeline. After all, this marked Liang's second genuine crossing. His initial arrival in Marheaven was rather abrupt. He had merely fallen asleep and, upon awakening, discovered himself in an alternate realm, rendering that experience somewhat negligible. The first journey was indeed rather hasty, leaving Leon entirely unprepared and devoid of the inclination to comprehend his surroundings. It was only during this occasion that he could meticulously observe the marvels before him. Leon had initially presumed that the system's transportation involved surreptitiously slipping him through a cosmic crevice, or perhaps executing a more sophisticated temporal leap to directly materialize at his destination. However, it was only during this passage that Leon truly grasped the system's audacity. Indeed, it was audacity. The system propelled him recklessly forward, and as his consciousness began to waver, a sudden, crisp sound akin to shattering glass jolted him back to awareness. Upon scrutinizing his surroundings, Leon discerned that he had unexpectedly arrived in a crystalline realm, characterized by intricate, interconnected walls reminiscent of a beehive. Behind him, a damaged crystalline wall was being ceaselessly mended by an unseen force. Witnessing this spectacle, Leon felt a flicker of understanding dawn within him, albeit accompanied by a sense of incredulity. What a remarkably efficient mode of passage. Were he capable of movement at that moment, he would undoubtedly commend the system with a thumbs up. Indeed, this bold traverse across the cosmic boundary was quite impressive. It seemed the system possessed a remarkable fortitude. After all, could one not breach the very crystalline structures that underlie the universe without such audacity? He had somewhat underestimated the system. Nevertheless, recalling that this was the system's perennial nature, he could only shake his head in resignation. Ultimately, upon reaching a familiar azure planet, the system accelerated abruptly, plunging headlong into its depths. However, unlike previous occasions, the radiant beam of light that accompanied their entry into Earth instantly attracted the attention of certain entities, as if the system were anxious to announce their arrival. Nepal, Kathmandu. This city, renowned as the City of Temples, is home to over 700 shrines of varying sizes. Within the city center, which spans a mere 7 square kilometers, one can find more than 250 temples, stupas, and prayer halls, creating a landscape where shrines are as numerous as residences, and statues of deities abound. Here, poverty and affluence are starkly delineated, with countless temples nestled amidst humble slums, while the outskirts boast luxurious hotels, fine dining establishments, and upscale boutiques. Every day, the streets are filled with the pungent aroma of Indian spices, as children spin prayer wheels and vendors hawk fruits, Nepalese thankas, and paper crafts. The abundance of budget accommodations and flickering restaurants contributes to a cacophony that, while noisy, encapsulates the vibrancy of this city. In this bustling city, there exists a tranquil and mysterious sanctuary, untouched by the mundane world, akin to a temple-like palace. Its weathered walls whispering tales of a rich history under the golden hues of the setting sun. Within one of its serene chambers, a robed sorceress sits cross-legged in midair, her unadorned head radiating an air of intellect and tranquility. Suddenly, the amulet at her chest begins to rotate silently, emanating a soft green glow. The sorceress opens her eyes, a flicker of enigmatic light passing through them. It seems an intriguing visitor has arrived. She closes her eyes once more, only to reopen them almost immediately, this time with a hint of perplexity. With a graceful gesture, she conjures a luminous portal and steps into it, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, in a narrow alley, Liang materializes, gazing at the towering modern edifices surrounding him, a sense of elation swelling within. As a promising youth deeply influenced by the wonders of contemporary technology, he finds solace in the comforts of this era, though he acknowledges that the antiquated lifestyle of yore, reminiscent of a nobleman, is not without its charms. Yet, he cannot help but wonder why he has landed here of all places. Could he not have chosen a more pleasant locale? The ground is littered with empty bottles and discarded papers, and even an issue of Playboy, featuring a blonde bombshell shielding her modesty with a sun hat, her sultry expression conveying a playful invitation. Regrettably, this alluring scene is marred by the refuse strewn about, and the air is tainted with an unpleasant odor. Having previously found himself at the back door of a bar, he now stands beside a dumpster, truly a permanent negative coordinate in his journey. How unfortunate! Liang waves his hand dismissively, brushing away the foul stench, and hastens toward the alley's exit. He yearns to leave this wretched place behind. However, his first task must be to ascertain the nature of this world. As he ponders, a group of unruly delinquents approaches, blocking his path. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey. Nice threads you've got there. This isn't your kind of place. Come, let's have a word over there," they sneer. Faced with these two unsavory characters, one black and one white, reeking of alcohol and ill intent, Liang does not react with anger. Instead, he breaks into a radiant smile. "All right, that sounds splendid. How about that alley over there? It's a bit quieter," he suggests, pointing to the very alley from which he emerged. The thugs, pleased by his compliance, share satisfied grins as the four of them stroll into the alley together. 10 minutes later, Liang emerges from the shadows, a beaming smile upon his face. Unable to suppress his thoughts. Indeed, my great America is a land of exceptional people and fertile ground, where kindness and mutual aid abound. Just as I sought to uncover some truths, they were graciously presented to me. To think that there are still those who tarnish America's reputation for safety, such slander truly wounds the hearts of its people. Liang, while extolling the enduring stability of America, counted the modest contributions he had received from his so-called friends, a paltry sum of Franklin bills. Whoever claimed that Americans were wealthy? The trifling amount barely totaled $200. What a wretched display of poverty. Just moments ago, they were proclaiming the eternal nature of friendship. Yet now he found himself cursing their entire families. Frustrated, he stuffed the meager bills into his pocket, lamenting that he should have demanded a heftier sum. After all, they were nothing but scoundrels. Having vented his displeasure, Liang leaped to a high building, surveying the sprawling city before him, unable to suppress a pang of melancholy. So this is the Big Apple. What a predicament. Chapter 20. A Sudden Turn. New York, the largest metropolis and foremost commercial port in the United States, stands not only as the financial epicenter of America, but also as one of the world's financial hubs. Naturally, such a renowned city bears many monikers: the city that never sleeps, the capital of the world, the Empire City, and, of course, the Big Apple. In a previous life, Liang had visited this place several times, yet he had never taken the time to explore its cosmopolitan allure, always arriving and departing in haste. Logically, one might assume that New York would not pose any problems for Liang, as there was no connection between them. He was merely a passerby. However, when this city became linked to a certain name, complications were bound to ensue. Steve Rogers. While some may find the name unfamiliar, they would undoubtedly recognize another. Captain America? Indeed. It becomes clear that this is the Marvel Universe. Upon realizing that he was in the realm of Marvel, Liang's first thought was, is this the Marvel of comics or that of films? Though one is static and the other dynamic, the distinction between them is monumental. To put it plainly, if he found himself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Perhaps he could navigate the murky waters and play the role of a hidden observer. However, if it were the comic universe, he would have to laugh and say, "Here, take the pen. You write it." For now, Leon found himself unable to gather more information. One cannot expect much from minds dulled by alcohol and cannabis. Even Captain America was but a fading memory of their childhood, and considering their circumstances, it was unlikely they possessed any valuable insights. Moreover, Leon realized that he had arrived a bit too early. He was in Manhattan, the most densely populated yet smallest of New York City's 5 boroughs. In Midtown Manhattan, where major corporations and commercial centers are located, delicate snowflakes fell from the sky. Storefronts displayed calendars frozen on December 16th, just over a week before Christmas. Yet the streets were already alive with the spirit of the holiday season. Perhaps it is still premature for the average household. Yet retailers and merchants remain indifferent to such notions. The earlier the decorations, Christmas trees, bells, and Santa Claus, are set up, the more they attract eager customers. Observing the throngs of individuals flooding into stores to procure Christmas gifts, Leon could not help but smirk, remarking, "How fortunate indeed are the Americans. This Christmas, God has bestowed upon you the finest gift, the dissolution of the Soviet Union on December 25, 1991. At long last, America has realized its long-sought aspiration since World War II. The bipolar structure has crumbled, and the United States stands as the sole superpower on Earth. However, this may also mark the zenith of your glory." Shaking his head, Leon turned to leave. Such matters felt distant to him, merely a fleeting reflection. Moreover, having ventured into this unfamiliar domain, he lacked a secure place to call home and needed to devise a strategy for establishing an identity within this world. Just then, the voice of the Lord unexpectedly echoed again. "Which, have you sensed it?" Leon's expression shifted as he retreated to a secluded corner, his demeanor serious. "My lord, how did you breach my magical barrier? What is happening?" Upon arriving in this world, he had promptly sealed the Lord away. Yet now the Lord was able to project his consciousness outward, leaving Leon astonished. "Ah, young wizard, are you troubled?" In response to Leon's surprise, the Lord smiled with satisfaction. But instead of addressing Leon's concerns, he declared, "What truly astonishes me is your possession of an artifact capable of traversing time and space." Remarkable. Upon hearing this, Leon instinctively heightened his guard. The Lord's tone conveyed not merely astonishment, but also a profound greed. Even the dragon-shaped ring upon Leon's finger began to radiate warmth. Indeed, the Lord coveted this power to traverse time and space, yearning for Leon's extraordinary pocket watch. Unbeknownst to him, Leon primarily relied on a system for his travels, and he perceived only the watch's formidable capabilities. As one of the 8 great demons and the sole demon sorcerer, the Lord had conducted research into this enigmatic force within the universe. Unlike other demons who recklessly wielded their powers through mere authority, the Lord had not squandered his magical talents. Thus, he too had taken an interest in the power of time and space. For instance, his legion of dragons was nurtured within a confined alternate realm, providing them with the optimal environment for growth, thereby enhancing their strength and serving as his primary military force against other demons. Centuries have elapsed, and as demons were sealed away, their minions gradually faded with time. Yet, his dragon legion remained ever vibrant. Yet, it is merely that the sovereign once aspired to conquer more realms through the power of time and space. But had it been so easily attainable, the might of time and space would not stand as the most enigmatic force in the universe. Astonishingly, he now witnessed this very power within a modest mage, evoking both surprise and elation within the sovereign, surprised that Leon possessed such a rare treasure, and elated at the prospect of finally engaging with such formidable power. "Sovereign, do not covet that which does not belong to you," Leon cautioned, observing the sovereign's evident hubris. "Humph, wizard, all treasures in this world ought to belong to the supreme dragon," the sovereign proclaimed, uttering the most shameless words in the most nonchalant tone. Feeling the expected mental fluctuations of the sovereign, Leon could not help but twitch in disbelief. Under the spell of lie detection, he discerned the truth. The sovereign genuinely believed such a notion. Consequently, Leon lowered his expectations of the dragon yet again, while the sovereign managed to surpass his previous record of audacity. "Sovereign, do not squander time. Since you dare to confront me so directly, you must have your plans. Reveal your trump card." Leon invoked his magic with a flourish of his right hand, knowing that the sovereign would not provoke without reason. Though he had anticipated this moment, Leon was taken aback by its swiftness. "Heh, wizard, do you sense it? This world." The sovereign reiterated his earlier query. Leon furrowed his brow slightly, feeling the intensifying magical energy coalescing in his hand, and solemnly declared, "Your magical power has grown stronger. Indeed, not just mine, but yours as well. The source of magic in this world has yet to wither. It is a splendid era, and I revel in this world." Upon hearing this, Leon finally comprehended the distinction between environments. The world was indeed different. In the previous realm, the path of magic had nearly reached its zenith, yielding to an age of technology. Thus, magic faced constraints. Even a grand mage like his father could scarcely wield magic with the potency of ancient archmages. The sovereign, too, had sensed his own decline. Perhaps the sovereign's alteration of the annals of time was not solely for himself, but also aimed at returning to that age of magic. In this world, where magic and technology coexisted, the sovereign felt his strength returning. "But what can you truly accomplish now, sovereign?" Leon intensified his magical output, preparing to seal the sovereign once more, yet before his magic could even graze the ring, it was dispersed by the sovereign's ire. "Heh, wizard, let me offer you one more piece of advice. It is not merely the mouse charm that can restore my corporeal form. Watch closely, wizard, for you still have a long way to go." With that, Leon felt an overwhelming and formidable aura emanating from the ring, ascending steadily until it reached its zenith. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. Chapter 21. Crisis Cursed Be It. Liang's expression shifted dramatically, and the ring slipped from his fingers. In the instant the ring fell, a surge of explosive flames erupted from it, engulfing Liang before he could evade the searing onslaught. Simultaneously, the Lord, defying the power of the monkey talisman, began to expand at a visible rate, swiftly regaining the form of the dragon statue. The statue hovered in the air, and shadowy figures emerged from the ground, forming an army of darkness. Ninja warriors surrounded the Lord, kneeling on one knee and presenting the items in their hands. In the sunlight, an array of razor-sharp dragon teeth materialized before him. These enchanted dragon fangs held the power to resurrect him once more, allowing him to wield the dragon talisman without relying on the New Year's occasion. Let it commence. The Lord's magical energy drew the teeth toward him, absorbing their power. As the low rumble of dragon language resonated, magic surged into the Lord, amplifying his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a laser beam struck the Lord, disrupting his magic. Without his guidance, the dragon teeth plummeted to the ground. "Lord, you must understand that those who disregard the rules shall face dire consequences." As the flames dissipated, Liang reappeared before the Lord, albeit in a state of disarray compared to his usual composure. Although the magical barrier he had conjured mitigated much of the Lord's fiery assault, the searing force still left him with varying degrees of burns. Observing the wounds on Liang as they gradually healed under the divine power of the horse talisman, the Lord could not suppress a surge of malice at the sight of his disheveled state. "It is too late, sorcerer. The power of the dragon teeth has already taken effect." As he spoke, the Lord within the statue completed his transformation from stone to flesh before Liang's eyes, and the confined space could scarcely contain his imposing form. Beneath the fearsome dragon head lay a muscular physique, exuding boundless strength. The towering figure, with its dragon tail brushing the ground, sent shards of stone flying, and its robust arms stretched wide, causing the already unstable building to collapse instantaneously. The homeowner inside narrowly escaped with his life, screaming for help as he fled, while the car parked beside the house met a grim fate, completely buried beneath the rubble. Rendered utterly inoperable, feeling the exhilaration of his newfound corporeal form, the Lord was overwhelmed with joy, unable to restrain his exuberant roar. "I have returned." The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood, proclaiming the Lord's resurgence to the world. The glass of the shops on either side and the windows of the cars shattered under the reverberating roar. The sound was relentless, leaving some individuals with bloodstains in their ears from the unbearable intensity. At that moment, Leon faced the Holy Master, the overwhelming din compelling him to summon his magical powers for self-preservation. Gazing upon the Holy Master, who resembled an ancient behemoth, Leon realized he had indeed underestimated the situation. "However, Holy Master, I shall make you aware that I am not easily trifled with." Leon spread his arms wide, and in an instant, a black iron bracelet and an icy blue gemstone brooch materialized in his hands. Guardian Arm, Iron Knight. Guardian Arm, Silent Ice Ape. As the magic surged forth, the bracelet transformed into a towering centaur-like Iron Knight, its right hand gripping a hefty lance, and the cylindrical helmet inclined slightly in acknowledgement towards Leon. Simultaneously, the brooch morphed into a massive, white-furred ape, whose temperament was anything but serene. The giant ape pounded its chest with both hands, emitting aggressive signals, and astonishingly, as it snorted, a mist arose, casting a thin layer of frost upon the ground beneath it. Charge! Leon pointed toward the Holy Master, and the two guardians immediately launched their assault. The silent ice ape propelled itself with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath into a spider web of cracks. With a thunderous roar, the ape raised its arms high in the air, bringing them down forcefully upon the Holy Master, while the Iron Knight lifted its lance, gaining momentum. "I had warned you that you would pay the price, Holy Master," Leon stated coldly. Meanwhile, on the streets, the populace, still reeling from the Holy Master's terrifying roar, had yet to regain their composure when suddenly, with a resounding crash, a colossal figure was hurled through the air, crashing into a shop. Following closely were the giant ape and the four-legged Iron Knight, who charged forth, and soon after, the figure that had been sent flying staggered out, revealing its true form. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, those with experience promptly turned and fled, seeking refuge, while a few reckless youths remained to observe. "A dragon!" the onlookers exclaimed in excitement, with some daring individuals even stepping forward to take photographs. "Is this your power, wizard, mere magical puppets?" The Holy Master's hoarse voice echoed in everyone's ears, and the crowd was taken aback to hear the dragon speak, their astonishment palpable. The cacophony displeased the Holy Master, and as he surveyed the curious humans surrounding him, fury surged within him. "How intolerably noisy! Insects! Die!" he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. But just then, the giant ape's fist struck, diverting the Holy Master's fiery breath. Boom! A dragon's breath struck a car, causing it to explode instantaneously, and the ensuing shockwave sent a nearby onlooker flying. The spectator fell to the ground, unable to suppress a cry of pain, and upon witnessing the blood gushing from the injured, the crowd finally awakened from their stupor. Scattering in terror, it dawned upon them that this was indeed a genuine, malevolent dragon, one that feasted upon humans. With the disturbance of the onlookers eliminated, Leon focused intently on issuing commands to the guardians. Thus, three colossal beings formed an anthropomorphic demolition crew, systematically dismantling the entire street. Buildings crumbled into ruins under their might, and shops and markets succumbed to a permanent state of closure. However, as time waned, Leon observed that the two once robust guardians, who had been evenly matched against the sovereign, were gradually weakening. No, it was more accurate to say that the sovereign was growing stronger, and his power was on an unrelenting ascent. The most apparent change was the sovereign's physical transformation. Once comparable in size to the two guardians, he now towered over them, exerting overwhelming dominance, while the guardians could merely manage a feeble defense. "Huh, did you not anticipate this, sorcerer?" The sovereign swiped once more, and this time, the steel knight's breastplate failed to withstand the assault, tearing open with visible claw marks. Inside, the steel knight was hollow, yet even faced with such destruction, he displayed no fear, resolutely continuing his battle. The primordial force of this world had yet to find a true inheritor. "I shall only grow stronger, and I will once again walk the earth as the demon of fire." Feel the wrath of the dragon. The sovereign's eyes shimmered with draconic sigils, as the divine power of dragon destruction merged with fiery wrath, unleashing a breath of fire upon the silent ice ape. The icy protection proved futile, and the great ape emitted a wretched scream, radiating light before reverting to its original form of a jeweled brooch. Moreover, the brooch was riddled with cracks, its luster dimmed. And finally, with a sharp crack, it shattered, signifying the end for this arm. Now this truly poses a dilemma. Leon grasped the fragments of the arm in his hand, sighing inwardly. With the demise of the silent ice ape, the steel knight found itself isolated and vulnerable. The sovereign seemingly wished to witness Leon's fear before him, refraining from shattering the steel knight outright. Yet, the cracks on the knight's armor multiplied, resembling a porcelain vessel marred by fissures, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Perhaps this truly is the only option. Leon gazed at the Saint Lord, who regarded him with a mocking glint akin to that of a jester, and silently resolved to teach the Saint Lord a lesson. Chapter 22. Experiment with a sudden thrust. The Saint Lord's hand pierced the body of the Iron Knight, whose armor was already marred with countless wounds and could no longer withstand the sharp talons. In an instant, it was breached, and the knight could only raise his fist in a futile attempt to strike back. Yet, against the Saint Lord, who seemed to embody the very essence of a dark deity, all efforts were rendered meaningless. Nearby, the shattered lance lay upon the ground, a grim reflection of its master's impending fate. The Saint Lord, once only 10 meters tall, had grown into a terrifying monster, bolstered by the power of the world. Even the likes of Dragon and his companions would hardly believe their eyes upon witnessing the Saint Lord's transformation. With a single hand, the Saint Lord lifted the Iron Knight, who moments ago had been able to exchange blows with him, now reduced to the helplessness of a child in the grasp of an adult. Crafted from magical energy, the automaton possessed its own will, a remarkable feat indeed. It seemed that the little sorcerer harbored many secrets. However, this would be the end of it. As he spoke, flames erupted in the Saint Lord's hand, intensifying the Iron Knight's struggles, which now only produced the harsh sound of steel grinding against steel. Ultimately, the Iron Knight met the same fate as the Silent Giant, the second guardian vanquished. The Saint Lord, gazing at the fragments of the bracelet in his palm, let out a low, sinister laugh, and soon the fragments dissipated into nothingness amidst the flames. Little sorcerer, what will you do next? The Saint Lord was curious about the expression that would grace the sorcerer's face at this moment. Fear? Trepidation? He silently shook his head. Although the sorcerer's demeanor resembled that of a dark magic wielder, the Saint Lord knew that Leon, much like his arch-nemesis Dragon, would never yield. Yet, when the Saint Lord glanced back to Leon's position, he found it utterly devoid of presence. How infuriating! When did this happen? The Saint Lord's crimson eyes scoured the surroundings, and he could sense no trace of Leon's magical energy. You cannot escape, sorcerer. As long as you continue to wield the power of the incantation, I will surely find you. Despite his irritation, the Saint Lord felt no true concern. No one could resist the divine power of the incantations, nor could anyone withstand their allure. Perhaps such individuals existed, but the Saint Lord was certain that Leon was not among them. This world is truly remarkable. Setting aside thoughts of Leon, the Saint Lord took a moment to seriously contemplate this realm. Though it was permeated with the technological essence he despised, his own power remained unweakened. In fact, his fury only intensified. In this era where magic has not yet ceased, I shall endeavor to rebuild my empire. More importantly, the absence of that detestable old man renders my position far more secure. The mere thought of his absence fills the Lord of the Saints with glee, for he realizes that the rules of this world starkly contrast with those of the previous realm, where all things were in a perpetual cycle of conflict and coexistence. This signifies that he may indeed become invincible within this domain. While there may be resistance from local powers, the Lord harbors an unwavering belief in his own might. The formidable strength of the Demon Lord will compel them to either submit or be utterly annihilated. Yet, the wizard remains a lurking threat. The mere mention of Leon sends a chill through the Lord's gaze. Leon knows him intimately, being the apprentice of that old coot. More critically, the Lord possesses scant knowledge of this wizard. Furthermore, Leon's mastery of temporal and spatial powers, coupled with his hidden contingencies, instills a profound trepidation within the Lord. No longer can he afford to remain complacent. He must locate the wizard with utmost urgency. However, before that, the Lord surveyed the surrounding ruins, shaking his head silently as he scanned the area. Suddenly, a towering edifice piercing the clouds caught his eye. Yet, before anything else, the noble dragon requires a sanctuary, a new palace befitting a demon, along with humble servants. Although he spoke sweet words, the Lord quickly succumbed to indulgence once more. Having grown accustomed to the life of a master, a flaw common to humanity, while it remains uncertain where the Lord will establish his palace, one thing is assured: that place will soon encounter misfortune. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, Leon sat in quiet meditation when he abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the disappearance of a magical sigil from his awareness. Has it been destroyed? The Lord's power has grown once again. Externally, Leon maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he was on the verge of anguish, for he was known as the Paishio, a being that seldom relinquished what it possessed. Not only had the Lord failed to be subdued, but he had also lost 2 precious guardian arms in the process. This was an immense loss. In the realm of Marheaven, the arms he had borrowed from Calutria were already in short supply, and with Diana, whose intellect was somewhat lacking, taking a share, their numbers had dwindled even further. Now, with the Lord having shattered 2 of them, his situation had become even more dire. This thought incited a deep-seated resentment within Leon, who began to contemplate how best to subdue the Lord and devise a suitable plan to deal with this ancient dragon. Indeed, for Leon, overcoming the dragon, who had consumed a potent elixir, would require considerable effort, but the outcome would remain unchanged. If he could gather 12 talismans to restore his primal power, coupled with the Lord's heightened state from the infusion of fiery energy, Leon would undoubtedly flee at the first sign of danger. What a farce! He is neither an immortal deity endowed with boundless magical prowess, nor a saint warrior like Lopez, capable of grappling with demon lords in a contest of strength. Even the venerable Leon, from the age of diminishing magic, would struggle against such formidable adversaries. What could he possibly rely on to vanquish a being so nearly invincible? Is it merely his audacity? However, the current incarnation of the Saint Lord possesses only a life-binding talisman. Even with the world's primordial energies aiding him, he is, at best, but a mere shadow of his former self. Can he truly be incapable of overcoming even this diminished form? Upon reflection, Leon realized that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage, for even a dilapidated vessel still has its nails. The Saint Lord, devoid of his talisman, remains a masterful sorcerer of demonic origin, coupled with the Saint Lord's draconic physique, which can virtually nullify all forms of harm. Leon had witnessed firsthand the futility of modern weaponry against him. Lasers from the 13th District had left not a single mark upon his form, a testament to his impenetrable defenses. Faced with such an opponent, it is no wonder that despair permeates the hearts of all. Thus, to entertain the notion of defeating the Saint Lord without daring to risk anything would be akin to chasing phantoms in dreams, where anything is possible. Yet, the Saint Lord's recent liberation presented Leon with a rare opportunity, an experimental chance to discern the true power of the special arm he had procured from Karusha. One could only hope it would not lead to disappointment. In an instant, Leon found himself enveloped in a resplendent luminescence. Within this radiance, he extended his arms and gradually reclined backward, his eyes dimming as he surrendered to the call of magic. Suddenly, the light erupted, coalescing into a cocoon, as if nurturing some profound metamorphosis. Chapter 23. Regret. Karusha. This realm is the illustrious magical kingdom of Marheaven, where its denizens possess an innate affinity for magic, making the awakening of their powers an effortless endeavor. However, such immense strength often invites calamity, prompting the kingdom to enact stringent laws to govern its populace. Karusha is notoriously insular. Leon recalled the considerable effort he had expended to gain entry into this land of knowledge. Here, he encountered a systematic understanding of the world's magical armaments for the first time. Arms, exquisitely fashioned from magical energies, exhibit a myriad of astonishing capabilities. The creation of an arm necessitates the harmonious blend of magical energy, mental fortitude, and a rare metallic substance capable of storing magic, none of which can be disregarded. Each arm craftsman tailors their creations according to their unique magical essence, with certain extraordinary arms capable of evolving or even manifesting new abilities under the influence of magic stones. Upon uncovering this knowledge, Leon posed a question to the Grand Elder of Karusha, a query that would ultimately lead to his expulsion from the kingdom, and worse still, a demand for his execution as a heretic. The Grand Elder, might it be possible to etch magical runes upon a human medium? After all, in terms of magical storage and circuitry, surely it would surpass in efficacy any lifeless metal. Alas, it seems that Leon's spontaneous inquiry inadvertently brushed against a taboo within Calutria. Had he not possessed a modicum of strength at that moment, he might have found himself forever ensnared in that place. Nevertheless, Leon was not one to easily tolerate such affronts. Having expended considerable time and effort to reach Calutria, he was taken aback by the callousness of the Elder Council, treating him as if he were mere clay to be molded. His thoughts were quite straightforward. After all, he was a traveler from another world. How could he possibly bow to the whims of these local denizens? Thus, on the eve of his departure, he and the somewhat brainwashed Diana orchestrated a grand heist in Calutria. while it was primarily Diana who executed the plan, with Leon merely skimming the surface. In the final division of spoils, Leon, demonstrating the virtues of chivalry, allowed the somewhat misguided woman to take the lion's share of the 735 arms pilfered from Kalusia. The two then parted ways. Yet this escapade imparted a crucial lesson to Leon. Without strength, even a traveler from another world is rendered powerless. As futile as a dragon without might. But in this unfamiliar realm, what could he possibly achieve? It was then that he recalled his earlier notion. However, the Grand Elder's warning of the backlash following failure left him momentarily hesitant. New York. The cocoon of light still enveloped Leon. It appeared he had already made his choice. Yet this was the first time he activated this ability, transforming himself into an arm. No, this was a manifestation of his own inherent power. The outcome remained uncertain, and all he could do was await its revelation. Manhattan, Fifth Avenue. This prominent thoroughfare in New York City stretches north and south, adorned with landmarks such as the Empire State Building, the New York Public Library, Rockefeller Center, St. Patrick's Cathedral, and Central Park, renowned attractions across the nation. It also serves as a famed affluent district, where one can find every conceivable luxury brand, functioning as New York's commercial, residential, cultural, shopping, and tourist hub. Yet the scene before him, which once epitomized the highest quality and taste, starkly contradicted such descriptions. The once bustling traffic had vanished, replaced by an array of police vehicles, riot control units, and even armored cars occupying critical positions in this vital area of New York. The streets, once teeming with throngs of people, had been evacuated. Just an hour prior, this locale was brimming with ordinary folks celebrating the festive season and purchasing gifts. Yet now, the scene is dominated by a nearly fully armed NYPD, with the number of officers clearly exceeding that of a single precinct, and more are continuously arriving at the site for defensive measures. Furthermore, strategic high points have been meticulously established, with the exposed barrels of sniper rifles indicating the presence of anti-material rifles, which are capable of devastating destruction upon impact. It is of paramount concern that such weaponry is typically prohibited in sensitive areas, as the potential for collateral damage is exceedingly high. Above, 3 NYPD helicopters hover, diligently surveying the surroundings. This once thriving commercial district has, in an instant, transformed into a fortified bastion of war. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, the commanding officer of the Manhattan precinct finds himself in a state of unease. Just recently, this precinct chief, having just crossed the threshold of 50, was contemplating his holiday plans for the upcoming Christmas, pondering where to vacation while drafting a request for the deputy chief to cover his duties. It is no wonder that he felt so at ease. In his position, there were rarely pressing matters to concern him, save for cataclysmic events that could shock the nation or a nuclear incident within their own ranks. However, such terror attacks are not commonplace in New York, after all. This is New York City, and the latter scenario is nothing short of a farce. The New York City Police Department boasts 77 precincts across the city, with 22 situated in Manhattan alone, and the areas under his jurisdiction, such as Fifth Avenue, are often regarded as some of the safest places in the nation. If terror attacks were to occur here, it would be more credible to believe that a Third World War had erupted. However, with the ringing of the desk phone, everything changed. What? A colossal green monster is rampaging through the city? Shit. Carl, has marijuana finally turned your brain to mush? How much have you smoked? Wake up and call me back. The precinct chief furiously hung up the phone, his previously good mood shattered, as he struggled to squeeze his increasingly ample frame back into his chair, lamenting how time spares no one. He was not like this during his time in Vietnam. Perhaps it was time to reassign Carl to a more suitable position where he could better serve the citizens. Muttering to himself, the chief began to realize that Carl lacked the necessary composure. Yet, as a barrage of phone calls ensued, and officers burst into his office, the chief understood that something truly catastrophic might have occurred. He swiftly convened his personnel, and at that moment, the real-time footage from the helicopter finally arrived at his desk. As the images unfolded before the gathered staff, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the office. Oh my God, what in heaven's name is that creature? In the image, a colossal creature, towering nearly 50 feet tall with a dragon's head and a human body, relentlessly advances along the streets of the city. Though its pace is not swift, the ground beneath it is littered with collapsed buildings and crushed vehicles, as the citizens of New York flee in terror, wailing in despair. The monster intermittently breathes fire, obliterating everything in its path. Suddenly, it lifts its head to gaze at the crowd, the dragon's visage vividly displayed on the screen. It is the Lord. The occupants of the office, ensnared by the Lord's malevolent stare, dare not utter a sound. Abruptly, a sinister smile graces the Lord's lips, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. He is laughing. A sound escapes his lips, followed by a burst of flame emanating from his mouth, igniting a cacophony of shouts from the helicopter crew. The onlookers are momentarily blinded by a dazzling red light, after which the signal abruptly cuts off. Silence envelopes the room, with only the unspoken prayers for those unfortunate souls lingering in the air, in stark contrast to the panicked expressions of others. The precinct captain seated at the head of the table is consumed by profound regret. Damn it, had I known, I would have taken my vacation early and skipped Christmas altogether. Chapter 24. Relocation. Damn it, Mike, you're committing a crime, for God's sake. You must not proceed like this. The precinct captain shouted into the radio, his voice rising in anger, eventually devolving into desperate pleas. However, this did nothing to sway the determination of the captain of the 22nd precinct, leaving him with nothing but the buzzing of the phone in his ear. With a crash, he smashed the phone, unleashing a torrent of expletives, yet the impending crisis remained unresolved, drawing ever closer. Just moments ago, the interception force, which included the 22nd precinct, had declared their operation a failure due to heavy casualties and retreated from their position. For the precinct captain stationed on Fifth Avenue, this not only indicated that the creature was about to breach Fifth Avenue, but also that all forthcoming pressure would rest squarely upon his shoulders. These useless wastrels of taxpayer money. After uttering this disdainful remark, the precinct captain failed to notice the peculiar looks cast upon him by his fellow officers in the command vehicle. Yet, even if he had, he would not have been inclined to care, for he recognized that he was ensnared in a perilous predicament, should he fail to intercept or eliminate the beast, resulting in grievous losses along Fifth Avenue, even if the state government might understand his plight and refrain from reproach. The large corporate entities suffering economic and human losses would not be so forgiving. The pressure from them could very well force him into resignation, compelling him to return to his home in Texas. For heaven's sake, the precinct captain truly did not wish to leave the bustling New York behind, to return to a life of farming corn. It had taken years of struggle for this once impoverished Texan boy to attain his current standing. No one can usurp what rightfully belongs to him. In this moment, the light of perseverance and determination once again flickered in the eyes of the division chief, reminiscent of his earlier self. Thus, bolstered by this conviction, he issued a command to all officers to remain on high alert. The officers below were taken aback. When had their usually reclusive chief exhibited such fervor? However, as soon as the chief concluded his communication, he turned to a capable middle-aged man at his side and inquired, "Hey, Mark, what shall we do next? Do not shy away from this. You must understand that if I fail, no one shall escape unscathed." The chief's final words were emphasized with weight. Mark, having recently returned from the battlefield in Iraq due to injury and now serving as the head of the special operations team under the chief, could only respond with a curt snort, though the resignation in his eyes was unmistakable. This position had not been his rightful place, but the military's higher-ups had taken notice of his commendable performance in combat and had swiftly appointed him here. As a soldier recently returned from war, Mark held little regard for the chief's method of operation. Likewise, the chief harbored disdain for Mark. A fierce dragon's descent into a territory ruled by a local snake rarely engenders goodwill. The chief had initially hoped to elevate a preferred candidate to this role, but Mark's arrival had dashed those aspirations. Both men regarded each other with mutual disdain, yet Mark was taken aback by the chief's formidable grip on the division, despite viewing him as inept. After 9 months in the division, under the chief's constraints, he had accomplished little, enduring the sight of the chief's corpulent visage rotating before him, which only served to incite his frustration. At times, Mark was tempted to confront that large face directly, but he understood the peril of such an action. There would be no one to come to his aid. The wretched bureaucratic politics. Thus, when the recent crisis emerged, Mark initially felt a sense of exhilaration, for if handled poorly, his superior might very well meet his demise. However, as the complexity of the situation became increasingly apparent and its ramifications expanded, Mark realized that should that monstrosity breach Fifth Avenue, not only the chief but the entire leadership of the division would be at stake. This was no burden one man could shoulder alone. Hence, Mark felt both amusement and resignation. "Chief, All we can do now is buy time and await rescue. Mark's words instantly extinguished the chief's hopeful thoughts, leaving his face awash with disappointment. Is this truly the only recourse available? The precinct chief sought not merely a favorable outcome. He placed his unwavering trust in Mark's discernment. The current situation had escalated far beyond the jurisdiction of the New York Police Department. Manhattan had transformed into a battleground, verging on the very essence of warfare. In this tumultuous moment, Mark emerged as the sole individual worthy of the precinct chief's confidence. Indeed, Chief, this is the only course of action we have left, Mark remarked, gesturing towards the communication screen, showcasing a scene of utter devastation. The wreckage was scattered, with the remnants of a helicopter still ablaze, the NYPD insignia on its tail unmistakably vivid and jarring. The precincts engaged in interceptive operations possessed personnel and firepower comparable to their own. They had access to the same resources, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The precinct chief recognized the implication of Mark's words. Their current law enforcement capabilities had dwindled, even inferior to their former state. Their arsenal consisted primarily of the SIG P226 Dow and Glock 19, occasionally supplemented with carbines and assault rifles, firepower that had already begun to feel outdated when confronting typical criminals in New York. Adding to the predicament, the narcotics unit had recently suffered severe losses inflicted by drug traffickers armed with superior weaponry, rendering the situation utterly unjust. This thought incited a wave of frustration within the precinct chief, who could not help but silently curse those legislators who only uttered no when faced with budget requests. However, lamentations were futile. They could only reap the bitter fruits of their own sowing. Prior to this, communication had been lost with the third batch of ESU dispatched for combat, leaving Mark's unfinished statement hanging in the air, its meaning unmistakable. The precinct chief's heart plummeted into despair. We're doomed, he thought, but before he could articulate his fears, Mark interrupted him, his demeanor reflecting that of a seasoned veteran. That is precisely why we must buy time, regardless of the cost, until the National Guard arrives. But what use are they? The precinct chief harbored no illusions about the militia. Despite their commendable reputation, he regarded them with disdain, questioning their competence as an officer from the regular army. Nonetheless, they possessed formidable firepower and equipment that the precinct lacked. Moreover, Mark lowered his voice to a mere whisper, audible only to the precinct chief. According to current New York state law, once they arrive, command will automatically transfer from your hands to those designated to bear this responsibility. In that moment, Mark's voice took on an almost sinister allure, igniting a spark of realization in the precinct chief's eyes. Chapter 25. Panic with Newfound Direction. The precinct chief temporarily set aside his burdensome anxiety, actively reallocating police forces to establish defenses and enhance ambush points, striving not for glory, but for the avoidance of failure. In truth, if necessary, we could directly request our superiors to allow the military to intervene. Observing the precinct chief issuing commands from within the vehicle, Mark suddenly interjected with a blunt remark. Yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, regret washed over him. Are you out of your mind, Mark? Or has your recent closeness to Carl infected you? Suggesting military intervention. How could you utter such a thing? The precinct chief's fury was palpable, his disdain enough to wash Mark's face clean with scorn. Regardless of the nation, the military is the most organized form of armed violence, particularly the American military. Being a fellow citizen, Mark was acutely aware of the moral fabric of his country's armed forces. This was Manhattan Island, after all. If one truly dared to summon the military here, they might well unleash a barrage of missiles, aerial bombardments, and ground troop assaults. Do not question their resolve. As a soldier himself, Mark understood that there is nothing they would shy away from if it crossed their minds. Even if the higher echelons of the military continuously emphasized restraint, the guns do not rest in their hands, and actions are dictated by circumstance. Their assessments typically arise from a perception of imminent danger, compelling them to employ any means necessary. Everyone, you claim it would harm the innocent? Apologies. But regardless of where you voice your grievances, the military's unified stance is collateral damage, accidental strikes. If you suffer unnecessary harm, we sincerely apologize. Yet please trust that all our actions are conducted in defense of the freedoms of America. Are you left speechless? Their assertions render even the president powerless, for historically, the Pentagon has not hesitated to tell their leaders no. However, Chief, I am speaking hypothetically. What if the National Guard proves ineffective? Mark cautiously glanced at the precinct chief and quietly inquired. The chief paused at this, realizing the gravity of the question. Indeed, what would happen if the National Guard were to falter? The thought had never crossed his mind, yet the more he contemplated it, the more he sensed a significant likelihood of such an outcome. With a resigned sigh, the chief declared, "Rest assured, Mark, at that point, decisions will be made beyond our purview. Others will decide for us." Mark nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in the chief's words. In reality, the unfolding of events has never been within their control. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in this predicament. At 1:32 in the afternoon, the gentle snowfall had ceased. Yet the biting cold compelled the police, who had been waiting anxiously, to tighten their collars. "Southeast. Southeast. The creature has entered the alert zone. The creature has entered the alert zone." The public channel relayed the helicopter's early detection of enemy movements. Without waiting for the chief's command, the officers swiftly disengaged their safeties, and snipers at various vantage points began to take aim. Bang, bang, bang. A deep, muffled sound of footsteps gradually approached, resonating in the ears of every officer present. The ground trembled with scattered dust and gravel, responding rhythmically to the ominous advance. Every heartbeat quickened, and those with even a modicum of awareness dared not fathom the colossal entity that could produce such a cacophony. At last, around a street corner, a monstrous figure over 50 feet tall emerged before the astonished crowd, a dragon-headed creature with a human body, its eyes aglow with a fierce, bloodthirsty intensity. Its head resembled a blazing inferno, flanked by razor-sharp spikes, its mouth akin to that of a crocodile, and a serpentine tongue flickering menacingly. The visage was terrifying, adorned with 8 horns reminiscent of a bull's. Below the dragoness head lay a body of explosive musculature, robust arms, and powerful legs that underscored its formidable presence. Oh, heavens! This was the first authentic encounter for those present with a creature that seemed to leap straight from legend. Among the onlookers were not just police officers, but also a ubiquitous breed of individuals ever present in such scenarios. Reporters. The title of the uncrowned king was not bestowed lightly. They would never forego an opportunity to capture a significant story, even if it meant encroaching upon police efforts to restore order. The officers were vastly outnumbered on Fifth Avenue, struggling to establish defensive measures with scant resources. Major news outlets such as ABC, NBC, and Fox had all converged upon the scene, not to mention countless lesser-known tabloids. From the moment the Manhattan precinct arrived to set up, the media was already on site, their swift actions leaving those tasked with safeguarding the lives and properties of New Yorkers feeling somewhat inadequate. Their cameras faithfully broadcasted the deployment of the New York police along Fifth Avenue to the rest of the nation. Viewers, just settling in front of their televisions, were astonished at the chaos unfolding in Manhattan and perplexed by the police's state of readiness, which seemed more akin to preparing for battle than apprehending criminals. However, their confusion was swiftly dispelled when the fearsome visage of the creature appeared on screen, provoking gasps of disbelief and fervent prayers for divine protection. Americans, who often regarded themselves as the pinnacle of power, suddenly felt minuscule in the face of such an ancient and terrifying being. Yet, while the audience at home was gripped by panic, the precinct chief and Mark on site were enveloped in a chilling dread, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. "Mark, have you noticed? That monster seems to be growing larger," the precinct chief remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he observed the unfolding scene through the command vehicle. "It does appear so, Chief," Mark replied, his voice tinged with disbelief. Mark felt a tinge of uncertainty, as he could scarcely fathom the terrifying consequences of this monstrous entity continuing to grow. However, upon comparing it to previous images, the two realized, albeit subtly, that the creature had indeed increased in size. Mark's statement trailed off, yet his implication was unmistakable. The division chief pondered for a moment, only to conclude that he was powerless to act. He lacked even the confidence to ensure his own survival in the impending confrontation. Ultimately, he could only sigh deeply and lament. "We can only pray for God's grace." Meanwhile, the Lord sensed his primordial power steadily intensifying. The crimson glow in his eyes grew ever more vibrant as the forces of the world fortified him. Unable to contain his admiration, he mused, "What a splendid world this is." His gaze swept across the vicinity, and he perceived the presence of both concealed police officers and journalists, yet he paid them no heed. Instead, he gazed at a skyscraper that pierced the heavens and nodded in satisfaction. "My new palace has arrived." Chapter 26. A chill in the heart as the Lord's hoarse and somber voice resonated through the area. The police officers and journalists stationed there could hardly believe their ears. The creature could articulate speech. Until that moment, nearly everyone had assumed that this rampaging behemoth wreaking havoc on Manhattan Island was merely a mutation of an unknown creature that had emerged from some obscure corner, or perhaps a product of government or military experimentation. The latter explanation garnered widespread acceptance among the American populace, for they understood their government all too well. After all, no country on Earth would dare to conduct nuclear or chemical weapon tests near populated areas within its own borders. Even pharmaceuticals and health products that had not undergone clinical trials were allowed into the market, often with the backing of local governments and legal frameworks, leaving little room for dissent. This is the so-called number one free and democratic nation in the world, the very country that is on the verge of becoming, if it hasn't already, the sole superpower. Its harshness extends not only to foreigners, but also to its own citizens. This is America. Mark, am I imagining things? I think I just heard that monster speak. The division chief widened his eyes, still unable to believe his ears. He earnestly sought counsel from Mark beside him, hoping that his companion would assure him that this was merely a figment of his imagination. Otherwise, he had long assumed that he faced nothing more than a heartless, barbaric, mutated creature, only to discover that it possessed the ability to articulate language and displayed a remarkable level of intelligence. The division chief felt as though fortune had smiled upon him today, encountering the most bizarre of occurrences. Had he known, he would have ventured into the stock market, making astute investments. Perhaps he could have easily earned back his retirement funds, rather than toiling as a mere police officer. However, Mark's words shattered the division chief's delusions, forcing him to confront the harsh reality before him. I'm afraid, Chief, you have not misheard. You must order our officers to exercise extreme caution. I sense that today's mission will be exceedingly arduous. Mark could easily fathom the troubles that a creature of such evident intelligence would bring. Without needing further persuasion, the division chief relayed the orders. Meanwhile, the figure surrounded by countless officers, the Saint, suddenly halted, plunging both parties into an eerie silence. The Saint observed the expressions of uncertainty and fear etched upon the faces of the humans below. A sinister smile crept across his grotesque visage. Indeed, it was as it should be. The feeble and humble humans ought to display such expressions when confronted with the supreme dragon. Only thus could it align with their rightful place, rather than emulate those audacious humans who repeatedly defied and opposed the magnificent dragon. In that moment, faces he loathed, Liang, Chung Long, Old Man, and Little Yu, flashed through the Saint's mind. Unable to contain himself, he let out a disdainful snort, visible sparks erupting from his nostrils. The sudden sparks startled the surrounding officers. Some, particularly the inexperienced recruits, nearly discharged their weapons in fright. Fortunately, their comrades intervened, averting a potential disaster. They had received orders from their superiors to delay as much as possible while awaiting reinforcements. Although they were puzzled as to why the creature had paused, they understood that if their blunders led to failure, even if they emerged unscathed from this crisis, the division chief would undoubtedly administer a stern lesson afterward. At that moment, the Saint spoke again. Mortals, even now you fail to grasp the folly of opposing the great Saint. Do you truly believe your trivial toys can contend with me? Come forth. I shall demonstrate the might of the dragon. The Saint's resonant voice echoed through the street, leaving the officers and reporters exchanging bewildered glances, unsure how to respond to this narrative-like proclamation. A dragon? It must be said that there is indeed a striking resemblance. However, his appearance is evidently not designed to endear him to others. Moreover, what does he mean by his words, Mark? Even the precinct chief failed to notice. In the presence of such formidable power as the Holy Lord, his address unintentionally shifted from it to he. Chief, it appears that our malevolent dragon seems to be actively provoking us, urging us to initiate an assault. The more Mark spoke, the more he felt an eerie familiarity with the scene before him, suddenly realizing that this was precisely what their nation frequently engaged in, constantly seeking to instigate trouble with other countries, and then employing force to impress upon them the indomitable nature of our great America, thus achieving the global hegemony of the United States. As the wheel of fortune turns, Mark found himself in a state of both absurdity and amusement at the unfolding tableau. However, the precinct chief shook his head and said, Mark, you know this is impossible. Our task is merely to buy time until those capable of addressing this matter arrive. I cannot take the initiative to attack." The chief was acutely aware of their true capabilities. Despite the multitude of personnel and firepower already deployed, not even a ripple had emerged. Should they engage, it would only lead to needless casualties without resolving anything. Furthermore, conversing with this creature was beyond his rank. The chief had decided to cover his ears and feign ignorance, as every second of delay was beneficial. Yet, the Holy Lord entertained no such thoughts. Observing the indifferent New York police, he felt as if his earlier words had fallen on deaf ears, and his dignity was being insulted. "Insectoids, your impoverished minds shall never comprehend what true wisdom entails." A flash of crimson light flickered in the Holy Lord's eyes as he conceived a more effective strategy to enlighten these humans about their predicament. "Come forth, my minions. Clear the path for your master. Let these fools become acutely aware of the greatness against which they stand." As the Holy Lord summoned them, shadows began to converge like a flowing stream. Initially, the police were perplexed by the Holy Lord's proclamation, but as the shadows darted past them, they began to sense something amiss. A multitude of shadows coalesced before the Holy Lord, forming a vast expanse of darkness that twisted and expanded as if it possessed life. Captivating the attention of all, even the most seasoned detectives, who had weathered numerous storms, felt that the occurrences of this day were more bizarre than anything they had encountered in their lifetimes. The seemingly sentient shadows further triggered an instinctual warning within them, yet all they could do was grip their weapons tightly, seeking a semblance of security from them. At that moment, the shadow finally ceased its transformation, and before anyone could react, pairs of ominous, blood-red eyes emerged, instilling an overwhelming chill in the hearts of all present. Chapter 27. Proclamation. Thanks to the diligent American press, albeit largely motivated by the temptations of monetary gain, this cadre of paparazzi was willing to risk life and limb. Nevertheless, they exhibited a professionalism far superior to that of journalists in the previous world, as they did not recklessly pursue stories at all costs. The figure known as the Lord had now ascended to be the primary architect of a terror attack on American soil for the first time, and the human and economic toll resulting from his actions had yet to be fully assessed. However, one thing was certain: since the appearance of the Lord, the American stock market had been plummeting, with investors frantically liquidating their assets as if the apocalypse were upon them. Regardless of the official reassurances aimed at soothing the public's panic, their efforts proved futile, as the impotence of the New York police force in the face of the Lord was vividly broadcasted to audiences across the nation. The commissioner of the New York Police Department had lost count of how many times he had requested to cut the broadcast signal, only to be thwarted by an unseen force, as if someone reveled in witnessing the entire country descend into chaos. Since the conclusion of World War II, the United States had reigned supreme, and even during the subsequent U.S. Soviet confrontations, it had never suffered such a significant setback. Especially now, on the brink of victory with its sole rival on the verge of collapse, the Lord had played a cruel jest, stripping away the proud facade of the United States in an instant. High-ranking officials within the Pentagon had already suggested deploying the military, reasoning that the previous failure lay with the New York police, while the troops of the great United States were deemed invincible. Yet, when this proposal was presented before Congress, few legislators were willing to endorse it, primarily due to the unique status of Manhattan Island, which bred apprehension. Observing the Lord's imposing stature, they feared that ordinary American soldiers would scarcely be sufficient, and should the military intervene, they would have to consider the fate of the entire Manhattan Island. Although military leaders assured that they would contain the battlefield within certain confines, even the least military-savvy legislators dismissed their claims as mere bluster. The CIA had meticulously reported the military's overseas actions, ensuring that even the military might not have as clear an understanding as those in intelligence, for specialization breeds expertise. Consequently, when the White House became aware of the military's conduct over the years, it could only express disapproval, refraining from resorting to vulgarities as befits civilized discourse. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the damages inflicted by the Lord at that moment primarily stemmed from the losses sustained by the NYPD during their attempts to intercept him. In simpler terms, the losses had yet to reach a level that would truly alarm the legislators, remaining well within their threshold of tolerability, should the military be called upon. However, the situation could escalate to a point where nothing but remnants would remain. If this were truly the case, the financiers behind the legislators would undoubtedly be displeased, and that would spell genuine trouble. The military's proposal was dismissed, inciting a cacophony of frustration within the hallowed halls of the Pentagon. Alas, this time the armed forces had no intention of reducing Manhattan to rubble. Rather, the emergence of the so-called sovereign brought them a surprising measure of joy. This novel biological entity, unlike any species found on Earth, represented an entirely new genetic lineage. Could this not signify something of great importance? Indeed, the military aspired to capture the sovereign for research purposes, to investigate whether this newfound power could be harnessed for warfare. Ever since the demise of Dr. Abraham Erskine, the super soldier program had oscillated between success and failure. They succeeded in creating super soldiers akin to Captain America, yet failed to implement this achievement on a grand scale within the military. Following Captain America's disappearance, they lost their sole prototype, leaving the program languishing in stagnation. Now, with the sovereign's arrival, the military perceived a fresh avenue to explore, hence their fervent desire to engage. However, the proposal was once more rebuffed, inciting the ire of irate generals who clamored for a coup to rectify the situation. Of course, such declarations were mere rhetoric. Yet this delay had significant repercussions on the support efforts. Meanwhile, the branch director on the front lines could scarcely concern himself with such matters, for he had initially intended to hold his position for an hour, waiting for reinforcements, only to realize that even 10 minutes of endurance might be a stretch. Should that creature show benevolence? As shadows coalesced around the being that called itself the Sovereign, an ominous premonition took root in the director's mind. As anticipated, the appearance of numerous crimson eyes heralded the emergence of a legion of ninja-like entities, seemingly conjured from the shadows. With their blood-red eyes and ashen skin, it was clear that no one would dare categorize them as human. In an instant, the scene was inundated with a dense throng of ninja warriors. Moreover, these creatures emerged from nearly every dark recess, even coalescing on the walls of surrounding skyscrapers, where ninjas perched nonchalantly, defying the laws of physics. Yet, at this moment, no one had the luxury to ponder such anomalies. Their sole advantage over the sovereign had been their numerical superiority, though this might hold little sway over the creature. The psychological advantage of sheer numbers provided a modicum of comfort to their ranks. At least, it offered some solace among them. However, the New York police now found themselves bereft of even this last shred of reassurance, as in the blink of an eye. The entire street was encircled by the shadowy legion, witnessing the chilling gaze of the ninjas, devoid of any semblance of humanity. The assembled individuals could not help but shudder in fear. "Hey, can we win?" A young officer could not restrain himself from inquiring of the sheriff beside him. The sheriff, appearing markedly more composed than the officer, nevertheless exhibited signs of trepidation, his trembling hands betraying the gravity of his own predicament. However, he still forced a smile to comfort the officer beside him, saying, "Fear not, for God shall bless us." The young officer nodded, taking a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Indeed, what else could they rely on but divine providence at this moment? Inside the command vehicle, the precinct chief and Mark found themselves at a loss for words. If the master seemed to be a product of genetic mutation belonging to the realm of science, the legion of ninjas he summoned surpassed their wildest imagination, resembling sorcery more than advanced technology. Yet, regardless of what aspect they considered, it had completely transcended their capabilities. Request reinforcements. If we do not wish for the entirety of New York to fall into the hands of this monster, they must act swiftly, be it the National Guard or the military. I simply need them to arrive here post-haste. Mark, ever decisive, directly suggested to the precinct chief. The chief nodded silently, initiating a communication request, though his mind was consumed with the thought, is surrendering to the monster a viable option? Outside, the shadowy legion bundled the hidden reporters along with their broadcasting equipment before the master. The journalists, confronted with the chilling aura of the ninja army and the monstrous figure of the master, found their earlier bravado dissipating in the face of true peril. They huddled together in fear, unable to meet the gaze of this creature, as a being that had nearly accompanied the entirety of human history. The master was acutely aware of the functions these individuals and their devices served. Though he harbored a disdain for the essence of technology, he could tolerate some of these trinkets, recognizing their utility in achieving his aims. "Hurry, my ants, let the majesty of the dragon resonate throughout the world," proclaiming the Master's arrival. Chapter 28. The Apex Bang. Bang, bang, rat-a-tat-tat. The streets of Manhattan had long since lost their former splendor and harmony. An array of firearms roared in unison, the sounds of shell casings clattering and the acrid scent of gunpowder pervading the air. Interspersed with this cacophony were the occasional anguished cries of humanity. As time wore on, the gunfire gradually dwindled, leaving behind only the faint echoes of human suffering. Within the command vehicle, both the precinct chief and Mark were rendered powerless by the unfolding chaos outside. The situation had spiraled far beyond their control. Initially, they had hoped to delay the inevitable, yet from the onset of battle, the tide had turned overwhelmingly against them. The meticulously arranged defenses were breached in an instant. As the enemy seemed to multiply, plunging every area into disarray, utterly disregarding the operational plan, Mark and the precinct chief understood that they could not be blamed. Anyone witnessing an enemy, who had previously seemed distant, suddenly materializing nearby, within mere centimeters, would find it akin to a dragon swooping down upon them. That they had not disbanded outright was a testament to the NYPD's rigorous training. The highly anticipated elevated sniper position, after launching its initial wave of assault, fell silent. No matter how fervently the command vehicle called out, only the static of the radio responded. At this juncture, their predicament was starkly apparent. However, to their dismay, the chaos was not wrought by the creature they had targeted. Instead, this monstrosity appeared as an audience member, an outsider, enjoying the spectacle while they played the role of actors. Their impotence and failure serving as the finest entertainment for this observer. What compounded their troubles was the presence of human figures beside the monster. Armed with an array of weaponry, those were the journalists previously captured by the master. Under his orders, they trained their cameras on the beleaguered New York police officers. The precinct chief could scarcely comprehend the terrifying ramifications of such images being broadcasted to the American public, yet one certainty loomed. He might indeed be contemplating an early retirement. It was over, utterly over. Meanwhile, the master directed the journalists to relay the police's plight to the world, his voice resonating ominously through the lens. Do you see? Do you see? These so-called warriors cannot even dispatch my minions. Oh, look at their fearful expressions. What a delightful display. You should prepare to present such expressions before your new sovereign. The master's words rang true. The audience across the nation was indeed startled by the performance of the Shadow Legion, and it was not just them. The Pentagon and the White House were equally taken aback by this retro-clad band of masked ninjas. In truth, at the outset, when these ninjas charged at the New York police, the military officials could hardly suppress their laughter. The distance from the ninjas to the police was ample enough to render them living targets, and the officers' firepower should have decimated them multiple times over. Did this creature known as the Master believe it was still the medieval era? One high-ranking military observer scoffed. Their assumptions proved correct. Once the frontline commander issued the order to fire, the hail of bullets from handguns and assault rifles obliterated everything in their path, turning the ninjas into mere phantoms. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, the Shadow Legion materialized in the very midst of the first strike team's position, indeed, right among them. The team leader, disregarding how these creatures had infiltrated their ranks, hastily commanded a counterattack. However, those at a distance with the opportunity to shoot could hardly hope to vanquish these shadowy warriors. Skilled in both assassination and martial arts, in close combat. In an instant, the first assault team fell, their defeat complete, as all members became captives of the Dark Lord, who evidently harbored ulterior motives for these humans. The failure of the first team was evident to all. Although they may not have comprehended how the Shadow Legion breached their defenses, the onlookers were acutely aware. Emerging directly from shadows, the Legion executed a surprise attack that was utterly indefensible. What astonished them further was that the formidable barriers and riot vehicles offered no protection against these ninjas, who seemed to glide through the obstacles as if they were mere illusions, delivering a shocking surprise to the officers within. To the New York police, these ninjas appeared as true phantoms, insurmountable and unstoppable, rendering all defenses non-existent before them. It was not only the authorities who felt this way. Anyone witnessing this scene experienced a profound jolt to their understanding. The spectators, upon seeing the Shadow Legion, perhaps truly grasped the meaning of vanishing and reappearing at will, sensing an overwhelming insecurity as they realized that their own shadows could harbor a lurking assassin. In stark contrast to the public's terror, the military regarded the emergence of the Shadow Legion with grave concern and discouragement. Their capabilities were simply beyond comprehension, while the Dark Lord instilled fear. He did not evoke helplessness, for their formidable nuclear arsenal and advanced conventional weapons provided them with considerable confidence. Sometimes, tangible power does not evoke dread, but the terror of the unknown is what leaves one feeling utterly powerless. Analyzing the incessantly transmitted information only deepened their headaches regarding the Shadow Legion summoned by the Dark Lord. Image data analysis revealed that the ninjas exhibited qualities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, seemingly unaffected by gravity as they effortlessly leaped onto streetlight poles and traversed walls with ease, enabling them to launch attacks from various angles, leaving no room for defense. Coupled with their shadow-like abilities, they epitomized the perfect agents. Within the Pentagon, an intelligence officer, observing the ninjas' performance, could not help but express his admiration, though he refrained from referring to them as assassins, mindful of the setting. Nonetheless, the exceptional performance of the Shadow Legion captured the officer's favor, for such warriors were indeed the most suitable for assassination, intelligence gathering, and sabotage, the quintessential operatives. This was a small meeting at the Pentagon, attended by luminaries of military leadership, with perhaps only the recording secretary and the major reporting on the situation standing out as unique among the generals. Upon the intelligence officer's remarks, while others remained silent, they silently acknowledged the validity of his words. Meanwhile, they mentally crossed out the plan to deploy the army, fully aware that sending ground troops into this steel jungle of a city, given the capabilities exhibited by the Shadow Legion, would undoubtedly lead to their utter annihilation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you here not to extol the virtues of these monstrosities. Ultimately, a 4-star general seated in the main position halted the general's discussion, gazing at the screen displaying the ostentatious display of the sovereign, and inquired, "What can we possibly gain from these creatures?" Chapter 29. SHIELD. As the largest violent armed group globally, the American military no longer merely refers to the armed forces. It comprises a colossal interest group encompassing military departments, defense contractors, certain congressional members, and defense research institutions. This vast coalition has grown unwieldy since the conclusion of World War II and the ensuing U.S.-Soviet rivalry. It extends beyond military affairs into defense enterprises and congressional matters, thus wielding profound influence. Successive U.S. presidents cannot afford to disregard this immense interest group, otherwise, their positions may become precarious, as this consortium has effectively held the entire nation hostage in subsequent years. Though they have yet to reach their zenith, they still maintain substantial laboratories and research facilities. One can scarcely fathom the immense benefits the emergence of the sovereign has brought them, as it not only bolsters military strength but also enhances their fortunes, allowing them to fulfill their patriotic duties while reaping financial rewards. More crucially, their long-standing adversaries are on the brink of collapse. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, it is almost certain that Congress will reduce military funding and downsize the armed forces, ushering in a period of hardship for them, prompting an urgent desire to extract maximum benefits from the sovereign. Numerous large corporations have already initiated contact with the military, seeking access to the sovereign's body and genetic samples. For these enterprises are exceedingly shrewd when it comes to profit. Although the sovereign continues to flaunt his power in Manhattan, it does not preclude them from claiming their rightful share of the spoils. Just as they prepare to unleash chaos over trivial gains, none are inclined to act with decorum. A report was passed along, indicating that the White House had once again denied their request for troop deployment. This revelation erupted in the conference room, with generals expressing their frustrations, resorting to colorful language to berate the congressional representatives and their female relatives. It is indeed a challenging time. The modern military does not prioritize high educational qualifications for enlistment, and among the few generals present, very few are well-educated individuals. How do they intend to combat these creatures? With police wielding toy pistols or that ragtag group of militia? An Air Force general could not help but scoff. Nearly every nation's military possesses its own hierarchy of disdain. Yet the competition within the United States Armed Forces is particularly fierce. There exists a distinct pecking order. The Air Force, with its abundant resources and superior conditions, epitomizes the archetype of wealth and attractiveness. The Navy, sailing the seas aboard aircraft carriers, boasts the broadest worldview. The Marine Corps, undertaking the most arduous and unseemly operations, must rely on the Navy's vessels and bear their scrutiny, while the Army languishes at the bottom of this hierarchy. As for the Coast Guard, it often goes unnoticed. lacking even the qualification to enter this disdainful chain. Regrettably, when it comes to the National Guard, even the Coast Guard may regard it with scorn, as they doubt the National Guard's capability to manage any significant incidents. The Pentagon, too, seems reluctant to deploy the Army directly, deeming it a reckless endangerment. Apologies, General. They claim a more fitting alternative has been identified. The correspondent, having concluded his statement, handed a document to the four-star general. What? Who could possibly be more suited for this task? Upon opening the document, the general could not suppress an exclamation. SHIELD. What in the world is this absurd name? SHIELD, formerly known as the Strategic Hazard Intervention and Espionage Logistics Directorate, is referred to in this context as the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Division. However, it is more commonly dubbed as SHIELD. Such a lengthy and unwieldy title. Regardless of its nomenclature, the general instinctively recoiled from it upon first glance. I am curious to know which obscure department has the audacity to encroach upon our military domain, he muttered, continuing to peruse the document. As three names emerged before him, he fell into a profound silence, his expression turning grave. Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, Chester Phillips. With each name uttered, the general felt a sharp pang in his forehead. Chester Phillips, one of the founding members of SHIELD, hailing from the Army. If this veteran were still active, he would be obliged to salute him. Peggy Carter, also a founding member of SHIELD, had an illustrious record during World War II that commanded his respect, and more troubling still, she appeared to be associated with the formidable figure of Captain America. Howard Stark, one of the founding members of SHIELD. This particular individual is a source of considerable consternation for the general. His Stark Industries stands as the largest defense contractor in the United States, and he possesses extensive connections across political, business, and military spheres. It is simply impossible for him to oppose Howard, as the forces behind him would not permit such a confrontation. In summary, none of these three individuals can be taken lightly. To put it plainly, he cannot afford to provoke any of them, as he is merely a junior in their presence, let alone engage in opposition. Upon reflecting on this, the general could only sigh in resignation and stated, "Enough with the bickering. Let us allow this." Pausing, he glanced at the document in his hand and continued, "Let this SHIELD proceed. We shall act according to circumstances." The general still harbored a dislike for this name. The others exchanged glances, but since their leader had spoken, they could only await the unfolding of events. In Washington, D.C., at the Trident headquarters of SHIELD, although the headquarters building is still in its nascent stages, with various facilities nearing completion and departments of SHIELD beginning to establish themselves. This future organization tasked with serving as a global security force is already taking shape. While it is true that the current prominence of SHIELD relies upon Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, and Chester Phillips, the passage of time and their declining health have prompted them to consider stepping back. Howard, for instance, has not been involved in SHIELD affairs for quite some time, appearing only sporadically for research purposes. Consequently, Peggy and her colleagues are gradually entrusting the organization's authority to Alexander Pierce, SHIELD's second-in-command. They believe that under his stewardship, SHIELD will flourish further. Observing this, one cannot help but marvel at the discernment of these founding members, having allowed an undercover agent to rise to the leadership of their adversarial organization. It was indeed Alexander Pierce's astute choice of the enigmatic black egg that transformed this agency into an international security force, revitalizing SHIELD in the process. Thus, it is quite remarkable to appreciate their insight. This time, SHIELD has evidently taken notice of the Holy Master. Yet it remains uncertain whether this attention was genuinely drawn by SHIELD, or if there are other factors at play. Chapter 30, Awaiting SHIELD. Originally established as an intelligence agency by the United States government, it has increasingly aligned itself with international efforts in recent years, conducting various intelligence operations under the auspices of the United Nations. This evolution has elevated the organization's profile internationally, despite its relatively low profile domestically, particularly during this waning period of the Cold War, to ensure SHIELD's continued growth. Alexander Pierce proposed that the agency forge closer ties with the United Nations, moving beyond the confines of national or regional peacekeeping to better serve global interests in international affairs. The rationale is sound, noble, and commendable. But what is the true situation? With the conclusion of World War II, the establishment of SHIELD commenced. Each intelligence agency possesses its own duties and missions. Thus, who were their adversaries during the Cold War? Apart from the formidable bear that suffocated the entire Western world, who else could challenge this bald eagle? However, as the confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union neared its end, many advisory and intelligence agencies established due to the Cold War faced disbandment or even dissolution, SHIELD being no exception. At that time, the prominent figures of SHIELD were not the United Nations Security Council, but rather the American government. In their eyes, their sole enemy was on the verge of disintegration, and they believed they had achieved ultimate victory. Yet, what follows victory? Do the various intelligence organizations and agencies, born of the Cold War, still hold relevance? The answer is undoubtedly a resounding no. Even if the White House were to permit it, Congress would not consent to its continuation. After decades of consistent financial investment, was it not all for the sake of that final triumph? But now, with the Cold War drawing to a close, should they persist? Certainly not. It is essential to recognize that in this protracted struggle, it was not only the Soviet Union that faltered. As the saying goes, in injuring the enemy 1,000, one also suffers 800. The Soviet Union has collapsed. Yet the United States too has endured hardships. Substantial funds have been funneled into defense budgets, and one can easily discern the state of affairs in other areas. Moreover, the fall of the Soviet Union would leave behind a vast economic void, an abundance of opportunities, indeed. At that juncture, the United States would recover from years of economic losses, too busy seizing opportunities to concern itself with redundant organizations. Peggy Carter, as one of the founding members of SHIELD, naturally does not wish to witness its dissolution. Moreover, she harbors a personal stake in a search operation that she and Howard Stark fervently championed. Yet should the government take control of SHIELD, they would undoubtedly cease this project, which holds no significance for them. After all, no one is inclined to expend such considerable effort and resources in the pursuit of a deceased individual. Although SHIELD currently remains tranquil, devoid of any apparent signs of distress, she is acutely aware of the undercurrents stirring beneath the surface. Carter had contemplated presenting suggestions to the higher-ups. However, the words of a politician rendered her speechless. "Madam, the war has concluded, and it is time for our young men to return to their families." Indeed, the war has ended, and even the last adversary is drawing its final breath. Carter finds herself devoid of justification to sustain the existence of SHIELD. She cannot possibly establish a rival. Setting aside that this is not Carter's nature, one must have an adversary, with the bear fallen. Who in the world could possibly rival the great America? Aliens, perhaps, but they must first be located. At that moment, Alexander Pierce stepped forward, suggesting that with the conclusion of the bipolar world order, it was highly probable that the world would not witness another global conflict akin to the previous two world wars. However, the dissolution of the Soviet Union brought certain drawbacks, as localized conflicts and tensions in sensitive regions would likely intensify. Regardless of the veracity of this assertion, Pierce would incite conflict if necessary. He would never allow SHIELD to be disbanded. He posited that the agency should shift its focus towards preempting and averting threats to global stability, quelling dangers at their inception. Carter contemplated Pierce's proposal, recognizing that his conclusions were derived from the insights of SHIELD's most astute strategic analysts. Yet, for reasons unknown, she sensed discrepancies within his argument. Nonetheless, Pierce was undeniably correct in asserting that SHIELD must not be dismantled, as an organization established during World War II. It was privy to numerous enigmatic secrets of the world. The agency had cataloged many unknown entities, with the cosmic cube serving as a prime example. This artifact, deemed a divine instrument, was the fundamental tool utilized by Red Skull to wreak havoc upon the world. The world was far more intricate than it appeared. Reflecting on this, Carter's resolve strengthened. Just then, an unexpected incident in New York presented an opportunity for S.H.I.E.L.D. as the master appeared within their sights. In the command center, thanks to one of their own being Howard Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasted hardware configurations that could be described as black technology, often surpassing even the military's capabilities. This distinction highlighted the disparity between favored sons and adopted ones. The Pentagon allocated substantial funds to procure defense equipment from Stark Industries, while S.H.I.E.L.D. was equipped with advanced technology even the military lacked. Carter sat at the center of the command room, one of the 3 founding members. Chester Phillips had long since retreated from active duty due to his advanced age, and Howard Stark, unless absolutely necessary, seldom made an appearance. Now, Carter found herself as the sole overseer of the agency. Yet she was acutely aware of her own aging. Both her energy and vitality had waned. Perhaps it was time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to select a suitable successor. She glanced at the vibrant Alexander Pierce, a man in the prime of his life, who might indeed be capable of shouldering this great responsibility. However, every time this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her, as if an instinctual warning was resonating within her. It seemed she truly had grown old. Shaking her head, Carter attributed her feelings to her advancing years, lamenting the relentless passage of time, while the flicker of discontent in her heart refused to dissipate. "Steve, can I truly await your return?" In stark contrast to Carter's unease, Pierce was assertively issuing commands within the control room, a task he had undertaken numerous times before. In truth, as the previous generation gradually faded, the entire operation of S.H.I.E.L.D. relied heavily upon his singular leadership. His meticulous and efficient style earned him the respect of his fellow agents. Yet, only Pierce comprehended the true nature of his desires. The day is approaching. It is imminent. Chapter 31. Analysis. I require comprehensive knowledge regarding every detail of the New York incident, including the location of the creature's first appearance, its abilities, and all pertinent information. No clue, however minute, should be overlooked. I wish to ascertain why it manifested in New York. Gentlemen, please expedite your efforts. I demand an initial assessment report within half an hour. As Pierce concluded his directives, the control room sprang to life, operating like a finely tuned machine. Each individual present had their designated role, executing their tasks with precision. As one of America's foremost intelligence agencies, S.H.I.E.L.D. wielded considerable authority. With Pierce's authorization, the technical team at the command post promptly engaged the costly spy satellites in orbit to adjust their trajectories, monitoring the entirety of the Manhattan area. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D. accessed the New York City government's official website and the police's internal information network to scour all available data regarding the so-called Holy Master, including eyewitness accounts, reports from frontline officers, and first-hand video footage from news outlets. All of this information was meticulously compiled and analyzed, showcasing the brilliance of human technology. With the effects of information technology already manifesting prominently in 1991, not to mention, in this Marvel universe brimming with advanced technology, the intelligence they gathered would be even more comprehensive than in reality. Soon enough, after 25 minutes, Pierce received the report he sought. However, upon reviewing its contents, he furrowed his brow, for it failed to provide the answers he desired. This suggested that there was another entity in New York of which they were unaware, deeply connected to the creature who referred to itself as the Holy Master. At the very least, this unknown presence possessed greater knowledge about the Holy Master than they did. Carter set aside the report. Had Leon been present to witness this document, he would surely marvel at the acumen of these spies. The report detailed everything from the manifestations following the Holy Master's breach of seal to the confrontation with his two guardians, culminating in their defeat, and the ensuing chaos wrought by the Holy Master in New York, all meticulously documented. Indeed, Miss Carter, it was evident that when the creature first appeared, it was engaged in battle with another entity, with numerous citizens present at the scene. However, this report did not wholly satisfy Carter's inquiries, as an agent continued to analyze and elucidate the information. So, has the Intelligence Analysis Department discerned the true identity and nature of our enigmatic individual? Carter had presumed that her inquiries would yield no answers, for had they known the identity of the individual in question, it would undoubtedly have been noted in the report. However, the report contained no such information, and she had merely asked in passing. To her astonishment, the agent suddenly displayed a conflicted expression, hesitating to speak. Could it be that you possess intelligence on this matter? Carter had not anticipated her casual inquiry would provoke such a response, and she pressed on. Indeed, madam. But due to the lack of verifiable information, we refrained from including this detail in the report. The agent hesitated, yet continued. It concerns a sorcerer, a sorcerer. What? A sorcerer? Carter felt as though she had misheard, unable to suppress her incredulous retort. Sir, are you certain you are not jesting? It has been quite some time since Halloween. The agent recognized the absurdity of his assertion and refrained from further elaboration, opting instead to display a video on the central screen and elucidating, on the street where the Lord manifested. Although the entire thoroughfare was nearly obliterated by the aftermath of the conflict, a fortunate camera managed to capture a segment of useful footage. As the video played, a bustling street filled with pedestrians preparing for Christmas came into view. Suddenly, the glass storefronts and car windows within the frame shattered explosively, sending pedestrians clutching their ears in agony. This was their first encounter with the Lord's roar, which had caused many to suffer from severe tinnitus and even auditory damage. Shortly thereafter, a colossal figure was hurled into a shop, instantly transforming it into ruins, with dust billowing into the air, engulfing the entire street in a haze. Based on the displayed force of the impact and the degree of destruction to the surrounding structures, we can deduce that the recent explosion's power could easily overturn our nation's soon-to-be deployed main battle tanks. Their anti-shock and vibration systems would be utterly inadequate against such formidable force. The agent's words hung in the air, the implication clear. Under such overwhelming force, the occupants would have had no chance of survival. Is this the power of that Lord? No, the figure that was cast aside is the Lord. As the smoke cleared, the Lord appeared unscathed in the footage. This is an attack launched by the opposing side. Yet it is evident that it has inflicted no harm upon the sovereign. To this creature, it is hardly more than a mere tickle, underscoring the formidable defensive capabilities of the sovereign's physique. Consequently, the analysis suggests that direct confrontation is inadvisable. Meanwhile, a towering iron knight and a colossal white ape materialized before the sovereign, who revealed its sharp teeth and began to speak, clearly articulating something of significance. The agent promptly pressed the pause button. What did it say? Pierce could not restrain his curiosity. Given that the sovereign is a dragon-like unknown entity, we are unable to translate its speech based on lip movements and the recording. However, it is evident that this being possesses a familiarity with human language. Many citizens present at the scene heard its utterances. At this point, the agent paused before continuing. According to testimonies gathered internally by the New York Police Department, although numerous accounts varied due to panic, two recurring elements emerged in the witnesses' statements. What are they? Carter inquired eagerly. The agent looked at the two officials before him, inhaled deeply, and stated, sorcery and magic. Oh, for heaven's sake. Upon hearing these terms, which seem more suited for tales than reality, Carter could not help but rub her forehead, revealing a faint smile of resignation. She understood that a troublesome situation was upon them. Pierce, too, found himself at a loss, as these suddenly introduced concepts felt utterly foreign and unknown to him. Despite his extensive experience with supernatural occurrences, he realized for the first time how little he comprehended this realm. For Pierce and the organization he represents, ignorance is not merely troublesome. It poses a potential lethal threat at any moment. In that instant, these two individuals, who viewed each other as adversaries yet found themselves in the same locale, simultaneously entertained the same thought. This is indeed troublesome. Chapter 32. Nick Fury. This is the latest casualty report resulting from the sovereign's actions in New York. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., the agent handed a document to Carter and Pierce. Upon opening it, Carter furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "What is happening?" The casualties attributed to our monstrous friend seem surprisingly low. You know, I am not expressing disappointment. It's just Pierce understood that Carter's discontent did not stem from the seemingly low casualties inflicted by the Sovereign. He, too, found it perplexing. Given the destructive potential displayed by the creature on screen, the current casualty figures appeared rather incongruous. "Madam, I comprehend your perspective." The agent activated the screen, delineating the path taken by the master, and elaborated. "In truth, the majority of casualties stemmed from the interception attempts by the New York Police Department. Remarkably, the creature has displayed minimal activity. The injuries incurred were primarily a result of our efforts to impede the Master's advance." Carter, with an odd tone, remarked, "Though it may not be as exaggerated, the reality remains, madam." The agent's response elicited a raised eyebrow from Carter, as it was indeed an unsettling revelation. However, after analyzing the latest video data, it became apparent that the Master's behavior altered dramatically upon reaching Fifth Avenue. He ceased his forward momentum, leading us to deduce that his destination was indeed here. Simultaneously, the Manhattan precinct tasked with the counter-operation experienced near-total devastation, yet the personnel casualties remained relatively low. This implies that the creature currently possesses a significant number of hostages, predominantly law enforcement officials from the NYPD. Pierce furrowed his brow, for this signified their inability to deploy certain large-scale weaponry, at least not overtly. With the nation's attention largely fixated on the situation, they could not afford to be indiscreet. It was no wonder the White House was reluctant to permit military intervention. However, this also placed a burden on SHIELD. Given the Master's recent display, confidence in their existing firearm capabilities had waned considerably. Unless, of course, they resorted to those weapons, those that rightfully belonged to their organization. Contemplating this, Pierce glanced at Carter in silence, aware that the ultimate decision lay with her. "I am aware of this. However, I now seek clarity on another matter. What precisely is that entity?" Carter magnified a figure on the screen, revealing a ninja clad in black, with a red glow emanating from his eyes, dragging a police officer into a shadow. The shadow had already consumed much of the officer's body, leaving only his upper half struggling in vain, his face contorted with fear, a pitiable individual clearly overwhelmed by terror. Ultimately, the officer was engulfed by the shadow, and this was not an isolated incident. Throughout Fifth Avenue, numerous officers found themselves in similar states of helplessness and dread. Eventually, even an entire armored vehicle was dragged into the darkness. Carter's heart raced at the sight, having endured World War II and witnessed countless extraordinary events. She had presumed such feelings were behind her. Yet, humanity harbors an innate fear of darkness, particularly in places that exude ominous foreboding. I need to ascertain the nature of these entities, and more importantly, how to combat them. Surely, you do not wish for our agents to be ensnared by these elusive beings in the shadows. As previously feared by the military, they find themselves equally helpless against the Shadow Legion. These ninjas, concealed in darkness, may lack the awe-inspiring presence of the saint, but their stealth renders them ghostly figures, compelling everyone to remain ever vigilant. One can never predict that, as one takes a step, a pair of iron-gray hands might emerge from the ground, dragging one into an abyss of darkness. Or, upon turning a corner, a comrade could vanish without a trace, leaving one to confront boundless terror and pressure alone. The ninjas, deemed weak by the analysts at SHIELD, and easily vanquished with mere firearms, now elevate in both fear and danger through the endless and elusive nature of their presence. The saint's magic has transformed these assassins, typically relegated to the shadows, into a formidable force that has decisively overwhelmed the Manhattan office. Had it been the magic of an ordinary mage, it would have elicited nothing more than a dismissive chuckle. "Apologies, ma'am, but the Bureau has yet to reach a conclusion regarding the ninja's ability to shift between phasing and corporeality. After being defeated, they simply vanish, leaving us no opportunity to collect experimental samples, nor do we possess the necessary instruments at this time." The agent, glancing at the report in hand, continued, "However, some scientists speculate that the darkness from which these ninjas disappear may not be so straightforward. They hypothesize that it could belong to a space beyond our earthly realm, potentially another dimension, or even an entirely different world." "Evidence?" Pierce inquired, evidently intrigued by this conclusion. "None, sir." The agent shook his head, exasperatedly spreading his hands. "This situation exceeds our capabilities. SHIELD, Indeed, the entirety of America and the world lacks the technology to detect such alternate dimensions. These conclusions are merely conjectures from our Bureau's scientists. So this is the answer you provide me? Pierce expressed his dissatisfaction, realizing that this response merely underscores S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ineptitude. Apologies, Director. The agent maintained a serious demeanor, prompting Pierce to roll his eyes dramatically. He understood that the intelligence analysts were all cut from the same cloth, yet their attitude unsettled him. Were it not for S.H.I.E.L.D., he would have ensured that this agent learned the true meaning of diligence elsewhere. Thus, we are left helplessly sitting here. Carter was acutely aware that those who had entrusted this task to S.H.I.E.L.D. would not take kindly to this explanation. I fear that may not suffice, ma'am. Carter felt an ominous premonition as she observed the agent frowning while attending to a communication through his earpiece. What dreadful occurrence has transpired once more? Madam, just moments ago, the executive office issued a communique. The agent wasted no time and stated directly, our advance team dispatched to Manhattan Island lost contact with headquarters 10 minutes ago. Damn it. How was I unaware of our personnel deployment there? Carter, unable to suppress her agitation, inquired, while Pierce, beside her, began to cough. My apologies, Ms. Carter. It was I who issued the orders. We require first-hand intelligence from the front lines. However, Carter furrowed her brow, ultimately refraining from further comment, and continued, ensure they are contacted repeatedly until they respond. Also, inform the operational forces to be on standby. By the way, who is leading the advance team? The agent consulted the mission log and, with an odd expression, replied, it is Agent Nick Fury. What? He is merely a clerk. Not anymore. Chapter 33, Slumber Nick Fury. The man whom audiences from Leon's previous life referred to as the one-eyed hero, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment retains both his eyes intact, and it is still too early for him to be dubbed the bald hero, as his hair, while not as lush as in his youth, is far from barren. Perhaps in these years, this future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. can still savor the sensation of hair on his scalp and the vibrant world perceived through his fully functioning eyes. What the future holds, however, remains uncertain. Nick Fury, born in Alabama, enlisted in the military after graduating high school, which was arguably his sole avenue for advancement. In the future, he would emerge as a leader endowed with unparalleled strategic acumen, capable of swiftly devising tactical responses to the shifting landscapes of battle. Yet, at present, his struggles with academic pursuits and the staggering costs of college tuition confined him to the military path. Perhaps he chose wisely. Or perhaps he was simply destined for this vocation. Within the ranks, he discovered his true calling. Within a mere span of a decade, he ascended from a common soldier to the rank of colonel upon retirement, an extraordinary feat for an African American with no roots in the military. Thus, this elite among the armed forces did not fade into obscurity after retirement, but was swiftly absorbed by S.H.I.E.L.D., becoming a clerk traversing the globe during the Cold War. Indeed, a clerk. Before being appointed to lead the New York Task Force, Nick Fury had primarily served in support, logistics, and intelligence analysis. This marked his inaugural foray into field operations. This is precisely the reason for Carter's uncharacteristic outburst. Why would Pierce appoint such a novice to lead the advance team to New York? Was it a mere ploy to send them to their demise? Faced with Carter's inquiries, Pierce found himself at a loss for words. To his dismay, he had no malicious intent this time. In truth, he had taken notice of Nick Fury the moment he was inducted into S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon reviewing Fury's commendable combat record, one that could be deemed exceptional even within the organization, he recognized him as an extraordinary talent. With abundant combat experience, military acumen, and proficiency in various weaponry and special operations, Fury embodied the qualities coveted by all intelligence agencies. However, Ms. Carter, Nick is indeed a remarkable agent. But now? Well, it appears, madam, that I have erred. Pierce could only acknowledge his mistake, while internally cursing, damn it, where on earth has Nick gone? What in the world was the assignment you handed me, Pierce? Meanwhile, Nick Fury stood atop the Empire State Building, lamenting the pit his superior had dug for him. Frankly, after years of clerical work, Fury felt a surge of joy at the prospect of field work. As a seasoned veteran, he sensed that his bones had nearly rusted during his years of retirement. Thus, When Pierce inquired if he would accept the mission, Fury readily agreed, even expressing gratitude. However, upon leading the advanced team to their destination, a chill washed over him. Their primary task was not to engage in combat, but rather to gather battlefield intelligence and information. Yet, even this seemingly straightforward mission led Fury to stumble significantly. In a covert hotel apartment on Fifth Avenue, the advanced team Fury assembled was methodically setting up equipment. As one of the premier intelligence agencies in the nation and indeed the world, they possessed access to cutting-edge technology not yet available on the market. For instance, the camera equipment capturing Fifth Avenue would not be seen for another decade, and presently, it was but a phantom when the figure of the master appeared before them. Even these battle-hardened S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gasped in astonishment. Fury himself could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Fortunately, their team was merely there to collect intelligence, and Fury sincerely prayed for the New York police officers who were about to engage the master in combat. They were indeed the brave defenders of American liberty. However, such good fortune would not last long, and soon they would find themselves in need of prayers. The emergence of the Shadow Brigade startled them, as the ninjas, capable of traversing through walls at will, exerted immense pressure on them. They witnessed these ninjas relentlessly assaulting the police, while several others dragged hidden journalists from the shadows, instilling an ominous premonition in Nick Fury's heart. Soon enough, his foreboding became a grim reality. As the first ninja emerged from a mirror in the apartment, Nick Fury swiftly drew his handgun and began firing. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets sent the unfortunate ninja back to the realm of shadows. However, before Nick Fury could breathe a sigh of relief, ninjas began to materialize from walls, ceilings, and window panes, rapidly encircling the small advance team of merely 7 individuals. Director, an agent, upon witnessing these obviously inhuman ninjas with glowing red eyes, could not suppress a gulp, calling out in a hushed tone. Nick Fury comprehended the agent's meaning, yet at that moment, what could he possibly do? Despite possessing myriad skills, what could he achieve against such an uncanny foe? The intelligence was still too scant, the enemy had arrived too abruptly, and in an instant, they found themselves in a dire predicament. With a wry smile, he resigned himself to the situation. All we can do now is fight, everyone. Bang, bang, bang. With shells flying, the modest apartment transformed into a battlefield. Nick Fury directed the agents to construct a makeshift barrier using the long table and sofas from the lounge. Bullets sent the ninjas back to the shadowy realm, yet the agents' expressions grew increasingly grave rather than joyful. For in their line of sight, as one ninja dissipated, more emerged from the walls, and their ammunition was limited. Each member of the advanced team, equipped for reconnaissance, carried no more than 3 magazines. These dark nightmares seemed inexhaustible, and they finally grasped the anguish endured by the New York police outside. Click, click, click. Ultimately, with the last bullet fired, the advanced team exhausted their ammunition. Nick Fury wiped the blood from the corner of his brow, ensuring it did not blur his vision. In this swift yet intense skirmish, the advanced team had not emerged unscathed. The shurikens and darts of the shadow ninjas adorned their bodies with numerous wounds. The projectiles were swift and precise, and had Nick Fury not evaded in time, his left eye would have surely paid the price. Come forth, you monsters. Nick Fury cast aside his useless handgun, raising his fists and roaring at the adversaries to embolden his comrades. Strangely, the ninjas, who had been poised to attack, abruptly halted, standing still as if paralyzed by Fury's fierce outcry. Nick Fury was certainly reluctant to believe these circumstances, yet before he could act, his feet abruptly sank, as if he were weightless, into the mire of a treacherous swamp. He quickly lowered his gaze, only to behold a pair of ashen hands pulling him downward relentlessly. The once firm and solid floor seemed to melt away beneath him, leaving him utterly devoid of leverage. Infuriatingly, he noticed that other agents were being drawn underground alongside him. Before he could articulate a thought, he was swiftly engulfed by the shadows, and his consciousness slipped into a profound slumber. Chapter 34. The rending remarkable, human. It appears you possess the most exceptional physical prowess among your kind. Excellent, splendid. A voice, raspy yet commanding, interrupted Nick Fury's internal musings. Amidst the biting wind, Fury struggled to lift his head from the ground, and the imposing figure of the master loomed before him. This may very well be the least favorable scene I have ever awakened to in my life. gazing into the master's malevolent crimson eyes. Fury could not help but mutter under his breath, but he quickly donned a congenial smile to face the master, all the while attempting to maneuver his limbs discreetly. Beneath the master's watchful gaze, the heels of his shoes brushed together subtly, triggering a nearly imperceptible sound that activated a hidden mechanism. One should never underestimate the array of specialized equipment a spy may carry, often concealed in the most unassuming places. Concurrently, as the mechanism was set in motion, the headquarters of SHIELD in Washington, D.C., instantly received a signal. Carter and Pierce sat in the command center, and as technicians established a connection with the satellite signal, an image materialized on the central screen, clearly revealing the master's figure and voice to all present. It was evident that certain espionage devices provided by Stark Industries played a significant role in this revelation. Alongside the master's visage, a familiar voice emerged. "Excuse me, sir. I regret to inform you that I am unsure how to address you. Might we engage in a proper conversation?" It was Fury's voice. He was alive, just as Pierce had suspected. This realization prompted Carter to roll her eyes, clearly aware that their agent's predicament was far from favorable. She turned to the agent at the command console and instructed, "I need to ascertain Agent Fury's exact situation. Is that feasible?" "Absolutely, ma'am." With the agent's remote control, a hidden camera embedded in the button of Nick Fury's jacket pivoted to survey the surroundings. It was the rooftop of a New York skyscraper, and nearby were others who had also fallen captive to the master. Carter nodded and continued, "Proceed. Revert everything to its original state. Let us delve into the intentions of this monstrous companion, hoping that Agent Fury has not entirely discarded the lessons imparted during his tenure in administration." Naturally, Nick Fury had the fundamental skills of a spy momentarily slip from his mind as he cautiously extracted every useful piece of intelligence from the being before him. He deliberately fashioned his expression into one of terror laced with a hint of subservience. The effect was unmistakable. The creature before him appeared quite pleased with Fury's demeanor, even revealing its razor-sharp teeth in a wide grin. Yet, Fury felt a sense of dread, for not many benevolent souls relish such expressions. Although the giant before him seemed to wear the words, "I am the villain" upon its face, an old adage rings true: one must never fixate solely on appearances. However, the creature's behavior shattered the faintly absurd notion lingering in Fury's mind. "Oh, human, you may refer to me as the Sovereign, though I would prefer you call me Master." The Sovereign's words darkened the future director of SHIELD's countenance, nearly provoking an expletive to escape his lips. Yet, gazing at the formidable foot capable of squashing him, Fury tempered his ire and replied, "Greetings, Sovereign." Upon hearing this salutation, the Sovereign displayed evident dissatisfaction, a hot ember flaring from its nostrils. "Humph, foolish humans, why do you refuse to submit to the noble dragon? It seems, regardless of the realm, you have forgotten your rightful place." The Sovereign's remarks pertained to a past world where humanity had forgotten their history of subjugation by demons and had rebelled against their imprisonment. Initially believing this new realm to be the genesis of his empire, Fury's demeanor mirrored that of the humans from the previous world. "My apologies, Sovereign, but humanity shall not be enslaved by anyone. I hope you can relinquish this impractical notion." While eager to procure further intelligence, Fury was resolute in not yielding to the demands of the creature before him. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, continuing, "Yet, Sovereign, we implore you to cease the destruction of this city. Perhaps we can find a way to collaborate." "Huh? Collaborate? Huh?" Fury's words bore no fruit, instead provoking unending laughter from the Sovereign, who clearly found the proposition laughable. Just as Fury sought to articulate further, an overwhelming force surged upon him, lifting him effortlessly by a finger as if he were an insect. The Sovereign held him before its towering form, and as Fury gazed into the menacing visage magnified before him, he was overwhelmed by the heat radiating from the creature, leaving him drenched in sweat, paralyzed with fear, and utterly still. However, it was evident that the Lord had no interest in the black-haired figure before him. With his crimson eyes fixed intently, he spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "Do you presume to speak to me, human? A mere existence akin to an ant dares to stand shoulder to shoulder with the exalted dragon? Indeed, this world, much like the previous one, requires transformation. You must witness the power of the demon. Perhaps only then will you comprehend the proper attitude with which to face your master." With a resounding thud, Nick Fury felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, waves of pain crashing into his mind. The Lord had unceremoniously cast him aside. His life not intended for termination. Otherwise, his suffering would have surpassed mere physical torment. My Lord, though I am unaware of your origins, you must understand that humanity is not feeble. It possesses an unimaginable strength, Nick Fury declared, gritting his teeth against the agony. He anticipated that his words would elicit scorn from the monstrous figure before him, perhaps even provoke a wrathful response that would render him a mere appetizer. Yet, the Lord's reply exceeded his expectations. Indeed, I am well aware that humanity is not weak. Periodically, you produce individuals of extraordinary talent, some who illuminate entire eras. I have witnessed your evolution from nothingness to civilization, your relentless progression. Your diminutive forms seem to harbor boundless power. Even I find myself unable to resist such strength. Nick Fury was taken aback. Could this truly be the same creature that viewed humanity as insignificant? Even he questioned the extent of humanity's prowess. But he had no time for further contemplation, as curiosity compelled him to inquire, then why do you still? Are you suggesting that if humanity possesses such great power, why do I still disrupt this world? The answer is simple. The Lord suddenly lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. Such humans do not exist in this world. With that proclamation, the Lord gathered a sphere of red energy in his hands and unleashed it violently into the sky. To Nick Fury's astonishment, the heavens were torn asunder. Chapter 35. The passage. The alarms blared abruptly, rousing the temple mages stationed at the New York sanctum from their meditative states. Gazing out at the crimson energy swirling in the sky, their eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. A dimensional portal has been opened, and it is an alternate space never recorded by Kamartaj. Yet, the mages had no time to ponder the implications. Uncertain of who possessed the immense power to breach the monitoring and sealing of the Supreme Mage and Kamartaj, they understood that as guardians of the New York sanctum, it was now their duty and responsibility to address the unfolding events. Although the nature of the entity emerging from the dimensional rift remains uncertain, historical accounts from Kamartaj suggest that this unexpected visitor is unlikely to embody a benevolent presence. Just as the sanctum sorcerer was preparing to embark on a mission, a robed bald female mage arrived through a portal. Supreme Sorceress. The visitor was none other than the Ancient One. The sanctum sorcerer stationed in New York bowed respectfully, stating, I apologize, Supreme Sorceress. It is my failure that the dimensional space has been opened. No, it is not your fault. I too did not anticipate that the guest would possess such formidable abilities. Their magical system is entirely distinct from ours, even beyond the realms of our universe, showcasing an extraordinary form of sorcery. How intriguing. Perhaps they will indeed bring an unexpected delight to this world. As she spoke the final words, the Ancient One's voice lowered to an almost inaudible whisper, resembling both a soliloquy and a narrative. The sanctum sorcerer furrowed his brow, perplexed by the Supreme Sorceress's words. However, as the guardian of the New York sanctum, he felt compelled to interject, Supreme Sorceress, we must proceed to that location. Otherwise, should the rift fully open, we cannot fathom the calamities it may unleash upon Earth. No, we need not intervene. Others will address this incident, the Ancient One replied, continuing, however, I certainly must meet this guest in due course. What are you doing, Master? Nick Fury observed the sky, rent asunder, revealing a void of chaos starkly contrasting the surrounding space. Though his limited knowledge could not explicate the bizarre phenomenon, an ominous premonition swelled within him. What am I doing? Human, that is indeed a splendid question. I am summoning my legions. I intend to unleash my minions and troops to reconstruct my empire. The master channeled his magical energy, attuning to his spatial sigil, thereby re-establishing the connection between the realm of the Dragon Legion and this world. Yet, as he expelled his power, he sensed unusual information emanating from the rift. Oh, the presence of malevolent deities, and not just one. Human, your world is truly fraught with misfortune, to be under the scrutiny of so many dark gods. The master spoke in a tongue that Nick Fury could not comprehend. Yet the tone of malicious glee was unmistakable. Fear not, for their powers find it difficult to penetrate the fabric of reality. As long as you do not court death recklessly. Once I have dominion over this world, fully integrating my strength and grasping its authority, you shall have no cause for fear. I truly embody the essence of a benevolent sovereign, and humanity, You ought to harbor a sense of gratitude towards me, dedicating all that you possess in my service, such is your rightful duty." Nick Fury, perplexed by the utterances of the sovereign, realized that the unfolding events had transcended his wildest imagination, spiraling beyond the purview of S-H-I-E-L-D. Confronted by a creature capable of effortlessly tearing open rifts to alternate dimensions, they had grossly underestimated the sovereign and his formidable powers. Now, they were likely to bear the weight of this oversight. A sudden thought struck Nick Fury when S-H-I-E-L-D could no longer shoulder this burden. Who would assume responsibility? The answer was glaringly obvious: the United States government. Yet, when the government ultimately took charge and discovered that the situation had spiraled entirely beyond their control, posing a threat to the very fabric of America and the world at large, what measures would they resort to? Nuclear weapons. A singular term surged through Fury's mind. As a covert operative who had navigated the murky waters of the Cold War, he found it exceedingly difficult to trust the integrity of the politicians on Capitol Hill. Damn, this wretched predicament. But what recourse did he have now? Fury's thoughts were not unfounded. At the moment the sovereign had rent the fabric of space, S-H-I-E-L-D had descended into chaos, as the events had surpassed their authority. They remained oblivious to the nature of the adversaries lurking behind the dimensional portal opened by the sovereign, and they dared not speculate on the ramifications of this occurrence. Yet, contemplating the sovereign's terrifying prowess, Carter and Pierce had no option but to escalate the matter. Indeed, shortly after their report, a state-of-the-art reconnaissance aircraft took flight from Andrews Air Force Base, en route to New York, as they sought to ascertain the true state of affairs, a clear indication that the military was poised to intervene. Regardless of how the situation unfolded, the United States government would unequivocally not permit interdimensional foes to breach their homeland through New York, resorting to every conceivable measure, no matter how drastic. Meanwhile, the sovereign was engrossed in attuning to his spatial sigil when he perceived Nick Fury's voice at his side. "Sovereign, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? My nation will absolutely not allow you to summon an alien army or any such entities into New York. They will employ all necessary means, even to the destruction of the entire city. Is that so, humanity?" In the face of Fury's veiled threat, the sovereign remained unfazed, responding with a cold smirk. "You have chosen technology as the driving force of your civilization's advancement. Yet it does not grant you the prerogative to wield this power to resolve all matters, especially when it comes to this path of magic, which is now foreign to you, perhaps even forgotten. Sovereign, you have no inkling of the ultimate weapon we possess." "No, I am well aware." Before Nick Fury could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sovereign. The dragon gazed at him with a profound expression and remarked, "I have long stated that I have existed far longer than you can fathom. I have witnessed the evolution and expansion of your society. You may believe that possessing the power to annihilate the world makes you its master, but can you truly obliterate the entire realm? No. Your technology has not reached a level where it can disregard everything. Ultimately, the only destruction you may cause is of your own making. Yet you continue to revel in your delusions. How pitiable. You have never truly comprehended your own world. Thus, you require my dominion. Only in this way can you endure." The sovereign's somber voice rendered Nick Fury silent, yet the sovereign continued. "And as a detestable old mage once said, only magic can contend with magic. You cannot thwart me. Ha ha ha." The sovereign's triumphant laughter echoed throughout the top floor of the building. However, at that moment, he seemed to sense something, and his laughter abruptly ceased, his dragon visage contorting into a grimace as he seethed. "Cursed sorcerer." Chapter 36. Angel Sorcerer, what have you done? In that fleeting moment, the sovereign suddenly lost his connection to the other 11 talismans, as if they had never existed in this world. Yet such a phenomenon was utterly impossible. The talismans had been separated from his very being, and he could sense their locations regardless of distance. It was precisely for this reason that the sovereign had not immediately sought them after Leon's departure. Within this world, the sorcerer, no matter where he fled with the talismans, could never escape his grasp. However, the situation had evidently changed. The sovereign was oblivious to what Leon had done, but the talismans were indispensable. Without them, he would be incomplete. "Oh, Mr. Sovereign, you do not seem particularly jubilant. Is it possible that your plan for world domination may falter before it even begins?" Sensing the sovereign's tumultuous emotions, Nick Fury could not help but mock him. Having discerned the true intentions of the creature before him, he no longer concealed his disdain. As a human, the rift between them was irreconcilable. Foolish humans, how could the magnificence of the sovereign ever be comprehended by mere ants like you? The sovereign's response left Nick Fury disheartened, yet the subsequent words rekindled a spark of hope within him. However, I do indeed have a task to assign to you. You? Nick Fury glanced around, noting that aside from the captives seized by the sovereign, there was nothing else in sight. A flicker of amusement crossed his mind as he inquired. Sovereign, I fail to grasp your meaning. No, human, you have already surmised it, have you not? The voice of the Lord, tinged with amusement, caused the agent's heart to plummet. He sensed that unwelcome events were about to unfold. My lord, what do you intend to do? Humans. I require you to locate a sorcerer and retrieve what rightfully belongs to me. Indeed, it was evident that this malevolent dragon harbored no benevolence. Upon hearing the word sorcerer, Nick Fury was beset by a throbbing headache. Why, for heaven's sake, had he encountered such world-altering phenomena throughout the day? Demons, dragons, and now sorcerers. Was this truly the age of technology, or had they slipped into an era of magic? Frankly, even if an angel were to appear before him at that moment, Nick Fury's heart would not waver in the slightest. I fail to comprehend, my lord. As you claim to be so mighty, why do you not seek out this sorcerer yourself? Do you truly believe that the feeble humans you so often deride possess the capability to accomplish this task? Setting aside the matter of willingness, Nick Fury had no desire to meet the sorcerer. The mere thought of someone capable of taking something from this monstrous being, whether by theft or force, was a daunting prospect. One thing was certain, such a figure was beyond his reckoning. With his life hanging by a thread, he felt no urgency to court death. Cowardly and foolish humans. Faced with the Lord's derision, Nick Fury remained silent, for in his view, surrender and courting death were entirely different matters. Moreover, as a distinguished S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, how could he serve as a lackey to a creature of such monstrosity? You know nothing at all. The Lord spread his arms, amplifying his magical output, and the energy coursing through his form surged with the ferocity of an erupting volcano. In an instant, the Lord's entire being appeared ablaze, shrouded in a mist akin to flames, enhancing the dragon's enigmatic presence. Simultaneously, the captives, previously shivering from the cold winds at the building's pinnacle, were suddenly enveloped by waves of warmth. However, before they could revel in this newfound comfort, they soon realized that the temperature continued to rise. What had begun as a refreshing spring warmth swiftly transformed into an oppressive heat, akin to being engulfed by lava. Most of them were already injured, and now, subjected to such drastic temperature fluctuations, even the most resilient among them could scarcely endure. Those who had previously regained consciousness succumbed once more to unconsciousness, leaving only a handful of individuals with extraordinary stamina to endure, Nick Fury being one of them, struggling to move his already injured neck. Nick Fury surveyed his surroundings and noted that the majority of those who had been awakening were now sprawled once again on the ground, with only a few still fighting to hold on, most of whom were his own team members. Observing this, Nick Fury could not help but reflect on the commendable standards upheld in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recruitment process. Is this truly your power, my lord? Only those who are wounded are brought forth to flaunt their power. Nick Fury, suppressing his physical discomfort, cast a cold gaze upon the sovereign. Humans, you overthink. If I truly desired your demise, you would have long been consumed by flames. The sovereign's tone remained as haughty as ever, though the disdain in his words ignited a blaze of anger within Nick Fury. Yet you are exceedingly feeble, unable even to endure the remnants of a dragon's wrath. Indeed, you are only fit to prostrate yourselves at my feet, dedicating everything to your ruler, as is your rightful duty. Sovereign, do you believe that weakness is the only original sin? Of course, is this not a universal principle across all realms? The sovereign's response was a matter of course. Cough, cough. Nick Fury cleared his throat, still defiantly declaring, if that is the case, have you never considered that one day you too might become the weakling you so scorn? He had anticipated that this statement would render the arrogant creature before him speechless. However, to his surprise, the sovereign met his words with a piercing gaze from his crimson eyes. What do you know, human? Do you think I am unaware of the grim reality faced by the weak? Nick Fury's words had evidently struck a nerve, intensifying the sovereign's magical fury, causing cracks to spread across the ground beneath his feet. More palpably, As the sovereign's wrath escalated, the surrounding temperature soared, and Nick Fury felt as though he might indeed be transformed into a charred chocolate cookie. What madness is this creature exhibiting? Nick Fury gritted his teeth, enduring the searing sensation coursing through his body, feeling as if his very blood were ablaze. He strained to keep his eyes wide open, aware that closing them might mean never awakening again. Am I merely courting my own suffering? As the heat intensified, Nick Fury's consciousness began to blur, and he could not help but wear a wry smile, realizing that he had truly brought this calamity upon himself, just as he felt he could endure no longer. In a daze, he glimpsed a figure before him, illuminated by a pair of shimmering wings. The figure extended a hand, and a gentle light enveloped him, instantly dissipating the heat and pain, replacing them with a wave of cool comfort. Is it an angel? Nick Fury questioned whether this revelation was merely a figment of his imagination, but at that moment, he could finally rest peacefully. Chapter 37. The Saint. Does the sovereign truly not comprehend the feelings of the weak? No. It is precisely because he understands all too well the suffering and helplessness that accompany weakness are all too familiar to him. In the world of Jackie Chan's adventures, during ancient times, the Holy Lord and the other 7 demons faced a complete defeat in their war against the immortal deity, resulting in their confinement within the depths of the demon underworld. Subsequently, the Holy Lord's 7 brethren united their efforts to liberate him from hell and beseeched him for salvation. However, the Holy Lord did not fulfill his promise. Instead, he clandestinely rebuilt his kingdom and reigned supreme over humanity, once again dominating all of Asia. Yet, his reign was short-lived. Under the enchantment of the Saint Warrior Lopez, he was compelled to sever his connection with the powers of his 12 zodiac signs and was ultimately sealed in the form of a statue. In modern times, while the Holy Lord sought incantations, he encountered Jackie Chan. During this period, his statue was shattered by the dragon talisman wielded by Little Jade, causing his soul to return to the infernal realm. One can only imagine how warmly his brethren would welcome this traitor. The mere thought sent shivers through the Holy Lord's essence. Even that scoundrel Shimu dared to confront him, for the Holy Lord had lost everything save for his own soul. His magical prowess, physical form, and demonic energy were all stripped away. Consequently, he had forfeited his standing among the other demons, who were oblivious to pleasantries. Moreover, the Holy Lord had deceived them, allowing them to languish in torment while he returned to the mortal realm. Now, as a mere remnant of his former self, the Holy Lord, unable to withstand the torment inflicted by the other demons, found himself in a state of despair, ultimately choosing the forbidden path of the annals of time. Had he not been stripped of all and plunged into utter desolation, he would never have contemplated such a taboo, one even the other demons dared not mention. The outcome was apparent. After countless twists and turns, he found himself back at square one. Upon reflection, it seemed perhaps the Holy Lord had intended this, for at the very least, he had regained a semblance of a body, albeit not one of flesh and blood. Nonetheless, this transformation stood as one of the Holy Lord's greatest humiliations. From being one of the 8 great demons that once divided the world to merely a talking statue, the disparity was a burden only he could bear, silently lying in wait for an opportunity, while others might have succumbed to madness long ago. Yet, this sore point was now broached by a mere human, igniting the ire of this narrow-minded dragon. The Holy Lord decisively relinquished his restraint over his fury, and soon enough, the obstinate human before him could no longer endure the Inferno's wrath. After all, with so many humans in the world, the Holy Lord was never one to lament the loss of a few slaves. However, he felt a twinge of regret, as he had intended to create a new batch of soldiers. The Shadow Brigade was, after all, merely a cadre of flawless tools. Before his legion descended, he required a fresh cohort of minions. With this thought, the Holy Lord raised his gaze to the rift in the sky he had torn open, his crimson eyes seemingly piercing through the chaos, glimpsing the boundless void beyond. Yet, it remained too distant. In his previous world, he could easily pinpoint his alternate dimension, but having been transported to this new realm by Leon, everything had to start anew, and he found himself in need of greater power. At that moment, a sudden premonition surged within the Saint Lord, the instincts of a legendary creature issuing a dire warning. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled away from his original position. Almost instantaneously, 2 laser beams grazed his spine, piercing through the building directly in front of him. With a roar, feeling the searing pain coursing through him, The Saint Lord unleashed a furious cry, shattering the glass surrounding the edifice and unleashing a storm of glass rain upon the sky. He needn't even glance back to recognize that the familiar method of attack stemmed from one of his 12 zodiac powers, the pig talisman. Thus, the identity of his assailant became glaringly evident. Which, you have once again altered my perception of you. The Saint Lord's teeth nearly ground to dust in his fury. He felt that the terms despicable and shameless might not suffice, for such treacherous tactics and backstabbing were typically reserved for a creature of his own ilk. Yet, here they were, employed by a righteous mage. If memory served him right, this young mage was indeed a disciple of that old man. Humph, the lineage persists, passed down through generations. Such underhanded methods compelled the Saint Lord to declare that his experience was profoundly unsatisfactory. Ah, Saint Lord, I had thought you would appreciate this welcoming gift. A voice, ethereal yet filled with authority, echoed in the Saint Lord's ears. The malevolent dragon furrowed his brow and surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze upon the sky, intoning, what trickery are you up to? As the Saint Lord's voice faded, the previously empty sky suddenly revealed the figure of Leon. Yet, before the Saint Lord could react, Leon vanished once more, only to materialize before him. However, Leon's appearance was distinctly unexpected. Clad in a pristine white wizard's robe, complete with a hood that enveloped him entirely, the streamlined design exuded a modern elegance that betrayed no bulkiness. The robe was adorned with a myriad of ancient runes, and the Saint Lord, upon a mere glance, turned away in disgust, for it embodied the very essence of the righteous magic he despised most. Leon's face was concealed beneath a golden mask. And what astonished the Saint Lord further was that the mask appeared almost alive, pulsating with mysterious energies that obscured the visage behind it. Behind him shimmered a pair of ethereal wings of light, rendering Leon an embodiment of sanctity. To an ordinary person, Leon may have merely donned a different outfit, enhancing his allure and coolness. However, to one who truly comprehends the arcane, such as the formidable dragon before him, it was painfully evident that Leon was suffused with the magic of righteousness, exorcising evil and ensuring harmony in all matters. To describe this as merely a robe of Taoism would be an understatement. It is, in truth, an exceptional piece of magical equipment. This robe harmonizes flawlessly with Leon's magical essence, manifesting an effect of 112. Furthermore, the mask is shrouded in profound mystery. Even the sovereign cannot discern its capabilities. However, one certainty remains. This mask effectively repels mental incursions, as evidenced by the multiple magical probes and draconic murmurs launched by the sovereign, all thwarted by this very mask. The magical artifacts you possess are indeed impressive, little sorcerer. I never anticipated you would possess such treasures. The sovereign's gaze revealed unabashed greed, fixating on Leon's magical gear, stirred by a covetous desire. Despite being magical artifacts in complete opposition to the dark energies, such treasures invariably pique his interest. It is a common affliction among dragons. In simpler terms, the sovereign has succumbed once more to his malady. I must express my gratitude to you, sovereign, for enabling me to achieve the saintly form ahead of schedule. Although he uttered words of thanks, Leon's tone was devoid of genuine gratitude, instead laced with an icy chill. What is this saintly form? The sovereign's focus remained fixated on Leon's equipment, oblivious to the coldness in Leon's voice. Even if he had noticed, it is likely that the malevolent dragon would have remained indifferent. As the robe gradually shimmered with starlight, the sovereign sensed the familiar divine aura emanating from Leon's being, his eyes widening in alarm as he bellowed, "Ah, you are a talisman wizard. What have you done to my talismans?" In the face of the sovereign's fury, Leon levitated, his feet suspended in the air, as dazzling sparks of electricity gathered in his eyes beneath the mask. Coldly, he replied, "I shall reveal it to you, sovereign. However, before that, you must behold my saintly form. You simply must appreciate it, or I shall truly become incensed." Chapter 38. Deception after departing from the kingdom of Karusha. Leon employed his own body as the medium to commune with magical energy, intricately carving magical runes within himself. Yet, another challenge soon presented itself. The construction and transformation of the arm, while requiring merely the stimulation of magical stones and a wealth of imagination, proved insufficient for one who, like an arm craftsman, utilized his own body as the material. Clearly, the aforementioned elements alone were inadequate. Thus, he sought knowledge, an abundance of knowledge to ground his experiments in theory and rationale. Consequently, Leon diligently traversed the realm of Marheaven, amassing various ancient tomes related to arms and consulting with esteemed scholars to deepen his understanding of the evolution and history of magic within Marheaven. The journey was far from smooth, for it is well known in the world of Marheaven that the one possessing such vast arcane knowledge is none other than Karusha. At that time, due to Diana's machinations, he had been deemed the most unwelcome individual in this magical realm. Rumors circulated that the Council of Elders intended to send someone to retrieve him, eager to uncover the role Leon played on the fateful night of Diana's betrayal of Karusha. A heavy burden was suddenly thrust upon him, leaving Leon feeling profoundly wronged. Although he had indeed taken advantage of the situation, the lioness' share of the spoils had been appropriated by that woman, Diana. Now, with her disappearance, he found himself alone to bear the brunt of the consequences. Leon's academic pursuit in the Marheaven world was fraught with challenges, yet he was soon guided by the system into the realm of Jackie-chan adventures, where he formally became a disciple of his esteemed mentor. It was here that he finally found a true guide on his journey through the arcane arts. Thanks to his mentor's vast collection, Leon could gradually glean the knowledge he sought, constantly refining his vision of the ideal strategy. Consequently, apart from some essential magical artifacts he needed to collect, Leon devoted nearly all his remaining time to the antique shop. This was utterly astonishing to Jackie, who was often engaged in archaeological pursuits, and to the ever-curious Xiaoyu. As for True, his silence spoke volumes. When Leon first encountered the talismans, those remarkable little objects, and witnessed the various divine powers manifest before him, he was utterly entranced. That day marked the moment he became inexplicably captivated by these artifacts. Transcending mere nostalgia for childhood memories, he was genuinely awestruck by the existence of such wondrous magical creations that were both enchanting and mysterious. Moreover, it was on that very day that an audacious idea suddenly surged into his mind. What if Arm could be empowered and even evolve through the activation of magic stones? If the magic stones could be substituted with talismans, would not the divine power of the 12 zodiac signs, separated from the holy entity, serve as the most perfect source of magical energy? Contemplating this, Leon felt an overwhelming urge to seize those talismans, but his remaining rationality prevailed, restraining his impulsive desires. He understood that the timing was not yet right. He was far from possessing the strength to turn the tide, and his mentor alone was capable of bringing him back to his senses. Furthermore, to translate the wild imaginings of his mind into reality was no simple task. It required a substantial foundation of magical knowledge. Like a sponge, Leon immersed himself in the ocean of magic, quietly amassing his strength. He had thought that the day he could realize his aspirations was still a distant dream. Yet upon his arrival in the Marvel Universe, the holy entity surprised him with an unexpected revelation, compelling Leon to bring his still imperfect vision to fruition. How could Leon not feel a surge of rage, both at the sudden ambush by the ancient dragon and at his own naivete in underestimating a demon that had existed for countless ages? Leon harbored his own plans concerning this elder dragon, yet he had overlooked the fact that the Lord had his own designs for Leon, and the schemes of these demons seldom took others' considerations into account. Indeed, he had been rather complacent of late, allowing his thoughts to languish, which resulted in the dragon's retaliatory strike. While Leon chastised himself internally, his grip remained unyielding. Brilliant arcs of electricity converged within his eyes before erupting forth. The Lord was taken aback by Leon's sudden assault, unprepared for the wizard's readiness to engage in battle, especially when he still had many uncertainties awaiting resolution from this very sorcerer. Before his magical energy could fully coalesce, the Lord hastily sidestepped to evade Leon's beam of light. Astonishingly agile for such a grandiose being, the dragon deftly maneuvered, yet the laser beam cleaved through the tower behind him, sending stones flying, some even raining down upon the Lord himself, rendering the once majestic demon sovereign quite disheveled. Had it been in the past, the Lord would have been infuriated beyond measure, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire to exact revenge upon the wizard who dared to tarnish his dignity. However, the elder dragon seemed now to be beyond such concerns. His crimson eyes fixated upon Leon as he intoned gravely, "Wizard, what have you done to my talismans?" Indeed, it was the talismans that commanded such significance for the Lord, their importance extending far beyond the mere power of the zodiac embedded within them. They were, in truth, manifestations of his own essence, forcibly separated by Lopez's magic, rendering the talismans not just a source of the Lord's power, but an integral part of his very being. The absence of these talismans would signify a loss far greater than a mere depletion of strength. Yet with Leon's reappearance, the Lord discovered that the talismans, which had always resonated faintly with him, now stubbornly refused to heed his call, remaining utterly unresponsive, as if their true master were not he, but the wizard before him. The power of the talismans indeed manifested in Leon, and although the Lord perceived this wizard's method as unfamiliar, the talisman's response to Leon's summons was undeniably authentic. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing for the Lord, and an unprecedented sense of dread surged within him, reminiscent of the despair he had felt when stripped of everything, left with nothing but his soul to languish in torment within the infernal realm. Today, however, the memories of that despair resurfaced once more. For the Lord, the talismans were irreplaceable. Although they had been pilfered in the past, he had never harbored concern, for he was their sole rightful owner. The dragon blade served as a prime example. It had wielded the Lord's talismans against him, only to be reclaimed in the end. Without the protective shell of the talismans, no one could dare to wield them before their original master, for it would be akin to a sheep entering the lair of a tiger. However, it was evident that Leon had altered this dynamic, though the means by which he accomplished this remained a mystery. It was undoubtedly the last thing the sovereign wished to witness. Did I not forewarn you, sovereign? All of this is a consequence of your own actions. Leon retorted coldly in response to the sovereign's inquiries. At his words, the sovereign fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he abruptly lifted his gaze to Leon, his eyes blazing with an anger that threatened to manifest physically. I comprehend now, wizard. You never intended to return the talismans to me. It was all a deception. You have consistently misled the esteemed dragon, and you shall pay dearly for it. Chapter 39. Refusal. You never had any intention of returning the talismans to me, vile wizard. Upon hearing the sovereign's accusation, which framed him as the villain, Leon felt no remorse. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. When did a demon ever honor a promise? As the sovereign asserted, Leon had never intended to relinquish the talismans. The dragon talisman was merely a reluctant concession. He had brought the sovereign into this world for his own reasons, and Leon was never one to engage in a losing bargain. Even if the sovereign were a bomb poised to detonate, as long as the potential rewards were substantial, he would willingly keep this explosive close at hand, provided everything proved worthwhile. Nevertheless, the sovereign's explosive fury had taken Leon somewhat by surprise. Had recent tribulations finally driven this malevolent dragon to madness? He silently dismissed this notion, recognizing that such minor setbacks were inconsequential to the sovereign. After all, this was a being who had endured countless seals, yet continued to thrive, feasting on insects and enjoying performances. Roar. Yet, Leon had no time to dwell on these thoughts now. The sovereign was clearly at the pinnacle of his rage, and even he felt compelled to retreat from the onslaught of the talisman-imbued fiery breath. Truly formidable. Watching as the thick walls behind him melted away like glaciers under the sun, consumed by the sovereign's flames and reduced to indistinguishable pools of blackened liquid, Leon noted how steel and concrete alike were rendered to nothingness. Observing the sovereign, who appeared as a god of fire, emanating a searing aura, the sparks falling from his mouth like molten lava corroded the ground, creating deep, bottomless pits. Even the snowy environment around them was altered by the sovereign's magic, enveloping Leon in an atmosphere akin to that of a furnace. Haha, wizard, you did not foresee this. Seeing Leon seemingly awed by his own might, the sovereign could not contain his triumphant laughter. In this world, the dark energy has yet to find a true successor. Do you grasp the implications of that? In a moment of exhilaration, the Lord Saint unleashed another breath of dragon fire, its ferocious power surging forth towards Leon. With a subtle lift of his right hand, a radiant light emanated from his palm, coalescing into a barrier of luminescence. As the flames collided with the shield, ripples danced across its surface, the two forces clashing and ultimately vanishing into the void. The ability to withstand the Lord Saint's dragon breath was a testament to Leon's formidable saintly form. However, he felt no joy, only a furrowed brow. The Lord's flames had grown stronger. Although the change was subtle, Leon could undeniably sense the Lord's magic intensifying, accompanied by a deep, rumbling laughter. Each word dripped with menace. This signifies my ascension as the harbinger of darkness in this realm. growing ever more powerful with the escalation of the dark forces. I am the demon king of this world. Is that so, O king? Might I inquire if you still remember your beloved little treasures? Leon's voice, cold as ice, resonated from beneath his mask, catching the Lord off guard. Before the Lord could react, Leon vanished from sight, and an unsettling realization struck him. He quickly spread his arms to shield himself, channeling all his magical energy. But it was too late. In an instant, Leon reappeared before the Lord, who could only watch in horror as a kick struck him, rendering him unable to respond. It's my little rabbit. The thought flashed through the Lord's mind as he suddenly felt an overwhelming force, propelling him into the air. Do you enjoy the strength of a bull, Lord Saint? The Lord was taken aback by the swiftness and might of the assault. His body involuntarily launched from the pinnacle of the Empire State Building, at a height of 224 feet, though not the very top. It was sufficient for the Lord to experience the thrill of flight once more. As he observed the Lord's descent, Leon prepared to pursue, yet a faint, pitiful moan halted his advance. Turning back, he saw the humans previously captured by the Lord, now groaning in agony. These captives were indeed unfortunate, already wounded. They had endured further torment at the hands of the Lord, many teetering on the brink of death. Witnessing this, Leon's brow furrowed, yet he extended his hand to unleash the healing power of his magic. While their fate was of no concern to him, as a disciple of the righteous mage, he could not bear to witness their suffering. Besides, they were somewhat entrapped by his actions. Had he not brought the Lord to them, they would not have faced such torment. Consider yourselves fortunate. The healing power of the horse talisman is far from simplistic. It is believed that this experience will not only mend their current injuries, but also alleviate various other peculiar afflictions within their bodies. For those who may already be afflicted with cancer, Leon can only lament their fortuitous encounter. In essence, these individuals are likely to find unexpected blessings through their misfortunes, perhaps granting them a longer lease on life. After accomplishing this, Leon departed without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to him, among those he healed was a future king of spies. Even if he had been aware, he would likely remain indifferent, as the individual in question was not yet the formidable figure he would become. However, as Leon left, a palpable tension gripped the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington, D.C. Utilize all satellites over New York. I need to know everything that transpires there. Additionally, have the Manhattan branch dispatch personnel immediately. There is no better opportunity to gather intelligence than now. Since Leon's appearance, the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had fallen into an eerie silence. Several young agents, unable to control their emotions, instinctively crossed themselves, murmuring prayers for divine protection. It was not only them. Even Carter and Pierce found their steadfast resolve shaken upon witnessing Leon. There was no denying the beguiling nature of Leon's saintly form. Merely standing there, the resplendent wings at his back spoke volumes. The word angel flashed into the minds of all present. No matter how hard they tried to remind themselves to remain vigilant, it was impossible to dismiss such an absurd sight. Yet the reality lay stark before them. No one dared to ascertain whether this enigmatic sorcerer was a friend to humanity, but none entertained the notion of him being an adversary. Years of experience forbade such thoughts. Even the slightest inclination towards that idea would be the gravest sacrilege. This was precisely the effect Leon sought to achieve, and his saintly visage ensured that wherever he spread his wings, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a protagonist. Of course, this perception did not extend to realms akin to hell, the underworld, or the abyss, unless one desired self-destruction. Pierce struggled to convince himself that it was all an illusion, a manifestation of superhuman abilities or extraordinary powers. As long as he could dismiss the idea of a true angel, everything else seemed manageable. He understood that if he were to accept the reality of this situation, given the dark deeds he had committed over the years, it would only lead to a demonic reckoning after death. He rejected such a conclusion. Chapter 40. Prayer. What would happen to a person who fell from the pinnacle of the Empire State Building, towering at 250 feet and 103 stories? Oh, it is indeed a sight that no one wishes to witness. After all, once he plummeted, that pool of unidentifiable crimson substance left little semblance of humanity. Yet, during the Great Depression and the numerous stock market crashes in America, the streets of New York frequently bore witness to such free-fall spectacles. It is said that during those times, individuals would endeavor to avoid walking beneath skyscrapers, for one could never tell when an unexpected surprise might descend from above, whisking them away in an instant. In that era of despair, the Empire State Building emerged as the favored locale for these enthusiasts, and the phenomenon became almost mundane, perhaps only eliciting the occasional complaint from the road maintenance crews. Now, one cannot help but wonder what scene would unfold should a dragon be sent tumbling from the Empire State Building. The force of gravity, combined with the dragon's mass and the strength exerted by Leon, along with various other factors. Oh, forgive me, Leon momentarily forgot he belonged to the realm of magic. Nevertheless, he was certain it would be a most captivating spectacle, at least in his eyes. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the street, as the master was propelled downward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground, scattering debris in all directions, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding buildings and vehicles. With the sound of the explosion came a cloud of dust engulfing the entire thoroughfare. At that moment, the master lay in a gaping pit, dazed and disoriented. His thoughts muddled, even his considerable strength failing to dispel the fog. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just as the old dragon's mind was ensnared in confusion, a series of disapproving clicks jolted him back to awareness. Sensing his surroundings, he became irked, muttering, "Cursed wizard." Before he could finish, a fierce gust swept through, dispersing the smoke enveloping him, revealing Leon hovering majestically above, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. How could such a grand demon tolerate a wizard standing atop the noble dragon's head? With an enraged roar, he leapt from what appeared to be an abyss to any ordinary person. Observing the master's emergence from the pit, Leon noted that the previous strike had inflicted little damage upon the ancient dragon. Apart from an even more menacing expression, the creature remained entirely unscathed, his large trousers intact, a most unjust occurrence. Setting aside the slight absurdity of the situation, Leon could not help but marvel at the resilience of the master. The fire demon who had endured countless ages. "Wizard, you despicable thief." The dragon's breath once again painted the sky crimson, as the master's magic began to saturate the environment, intent on transforming it into a realm of flames. Confronted by the formidable Holy Lord, Leon resolved not to confront the Lord's flames head-on this time. Just as the flames threatened to engulf him, the swift rabbit talisman flickered before his eyes, and Leon vanished once again from the Holy Lord's sight. The Holy Lord, witnessing Leon's sudden disappearance, narrowed his eyes. Yet this time he did not find himself at a loss as before. Fueled by the divine power of the dragon talisman, the Holy Lord's wrath erupted, and flames burst forth from him, consuming everything in their vicinity. Behind the Holy Lord, Leon's form reappeared before him, and almost instantaneously, a sharp dragon claw pierced through his body. The anticipated scream did not reach the Holy Lord's ears, and in the next moment, the pierced Leon vanished as if he were but a shadow, an afterimage. The Holy Lord's pupils constricted as he recognized this as the result of high-speed movement. With this thought, he lifted his gaze once again, and indeed, Leon stood unharmed in midair. "You despicable thief, that power belongs to me," the Holy Lord exclaimed, his emotions surging. Listening to the agitated Holy Lord, Leon replied with an air of indifference, "Indeed, Holy Lord, the power of the talismans is yours. However, you have lost them for nearly a millennium, so there is no need for further futile words. Moreover, as for being despicable, who could be more so than you? The demon of fire who deems all evil as beauty? We are merely reflections of one another." Leon did not perceive any shame in being despicable towards a demon. Especially when facing a demon lord, one could hardly be too cautious. After all, is it not said that to triumph over the devil, one must cast aside all virtues and goodness esteemed by humanity? Only then does one stand a sliver of a chance. Although Leon did not wholly endorse this sentiment, he figured that causing the Holy Lord to suffer losses was preferable to enduring them himself. Seeing Leon so calmly acknowledge this, the Holy Lord felt a wave of exasperation. Truth be told, whether facing the Chung family or Valen and his foolish subordinates, each person's character traits were clearly evident. Yet this wizard, time and again, defied all expectations. To obtain what he desired, this wizard was even willing to negotiate with him, fully aware of his demonic nature. Yet, when the Holy Lord sought to tempt him, he consistently rejected such overtures. The Holy Lord finds himself utterly perplexed by the sorcerer before him, despite being a disciple of the righteous mages. His demeanor mirrors that of a dark sorcerer. This individual, driven by his own desires, is willing to engage in pacts with demons, yet remains steadfast in his principles, rendering the ancient demon sorcerer incapable of exploiting even the slightest weakness. Truly, he is a paradoxical human being. Not only does he possess arcane knowledge unseen by the Holy Lord, but he also wields the formidable and enigmatic power of time and space within the cosmos. Contemplating this, a profound greed glimmers in the Holy Lord's eyes, unabashedly displayed before Leon, prompting instant wariness in the latter. What do you intend to do? Leon inquires, his confusion palpable. A malevolent smile spreads across the dragon-like visage of the Holy Lord. What do I intend to do? Heh, you shall soon find out, sorcerer. The Holy Lord's crimson gaze fixates on Leon as he enunciates each word with gravitas. Little sorcerer, I will claim all that is rightfully mine, my charms, my power, and all the secrets concealed within you. They shall become my most exquisite trophies. So, pray for your final moments. Chapter 41. Devour repent in your final moments, sorcerer. For this shall be the ultimate judgment upon your affront to the noble dragon. As Leon listens to the Holy Lord's seemingly dreamlike rhetoric, he scoffs dismissively, yet internally, he remains vigilant. After all, the Holy Lord, as a demon of fire, possesses numerous means unknown to him. Having suffered a single defeat is sufficient. But to endure a second would indeed be foolish. Indeed, no sooner had the Holy Lord's words faded than shadows began to coalesce from all directions, forming a cadre of ninja warriors around him. Witnessing this, Leon's expression turned grave. He does not believe that the Holy Lord intends to use the shadow warriors against him, for they are merely tools, perhaps useful to others, but a jest if thought effective against him, especially as they are but a ninja contingent. If the Holy Lord truly believes this, he not only underestimates Leon, but likely also holds a low opinion of himself. Moreover, Leon possesses control over his own ninja cadre. Should conflict arise, it remains uncertain whose command would prevail. Thus, only one possibility remains. Holy Lord, you have brought more than just the dragon's tooth. Leon had always assumed that the Holy Lord's purpose in bringing the dragon's tooth to this world was solely to unlock the seal. But it seems there is much more at play. Haha, indeed. Did you think I came merely to break the seal? Though the darkness of this world surpasses my expectations, the wisdom of dragons is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. As the conversation unfolded, two ninjas appeared before the sovereign, gracefully kneeling on one knee while holding a slender, ornate box. Affixed to the box was a yellow talisman, which intrigued Leon, as it radiated an aura imbued with righteous magical energy. Cursed be the righteous sorcerers. Yet, no matter how formidable a mage may be, they cannot withstand the ravages of time. A derisive chuckle escaped the sovereign's lips as he extended his right hand toward the talisman. Sensing the sovereign's wrath, the talisman activated its warning mechanism, unleashing an eruption of righteous magic that enveloped the entire box. The ninjas, who bore the box, were instantly purified by the surging righteous energy, leaving the box to hover silently in the air. The sovereign's palm emanated a crimson flame, which reacted violently upon contact with the radiant light conjured by the righteous magic. The light struggled to fend off the encroaching darkness, yet under the sovereign's mocking gaze, its resistance waned, until the talisman emitted a mournful cry, disintegrating into nothingness within the sovereign's flames. What is this? Leon had no intention of interrupting the sovereign's actions, for he too yearned to uncover the secrets hidden within this box that had compelled the ancient dragon to bring it into this realm. However, at the very moment the talisman was obliterated by the sovereign, an astonishing magical force erupted from the box, so potent that it caused even Leon to change his expression. Huh, sorcerer, do you perceive this unparalleled power? The sovereign, as if sensing Leon's astonishment beneath his mask, smirked disdainfully, and with a slight flick of his finger, the clasp of the box unlocked automatically. A finely crafted dragon-headed staff materialized before him. Drawn by the sovereign's arcane energy, the staff levitated before the two, allowing Leon to finally behold its magnificent form. The staff resembled a golden dragon coiling around its shaft, culminating in a regal dragon's head adorned with an exquisitely polished green gem that radiated an air of mystery. Among the demonic sorcerers, none have traversed the path of magic as extensively as I have. Compared to true sorcerers, they are merely a horde of savages, recklessly wielding their power. The sovereign drew the staff closer, reminiscing about his bygone years while taking a moment to scorn the other 7 great demons. Sorcerer, Do you comprehend? Before the emergence of the undead deities, I was the mightiest demonic sorcerer in the world, and in that era, the magic belonging to your kind had yet to manifest. Leon remained silent, allowing the ancient dragon to indulge in its self-aggrandizement. After all, with only the two of them present, he could not discern the truth of the sovereign's words. The mouth was his to use, so let him speak. Now, all of Leon's attention was fixated on the staff before the Lord. His magical energy swirled around it, and although the Lord perceived this, he refrained from intervening, allowing Leon to observe freely. However, the deeper Leon delved, the more grave his expression became. It was as if he beheld a tangible ocean of magic unfolding before him. Though the surface appeared calm, Leon sensed the formidable power concealed beneath this tranquility. Once unleashed, it would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. You possess a truly remarkable treasure, my lord. Leon could not help but exclaim, marveling at the wealth of this ancient being who had survived through the ages. This single staff alone seemed to surpass the entirety of his vast collection. Indeed, it is, wizard. How could you possibly comprehend the might of a sovereign? I command an entire empire. The Lord's tone brimmed with pride and self-satisfaction as he gazed upon the staff, reflecting, this staff is not merely my weapon. It embodies my supreme authority. Its value and power are beyond your imagination. At this point, the Lord paused momentarily, grasping the staff, which was not much larger than his palm. Remarkably, upon contact, the staff began to enlarge at a visible rate, transforming from a diminutive object into a colossal scepter that matched the Lord's height. The staff's size fit perfectly within the Lord's grasp, and with a resounding crash, its power pierced the ground. The Lord, wielding the staff, appeared before Leon, evoking the ancient fire demon who once ruled Asia. And now, do you still wish to defy me, wizard? Why not, my lord? Although the Lord's imposing figure was intimidating, Leon was clearly unfazed. My lord, I understand your thoughts, but you must realize that such a notion is utterly impossible. So, let us engage. Should you triumph, everything you desire will be yours. What a pity, wizard. I had intended to offer you a position in my new kingdom. The Lord spoke of this loss as if it were trivial. Yet the smile upon his draconic visage grew increasingly sinister. Then I shall consume you whole. In doing so, both my spells and your secrets shall belong to me. Chapter 42, Blessing. What a pity indeed, wizard. As the Lord's words echoed, he swung the staff with fervor, unleashing a barrage of ominous green lights that surged toward Leon. Although unaware of the nature of this magic, Leon was resolute in his determination to evade their touch. Leon raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faintly discernible small snake appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, he transformed from solid to ethereal, vanishing from sight, leaving the Holy Lord's magic to fall futile. Heh, a snake concealed in the grass with nowhere to flee. Wizard, you still fail to comprehend who the true master of the spell is. Yet, the Holy Lord was evidently prepared, merely scoffing coldly before raising his staff. The dragon's head atop the staff seemed to come alive, its eyes suddenly glowing red, responding to the Holy Lord's magical force. A flash of red flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a dragon's breath towards the left rear. I found you, wizard. The previously empty rear left was suddenly distorted by the Holy Lord's fiery wrath, and a figure emerged before him. It was Leon. His gaze was fixed upon the staff in the Holy Lord's grasp, clearly indicating that its power surpassed his expectations. However, he had no time to ponder further. He could already feel the searing heat in the air as the explosive flames approached. Leon had no desire to endure another blast of dragon's breath from the elder. Though the presence of dogs and horses promised his safety, Leon was unwilling to experience the agony of being engulfed in flames again. He lightly tapped the void with his feet, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading the Holy Lord's assault with incredible speed. Yet, before Leon could exhale in relief, the raspy laughter of the Holy Lord echoed in his ears once more. Wizard, do you truly believe you can escape? The deep, mocking laughter tightened Liang's heart. Just as he intended to cast the rabbit charm again, a pair of iron-gray hands unexpectedly grasped his suspended body, pulling him downwards. The Shadow Legion. Leon gritted his teeth, uttering the answer he had never anticipated. He could hardly believe his premonition had indeed come true. These seemingly inconspicuous pawns had delivered a timely strike. As he gazed at the crimson-eyed ninja below, he noted their lack of thought and fear of death, fully dedicating themselves to their master. Yet, Leon was now one of their masters. Almost in that fleeting moment of realization, the ninja released their grip, returning to the realm of shadows. But the Holy Lord craved that very instant, when Liang raised his head again. The green light emanating from the Holy Lord's staff was perilously close. The hastily summoned light shield shattered before it could even grant Liang the time to cast another spell. The magic of the Holy Lord struck Liang's body in an instant, and this time, his sacred armor finally exhibited its true effects. The righteous magic inscribed on the wizard's robe erupted into a fierce confrontation upon contact with the dark magic of the Holy Lord, as the sacred light continuously countered the malevolent aura. However, as time progressed, the radiance on the wizard's robe visibly dimmed. It was still too early. Whether in terms of magic or spells, the power was still beyond Leon's grasp, no matter how diminished the Holy Lord had become. This ancient dragon remained the embodiment of wrath, an evil sorcerer who had endured countless ages. If Leon, having merely traversed 2 worlds and just embarked on the path of magic, could completely suppress the Holy Lord, then the latter would not have been one of the 8 great demons that divided the entire world. Moreover, the dark aura of this realm and that staff were perpetually drawing the Holy Lord closer to his peak form. Perhaps the only thing this ancient dragon lacked was the spells that adorned Leon. The struggle between righteousness and darkness continued, but with the sinister grin of the Holy Lord, Leon's righteous magic gradually fell into decline. At last, light and darkness melded together, yet a trace of residual dark energy infiltrated Leon's body. Though it was merely a sliver, it proved to be somewhat unbearable for him. As the Holy Lord's magic coursed through Leon's being, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire form frozen in midair, unable to move. The power of the horse talisman, designed to expel all anomalies from his body, activated automatically. Under the healing grace of the talisman, Leon regained control. However, a peculiar energy still lingered within him, one that even the divine power of the talisman could not dispel. Leon closed his eyes, attuning to this strange energy, and suddenly opened them wide, fixating on the Holy Lord's devious smile. In a cold voice, he uttered a curse. Indeed, I have always said, wizard, no one understands my talismans better than I do. Do you think I would forget the horse talisman within you and squander my magical energy? In the face of the triumphant Holy Lord, Leon did not bemoan the other's treachery. After all, he was not only a great demon but also an evil sorcerer, and employing such tactics was far too common. To harbor dissatisfaction over this would be to invite true humiliation upon himself. Complaining to the heavens and lamenting the earth was not in Leon's nature. Instead, finding a way to break the curse upon him was of utmost importance. As Leon silently attempted various exorcism spells taught by his father, he remained vigilant, observing the Holy Lord, ever ready for battle. Yet, the Holy Lord once again lowered his staff, regarding Leon with a bemused expression. Wizard, you are trying to find a way to lift the curse, aren't you? Leon remained silent, but his tacit response provided the Holy Lord with the answer he sought. You might as well give up, wizard. You cannot break this curse. What do you mean, Holy Lord? Upon hearing the unwavering words of the Holy Lord, Leon could not resist the urge to coldly inquire, hoping to glean some useful clues. Have you not yet realized? The Holy Lord retorted, his grotesque dragon head imbued with profound significance as he continued. The horse talisman can expel all harmful anomalies affecting your body. It has healed the magical damage I just inflicted upon you. But why does it leave this curse intact? Have you contemplated this, wizard? At these words, Leon abruptly halted, an astonishing realization dawning upon him. Although the Holy Lord could not see the expression beneath Leon's mask, he perceived the peculiar reaction of Leon's body. Instantly, the Holy Lord erupted into a triumphant laugh, his maniacal cackle reverberating through the nearly desolate streets, the crimson light in his eyes radiating sheer malevolence. For you, it is not merely a curse. No, the Holy Lord's swaying dragon head suddenly paused, fixating on Leon as he enunciated each word deliberately. No, I prefer to call it a blessing, the blessing of the dragon. Chapter 43, Old Friends. This is not a curse, it is a blessing. The supreme blessing of the dragon upon you, wizard. You ought to be exceedingly grateful, observing the Holy Lord's haughty demeanor, as if he were bestowing a great honor. Leon's mood soured further. He could hardly believe that this ancient dragon possessed such benevolence, especially given that he was not just a dragon, but a demon lord as well. One must ask, is a demon's blessing truly something to be cherished? Ah, Holy Lord, that is indeed a rather unamusing jest. So, what exactly have you done to me? Upon hearing Leon's blunt words, the Holy Lord's expression darkened, his scarlet eyes filled with cruelty. Yet, this lasted but a moment before he regained his composed demeanor, lamenting, indeed. Humans are such ungrateful, inferior beings. However, you are fortunate, wizard. You shall soon transcend the shackles of this mundane existence and become a noble species, akin to myself. To Leon, who perceived this as the Holy Lord's supposed greatest gift, his heart constricted sharply. Gazing at the disdainful old dragon before him, he grit his teeth and declared, Holy Lord, to be frank, your jest is truly not amusing. Leon comprehended the Holy Lord's true intent, demonic energy. Beyond that, he could think of nothing else. As a traveler well-versed in the narrative of the dragon's adventure, Leon certainly understood the implications of such an influence. Unlike the previous dragon transformation induced by the Holy Lord's magic, which rendered Leon a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost, this aberration inflicted significant harm upon his body. Thus, the horse talisman was employed to dispel the detrimental effects of such a transformation. However, the essence of demonic energy is fundamentally distinct. It is one of the primal rules of existence. The Lord, being one of the 8 malevolent demons and the demon of fire, corresponds to the lead trigram within the 8 trigrams. The Lord's fiery demonic energy possesses the capacity to induce a qualitative transformation in a human's intrinsic attributes, even enabling one to transcend the limitations of their race. A vivid example of this phenomenon is the demon dragon, which bestowed its demonic energy upon the trio of the Black Hand Gang. Although the ultimate outcome was far from favorable, their transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. They wielded unparalleled strength, swiftness akin to that of a soaring dragon, and the ability to incinerate everything with dragon flames. These extraordinary capabilities are difficult to fathom, especially considering the trio's prior state of ineptitude. This merely reflects the potency of the demon dragon's energy. One can only imagine the magnitude of power possessed by the Lord. The origin of fire's demonic essence. While it is often said that the student surpasses the master and that each generation grows stronger, the demon dragon is clearly not the more formidable successor, whereas the Lord remains ever the seasoned veteran, wise in his experience. Contemplate this. Wizard, you shall wield a strength and magical aptitude akin to that of a dragon, reaching heights you have never before envisioned. So, do you not understand? Huh. In response to the Lord's seemingly gracious offer, Leon could only muster a derisive smile, retorting coldly, What, then, must I offer, O Supreme Lord? The Lord, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Leon's words, extended his right hand and slowly pointed at him, smiling as he said, It is quite simple, wizard. All I require is your submission, your complete surrender, and in return, I shall bestow upon you boundless wisdom and the ancient secrets of magic. Understand that this is a boon for which countless dark sorcerers have long yearned. The Lord endeavored to soften his tone, rendering it more amiable. However, his intentions were glaringly transparent. And what if I refuse, Lord? Upon hearing this, the smile on the Lord's face vanished without a trace, the feigned kindness morphing into a visage of unrelenting ferocity. Then you shall invoke the wrath of the dragon, and you will writhe in the most abject despair beneath my flames. Indeed, such an expression suits you far better. The fierce lion masquerading as a docile lamb is an awkward sight from any angle. Observing the Lord's menacing countenance and fearsome aura, Leon nodded thoughtfully and countered, I have always been curious, Lord, what makes you believe I would yield to you? Is it merely your favor from the world's dark energies and your ever-growing power? Or is it the dragon talisman within your body? Or perhaps the fire's demonic energy you so generously offer? Do you truly think that would suffice, Lord? At this juncture, Leon paused, pointing to his own body, and with a playful glint in his eye, he remarked, You must realize that I possess all the talismans, aside from the dragon talisman, and I stand in an invulnerable position. Furthermore, I aspire to gather all your powers. I am confident they will yield remarkable surprises. Upon concluding his words, Leon once again gathered his magical energy, his eyes radiating brilliant arcs of electricity. However, this time the Holy Lord did not evade. Flames erupted from his mouth, colliding violently with the beams emanating from Leon's gaze. Two forces, each fundamentally distinct in nature, clashed fiercely, with the unfortunate consequence befalling the precarious storefronts and windows nearby. The overwhelming sonic waves obliterated everything that stood in their path. Yet, at the heart of this tempest of power, the confrontation between Leon and the Holy Lord persisted. Surrounded by flames, the Holy Lord's form grew increasingly colossal, and even the likes of Jackie Chan and his companions could scarcely believe that this monstrous entity, enveloped in raging fire, was the same wretched being they had previously cast back into the infernal realm, reduced to mere soul. For Leon, however, this was far from favorable news. He distinctly sensed that this adversary before him was continually growing stronger, while he himself, locked in a prolonged standoff, had received no form of replenishment. Should this continue, he would be left with naught but the strength of his talismans. Resolving within himself, Leon steeled his determination. Ah, behold, sorcerer, the might of the dragon. The Holy Lord brandished his staff, transforming the entire street into a sea of flames. Standing tall and formidable, as if he were a world-destroying deity amidst the inferno. Yet, his moment of grandeur was fleeting. In an instant, Leon appeared before him, delivering a fierce uppercut imbued with tremendous force, sending the complacent elder dragon soaring into the sky. As Leon gazed at the Holy Lord ascending rapidly above, his expression bore no trace of surprise. He understood that this strike had not inflicted significant damage. Rather, his palm was being continually healed by the divine power of his talisman. Perhaps, bang, when the Holy Lord descended once more, emerging through the billowing smoke. He shook his head, revealing that Leon's attack had indeed failed to affect him. What a feeble strike, sorcerer! Are you merely tickling me? The Holy Lord was poised to mock Leon's audacity, but upon surveying his surroundings again, he found Leon had vanished without a trace. The elder dragon seemed to recall something, refraining from using his staff, instead chuckling softly in the emptiness around him. Heh, sorcerer, are you intent on fleeing? Ha. Perhaps this is the only recourse available to you in the face of the great dragon. No sound answered the Holy Lord, yet he continued to speak to himself. Sorcerer, as you have claimed, you wield my other talismans. You cannot defeat me, yet I find myself equally helpless against you. Should you wish to depart, I shall find it difficult to hinder you. But then, the Holy Lord suddenly broke into a deep, rumbling laughter. However, you must understand that the gifts of demons are never without cost. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling voice echoed in the Holy Lord's ear. What do you mean, Holy Lord? The Holy Lord raised his head to the sky, where Leon was. Ha, I knew you would return after hearing this. The hoarse voice of the malevolent dragon caused Leon to frown, but the subsequent words made his expression darken. Do you remember my blessing for you, wizard? With it, I can finally rest easy, for I know that when the demonic energy truly erupts, you will undoubtedly return. At that time, I will not only reclaim my talisman, but also gain an additional dragon general among my ranks. Indeed, what a splendid idea. Perhaps I could truly forge a legion of dragon warriors. You have cast a spell within the demonic energy. Upon hearing Liang's inquiry, the Holy Lord replied nonchalantly, Isn't it only natural that you obey me, as it is indeed my demonic energy? Liang's expression became a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain whether the Holy Lord spoke truthfully. Although the demon dragon lacked such power, who could say whether his father possessed the ability to control those who wielded his demonic energy? After a considerable pause, Liang sighed in resignation. Truth be told, he could not gamble on whether his will could withstand the allure of this ancient dragon. So, Holy Lord, you truly are formidable. Of course, wizard. Will you surrender? My promise remains unchanged. The Holy Lord's response elicited only a cold snort from Liang. Holy Lord, before we proceed, I wish for you to meet an old friend you haven't seen in a long time. Let us decide everything thereafter. An old friend? The Holy Lord's curiosity was piqued. While Liang took a deep breath, his gaze steeled. With a wave of his hand, a radiant light appeared on the ground. Liang looked at the Holy Lord gravely and said, Trust me, Holy Lord, this is something we both wish to avoid. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged before the Holy Lord. Upon seeing this, the Holy Lord's eyes widened in shock, letting out a furious roar, followed by a torrent of scorching dragon breath. No. Chapter 44, Low Pay. No. Gazing at the familiar statue before him, the Holy Lord felt a tumultuous blend of fear and rage surge within him. Without a second thought, he unleashed a blast of dragon breath, intent on erasing any trace of this man from existence. Lo Pei, a warrior from the ancient Lin dynasty within the world of dragon tales, was esteemed as the greatest holy warrior. He was the one who ultimately ended the rule of the Holy Lord, separating the Lord's 12 kinds of magical powers into 12 talismans, which were hidden in the four corners of the earth. It was he who had confined the Holy Lord within that stone prison for 9 centuries, ensnared in an endless cycle. After suffering defeat in the war against the undying deity, the 8 great demons were imprisoned in the hellish realm. The Holy Lord deceived the other demons and returned to the mortal world, unaware that the undying deity had long since departed. One could only imagine the fury the Holy Lord would unleash upon the world, having accumulated years of wrath from the depths of that infernal space. The tyrannical reign of the sovereign has inflicted immense suffering upon the peoples of Asia, prompting widespread insurrections. Yet, the sovereign has always regarded the frail human race with disdain, even in the presence of the righteous legacy of the immortal deities. What, after all, could the nascent magic of righteousness hope to achieve against a demon lord who has existed for countless ages? It was until the emergence of that man, Lope, that the tide began to shift. A mere mortal, he astonishingly vanquished a dragon of supreme power, inflicting upon the sovereign a humiliation far greater than the defeat suffered in the war against the immortal deities. The sovereign found it unfathomable that an ordinary human could possess wisdom and strength rivaling that of a dragon. He knew nothing of this man, and indeed, had no desire to understand him, remaining in a state of bewilderment until the moment he was bested by Lope. However, one truth resonated within him. It was this man who ushered in the beginning of his nightmares. Dragon flames consumed all that lay before them, while the sovereign's inferno sought to reduce every obstacle to nothingness. Yet, a peculiar force enveloped the statue, rendering it impervious to the flames. The divine power of the mouse had begun to transmute the statue back into flesh and blood. The mouse talisman, capable of transforming stillness into motion, lifeless objects into living beings, and reanimating inanimate matter, proved effective solely on inorganic entities, unable to awaken the dead. The 12 talismans were undeniably the most formidable, bestowing upon divine statues and fictional characters the abilities to transcend dimensions. Yet, in truth, Leon had no desire to wield this divine power unless absolutely necessary. For the transformations wrought by the mouse talisman were exceedingly unpredictable. He could not fully control that which was revived by the talisman, as they possessed their own will. Which? You have truly lost your mind. You have resurrected Lope. Have you forgotten that you too possess talismans? You are now a target, the sovereign snarled, his face contorted with fury and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Leon had such an acumen, and he pondered whether the young sorcerer had considered the potential for mutual destruction. Yet, in his rage, the sovereign failed to recognize that the root cause of all this turmoil lay within himself. What, sovereign, are you afraid? Leon's derisive tone ignited the sovereign's wrath, a shadow passing through his crimson eyes. Which, you are driving yourself to a dead end. The talismans upon you will become Lope's most immediate target. He will not permit one individual to wield nearly all the talismans. That poses an immense threat to him. The sovereign delivered this portentous counsel to Leon, as though his intentions were solely for the latter's benefit, entirely oblivious to the panic that had gripped him upon Lope's earlier appearance, his own dark energy quivering in response. Wizard, I pledge to you, we shall share this world, and I shall assist you in truly mastering my fiery essence, freeing you from my control. Now that we still have the opportunity, let us reclaim the divine power of the talisman. I will aid you in making this detestable creature vanish from existence forever. Did you hear that, wizard? At the conclusion of his words, the Holy Lord's entire body trembled as he brandished his claws, attempting to force Leon into submission. However, Leon's response was resolute, a dazzling bolt of lightning striking and sending the bewildered ancient dragon sprawling, with a resounding crash. As the Holy Lord crashed into the building once more, Leon coolly remarked, "It is too late, Holy Lord. Now let us see whose fortune prevails." No sooner had he spoken than the radiance enveloping the statue dissipated, and the figure, originally crafted from clay, sprang to life. A man adorned with a beard and draped in an ancient wizard's robe materialized before Leon. What has happened to me? I recall this statue. No. Lopez's memories remained tethered to the moment he was besieged by the Shadow Army. As he felt life return to his body, a frown crossed his brow. Once again, it is the power of the talisman, but why? Lopez pondered, having entrusted the talisman to Xiaoyu. Why had he been resurrected? Unlike the initial awakening bestowed by the mouse talisman, when all he remembered was his mission to protect it, The current Lopez was evidently transformed. I hope all is well. With this thought, Lopez turned to face Leon. It must be said that the aura of justice emanating from Leon significantly enhanced his appeal. Yet, as Lopez's magical senses probed deeper, a grave expression overtook his features. Greetings, young mage. Upon receiving the traditional salutation from Lopez, Leon descended from the air and reciprocated. Hello, Master Lopez. My name is Leon. Lopez nodded slightly. Then, with a serious gaze, inquired, Master Leon, if I am not mistaken. It was you who awakened me with a talisman, and I sensed the power of other talismans within you. As a fellow mage of righteousness, you must comprehend the consequences of such actions. I require a justification. Indeed, the legendary Saint Seiya was as forthright as rumored. Observing Lopez's solemn demeanor, Leon could not help but internally scoff. Nevertheless, he responded with composure. Master Lopez, I am currently engaged in battle with a formidable demon, and it is exceedingly difficult to defeat him with my magic alone. I require the power of the talismans to vanquish this evil, so I sincerely apologize. A demon? Indeed. Upon hearing that Leon was harnessing the power of talismans to combat the demon, Lope's tone noticeably softened, despite his lingering doubts. Leon, perceptive of this shift, couldn't help but muse that ancient people were indeed easier to deceive, so innocent and kind-hearted. Otherwise, an ordinary person would hardly believe his far-fetched tales. It was precisely for this reason that Rezuzan had so effortlessly gained Lope's trust, leading to the talismans being so easily misappropriated. If possible, Master Leon, I am willing to lend you my assistance. Of course, Master Lope. With the powerful NPC automatically joining the fray, Leon readily agreed, smiling as he said, It is precisely for this reason that I must resurrect you, Master Lope, for I believe no one is more familiar with this demon than you. Oh, is that so? Roar. Before Lope could fully grasp Leon's words, a thunderous dragon's roar awakened his dormant memories. As he sensed the impending eruption of fiery demonic energy surrounding him, Lope's expression turned gravely serious, and he cast a complex glance at Leon before solemnly declaring, Holy Lord. Chapter 45. The battle begins, the utter darkness. Astonishingly, the magnificent lion had truly been resurrected. Hearing Lope's peculiar slang, Leon found himself somewhat speechless. Was this how warriors conversed during the Lin dynasty? Fortunately, he did not live in that era. Otherwise, with his meager literary skills, he might not have even qualified as a wizard's apprentice. Greetings, Lope. I am truly delighted that we could reunite in this new world. Amidst the billowing smoke, the colossal figure of the Holy Lord emerged before Leon and Lope. As Lope felt the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from the Holy Lord, his eyes widened in shock, and he gravely remarked, an existence of utter malice. I had thought the passage of a millennium would suffice to erode your already dwindling magical power, but it appears I have miscalculated. Hee. The Holy Lord let out a deep, ominous laugh and suddenly turned his gaze toward Leon with ill intent, saying, I must thank that little wizard by your side. Without him, I would never have had the opportunity to enter this new world, nor would I have encountered such fortune. Upon hearing this, Leon's heart sank. He glanced at Lope, who, upon hearing the words, furrowed his brow, closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, and upon reopening them, exclaimed in surprise, This is not our world, truly astonishing. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, Lope continued, If the evil has departed from our world, then our realm will fall into imbalance, and a new demon shall re-emerge in the human realm. Lope seemed to be speaking to himself, yet also conveying something to Leon. Although he did not mention the demon's name, Leon understood the implication behind Lope's words. Please trust me, Master Lope. The newly emerged demon poses no significant threat to the malevolent Lord, especially since I have made ample preparations before my departure. My mentor will handle everything adeptly. As Leon spoke, memories of his father and the grand surprise he had prepared for the soon-to-be-born Terra flooded his mind. He believed they would cherish the gifts he had left for them. Well, at least he hoped so. Lope merely nodded, his expression unchanged. However, Leon sensed the Lord's words had sown seeds of suspicion in the mind of the holy warrior. Yet, he found himself lacking any superior alternatives, for the Lord's assertions were, indeed, rooted in truth. Nonetheless, the Lord's ambitions were evidently more expansive. He admitted to feeling apprehensive towards Lope, even if the latter was merely a statue incarnate. Furthermore, the presence of that young sorcerer, keenly observing from the sidelines, compelled him to tread with utmost caution. He had no desire to jeopardize his efforts over something trivial. Consequently, the Lord resolved to amplify his leverage. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in the old dragon's eyes as he smirked and said, "Lope, you did not foresee this. Even without the rat charm's transformation, I can still attain a corporeal form, thanks to the life charm bestowed upon me by that little sorcerer, which allows me to replenish my waning magical energy in this new world." This insufferable old dragon. Leon held a deep contempt for the Lord's divisive rhetoric. Yet he could not deny its palpable effect. Observing Lope's increasingly suspicious gaze, Leon could only helplessly offer an explanation. "Please trust me, Master Lope. It was merely a transaction." Such an explanation failed to satisfy Lope, yet Leon felt compelled to articulate it, for Lope sought a response. Without one, it would be difficult for him to convince himself not to eliminate the surrounding threat before confronting the Lord. Living under the twilight of the Lord's dominion, Lope was not merely a mage but also a decisive warrior. "Youth, a righteous mage would never engage in deals with demons," Lope lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. His wizard's robe swirled without wind, a profound aura of magic pulsating around the holy warrior. The Lord, meanwhile, fell silent, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. He did not expect his words to incite a conflict between the two mages, leading them to turn against one another. However, should such a scenario arise, the Lord would not hesitate to exploit it. He merely required the seeds of distrust to flourish between Leon and Lope, thereby increasing his chances of simultaneously eliminating these two formidable threats. As Leon regarded Lope, now filled with wariness, he exhaled a resigned breath. He had underestimated the Lord's ability to manipulate hearts and minds. Despite the brevity of his words, the impact was unmistakable. Leon recognized the Lord's ulterior motives, but he had no intention of squandering the assistance of his resurrection on a futile crisis of trust. Upon witnessing this, Leon reined in his somewhat disordered thoughts. The unique enhancement of the mask rendered his consciousness markedly sharper. He surveyed his surroundings and spoke calmly. "Mage Lope, I am acutely aware that my actions may not garner your understanding or approval, nor can I present substantial evidence to earn your trust. However," Leon's icy gaze fixed upon the Holy Lord, inducing a wave of unease within the ancient dragon. "I implore you to consider the reality before us. The Lord of Fire, a malevolent entity, has inflicted suffering upon the people of this land for millennia. In the face of such profound evil, do you truly believe that the concepts of right and wrong hold any significance between us?" Suddenly, upon hearing Leon's words, the Holy Lord sensed impending doom. Just as he attempted to respond, a powerful shockwave of energy surged forth, silencing his forthcoming retort. An energy scroll. Leon stood momentarily stunned as he watched Lope unleash the scroll's magic, witnessing the Holy Lord being hurled back, as if the scene were rewinding, returning him to his original point of descent. The Holy Lord exclaimed, "You are indeed correct, Mage Leon." Before vanquishing the Holy Lord, all notions of right and wrong are utterly meaningless. Observing Lope, who was poised and ready to strike, Leon felt an inexplicable familiarity with the unfolding scene, reminiscent of a certain goat-loving old man's modus operandi. Oh, poor Holy Lord. Leon could only muster a feigned sympathy for him. In stark contrast to the instant alliance forged between Leon and Lope, the Holy Lord remained disoriented from Lope's attack, his mind engulfed in chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Though he did not articulate these existential queries, the familiar onslaught enlightened him to a harsh reality. The times had indeed changed. The righteous mages were no longer the noble, benevolent figures etched in his memory. These repeated ambushes shattered his previous ideals of the righteousness camp's honor and integrity. Whether it was Lope, the old mage, or the current Leon, the petty tactics of the dark mages seemed utterly laughable to them, especially Leon's underhanded maneuvers, which left the Holy Lord questioning his own identity as a demon. In a moment of clarity, he grasped his staff and gazed at the two formidable adversaries before him. Relinquishing any lingering hope, with a fierce resolve, he declared, "Let us see who ultimately claims victory." Chapter 46. Transformation. Come forth, and let us discover who shall triumph in the end. As the words of the Holy Lord resonated, he raised his staff high, unleashing an unparalleled surge of magical energy that erupted forth. The unknown magical force surged towards the heavens, causing the sky to boil as if cold water had been poured into a hot pan. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and the ominous magic eroded everything in its vicinity, painting a grim picture reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. What was he doing? Leon felt the intense fluctuations of magical power around him, and a hint of caution flickered in his puzzled gaze. Although he was unaware of the Holy Lord's true intentions, it was evident that he was advancing with formidable force. He was forcibly altering the surrounding environment, transforming this place into a realm suitable for them. At that moment, a grave expression adorned Lopez's face, his words laced with astonishment. A world more suited for demons. Although it felt somewhat presumptuous to ask, upon hearing Lopez's remark, Leon's countenance shifted to one of discomfort, and he quietly inquired, "But does the Holy Lord truly possess such immense power?" Leon suddenly recalled the scene where the demon dragon had once gathered the essence of the 8 major demons, forcefully tearing apart the fabric of reality to connect the human world with the demon realm, thereby transforming the entire environment of Earth. Yet, the demon dragon of that time was at a level of power quite different from that of the current Holy Lord. One had unified the 8 demon essences into a singular entity, effectively transcending the limitations of a second-generation identity, truly becoming a top-tier demon among the 8. However, what did the current Holy Lord possess? A dragon talisman, a corporeal form, and some magical energy. His power had not yet reached its zenith. To put it bluntly, the Holy Lord was akin to a novice player. That is an intriguing question, Mage Leon. Lopez glanced at the cautious Leon beside him, responding with a somewhat peculiar tone. His power has been divided into 12 parts by me, and even the dragon tooth imbued with magic has left his body. I am quite curious as to how it has returned to him. Upon hearing this, Leon could only manage an awkward smile. For Lopez's words bore a direct or indirect connection to him, and the Holy Knight's assertion clearly aimed to put him in an uncomfortable position. What a miserly old relic. Leon inwardly grumbled about the mage elder before him, though his voice was barely a whisper. However, for the most malevolent entities that had not fully gathered their talismans, such matters were of little significance. Lopez did not dwell on the young mage's discomfort, but instead raised his gaze to the sky, his expression turning profoundly somber. In our world, the embodiment of malevolence was the agent of dark energy in the mortal realm, yet it seemed that in this world, he had garnered even greater favor from the dark forces, allowing him to wield such formidable power without the need for talismans. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he has yet to reach the pinnacle of his potential, yet he continues to grow stronger. Observing the Lord who wreaks havoc across the sky and devastates the city, Lope cannot help but express his reflections. Indeed, some beings are favored by the world in extraordinary ways. For them, our lives are but fleeting moments. Alas, this hardly resembles the words of a saint warrior who has sealed the Lord. Hearing the deep sense of despair in Lope's voice, Leon becomes somewhat anxious. Lope, you wouldn't consider giving up, would you? Rest assured, Master Leon, it is not prudent to let one's thoughts become a tangled mess in the midst of battle. Lope's words once again render Leon exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, his mask conceals his expression, while the resolute tone of the saint warrior echoes in his ears. To vanquish evil and uphold justice is indeed the duty of us warriors. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never permit the return of the cruel tyranny to this world, even if it is not mine to claim. Gazing upon the steadfast expression on Lope's face, Leon finds himself at a loss for words. As a traveler between worlds, he is destined to remain a mere passerby. It is challenging for him to resonate emotionally with the NPCs of this realm. He cannot fathom the resolve and courage that humanity mustered to wage war against the Lord who ruled Asia for countless ages, especially during an era when immortal deities returned to the heavens. He believes that war must have been extraordinarily brutal, far beyond what could be succinctly captured in ancient texts. However, all of this remains profoundly unfamiliar to Leon. His every action is predicated upon his own interests. Perhaps some perceive him as cold-hearted and ruthless, but there exists an inherent sense of detachment and unfamiliarity in a world that does not belong to him. Perhaps one day, Leon will gradually shift this mindset. But that time is certainly not now. I shall do my utmost to assist you, Master Lope. In response to Lope's impassioned fervor, Leon can only reply thus. Lope's gaze fixed upon Leon seems to penetrate the mask that shields him, delving into his very soul. Yet this time, Leon appears to have come to a realization, accepting everything with newfound composure. Ultimately, Lope withdraws his gaze and lets out a long sigh. Master Leon, though I do not know your true intentions, I hope you will not forget the essence of justice. Indeed, Master Lope. Leon nods in affirmation. He is not a villain of the most nefarious sort, at most. He seeks to indulge some minor, inconsequential desires during his journey through the world. He harbors no ambitions of ruling or enslaving humanity, for such endeavors would be far too troublesome. Perhaps he might simply wander through the vastness of space, which hardly constitutes a great affair. Moreover, as a philatelist, nay, a collector, how lamentable it is that even the most mundane of phrases are sullied by humanity's filth. Indeed, one might argue that purification is necessary. Ahem, I digress. As a collector, what malevolent intentions could he possibly harbor? Looking upon the young mage before him, Lope felt a sense of helplessness. The power of the Holy Master's resurgence surpassed his expectations, leaving him with insufficient energy to contend with Leon. After all, he was but an incarnation of a statue, and the strength of a mere mouse is not limitless. Lope could distinctly sense his magical energy dwindling. Once he dealt with the Holy Master, he would revert to his stony form. He was uncertain whether this was Leon's design, and he did not wish to speculate. For regardless of the circumstances, the Holy Master remained Lope's paramount objective. He would never allow the utmost evil to reconstruct his empire, for that would spell disaster for the entire world. However, Leon's actions filled Lope with concern. A mage of righteousness engaging in a pact with demons was indeed troubling. Furthermore, the runes adorning Leon indicated that this young sorcerer was also coveting the power of the Holy Master, a notion that was profoundly disconcerting. Lope was acutely aware of the allure that such incantations held over others. Human desire is insatiable. Even he, who had brought an end to the Holy Master's reign, had concealed the runes in the four corners of the world immediately after sealing the Holy Master. The notion that the Dragon Slayer might transform into a malevolent dragon is not mere rhetoric. Presently, Lope found himself with little choice, gazing at the Holy Master. Enveloped in formidable magical energy, his resolve solidified. Come forth, utmost evil. It is time for you to return whence you came. Chapter 47. Concern in Manhattan. The Holy Master levitated gracefully, staff aloft. After losing the rune of the chicken, he regained his power of flight, and it became evident that the staff possessed far greater potency than what Leon had perceived. The might emanating from the staff altered the surrounding environment. The Holy Master's magic disrupted the very atmosphere, darkening the sky with ominous clouds that eclipsed the sun, shrouding the city in shadow. The scattered glimmers between the skyscrapers appeared trivial amidst the chaos. As thunder roared and lightning crackled throughout the heavens, the deafening thunder seemingly poised to reduce all to rubble. Not only did the tempest ravage the skies, but winds howled violently across the ground, toppling street lamps one after another, and the intensity of the gale escalated, causing even lightweight vehicles to sway. The Holy Master's magic corroded the very earth. On the once sturdy streets, spiderweb-like fissures stretched forth, extending along the roads, with visible cracks emerging even in the buildings above. Beneath the fissures, an eerie crimson glow emanated, stirred by the howling winds into a cacophony reminiscent of demonic wails, resonating throughout every corner of the city. Faced with a scene akin to the apocalypse, the populace could do little but cower in their homes, clutching their loved ones in trembling fear, fervently beseeching divine protection. The urban aberration instigated by the Holy Lord had long since spread from the original Fifth Avenue, and now it seemed that even the entirety of Manhattan Island was ensnared in his malevolent influence. At that moment, both the Pentagon and the SHIELD agency were in disarray. Having just lost their last connection with Manhattan, the island had transformed into a no-fly zone. No electronic signals could penetrate its confines. And despite the deployment of advanced technological means, communication remained irreparably severed. Initially, the military had boasted of a direct incursion into the city. But after two of the most sophisticated reconnaissance aircraft vanished upon entry, the Pentagon quickly fell silent. Images transmitted from extraterrestrial surveillance satellites left all who beheld them in stunned disbelief. A scene entirely enveloped in darkness was hardly a sign of hope. The satellite's findings were limited, as a peculiar energy emanating from Manhattan obstructed further reconnaissance, rendering the island a veritable isolation. However, the SHIELD agency's anxiety escalated as they witnessed the indescribable black mist spreading from Fifth Avenue, engulfing the entirety of Manhattan. They could no longer concern themselves with the agents trapped within, for over 1 million residents of the island were equally imperiled. While the agency remained in the dark about the situation within, Carter understood that the status quo could not persist. The black mist continued its insidious expansion, threatening Roosevelt Island. Precariously positioned between Manhattan and Queens, now on the brink of peril, though Roosevelt Island spanned a mere 56 hectares, it bordered Queens, the borough with the second largest population after Brooklyn. Carter could scarcely fathom the consequences that would ensue. The New York City government had issued an emergency evacuation order, and the entirety of Queens was in the throes of evacuation, assisted by law enforcement and the National Guard. Yet, this was merely a drop in the ocean. The speed at which the black mist engulfed the area far outpaced the evacuation efforts, complicating the process with a litany of unforeseen troubles. Moreover, Carter was more apprehensive about the White House's assessment of the incident, should the situation devolve into irreparable chaos. She had no doubt that the depths of those politicians' depravity would exceed all expectations. Yet, she was unprepared for the realization that sometimes the trajectory of events unfolds in precisely the manner one most dreads. Madam, I have just received news that a B-52 bomber at the Washington Air Force Base has completed its pre-flight checks and is now on standby. This sudden announcement instantly silenced the command center, which had previously been in a state of disarray, and even a flicker of surprise crossed Pierce's eyes. The B-52 strategic bomber, having served for over 20 years, does not imply that it has become obsolete. At least in 1991, it remained the backbone of the United States Air Force's strategic bombers. Although new aircraft are currently under development, the B-52 still stands as a formidable sword defending the skies of America. Most crucially, the B-52 is capable of carrying nuclear weapons. And Carter does not believe that a B-52 armed with conventional weapons would have any significant impact on Manhattan today. Madam, we are talking about Manhattan. After a moment, a trembling voice finally broke the silence in the command room, awakening others who seemed equally startled, their expressions becoming exceedingly complex. Indeed, we are speaking of Manhattan. Carter could hardly fathom the catastrophic consequences that would ensue should a nuclear weapon detonate in Manhattan. This was the last scenario she wished to witness. All that remains is to leave the matter to divine judgment. Leaning helplessly against her chair, Carter realized that events had long surpassed her control. What more could she do but pray to God? Yet at that moment, a figure suddenly emerged in her mind, one adorned with wings and radiating a sacred light. Perhaps, indeed, all that remains is to beseech the Almighty. Whether God truly exists is uncertain for Leon, and the saint is even less inclined to ponder such matters. But it is evident that neither has the luxury of time for such reflections. Bang! Leon struck the saint once more, interrupting his incantation. Observing the saint plummeting rapidly and the swelling on his own fist, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. This is not the magic I desire. In both the Marvel universe and the broader comic realm, regardless of the deities or ordinary mortals, the ultimate determination of victory and defeat boils down to a simple phrase: raw power. One must not underestimate this seemingly straightforward blow, especially within Marvel. Whether it be the formidable beings of the Living Tribunal or the infamous Thanos, the outcome invariably involves a clash of flesh against flesh. Alas, now, Leon finds himself gravitating towards this very trend, watching as the swelling on his hand vanishes almost instantaneously under the divine healing of the talisman. He cannot help but exhale deeply. He merely desires to be an ordinary mage, a distant mobile artillery, annihilating all foes in his path. Rather than engaging in a brutal confrontation with an ancient dragon, it is essential to recognize that the force of action is mutual, however resilient his skin may be. It cannot compare to the dragon's hide of the saint, and the pain is undeniably real. In the past, Leon had a penchant for novels featuring protagonists who were unparalleled geniuses, adept in both martial and magical arts. However, upon reflection, he realized that such tastes were rather juvenile. After all, aberrations are still aberrations. The decline of this genre was not without justification. As Leon's thoughts wandered freely, the sovereign harbored a contrasting perspective. Suspended in midair, acutely aware of the throbbing pain emanating from its dragon head and the loosening fangs within its maw, the aged dragon's countenance grew increasingly grim. How infuriating! This young sorcerer had evidently mastered the art of incantations with greater proficiency. The sovereign's concerns had materialized into reality, though subtle. Leon was indeed gradually assimilating the very power that rightfully belonged to him. a development that spelled nothing but trouble for the sovereign. The ancient dragon suddenly realized that this young sorcerer might indeed become a significant threat. With this thought, a flicker of malevolence flashed in the sovereign's eyes. Just as he contemplated delivering a fatal blow, he sensed something amiss. Casting a wary glance around, he fixated on Leon and barked, "Sorcerer, what nefarious schemes are you concocting? Where has Lopez gone?" At that moment, a disquieting smile spread across Leon's visage, unsettling the sovereign. In Chapter 48, titled The Spell, Leon, the mage, was instructed to divert the sovereign's attention while preparations were underway. The sovereign's magic surged uncontrollably onto the earth, transforming the surroundings into a desolate wasteland, tainted by arcane energies. The whispered prayers of ordinary folk seemed to reach the ears of this holy warrior, and Lopez's expression grew increasingly resolute. "Very well, Mage Lopez. How much time do you require?" Leon inquired, nodding in response to Lopez's request. However, the subsequent reply from this holy warrior left Leon utterly speechless. "At the moment you most need assistance, righteous magic shall descend from the heavens." Leon couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Really? Can't you warriors speak normally? Moreover, did he not realize that such a vague response, devoid of a specific time frame, was quite dismissive? It was profoundly unsettling, especially since he was in dire need of assistance. Wasn't that the very reason for summoning him? Regardless of Leon's internal grievances, he could not impede Lopez's departure. In a series of agile leaps, Lopez traversed the crumbling ruins and vanished from his sight. Ultimately, it seemed that reliance on oneself was inevitable. Leon mused, casting his gaze toward the sovereign, who now appeared to be enveloped in a veritable ocean of magical energy. The golden mask shimmered with an otherworldly light, and the dwindling magical reserves within the sovereign coalesced in its chest, radiating like a brilliant sun, banishing the surrounding darkness. With a graceful unfurling of luminous wings, the sovereign transformed into a fleeting specter and vanished from sight. From the ground, the denizens of Manhattan beheld a dazzling convergence of white and red light illuminating the sky. Whenever two beams of light, starkly contrasting in both nature and hue, converge, the inhabitants of the city are graced with the resonant sound of clashing metal, echoing throughout the urban expanse, even reaching the vigilant National Guard stationed beyond Manhattan Island. Some may have believed it to be mere auditory hallucinations spawned from panic. However, as the beams of light continued their dance of convergence and separation, the sound grew increasingly distinct and fervent. Humanity has long harbored a belief in an innate sixth sense. And in this moment, the citizens of Manhattan, having endured trials reminiscent of an apocalyptic cataclysm, seemed to instinctively grasp that the celestial lights above held dominion over their fates. In a profound act of reverence, some rekindled faiths long forgotten, fervently offering prayers for the first time. Above Manhattan, the region occupied by the Lord and Leon had transformed into a veritable no-fly zone. Neither aircraft nor avian creatures dared to traverse this domain. While the skies were devoid of such beings, any entity that dared to intrude upon the battlefield would be reduced to mere refuse by the aftermath of their conflict. Clang. Once more, man and dragon met in a fleeting encounter, locking eyes across the void. The Lord, once a figure of imposing majesty, now bore the marks of battle, his vast form marred by scars of varying shapes and sizes, most resembling those inflicted by swordplay. The ancient dragon appeared somewhat disheveled, caught off guard, yet its formidable presence seemed to swell even further. Gripping his scepter, the Lord regarded Leon with a rare glimmer of apprehension in his crimson eyes, not so much wary of Leon himself, but rather of the weapon he wielded. "Sorcerer, I never anticipated you would possess the divine token that the immortal deity used to vanquish me. How utterly surprising." The Lord endeavored to maintain an air of tranquility, striving to conceal his vulnerabilities from the astute little sorcerer before him. Yet, the Lord, as a demon sovereign, seemed to forget that even in his weakened state, he could hardly refrain from hurling insults at Leon. Leon, perceptive to this shift, seized the opportunity to taunt. "Is that so? To think there are still surprises left for you, my lord. Honestly, this is hardly characteristic of you." In stark contrast to the battered Lord, Leon stood unscathed, his robe untouched by creases beneath the sanctified luminescence, the divine sword that had subdued the Lord only enhancing his gallant demeanor. However, appearances can be deceiving. The true state of affairs is known only to those involved. Though the Lord bore wounds, Leon's magic had waned significantly after the recent outburst. leaving even the once vibrant aura of his sorcerer's robe dimmed and lackluster. Humph. The Lord of Dragons let out a disdainful snort, perceptibly detecting the mockery in Leon's tone, his fearsome visage momentarily flashing with anger. Wizard, do not presume that possessing a divine relic grants you the audacity to challenge the supreme dragon. You must comprehend this. The reason these artifacts are deemed divine is that only in the hands of an immortal deity do they earn such a title. It is their master who imbues them with their significance, not the weapon that elevates the wielder. This sword in your grasp is merely a sharper blade to me. You cannot unleash its true power. Indeed, you may believe that this sword shall not forever remain merely a sharp instrument in your possession, the Lord continued, revealing his razor-sharp dragon teeth, a sinister grin spreading across his face. But do you truly think I would grant you that opportunity? Faced with the menacing expression of the Lord, Leon found himself at a loss for words. The Lord was correct. Since acquiring this divine relic, he had yet to unravel its mysteries. Aside from its sharpness and inherent capacity to repel malevolence, this sword bore little distinction from other righteous artifacts. As he sensed the innate positive energy magic coursing through the blade, Leon couldn't help but reflect on the extraordinary power of the ancient immortal deities. In that moment, even Leon was unaware that he was perhaps experiencing, for the first time, a genuine yearning for formidable strength. Observing Leon's silence, the Lord, in days past, would have seized the advantage to press further, yet now he had more pressing inquiries for the young wizard. Wizard, where has Lope gone? Even the Lord did not recognize the tremor in his voice. However, Leon noted this shift, arching an eyebrow and allowing a peculiar smile to grace his lips. My lord, you are afraid. Wiz, it is I who am inquiring. The Lord bellowed, unable to suppress his fury, as if his mask of invincibility had been torn away. The wizard before him had rendered him powerless, yet the flicker of panic within him intensified. The Lord understood this was no mere illusion. The inherent peril of his draconic lineage was signaling danger. Nevertheless, regardless of the Lord's ire, Leon's laughter echoed from beneath his mask. What do you truly seek? The sound of Leon's mirth stirred unease within the Lord. He conjured his magical senses to perceive the surroundings, yet found no trace of Lope. The Lord would not entertain the foolish notion of the other fleeing. The thought of Lope lurking in the shadows, scheming against him, sent shivers down the spine of the ancient dragon. The most haunting nightmares from the depths of his memory surged forth, evoking that sensation of plummeting from the heavens to the abyss below, all of it beginning with Lope, leaving him unable to quell his apprehension. At that moment, a surge of magical energy entered his perception, causing the Saint Lord to tense up in vigilance. This aura was distinctly different from that of the small sorcerer across from him. Under the current circumstances, who else could it be but Leon Lopez? A shadow of foreboding washed over the Saint Lord, while Leon, as if receiving an unspoken signal, smiled and said, "Thank you for your patience, Saint Lord." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Leon abruptly extended his arms toward the Saint Lord, enveloping him in an overwhelming telekinetic force. The Saint Lord felt himself bound, utterly immobilized. Ah, curse be this! Before the Saint Lord could fully unleash his fury, an incantation, forever imprinted in his mind, whispered into his ears, leaving him with an expression of sheer terror. No. Chapter 49. The turning point indeed. Relying on allies can lead to downfall, and depending on others can result in abandonment. Facing the fierce countenance of the Saint Lord, Leon appeared unfazed, yet internally he could not suppress his despair. Though the healing effects of the talisman were continuously at work during their battle, while Leon remained unscathed, the Saint Lord was covered in wounds. Yet Leon was acutely aware that the Saint Lord's injuries were merely superficial. As the old dragon had remarked, the divine artifact in his possession was indeed more formidable than a sharp sword. While a sword could breach the Saint Lord's defenses, that was its only advantage. The Saint Lord possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, and Leon could see with his own eyes that the wounds he inflicted were mending at a visibly rapid pace. Alas, the talisman had proven futile against this old dragon. It was only in the hands of those who truly needed it that a talisman became the best choice. And Leon was undoubtedly that individual. Nevertheless, Leon's predicament had not improved in the slightest. There had been no sign of the support Lopez had promised. And while Leon was not apprehensive about Lopez breaking his word, such a betrayal would be beneath the dignity of a warrior. He was genuinely worried that Lopez might eliminate him while sealing the Saint Lord. In the eyes of this traditional saint knight, Lyon, a young mage who wielded the power of the talisman and made pacts with demons, was far from the ideal image of a righteous mage. Lopez needn't even intervene directly. A mere delay could allow the Saint Lord to dispose of Lyon. Or he could wait until both Lyon and the Saint Lord were mutually weakened, then emerge to clean up the aftermath, thereby resolving two significant threats in one fell swoop. Do not fault Lyon for his dark thoughts. The earnest pursuit of white magic often leads one to shadowy paths. There is no cunning wisdom greater than that of a demon, nor any means more despicable. How could they possibly contend with forces far superior to their own? Especially as the mightier the mage, the more intricate their thoughts become. At the very least, the true nature of his father was far removed from the image Lyon cherished in his childhood memories. The methods of my master, well, let us set that aside. As a disciple, it is only fitting that I preserve a semblance of dignity for my teacher. As an ancient Saint Seiya, Lope may not possess the complexities of modern individuals, yet I, Leon, cannot bring myself to believe that the archmage who vanquished the malevolent demon lord is merely a figure chronicled in scant historical accounts. Boom. The ferocious dragon flames collided once more with the luminous shield before me, sending ripples across the previously tranquil surface of the barrier. I could not suppress a frown upon witnessing this. By the gods, the wrath of the Saint Lord has intensified. Is this world's dark energy truly so indulgent towards him? If that is the case, then the indigenous inhabitants of this realm are most pitiable. As I lamented the dark energies of this marvel world, I exerted greater magical power to sustain the light shield. At last, the dragon flames and the shield vanished into thin air, yet my magical energy had finally reached its critical threshold. Lope, what are you truly attempting? Do you intend for me to exhaust myself once more against the Saint Lord? My patience was wearing thin, and the remnants of my virtuous energy flickered precariously like a candle in the wind. At that moment, a somewhat feeble voice reached my ears, revitalizing my waning spirit. Thank you for your efforts, Mage Leon. I will take it from here. At last, the moment had come. I responded eagerly. Lope, have you truly accomplished it? Is there anything more you require of me? Lope hesitated before replying. The ritual is prepared. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in temporarily stalling the Saint Lord, even if just for an instant. The resurgence of malevolence exceeds my expectations, and I am, after all, not the true embodiment of him. As he concluded, a note of melancholy tinged Lope's voice, and I understood his sentiment well. Anyone who realizes they are but a mere statue, not their true self, would inevitably feel profound sorrow. However, both Lope and I could not afford to dwell on such matters. The Saint Lord, sensing something amiss, was enveloped in a turbulent ocean of palpable magical energy, churning with the ferocity of a storm, revealing just how agitated this ancient dragon was. What have you done, sorcerer? Surely, it is something you most dread, Saint Lord. No sooner had I spoken than the divine power of the talisman was unleashed, binding the Saint Lord's form with formidable telekinetic force. Yet this was not the end. In an instant, the Saint Lord's magic surged in fierce resistance, draining the color from my face. As previously stated, the Saint Lord's strength, augmented by the world's dark energies, had become extraordinarily formidable. However, it was only when the power of thought was able to restrain the Lord that Leon truly grasped the immense force concealed within the ancient dragon. Almost simultaneously with the binding of the Lord, Leon sensed that the dragon could break free at any moment. In that fleeting instant, he felt a profound relief, thankful that the Lord had not fully absorbed this formidable energy. Otherwise, he would have likely met his demise at the onset. Lope, you must hasten. I can scarcely maintain this. With the dwindling remnants of his magical power, Leon poured everything into the control of the talisman. Yet the overwhelming pressure bore down upon him like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him incapable of even the simplest magical communication, forcing him to grit his teeth in silent endurance. Finally, just as Leon's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse, a miraculous occurrence transpired. A mysterious sound reverberated, seemingly transcending time and space, reaching the ears of both the man and the dragon. The Lord's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. In an instant, his gaze traversed great distances to the pinnacle of a towering edifice, where he finally beheld the figure of Lope. However, in that moment, the Lord wished he had never set eyes upon him. There were no grand ceremonies, no throngs of people. Lope merely struck the void with his hand, and astonishingly, each gesture was met with a thunderous roar, as if the very heavens were responding to his summons. As the thunder echoed, the Lord was horrified to discover that the malevolent energy within him was dissipating, merging into the cosmos, and he found himself utterly powerless to halt this occurrence. Lope intoned ancient incantations, and the talisman scroll rose of its own accord, standing before him, emanating an ethereal green light. No, no, no. I shall never return to that dark prison, never. Painful memories surged before him, and a hint of desperation tinged the Lord's voice, his furious roars reverberating throughout the sky, causing Leon to completely lose control over the talisman. I cannot hold on any longer, Lope. Roar. The Lord broke free from his confinement, unleashing a deafening roar that sent Leon flying far away, with surrounding skyscrapers quaking under the force of his bellow. Moreover, the malevolent energy that had lingered outside was being voraciously drawn into the Lord's body, which swelled visibly, taking on a fiery visage. A chest so robust it seemed on the verge of explosion, and his feet crashing down to reduce everything in their path to rubble. Leon watched in awe as the Lord's titan-like form gradually took shape, unable to suppress a nervous swallow. The ephemeral manifestation finally revealed itself before Leon. The Saint Lord wielded his draconic claws, tearing apart the ominous clouds that obscured his path, with thunder and lightning intertwining behind him, making him resemble an ancient demonic deity striding upon the earth. Frankly, witnessing the formidable presence of the Saint Lord instilled a sense of hope for Lope within Leon's heart. However, when Leon turned his gaze towards Lope's direction, he nearly plummeted from midair. For Lope, who was intoning incantations, bore cracks on his face akin to shattered porcelain, clearly visible to all. Chapter 50. The Seal, huh? Lope, your form forged from clay has ultimately reached its end. Even though the power of the rat talisman has granted you rebirth, a counterfeit remains just that, a counterfeit. You cannot confine me. The Saint Lord, too, sensed Lope's anomaly, his voice reverberating through every corner of the city like thunder. With a sudden explosive force, he surged forward, closing the distance that once seemed far away in mere moments. Surely, he wouldn't falter at the critical juncture. Lope, you must endure. At this moment, Leon could only place his faith in this legendary saint warrior from a millennium past. The Saint Lord's physique and power had undergone a profound transformation compared to before. Leon found even advancing towards the Saint Lord an arduous feat. The peculiar force field generated by the convergence of malevolent energy around the Saint Lord encased him in an impenetrable shield. As he observed the Saint Lord's rapid advance, Lope maintained his usual serene demeanor, undeterred even by the rhythm of the ritual, his incantation nearing completion. Perish, Lope! Amidst the Saint Lord's thunderous roar, an overwhelming breath of dragon fire, unlike anything Leon had ever witnessed, instantly engulfed Lope and everything surrounding him. The once crimson flames now intertwined with streaks of violet. Leon remained unaware of the significance of this, yet he comprehended the perilous nature of the Saint Lord, for when his unleashed magical power approached, it was silently devoured, as though it had never existed, a concept utterly unfathomable to Leon. As the flames gradually dissipated, all that surrounded them faded into oblivion. Skyscrapers and modern edifices vanished without a trace, and the earth reverted to its primordial form. Yet, before the Saint Lord could reveal a triumphant smile, the familiar incantation echoed once more in his ears. Unlike the previous murmurs, he suddenly sensed that the entire world seemed to resonate with that detestable incantation, causing the malevolent energy he had painstakingly gathered to exhibit signs of collapse, a trend he found himself unable to reverse this time. No, no, no. This cannot be. In the face of the Saint Lord's incredulity, the flames completely extinguished, and the righteous magic transformed into a protective aura enveloping Lope, ensuring his safety. However, perhaps not entirely. For the cracks that had previously marred only his face now extended across half of his body. The glyphs on the scroll began to coalesce into a tangible form, and the Holy Lord recognized this as a sign that the incantation was nearing completion. In an instant, memories flooded his mind. The scene from a millennium ago when Lope had sealed him away, and the recent encounter with the old sorcerer who had unleashed a binding spell upon him. These haunting recollections surged forth, and it seemed he was destined to relive this nightmare once more. At that moment, the terrifying memories jolted the Holy Lord's mind, previously consumed by cruel emotions, into clarity. Escape. He yearned to flee from this place. The thought of retreat filled his mind in an instant. As a demon, he felt no shame in fleeing. The true agony lay not in a momentary withdrawal, but in being sealed in darkness for nearly 1,000 years. Moreover, he could perceive Lope's peculiar condition with alarming clarity. He understood that if he could endure this fleeting moment, the world would ultimately belong to him once again. Yet, the Holy Lord overlooked a vital truth. When one finally acts, the outcome is often predetermined. Just as the thought of retreat blossomed in his heart, Lope's spell approached its conclusion. Evil spirits, depart. As Lope uttered the final words of the incantation, the Tai Chi formed by his hands unleashed a brilliant green beam of magical energy that enveloped the Holy Lord entirely. As he felt the familiar surge of magical power, the terror etched upon the dragon's head could no longer be concealed. No. Witnessing the Holy Lord being struck by the binding spell, Leon finally exhaled in relief. For he understood that the troubles instigated by the Holy Lord had come to an end. Hearing the anguished roar of the Holy Lord sent a shiver through Leon. It was precisely this reason that he had been reluctant to confront the likes of Chung Long so brazenly from the onset in the previous world. Regardless of one's formidable power, whether one was a demon or a sorcerer, none could escape the intricate balance of the world's natural laws. Everything has a beginning and an end, and even a demon lord reigning over the entire world cannot evade the constraints of these rules. Leon was determined not to find himself inexplicably subjected to a lecture from his father over trivial conflicts, ultimately facing a fate akin to that of the Holy Lord. He was so close. The Holy Lord's roar was filled with resentment as the spell's power began to take effect. His substantial demonic energy, akin to the ocean, surged outward, coalescing into a dazzling beam of energy that soared toward the heavens. The Holy Lord's dark essence shattered the veil of black clouds, returning to the realm of light, illuminating Manhattan once more. His form, reminiscent of a demonic deity, visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Ultimately, he could no longer maintain his dragon-headed, human-bodied guise. Under the might of the spell, his entire being began to twist and contort, his serpentine neck elongating backward until he coiled into a circle. His flesh and blood transformed once again into stone, and the familiar dragon statue re-emerged. With a resounding clang, the Panlong statue lay quietly on the ground, leaving one to ponder the incredibility that the near destruction of Manhattan stemmed from this seemingly immobile figure. The tide of fate was irretrievable, and the Lord was engulfed in despair. Victory had been within reach, yet he found himself returned to square one, much like the outcome before. He watched helplessly as his soul talisman was drawn through invisible forces into the hands of that little wizard. Wizard, no, Leon. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have triumphed. Hearing the Lord enunciate his name with such clarity, Leon, suspended in midair, paused momentarily, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips. If memory served him right, this was indeed the first time this ancient dragon had truly called him by name. Ah, how amusingly forgetful you are. As the last of his talismans vanished into Leon's grasp, the Lord's scarlet eyes brimmed with hatred and despair, his voice tinged with a maddened frenzy. Do not presume you have won, Leon. I can see you, perceive the profound desires within you, desires of which you are scarcely aware. I am not defeated. If you continue down this path, the abyss will eventually consume you. I shall watch over you, and the moment you reveal even the slightest weakness, I will drag you into hell. Chapter 51. Restoration. The Lord's hollow laughter echoed in Leon's ears, but he paid no mind to the now somewhat neurotic figure of the Lord, for he understood that such failures were not new to him. If the Lord were truly so fragile, he would not be celebrated as the most dedicated boss, woven throughout the narrative from beginning to end. Had the Lord been so weak, one could only imagine the laughter of the dragon. Moreover, Leon had more pressing matters at hand. Approaching Lope, he furrowed his brow. The once formidable saint, who had just sealed an invincible foe, was now so weak he could barely stand, reduced to sitting cross-legged on the ground. To Leon's eyes, Lope's magical essence had dwindled to a flicker, barely holding on, as if it could extinguish at any moment. More alarmingly, cracks had spread from his face to encompass his entire being, rendering him as fragile as fine porcelain, shattering at the slightest touch. Leon remained silent, extending his right hand as a soft radiance began to emanate from it. However, just as he prepared to heal Lope, a faint voice broke the air. There is no need, Mage Leon. Lope appeared to sense Leon's intentions, gently shaking his head in refusal, and as he did so, shards of his visage, resembling fractured glass, scattered about. Leon hesitated somewhat. Although Lopez was awakened by his mouse charm, the latter had indeed resolved a significant dilemma for him. As the Saint Lord had remarked, Leon's methods were not typically upright, yet he detested being indebted to others, even for something as trivial as a statue. Master Lopez, the Saint Lord has been sealed once more. Your mission has concluded. In this new world, you may discover better opportunities. Leon intended to allow this legendary saint to experience a renaissance in the Marvel Universe. This would not only serve as a repayment to Lopez, but also stemmed from the profound impact the battle with the Saint Lord had on him, particularly the latter's final outburst, which left him deeply shaken. Simultaneously, Leon recognized his own inadequacies in comparison to those monstrous beings accumulated over endless ages. He had much to learn. After parting from his father, he required a new mentor, and it appeared that Lopez could be a suitable candidate. However, it was evident that this saint had no intention of adhering to his proposal, as Lopez declined Leon's offer. I am truly sorry, Master Leon. As you have stated, my mission is complete. This is neither my era nor my world, and I am merely a statue crafted from clay. Every being's existence is bound by fate, and my destined conclusion is to enter an eternal slumber. As a lifeless entity, I should not be awakened again. Lopez's words exuded profound fatigue. The mouse charm may have granted them life, but it could not alter the fact that he was a mere replica of Lopez. As a warrior, he could not allow himself to defy the world's rules due to the charm's power. He believed he should return to his rightful place rather than cling to the mortal realm. Sensing the resoluteness in Lopez's voice, Leon fell silent. Truthfully, as someone shaped by modern education, he found it challenging to grasp the mindset of these ancient adherents to tradition. However, as long as it did not concern him, he had no intention of interfering with others' choices. If this is your will, I find no reason to oppose it. Leon nodded, his mask transforming into a wisp of light that vanished within him, paying his final respects to the legendary saint who had ended the Saint Lord's reign. Thank you for your understanding, Master Leon, Lopez remarked, a rare smile gracing his pale face. He was somewhat astonished to see Leon's youthful visage and smiled. I never expected, Master Leon, that you would still appear so young. Even in our era, it was difficult to encounter a mage as accomplished as you at such a tender age. Lopez's words were not mere flattery. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, mages relied not only on talent, but also on the gradual accumulation of experience over time. Most mages achieved success only after passing the age of 40, truly earning the title of mage or even grand mage. Before this, individuals were merely referred to as apprentice mages. Among them, figures like Father and the Blade Dragon serve as prime examples. Even with the guidance of a great mage like Father, Troll remains but an apprentice. Perhaps only after truly witnessing demons a few times, gaining personal insights into magic, could one finally be deemed a true master. However, knowing his own circumstances, Leon understands that without the aid of the system, the extraordinary experiences and the enhancements from different worlds, he could never have attained his current level. Yet, despite this acknowledgement, he feels a profound sense of inadequacy, realizing he needs more time to fully assimilate and refine what he has learned. Lope, unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling in Leon's mind, perceives the hesitation and doubt in the young mage before him. If time permitted, he would not hesitate to guide this exceptionally gifted young mage, fostering another virtuous mage on the path of righteousness. However, it is evident that time is not on his side. Nonetheless, Lope wishes to impart a final piece of wisdom to this remarkable mage. Leon, I regret that I cannot offer you further assistance, but I hope you remain true to your heart and pursue the right path. The power of demons is not easily grasped. As you seek their strength, they simultaneously erode your very essence. May you vanquish evil and walk towards the light. Leon comprehends Lope's intent, yet he cannot relinquish the power of the spells. Perhaps this is a common affliction of those who traverse worlds. They tend to believe they can master everything, that nothing can sway their will. Leon once thought he could evade such false pride, only to realize in the end that it was mere self-deception. Lope's voice grew increasingly faint, his breath more labored, until he could only lean weakly against a rather incomplete wall, gazing skyward, a flicker of memory passing through his eyes, as if recalling something significant. Leon, I must take my leave. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Had we more time, you might have become my second friend. Alas, I wish you all the best. Farewell. His voice faltered, and as he uttered his final word, Lope's entire form once again transformed into a statue. The statue, now marred with cracks, seemed to have finally reached its limit. With a resounding crack, it shattered, disintegrating into a multitude of soil fragments of varying sizes and shapes. The remnants of the statue offered no hint of its former visage. Leon stood silently, bowing his head in homage to the departure of a legendary mage, surrounded by an eerie silence, save for the howling of the cold wind. Yet, when Leon lifted his gaze once more, the sorrow etched on his face swiftly morphed into an icy resolve, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes as the mark of the horse spell manifested within. "We shall meet again, Master Lopii. I have always believed that I am advancing along the right path." As the divine power of the horse talisman was unleashed, the statue, once shattered, instantaneously reassembled, and Lopii's image was once again restored. Chapter 52. Ancient One under the divine influence of the horse talisman. Lopii's statue swiftly returned to its former glory. Leon gazed at the statue before him, perfectly intact, and coldly remarked, "I regret to inform you, Lopii, that I will still require your assistance in the times to come. So, before our next encounter, I kindly ask you to rest well." "Ha, Leon. I knew I had not misjudged you. Even in the face of Lopii's final request, you remain resolute in your refusal. How callous you are! This pitiful statue has been stripped of its last vestige of utility by your hands. Even a demon would pale in comparison to your despicable nature." The mocking voice of the Lord echoed in Leon's ears. Yet, he refrained from retorting, for in a certain sense, he was indeed as contemptible as the Lord had declared. "Lopii is truly unfortunate, unable to even choose eternal slumber. As his adversary, I find myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for him." "Cease your pretentiousness, Lord," Leon interjected, his tone icy. "When it comes to infamy, who could surpass you, the demon? It is high time for you to reflect upon your actions. Perhaps this would allow me to be more lenient in your forthcoming fate. After all, your actions have resulted in my substantial losses. Leon, as a noble dragon, I have never regretted my choices. Yet, if given the chance, I should have resolved you as a threat first, otherwise I would not have found myself in such dire straits today." The Lord was still brooding over his previous failures. It was no wonder that this ancient dragon, each time he uttered Leon's name, did so with clenched teeth, as if only by doing so could he suppress the boundless fury within. "Ha, Lord, you truly are vain. Where do all these ifs arise from? If they could indeed come to fruition, then you would have long since reconstructed everything in your realm. Rather than engaging in this fruitless verbal sparring before me." Leon scoffed disdainfully and raised an eyebrow, adding, "Moreover, you should contemplate your forthcoming days. Trust me, they will not be to your liking." "Humph, Leon, do you believe that after enduring nearly a millennium of imprisonment, tormented by other demons in hell, I would still care for anything? Huh." The Lord's hoarse voice was filled with sinister intentions, and I knew precisely what you sought. "As a sovereign of darkness, I possess far more than you could possibly desire, Leon. I have encountered countless souls like yours, driven by avarice, survival, or power. As long as your desires persist, I shall maintain my vigilance over you." The Lord's words rendered Leon momentarily speechless, yet soon his voice emerged with unwavering resolve. "Indeed, my lord, you possess everything I require, your knowledge, your magic, your strength, all that you are." At that moment, no one could perceive the inferno of ambition blazing within Leon's eyes, a flame of desire that threatened to consume all, even himself. "My lord, just as you wish to devour me, I too wish to engulf you, the demon of fire. I shall inherit all that you possess. Let us see who ultimately prevails on this irrevocable path. I believe that when the day arrives, we shall both embrace our fates with open arms." The devilish whisper echoed in the Lord's ears, and for the first time, this ancient dragon fell into an unusual silence. The street was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Leon closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he had regained his usual composure. As he gently caressed the statue of Lope, it vanished in an instant. However, at that moment, an odd fluctuation in the surrounding space caught his attention, prompting Leon to frown and remark, "It is rather impolite to pry, my lady." Barely had Leon's words faded when the stable space was cleaved by a leaping spark of magic, forming a perfect circular geometry. From the outside in, a mirrored reflection of the street emerged, and shortly thereafter, an elegantly robed woman of refined bearing stepped forth. Truth be told, even though it was his first encounter with such a spectacle, Leon, having gleaned a smattering of knowledge about the Marvel Universe, after all, ever since the Avengers assembled, These films have captivated the cinema, could discern that this was the distinctive spell known as the opening of the sacred portal from the magical sanctuary of Kamartaj. Thus, the identity of this woman was readily apparent. However, it was not merely this revelation that astonished Leon. The image of the sorceress, adorned with the forget-me-not charm glowing with an ethereal green light, caused his brow to twitch uncontrollably. At the moment she materialized, a mask obscured Leon's visage once more, and he could not suppress an inner grumble. For heaven's sake, during the New York battle against the Chitauri, you remained absent while the city was nearly laid to waste. Yet upon my arrival, you come personally to greet me? Is this how you treat outsiders? The Chiritans cannot be regarded as locals. They are purely extraterrestrial beings. Suddenly, Leon realized that he, too, seemed to be a non-local, not even belonging to the inhabitants of this universe. There exists a certain disparity in affection. Was it not claimed that the Ancient One was the epitome of fairness and justice? Yet, it becomes evident why this individual ultimately met his demise at the hands of his own disciple. The person in question is none other than the current Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. However, in what should have been a solemn encounter, Liang's mind began to wander uncontrollably, a habitual flaw he found impossible to rectify. I sincerely apologize. Interdimensional Sorcerer, it is indeed you and your associates who have orchestrated considerable trouble for me, necessitating my personal intervention. This city should not have been subjected to such calamities. Undoubtedly, the Supreme Sorcerer lived up to his reputation. Upon speaking, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the venerable old mage, leaving Leon momentarily speechless and embarrassed. The disaster brought forth by the Master had wreaked havoc upon Manhattan Island, though the Master did not direct his wrath towards ordinary humans. One could be certain that such a demon would be indifferent to the casualties among the weak. Thus, the innocent citizens found themselves beset by unwarranted misfortune. Setting aside the severe economic repercussions, the unfortunate souls inadvertently harmed by the aftermath of Liang's battle with the Master were numerous, not to mention the direct or indirect casualties resulting from the turmoil. Of course, Leon would never admit to any of this. Even if he could not become a paragon of justice, he would not descend into the role of a demon's accomplice. Should he be branded with such a title, it would bring disgrace upon his father's name. Cough, cough. My lady, the demon that has endangered the city has been subdued by my companions and me. As a consequence, my companions have succumbed to eternal slumber. Liang's voice was filled with a mournful lament. Were it not for the mask concealing his face, he might have shed a few inconsequential tears. Yet, it was evident that his display of sorrow did not sway the Ancient One, especially as he had overlooked the presence of an old dragon nearby, ever eager to expose his vulnerabilities. Wizard, I do not recall you being such a benevolent soul. Moreover, what companions do you speak of? That is merely a statue you intend to enslave after its destruction. The Master's malevolent laughter echoed in their ears. The Ancient One remained impassive, a serene smile gracing his features as he observed Liang, who felt a shiver run down his spine under the gaze of the Supreme Sorcerer. Ultimately, he could only let out a resigned sigh and utter, "Very well, I understand." Chapter 53. Enchantment above Manhattan. The dark energies summoned by the Master have completely dissipated, returning to the ether. Sunlight once again bathes this city, which had previously been shrouded in darkness. However, due to the Master's influence, the snowflakes that once adorned the sky have been entirely evaporated by his fiery presence. Moreover, it is likely that New York will have to endure a considerable stretch of snowless days ahead. The city's inhabitants cautiously stepped out of their homes, savoring the sun, which had never felt so precious before. Sunlight streamed through their fingertips, illuminating their faces, and these survivors could no longer contain their tears of joy. Beside those who perished in the calamity wrought by the sovereign, their families silently stood in companionship as a somber atmosphere gradually enveloped the scene. Yet, at that very moment, an unusual phenomenon manifested in the sky. To their horror, the once resplendent sun was once again obscured by a shadow. This sudden anomaly ignited panic within the hearts of the citizens, who, in their fright, sought refuge once more. However, the shadow unleashed countless droplets of shimmering green light, scattering in all directions. Before these eerie green droplets, nothing could hinder their passage. The terrified populace watched as the droplets penetrated sturdy walls, cascading onto their bodies. They anxiously examined themselves, yet found no discernible abnormalities. Just as they began to regain their composure, a miracle unfolded. All those who had perished due to the sovereign and Leon opened their eyes once more. Their injuries were mysteriously healed. Even the severed tissues of their bodies regrew, and they were revived. The tears of the divine goddess of life. Observing the once lustrous tear-shaped necklace in his hand now dulled and lifeless, Leon felt as if his heart were bleeding. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at Ancient One and said, "Are you satisfied, madam?" "Indeed," Ancient One replied, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, a gentle smile graced her lips. 5,654 individuals have returned to their rightful paths of life. Thank you immensely for your assistance, sir. No need for thanks, Leon muttered, yet the gaze behind his mask grew gravely serious. Indeed, none of the prominent figures of any faction were simple. 5,654, merely by closing her eyes momentarily. Ancient One discerned the number of lives lost in this disaster. Even the New York City government would require at least a week post-event to ascertain the precise casualty figures. And even then, accuracy was not guaranteed. Under the guidance of her magic, the healing abilities of the divine arm were maximized. Yes, healing. Unlike ordinary individuals, a mage's perspective on death diverged significantly. While a conventional doctor might declare death upon the cessation of cardiac activity and the disappearance of brain waves, to a mage, such criteria hardly constituted true death. The vitality of the flesh may fade, and the soul may return to the void, yet for a mage, there exists a plethora of mysteries beyond comprehension. The true essence of reversing life and death, transforming the ethereal into the tangible, is a feat even the immortals find challenging. How much more formidable is the task for the current Leon? His sole capability lies in awakening those who have merely feigned death and nothing more. Yet, even this modest endeavor costs him a precious sacred arm. While it may not lead to immediate ruin, given his present condition, it is likely to remain in a dormant state for an extended period. It is worth noting that this is one of his dwindling trump cards. Each use diminishes his reserves. Simultaneously, a surge of ire ignited within Leon. The so-called master, a blustering old dragon, had wreaked havoc across Manhattan for half a day, only to result in the demise of a mere handful. This was from one of the 8 great demons that once ruled the world, and Leon felt an embarrassment on behalf of the master. Naturally, such thoughts remained unvoiced. With a raised brow, Ancient One discerned the dissatisfaction woven into the young sorcerer's words. However, she found nothing amiss. As the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj and guardian of Earth, she had thwarted countless catastrophic events threatening the world, leaving her weary in body and spirit. Her only hope now rested in the hands of her successor, for perhaps, in that transition, she might finally attain true freedom and release. Yet, the unexpected arrival of this interdimensional visitor introduced uncertainty into a future that had seemed predetermined. It was this unpredictability that compelled Ancient One to visit the sanctum in New York, eager to witness the changes Leon might bring to a future already fraught with improbability. As events unfolded, a glimmer of possibility danced in her eyes, and she smiled, addressing him. "Young sorcerer, I realize I have yet to properly introduce myself." Taking a step back, she inclined her head respectfully and continued, "Greetings, I am Ancient One, a sorceress of Kamartaj. Of course, I am aware of your name, Ancient One. I also know that in a few years, you shall be betrayed by your own disciple. Perhaps you are aware of this as well," Leon thought to himself, stifling a few sardonic comments. Such pretentious posturing was characteristic of the seasoned sorcerers, be it Ancient One, his father, or even Lopez. "Hello, Sorceress Ancient One, I am Leon," he replied with a slight nod. "Greetings, Sorcerer Leon." As their pleasantries concluded, a sudden roar echoed from above. Looking up, they spied a military helicopter circling in search of something. "It appears this location is no longer suitable for our discussion, Sorcerer Leon. Would you care for a cup of hot tea?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Leon's mouth twitched beneath his mask, as an uncanny sense of familiarity with his father washed over him. "Aaron, please prepare some tea for me." Leon abruptly shook his head to regain his composure, instantly breaking into a cold sweat as he anxiously glanced around, fearing he might have been infected by his father's peculiarities. His strange behavior did not escape the notice of the Ancient One, who found nothing unusual about it. As the supreme sorceress of Kamartaj, she had encountered an abundance of bizarre interdimensional beings. Compared to Leon, the majority of these entities could easily be deemed monstrous, and they generally harbored profound malevolence towards Earth. Leon hesitated, uncertain whether to accept the Ancient One's invitation. However, before making a decision, he felt that the old dragon lingering outside should return to its rightful place. As the divine power of the chicken talisman activated, an invisible force guided the statue of the Holy Master before Liang. Just as he was about to retract it into his space, the Ancient One's voice halted him. "Master Liang, may I take a look at him?" "Him?" Liang raised an eyebrow, and upon looking back at the Ancient One, he found her intently observing the Holy Master, her gaze tinged with a hint of fascination. Liang. Chapter 54. The Holy Master and strange in a quaint and serene chamber within the New York sanctum, Liang and the Ancient One sat facing each other. The teapot on the small table released wisps of steam, and the exquisite incense burner filled the room with a gentle, fragrant haze. With just a light whiff, Liang felt his previously languid spirit rejuvenate, and the eyes behind his mask sparkled with newfound vitality. What a treasure! Moreover, it is something that aids in a sorcerer's meditation. Reflecting on this, Liang couldn't help but glance at the Ancient One, who perpetually wore an enigmatic smile. A wave of discouragement washed over him. Indeed, this was the grandeur of those who had lived for countless ages. Any item they casually presented was an extraordinary rarity. In comparison to their profound accumulation, Liang realized he still had a long way to go. As the apprentice prepared to leave the room, a peculiar silence enveloped the two, and Liang found himself at a loss on how to engage with the illustrious Supreme Sorceress. According to his original plan, there was no necessity for him to meet the Ancient One at this juncture. He intended to drift through this world for a while, assessing his circumstances. However, the Holy Master had disrupted all his plans. Contemplating this, Liang glanced at the Holy Master, the irritable old dragon that had wreaked havoc in Manhattan. Thanks to the Ancient One's request, he had not been immediately retracted into Liang's space, but now Liang regretted this decision. The Ancient One's gaze towards the Holy Master became increasingly entranced, even causing an unhealthy flush to appear on her face. Upon reaching this point, the Supreme Master himself remained unaware of any peculiarities, yet Liang felt a surge of trepidation. He had no intention of offending this venerable guardian of Earth, and thus cleared his throat to offer a gentle reminder. "Master Gu Yi, please exercise caution. The statue before you is no benign entity." Liang's cough roused Gu Yi from her reverie. The Supreme Master, who had nearly succumbed to fascination, displayed no hint of embarrassment. Merely nodding slightly in apology, "I beg your pardon, Master Liang. It was indeed my oversight. I have simply never encountered such a breathtaking magical being. It is nothing short of a miracle of the world." As she spoke the final words, her voice quivered with uncontainable excitement. Breathtaking. Liang's brow furrowed in disbelief. He found it incomprehensible that Gu Yi could appreciate such beauty, given the grotesque dragon head and the sinister crimson eyes of the figure before them. It was difficult to see how this ancient dragon could be associated with the term. Gu Yi, sensing Liang's bewilderment, refrained from elaborating further and instead extended her right hand in invitation. "Master Liang, would you care for a taste of the tea? I assure you, it will exceed your expectations." Observing her inviting gesture, Liang hesitated momentarily before finally removing his mask and lifting the teacup to savor its contents. However, truth be told, although Liang hailed from China, he could hardly discern the nuances of tea quality. Perhaps it was due to insufficient immersion in tea culture, or simply a matter of his youth. Regardless, he could not attain the state of his father, who thrived on a cup of hot tea throughout the night. He had, however, witnessed the days when his father was without his beloved tea, transforming into an irascible old man, rendering the entire antique shop averse to his presence, Liang included. Yet, when he tasted the tea this time, he found the experience remarkably vivid. Not only did it leave a lingering fragrance on his palate, but it also filled him with a profound sense of tranquility. To his astonishment, the magical energy that had nearly been depleted following his battle with the Supreme Lord, which was one of the primary reasons for accepting Gu Yi's invitation, began to rejuvenate rapidly after consuming the tea. In light of this, Liang could not suppress his surprise as he gazed at the empty cup in his hand. Could it be that this was akin to the blue potions of the games? Such a thing truly existed. "Would you care for another cup?" Gu Yi's voice broke his reverie, and Liang realized that his cup was already devoid of tea. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed it all in one go. Looking at the smiling Supreme Master across from him, Liang felt an unexpected flush on his otherwise seasoned face. For him, this was rather embarrassing, yet to others, it was a perfectly natural reaction. Perhaps even he subconsciously forgot that he was still in his early 30s. However, for a mage, age truly holds little significance. As Leon delved deeper into the arcane arts, he gradually came to comprehend that mages communicate through thought, reshaping the very fabric of the world. Existing on the periphery, they can perceive the cosmic energies unnoticed by mortals and transmute them into their own power, elevating themselves beyond the mundane. When a mage truly grasps the mysteries of the universe, time and space lose their meaning, and even death may merely be a prolonged slumber. I think. Therefore I am. These words are not mere platitudes. Although Leon has yet to reach such heights, possessing the dog talisman theoretically grants him immortality. Moreover, as a traveler between worlds, he has traversed 2 realms, leading to a profound confusion regarding the concepts of time and space. Such intricate matters are far beyond the grasp of his still mortal mind, which would surely falter under their weight. Observing Leon's evident discomfort, Ancient One smiled, fully aware that this otherworldly mage was indeed youthful. Yet, it seemed his inexperience transcended mere youth. He was almost naive. It had been long since she encountered such an amusing junior. This thought inevitably led her to reflect on her disciples, particularly Strange, who would one day succeed her. A surge of mixed emotions washed over her, for she had labored tirelessly for their sake. In contrast to Leon, Ancient One swiftly extricated herself from her tangled thoughts, gazing at the still awkward young mage before her. She willed a thought, and Leon witnessed the tea in his cup replenishing itself at a visibly remarkable pace. In an instant, a steaming cup of tea appeared before him, as if he had never sipped from it before. Leon. Indeed, the mages of Kamartaj exemplify the teachings passed down, setting a commendable precedent for the future Sorcerer Supreme. At that moment, Leon gleaned another truth. The grandeur of the Masters is truly astonishing, capable of catching one off guard if not approached with caution. Then Ancient One spoke again, glancing at the statue of the Sanctum's Master. Mage Leon, could you enlighten me about this esteemed figure beside us? You refer to the Master, Ancient One, Leon replied, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. Through the rising steam of the tea, he meaningfully shook his head and cautioned, this individual is no benevolent character. He was once the malevolent dragon of fire who ruled over our world, bringing untold suffering and sorrow. Ancient One, whatever your intentions may be, trust me. It is undoubtedly a perilous notion. Leon's words carried a weighty warning. He was uncertain of Ancient One's thoughts, but he was certain they diverged from his hopes. Thus, he endeavored to underscore the danger and terror associated with the Sanctum's Master, hoping to dissuade her from any ill-advised plans. Indeed, upon hearing Leon's introduction, a hint of unmistakable disappointment flickered across Gu Yi's face as she sighed. Is that so? It is truly a pity. This was precisely the effect Leon desired. Regardless of Gu Yi's intentions towards the saint, the supreme sorcerer, who stands as the pinnacle of Earth's order, maintains a respectful distance from malevolence. Observing this, Leon could not help but smile with satisfaction, savoring his hot tea. However, Gu Yi's murmured words almost caused him to spit it out in shock. What a pity. I had thought I found a better choice than Strange, but ultimately, it was merely a delusion. Sigh. Leon. Chapter 55. Rejection. I had thought I found a better choice than Strange. A better choice than Strange. For a moment, Leon's ears were filled with Gu Yi's repeated words, echoing endlessly in his mind. What, then, makes the saint more fitting than Strange? The current Strange is but a child. As he matures, he will attend medical school and become an exceptional surgeon. Could the saint truly be better suited to be a doctor than Strange? Huh, what a jest. If the saint were to become a physician, he would be more likely to consume lives rather than save them. Thus, only one possibility remains. Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme. The saint becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. Unable to restrain himself, Leon closed his eyes, envisioning the scenario of the saint as the Sorcerer Supreme. Yet, as soon as he shut his eyes, he was compelled to open them again. The image of the saint as the Sorcerer Supreme was too splendid, too beautiful to fathom. In a moment of panic, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" Gu Yi. Observing Gu Yi's furrowed brow in confusion, Leon suddenly realized he was on her territory and quickly lowered his voice, asking, "I apologize, Master Gu Yi. My behavior was inappropriate. However, I am still quite curious about your earlier remark. What exactly are you lamenting?" In response to Leon's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Yi chose not to elaborate further. Instead, She turned her attention to the saint, her expression distant as she posed a reflective question. Master Leon, do you not find this individual exceedingly beautiful? Leon, he was at a loss for words. However, while Leon was speechless, Gui approached the saint and gently explained, though I am unclear about your origins, I firmly believe that this being you refer to as the saint has existed in your world for quite some time. After listening, Leon nodded silently. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, historical records indicate an ancient era when the 8 great demons ruled the world. Had it not been for the intervention of the immortal deities who subdued these demons, humanity would have had no place in this tale. Throughout the vast expanse of time, the longevity of these demons remains a mystery. They seem to exist beyond death itself, with time flowing like smoke in their eyes. Had they not been collectively sealed within the confines of hell, their existence might have been remarkably splendid, or so the Lord believed. This world is coveted by numerous dimensional evil gods and extraterrestrial fiends, who incessantly yearn to dominate and consume it. Yet, this exposure has allowed me to witness a plethora of bizarre dimensional beings, though I have never encountered such a unique entity. Unique? Upon hearing Gu Yi's explanation, Leon could not help but furrow his brow and mutter softly. Indeed, it is unique. Gu Yi approached the Lord, reaching out to touch the statue, but ultimately withdrew her hand in resignation. Your friend resembles a tangible manifestation of the world's will. He embodies the very essence of rules, yet remains unbound by them. His power and aura are intricately linked to the world, akin to a divinely ordained being. As she spoke, Gu Yi's tone grew increasingly fervent, and she suddenly turned to Leon, her eyes shining with intensity. Leon the mage, do you comprehend the magnitude of fortune and destiny required to birth such an existence? No. Do you grasp how many worlds must converge to create a being like this? It is nothing short of a miracle. Leon, observing Gu Yi's excitement, couldn't help but muse internally. I know, and I am aware of 7 others akin to the Lord. The Lord and his siblings correspond to the runes within the I Ching, symbolizing their simultaneous mastery of the world's rules and authority. If this holds true, then the theory that the Lord's demons are immortal, only sealable, is not without merit. The existence and origins of the 8 great demons are shrouded in mystery, and for Leon, delving into these inquiries feels rather premature. I surmise your world must bear a striking resemblance to this one, Gu Yi suddenly remarked, breaking the silence that had enveloped Leon. Otherwise, you would not have so effortlessly entered this realm and been embraced by it, particularly by him. He seems like the favored child of the world. I have never seen the world bestow such affection upon an individual or entity. Leon pondered Gu Yi's assertions, uncertain of their validity. Though he and the Lord hailed from another Earth, that Earth starkly contrasts with the one in the Marvel Universe. However, regarding the Lord's favor, Leon harbored some hypotheses. In every world, on every Earth, light and darkness, righteousness and malevolence, good and evil coexist in eternal opposition. In this realm, it is evident that there are no extraordinary beings akin to the Holy Master. Thus, upon the emergence of the Holy Master, he immediately attracted the attention of the dark entity, akin to a firefly in the night, eager to nurture this precious darling. Holy Master? Do you comprehend what this signifies, Master Leon? At this juncture, the Ancient One continued to elucidate to Leon. This signifies that he is distinct from us. He possesses the ability to harness the world's power. He is destined to become the most formidable and perfect guardian of Earth, ensuring its protection from the clutches of malevolence. Should you transform the guardian into a ruler, the Holy Master may very well welcome it. Leon could not suppress a bitter smile. He finally grasped the Ancient One's perspective. Indeed, if Ancient One's vision were to materialize, the Holy Master might be more suited to become the supreme sorcerer than Strange. Unlike Ancient One and Strange, who are bound by the constraints of mortality, this ancient dragon possesses an almost infinite lifespan. He is inherently a powerful demon sorcerer. Although the magic of the Marvel Universe starkly contrasts with the chi magic of the Jackie Chan adventures, Strange is merely a novice. It is inconceivable that with the Holy Master's qualifications, he would be inferior to a mere human. In time, with mastery over the magics of both worlds, coupled with the dark entity's favor and the artifacts from Kamar Taj, it would be an understatement to say he could resist dimensional demons. It would be remarkable if he did not seek to conquer other realms. However, all of this hinges on one condition. The Holy Master must possess a heart inclined towards light. This single stipulation nullifies everything else. Is the Holy Master, whose heart yearns for light, truly the Holy Master? He does not relish being revered. Rather, he thrives on instilling fear. The title of Supreme Sorcerer would not appeal to him. He prefers to be addressed as Master by all, for that is his true essence, the demon of fire. The Holy Master. In truth, the Ancient One recognized this as merely a fanciful notion. The scenes of the Holy Master wreaking havoc in Manhattan made it painfully clear that he is not a benevolent soul. After Leon's introduction, the last flicker of hope within her was extinguished. Yet, the Ancient One felt a sense of reluctance. Must it ultimately be Strange who bears the weight of it all? In the foreseeable future, she has already glimpsed the suffering and torment that her future disciple would have to endure. Contemplating this, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered in the Ancient One's eyes, and a peculiar smile graced her lips. Master Leon, would you be inclined to study at Camartage? I am truly sorry, Ancient One, but I must decline. Leon responded with resolute finality. Chapter 56, Time. Master, would you care to visit Camartage? Perhaps we could exchange knowledge. I am truly sorry, Ancient One, but I fear I must disappoint you. Upon hearing the Ancient One's invitation to Camartage, Leon did not hesitate to graciously decline the Supreme Sorcerer's offer, for the reason was quite simple. It was simply unnecessary. To be candid, upon discovering that he had entered the Marvel Universe, Leon indeed felt a twinge of apprehension. Nevertheless, danger invariably accompanies opportunity, and the allure of myriad treasures within this realm was simply irresistible to him. Yet, amidst this temptation, there existed one aspect that Leon sought to avoid: the magic of the Marvel Universe. Every world possesses its own system of power, whether derived from magic, technology, or some other source, and Leon was more than willing to embrace or learn from them. However, the magic of the Marvel Universe was, shall we say, peculiar. It resembled a borrower perpetually seeking loans from the devil. No matter how formidable one's powers might be, the debt must eventually be repaid. The magic here differs significantly from that of other worlds, as nearly all spells are drawn from borrowed strength. For instance, the Sorcerer Supreme before Leon and the entire pantheon of Camartage wields magic primarily sourced from the Vishanti. Undoubtedly, as the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One has access to more avenues than other sorcerers, including connections to various dimensional deities and powerful entities scattered across the cosmos. One mustn't forget the notable Dormammu. In contrast to the arduous training required of mages in other realms, the magic of the Marvel Universe may expedite one's ascension to becoming a formidable sorcerer. However, the strength acquired comes with a concomitant price. Even the renowned Vishanti, known for their benevolence, must adhere to this principle. It is needless to say that the dimensional deities acquire their power through demands that satisfy their own interests. Each instance of borrowed power invites scrutiny from the demons, and ultimately, one risks being consumed by them. What utility would such magic serve for Leon? Would it merely serve as a source of thrill? Presently, he found himself quite drawn to the notion of elemental magic, be it the dark or the light, for it seemed less likely to backfire on its wielder. Of course, should one believe themselves invincible, the pitfalls of Marvel magic become inconsequential. The Ancient One epitomizes this notion. The dimensional entities from whom she has borrowed power cannot approach her, and those who can are unable to best her, leaving the deities in a state of helplessness. With the defensive mechanisms established by the three sanctums of Earth, combined with the Eye of Agamotto at her disposal, the Ancient One has never truly feared any adversary. However, Leon humbly acknowledged that he lacked such prowess. Thus, it was prudent for him to diligently amass experience and await the opportunity for advancement. Moreover, accompanying the Ancient One to Camartage signified that he would be under the watchful gaze of the Sorcerer Supreme for an extended period, a notion that rendered him somewhat uneasy. While Camartage undoubtedly housed numerous arcane tomes he yearned to explore, the frustration of merely observing without the ability to utilize was quite palpable. Furthermore, within Camartage, his greatest desire was to obtain the Eye of Agamotto, which currently rested around the Ancient One's neck. Leon, possessing self-awareness, refrained from voicing such an absurd request. However, he remained hopeful that an opportunity would eventually present itself. A meaningful smile involuntarily graced Leon's lips, causing Gu-E, seated across from him, to frown, her instincts inexplicably alert. Gu-E regarded this peculiar visitor from another realm, sensing an uncanny dissonance between the young mage and his surroundings. To her astonishment, Whenever she attempted to employ the eye of Agamotto to glimpse Leon's influence on the future, she could only perceive a vague silhouette. This strange phenomenon perplexed her. Although the shadow existed within the future, it felt incongruous with the flow of time. It was as if something foreign to this timeline had been forcibly embedded within it. Gu-Yi had never encountered such an odd occurrence, for even the invasion of dimensional demons could not evade the scrutiny of the eye of Agamotto. What astonished her further was that whenever any being or object approached this shadow in the future, their forms also became indistinct, rendering their fates unpredictable. This peculiar realization awakened an unwarranted hope within Gu-Yi. Perhaps someone could indeed shatter the shackles of a destiny long predetermined. Unbeknownst to Leon, who was mired in his own complexities, he was contemplating how to depart from this place. Leaving the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York was not a formidable task, yet it hinged entirely on Gu-Yi's consent. What a pity, Master Leon. Observing the regretful expression on Gu-Yi's face, Leon felt as though their inability to exchange knowledge was the sole cause for lamentation. However, her next question left him momentarily speechless. So, what do you intend to do in this world? Indeed, what was he to do? A hint of confusion flickered across Leon's visage. After all, the Marvel Universe was still in 1991, and the dawn of superheroes and the Avengers was yet far off. The world, in a broader sense, was still in a state of stability. What could he possibly contribute at this juncture? Simultaneously, he recognized that his forthcoming response would shape Gu-Yi's judgment. For no one relishes the idea of a volatile bomb waiting to detonate. Perhaps in the time to come, I shall integrate myself into this world and observe it closely. Master Gu-Yi, you need not worry about me. I might just leave unnoticed at some point. He spoke truthfully. Leon indeed intended to explore this world renowned in his past life as the Marvel Universe. With his unreliable system, it was entirely plausible that the final day could begin to unfold at any moment, and he would not be the least surprised. Leon's answer evidently failed to satisfy the Supreme Sorceress, for Gu-Yi's brow remained furrowed. Meanwhile, Leon's hands discreetly gathered energy. He would not allow his journey to reach an impasse, even if his counterpart was a Supreme Sorceress who had lived for millennia. However, in the end, Master Gu-Yi relaxed her brow and sighed, saying, "Very well, but I still hope that Mage Leon will not interfere too much with reality, as every world has its own developmental laws. Of course, Master Gu-Yi, I am merely a traveler seeking to witness more landscapes and acquire knowledge." Upon hearing this, Leon also exhaled in relief. He had no intention of playing the role of a vigilante around the world. Everyone has their own responsibilities, and his duty is to help those adorable little treasures find their true owners, me. Since that is the case, let us meet again by fate, Mage Leon. With a slight twist of her left hand adorned with a floating ring, a portal crackling with sparks opened. Leon rose to bid farewell to Gu-Yi. "Thank you very much for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now, Master Gu-Yi." He waved, and an invisible telekinetic force guided the statue of the Holy Lord to follow behind him. Just then, Gu-Yi's sudden remark caused him to freeze in place. "Mage Leon, have you ever experienced the flow of time in reverse?" Chapter 57. The choice. As Leon was about to step through the portal, he paused at her question, momentarily stiffening before regaining his composure and calmly replying, "How could that be possible? Such a concept is a taboo in any world. Time must not be desecrated. History must not be rewritten, and the future is already predetermined. Anyone who dares to cross this taboo will trigger a series of chain reactions, leading to immense trouble. Master Gu-Yi, I believe you understand this better than I do you not?" "Of course, Mage Leon," Gu-Yi responded, though the smile at the corners of her lips revealed that she had already obtained the answer she sought. "The doors of Camartage will always welcome you. I believe our next encounter will be quite intriguing. Oh, and do not forget your friend. I am sure our time together will be very pleasant." "Yes, next time for sure." Leon forced a smile, secretly chiding himself for being a fool if he were to return to Camartage. Without looking back, he stepped into the portal. "You will return, Mage Leon, for here lies what you require. Wouldn't you agree?" The room echoed with silence, save for the eye of Agamotto before her, emanating a faint green glow. Above the outskirts of Washington, D.C., after emerging from the New York sanctum, Leon floated aimlessly in the air with the Holy Lord. His gaze was fixed ahead, yet his eyes were vacant, lost in thought. The power of the serpent sigil allowed him to blend into the dark of night, evading any unnecessary trouble. "Leon, it seems that woman's words have profoundly affected you." What are you pondering? Let me guess. It must be the annals of time, correct? Suspended in midair, Leon abruptly halted, his voice cold as he remarked, "You certainly possess an abundance of knowledge, O holy master." "It truly is you," Leon continued. "The moment I entered that realm, I was aware the barrier had evidently been breached. I never anticipated it would be you." The holy master regarded Leon with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. From the moment he had transformed into a dragon and ventured to Australia in search of the chronicles of time, he had sensed that the barrier's restrictions had indeed been compromised at the moment of his entry into that space. However, the prevailing tension had left him no room to ponder such matters. His suspicion towards Leon stemmed from the fact that the chronicles of time contained the ultimate secrets of the world, and those privy to such knowledge were exceedingly rare. It was well understood that, unless absolutely necessary, the Holy Master would never dare to contemplate altering the chronicles of time. Furthermore, those aware of the secrets, regardless of their affiliations, would never dare to encroach upon this taboo. Thus, Leon, who audaciously dared to barter with demons, flouted convention, and harbored myriad secrets, emerged as the most likely candidate. The Holy Master had speculated, yet he was astonished to discover the truth. "What is your true intention? Did that old man not caution you?" The Holy Master found this perplexing. The ancient sorcerer would undoubtedly have warned his apprentice. He now questioned whether his own dire predicament was a consequence of the curse stemming from the alteration of the chronicles of time. "My actions are solely for self-preservation." "Nothing more," Leon replied. "Self-preservation? Indeed, it is for self-preservation. The power of the chronicles of time is exceedingly formidable. It can modify reality, memories, and history at will. I cannot fathom succumbing to the capabilities of the chronicles, becoming oblivious to my identity, forgetting all that I am, and ultimately becoming a slave to the Holy Master. The very notion of losing oneself is one I dare not entertain or endure. I cannot ensure that I, as a traveler from another realm, remain unaffected by the chronicles, nor can I guarantee that the system will shield me from its alterations. I also hesitate to place all my hopes in Xiaoyu. Who knows what calamity might ensue should that mischievous child falter? Since my appearance in that world, everything that should have transpired has been fraught with unpredictability." Thus, Leon turned his gaze towards the chronicles of time. He did not seek to alter any history. He merely desired self-preservation, to retain a complete self that remained untouched by others. Consequently, he took with him some blank pages from the chronicles, for the tome appeared rather voluminous. At least, before his departure, the world had not manifested any anomalies. Leon held the belief that time is sacred and inviolable. All things adhere to their natural laws, and he respected the course of history. However, since his arrival in the world of the legend of the dragon, he recognized that not everyone shared his perspective, with the Holy Master serving as the prime example. In the future, as he traversed various worlds, it was certain that the Holy Master was not the sole temporal intruder. He needed to safeguard himself. Perhaps one day, Leon would transcend the influence of time upon him, but for now, time commanded his utmost reverence. Certainly, such thoughts are not to be divulged to the sovereign. If that cunning old dragon were to discover that I possess a trove of ancient historical manuscripts, he might very well concoct some nefarious scheme. However, something is peculiar, the sovereign. Suddenly, a remark from Leon captured the sovereign's attention. "In the New York sanctum, the very site of the recent mage's training, your unexpected tranquility is indeed beyond my expectations." Ancient One commented critically on the sovereign. Yet this old dragon exhibited no response, resembling a true statue. At that moment, Leon found himself puzzled. Indeed, after Leon concluded his statement, the sovereign, who had intended to inquire further, fell into an instant silence. Observing this, Leon couldn't help but smile. He had no intention of extracting further information, as long as this old dragon refrained from incessant chatter. Although he could easily banish this old fellow into the void, humans are inherently social creatures. And in this unfamiliar Marvel realm, only this old dragon could alleviate his boredom. "Leon, do not draw too near to that woman. She emanates an unsettling aura." "What?" The sovereign's inexplicable statement left Leon somewhat bewildered. "I am unaware of how she accomplishes it, but it is evident that she is toying with time. She persistently probes and seeks to alter certain events along the river of time, yet all her efforts are destined to be in vain. True time cannot be hindered by anything. It relentlessly marches forward until the end of all things. And that woman, when she chose to intervene in this matter, sealed her fate long ago. Upon hearing this, Liang fell into silence. In comparison to the sovereign's perception, he perhaps possessed slightly more knowledge. However, all of this felt distant to him, and he had no desire to alter anything. Beneath the tranquil night sky, a man and a dragon floated silently in the air, both devoid of words. Suddenly, Liang noticed a flash of fire erupting on the distant highway. While ordinary folks might overlook it, Liang's superior physical prowess allowed him to perceive it effortlessly. The Americans are throwing a barbecue party right on the highway. How wild. However, as a roaring motorcycle passed beneath him, and upon catching a glimpse of the rider's visage, Liang involuntarily narrowed his eyes. Truly, that glimmer of silver in the night was dazzling. Oh, for heaven's sake, is this the choice I am to make? Chapter 58. A Journey on the Desolate Highway. Under the dim lights, chaotic skid marks marred the pavement as a car collided directly with a nearby telephone pole. The front hood of the vehicle caught fire and crumpled. The windshield shattered. Illuminated by the flames, the faces of a middle-aged couple inside were stained with blood, their breaths long ceased. No matter how one views it, this appears to be merely an ordinary car accident. However, upon seeing the rider on that motorcycle, Liang understood that matters were far from ordinary. A man clad in black combat attire, his expression impassive and his eyes radiating an aura that warns others to keep their distance, may initially appear unremarkable. In truth, within the Marvel Universe, such a portrayal of a cold-blooded assassin is far from unique. While it may not be ubiquitous, it is certainly prevalent. However, upon witnessing the man's arm, Leon realized that his assumptions had been overly simplistic. To be precise, the man's left arm was anything but ordinary. It was an appendage forged entirely from metal, emanating a chilling glow. A vivid red star emblazoned on the arm starkly contrasted with the surrounding icy luminescence. Thus, the man's identity became unmistakable, and as far as Leon was aware, there existed no other comparable figure within the Marvel realm. James Buchanan Barnes, the finest companion of Captain America. Steve Rogers, without exception. For the sake of this dear friend, he was even willing to sever ties with the Avengers, the very allies he once fought alongside, and to oppose an entire government, illustrating the depth of their bond. This predicament surely left Peggy Carter in a complex emotional state. During the Second World War, a frail Steve would often find himself prepared to engage in a prolonged confrontation in the alleyways of Brooklyn when Bucky would invariably arrive to swiftly conclude the one-sided altercation. Subsequently, after Steve received the super soldier serum and transformed into Captain America, he found himself in the position of protector, safeguarding his once guardian friend on the battlefield. One can only imagine the tumult of emotions Bucky experienced at that time. Yet, human endurance is finite. During a raid, Steve watched helplessly as Bucky fell into a chasm, disappearing from sight. Following this, Steve succumbed to a deep slumber to thwart the madness of Red Skull. Unfortunately, Bucky's fate took a turn for the worse. He was rescued by Hydra operatives, brainwashed by Dr. Zola, and fitted with a new metal arm to replace the one he had lost, becoming the Winter Soldier, a pivotal weapon of the Hydra organization. In the desolate night, Leon's silhouette emerged, his gaze fixed on a nearby surveillance camera, prompting him to furrow his brow before proceeding onward. The flames erupting from a car instinctively retreated before him, coiling into a compact mass. The flickering flames resembling a creature aggrieved. Yet regrettably, this extraordinary spectacle was lost on all but Leon. Nevertheless, his attention was riveted on the two deceased individuals within the vehicle, his furrowed brow hinting at the thoughts racing through his mind. Having delved into the lore of the Marvel Universe, Leon was acutely aware of the events unfolding before him. On December 16, 1991, Howard and Maria Stark, transporting a sample of the super soldier serum to S.H.I.E.L.D., were ambushed by the Winter Soldier, Bucky, resulting in their untimely demise at his hands and the theft of the serum sample, all staged as a tragic car accident. A glimmer of helplessness flickered in Leon's eyes. He had never anticipated that his first day in the Marvel Universe would coincide with the anniversary of Iron Man's parents' tragic demise, and that he would be present at the scene. Was this a mere coincidence or a deliberate act, Ancient One? Leon couldn't suppress his doubts. It was difficult not to question Ancient One, considering the portal opened not just anywhere, but disturbingly close to the site of Howard and Maria's misfortune. Surely, with her formidable powers, she must have been aware of everything transpiring in the vicinity. Did this Sorcerer Supreme truly believe she was oblivious to such matters? If this were the case, then Ancient One was not only insulting Leon but also herself. Although Leon had no concrete evidence linking his presence to Ancient One, his meticulous mind was never one to shy away from contemplating the most severe implications of any situation. The classic symptoms of paranoia. To be honest, Leon contemplated simply walking away and disregarding it all. Yet, humans are peculiar creatures. Despite his mind making a decision, his body often acted in stark contradiction. Moreover, as a traveler, if one does not interfere with the narrative or leave any trace of their existence in this world, what kind of traveler would they be? Surely, it would be more prudent to hide away until the grand conclusion. What a splendid idea that would be. However, thinking of his endearing little treasures, Leon shook his head in resignation. He was destined for a life of toil. Leon the Mage, please refrain from overly interfering with the developments of this world. Ancient One's warning had barely faded from his ears before he found himself in an awkward predicament, gazing at the Howard couple. He couldn't possibly strike them down without hesitation. Yet, as a protagonist, what harm could there be in performing a good deed? Raising his right hand, a chilling white bone ring materialized, emanating an eerie glow. Enveloped by this light, the Howard couple underwent a terrifying transformation. I am merely assisting Tony Stark with a significant favor. It seems quite reasonable to expect some trivial recompense in return. Beneath the dim streetlights, Leon's smile radiated brilliantly. 2 days later, the citizens of New York had yet to recover from the nightmares wrought by the Master. Although Leon had resurrected the victims of this catastrophe, the psychological trauma and economic losses they suffered were indelible. The Master had wreaked havoc in Manhattan, leaving the city in shambles. But the destruction remained within the government's capacity to manage. After all, the Master was no mere monster bent on annihilation. Nevertheless, a small number of residents chose to flee from what they perceived as a nightmarish realm. While major corporations and enterprises found it difficult to abandon this vital hub of the American economy, constantly in the process of recovery and reconstruction for them. As long as those terrifying monsters do not return, the resurgence of prosperity is merely a matter of time. The advance team led by Nick Fury, along with several officers from the Manhattan precinct, conducted a series of meticulous inspections and evaluations following the incident. However, the results they obtained far exceeded their expectations. After the enigmatic resolution of the Saint, both SHIELD and the military investigative agencies found themselves at a standstill, devoid of any useful information. Exhausted in body and spirit, Carter had no choice but to summarize and archive this series of investigations, awaiting the efforts of those who would come after. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, busy preparing for a row party at home, received the unfortunate news of the Howard's demise, his Christmas gift for this year. Though everything seemed to have its twists and turns, it continued to progress slowly yet steadfastly along the predetermined trajectory. Leon could not foresee what his arrival would bring to this world, but it was certainly preferable to a monotonous future. At this moment, Leon was preparing for his journey around the globe, as he suddenly felt that his time in this world might be longer than he had anticipated. Chapter 59, The Return. Gentle sunlight bathed the steel metropolis, and from above, one could see the unceasing flow of vehicles. Although, for the most part, drivers vented their emotions through urgent honks, the pedestrians on the streets felt no discomfort. They had long since grown accustomed to such an environment. Passers-by seldom halted their pace for trivial matters unrelated to them. The shop windows lining the streets displayed the latest and trendiest items from around the world, yet most individuals merely lingered momentarily before departing, well aware that such luxuries might forever remain out of their reach. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out from a nearby bank, followed by the emergence of several masked individuals wielding firearms and carrying money bags. Their intentions were, quite clearly, self-evident. As a sensitive location, the police, though rarely seen, arrived promptly at the scene. Upon their encounter, without a word exchanged, bullets became their sole means of communication. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides exchanged fire in the streets, and naturally, the drivers, already frustrated by the congestion, unabashedly expressed their discontent. Meanwhile, the crowd had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. After a brief moment of shock, they sought refuge, awaiting the conclusion of the ordeal, whether it be the police neutralizing the assailants or the robbers making their escape. Trust them, they were well versed in these matters. Their swift movements evoked a sense of bittersweet admiration, leading one to ponder that indeed, this was the land of the free, America, where gunfire echoed every day, and the ancients never spoke falsely. The ceaseless turmoil of traffic, the unending throngs of people, the remarkably modern architecture, and the perpetually top-tier economic status, alongside the occasional urgent calls, all contribute to the fabric of this vibrant yet distorted metropolis. A global economic hub often referred to as the City of Sin, New York. In a typical magazine stand on the streets of Manhattan, the proprietor, an elderly African-American man with graying temples, finds himself captivated by the sultry cover model of Maxim magazine, seemingly defying the passage of time. "Hey there, my friend. Any exciting news lately?" A voice suddenly interrupts his reverie, as a young Asian man dressed in somewhat peculiar attire smiles at him, slightly lowering the magazine. Describing his outfit as strange may be misleading. After all, this is New York, the capital of the world in fashion. The elderly man has encountered countless eccentric youths who consider themselves trendsetters, and he is no longer fazed. One could appear in the nude on the streets of New York without causing a stir, although the police might fine one for disturbing the public decorum. The young man's attire resembles more of a national costume than anything else. Thus, while perusing the magazines in front of him, he inquires, "Hi there, young man, you must have just landed. How was your trip?" This is the nature of the elderly man. He can strike up a conversation with anyone. "Oh, it was wonderful. I've gained so much from my travels around the world, witnessing breathtaking sights and encountering numerous experiences, not to mention meeting quite a few acquaintances." The young man nods, exuding an air of fulfillment. "Ah, that sounds truly splendid, sir." A glimmer of envy flashes in the elder's eyes, for the dreams articulated by the young man may forever remain unattainable for him. Unconsciously, even the manner in which he addresses the young man shifts. Subsequently, the elder hands the young man the latest newspapers covering current events. The young man accepts them and begins to flip through the pages with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously discarding one newspaper aside. The elder raises an eyebrow. Encountering such an unusual youth on the first day of business is not an auspicious sign. If the young man truly has the capacity to read an entire newspaper in a blink, that would be even more disheartening. No one relishes being outshone by someone more astute, as it exposes one's own ignorance. "Oh, it seems you're no longer interested in the gossip surrounding Tony Stark. Now, you're captivated by a flying Iron Man." Listening to the young man's inquiries, the black man chuckled and replied, "Ah, young one, your news is woefully outdated. Ever since Tony Stark was abducted, he seems to have undergone a transformation. Although he is still surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women, it is remarkably rare for any of them to be taken home. Consequently, the editor-in-chief of Maxim magazine is nearly driven to madness. Without the allure of Tony Stark, not even the most alluring cover girl can salvage their declining sales." Young man, isn't it curious how in this world, a man can turn over a new leaf, only to be met with opposition from those very media outlets that once lambasted his notorious escapades, followed by nearly everyone else save for him? Such is the times we live in. Though the black man was filled with indignation, the deep-seated jealousy in his tone was unmistakable. The young man merely smiled slightly, recognizing that in any realm, self-interest reigns supreme. It is quite simple, for he is Tony Stark. This reasoning is irrefutable, rendering the black man speechless. One may detest or admire a person, but one can never truly ignore them, and Tony Stark epitomizes this notion. While Stark's emotional entanglements may have cost a significant portion of the entertainment media their profits, another of his inventions has garnered the favor of even more powerful interests, the iron suit. The stakeholders involved in this invention possess resources far surpassing those of the entertainment media, wielding influence in myriad spheres that is anything but trivial. To illustrate, consider the United States military. They are exceedingly keen on this formidable weapon, which Stark refers to as a high-tech prosthetic. And let us not even delve into the undercurrents that run deeper still. Suddenly, the young man's gaze fell upon a headline in the newspaper, "The Stark Expo," boldly printed in black. Is it finally commencing? When the black man lifted his gaze once more, he discovered that the young man had vanished without a trace. Damn it! These newspapers are not complimentary. He cursed as he gathered the publications the young man had perused. In that moment, a dazzling golden coin slipped from the pages of one of the newspapers, landing gracefully before him. The black man could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness!" Before him lay a gold coin, quietly resting, its surface bearing a blurred visage. Yet, Given his experience, he paid little heed to such details. The soot-stained teeth confirmed the coin's authenticity. "God bless you, generous sir," he uttered, before promptly closing up the newsstand. He was eager to liquidate his newfound treasure. He had his own means, and though he may not comprehend its true value, it surely would not fall below the worth of a day's earnings. Meanwhile, when the young man reappeared, he stood atop a grand edifice, surveying the scenery below, softly declaring, "I am back." Chapter 60. Transformation. Human memory can often be profoundly contradictory. As Leon gazed upon the splendid modern city before him, his thoughts were still ensnared in the memories of the devastation wrought by the sovereign. Observing the jubilant New Yorkers, their laughter and vibrant chatter filling the air, Leon could only shake his head in resignation, wishing them luck. After all, many calamities awaited them still. Now that the advancements in technology had finally aligned with his recollections from a past life, Leon couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary passage of time. Throughout his years of traversing the globe, he had meandered through countless breathtaking vistas and encountered numerous enigmatic events, all while time slipped away unnoticed. What he had anticipated to be a challenging period now felt as vivid as the battles against the sovereign, an almost unfathomable notion. However, upon reflecting on the sovereign, Leon recognized that bringing this entity into this world was indeed a deliberate decision. Though the journey had been fraught with cunning and deceit, the absence of this ever-menacing creature felt like a significant void. With this thought, Leon felt a surge of energy, and the statue of the sovereign materialized beside him, suspended in midair. As soon as the sovereign appeared, it unleashed a fierce tirade. "Leon, I have warned you, do not confine me to that space again. Do you truly wish for us both to meet our end?" The sovereign was desperate to escape the confines of Leon's peculiar dimension, a realm where time and consciousness seemed to congeal, rendering existence excruciatingly painful. Each emergence felt like a return from a distant world, a dissonance that even he struggled to endure. "Is that so, sovereign? If that is the case, it is indeed splendid news for me. After all, it is quite rare for a formidable demon of fire like you to find such conditions intolerable." Leon dismissed the sovereign's outburst, having learned his lesson. Once was sufficient, and he would be a fool to repeat that mistake. "What more do you fear, Leon? You have taken the dragon talisman, and even my corporeal form is sealed by your righteous magic, preventing me from absorbing any dark energy. I cannot even command my minions. What is there left to worry about?" By the end of his statement, the sovereign's voice had grown hoarse with frustration. Yet Leon maintained an air of calm indifference, for the sovereign had expressed these sentiments far too often. As he himself had noted, Leon had indeed exhausted every stratagem to reduce the sovereign to a mere talking stone. Still, beneath this facade of confidence, a flicker of concern lingered within Leon. The methods of demons are often unexpected, and he did not wish to find himself in a precarious situation, lest he provoke tears from Lopez. As had become customary, the sovereign would vent its frustrations upon each emergence, but soon enough, it would quiet down. This instance proved no exception. Once the ancient dragon regained its composure, Leon pointed towards the bustling city below and inquired, "What do you think, sovereign? Do you find it to your liking? If there are no objections, we may have to settle here for a while. I find a certain allure in witnessing this city engulfed in flames. The suffering of ignorant humanity serves as my finest performance. Truly, the Holy Lord lives up to his name, even as a mere statue. He exudes an aura of malevolence that is unmistakable. You shall see, Holy Lord. However, before that, let us enjoy a few days of tranquility together." After Leon spoke, he vanished with the Holy Lord from the uppermost floor, reappearing several blocks away, where he began selecting a suitable residence. He had no intention of imposing upon himself if conditions were not favorable. Moreover, with New York being so vast, he decided against residing in Manhattan. After all, not everyone would relish the idea of having Kamar Taj as their neighbor. While distance holds little significance for those mages, the adage "out of sight, out of mind" remains true. Yet, upon mentioning Kamar Taj, a new idea dawned upon Leon. As a mage, it would be unseemly to inhabit a dwelling indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Those aligned with technology often transform their living environments. Mages should certainly strive for more. Frankly, he yearned for a magical edifice akin to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. However, ownership of such properties lay with the Ancient One. It would be unthinkable to usurp a supreme mage. Given Leon's current capabilities, he could not undertake such grand magical endeavors. Yet making minor alterations to his living quarters was certainly within reach. With this thought, Leon closed his eyes to commune with his shadow army, seeking their assistance for some errands. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord observed Leon with great interest as he prepared for his enchanted abode, unable to restrain himself from speaking once more. Leon, what do you truly contemplate? You possess the strength and capability to acquire far more. You ought to seize everything rather than indulge in trivial games that even apprentice mages would abandon. Do you wish to meet the same grim fate as your siblings? Enough, Holy Lord, awaken to reality. The era of demons has long since passed in the former world, much less in this unfamiliar realm. What more can you achieve? Leon's words left the Holy Lord speechless, though still a statue. The dragon's exasperated expression was vividly etched in Leon's mind. Coward. In the end, the Holy Lord could only muster that one word, while Leon remained unfazed. Their divergent values and worldviews marked them as entirely different beings. It would indeed be peculiar if they found common ground. To illustrate, during this journey, Leon encountered remote and scarcely inhabited tribes, still far from the embrace of civilization, where everything remained in its primal state. Thus, when Leon utilized the divine power of the horse talisman to heal the chieftain's son, he was instantly revered as a divine envoy. The arrival of the talking statue of the Holy Lord sent waves of excitement throughout the entire tribe. They eagerly offered their most cherished possessions to the Holy Lord, prostrating themselves before him. Leon still vividly recalls the immense joy of the Holy Lord, who even wished for Leon to bestow blessings upon these primitive tribespeople. In exchange, the miserly old dragon was willing to impart to Leon an ancient and long-lost dark magic incantation. However, the exalted Holy Lord, elevated to the altar by the primitive tribe, remained oblivious to Leon's peculiar thoughts. As he gazed upon the offerings, which were incredibly precious food to the tribe, Leon's first thought was, had they washed their hands? This highlights the disparity between them. The reason this human and dragon could still coexist was primarily due to their mutual desire for what the other possessed. Everything else was but a fleeting cloud. Soon, the ninja warriors returned with the items Leon required. Looking at the kneeling, shadowy battalion before him, Leon smiled and declared, "Let us commence." Chapter 61, Arrest. Tony Stark. Tony Stark rose to fame at a tender age. He entered MIT at just 14. After the passing of his parents, the wayward Tony returned to the fold at 21, inheriting Stark Industries and assuming the role of CEO. Poor Obadiah Stane found himself relegated to second place once again, having barely held the reins of Stark Industries for a year. Tony Stark's genius intellect shone through, as capital invariably gravitates towards those who can yield greater profit. Even so, he had to feign congratulations towards Tony. After all, he was an intimate friend of Howard Stark. Before his kidnapping, Tony was a self-centered individual, utterly indifferent to the feelings of others. He perfectly embodied the debonair lineage of the Stark family. With half of New York's entertainment media thriving on the sensational news surrounding Tony Stark. However, following the demise of Dr. Ethan and Obadiah's treachery, Tony gradually matured, grasping the true significance of his invention of the iron armor, ultimately evolving into the genuine Iron Man. Those who once relished the prospect of Tony Stark's downfall soon silenced themselves, for it was well known that an energy enterprise far surpassed the mere sale of weapons. When asked about his first impression of Tony Stark, Leon's response was succinct, showy. At the Stark Industries Expo, as Leon beheld the Iron Man descending in a dazzling gold and crimson suit, the only word that could encapsulate the scene was flamboyant. Identifying Tony Stark amidst a crowd was a simple task. One merely had to locate the most infuriatingly arrogant face, and there he would be. Certainly, while this description may seem somewhat exaggerated, when one witnesses the small mustachioed man, brimming with self-satisfaction and surrounded by a cadre of stunningly beautiful women, it is hard to believe that any man present could feel otherwise. Such is the nature of rivalry. The Stark family men have never been acquainted with the concept of modesty. From his father to Tony Stark, they have always embodied an extreme sense of pride and self-centeredness. Although Tony Stark has tempered his demeanor considerably over the years, the essence of his character, deeply ingrained, is not easily altered. As the footage of Howard Stark concluded, Tony retreated backstage. After all, that evening merely marked the grand opening of Stark Industries. Over the coming year, various technological companies would unveil their products, all vying for lucrative contracts. Undoubtedly, the most captivating offerings would be those of weaponry. The arms dealers, who once anticipated great profits following the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, found their hopes dashed with the emergence of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. No one was inclined to invest heavily in weaponry destined to become obsolete. Observing the throngs of women, seemingly enamored like starstruck fans, Leon shook his head in resignation. Were they truly captivated by wealth and fame, or merely consumed by avarice? Perhaps only the children genuinely regarded the Iron Man as a hero. Leon attended the Stark Industries Expo not only to witness the legendary Iron Man, but also to relieve himself from the burdens of his demanding business. Yet, amidst the cacophony and fervor surrounding him, he felt a profound disconnection from it all. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused that perhaps he had indeed meditated for too long, risking becoming as unyielding as a stone. Now, he sensed that his suit was somewhat uncomfortable, loosening his tie. He downed his glass of champagne in one swift motion and quietly vanished into the crowd. His objective for the evening had been accomplished, and it was time to return to his little shop, which awaited many customers in dire need of his assistance. Meanwhile, at the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Nick Fury, the familiar one-eyed leader, presided over the organization. The legends of the past had long since retired, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. under Fury's command, at least on the surface. To this day, Alexander Pierce felt immense relief for his choices, recognizing that without Nick Fury's support, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not have thrived into a formidable global strategic intelligence agency. Their operational scope had long expanded beyond the United States, ultimately placing them under the auspices of the United Nations Security Council. Under the leadership of Alexander Pierce, this faction of Hydra has significantly strengthened, even temporarily becoming the foremost authority within the entire organization, reminiscent of the Red Skull's reign during World War II. This ascendancy stems from their representation of the official narrative, granting them the power of discourse and providing refuge to other factions. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for such a vast organization, developed over decades, to remain entirely discreet. Of course, Nick Fury's own capabilities cannot be overlooked. This espionage chief, active since the Cold War, adeptly assists his superiors in eliminating unnecessary threats. However, at first glance, Nick Fury hardly exudes the qualities of a heroic figure, clad perpetually in black. His cold demeanor combined with his fearsome, single-eyed visage is something that the less competent villains should take note of. In the director's office, a tall and striking female agent entered. The formidable Maria Hill, Nick Fury's trusted right hand, an exceptional commander of aerial battles, and a level 9 agent. Although her current authority may not be that high, it would be more accurate to describe her as a skilled elite agent proficient in hand-to-hand combat and various weaponry, serving as the meticulous steward of S.H.I.E.L.D., earning Fury's unwavering trust. Director, Agent Romanoff has infiltrated the legal department of Stark Industries, and I believe it will soon attract the attention of that notorious playboy. Agent Coulson has also departed and is on standby. Oh, I hope Stark appreciates the surprise we have prepared for him. Otherwise, he cannot rely solely on himself to save his own skin. As an internationally renowned espionage organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly lives up to its reputation. For instance, on his desk lies a complete medical report and diagnosis for Tony Stark, whose health status is naturally highly classified due to his identity. However, since Stark's abduction, each of his medical examinations and health reports has found its way to Nick Fury's desk. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. was even aware of Stark's palladium poisoning before he himself was, deducing that if he continued to use the Iron Man suit, the symptoms of his poisoning would pose a threat to his life, leading them to develop a temporary antidote. Don't ask why. They simply possess that capability. Truth be told, Nick Fury has been deeply concerned for Tony Stark's well-being. Ever since Stark invented the Iron Man suit, Fury's interest has been piqued. But unlike others who focus solely on the suit, he covets Stark's brilliant mind. That intellect is the indispensable force Fury envisions in his plans. However, this rising star within S.H.I.E.L.D. evidently did not show the director the respect he deserved. After barging into Stark's residence to inform him that he was not the only extraordinary individual and extending an invitation, Nick Fury found himself arrested by the Los Angeles Police Department. Nick Fury, Chapter 62. That person. Truth be told, When Nick Fury found himself roughly pinned to the ground by heavily armed officers of the Los Angeles Police Department, his mind was a whirlwind of confusion. The man known as the King of Agents had evidently not ventured into the front line for quite some time. He had underestimated Tony Stark. How could someone as ambitious as Stark allow another to speak down to him, especially an unwelcome intruder, particularly one from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, a name that he found utterly disagreeable? In a daze, Fury heard Stark accuse him of a litany of crimes: illegal trespassing, unlawful possession of a weapon with malicious intent, and connections with foreign illegal organizations, among others. To cap it all off, there was an allegation that Nick had pilfered a bottle of whiskey that had been meticulously stored in Stark's cellar for years. Fury thought, damn it, I only had a single drink, and it was already uncorked and sitting on the table. As he watched the police captain awkwardly ingratiate himself with Stark, Fury experienced, for the first time in his life, the dark underbelly of capitalism, far more insidious than the tactics employed by his agency. He realized that if any of Stark's charges were substantiated, no matter how trivial, he would find himself spending a considerable amount of time in prison. What he initially believed would be a straightforward task had devolved into this unfortunate conclusion. To make matters worse, Fury had come alone, without even a single field agent by his side. As he was ushered into the police car, he suddenly recalled Maria Hill's suggestion before his departure. Deploying a striking female agent could have enhanced the chances of a favorable outcome. However, Director Fury had dismissed the idea with a scoff, believing it beneath the dignity of his agency and himself. While employing a femme fatale is indeed a potent means of gathering intelligence, he, the illustrious one-eyed agent, felt it unnecessary. He thought Stark's willingness to engage was already a significant achievement. The ideal scenario was beautiful, yet reality proved harsh. The cold handcuffs and the bruises on his body served as stark reminders that, in dealing with a debonair rogue like Tony Stark, a captivating woman would undoubtedly facilitate communication far better than his current predicament. At the very least, she wouldn't be crammed into a narrow police car, scrutinized by watchful officers as if he were a terrorist. Fury understood that, given Stark's status, the police department's attention to him was warranted. However, could the officers not be a tad gentler? In such a brief moment, he already felt several unwarranted aches, and his remaining good eye was swollen shut. Damn it all. What you are witnessing is a manifestation of racial discrimination, violent law enforcement, and the persecution of individuals with disabilities. Nick Fury vociferously proclaimed his intention to file a complaint against the entire Los Angeles Police Department while confined within a police vehicle. However, before he could utter many more words, he was silenced under the weight of the officers' batons. As an African American, Nick Fury should have long been aware that the notions of human rights and freedom in this nation are relative. This incident illustrates that despite his many years of holding a prominent position, Fury may have become somewhat complacent. Rest assured, Nick Fury was not truly destined for the Los Angeles Police Department, for if SHIELD were to intervene, it would indeed be a significant embarrassment. As the handcuffs clicked into place, Fury discreetly activated a miniature alarm on his wristwatch. During his transport, a contingent of FBI agents arrived, bearing documents to apprehend what they referred to as an international criminal they had pursued for many years. These agents escorted the alleged criminal to a uniquely designed turbo-engine aircraft known as the Quinjet. Thus, the true identity of these FBI agents became evident. They were SHIELD operatives. The FBI was but one of their many facades. Others included the CIA, MI6, and the NSA. If necessary, they could even masquerade as the IRS. For in this world, only death and taxes remain eternal. On board the Quinjet, the agents skillfully maintained their distance from their icy commander, Nick Fury, who radiated an aura of do not approach. They had no desire to seek excitement at this moment, as they could find themselves dispatched to some remote outpost, with no solace to be found. Yet, while these ordinary agents dared not approach their superior, others were not deterred. "Hey, Fury. They never informed us that this urgent mission would involve this," a voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Fury's expression involuntarily twitched, and a man emerged. Adorned with a quiver on his back, arms crossed, and a broad smile, Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye, a level 7 agent of SHIELD. He possesses extraordinary gifts, excelling in archery, swordsmanship, and various combat techniques, in addition to being a skilled hacker. He serves as a sharp blade in Nick Fury's arsenal. Unlike the other agents who trembled in Fury's presence, this individual, personally recruited by Fury, bore the demeanor of a warrior rather than a mere operative. For Clint Barton, perhaps the greatest desire is to retire early and spend time with his family. Not long ago, however, Fury had just denied his request for retirement. At the moment Fury sent out his distress signal, Maria Hill promptly dispatched Clint Barton, who was on standby at headquarters, to rescue their director. Clint initially assumed Fury was facing a terrorist attack, but upon arriving and discovering the absurdity of the situation, even his typically serious demeanor couldn't help but break into a bemused smile. This truly was an unexpected turn of events, though it could not be deemed entirely unproductive. Encountering Nick Fury in such a predicament was indeed a rare opportunity. Very well, Barton, I concede this time it was my miscalculation. Tony Stark is indeed more formidable than I had anticipated, Nick Fury remarked, rubbing the still stinging corner of his eye, grimacing in pain. So what shall we do next? Rest assured, Barton, I have a plan in mind. However, let us first summon Agent Romanoff. Romanoff? Oh, Fury, your heart is indeed as transparent as your appearance. What? Don't play coy, Fury. It is exactly as you are thinking. The memory of being thoroughly outmaneuvered by Tony Stark darkened Nick Fury's expression, which was already shrouded in shadow. Revealing nothing. Tony Stark, I shall ensure you experience the consequences. Even Maria Hill could see that Nick Fury had strayed far from his original intent and could only shake her head in resignation, clearing her throat to interject. Ahem. Is there anything else, Agent Hill? Yes, sir. Maria Hill's demeanor shifted back to seriousness as she handed over the documents to Nick Fury, stating, that individual has reappeared. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury became immediately attentive, quickly accepting the documents and inquiring, really? Where? At the Stark Industries Expo. What? Chapter 63, The Unexpected. Over the years of traveling around the world, Leon had visited countless places and marveled at numerous historical sites. However, his primary objective was to delve into the long-standing local legends, most of which were fictional, yet exceptions do exist, and his travels had indeed yielded some remarkable discoveries. During his journey, Leon realized that another group shared his quest. They too were in pursuit of extraordinary phenomena, and even humanity itself. The similarity in their objectives did not suggest unity, but rather ignited rivalry and discord. Leon distinctly remembered his first encounter with this enigmatic team in South America, sparked by a mysterious artifact from the German era. Clearly, this initial interaction was far from amicable. The outcome saw Leon acquire a new collectible, while the searching team was promptly dispatched to a local hospital. It was during this time that Leon learned the true identity of that group, SHIELD. Although they operated under various official identities, they had not anticipated that their adversary was eavesdropping on their reports to superiors from mere proximity. However, Leon should have anticipated this. An organization capable of traversing multiple nations, executing actions without local governmental consent, equipped with highly trained personnel and technology far surpassing that of the contemporary world, there were few such formidable entities on Earth. Leon was uncertain whether he had encountered the genuine SHIELD, or merely a facade of Hydra masquerading as the organization. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At this juncture, they were uniformly referred to as SHIELD. Following the dawn of the new century, Liang's interactions with SHIELD became increasingly frequent, as the two parties often crossed paths at identical locations. The outcomes were unmistakable, evidenced by the disarray of SHIELD teams left in the wake of their encounters. Ultimately, after several unsuccessful operations, SHIELD sought to engage him in dialogue. Yet they were denied even the opportunity to convey their intentions, failing to catch even a glimpse of his elusive presence. It is worth noting that Leon may have deliberately evaded them, as communicating with SHIELD at that time was decidedly ill-timed. On the other side, from the moment Leon first seized a mission target from their grasp, Nick Fury took notice. Observing the reports from field agents, he was plagued by a sense of foreboding. His instincts proved correct. In subsequent missions aimed at locating anomalous entities, SHIELD teams once again encountered that individual, and without exception, these missions culminated in failure. In the Director's office. A holographic display revealed a detailed world map before Nick Fury. Maria Hill meticulously marked the locations where SHIELD had monitored Liang over the years in red, connecting them chronologically. Following this, Liang's movement trajectory emerged on the holographic projection. Gazing at the dense cluster of red dots and the chaotic lines crisscrossing the map, Nick Fury felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He could not suppress an exclamation. Good grief, why is it so chaotic? Does this fellow operate without any semblance of a plan? It seems more like a whimsical journey, doesn't it? Sir, it appears to be a spontaneous adventure. He seems to appear wherever he wishes. Our agents have recorded instances of this enigmatic gentleman dining in Paris one moment, and, in the next, indulging in delectable ice cream at a night market in Istanbul. Were it not for facial recognition data, we might suspect he had multiple identical siblings. A flicker of envy crossed Maria Hill's eyes, regardless of how he accomplished it. Such behavior, where spatial distance seemingly ceased to exist, was undeniably enviable. At the very least, the entire Earth had become his personal playground, allowing him to wander freely wherever he desired, the conveniences of which were self-evident. However, this ability posed a significant threat to Nick Fury. For one could never predict when this individual might place a nuclear device at one's doorstep, all while remaining blissfully unaware. While Nick Fury was uncertain how Liang achieved this, he recognized that their global monitoring efforts rendered the customs and immigration authorities of various nations ineffectual against him. Consequently, SHIELD's plans to apprehend him were severely hampered, unable to progress. Had they still not discerned his true identity? Nick Fury furrowed his brow and inquired, "Indeed, Director, our database reveals no information regarding this man. Birth certificate, medical insurance, expenditure records, everything amounts to zero. He appears to have materialized out of thin air." The phrase "out of thin air" suddenly reminded Nick of his extraterrestrial acquaintances, and he shook his head, hoping his suspicions were unfounded. Has the strategic assessment of our gentleman's true intentions been concluded? Following their initial encounter, SHIELD naturally grew suspicious of Liang's genuine motives. They sought to discern why he had appeared and the purpose behind the artifacts he had appropriated. Even they had detected anomalies through their global intelligence network. Pondering how he had acquired such knowledge, "I regret to inform you, Director, that the strategic department has been unable to derive any analytical results. The information available to them is exceedingly scant." Maria Hill expressed her own frustration, noting that their confrontation had escalated into immediate conflict, leaving no room for dialogue. The outcomes were typically one-sided. While the SHIELD task force claimed to have engaged in fierce combat, the truth was more mundane. Each time the adversary struck, they succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving them bewildered as to the nature of the opponent's tactics. With a sense of understanding pertaining to their own affairs, Nick Fury chose not to press further. However, Maria Hill continued, "Based on the remnants at the scene and testimonies from local residents, it seems our gentleman is in pursuit of some ancient artifacts, intricately tied to tales of curses and sorcery. Recently, he has re-emerged in London, investigating the legend of a witch." The sensitive terms, curses, sorcery, witch, provoked an involuntary twitch from Nick Fury. Truth be told, in previous times, he would have scoffed at such ethereal concepts. Yet, the thought of that sinister visage with scarlet eyes stirred an unease within him. It was evident that these terms conjured ominous associations for the director of SHIELD. Yet, the individual had appeared once more, this time at the Stark Industries Expo, compelling him to pay heed. Nick Fury found himself fervently hoping this was merely a coincidence. Otherwise, he thought, "Damn it, Tony Stark truly is a troublesome entity." As Nick Fury grappled with his mounting anxiety, Leon's magical shop unexpectedly welcomed a visitor he had not anticipated. Chapter 64, An Unexpected Visitor. Tony Stark felt extraordinarily unfortunate. Indeed, profoundly unfortunate. Just 6 months prior, he had faced the greatest crisis of his life. Not only had his body been transformed, but he had also been severely betrayed by a once-close collaborator. Fortunately, his creation of the Iron Man suit had enabled him to navigate through the crisis, ultimately earning him the title of Iron Man. Titles such as Playboy, Billionaire, and Genius Scientist shine brilliantly above Tony Stark's head, and now Iron Man has become the object of public adoration. Just as he prepares to embrace a new future, fate plays a cruel trick on him. Palladium poisoning. Each time Tony Stark dons his armored suit, The palladium within the arc reactor accelerates its accumulation in his bloodstream. Should the concentration of palladium surpass the threshold his body can endure, it would spell his demise. Ironically, the very armor designed to protect him has transformed into a harbinger of death. With each use, the toxicity deepens. Naturally, Tony Stark could forsake the suit and undergo daily treatments to mitigate the palladium's encroachment. Yet, as he asserts, he is Iron Man. His true self is intertwined with the suit. He would rather descend into the grave alongside his armor than live without it. However, some matters are destined to remain unfulfilled. Despite Jarvis's simulations of every known element, a suitable substitute for palladium remains elusive, plunging him into a state of despondency. Following a Senate hearing, Tony Stark's demeanor became increasingly reckless, even absurd. At the Formula One race in Monaco, the affluent Stark persuaded the team owner to allow him to race, a request that seemed excessively generous. Consequently, the journalists present were in for a treat as they witnessed Stark himself take to the track. It would only be more thrilling if unexpected events unfolded. Perhaps the journalist's wishes reached the heavens as Ivan Vanko wielded a whip crackling with electricity, seeking to settle old scores with Stark. Unfortunately, his hastily constructed weaponized suit, built with limited resources, paled in comparison to Stark's advanced technology. Had he succeeded, it would have rendered Stark's investments futile. The rich rely on technology, while the poor resort to mutation. Vanko, in his impoverished state, naively believed he could triumph over Stark using technology. Did he not understand the adage that you get what you pay for? Thus, Ivan Vanko was incarcerated, and Tony Stark emerged from the ordeal relatively unscathed. Yet, lamentably, the encounter resulted in a sharp increase of palladium in his bloodstream, nearing a critical threshold. In summary, Tony Stark's life hangs by a thread, and he estimates that this year's birthday celebration may be his last. Therefore, on the day of the party, the notorious playboy Tony Stark, clad in his armored suit and clutching a bottle, reveled through the night, only to be met with a beating from his close friend, Rhodey. Lying quietly in his living room, which seemed almost ready for a complete renovation, Tony Stark found himself engulfed in profound confusion. He was uncertain of his path forward, and even if he were to discern it, what could he possibly do? His life was nearing its end. At that moment, a black business card caught his attention. As he picked it up, he felt the unfamiliar hardness of its material. The card bore only a single phrase: equivalent exchange. A sardonic chuckle escaped Tony's lips as he tossed the card aside, leaning back against the wall, nonchalantly murmuring, "If there truly exists such a thing as equivalent exchange, then what on earth could I offer in exchange for my life?" Everything. Unbeknownst to him, the card he had carelessly discarded began to undergo a miraculous transformation. A faint glow emanated from its surface, intensifying gradually into a dazzling radiance. Oblivious to the changes around him, Tony, under the influence of alcohol, remained unaware until the blinding white light enveloped him and he lost consciousness. In a daze, Tony Stark suddenly opened his eyes, only to discover that he was no longer in the familiar confines of his home. Everything around him was utterly alien. Jarvis. What has transpired? Engage alert protocols. Sir, it appears that there has been a malfunction in my system. You have traversed from Malibu, California, to New York, a distance of 560 kilometers, in less than 0.01 seconds. What? Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Tony began to suspect that perhaps the alcohol had induced auditory hallucinations. He surveyed his surroundings, a cramped shop he would never choose to enter, adorned in a decor that was strikingly incongruous with his flamboyant character. Displeased, he noted the cabinet displayed artifacts that were evidently older than his late father, with a hodgepodge of tastes that fused Eastern and Western styles. Among the collection were a Roman-style ancient metal shield, a golden spear, some weathered antique bells, and various Eastern art pieces that he found utterly unappreciable. Most absurdly, 2 statues of Anubis from ancient Egypt loomed in the small shop. As Tony approached, he noticed a sarcophagus. Could it possibly contain a mummy? Good grief. Tony instinctively stepped back, his expertise in appraisal revealing that over 90% of the artifacts were genuine, while the authenticity of the remaining antiques, due to their age, left even him uncertain. What an eccentric yet fascinating individual this must be. As Tony Stark remained vigilant of his surroundings, he rendered his final judgment. "Welcome, dear uninvited guest." Suddenly, a light and ethereal voice emerged from behind him. Tony Stark swiftly turned around, only to find a young Asian man seated in a once-empty high-backed chair, engrossed in a thick tome that he was fervently perusing. This unexpected presence made Tony Stark somewhat apprehensive. He swore, with a mind that, despite the effects of excessive drinking, remained remarkably clear, that Jarvis's scan had revealed no sign of life in this establishment, let alone the conspicuous red high-backed chair that now hosted this individual. Observing Stark, whose armored suit was dust-laden and stained with unidentified substances, emanating a rather unpleasant odor, Leon furrowed his brow, with a gentle wave of his right hand. The atmosphere in the room transformed, becoming refreshingly crisp, as if caressed by a gentle breeze. Mr. Stark, if I recall correctly, your name does not appear on my client list. Might I inquire about your purpose here? Tony Stark replied, I too am curious about why I am here. Chapter 65. Do you believe in magic? Let me see as the young man spoke. Tony Stark suddenly noticed a black card gracefully floating from his vicinity into the young man's hand. Stark's eyes widened beneath his helmet. If he was not mistaken, this card was the very one he had carelessly discarded moments earlier. Equivalent exchange. The words on the card resurfaced in his mind, and a flicker of unwarranted hope ignited within him. Although it seemed implausible, he might finally comprehend the reason behind his arrival in this enigmatic location. Jarvis, Tony Stark called out softly, and his artificial intelligence assistant instantly grasped his intent. The virtual interface initiated various energy wave detection protocols, yet what materialized before him was a series of unknown readings. I apologize, sir. My database does not contain any comparable data for the current situation. However, I can detect that the gentleman opposite exhibits distinctly peculiar energy fluctuations. Perhaps we can use this as a reference. All right, I understand. Tony Stark interrupted Jarvis's incessant chatter. In previous circumstances, he might have found such an extraordinary scene intriguing, but in this ambiguous environment fraught with uncertainty, it was difficult to muster any interest in research. Oh, found it. Allow me to see. It is Miss Loida Rolls-Royce. With a slight movement of his fingers, a black booklet floated from the bookshelf behind Leon and began to flip through its pages autonomously. Tony Stark wished to convince himself that everything before him was merely an illusion, a sophisticated holographic projection. Yet, Jarvis cruelly shattered that illusion. Gazing at the names inscribed in the black booklet, Leon was instantly reminded of the origins of the individual in question. Miss Loida Rolls-Royce, a model in her 30s who had yet to achieve any significant success, possessed commendable beauty and figure. However, in a city like New York, where the abundance of striking individuals is unceasing, her age rendered her prospects bleak, almost signaling the conclusion of her modeling career. Ordinarily, such a minor character would hardly qualify as a client for Leon, yet her ancestral protection afforded her a unique position. She possessed a crystal necklace that had been passed down through generations. This crystal necklace, though unremarkable, was of such little value that had it been otherwise, Miss Loida Rolls-Royce would have sold it long ago, especially given New York's unparalleled cost of living. The adage, "It is not easy to reside in Chang'an," holds true across all eras. By a stroke of chance, Leon encountered that very necklace and instantly sensed the faint magic it contained. Subsequently, everything fell into place, and Miss Loida Rolls-Royce became one of Leon's clients. Upon their next meeting, this unfortunate woman appeared nearly overwhelmed by malnutrition and fatigue, having lost nearly everything. The transaction proceeded smoothly. Leon assisted Miss Loida Rolls-Royce in regaining her health and provided her with a sum substantial enough to allow her to indulge in the pleasures of New York for a time, after which he paid her little mind. Leon did not reclaim the business card, perhaps clinging to a sliver of hope, believing Miss Loida Rolls-Royce would refrain from intruding upon him, as he had made it abundantly clear during their arrangement that should she return without something satisfactory, he would take everything from her. However, Leon found it puzzling how Miss Rolls-Royce could possibly be connected to Tony Stark, even with his financial backing. It seemed inconceivable that she could infiltrate Stark's circle. Their social standings were worlds apart. "Mr. Stark, do you know Miss Loida Rolls-Royce?" "As far as I am aware, she is not a particularly famous model." The young man's inquiry prompted Tony Stark to inwardly scoff. He could scarcely remember the names of his bedfellows from the previous night, let alone a lesser-known model. Wait, model? Suddenly, Tony recalled the group of alluring women at his party, most of whom were indeed models. Aside from strutting down runways and participating in fashion exhibitions, they predominantly graced soirees like this one, primarily serving to enliven the atmosphere. Naturally, should the situation demand, they could don other roles, a well-known fact in the fashion realm, one that had long ceased to astonish. As a quintessential playboy, Tony Stark is certainly familiar with the intricacies of his world. However, such matters are far from his concern. He merely needs to articulate his desires, and a professional company will undoubtedly address them. It is noteworthy that the former Tony Stark was a VIP to them. In all of New York, few could rival his reputation as a notorious scion. Coughing awkwardly, he may have had an inkling of where that business card originated, yet he could not articulate it. Only managing a few embarrassed coughs. "I apologize. Typically, others merely need to remember my name," he declared, his words dripping with arrogance. Leon couldn't suppress an eye roll. Indeed, no lofty title could mask Tony Stark's insufferable demeanor. Well, if that is the case, Miss Loida Rolls-Royce ought to make her exit. Leon had no desire to uncover how that business card had found its way into Tony Stark's possession, nor did he need to. However, given the circumstances, Loida Rolls-Royce had lost her utility. With a gentle exhalation towards the page, her name dissipated like ash. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Tony Stark instinctively recoiled, taken aback by the unfolding events that he found difficult to comprehend. The bait he had cast did not yield the desired catch, yet it had drawn Tony Stark into his web, an unexpected turn in Leon's plan. Too soon, Leon muttered, though his soft words did not escape Stark's keen ears, prompting an inquisitive response. "Pardon? What did you say?" "Ah, it's nothing, Mr. Stark." Leon reined in his scattered thoughts, then smiled at Tony Stark, inquiring, "So, Mr. Stark, do you believe in magic?" "Magic? Are you kidding me?" Although he did not receive a definitive answer, Stark's animated tone spoke volumes. With a sudden clap, Leon snapped the book shut, the smile vanishing from his face as he coldly declared, "In that case, Mr. Stark, farewell. The door is behind you. Turn left, and you shall return to where you need to be. No further assistance." Tony Stark, Chapter 66, Playing Dead? Magic? Huh. To be honest, upon hearing this question, Tony Stark found himself wanting to ask the young man opposite him how to spell the word magic. Although he remained oblivious to how Leon had instantaneously transported him from Marbury to New York, or how those strange phenomena had occurred moments ago. From a young age, he firmly believed that science was the ultimate truth that elucidated the world around him. He preferred to entertain the notion that the young man across from him possessed a technological prowess that neither he nor the entirety of the world had ever encountered. Of course, he thought that if the other party were willing to allow him to delve deeper into this knowledge, the astute Tony Stark would inevitably reach that pinnacle as well. However, magic, was this an intentional mockery directed at him, Tony Stark? If magic were indeed a reality, it would signify that his past self had merely gazed at the world from a confined perspective, failing to comprehend the true nature of existence. Such a revelation was utterly unacceptable for someone as proud as Tony Stark. It was a matter of principle. Subsequently, in response to his skepticism, the young man's demeanor grew notably aloof, directing him towards the exit. Had this occurred earlier, Tony Stark would have eagerly vacated this peculiar place. Yet, the wondrous events that had just transpired and the glimmer of hope within him rendered it difficult to depart. More importantly, the other's harsh tone, bordering on outright dismissal, was intolerable for the proud Stark. Accustomed to adulation and praise, he had always been the one to wield sarcasm, never having faced such rudeness himself. It must be said that while Tony Stark had matured significantly from his former reckless self, he was still far from the composure and wisdom of his future self. In simpler terms, he had yet to endure enough of life's harsh lessons and required further re-education. Moreover, he was unaware of how much longer he had to live. He might not even see the sun rise tomorrow. Thus, Tony Stark's petulance surfaced, casting aside all caution. With death looming, what did he have to lose? As the sound of electronic pulses charging resonated, Leon raised his gaze to the increasingly radiant palm of Tony Stark. He couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Oh boy, I will take my leave, but you must accompany me for a while." From within the Iron Man suit, Tony Stark's irreverent voice emerged. "Do you have any idea how grave a crime it is to have kidnapped Tony Stark here? But fear not, if you lack legal counsel, I shall procure one for you." "Huh, Mr. Stark, trust me, you will come to regret this." Leon pondered what had prompted this peculiar behavior from Tony Stark. Perhaps the toxicity of palladium had begun to affect his mind. Such a pity, for Tony Stark's only true asset was his brilliant intellect. Nevertheless, if Stark dared to act against him, Leon would not hesitate to impart a lesson, demonstrating that some individuals were indeed beyond his reach. As a flicker of fire ignited in Leon's eyes, the atmosphere of the entire shop shifted, becoming arid and blazing. The evident transformation did not escape Jarvis's vigilant monitoring. At this moment, Tony Stark, encased in his iron suit, was fixated on the ominous red danger alerts flashing across the virtual interface, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Impervious even to the chill of the built-in air conditioning. Sir, there are unknown energy fluctuations all around you. You are encircled. Danger, danger. What? When? Tony Stark inquired in astonishment. Although Jarvis had detected the energy fluctuations, he was unable to devise an effective defense, as there was nothing visible in the vicinity. A second scan yielded no further insights. Sir, according to my calculations, a single outburst of these energy fluctuations could penetrate your armor's defenses. What? Have I squandered my investment in this new alloy? Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Tony merely grumbled, fully aware that the inadequacy lay not in his armor's defenses, but in the sheer terror of the energy being released. Indeed, it seems I did not spend enough. If I emerge unscathed from this, perhaps I shall visit that country my dear old dad once mentioned. Who knows what unexpected surprises await? That old man gave everything to Captain America, leaving me with naught. Am I not your beloved son? Sir, based on my observations, there is no necessity for combat. A cordial exchange may be beneficial. However, given your previous hostility, it would be wise to exercise some restraint and take a few steps back. This is the best solution I can propose at present. Jarvis calmly articulated the very suggestion that incited Tony Stark's ire. Jarvis, are you suggesting I surrender? Who programmed you with such directives? Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly his intelligent assistant speaking? Sir, my system is entirely a product of your programming. Should you find any inadequacies, you are welcome to delete unnecessary protocols. Well, perhaps it's best to leave things as they are. With Jarvis's monotone delivery, Tony Stark responded, though his confidence wavered. Just moments prior, he had experienced a sudden clarity, accompanied by the low growls of unseen beasts and a dimming of the surrounding light, as though shrouded by shadows. Though uncertain of the circumstances, it was clear this was no favorable omen. In truth, Tony Stark's instincts were not amiss. Within the shadowy realm beyond his perception lingered an atmosphere thick with foreboding. Countless grotesque and terrifying entities stirred restlessly, their malevolent eyes seemingly fixated on the glimmer of light that was Tony Stark. They yearned, hungering to devour the light and plunge everything into an abyss of darkness. Leon acutely sensed the scrutinizing gaze lurking behind the shadowy realm. With a disdainful snort, he summoned the power of flames, which surged into the shadow world, instantly engulfing countless demonic spirits in searing fire. Their anguished cries echoed, yet in this seemingly boundless realm of shadows, their plight was inconsequential. As Liang's control over the Shadow Kingdom intensified, the connection between the shadowy world and his own became increasingly intertwined. There were always reckless demonic spirits attempting to breach the threshold into the realm of the living. However, apart from Liang and an ancient dragon, no one else could hope to open the passage. The thought was utterly preposterous, especially for those mere specters driven solely by instinct. Truly, they were creatures that learned nothing from their past misdeeds. Liang shook his head and turned his attention to Tony Stark, recognizing that this flamboyant playboy also required a thorough education to comprehend the nature of this world. Just as Liang was poised to take action, Tony Stark, clad in his iron suit, suddenly stumbled and collapsed to the ground, motionless. What is this? Is he feigning death? Liang mused, observing the fallen figure of Stark, who writhed on the ground, seemingly in such agony that he could scarcely utter a word. He frowned, wondering if this unfortunate soul was truly on the brink of demise. Indeed, as Liang suspected, beneath the helmet, Stark's complexion was ashen, his lips tinged with blue, and his body utterly drained of strength. Even the slightest movement of his fingers felt insurmountable. The signs of palladium poisoning had nearly reached his neck and were perilously close to his brain, should that occur. Even if he survived this ordeal, irreparable damage to his mind would likely ensue. Powerless, Tony Stark understood that his very existence was precariously balanced on the precipice of palladium's insidious grasp, leaving him no opportunity to ponder other matters. Moments ago, the dire consequences of his excessive use of the arc reactor had manifested in his body, and he realized he was in the most perilous situation imaginable. Palladium poisoning had reached the critical threshold of his endurance. Death was imminent. His inner turmoil had morphed into a grim reality. Yet Stark had not anticipated that he would not even celebrate one final birthday. The virtual interface within his helmet had turned a vivid crimson, with J-A-R-V-I-S desperately calling out to him, urging him to awaken. At that moment, J-A-R-V-I-S was unaware that he had transcended the parameters originally set by Stark, but his efforts were in vain. J-A-R-V-I-S resembled a child, helplessly pleading for attention. As Stark's consciousness began to fade into obscurity, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Perhaps it was time to close his eyes and rest, bringing an imperfect conclusion to a life rich with experiences yet fraught with tumult. On the other hand, Leon also realized that Tony Stark seemed to be on the brink of death. He had not anticipated the extent of palladium's corrosive effects on Stark. Of course, there might be a tinge of responsibility on his part, but Leon would never admit to that. Everything was merely the result of Stark's own reckless behavior. Now, the pressing question before Leon was singular. Should he endeavor to save Tony Stark's life? Reflecting upon it, one could ponder how the Marvel Universe would unfold if Iron Man were to exit prematurely. It seemed rather intriguing to contemplate. However, Leon ultimately dismissed this somewhat unrealistic notion, shaking his head in resignation. He certainly did not wish to be confronted by the Ancient One for a heart-to-heart after just a few days of peace. Consider yourself fortunate, Tony Stark, but I must charge you for this service. The healing power of the talisman began to activate, a gentle milky light emanating from his hands. It must be noted that over the years, he had not merely wandered aimlessly through the world. He had also diligently studied and employed talismanic arts. And now his mastery over them had become increasingly profound and meticulous. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared before the hazy consciousness of Tony Stark, illuminating his once blurred awareness with clarity. What is this? Could it be that there truly is a paradise? If so, the scene would be rather cliched. Even Hollywood has moved past such tropes. Even at this moment, Stark could not restrain his tongue, unleashing a barrage of quips, but was soon engulfed by an irresistible force that drew him into the light, leaving only a prolonged gasp of astonishment. Ah! Tony Stark abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air. Before him lay the familiar virtual control interface, and as he surveyed the tangible world around him, he felt as though he had returned from a distant realm, never before having felt so vividly awake. What an exhilarating experience. Sir, congratulations on regaining consciousness. Just moments ago, your heart ceased beating for a full minute. Had you awakened even a second later, I would have had to contact Miss Potts. Listening to Jarvis's rather unamusing quip, at least Stark thought so, he could not help but roll his eyes. Very well, Jarvis. But let's avoid such theatrics in the future. Of course, sir. At that moment, Stark finally noticed the miraculous transformation within his body. He took a deep breath, feeling an unparalleled lightness and vitality. It was a state of well-being he had not experienced since succumbing to palladium poisoning. Stark felt invigorated, as if he had returned to his youthful self, brimming with energy and vigor. The sensation was utterly sublime. Jarvis, what just transpired? As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual projection appeared before Tony Stark, depicting footage of events that transpired while he lay unconscious. Upon witnessing the radiant light emanating from Leon's hand enveloping him, a profound silence enveloped Tony. After a considerable pause, he continued, J-A-R-V-I-S. What were the results? Sir, based on the recent analysis of your blood, it appears that the previously elevated palladium levels, which reached a staggering 95, have vanished. Blood cell analysis shows normalcy, and remarkably, your body has undergone peculiar transformations. Ailments caused by aging and an unhealthy lifestyle have been miraculously healed. It is as though you have regained your youth. Regrettably, my database lacks comparable cases for reference, but should you desire more detailed data, you will require a more specialized testing facility and equipment. Furthermore, your current physical state does not absolve you of the existing issues. Palladium will continue to erode your body. You must seek an alternative element to replace it. Until then, exercise caution with your Iron Man suit. All right, I understand, J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony Stark interjected impatiently, for the emotions of someone who had just danced on the precipice of death and emerged anew were not easily comprehended by artificial intelligence. Although the palladium threat still loomed over him like a sword, at least he could enjoy life for a while longer, couldn't he? Tony Stark having been granted a second chance at life, felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Hope had returned, and perhaps it was time to indulge in a night of revelry to celebrate his rebirth. However, the thought of the night's party scenes brought a smile to his face. It was time to bid farewell to a life devoid of meaning. Once again dancing on the edge of death, Tony's thoughts began to transform. Regardless of the outcome, good or bad, it could not be worse than the previous existence of indulgence and apathy. Yet, a voice interrupted his moment of elation, pulling him back to reality. "How do you feel, Mr. Stark?" Leon inquired, raising an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. He was curious how this billionaire playboy would react to his savior. Would he remain his usual arrogant self? Tony Stark swiftly rose, removing his helmet to reveal his beaming, roguish visage. He casually pulled a chair and seated himself across from Leon, saying, "Hey, friend, just call me Tony." The strong familiarity in his demeanor momentarily caused Leon's lips to twitch, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely fitting. After all, he was Tony Stark. Chapter 68. The Burden of Gain and Loss. "Hey, friend, that move you just pulled was phenomenal. Need an investor? If necessary, please be sure to include me. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory sum." Observing Tony Stark, who appeared overly familiar and just shy of sharing a drink with him, Leon could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation. No one would have anticipated that just moments ago. This very man had intended to fire a handheld cannon at him. "All right, Mr. Stark, I have no need for investment. And just look around. Do I appear to be a man in want of money?" Leon promptly interrupted Stark's daydream, gesturing towards the valuable antiques within the shop, making his implication abundantly clear. "Those do not signify much. I have encountered too many ostentatious wealthy individuals." Stark instantly grasped the sentiment, but could not resist murmuring softly to himself. However, upon noticing Leon's disapproving gaze, he instinctively mimed zipping his lips. Leon paid him no mind, leaning back in his chair, and once again inquired, "So, Mr. Stark, do you still believe in magic?" Stark lapsed into silence for a considerable time before hesitantly replying, "I apologize. Although I have witnessed various extraordinary phenomena, I simply refuse to believe." Leon articulated Stark's indecisive thoughts, to which Stark offered no rebuttal, tacitly agreeing. Leon chuckled coldly several times, refraining from pursuing further questioning, for he understood that Stark had internally accepted what he had once deemed utterly preposterous. Otherwise, was there any other explanation for the events unfolding before them? "Very well, Mr. Stark, regardless of your thoughts. It was I who extended a hand to save you just as you were about to step into the abyss. However, my healing comes at a price." The implication was unmistakable. Leon was indifferent to Stark's reflections. He merely sought the recompense he rightly deserved. Naturally, this was imperative. Mentioning this, Stark instantly perked up, reverting to his former self, the commanding billionaire who could sway the world with a mere gesture. He boldly declared, "Please provide me with your bank account details, and I shall transfer the funds to you at once. Rest assured, it will be a figure that will satisfy you." Yet, Leon could not help but feel a sense of incredulity. He was uncertain whether Stark was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance, but his self-satisfied expression made it abundantly clear. Most importantly, Leon was still an unknown entity in this world. He had no bank account to speak of. "Mr. Stark, how much do you believe your life is worth?" Stark promptly responded, "It is, of course, priceless. If one were to insist on assigning a value, my life would be the most precious treasure on Earth, nay, in the entire universe." Tony Stark appeared oblivious to the sarcasm in Leon's words, standing tall with an air of entitlement. Leon remarked, "It is his fault. He has grossly underestimated the depths of human shamelessness." Struggling to suppress the urge to slap that infuriatingly smug face of Stark's, Leon coldly stated, "I apologize, Mr. Stark, but I have no need for your money. Or rather, you are rather late. My establishment has surpassed the phase where monetary transactions are required. What do you desire then?" For Stark, matters resolvable by wealth were hardly matters at all, and the reverse held true as well. Leon remained silent, merely smiling quietly at the luminous arc reactor nestled in Stark's chest. In an instant, Stark comprehended, shaking his head in refusal without a moment's thought. "No, that is unacceptable. This is the one thing that cannot be compromised. These are integral to my being. I do not wish for your used goods. I require you to forge a complete set anew." Leon responded without even lifting his gaze. Stark retorted, "What difference does it make? He simply does not want his iron armor in anyone else's possession apart from himself." Yet before he could voice further objections, a single statement from Leon rendered him utterly speechless. If life itself is lost, then truly, nothing remains. Surely you do not believe that your iron armor can be preserved after your demise. Stark acknowledged the truth in Leon's words. His original intent in creating the iron armor was to safeguard the world, not to serve as an instrument of war. This conviction led him to refuse the transfer of the armor to the government during the hearings. As a quintessential American, Stark was all too aware of the government's propensity for misconduct. It was all too easy to foresee that once the government acquired the iron armor, they would escalate military preparedness, compelling other nations to partake in an arms race, an outcome Stark vehemently opposed. Though he had managed to retain his armor this time, Stark was acutely aware that the government's tactics were far-reaching. He did not believe that Pepper, having risen from assistant to CEO, could contend with the predatory machinations of those in power. The Stark family wielded extensive connections within the realms of government, commerce, and the military, deterring those individuals from acting recklessly. However, Pepper lacked the foundational support needed to navigate such treacherous waters. Now that his health was improving, Stark found himself capable of deeper contemplation. With this in mind, he suddenly lifted his gaze to Leon and inquired, "Might I ask what your intentions are with my iron armor?" Stark scrutinized Leon intently, determined that should there be even a hint of insincerity in the response, he would rather take his inventions to the grave than entrust them to someone with ulterior motives. Yet, the forthcoming answer left him utterly astonished, rendered speechless in place. "Oh, don't you find it utterly delightful that a suit of steel armor would be an exquisite addition to my shop's collection? A man remains youthful until his last breath. The iron mech and the vast cosmos represent the true aspirations of a man. Although Leon has transitioned to the realm of magic, it does not imply he dismisses modern technology. The mere thought of possessing the Mark Series armor of Iron Man within his collection sends shivers of excitement down his spine. Envisioning the cold metallic touch and the human-centric design, complemented by a compact tokamak magnetic confinement controlled plasma fusion reactor. Indeed, it is splendid. Tony Stark, numb, nodded mechanically, echoing his agreement like a soulless automaton. Yet, internally, he was besieged by a torrent of sarcasm, questioning the absurdity of such a delightful experience and collection. Are you not a practitioner of magic? Why then, do you harbor an affinity for high-tech armors? The two seem utterly incongruous. This illustrates Stark's narrow-mindedness and rigid thinking. Furthermore, he perceived the iron armor as ill-suited to the antique treasures of the shop, which only diminished Leon's taste in his eyes, rendering it hopelessly inadequate, though these thoughts remained unvoiced. Observing Stark's anxiety, Leon paused momentarily, then comprehended the underlying tension, smiling reassuringly. "Fear not, Mr. Stark. I harbor no intentions of disturbing the world, and a single suit of iron armor hardly constitutes a significant threat. This world is far more complex than it appears." Chuckling, Stark felt a flush of embarrassment at having his thoughts laid bare, yet he grasped the essence of Leon's words. With the emergence of magic, who could fathom what other bizarre elements might manifest in this world? Contemplating this, Stark found himself at a crossroads of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Chapter 69, The Magical Iron Man? "Congratulations, Mr. Stark. You are now the 35th client of this establishment," Leon remarked with a glance at the list beside him. Continuing to smile, this clearly indicated the rather bleak prospects of his business. After signing the contract, Stark could not help but murmur his discontent. Alas, this nation is a veritable desert of mysticism. Beyond this place, one can only rely on fortune. Leon shrugged, accepting the contract handed to him by Stark. Suddenly, ethereal blue flames ignited in his hands, enveloping the contract as it morphed into a sleek black business card, akin to the one Stark had encountered earlier. "With this, should you wish, you can traverse to this sanctuary from any corner of the earth. Trust me, Mr. Stark, this is your exclusive VIP customization, at least for now." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark's countenance instantly brightened with a smile. Regardless of the circumstances, he, Tony Stark, deserved to be treated with a unique distinction, which greatly satisfied his sense of pride. Even Leon, who had previously struck him as somewhat unfriendly, now appeared more agreeable. Observing this, Leon maintained his composure. Yet he couldn't help but acknowledge the effectiveness of such tactics. At the very least, Tony Stark's previous 34 clients had shared similar sentiments. Through years of interaction with the Sovereign, Leon increasingly felt that human nature was indeed a subject worthy of profound contemplation. Of course, Leon was not lying. The business card in Tony Stark's possession was indeed unlike any other. However, this distinction stemmed not from preferential treatment, but rather from Stark's recent remarkable advancements in alchemy. It was the culmination of research through the eye of Aurora that led to the creation of this remarkable card. The more Leon delved into his studies, the more he marveled at the greatness and wisdom of ancient sorcerers. They had the uncanny ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, truly applying magic to the lives of ordinary individuals. At this juncture, Leon's own attempts were merely imperfect imitations. The cards he crafted, while lacking the enchantment of the Eye of Aurora, allowed for singular teleportation, albeit with a limited lifespan, contingent upon the perceived value of the client. Is it truly applicable anywhere? Tony Stark mused, examining the card in his hand, which bore an extraordinary golden hue reminiscent of clouds. He couldn't suppress a raised brow. He was fond of that color. Not entirely. Leon contemplated before elaborating. Some mages on Earth prefer not to be intrusively observed, so they typically solidify the space around their location. It is imperative not to use the card in such areas, as it could lead to painful collisions. Tony Stark couldn't help but roll his eyes. How was he to know where mages resided? Yet, judging by Leon's demeanor, it was clear he was reluctant to provide further clarification. It seemed he would have to navigate these waters on his own. Not only mages, but there also existed peculiar secret realms on Earth where the card was similarly ineffective. Of course, should one actually venture into those places, the opportunity to use the card would likely be lost. Tony Stark was tempted to inquire whether he could lodge a complaint regarding the service he received. However, he understood that the proprietor of this magical antiquities shop was evidently not a magnanimous individual. Just then, Leon suddenly straightened his posture, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, "I believe it is time we officially introduced ourselves. Hello, I am Leon." Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, exhibiting the polished manners characteristic of elite education as he extended his hand in return. "Hello, Leon, I am Tony Stark." This exchange illustrated that even a playboy was capable of engaging in cordial conversation. It was merely a matter of his willingness to do so. Until this very moment, the two had truly come to understand one another. Whether they would be enemies or allies in the future remained uncertain. Now that the transaction was complete, "Mr. Stark, please feel free to leave." The abrupt shift in demeanor of Leon, who had just introduced himself and now coldly ushered Tony Stark away, evoked an overwhelming sense of unreality in Stark, as if the previous cordiality had been but an illusion. Logically, having narrowly escaped with his life, Tony Stark should be eagerly anticipating his new existence. Yet, with the long night stretching ahead and no fair companion by his side, and knowing that Pepper must be quite upset with him, Stark had no intention of courting further misfortune. More significantly, the events of this night had so profoundly disrupted his understanding and worldview. The fantastical elements he had only encountered in fairy tales and stories had materialized in reality. His heart raced with curiosity, akin to an agitated cat, reaching a peak of intrigue. Although Tony Stark was reluctant to admit it, the extraordinary occurrences of this evening had indeed stirred something within him. Clearing his throat, Stark seemed to overlook Leon's implications and continued, "Hey, Leon, since this is a shop, I trust you offer more than merely saving my life. Surely, there are goods for sale?" "Mr. Stark," Leon interjected, "please, call me Tony." Seeing the faint glimmer of hope in Stark's eyes, Leon fell silent, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. If one were to believe that a playboy could possess such emotions, it would truly be foolish, and one would deserve to be deceived by such scum. "Very well, Tony," Leon replied softly, leaning back in his chair. "As you mentioned, I run a business, but my wares are somewhat unique. Wealth, health, youth, magic, mysterious artifacts. Even intelligence. There's nothing you can conceive of that I cannot procure. Is that so?" Leon's words ignited a spark of intrigue in Stark's eyes, causing Leon to momentarily feel a twinge of vulnerability. "Of course, as long as your requests are not too unreasonable." Tony Stark was tempted to pursue this line of inquiry further, but ultimately restrained himself. "Leon, you're an information broker." Truth be told, Stark found it difficult to reconcile the image of Leon with that of an information dealer. In his mind, such individuals were seldom seen in a favorable light. Those sorcerers were similarly enigmatic. The nature of their crafts was entirely different. "Believe me, Tony, the most valuable commodity I offer is indeed information." Leon spoke truthfully. The most precious asset of a traveler was not their superhuman intellect and strength, but rather their knowledge of the narrative. Even the slightest revelation could alter the course of the entire world. Certainly, at present, Tony Stark does not fully comprehend the situation, and Leon has not elaborated extensively. Everything is simply left to fate. However, should the other party present something that stirs his heart, he would not hesitate to indulge, for he is merely a transient in this world. At that moment, after perusing the merchandise within Leon's establishment, Tony Stark suddenly inquired, "Leon, do you think I could learn magic?" Leon, Chapter 70, The Malevolent Sorcerer. Iron Man learning magic? Leon's lips involuntarily twitched as he glanced at the eagerly expectant Tony Stark. He recalled a version in the comics where Tony Stark indeed engaged with and mastered magic, ultimately becoming the supreme sorcerer. Yet, in numerous iterations, Tony Stark is portrayed as an entity impervious to mystical phenomena. Magic holds no allure for this remarkably brilliant inventor. In this world, Leon believes that before Tony Stark's encounter with Strange, who returned from Kamartaj, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to come into contact with the arcane, given that he epitomizes the realm of technology and would scarcely intersect with the mystical. However, now that Tony Stark has crossed paths with him, might his humble wings as a butterfly stir the winds of change? Leon closed his eyes, envisioning a scenario where Tony Stark mastered magic, but he quickly opened them again, gasping for breath. The imagery was simply too enchanting. Leon could hardly fathom the implications of whether magic would pique Tony Stark's interest, for the uncontrollable future that could ensue was beyond his capacity to endure. Thus, Leon resolutely declined Tony Stark's request. Why? Tony Stark found it hard to accept the abrupt refusal, as Leon offered nothing but a fleeting glance before dismissing him without a proper explanation. It felt exceedingly hasty. "Hey, Leon, I can pay the tuition." Cough, cough. It's not a matter of tuition. Leon could not help but glare at the affluent individual before him. While every businessman relishes such clientele, the unintentional air of disregard for money that emanated from this wealthy patron was infuriating. Leon recalled the servitude of his past life, dominated by the whims of the rich. He bore no grievances towards the work system, but was overwhelmed by the excessive offers that left him no room for refusal, compelling his body to act instinctively. Ah, that lamentable existence. Of course, a more suitable rationale must be articulated to Tony Stark. "Tony, you must understand that not all sorcerers are proficient educators. This includes myself." Good heavens. Leon was as bewildered as anyone regarding how he attained his current level of magical prowess. His father had adopted a laissez-faire approach to his education, having himself studied under a grandmaster midway through his journey. One could surmise that such methods of tutelage were inherited. After this, his object of study became the Holy Lord. As for the Holy Lord, it is perhaps best left unmentioned. One could never fathom the schemes brewing within the mind of this ancient dragon. Tony Stark furrowed his brow upon hearing this, though he found it somewhat comprehensible. There are countless professors in universities and laboratories who excel in research but lack the capability to mentor students. He himself is not exempt from this. Although should one of his students be a captivatingly beautiful girl, he could instantly transform into a patient and caring teacher, eager to alleviate her troubles. "Leon, think of something. I will not allow you to suffer," he insisted. "You are welcome to explore my laboratory to your heart's content. Did you not mention that there are other mages on Earth besides yourself?" Tony Stark remained undeterred, even willing to open the doors of his laboratory. After all, he had already used his own armor as payment for medical fees. What more could he possibly hold back? Naturally, Jarvis was an exception, though he could at most assist Leon in creating a subroutine. As for Tony Stark's fascination with magic, it stemmed from the curiosity it piqued within this scientist. He yearned to explore the potential fusion of science and magic, to see what intriguing phenomena might arise. While some may deem it absurd, Tony Stark is precisely the individual who transforms the ridiculous into reality. Otherwise, the Iron Man suit would never have come into existence. "Other mages, are you certain?" Observing Leon's predatory gaze, Tony Stark felt a shiver run down his spine and quietly inquired, "Is something amiss?" "Ha, Tony. You must understand that not all mages are as amicable and lawful as I," Leon replied. "Beware, for those who draw power from infernal sources are not mere talkers." In other realms, Leon was uncertain of the definition of magic. However, within the Marvel Universe, it is well understood that nearly all spells derive their strength from otherworldly entities. These demons and malevolent beings are hardly philanthropists, one must always pay a price for the power they receive. The medieval church's rampant persecution of witches and wizards was not merely a case of senseless slaughter. Many malevolent deities thrive on the sacrifice of souls. Whether they be those of others or their own, they are indiscriminate in their appetites. Not all mages adhere to the strict codes of the sorcerers of Camartage, particularly the dark mages, who manipulate the consciousness and bodies of ordinary individuals, conducting experiments, transforming, and even sacrificing them in exchange for power. They act with reckless abandon, disregarding their own lives, let alone the lives of others. Such individuals often find themselves as targets of Camartage's pursuit. However, since humanity entered the technological age, these mages have distanced themselves from society, hiding at the fringes of human civilization. In some remote mountains and forests, Leon has encountered some who can still be regarded as human dark mages, devoid of souls to appease those malevolent deities. The backlash of dark magic and infernal powers has rendered them increasingly inhuman, bordering on monstrous. Thus, Leon feels compelled to liberate them from their wretched and lamentable existence. And the magical artifacts they leave behind serve as a reward for his compassion. With a soft gurgle, Tony Stark suddenly felt a pang of thirst. Just then, a cup of hot tea appeared on the table, and without pondering its sudden arrival, he hastily seized it and drank it down in one go. Thank you. The tea, slightly bitter at first, transformed into a sweet elixir on his tongue, a delightful fragrance lingering in his mouth. As the warm liquid cascaded down his throat, a wave of warmth enveloped his entire being. Ah, splendid. Yet, before Tony Stark could fully savor the comfort bestowed by the tea, Leon's subsequent words swiftly extinguished his good mood. For certain mages, the number of apprentices they take on is entirely contingent upon the number they have previously consumed. What? Surely not. The forced smile on Tony Stark's face did little to inspire confidence, especially as he observed the beads of cold sweat dotting Leon's forehead. Tony, you must understand that scientists have never cared for the lives of lab rats. The same principle applies to mages, Leon remarked with a bemused glance at Tony Stark, instantly obliterating the last flicker of hope within him. Very well, I comprehend. At that moment, Tony Stark resigned himself to despair. What he was unaware of, however, was that the reality was even more harrowing than Leon had conveyed. Those dark mages held no regard for the lives of ordinary people, subjecting them to cruel magical experiments, using them as batteries to sustain their youth and vitality. Some were even transformed into mere substitutes, their sole purpose to absorb damage on behalf of their masters during battles. Enduring even a single blow, Leon delicately lifted his teacup, savoring the drink. He had no desire for Tony Stark to recklessly seek his demise. In this world, apart from the mages of Camartage, few could genuinely be deemed virtuous. The secrets that ordinary people might never uncover were often trivial to individuals like Tony Stark, as their resources vastly exceeded the imagination of the common man. Do not question why. Reality is inherently cruel. Yet, Tony Stark's brazen approach was akin to a mouse offering New Year's greetings to a cat. How could the mages resist such an opportunity? Previously, it may not have concerned him, but now it was different, especially since a substantial gain awaited Leon in connection with Tony Stark. Chapter 71. Temptation. Oh, very well. You have successfully shattered my illusions about magic. Observing Tony Stark's heartbroken visage, Leon scoffed dismissively, refusing to acknowledge him. Was that mere fantasy? It was evidently a fleeting whim. Moreover, to see a playboy display such vulnerability, was Tony Stark intentionally attempting to repulse him? Certainly. The most effective approach would be to hand Tony Stark over to the Sanctum Sanctorum. However, Leon has recently developed an aversion to the Supreme Sorcerer, whose mere presence sends shivers down his spine. At the very least, it would be preferable to wait until the sorcerer has departed to embrace the eternal deity once more. Ahem. Perhaps upon realizing that his pitiful act was in vain, or perhaps noticing Leon's disdainful expression, Tony Stark composed himself and continued, "Let us instead examine your merchandise. I am confident that you possess items that would pique my interest, am I not correct?" Upon this mention, Leon's spirits were instantly lifted, yet, after surveying the figure of Tony Stark before him, he shook his head in resignation and replied, "No, Tony, you are simply too impoverished at present. You cannot afford my wares." What? Tony Stark could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Leon across from him. He was certain that throughout his life, no one had ever associated the notion of poverty with him, and this was the gravest insult he had ever endured. A profound humiliation spread within Tony Stark, so much so that he failed to grasp the emphasis Leon had placed on the word in question. Indeed, Tony Stark was presently in dire financial straits. To illustrate, his Iron Man suit had only reached the Mark V iteration, and the replacement for palladium with a new energy source was still nowhere in sight. Frankly, Leon harbored doubts about the repercussions his involvement might bring to the future. Thus, when he encountered Tony Stark, it felt somewhat premature. It was far from the time for him to reap any rewards. Tony Stark had presumed that Leon held little interest in monetary matters, yet upon perusing the list of items Leon had displayed, he could not suppress an exclamation. Hey, you must be joking. Why can the items listed be purchased with currency? If that is indeed the case, trust me, I would be your most esteemed VIP client. Leon turned to glance back and noticed that a series of figures adorned some of the items on the display board, with the lowest figure exceeding 7 digits. Ahem. Leon awkwardly cleared his throat and replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor, I apologize, Tony, but that is the outdated version prior to the updates. As you know, there are always promotional activities at the outset. However, as for now, as Leon's words trailed off, Tony Stark watched in astonishment as the once familiar numbers morphed into terms he found utterly alien. Who could enlighten him as to what divine realm metal was? Leon. This could be construed as defrauding a customer. Tony Stark's expression twitched uncontrollably, for as Leon had stated, he could not afford a single item listed at those prices. He had truly become a pauper. Tony, this is a seller's market. Any form of rebuttal, protest, or complaint is unacceptable. Everything is determined by my discretion. Tony Stark, gazing upon Leon's triumphant smile, Tony Stark found himself, for the first time, contemplating the virtue of humility as an admirable trait inherent to humanity. All right, Tony. Enough of the jesting. Observing the strain on Tony's countenance, Leon resumed his serious demeanor, declaring, This is my exclusive service to you. You must not squander the effort I have invested. With a snap of his fingers, Leon made the books on the table and the display board behind him vanish without a trace. What reappeared before Tony Stark was an array of peculiar items, which he deemed quite bizarre. What is this? Tony inquired, pointing at a test tube, within which a clear liquid seemed to swirl beneath a sealed stopper. Water. Yet, to Tony's astonishment, Leon responded affirmatively. With a hint of irritation, Tony cast a sidelong glance at the grinning young man and remarked, Leon, you cannot possibly think that I am unable to afford the previous item and are merely humoring me. Of course not. I would never deceive a client, Leon replied, though his cheerful expression betrayed the truth, causing Tony's already dwindling pride to plummet further. Tony, this is not mere water. Its true name is the elixir of life. The moment Tony heard this name, he turned sharply to scrutinize the seemingly ordinary test tube, his mind racing with a disbelieving hypothesis. Indeed, it is as you suspect. It has the power to restore youth, and if consumed continuously, eternal life will no longer remain a mere fantasy. Resisting the allure of the elixir of life, Tony struggled to maintain clarity, yet a thought surged within him. He glanced at Leon, who merely nodded with a smile, affirming Tony's silent conjecture. At that moment, the jealousy and envy brewing within Tony could no longer be concealed. Is this the marvel of magic? Are sorcerers truly endowed with such wonders? I apologize, Tony, but this commodity is unique to my possession in this world. Even for sorcerers, longevity and youth are exceedingly precious and rare. Leon interjected, somewhat alleviating Tony's discontent. Were eternal life a common gift, the world would surely be ruled by sorcerers, leaving no room for a genius scientist like himself. However, the mere thought of Leon possessing such a treasured gift reignited Tony's discomfort, fueled solely by unadulterated envy. As he observed the dazed Tony Stark, Leon could not help but nod in satisfaction. He had anticipated that the life essence derived from the cup of life would be fervently sought after. After all, in any realm, death and aging remain humanity's inescapable fears. Although it was known that this world harbored certain advanced technologies capable of restoring youth and granting rebirth, none could rival the convenience and absence of peril that Leon offered. Shall we give it a try, Tony? Upon hearing Leon's invitation, Tony Stark struggled to suppress the impulses surging within him and inquired, What must I sacrifice? Oh, it's quite simple for you, Tony. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tony Stark could not shake the unsettling notion that Leon resembled a devil, gradually luring him into an abyss. Let us renew our contract. Observing the smile that graced Leon's face, Tony Stark realized his grave misjudgment. This was not merely a resemblance. It was the unmistakable visage of a genuine devil. Chapter 72. Trust? Oh God, this is simply unbelievable. When Tony Stark beheld his reflection in the mirror, witnessing a visage that appeared to have regressed a full decade, he could not refrain from exclaiming in awe. However, soon after, a smirk of utter mischief crept upon his face. Poor Pepper, she will surely be consumed by jealousy. It must be said that the Stark lineage boasts remarkable genetic heritage. Howard and Tony, this father-son duo, have garnered the adoration of many women, not solely through their wealth and status, but also due to their striking features and undeniable charm. Even now, the subtle smirk adorning Tony's face was enough to stir the hearts of naive young women, not to mention his ever-present financial prowess. Tony Stark almost instantaneously opted for the life essence upon its emergence, and as soon as the transaction was complete, he utilized it without hesitation. The effects of the life essence were indeed remarkable. After consuming it, Tony Stark felt his body rejuvenating at an astonishing rate, truly restoring his youth. With a heavy exhale, he released a breath laden with fatigue, feeling invigorated, his physical strength and mental acuity surpassing his former self. Even his vision and hearing returned to the sharpness of his 20s, a transformation that was nothing short of miraculous for Tony Stark. After all, he had long since crossed the threshold of youth. With the passing of his recent birthday, he had become a man well into his 40s. Whether Tony Stark chose to acknowledge it or not, at this age, both his physical stamina and mental vitality were far from what they once were. While his genius intellect might remain perpetually youthful, a healthy body was essential for him to fully harness its capabilities. However, Tony Stark's previous indulgence in the company of flowers and his erratic nightlife had evidently not contributed to a robust constitution. To make matters worse, the missile injury he sustained during that kidnapping incident nearly cost him his life. At times, Leon found himself questioning whether Tony Stark, the notorious libertine, underwent such a rapid transformation merely due to the impact of Dr. Ethan's demise, or if perhaps his physical capabilities were simply unable to keep pace with the toll he had exacted upon himself. In his youth, Tony resembled a rally car racing at breakneck speed on the track, flooring the accelerator and dominating the course with the swiftness of the wind. Yet, as time progressed, even the finest automotive components could not restore the longevity of this once mighty racer, especially as it sought to conquer increasingly challenging terrains and higher caliber competitions. It relentlessly pursued greater speed, altitude, and strength. Yet this relentless ambition further depleted the already dwindling reserves of his vitality. The car's issues became increasingly apparent: oil leaks, engine wear, and insufficient acceleration, among a plethora of other troubles, culminating in the inevitable approach of retirement for this erstwhile champion of the racecourse. Indeed, if this trajectory continued, it could lead not merely to retirement, but potentially to complete ruin. In the midst of reveling in the sensations of his rejuvenated physique, Tony Stark was abruptly grounded by Leon's words. "Do not celebrate too soon, Tony. The elixir of life merely offers a temporary restoration of youth. It cannot halt the inexorable march of aging. If you wish to maintain your current state indefinitely, well, you understand." What? Tony Stark, still caught in the euphoria of regained youth, widened his eyes in displeasure, exclaiming, "You are maliciously deceiving your client. I object." Objection noted, but ineffective. Leon raised an eyebrow, retorting with a hint of irritation, "Did you truly believe that such a trivial cost would grant you eternal youth? Wake up, Tony. I am no philanthropist. And do not allow others to perceive you as a fool." Tony Stark found himself momentarily at a loss for words, eventually muttering under his breath, "It's not just a trivial cost. It was exchanged for an entire suit of armor." "Just the Mark II," Leon reminded him. "That was also a labor of my love," Tony retorted. Yet, upon meeting Leon's unwavering gaze, he shrugged and instinctively fell silent. Just as Tony Stark was eager to explore further intriguing prospects, his expression suddenly shifted, as if recalling an unpleasant thought. With a somewhat grim countenance, he inquired, "Hey, Leon, you don't intend to charge me an entire suit of Iron Man armor for every transaction in the future, do you?" Tony, you've finally shown a glimmer of intelligence. But I can't be blamed. After all, it is only these few things that pique my interest. Oh, and please, let us refrain from discussing finances, as such conversations can truly strain our relationship. Observing the smile on Leon's face, Tony Stark felt a profound chill seep into his heart. He realized that aside from his wealth and his iron suit, he was merely a destitute individual devoid of any real assets. However, Leon, you must understand that improving and upgrading the Iron Man suit is no trivial task. It necessitates a foundation of scientific knowledge and a significant investment of time. Tony Stark was not deceiving. Without the right circumstances, technology can only progress incrementally, a truth well documented throughout the annals of scientific advancement. This endeavor will undoubtedly span an extensive period. He endeavored to convey his difficulties to Leon, for if judged by Leon's standards, he would hardly have many opportunities to make a purchase. The demand for the elixir of life alone was already insatiable, let alone other wondrous magical artifacts. Despite Tony Stark's lamentations, Leon remained entirely unfazed. He was fully aware of how this tech enthusiast had managed to elevate the Mark armor from Mark 8 to Mark 42 within the span of a mere year. This individual was akin to a compressed spring. Without the necessary pressure, he remained blissfully unaware of his own limits. The adage "without pressure, there is no motivation" was epitomized in Tony Stark. If the need arose, he could encase the entire planet in armor. Tony, while these challenges may pose difficulties for others, they are trivial in light of your extraordinary capabilities. I have faith in you. You will inevitably create miracles. As Leon spoke with such fervor, Tony Stark could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, as if he were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Who are you? I can hardly believe in myself. So what gives you such confidence? Indeed, Tony Stark was wholly skeptical of Leon's words. To him, Leon's faith in his abilities felt like mere platitudes, especially since he had seen no preferential treatment afforded to him as a genius. The incredulity etched on Tony Stark's face betrayed his inner turmoil, prompting Leon to shake his head in resignation. Humanity, it seems, often disregards the truth when it is spoken. Chapter 73. A triple advantage ultimately. After relentless persistence from Tony Stark, the two reached a wager agreement that was perceived as mutually beneficial. You cannot imagine how incessantly verbose and bothersome the patient Tony Stark can be. At that moment, Leon even contemplated transforming Tony Stark into a quiet sloth, if only to spare his ears some relief. The wager agreement is quite simple. For the next 20 years, commencing this year, Tony Stark is to deliver every new generation of his Iron Man suits and their accompanying equipment to Leon, while Leon, in turn, is to provide Tony with ample supplies of the elixir of life to maintain him in his prime. Both parties believe they have struck an advantageous deal. At least Tony Stark is of that opinion. However, how this will ultimately unfold can only be revealed with the passage of time. Here is your first installment of the elixir of life, in 3 vials, Tony. I hope you will use it sparingly. Of course, I have always advocated for conservation and the use of clean, renewable energy. Tony Stark, while expressing flowery words, cheerfully accepted the 3 vials of the elixir. Yet Leon could see that he had not absorbed the essence of his advice. To make Tony grasp the importance of frugality, one might as well ask him to spell the word. Indeed, as Leon suspected, the moment Tony acquired the 3 vials, he had already allocated them. Considering his forthcoming appearance before Pepper, his former secretary, now the CEO, he knew she would undoubtedly be moved to tears upon seeing him. Therefore, he required 1 vial to properly console her. Then there was his good friend Rhodey, whom he had met at MIT and had been by his side for over 2 decades. He deserved a vial as well. However, reflecting on the fact that Rhodey had recently given him a sound thrashing, Tony felt a twinge of pain at the corner of his eye. Perhaps that one should be left undecided until an apology was made. What about the remaining vial? Happy, his loyal bodyguard who had driven him for many years, had recently been preoccupied with his new assistant, which left Tony feeling quite uncomfortable, although he had resolved to settle down and be a good husband. Upon seeing his alluring new assistant, Natalie, Tony could not deny feeling a spark of attraction. Hence, Happy would bear the brunt of this situation. Such as Tony Stark, he would rather not see another man enjoy the beauty he coveted, even if it wasn't he his own. Thus, that allocation remained tentative. However, Tony soon realized that the 3 vials had vanished in an instant, leaving him with nothing. This was rather unfortunate. He considered requesting an increase in his first installment, but upon glancing at the deceptively smiling Leon, he decided to keep his mouth shut. He could always arrange for a second installment in advance next time. After all, Leon had assured him that the elixir would be supplied for the next 20 years. There was no rush. he could relish his freedom for a while longer. Just as he was about to peruse other intriguing magical artifacts, he caught a glimpse of Leon's hand waving, causing the magical items on the table to vanish without a trace, replaced once again by ancient tomes and scrolls. Tony Stark. Observing the perplexed expression on Tony Stark's face, Leon responded with a smile. Tony, the transaction has concluded. It is time for you to depart. What? But I haven't. You have acquired what you sought, have you not? Leaning back against the comfortable chair, Leon adjusted his brow slightly and continued. Tony, do you believe you possess anything further to exchange? The term penny pincher resurfaced in Tony Stark's mind as he exhaled heavily, conceding, Hey Leon, you might find yourself friendless behaving this way. I hardly think a single transaction and a mere acquaintance would elevate us to the status of true friends. Tony, I am well acquainted with every facet of your being, perhaps even more than you know yourself. Do not doubt it. Preventing Tony Stark from articulating a response, Leon continued. But do you truly know me? Merely a name, one whose authenticity you cannot ascertain. The disparity in our identities is sufficient to foster distrust. Do you comprehend my true intentions behind all this? Are you aware of whether entangling yourself with me is advantageous or detrimental? Do you still consider us friends? Instantly, Tony Stark fell silent, deep in contemplation. Noticing this, Leon merely smiled, refraining from further words. For a moment, the shop was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the shifting magical lights above, casting the most comforting glow. After a while, just as Leon's lips began to move in preparation to speak, Tony Stark broke the silence. Leon, you are correct. True friends do not manifest in such a manner, yet I cannot shake the feeling that you are not a villain. Upon hearing this, Leon was momentarily taken aback, then found himself chuckling softly, uncertain whether to admire Tony Stark's intellect or to deride the cleverness of this dandy. As Tony Stark articulated, he perceived Leon as not a bad person, yet his words did not affirm Leon as a good one either. The implication was left for Leon to decipher. Regardless, it would not implicate Tony Stark. How cunning indeed. This illustrated the proportional relationship between the emotional intelligence of this genius inventor and his remarkable intellect. Tony, you truly are something else. Leon couldn't help but lightly applaud. Tony Stark, visibly relieved, continued. Could you enlighten me on what exactly you desire? At the very least, I might be able to assist you with a few trivial matters. In the real world, Stark Industries holds considerable influence. Leon pondered this, recognizing its truth. With the burgeoning might of the second generation of SHIELD, combined with Stark Industries' clout, perhaps he could indeed procure some items he deemed rather challenging to obtain. Leon nodded slightly, and a black display board reappeared before Tony Stark. However, this time, it bore a few words that he could comprehend, such as Cosmic Cube, SHIELD, Unknown Item 084, Obelisk, and others pertaining to the enigmatic organization. Upon seeing this, Tony immediately recalled the unfortunate encounter with the one-eyed bald man and muttered to himself. It seems that the organization known as SHIELD is indeed a reality. Yet, the past is best left unspoken. Perhaps I shall merely acquiesce to that one-eyed hero's request next time, allowing us to wipe the slate clean. Yes, that seems reasonable. After some contemplation, Tony shook his head resignedly and continued to read. Suddenly, a familiar word caught his eye. Vibranium, Wakanda. Tony raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At last, he had encountered something he could potentially procure. Surely, if his deceased father could acquire vibranium, then he could as well. Moreover, his Iron Man suit was in dire need of the latest metallurgical advancements to tackle increasingly formidable challenges. With this thought, Tony discreetly glanced at Leon. Oh, a twofold benefit. No, perhaps a threefold one. Chapter 74. Hydra. Before Stark Industries underwent its transformation, the company primarily focused on the development and manufacturing of weaponry. In the eyes of the world, Tony Stark's foremost impression was that of a renowned arms dealer and weapons expert, followed by his other titles such as Playboy and Genius. Although Tony was reluctant to admit it, even after shutting down his company's arms manufacturing division, first impressions can be remarkably enduring. This was especially true after he invented the Iron Man suit, a near-revolutionary strategic weapon. People marveled at Tony Stark's creation of world-altering armaments, seldom considering the inventor's original intentions. In the past, the weapons devised by Tony Stark were coveted commodities in the arms market. embraced by both official entities and civilians alike. Consequently, Tony became acquainted with various individuals, some of whom possessed knowledge regarding vibranium, which seemed tailor-made for him, merely a matter of financial expenditure, a concern he held in little regard. Since arriving at Liang's domain, Tony felt akin to a child, stepping into a newly unveiled world where he felt utterly powerless. This sense of impotence was quite disconcerting, and at last, he had found a means to somewhat alleviate his awkward predicament. Observing Tony's animated demeanor, Liang could not help but shake his head, choosing not to remind him of the challenges associated with acquiring vibranium. Sometimes, witnessing Tony's impassioned complaints was indeed a source of amusement. Wakanda is undoubtedly not a simple nation. During Leon's travels across the globe, he deliberately steered clear of Africa, although he was envious of their possession of vibranium. The exclusivity of Wakanda rendered any prospects of peaceful negotiations virtually impossible. He had no intention of stirring upheaval in a country, as it did not align with his principles. However, engaging in secondary transactions from others was beyond his concern. All responsibility would fall upon the reckless smugglers of vibranium, rendering the situation exceedingly fair. Tony Stark continued to peruse the display board, which refreshed automatically as he reached the bottom, requiring no prompts, nearly instinctive in its operation. Tony could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. This technology far surpassed his current devices. He even spotted PIM particles within the information, which left Tony Stark feeling somewhat powerless. Despite having shown little interest in his father's affairs during his youth, he had heard of the tensions between Hank Pym and his father, having witnessed the two old men argue in the laboratory on numerous occasions. Hank Pym harbored significant animosity towards anyone from the Stark family, prompting Tony Stark to shake his head in resignation. Yet, as he came across a particular entry, his eyes widened in shock, and he rubbed them to ensure his youthful body was not playing tricks on him. Unfortunately, reality proved disappointing. Tony Stark forced a smile and cautiously inquired, "Hey, Leon, I believe there might be a slight error in your task description." "Oh, really? I beg to differ," Leon replied without even lifting his gaze. This response weighed heavily on Tony's heart. "Tony, the information above is meticulously compiled from my intelligence and years of exploration. Perhaps someone else might grasp the truth better than I, but not here." However, to his knowledge, the nefarious organization Hydra had been obliterated during World War II. Indeed, Tony Stark had seen the name Hydra, along with numerous descriptions of the organization on the display board, as if it truly still existed. Tony, you still do not comprehend. Sometimes seeing is not believing, let alone the official announcements. Would you trust the statements your government makes public daily?" This sentiment struck Tony Stark deeply, leaving him momentarily speechless. He was not an ordinary citizen, given his status and position. He was privy to certain truths that the public must remain oblivious to, not to mention those in the upper echelons of the White House. In an instant, a profound sense of discontent towards his own country washed over him. "However, from what I understand, your government does not intentionally conceal information from the public. In fact, they believe Hydra has long since faded into history." Upon hearing this, Tony Stark was still reeling from his anger and grief when Leon's subsequent words rendered his expression exceedingly grim. "Tony, you must have heard the long-standing motto of Hydra, sever one head, and two shall take its place." Tony Stark completed Leon's unfinished statement, having previously deemed such tales mere figments of imagination, yet now they appeared poised to manifest in the real world. This was indeed disconcerting news. Tony Stark could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. The volume of information his mind had absorbed in this brief evening surpassed the richness and excitement of his entire life preceding it. Magic, wizards, immortality, these were not merely artifacts of legend. Even the nefarious organization that should have long been vanquished had resurfaced. He felt as if the history he had learned was a mere fabrication, and should a deity descend upon Earth, he would hardly be surprised. Had Leon been privy to Tony Stark's current musings, he would undoubtedly applaud and exclaim, "Well done, young man." Leon could easily perceive the myriad emotions playing across Tony Stark's face. The influence of Hydra on the current Marvel universe, or more specifically, this planet, was undeniably profound. Regardless of Hydra's long and storied origins, it was during the German era, under the leadership of the Red Skull, that the organization truly established itself as the foremost terrorist entity in the world. For no one at that time harbored ambitions to annihilate the planet as the Red Skull did. More importantly, Hydra had indeed pursued this path, although they ultimately failed. Their actions revealed a significant threat to nations worldwide. Consequently, under the global pressure, Hydra became a universally reviled name, irrevocably branded as taboo, a designation from which they could never redeem themselves. After all, this world was not the Hydra universe. Following the demise of Hydra under the Red Skull's command, other factions had retreated into the shadows, entering a state of apparent dormancy, acutely aware that any resurgence before they amassed sufficient strength would invite the wrath of the entire world. Even the term Hydra had morphed into a taboo, a fact Tony Stark understood more intimately than most, having gleaned insights from his father. However, upon learning from Leon that Hydra still existed, he became somewhat agitated. For according to Leon, the organization had been persistently active over the years. Yet, why had there been no signs of their activities worldwide? This notion sent a chill down his spine. The buoyant mood of renewed youth that had briefly enveloped him dissipated significantly, leading this cunning playboy to fix his gaze upon Leon once more. Chapter 75. Shadows. Tony Stark's request was met with a decisive refusal from Leon. There is no particular reason. The sole explanation is that Tony Stark is indeed impoverished, unable to afford Leon's appearance fee. Tony Stark, once again struck by the harsh reality of his financial situation. Hey, Leon, lend me a hand. Consider how many others may be suffering under the threat and persecution of Hydra. The world and its people need us. Seeing that no amount of financial incentive could sway Leon, Tony Stark, in a moment of desperation, resorted to emotional appeals and logical reasoning, employing soft persuasion, as he had never contemplated the use of force. However, the results appeared rather disheartening. Tony, the world does not change merely by human will. Certainly, this world may be somewhat different, yet that is not a persuasive argument for me. After all, in the grand scheme of things, I am but a transient visitor. Everything must rely on your own efforts. Leon, who prioritizes profit and seizes opportunities, would find it absurd to agree to such terms. He had refrained from disrupting the world, adhering to the orderly teachings of his father, and could do little else to assist. To be frank, Tony Stark struggled to grasp the entirety of Leon's words. Yet the refusal was unmistakable. With a resigned sigh, Tony Stark, although somewhat prepared for this outcome, felt a pang of disappointment. Well, I knew it would come to this. He shrugged and suddenly posed a question that even caught Leon off guard. Leon, is it true that wizards tend to live longer than we do? May I know your age? Indeed, ever since witnessing Leon wield the waters of life capable of restoring youth and extending lifespan, Tony Stark had been curious about this matter and could not restrain himself from inquiring. My age? Now that's an intriguing question, Leon mused, stroking his chin. To be honest, ever since acquiring the dog talisman, I have not given much thought to my age, as the passage of time varies across different worlds, rendering the concept of age rather meaningless. Well, Tony, I am not entirely certain about other wizards, but I believe I shall outlive most. As for my age, truth be told, even I find it challenging to describe, so I apologize. Receiving an answer that was not quite an answer, Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, uncertain of how to respond. Since that is the case, I suppose it is time for me to take my leave. Ultimately, Tony Stark found himself unable to match Leon's unwavering composure and resolved to depart reluctantly. Tony, you should have considered this long ago. Hearing Leon's unabashed dismissal, Tony Stark silently raised a middle finger in his heart. Just as Tony Stark was about to turn the doorknob, Leon suddenly called out to him. Tony, the elixir of life I prepared for you is precisely measured. Do not exceed the dosage unless you wish to regress to infancy. Tony Stark was momentarily startled. For just moments prior, he had contemplated consuming a larger quantity of the elixir to regain a semblance of youthful vitality. After all, a body in its late 20s could hardly compare to the eternal allure of 18. He could almost envision himself as a baby, cradled in Pepper's arms, a sight that was both terrifying and oddly appealing. Observing the lecherous grin on Tony's face, it was evident that his thoughts wandered into inappropriate realms. He was unmistakably a rogue. The scene was decidedly distasteful, enough to evoke disdain from anyone, and Leon was no exception. After all, what was there to admire in an old man? With a swift motion of his right hand, Leon opened the door, and Tony was abruptly thrust outside by an overwhelming force, the door slamming shut behind him, restoring the room's former tranquility. Beware of S-H-I-E-L-D. Tony. In his flustered state, Leon's voice echoed in Tony's ears, fleeting and almost hallucinatory. Meanwhile, Leon inside the shop wore a smile, having no ulterior motive other than to make the unfolding events more entertaining. Simultaneously, in Malibu, California, on the helipad of Tony Stark's lavish mansion, a Quinjet descended gracefully. As the hatch opened, a hurried Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., emerged. Upon entering the mansion, he was greeted by an array of sharply dressed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents scouring the premises for any trace of Tony Stark's belongings in hopes of uncovering clues. Commenced the report. Nick Fury's cold voice resonated in the living room as a striking woman with flowing red hair, clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her flawless physique, began her briefing. Natasha Romanoff, a Russian agent persuaded by Hawkeye and personally vouched for by Nick Fury to join S.H.I.E.L.D., was none other than the familiar Black Widow. While she may not be the most outstanding agent under Fury's command, she was undoubtedly an indispensable asset, embodying his ideal of a perfect operative. This was why he had dispatched Natasha, under the alias Natalie, to approach Stark, intending to teach the playboy a lesson, yet now, she had vanished without a trace. Aside from the remnants of the struggle left behind by him and Colonel Rhodes, no valuable information was uncovered at the scene. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of drug use, nor any indications of a struggle. Of course, I do not believe that anyone could have forcibly taken Tony Stark, clad in his iron armor. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. This is not the report I anticipated. Nick Fury strolled through the disarrayed living room, surveying the surroundings. He inquired, "Did we not place any useful equipment in Stark's residence?" "I'm afraid, Director, you must understand that in this regard, Tony Stark is the expert. It is exceedingly challenging to install surveillance devices in his home, as he would undoubtedly detect them. Even our outer surveillance cannot approach too closely. His security measures are unparalleled. Moreover, since the last incident, Tony Stark has updated his security system, making it quite difficult for the Department of Technology to breach." Natasha's straightforward report showed no concern for her superior's increasingly grim expression. But there was no need to worry. In the dim light, little could be discerned. Damn it! The humiliation from the previous incident caused veins to throb on Nick Fury's forehead. It was utterly embarrassing. Yet here he was, toiling over the safety of this playboy. It was infuriating. Nearly 5 hours had passed since Tony Stark's disappearance. S.H.I.E.L.D. only reported the incident nearly an hour after it occurred, which was not considered too slow, given their inability to effectively monitor Stark. The discovery of his absence was merely a routine check, fearing he might succumb to palladium poisoning. Now, despite the extensive global intelligence network, no trace of Tony Stark had been found. Nick Fury's inherent penchant for conspiracy theories began to resurface in his mind. Just as he was preparing to issue a command for heightened vigilance, an agent hurriedly rushed in. "We found Tony Stark. He's at a hamburger joint, enjoying ice cream." Nick Fury responded, "Who is bringing my laser cannon?" Chapter 76. Hunger in Queens, New York, at a well-regarded small restaurant. Tony Stark eagerly awaited his high-calorie, high-fat energy meal. Truth be told, it had been quite some time since he had indulged in such culinary delights. One cannot expect a middle-aged man over 40 to freely indulge in his diet, especially under the circumstances of having a hole in his chest. Tony Stark recalled the last time he had endured such a prolonged experience of sand in Afghanistan. Upon returning to New York, he yearned for a cheeseburger. Yet this indulgent craving was swiftly curtailed by his secretary, Pepper, who was exceedingly concerned that her boss might succumb not to the shrapnel lodged near his heart, but rather to the perils of an irregular lifestyle. After all, judging by his recent demeanor, he seemed to dance perpetually on the brink of death. However, circumstances had changed. At the very least, he could once more savor the pleasures of life. After being expelled from the quaint antique shop by Leon, Tony attempted to re-enter the seemingly unremarkable establishment that adorned the street, but after several futile attempts, he was compelled to concede. Each time he ventured within a certain proximity to the shop, an invisible barrier thwarted his progress, the proprietor's intentions unmistakably clear. "One day, you shall beg to enter." Having been repelled once more by the ethereal barrier, Tony finally relinquished his efforts, though he couldn't resist uttering a retort. He was curious about the meaning behind Leon's parting words, yet it appeared that the quest for understanding would rest solely upon his shoulders. Furthermore, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Feeling the insistent growl of his stomach for the second rare time, Tony Stark experienced a pang of hunger. Do not inquire about the first time. He preferred to remain silent on that subject. Tony sensed that his rejuvenated body required a substantial intake of calories and protein. He felt as though he could devour an entire cow. Thus, the subsequent choice was quite straightforward. Jarvis, I am hungry. Yes, sir. Immediately, Jarvis populated the virtual interface with various five-star restaurants and private chefs throughout New York City. Sir, these are the establishments you frequently patronize in New York. Would you like me to make reservations? No, Jarvis. Eliminate those extravagant and time-consuming dining options. I desire a swift and delectable meal at once. Sir, I do not comprehend your request. Oh, Jarvis. You know precisely what I mean. Jarvis exhibited an unusual pause, perhaps a moment of hesitation, before continuing. Sir, those casual eateries are strictly prohibited by Ms. Potts, as they may jeopardize your health. I understand, Jarvis. So we simply shall not inform her, shall we? Understood, sir. I will now recalibrate your dining options. Do you have any specific preferences that require noting? Indeed, this is of utmost importance. Let me ponder for a moment. After careful consideration, Tony Stark replied earnestly. Recently, Mr. Stark, here are the dishes you ordered. Please enjoy your meal. The owner of the restaurant personally attended to him, presenting a platter brimming with steaming delicacies before Tony Stark. The platter overflowed with fried chicken, ham and egg sandwiches, burritos, hot dogs, apple pie, and of course, his beloved double cheeseburgers, 2 of them, to be precise. The tantalizing aroma of fried food wafted through the air, causing the noses of those nearby to twitch in delight, while Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In gratitude for the attentive service of the restaurant owner, Tony Stark, after taking a photo with him, politely declined requests from other fans for pictures. If he were to acquiesce, surrounded as he was by throngs of admirers, he would scarcely have time to eat. Leave it to me, Mr. Stark. The jovial restaurant owner cheerfully took on the role of a guide, hoping to provide their superhero with a peaceful dining experience. The effect was palpable. Though some were still reluctant, no one dared to act impulsively. Tony Stark relished the moment, giving the restaurant owner a thumbs up before diving into his feast. Grasping a burger, the enticing scent of melted cheese rendered his elite persona utterly irrelevant, especially since his famished stomach would not allow for such pretensions. With a single bite, a quarter of the substantial burger vanished in an instant. Yet Tony Stark felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction coursing through him, every pore seemingly rejoicing in delight. With astonishing speed, Tony Stark polished off the remainder of the burger and swiftly turned his attention to the other dishes. His elite demeanor faltered. Indeed, his manner of consumption was far from that of an ordinary person. The sight of Tony Stark devouring his meal with such fervor might lead one to believe he was a refugee escaping from some distant land rather than a billionaire with the title of a genius inventor. Even the restaurant owner was taken aback by Tony Stark's voracious appetite, momentarily mistaking him for a famished specter. However, the high-tech armor he donned was undeniably real, leading the owner to ultimately attribute his behavior to the eccentricities of the affluent. Despite the rather unrefined manner in which he ate, Tony Stark inadvertently imparted an air of deliciousness to the ordinary restaurant, subtly enhancing the appetites of other patrons. This was evident in the noticeable increase in orders at neighboring tables. The restaurant owner beamed with joy, contemplating whether to continue offering their signature dishes to Tony Stark, naturally, free of charge. As the food on the table continued to diminish, the satisfaction and delight etched on Tony Stark's face were impossible to conceal. At last, after downing a large cup of iced cola, Tony Stark exhaled heavily, leaning comfortably against the back of his chair, gazing at the disarray on the table. He could hardly believe he had consumed such a vast amount of food. Yet, the satisfying fullness in his stomach was undeniable. Tony Stark would swear that this was the most exhilarating and pleasurable meal he had enjoyed in 2 decades, perhaps even in his entire life. This sensation was indeed quite delightful. Just as he contemplated whether to include this establishment in his weekly dining routine, an incongruous, yet overly conspicuous figure emerged before him. Upon seeing the man with a perpetually sullen demeanor, Tony Stark's earlier good mood evaporated in an instant. Frowning, he remarked, "What a buzzkill." Chapter 77. Negotiation. Tony, what on earth are you doing? Do you realize the perilous situation you find yourself in? Nick Fury strode briskly to Tony Stark's table, suppressing his simmering anger. For he knew that this notorious playboy was famously resistant to authoritative reprimands. Moreover, given Tony Stark's stature, such an approach was hardly permissible. He struggled to maintain his composure. But upon encountering Tony Stark, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, for heaven's sake! Who are you?" Observing the wide-eyed bald man, who introduced himself as the one-eyed hero, with a look of astonishment, Tony Stark finally revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, this was the reaction he had been seeking. Such an expression was worthy of his youthful visage at that moment. Otherwise, all his suits of armor would have been in vain. Although some fans who had gathered earlier thought their idol appeared excessively youthful, beneath Tony Stark's intentional disguise and somewhat disheveled beard and hair, especially after his recent scuffle with Rhodes, he was not entirely unkempt, but certainly not in pristine condition. The establishment, after all, did not provide grooming services. It was only when Nick Fury approached Tony Stark that the significant transformation in the playboy became apparent. Pleased by Nick Fury's astonishment, Tony smoothed his unruly sideburns while secretly resolving to tidy up his appearance before meeting Pepper. It would be prudent to contact his personal stylist first, otherwise, a direct visit to Pepper might result in a surprise of a far more alarming nature. Meanwhile, while Tony Stark was already pondering how to arrange a dinner date with his beloved, Nick Fury remained in a state of disbelief, struggling to regain his composure. Nick Fury is acquainted with many affluent individuals, high-ranking government officials, and Hollywood stars who annually invest significant sums in their personal aesthetics. For those in high-profile professions, possessing an aesthetically pleasing visage is not merely a matter of career, but may encompass their entire existence. The adage "you get what you pay for" rings true. The exorbitant costs often reflect their intrinsic value. Aside from a few unfortunate souls plagued by misfortune, most individuals reap rewards commensurate with their investment, particularly for those whose appearances have been preserved or frozen in time through substantial financial expenditure due to the passage of years. This explains why some celebrities exhibit fluctuating beauty, as if they have undergone a complete transformation. However, when Nick Fury beheld Tony Stark's visage, he was utterly astonished. This was not merely a change of face, but a complete metamorphosis. Gazing upon the youthful countenance of Tony Stark, who appeared a decade younger, Nick Fury could scarcely believe it was the same person. Just days prior, a photograph of Tony Stark had adorned his desk, and the contrast was staggering. Nick Fury scrutinized Tony Stark's face, as if attempting to glean some insight, yet ultimately discerned nothing. Meanwhile, Tony Stark felt distinctly uncomfortable under Fury's unwavering gaze and retorted, "Hey, friend, please refrain from staring. If you were a beautiful black pearl, I would gladly accept it, but clearly, you are not." Stark's sarcasm did not perturb Nick Fury. Even the anger he had previously harbored dissipated amidst this sudden anomaly. Suddenly, Fury's attention shifted to Stark's neck, his eyes narrowing as he coldly inquired, "The signs of palladium poisoning have subsided. Who assisted you in detoxification?" As soon as the words left his lips, Nick Fury regretted his inquiry. Indeed, upon hearing this, Tony Stark's previously jovial demeanor instantly darkened, and he replied in a grave tone, "Oh, you seem to be quite well informed, don't you, Mr. Bald?" Stark was certain that upon discovering his palladium poisoning, he had specifically instructed Jarvis to delete the doctor's diagnosis report and had compensated the physician handsomely for his silence. All subsequent medical assessments were entrusted to Jarvis, and even Pepper was unaware of his condition. He was curious to know how the one-eyed man, who clearly bore ill intentions, had acquired such knowledge. Nick Fury retorted, "This is not baldness, it's a hairstyle." "A hairstyle? Director, I've cleared the area nearby, but you'd best not squander too much time." Suddenly, a cool female voice reached their ears, causing Nick Fury to inwardly lament the situation. In contrast, Tony Stark found the voice oddly familiar. Clad in a form-fitting combat suit, Natasha, now referred to as Agent Romanoff, appeared before Tony Stark, and in that instant, the brilliant inventor understood everything. "I still believe that you are more suited to your previous office attire." Tony Stark shot an angry glare at Nick Fury, and in that moment, he comprehended that the little assistant who had called him boss just hours ago had extinguished any fleeting fantasies he harbored deep within. "Furthermore, you have been dismissed, Ms. Undercover. I fear your words carry little weight now, Mr. Stark, or perhaps boy." A flicker of surprise crossed Natasha's eyes, her astonishment rivaling that of Nick Fury, as she had been closely following Tony Stark during these days. Just moments ago, he had appeared pallid and weak, as if on the brink of demise. How could such a dramatic transformation occur in just a few hours, as though he had become an entirely different person? With a discreet glance at her superior, an unspoken understanding passed between them. The elite agent then employed her skills in intelligence gathering, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her fair and rosy complexion radiating allure. She smiled and said, "Might you enlighten me about your miraculous magic, Mr. Stark? After all, every woman finds it difficult to resist such temptation." As she spoke, she playfully bit her lip, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Nick Fury observed the scene before him, unable to suppress a smile, for he doubted that this notorious playboy could withstand her charms. "Indeed, it is a wondrous magic. Yet my answer to you will unequivocally be no." Tony Stark's refusal took both of them by surprise, casting doubt upon whether this was indeed the same notorious libertine who once reveled in nightly escapades. Perhaps past experiences had altered this playboy somewhat, yet such a complete transformation was truly unforeseen. In truth, upon Natasha's appearance before him, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal arise within him, accompanied by a profound distrust towards both Nick and her. Had circumstances remained unchanged, with Tony still suffering from the lethal poison, SHIELD, might have eased his symptoms, thereby mending their relationship. However, now that Leon had intervened, everything hinged on luck. Tony Stark perceived the world and its inhabitants as exceedingly treacherous. At least his secretary, or rather the current CEO, was somewhat better, for he knew she would never deceive him as he had deceived Pepper. Contemplating this, Tony Stark suddenly lost the desire to remain seated and stood up, intending to depart. "Gentlemen, I must excuse myself. If you truly have matters to discuss, please schedule an appointment in advance. However, due to my recent engagements, you may experience a prolonged wait. So farewell." Just as Tony Stark was about to leave, a single remark from Nick Fury halted him in his tracks. "Tony, do you truly understand the identity and past of your father, Howard Stark?" Observing the halted Tony Stark, a satisfied smile finally graced Nick Fury's face. "Now, let us engage in a proper discussion." Chapter 78, Gradually Drifting Apart. Within the confines of Leon's enchanted shop, a vigorous debate unfolded between Leon and the ancient dragon. The Lord, more accurately, it was the dragon who incessantly articulated his demands, while Leon offered merely perfunctory responses, clearly preoccupied with other thoughts. Observing Leon's evident distraction, the Lord was seized by overwhelming anger, exclaiming, "Leon, you must understand that nothing in this world is obtained without effort. If you desire a reward, you must be willing to sacrifice something. This is inescapable." "Oh, is that so?" Leon scoffed dismissively at the dragon's words. He had already experienced the Lord's treachery on multiple occasions, recognizing that this creature was, in essence, a transgressor of all rules, rendering the notion of reciprocity utterly moot. "I do not share your perspective, my lord. For me, simply liberating you from that prison of eternal stasis is the greatest act of mercy I could bestow. Therefore, your sole obligation now is to repay my kindness adequately. Otherwise, I cannot foresee how long you will be able to relish this newfound freedom." The Lord was momentarily rendered speechless. He had no desire to return to Leon's realm, where the experience was far from pleasant. Even the hellish confines that had once bound them paled in comparison, for at least there he could meander through that endless abyss, accompanied by his siblings, preventing him from descending into madness. He yearned to utter something that might win Leon's trust, but before he could voice his thoughts, he surrendered to despair. Reflecting on his past actions, he found it hard to believe even himself, for without employing some cunning or malice, what kind of demon would he be? It was his nature, and the Lord found it impossible to change. However, one could not place all the blame on the Lord. As one of the 8 primordial demons, he had ascended to greatness from the moment of his inception, dividing the world among themselves, and had always been the sovereign of all demons. As a demon lord, he possessed unparalleled strength and divine power, alongside the inherent traits of treachery and deceit. Yet, truth be told, these attributes were seldom employed, standing atop the hierarchy. The 8 demons regarded the world as their dominion. Particularly for the Lord, all humanity within his kingdom served as his subjects. With the entire nation at his beck and call, he could simply recline in ease. Why exert himself unnecessarily? The other demon lords shared a similar disposition. It was not that they lacked effort, but rather that such exertion was wholly unnecessary. Perhaps among the 8, they engaged in some intrigue, yet aside from Bagong, who was solely preoccupied with food, the others were far from benevolent. Ultimately, when none could truly dominate the others, what could be gained? In comparison to their formidable strength, the fundamental attributes of the 8 great demons are utterly ineffectual. To summarize succinctly, they are simply too powerful. The Holy Lord, long confined in the mortal realm, may possess a slight edge over his siblings in this regard. However, rather than attributing this to the demon's insidiousness and cunning, it is more accurate to say that the old dragon's attributes of greed and selfishness have been fully realized. This is vividly illustrated by the Holy Lord's betrayal of his promises, as he unilaterally seized control of the entire human realm. At times, Leon cannot help but reflect that had the Holy Lord possessed even a modicum of the cunning and patience exhibited by Mephistopheles in the Faustian tale, perhaps the course of human history would have been irrevocably altered. For in the story, while Faust may have won the wager, who can deny that this was precisely the outcome the devil desired? Through Faust's triumph, countless fortunate souls were bartered away, and it is abundantly clear who the true victor was. Greed is indeed the original sin. The Holy Lord embodies this, desiring freedom while simultaneously refusing to make any sacrifices, even after having made a promise. Yet, it is evident to all how swiftly he can turn his back on such commitments. Even Valron, whose family has served the Holy Lord for countless years, ultimately found themselves abandoned by the liberated Holy Lord, let alone the long-promised treasure of the Golden Rooster King. However, the Holy Lord's current predicament does not permit him the luxury of scheming as he once did, for he is acutely aware that Leon will undoubtedly fulfill his word, imprisoning him once more, a prospect that is far from appealing. Yet, the prospect of altruistically aiding Leon is equally unthinkable. If he were to do so, what kind of demon would he be? Merely a volunteer. Thus, the Holy Lord finds himself in a rare state of turmoil, while Leon refrains from further pressing him, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, patiently awaiting the Holy Lord's response. For a moment, both parties are ensnared in a peculiar silence until, at last, the Holy Lord concedes, "Very well, Leon, I understand. But remember, this is a benevolence bestowed upon you, an ignorant human, by the great dragon. You must keep it in mind. Ultimately, the Holy Lord cannot resist the allure of freedom, or perhaps he simply does not wish to return to that wretched place. Although hope remains dim outside, entering Leon's spatial confines would extinguish even the faintest glimmer of aspiration. Nonetheless, he maintains a facade of his waning dignity through words. After all, this is indeed a gift from the great Holy Lord. Listening to the peculiar intonation in Leon's voice, the Holy Lord, if possible, would dearly love to unleash a breath of dragon fire upon this insufferable young sorcerer to demonstrate the dragon's wrath. However, upon reflection, it seems Leon has endured his fiery breath on more than one occasion, emerging unscathed each time, while the Holy Lord remains trapped in this ghastly statue form. And yet this sorcerer visibly grows stronger with each passing moment. Is there anything more lamentable than this? The Lord of Light was suddenly engulfed in a profound sense of hopelessness. Could he truly await the day of his liberation once more? Observing the Lord sinking into a state of despondency, Leon could not help but mutter a reproachful remark about his fragile disposition. He certainly did not wish for any complications to arise at this juncture. It was a rare moment that the ancient dragon had relented, an opportunity not to be squandered. With this thought, Leon concentrated his mind, and before the Lord appeared a plethora of magical artifacts. Logically, as a grand collector amassed over countless ages, the Lord should have been indifferent to these trinkets. Yet, upon sensing the potent aura emanating from these magical items, he could not help but feel a tinge of dismay. Leon, are you truly a wizard of noble virtue? The once articulate Leon found himself speechless at the Lord's inquiry, fully aware of its implications. The majority of the magical items he had summoned were, in fact, tainted with ominous and dark energies, with only a scant few radiating the essence of virtuous magic. As the apprentice of a revered archmage, Leon felt a profound sense of shame. He could easily envision the old man's expression of disappointment, filled with indignation for failing to meet his expectations. Alas, I have let you down, master. I am straying further down the path of darkness. With this realization, Leon could only offer a heartfelt apology to his mentor. Chapter 79, Summoning Terra in Truth. Leon had recognized quite early on that he was irrevocably entrenched in the abyss of darkness. One of his greatest trump cards, the sacred armament, appeared outwardly pure and radiant. Yet he knew its true essence was rooted in the 12 sigils, the source of the Lord's divine power. No matter how miraculous the 12 sigils were, they could not disguise their origin from the Lord, a demon of fire, and during their last battle, he had even been blessed by this ancient dragon with the very essence of fiery magic. Afterward, Leon had intended to expel the fiery essence from his body. Having diligently studied the fundamentals of demonic energies and their incantations under his mentor's tutelage. However, he ultimately relinquished that endeavor, not due to the difficulty of expulsion, but because the fiery essence was simply too alluring. The fiery magic had significantly augmented his physical prowess and magical perception, revitalizing his spirit in its entirety. In essence, he had acquired a formidable buff. This was indeed a rare opportunity for Leon, for a mage could not attain such a level without prolonged, arduous training, let alone the enhancement to his fire magic, which was an irresistible temptation. Of course, the fiery essence bore a minor drawback. There existed the potential of transforming into a diminutive dragon. Nonetheless, this trivial concern had been temporarily alleviated with the aid of ancient tomes and sigils. Indeed, it was merely a temporary solution, as the overuse of the fiery essence still posed a risk of his transformation into a dragon. However, at present, Leon finds himself exceedingly content, having acquired a formidable amplifier. In addition to the incantations and arcane energies, he has absorbed the power from the mask, thus gaining dominion over the Shadow Legion, those ninjas with crimson eyes and ashen skin, who, by any measure, do not embody the archetype of heroism. Therefore, from every conceivable angle, Leon is shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, a hue that cannot be cleansed. Moreover, the magical artifacts he has collected during his adventures bear a certain affinity for dark magic. Nonetheless, Leon does not perceive this as a fault of his own. For in the world of his escapades, the remnants of ancient dark mages are ubiquitous, often imbued with peril and lethality, many of which even ordinary individuals can wield, or are accompanied by vexing curses, as if the deceased sought to deny the world a semblance of peace. It is not solely the dark mages who bear the burden. Even the righteous mages find themselves in a similar plight, with a scant few legitimate artifacts and spells surviving the ages, while their sealed malevolent spirits and monsters remain preserved in modernity, an utter inconvenience for their descendants. It is for this reason that Leon aspires to become a distinguished righteous mage. Yet, the harsh reality does not grant him such a privilege. Even his father did not ascend to the rank of a true master of magic until his later years. For Leon, however, familiarizing himself with dark magic before reaching that age seems hardly consequential. After all, is it not said that to truly vanquish darkness, one must first embrace it? Contemplating this, Leon feels a measure of his melancholy dissipate. Indeed, his divergence from his father's expectations is not his failing, but rather a flaw inherent in this world. Thus, with a flick of his fingers, two masks of malevolent spirits, each adorned in contrasting colors, levitate before the sovereign. He commands, "Hasten, sovereign. This time, I wish to harness greater power from the Shadow Legion." The sovereign retorts, "Is this truly the language befitting a righteous mage? Surely, you are not genuinely swayed by the allure of the shadows." The ancient dragon, rarely given to expletives, feels a pang of sorrow as he observes Leon gradually succumbing to darkness. When will this torment come to an end? As Leon's expression grows increasingly frigid, the sovereign can only muster his composure, replying solemnly, "Leon, I fail to grasp your intent. Merely drawing power from the mask. You ought to be capable of achieving that without my assistance. Indeed, sovereign, if my aim were solely to command these shadow warriors, I would not require your aid. However, my desires extend beyond mere control." Leon gently shakes his head, as the sovereign has rightly noted, while he may still lag behind the ancient masters, commanding one or two of the Shadow Legions is well within his capabilities. "Lord, every time I harness the power of the Shadow Legion, I feel as though my magical energy is subtly siphoned away, as if it were being forcibly stolen from me. Do you know why this occurs?" The Lord fell silent for a moment before responding, "Terra? Indeed, it is Terra, whether it be Leon, myself, or others. Anyone who wields the power of the Shadow Legion cannot escape the influence of its creator and ruler, Terra. Just as Leon and I have drawn from the strength within the mask to command the Shadow Legion, Terra simultaneously siphons their magic. Furthermore, each manifestation of the Shadow Legion in the corporeal world draws power, which in turn nourishes its master, allowing Terra to accumulate strength. Biding time for the day of his resurgence. What is it that you desire, Leon? I have made my intentions clear, Lord. I wish to gain true dominion over the Shadow Legion and the entire Shadow Kingdom. There should only be one master of the Shadow Realm. Leon possesses a penchant for collecting magical artifacts left by demons, yet this does not imply he will allow others to pilfer from him. He has no desire to become a mere conduit for the magical energy of that Japanese mummy. This is quite challenging, Leon. Moreover, it is utterly unnecessary. Though the Lord spoke thus, Leon's brow relaxed. As long as there was no outright refusal, he was content. He understood the Lord's sentiments, akin to how the old dragon looked down upon that tyrant who merely flourished on a small island. He believed that striving for the Shadow Legion was hardly worthwhile, even if it encompassed the entirety of the Shadow world. The energy and time invested would not yield commensurate rewards. Pursuing such a course would be nothing short of a losing endeavor. Leon cast an irritated glance at the Lord. Perhaps for these demon monarchs, Terra's Shadow Kingdom held little significance, but could he, as a mere human, truly compare with the favored offspring of these cosmic rules? I deem it necessary, Lord. You need only instruct me on how to proceed. Leon's assertiveness rendered the Lord somewhat uncomfortable. However, circumstances dictated that he, as the vanquished, should have already come to terms with their reverse standings. Ultimately, the old dragon capitulated once more. This was not the first time, after all. Yet, the Lord may not have heard the adage. Sometimes one becomes accustomed to kneeling. Very well, Leon. However, first, we must summon Terra into this realm. The Lord's subsequent words caused Leon to furrow his brow in concern. Terra, this indeed poses a significant complication, he said, a wry smile creeping upon his face. Chapter 80, Compendium of Spells. Terra. Regardless of the veracity of the Lord's claims, as the king of the Shadow Kingdom, it was somewhat unreasonable to circumvent the ruler of the Shadow Legion. Must it be so? However, Leon, undeterred, posed another question. The Holy Lord let out a cold laugh, mocking the hesitant young sorcerer before him. Do you believe you can acquire the full power of a demon without any effort, Leon? If such is your conviction, I can only imagine how far you might tread along this path. I eagerly await the day you come to realize it. The feeble mockery of the Holy Lord proved insufficient to breach the formidable defenses of Leon. After all, those humble gentlemen of the past had long since faded into the annals of history. Yet, it appeared that there was no evading the demon Terra. Though he could presently connect to the Shadow Realm through the mask, summoning the ruler of the Shadow Legion into this world was indeed a daunting task. To speak of anything else, he did not even possess the incantation to summon the demon's true name. Whether Terra would traverse into this world along with the Shadow Legion was beyond his consideration. It all depended on the desires of that supreme mage. With this in mind, Leon turned to the Holy Lord and inquired, "Is there no other way besides summoning Terra?" "Ah, indeed there are alternatives," the Holy Lord replied, his tone laden with malice. Leon discerned that the ancient dragon was concocting some nefarious scheme. While you may lack the means to summon Terra, you can venture into the Shadow Kingdom yourself. If you locate Terra there, you will have succeeded halfway. Trust me, he has yet to regain his full strength. Before the Holy Lord could finish his sentence, Leon realized this was an exceedingly perilous proposition. To send his true self into the Shadow Kingdom was akin to sending a meat bun to a dog. What could he achieve other than offering himself as a sacrifice? After all, it was the adversary's domain. "Humph, I shall go, Holy Lord, but not at this moment," Leon retorted, a cold snort escaping him. He would indeed journey to the Shadow Kingdom, but only when he had truly become the master of shadows. "Is that all the futile ideas you possess, Holy Lord? This is uncharacteristic of you," the one hailed as the greatest demon sorcerer. Upon hearing the sarcasm in Leon's words, the Holy Lord's laughter ceased abruptly, his voice turning icy. "Enough, Leon. Do you truly believe that these trivial tricks will yield you any results? If so, prepare for disappointment." Then, as if recalling a painful past, the Holy Lord sighed bitterly. "Before the undying deity imprisoned me behind the gates of hell, I was omnipotent. Yet, in the endless expanse of time since my sealing, we have not merely squandered our time and strength, but also our wisdom and everything else we once held dear." Oh, what a profoundly sorrowful tale this is. Faced with the Holy Lord's melancholy, Leon couldn't muster even a semblance of empathy. after all. To pity a demon would be nothing short of absurd. However, Liang discerned a different implication in the words of the Saint Lord, furrowing his brow as he inquired. What do you wish to convey, Saint Lord? Liang, do you not yet comprehend? At present, I am utterly incapable of providing you with any answers. Observing the Saint Lord's evasive demeanor, Liang's expression darkened significantly, and he retorted coldly, that is not the answer I seek. I refuse to be left with nothing more than a mere talking statue. Moreover, I recall our first encounter, during which you incessantly tempted me with your arcane knowledge. Surely, that too cannot be a fabrication. Upon hearing this, the Saint Lord fell silent, prompting Liang to widen his eyes in astonishment. His tone taking on an odd quality as he remarked, Saint Lord, I had thought I had witnessed the depths of your treachery. Yet it seems I have underestimated your limits. Rest assured, your fate will not be any better. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, intending to cast the utterly useless old dragon away to the realm it belonged. Perhaps only in this manner could it regain its senses. Sensing the familiar spatial fluctuations emanating from Liang's hand, the Saint Lord grew anxious. He had no desire to return to that dreadful place. He hastily implored, time. I require time, Liang. I need time and power to restore my damaged wisdom and essence. Trust me. As soon as he uttered these words, the Saint Lord was overwhelmed by an immense sense of humiliation. When did the illustrious demon Lord find himself so lowly pleading with a mere mage? What a wretched world this was. Yet, what the Saint Lord failed to grasp was that, at times, a strategic retreat, or, more precisely, an admission of defeat could yield unexpectedly favorable outcomes. Trust you, Saint Lord? That is the most amusing jest I have encountered today. Upon hearing this, the Saint Lord felt a chill of despair wash over him. But before he could continue his explanation, he sensed the shackles binding him dissolve. As Liang released his hold, however, I must commend your current attitude. I hope you maintain this demeanor, for it serves as your sole means of attaining freedom. Cursed wizard, the Saint Lord thought, he is doing this on purpose. Indeed, Liang was deliberate in his intentions. He had initially aimed to intimidate the cunning old dragon. Yet he was unexpectedly rewarded with this turn of events. It appeared that his plan for taming the dragon could proceed, though necessary precautions remained essential. For one could never predict when this malevolent beast might retaliate. If only my compendium of spells were still intact, all difficulties would be effortlessly surmounted. Collecting his somewhat disordered thoughts, the Saint Lord suddenly sighed in a manner that seemed inexplicable. Liang, well aware of the old dragon's sentiments, nevertheless inquired with a hint of confusion, is a mere tome of spells truly of such paramount significance? Little sorcerer. It appears you have only just embarked upon this path. You may believe yourself to be immensely powerful at present, yet to me, you remain nothing more than an apprentice. Liang raised an eyebrow. The Holy Master truly had an astonishing ability to forget past grievances. Just moments ago, he had appeared to soften, only to swiftly revert to his former self. Although Liang was aware that this old dragon was inherently capricious, he could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. Nonetheless, he appreciated the value of knowledge and the importance of respecting those who possess it, so he decided to exercise patience. Listen, Liang, the Holy Master continued. If in this lifetime, you could compile your own compendium of spells, it would signify that the pinnacle of your magical prowess is within reach. This tome would not merely be a collection of incantations. It would encapsulate the entirety of your knowledge, experiences, and wisdom. Each word and symbol inscribed within would be imbued with boundless magical energy, representing your very will. Possessing such a book would make it a formidable artifact of sorcery. However, as the Holy Master's words trailed off, Liang interjected, yet it was still destroyed, was it not? Indeed, mortals, do you comprehend the foolishness of your actions? The Holy Master's previous remarks were steeped in profound depth, yet the lingering resentment in the old dragon's tone was unmistakable. Should he reveal the truth? Liang gazed at the spellbook resting quietly in the space before him, adorned with a demon's visage, and began to contemplate seriously. Chapter 81, A Major Client. Just as Liang pondered whether to present the Holy Master with a grand surprise, two unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of his antique shop. The moment they stepped into the shop, Liang sensed their presence, and he discerned that not only the man and woman at the door were strangers. There were numerous concealed gazes lurking in the vicinity, observing. Amused, Liang remarked, "What is this? Has the arrival of a Stark summoned a swarm of others?" With that, he gently clapped his hands, and the various mysterious artifacts before the Holy Master returned to their rightful places. Holy Master, we have guests, and they appear to be significant clients. I hope you can maintain your silence. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to take more forceful measures. The Holy Master could only emit a silent fury in response. Excellent. Leon nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand, causing the statue of the Holy Master to levitate behind him. Then, a flicker of movement passed through Leon's eyes, and the statue dissolved into nothingness. Now, let us see what intriguing offerings these two guests shall bring. Leon's perception had proven accurate. This street, typically desolate, had indeed come alive with unexpected activity today. Whether it is the affectionate couples intertwined in a display of romantic affection or the anxious professionals waiting by the roadside due to a car breakdown. Not to mention the rarely seen road maintenance workers, and certainly the ice cream truck that has never graced this street before. Amidst the melodious chimes of the ice cream truck, Agent Pandora Lang, a level 5 operative of SHIELD, forced a smile as she bid farewell to the last father-son duo. Turning away, her smile faltered, and she lamented into her earpiece. It's utterly disheartening. You cannot fathom how much those children adore this. Do their parents not care for them? Or do they wish their little ones to become cautionary tales for dental clinics? Cease your complaints. At least you are holding ice cream. Moreover, the majority of the crowd comprises the working class, and today happens to be a day of rest. So focus on completing your task. Came the teasing response from her earpiece, clearly relishing her plight. With a sigh, Lang could only mutter under her breath, casting envious glances at a nearby couple locked in a passionate kiss. Oh, Mike is so fortunate. Why am I devoid of such luck? As she bemoaned her ill fate. Another mother and child approached, prompting her to muster a smile once more to attend to them. In the distance, atop a vantage point, Hawkeye surveyed the scene with his bow in hand while a voice crackled through his earpiece. What is the situation? All is tranquil, Fury. We are merely awaiting the contact of your probing team, he reported. Glancing at the bustling crowd below, he furrowed his brow, remarking, however, I must say, your arrangement is rather amusing. Even the ordinary citizens on this street are sensing today's excessive commotion. It is unlikely our target will remain oblivious. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, having just returned to the Trident headquarters of SHIELD, was remotely overseeing the operations, with a virtual screen displaying live footage of the scene. Rest assured, Agent Barton, this is merely an encounter. I do not intend to take any action. Everything is contingent upon the circumstances. Oh, is that so? Fury, that hardly aligns with your usual approach, Hawkeye replied skeptically. If that is the case, what necessity is there for our presence? Certainly, just as a precaution, Fury answered, maintaining his composure despite Hawkeye's playful tone. Moreover, I cannot dispatch the Special Operations Team directly, for regardless of the reason, we would only be met with an uncontrollable situation. So I am to merely sit here and observe? Hawkeye queried, finding it peculiar that this was perhaps the most straightforward task Fury had ever assigned him. Oh, Barton, I place my trust in you henceforth. The judgment rests solely upon your shoulders. Nick Fury smiled as he terminated the communication, leaving Hawkeye feeling somewhat exasperated. I sensed it would come to this. When shall I truly retire? Hawkeye lamented, realizing that his dream of a leisurely retirement seemed increasingly distant, burdened as he was by a superior whose disposition was as dark as his intentions. As long as he remained alive, it appeared he could never escape this relentless toil. Alas! Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters, as Hawkeye suspected, Nick Fury was already devising his next assignment for him. Despite being the director of SHIELD, with considerable authority, there were few operatives capable of standing alone, making Hawkeye an invaluable asset that could not be easily released. After once again rejecting Hawkeye's retirement application, a peculiar smile graced Nick Fury's lips. He would not relinquish control until after Hawkeye's demise. However, thoughts of that could wait, for a pressing challenge awaited his attention. Nick Fury gazed at the inconspicuous little shop on the screen, devoid of even a sign, yet his expression was grave. In discussions with Tony Stark, the Playboy had been uncooperative, refusing to disclose his whereabouts during his mysterious absence. Nevertheless, in this age of information, every movement is magnified, especially for someone as ostentatious as Tony Stark in his flamboyant Iron Man suit. Even silence could yield unexpected revelations. While SHIELD had not breached J.A.R.V.I.S.S. backend, they were not entirely devoid of resources. It was undeniable that they possessed intelligence capabilities and investigative resources rivaling those of a nation. From the moment Tony Stark first reappeared in the city's surveillance system after his disappearance, coupled with the invaluable insights provided by satellite reconnaissance, they could trace a complete route of Iron Man's movements. After a night of narrowing down leads, only this singular target location remained. Though the secrets concealed within were yet unknown, they had at least identified the direction. Now, it was a matter of unveiling the shroud of mystery surrounding it. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury's resolve solidified, and at that moment, Agent Hill interjected, "Sir." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury nodded silently in acknowledgement. Receiving his directive, Agent Hill began to relay orders. The reconnaissance team is to commence operations. All other agents stand by for further instructions. Understood, sir. Chapter 82. Sitwell and May. With the resounding chime of an antiquated doorbell, the wooden door creaked open, revealing an abyss of darkness. The agents dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D. hesitated momentarily before this eerie spectacle. More precisely, one Indian-American agent appeared particularly apprehensive, while another poised and competent Chinese female agent merely exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment, quickly regaining her composure. As they gazed into the narrow, shadowy corridor within, the Indian agent, Sitwell, could not suppress a nervous swallow and murmured, "Agent May, how have you typically handled such situations in the past?" The agent referred to as May raised an eyebrow in surprise, responding, "I believe the Academy provides guidance on such matters. Moreover, this mission is under your leadership, Agent Sitwell." "Ah, well," Sitwell replied with an awkward smile, a hint of resignation in his voice. "I am aware of that, Agent May. However, I must confess that I have remained at headquarters until now, primarily interacting with government officials and scientists. My expertise does not align with that of field agents like yourselves. To be honest, this is my first encounter with a task of this nature." "Is that so?" May mused thoughtfully, then boldly stepped forward into the darkness, disregarding Sitwell's calls. He had no choice but to follow closely behind. "I now understand why you were assigned to team up with me. Your strengths complement my deficiencies. Moreover, in the face of the unknown, our sole recourse is to confront it with courage, for your position dictates that you can do no less." Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was elucidating the situation to Hawkeye through his earpiece. Sitwell is the lead negotiator for this engagement. He has resolved numerous difficulties in liaising with other departments. As for May, he paused momentarily before continuing. "Agent May is a trustworthy and exceptional operative. Yet she is merely a safeguard, a contingency I hope to avoid." Hawkeye fell into silence, contemplating Fury's words, before finally retorting, "You remain as despicable as ever, Fury." Nick Fury, meanwhile, was increasingly determined to retire soon and escape this chaotic existence, fearful that one day he might find himself ensnared by his own boss. On the other side, Sitwell and May, equipped with their compact illumination devices, cautiously navigated the pitch-black corridor. However, for reasons unbeknownst to them, be it a technical malfunction or some other factor, they sensed the light from their devices waning, as if being devoured by an unseen force. Damn it! The scientists in the technical department are constantly requesting various research funds, yet they are unwilling to improve even a simple flashlight. Sitwell vigorously tapped his wristwatch, which emitted a faint glow, unable to suppress his grievances. Just then, May halted Sitwell's incessant complaints, her gaze sharply scanning the surroundings as she spoke in a grave tone. "Something feels off, Sitwell." From the moment she stepped into this mysterious shop, May sensed she was akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers. Every cell in her body was sounding a dangerous alarm, a precognition of peril honed through countless brushes with death, and it was infallible. Whatever lay within this place was undeniably perilous. As the tension mounted between the two, the familiar voice of Hill crackled through their earpiece. "Hey, everyone, how are you holding up?" "Not very well, Commander. I'm seriously contemplating blowing up this seemingly endless corridor." May replied in a tone that sent chills down Sitwell's spine. "Oh, May, I hope you're joking," Sitwell said, wiping the sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. "Heh, I wish I were joking." Upon hearing May's sardonic laughter, the smile on Sitwell's face froze instantly, and even his movements came to a halt. "All right, you two. Save the chit-chat for after the mission. But I must say, it seems you're in quite a predicament. Hill intervened, attempting to ease May's nerves. Yet his next words bore grim tidings. Have you noticed how long you've been traversing this corridor? About 10 minutes, Sitwell replied, glancing at his motionless watch. 20-some minutes. May countered, her estimate differing by a full 10 minutes. Sitwell widened his eyes in disbelief. Has it really been that long? But May furrowed her brow, refraining from contesting him, for she too was engulfed in confusion and shock. Her sense of time should not yield such a nebulous outcome. Given her training, this was simply implausible. Even the influences of space and environment should not result in such a significant discrepancy. However, Hill's subsequent response left both in utter astonishment. It's nearly an hour, specifically 58 minutes and 55 seconds. If it weren't for your stable life signs, the external task force would have breached the door by now. Oh, this cursed place, Sitwell exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. Did you catch anything unusual from the video feed? In the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stood before a screen blank as night, muttering incessantly. Upon closer inspection, one could discern his grumblings about money wasted, with not a single sound to show for it. A cadre of inept individuals squandering taxpayer funds. I ought to dismiss them, he cursed in civil terms. Hill, witnessing this, could only respond with resignation. In truth, the information we possess is not vastly superior to yours. However, we can ascertain that if you are not merely spinning in place, the distance you have covered should suffice to traverse 2 city blocks, rather than remain ensnared in this obscure establishment of less than 60 square meters. Sir, do you imply? May's brow arched slightly, as if she grasped the underlying message. I need to ascertain whether your consciousness remains intact, rather than ensnared in an illusion of which you are unaware. Understood, sir. Just as Sitwell began to feel perplexed, May suddenly delivered a fierce blow to his abdomen. An indescribable agony flooding his mind. He felt as though his stomach was seizing, collapsing to the ground in torment, his face contorted, tears and snot streaming down. In that moment, time stretched infinitely for Sitwell, pain and discomfort overwhelming his senses, nearly leading him to lose consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his composure. But before he could question May's sudden ferocity, her cold voice pierced through the air. It is evident, sir, that we are indeed quite lucid. Sitwell, Chapter 83, The Emergence. As an agent long absorbed by Hydra, Sitwell had not overstepped his duties or identity. For him, diligently fulfilling his obligations to S.H.I.E.L.D. was tantamount to contributing to Hydra's ascendancy, as there was essentially no distinction between the two. In fact, even Nick Fury himself was unaware of how many of his intentions or completed directives aligned precisely with Hydra's aspirations, let alone his uninformed agents. As an administrative technician stationed at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Sitwell acknowledged that this was his first encounter with such an ambiguous, unidentified, and uncertain mission. Previous field assignments bore no resemblance to the challenges he faced today, as he typically dealt with technical support, negotiations, or concluding tasks. He had heard whispers of the conduct and traits of field agents, yet it was only today that he witnessed firsthand why they were often labeled as ruthless. Particularly the woman before him, known as the Iron Rider. The profound agony he endured made him comprehend why those predecessors who once engaged in field missions typically returned in silence, no longer eager to recount their thrilling and enviable experiences as agents. Now, Westville finally appreciated the comfort of his chair in the office. At least it spared him from such torment. What are you thinking, Agent May? After regaining his composure, Westville leaned against the wall, struggling to rise, and glared at May. I apologize, Agent Westville. Everything is for the sake of the mission, May said apologetically, though the indifference etched on her face rendered her words unconvincing. She then glanced at Westville's pale complexion and remarked with a frown, yet I must remind you that, as an agent, even as an administrative staff member at headquarters, your physical condition leaves much to be desired. Her words momentarily rendered Westville speechless, especially under the disdainful gaze that caused his pallid face to flush crimson. Agent May, I hope you remember that I am the lead on this mission. Indeed, Agent Westville, May replied coldly, her expression unwavering, but until we encounter the target. You might find yourself rather ineffective, Agent Westville. I trust you do not wish to withdraw for trivial reasons? In her words, May's ruthlessness and coldness were unmistakable, and Westville could do little but obediently close his mouth. At that moment, Hill's voice interjected. Enough, both of you. May, if the situation becomes urgent. The director permits you to employ certain measures to remind our enigmatic friend that we are not to be underestimated. Understood, Commander. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed May's face as she solemnly stated, at the very least, I can impart a lesson to those lurking in the shadows. Lurking? Wait for me. Agent May. Before Westville could fully grasp May's words, he noticed she had already resumed her advance, and he hurriedly followed. As they walked, May remarked, Since we entered this corridor, we have been followed by something, and now the malice emanating from them is almost blatant. Something? Westville couldn't help but glance back. But aside from the all-consuming darkness, there was nothing else. Yet, after May's assertion, he felt the surrounding silence had taken on an eerie quality. Gulping involuntarily, Westville forced a smile and said, I haven't noticed anything. May, cough, cough. Could it be your imagination? Hee. May chuckled coldly, her voice devoid of any emotion as she replied, Oh, Zeitwire, if you have truly sensed it, then those matters must have already come before you. Zeitwire, is this a mockery? Indeed, it is a blatant derision. He felt a surge of anger, but, considering the disparity in their strengths, wisely chose to remain silent. However, this did not imply that Zeitwire would let May off the hook. Once this mission concluded, he would certainly find a way to deal with her. After all, he was a figure of significance in both departments. As Zeitwire harbored these thoughts, May suddenly halted in her tracks. Looking up, he spotted a radiant light in the distance. A warm yellow glow that they had never experienced before. Did you see that, Commander? May pressed her earpiece to report. Yes, Agent May. It appears you have finally reached your destination. Hill, observing the light on the screen, nodded slightly at Nick Fury and began issuing commands. Proceed as planned. The upcoming operations will be under Zeitwire's command, with Agent May assisting him. Best of luck to you both. Understood, Commander. As the duo approached, they finally laid eyes on a room from which the luminous glow emanated. May and Zeitwire exchanged glances and nodded, stepping inside to witness all that Tony Stark had once seen. They lacked Stark's expertise to appraise the antiques present, yet they understood one thing. If these items were genuine, their meager salaries would scarcely afford even a single piece. To their surprise, they found Leon waiting for them, and upon seeing this seemingly unremarkable young Asian man, even the seasoned May felt a flicker of doubt. It was hard to believe that this young man had prompted such a significant mobilization from S.H.I.E.L.D. He appeared far too youthful, almost laughable, as he seemed merely a child, albeit a rather charming one. It must be noted that after acquiring the dog talisman, Leon's age and appearance had been frozen in time. The downside of eternal life and perpetual youth was perhaps this. He might never evolve into the venerable sage that commanded respect at first glance like his father. Additionally, his mastery of righteous magic bestowed upon him an aura of justice, creating an illusion of trustworthiness and comfort at first sight. Perhaps this was why Tony Stark had found it so easy to place his faith in him. Certainly, with the exception of demons, they tend to feel an overwhelming disdain. It is no wonder that Leon and the Sovereign harbor mutual aversion. Leon despises the Sovereign's arrogance, while the Sovereign disapproves of the aura of righteousness emanating from Leon. As Sitwell pondered how to initiate a conversation that would convey their goodwill, he and May were unaware that, as the video signal transmitted Leon's visage to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Hill in the control room found herself momentarily agape, astonished by the sight of Leon on the screen. She never anticipated that the target they had failed to locate for so many years would materialize before them in such a manner. A sense of absurdity and drama washed over Hill. Meanwhile, Nick Fury's singular eye glimmered with a meaning only he could comprehend, silently exclaiming, At last, I have found you. Chapter 84, Heart Racing. Please, take a seat, gentlemen. Would you prefer hot tea or coffee? Leon graciously invited the two agents before him to sit down. Regardless of their identities or intentions, they were, after all, guests, were they not? Sitwell and May sensed the goodwill in Leon's words, but before they could relax, they witnessed the young man effortlessly summon two chairs with an unseen force, drawing them closer for their convenience. Observing this bizarre spectacle, the agents' hearts raced anew. The initial easing of their tension quickly replaced by unease. Yet, Leon maintained an innocuous smile, rendering Sitwell and May unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, it was the seasoned May who first recognized the awkwardness of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, such a standoff was far from ideal. With a long exhale, she calmly pulled out a chair and seated herself, responding, "Thank you very much. Under normal circumstances, I would prefer coffee, but given the rather unpleasant journey we just endured, I think I shall opt for a cup of hot tea to quench my thirst." My colleague feels the same way. May's words carried an underlying implication. Yet Leon merely smiled and replied, "Please hold on for a moment, both of you." Observing May's actions, Sitwell promptly took a seat as well. However, upon hearing May speak on his behalf, he instinctively wanted to decline, for he favored coffee over tea. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he realized that this was hardly an appropriate setting for enjoying afternoon tea, and he suppressed his preference. Simultaneously, watching May engage in conversation only heightened his dissatisfaction, as this should have been his responsibility. Clearing his throat in an attempt to assert his voice, Sitwell displayed what he believed to be a charming smile and extended a greeting. "Good day, sir. I am Sitwell. May I be so fortunate as to learn your name?" Gazing upon the beaming face of the Indian agent before him, one cannot help but acknowledge that although he remains a novice in the realm of field assignments, he exhibits remarkable proficiency in interpersonal communication. At the very least, his tone is impeccably suited for inquiry, striking a delicate balance that neither comes off as excessively solicitous nor feels awkwardly distant. "Good day, Mr. Sitwell. I am Leon." However, after the two exchanged pleasantries and shook hands, an ostensibly casual gesture from Sitwell caught Leon's attention, stirring an unsettling sensation at the cuff of his sleeve that prompted an involuntary shake of his head. Indeed, it appears that those hailing from a background in espionage share a common demeanor. As Leon uttered his name, a silent exchange transpired between Nick Fury and Maria Hill at the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, D.C. Both shared a wry smile, as the most sought-after intelligence materialized at the most unexpected time and place, an ironic commentary on the capabilities of their entire agency. Fortunately, the file concerning the enigmatic individual, namely Leon, was not documented, and the higher-ups at SHIELD were rather uninformed about the matter. Otherwise, such a revelation could have prompted their benefactors to seriously question the worth of their substantial annual investments. "At least we have a promising beginning, do we not, Director?" Hill's tone carried an air of self-reassurance, and indeed, this was the case. Had the other party not deliberately made an appearance, they might have never caught even a glimpse of the elusive figure. Yes, a promising beginning. Fury's somber expression suggested thoughts known only to himself. Meanwhile, May observed Sitwell's subtle gestures, her eyes narrowing momentarily before returning to her customary stoic demeanor. She regarded the ever-smiling Sitwell with a hint of surprise. Sensing that perhaps this temporary colleague was not as straightforward as he appeared, Leon then turned his gaze to the stoic Asian female agent beside him, who coldly introduced herself, May. As Leon regarded the two individuals before him, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a myriad of familiar images flooded his consciousness. In an instant, he comprehended the identities of the pair, and a peculiar smile graced his lips as if he had recalled an amusing anecdote. Conversely, Sitwell and May felt an unusual discomfort under Leon's penetrating gaze, as if they were laid bare, their deepest secrets laid open to scrutiny by this young man. Such a sensation of being comprehensively seen is inherently disquieting, particularly for individuals in their line of work. Especially for Sitwell, he could not shake the feeling that when Leon looked at him, there was always a hint of amusement in his eyes, as though he was acutely aware of the most deeply buried taboo within him. If this were indeed the case, it would lead to complications far from trivial, potentially deadly for many. A flicker of intensity crossed Sitwell's eyes, but it quickly faded as he smiled and inquired, "What troubles you, Mr. Leon? Is something amiss?" "Nothing at all, Mr. Sitwell," Leon replied nonchalantly. "I merely recalled some rather intriguing thoughts." In the face of Sitwell's strained smile and May's perpetually furrowed brow, Leon waved his hand dismissively. Intriguing thoughts? It was evident that such a response did not suffice to quell the curiosity of the two agents before him. However, Leon was indifferent to their sentiments, for indeed, it was quite fascinating, was it not? Though he had long anticipated that with Stark's arrival, he would soon encounter familiar figures and organizations from his memories. Leon had not expected it to transpire so swiftly. Just yesterday, he had dismissed the somewhat bothersome Tony Stark, and today, the illustrious SHIELD, or perhaps HYDRA, had come knocking at his door. Is it fair to say that this is indeed the premier intelligence agency of the Marvel Universe? Ah, truly. Each excels in their respective fields. He had expected to wait much longer. What intrigued Leon further was that the two representatives from SHIELD standing before him, if the narrative had not undergone any drastic alterations, consisted of an elite female agent known as the Iron Rider, a subordinate of the One-Eyed Hero, and another who was a clandestine Hydra operative embedded within SHIELD. These two organizations, perceived as sworn enemies, have been entwined for nearly a century since the era of the Red Skull during World War II. Now, the amicable Sitwell and the aloof, unapproachable May, opponents who should have been adversaries, were collaborating under the same banner of SHIELD, at least on the surface. Thus, was this a triumph for SHIELD, or a success for HYDRA? Or perhaps both entities shared a similar perspective. For Leon, however, complex emotions were of little concern. He found it merely amusing. He pondered whether Sitwell's arrival was intentional or incidental on Hydra's part. With this thought, he turned to the somewhat tense SHIELD agent, revealing a mysterious smile. Sitwell continued, Chapter 85, Found it. Hello, Mr. Leon. Could you enlighten us as to your purpose here? After all, your appearance is rather sudden for us, and your identity. At this juncture, Sitwell hesitated, receiving directives from SHIELD headquarters, and asked somewhat tentatively, Moreover, your identity is somewhat unfamiliar to us, which complicates our communication. Therefore, Mr. Leon, I believe it is imperative to enhance our dialogue. Oh, is that so? Leon glanced at the smiling Sitwell and retorted, Then, might you enlighten me as to who exactly you are? I had long noticed a group of unfamiliar faces lingering at the entrance of my shop, initially believing they might represent potential customers. However, it appears my optimism was misplaced. The ever-composed Mr. Sitwell maintained his affable smile, addressing me with a tone of assurance. Mr. Leon, please do not take offense. These are merely precautionary measures. Should you feel dissatisfied, we can withdraw them at any time. As for our identity, Sitwell pondered for a moment, striving to adopt an appropriate tone. We are an organization that specializes in liaising with individuals of your particular ilk. Furthermore, we can assist you in overcoming certain challenges, provided that our collaboration is founded on amicable relations. What do you consider me to be, Mr. Sitwell? I inquired with a hint of amusement, casting a glance at the unperturbed Sitwell and the previously silent May. Sitwell, upon hearing my question, furrowed his brow slightly and replied solemnly, Must we frame it in such a manner? To Sitwell, my earlier demeanor suggested the possession of enigmatic technological devices, or perhaps indicated that I was a prodigious scientist. Such insights elucidated why Tony Stark might have been drawn to me. After all, the Playboy ultimately belonged to their circle. Moreover, as SHIELD gradually established its global presence, certain extraordinary individuals began to capture their attention. In stark contrast, these beings appeared almost alien to humanity, endowed with, or later awakening, remarkable abilities. In succinct terms, they represented discoveries that challenged human understanding, and SHIELD designated these individuals as superhumans, placing them under close scrutiny. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that these individuals experience no setbacks. Now, my emergence seemed to signal to SHIELD the potential discovery of yet another such individual, leaving Nick Fury particularly intrigued about the nature of my abilities and how this young man could seemingly traverse to the other side of the earth in the blink of an eye. Must we frame it in such a manner? I mused lightly, reclining comfortably in my chair, and chuckled softly. Mr. Sitwell, although I am but an ordinary businessman, it does not imply that I am oblivious to the world around me. While I may not grasp every detail, I possess some understanding of your organization. Oh, is that so? Sitterville's lips curled into a faint sneer. He hardly believed that Leon possessed any genuine knowledge. In truth, it was only after the dawn of the new millennium that SHIELD truly re-emerged into activity. Yet, even then, they remained shrouded in secrecy, eschewing the public eye. They typically operated under a plethora of aliases, adopting the identities of organizations such as the FBI and CIA. Even when discovered, they could effortlessly discard an identity, leaving the investigators speechless, for those identities were indeed legitimate. Even a direct inquiry into their so-called direct superiors would yield no results, as there was always tangible evidence, not to mention the myriad of laboratories and intelligence personnel that served them from the periphery. These individuals would likely spend their entire lives oblivious to the true nature of the organization they served. This is the advantage of having multiple aliases. Regardless of the danger of exposure, there exists a multitude of legitimate organizations ready to provide cover. Consequently, the intelligence chiefs of the FBI and CIA have repeatedly lodged protests with fury, yet this enigmatic director remains resolute in his ways, inciting the ire of military intelligence officials. Even the still novice Sitterville initially believed he had joined a subordinate intelligence agency of the FBI, only to later discover that it was S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Subsequently, he found himself entangled with Hydra, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Observing the skepticism on the faces of Sitterville and May, Leon merely smiled faintly. With a casual gesture, a silver gleaming tome from the nearby bookshelf floated gracefully into his hand, a spectacle that caused the two agents across from him to feel their hearts race. This time, May scrutinized intently, yet she remained oblivious to the secrets concealed within Leon's grasp, ultimately shaking her head in resignation at Sitterville. Witnessing this, Sitterville could only adjust his conjecture regarding Leon's identity, leaning closer to the notion of him being yet another superhuman. What peculiar abilities might he possess this time? Although Sitterville had witnessed Leon's telekinetic prowess, he still shook his head in exasperation. The information at hand was woefully insufficient, thus he could not ascertain whether Leon harbored other abilities. However, Leon's current demeanor was likely to attract the attention of certain individuals within the organization. With this thought, Sitterville reined in his tumultuous musings. Ultimately, it was best left to the higher-ups to decide whether it be S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. As Leon's fingers danced through the air, the tome began to flutter autonomously, the rustling of its pages resonating and stirring the spirits of the two agents, rendering their expressions rigid. In fact, it was not merely them. Even Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters wore an exceptionally grim countenance as he gravely intoned, "Have we still not made any progress in our research? I deeply apologize, sir." Agent Hill, beside them, glided her fingers across the tablet, shaking her head in exasperation. The representatives from the Department of Technology claimed they possessed no comparative case data whatsoever, and the equipment carried by May and Sitterville was merely standard surveillance gear. Relying solely on the visual signals, they could derive no substantial scientific data, nor could they ascertain whether the phenomenon resulted from some technological apparatus or from the man's inherent abilities, unless, of course, they were present on site to gather precise information. As she concluded, a wry smile crept upon the corner of Hill's lips. How amusing it was that these scientists did not suggest relocating the entire laboratory instead. Nick Fury could not suppress a roll of his one good eye, pondering the absurdity of such an idea, especially given the uncertainty of the situation at hand. Did they intend to complicate matters for him further? In truth, Hill hesitated, ultimately stating with resignation, had it not been for the suppression from the security department, they would have already ventured to New York with their invaluable scientific instruments. "What the hell?" Nick Fury exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glanced at the screen below, where the towering security personnel encircled the scientists, who huddled together like quails. Here he was, powerless to intervene, for the members of the Department of Technology were researchers dispatched from various nations, strategic resources in their own right. Fury could only dismiss them. Yet he was loath to do so. The technological advancements of S.H.I.E.L.D. could not thrive without their expertise. To be frank, the greatest source of his frustration within S.H.I.E.L.D., aside from funding, was this demanding cohort of intellectuals. Not to mention the disdainful glances they frequently cast his way, which made Fury feel like a mere monkey in their eyes, an underdeveloped one at that. Hill shared his sentiments. Despite her charm being enough to leave most researchers in a daze, there were always a few eccentric minds more inclined to dissect her than to engage with her. Often, they would dismiss her entirely. As to them, a woman might pale in comparison to the latest research apparatus. "I despise science," Fury muttered darkly. At that moment, Leon, who had been leafing through pages, paused with a semblance of a smile creeping upon his lips. Found it. Chapter 86. The misfortunes of Sitterville. Come, let me see. Let me see S-H-I-E-L-D. Indeed, it is far more melodious than the rather cumbersome name of the Bureau of Strategic Defense Attacks and Logistics Support. Who conceived such a title? When Leon uttered the name of his organization, Sitterville, though taken aback, felt no surprise. It was reasonable to conclude that if Leon possessed the capability to comprehend their arrangements and movements, discerning the name of their organization would pose no challenge. However, could mere nomenclature truly reveal their understanding? Not only Sitterville, but even May harbored similar doubts. Yet, when Leon spoke again, the composed demeanor of both individuals faltered. To their astonishment, they learned that their organization had its origins in the SSR, Strategic Scientific Reserve, a renowned entity from the Second World War, which consequently reminded Leon of a certain individual, an icon, or perhaps a hero in their eyes. For reasons unknown, beneath Leon's unassuming tone, both Sitterville and May felt an inexplicable tension rising, particularly Sitterville, who realized from Leon's earlier comments that this young man likely possessed extensive knowledge about their organization. Captain America. Indeed, with each subsequent utterance from Leon, the two agents of S-H-I-E-L-D found themselves increasingly disoriented. Oh, poor Agent Carter. I wonder if this legendary lady will ever meet the one she has long awaited, or if their encounter is destined to be a farewell. A prospect she would surely dread. A sly chuckle accompanied Leon's musings, yet in the ears of Sitterville and May, it resembled the whispers of a demon. The Indian agent felt his vision blur, as beads of sweat had unknowingly dampened his glasses. However, Sitterville was too preoccupied to dwell on such matters, and promptly inquired, "What do you mean, Mr. Leon? Do you still not comprehend, Sitterville? I have just imparted a priceless piece of intelligence to you. Furthermore, it is the precise information you have sought for many years, is it not?" To outsiders, Leon's words may have seemed cryptic, yet for those in the know, they were almost starkly transparent. Whether it was Sitterville or those standing behind him, not to mention Nick Fury, even May appeared contemplative, though hesitant to fully embrace the implications. Yet, what Leon said next struck a profound chord within everyone present. Dr. Abraham Erskine's serum is far from simple, and that man would not easily succumb to death. Upon hearing this, Sitterville and May finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In contrast to May's shock and excitement, a fleeting, bitter smile crossed Sitterville's face, quickly vanishing but nonetheless noticed by Leon. To this, Leon nodded in agreement, feeling no sense of disquiet. It is evident that the name Captain America does not bode well for Sitwell and those who stand behind him, particularly now that this intelligence could signify the survival of an old adversary of Hydra. Meanwhile, at the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington, D.C., Hill, with a grave expression, issued a gag order to the agents and technicians in the command room, forbidding the disclosure of any information from that location. She commanded that all agents with clearance levels below 7, including those at level 7, vacate the command room and return to their posts to await further instructions. Promptly, under Hill's orders, the agents exited the command room in an orderly fashion, leaving only the essential personnel behind. Thus, the command room was left with only Nick Fury and Hill. Nick Fury then directed his attention to Sitwell, stating, "I require all intelligence concerning the captain. Remember, all of it." Sitwell felt a bitter pang, yet he mustered a smile to fulfill the task assigned by his superior. "Mr. Leong, I believe we can collaborate. If you are willing to share more information regarding the captain, we would be immensely grateful." Before he could finish his sentence, Leong's finger gestured in the air, instantly silencing Sitwell, who could only manage a muffled sound. Agent May, startled by this turn of events, asked cautiously, "What did you do?" "Nothing of consequence. Merely encouraging him to maintain silence." "Do you intend to do the same, Agent May?" Observing Leong's meaningful gaze, May clenched her fists beneath her chair, her entire body taut with tension, ready to spring into action like a leopard. She lacked Sitwell's negotiation skills, yet she possessed her own methods of resolution. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Nick Fury's voice interrupted through the earpiece, halting May's impending action. Leong looked at May's relaxed hands, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "A wise choice, everyone." At that moment, both Nick Fury and Hill in the command room perceived Leong's words as if he were addressing them directly. Fury's expression darkened under the illumination of the screen. Perhaps it had always been so. Yet Hill was certain that her superior's mood was far from pleasant. Meanwhile, In the quaint antique shop, Liang once again intimidated and threatened Sitwell, warning him that should he interrupt again, he would render this agent, who shared a similar hairstyle with their director, utterly speechless. Observing Sitwell and May's newfound compliance, Liang nodded with satisfaction and continued to peruse the tome in his hands. Oh, Howard Stark was indeed one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wonder if Tony is aware that he is, in fact, a second-generation S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, or whether you have informed him of this revelation. Liang spoke to himself, entirely indifferent to the increasingly grim expressions of Sitwell and May. Let me see what else there is. So many classified files, the reorganization plans of S.H.I.E.L.D., the clipping plan, Dr. Zola. You actually attempted to establish an ion fusion reactor decades ago. I wonder if Tony discovers this. Will he demand royalties from you? As Liang continued to recount the history of S.H.I.E.L.D., the expressions of Sitwell and May had transcended mere discomfort. They were filled with bitterness. They had been exposed to far too many secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. that their current clearance level should not permit them to know. Regardless of whether it was intentional or inadvertent, they had indeed breached protocol. Compared to May, Sitwell was more informed, as much of what Liang spoke of was merely hearsay to him, with many secrets being entirely unfamiliar. Moreover, given Sitwell's understanding of his superior, he feared he would soon be reassigned to a position far removed from his current one, most likely to a desolate location where human presence was scarce. He could envision receiving a task that he might never complete, a means to ensure he could never return. For instance, a mission to the Arctic to search for penguins. Sitwell could even imagine that his transfer order had already been printed and was awaiting a stamp. The most lamentable aspect was that he truly had no one to confide in regarding his frustrations. Chapter 87. The Desert. Washington, D.C. S.H.I.E.L.D. Triton Headquarters. In the command room, Hill was contemplating whether to leave voluntarily, for just moments ago, the information relayed by Liang had surpassed her clearance level. She certainly did not wish to be dispatched to Antarctica to keep company with penguins. That is unnecessary, Hill. Remain quietly here, and let us observe what astonishing actions this mysterious gentleman will undertake next. Nick Fury spoke with a nonchalant tone, as though Liang's words had not affected him. But was that truly the case? What the hell? What the hell? This was a genuine reflection of the deeply contemplative S.H.I.E.L.D. director's psyche. Upon hearing Liang casually mention an array of classified information he had deemed top secret, Nick Fury even began to suspect the presence of a deeply embedded spy within his organization. However, as time passed, he relinquished this absurd notion. The subsequent information Liang disclosed was of a confidentiality level that, in theory, only he possessed the clearance to access. He could not possibly doubt himself. To do so would be utterly ludicrous. Meanwhile, Sitwell, now liberated from restraint in the antique shop, asked with a face full of bitterness, "Mr. Liang, who exactly are you? Who am I?" This indeed poses a compelling question. Liang casually set aside the tome, gazing at the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents before him, their faces etched with shock, skepticism, and a profound sense of trepidation. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes as he softly replied, "I embody many identities, a traveler, an enthusiast of archaeology, a collector, an appraiser of ancient artifacts, a researcher of mysticism, a purveyor of intelligence, and so forth. I am also the proprietor of this quaint antique shop. Yet, above all, I possess one fundamental identity, a mage." As Liang enunciated the final word with clarity, the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents opposite him momentarily froze, with Sitwell doubting the very reliability of his own hearing. "Forgive me, Mr. Liang, but I believe my ears have betrayed me. Did you just refer to yourself as a mage?" While the array of peculiar titles that had escaped Liang's lips was certainly bewildering, it was the last term that left him utterly dumbfounded. Was he merely experiencing auditory hallucinations due to tension, or had Liang truly lost his mind? The notion of a mage seemed absurd. Sitwell would rather entertain the idea that Liang was some form of superhuman. The situation transcended the realm of the bizarre. It was utterly ludicrous. In truth, it was not only Sitwell who harbored such doubts. Even Nick Fury and Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D. began to question whether the enigmatic figure they had been pursuing was, in fact, a madman with delusional fantasies. Were it not for their apprehension regarding Leon's capabilities, Sitwell would have been inclined to storm out in frustration, feeling that he was squandering his time. Nevertheless, he was still curious about how Leon had acquired such extensive knowledge of SHIELD's secrets. Noticing the disbelief etched on their faces, Leon merely smiled faintly, refraining from further elaboration, for no amount of explanation could rival the conviction instilled by witnessing the extraordinary firsthand. As an obscure incantation slipped from his lips, Sitwell and May felt the previously pleasant temperature plummet, soon enveloped by a thick blanket of white mist. Gulp. Sitwell instinctively swallowed hard, initially intending to inquire if Leon had set the air conditioning too low. However, upon witnessing the bizarre spectacle before him, he wisely closed his mouth, sensing that whatever was transpiring was far from benign. A rustling sound from behind drew their attention, and upon turning to look, Sitwell's heart raced. He beheld the two towering Anubis statues, which had inexplicably developed a narrow fissure, revealing an inky void within, though nothing was discernible in the darkness. Sitwell could not shake the unsettling feeling that something unseen was watching them, sending an involuntary chill down his spine. "What does this mean, Mr. Leon?" Sitwell managed to ask, forcing a smile despite his growing unease. Yet Leon maintained his serene demeanor, responding to the question with an unrelated remark. "Anubis, the gatekeeper of the underworld in Egyptian mythology, is also the guardian of the deceased and their tombs." "Who the hell asked you that?" Of course, this complaint was something that Sitwell could only voice internally. Before he could articulate his thoughts further, Leon furrowed his brow and inquired, "This place is insufficient for our purposes. Let us find a larger venue." Before Sitwell and May could comprehend the situation, Leon gestured with his hand, tracing an arc in the air. Suddenly, a dazzling ring of light, sparkling with brilliance, appeared above them. Before they could fully absorb this miraculous sight, Leon slid his finger downward, and the ring instantly enveloped their location. Meanwhile, in the command room of SHIELD, Nick Fury observed Leon's actions intently, his soul intact, fixated on the large screen before him, anxious not to miss any critical detail. The radiant ring naturally drew his attention, but before he could recover from his astonishment, the central screen abruptly went blank. "What the hell is going on?" Fury demanded sharply of the technician nearby, who was sweating profusely while examining the system. The technician hastily replied, "I apologize, sir, but we just lost visual contact with May and Sitwell, and not only that, their personal tracking devices have also ceased functioning." "What?" Fury's pupils constricted as he urgently called for another team on site. "Barton, what is happening on your end?" "It's still calm here, Fury. Is something wrong?" Hawkeye's voice came through the earpiece, laced with confusion. Fury refrained from elaborating, simply instructing him to continue monitoring before terminating the communication. He then turned to Hill and solemnly stated, "It seems we must now consider the worst-case scenario." Observing Fury's grave expression, Hill nodded silently, fully understanding the implications of his words, and inwardly sighed. Must we ultimately rely on force? An atmosphere of tension enveloped the command room, but just at that moment, an unexpected voice broke through, the technician again. Sir, it appears we have located their tracking devices once more, and the signal seems to have been restored." Fury, suppressing the urge to kick the technician into the Amazon rainforest to reconnect the wires, responded with a stiff expression, "Okay. However, Commander, it seems that Agents Sitwell and May have deviated slightly from their previous location." The technician gazed at the satellite positioning system with a peculiar expression. "A slight deviation? Where has it shifted to?" Nick Fury inquired with a hint of confusion. To the other hemisphere." As the technician's words fell, the video signal re-established its connection. Yet, when the transmitted image appeared on the screen, both Nick Fury and Hill stood frozen in disbelief. The scene displayed an unrelenting sun, its blinding rays rendering it impossible for people to open their eyes, and upon glancing down, they were met with an endless expanse of sand. Nick Fury exclaimed, "Can anyone explain why New York has transformed into a desert?" Chapter 88. The mummy beneath the scorching sun, Sitwell lay sprawled in the golden grains of sand, his eyes devoid of focus. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been seated in a cozy little room, the demeanor of its owner not particularly amiable. Yet there was a warm cup of tea awaiting his enjoyment. Now, however, all he could see was an infinite stretch of sand. and the only thought that crossed his mind was a simple expletive. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings further. Though primarily engaged in administrative and technical duties at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as an intelligence officer, he possessed the fundamental awareness that he and May were unequivocally not within the borders of the United States, especially after re-establishing communication with S.H.I.E.L.D. He was acutely aware of their current predicament, the Sahara Desert. A faint smile of resignation crept across Sitwell's lips. This was certainly not an ideal locale. In this renowned wasteland, even agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like themselves, without any supplies, would struggle to endure for 3 days if they were to lose their way. To be honest, when he realized he had been instantaneously transported from a bustling metropolis of steel to this desolate realm on the other hemisphere, Sitwell felt an unsettling calmness. Perhaps it was due to the myriad of strange occurrences he had witnessed that day, rendering him somewhat desensitized. Or perhaps the extraordinary nature of Leon had indelibly etched itself in his memory. However, the more pressing concern was that they had no time to ponder other matters. Observing May, whose face was etched with seriousness and tension, poised and ready for action, Sitwell could only silently apologize. It was up to her now. 10 minutes ago, having been brought to this place by Leon, Sitwell and May had yet to acclimatize to their unfamiliar surroundings when a low, beastly growl from behind them instantly heightened their alertness. Turning around, they beheld the towering Anubis statues that Leon had also transported. To their astonishment, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum, the statues began to slowly open, as if something within was pushing outward. What lay inside? Suddenly, May turned her gaze towards Leon and coldly inquired, "Your adversaries, Ms. May, will acquaint you more intimately with the true nature of this world." Leon couldn't help but smile slightly, as if taking pride in his introduction. "This is a remarkable treasure I painstakingly procured from that ancient pharaoh's tomb, the gateway to the underworld." Those ignorant fools who live eternally in the past. The lineage of Egypt's high priests has indeed waned. It is better suited in the hands of those who truly understand. Trust me, both of you. This will provide you with a more visceral experience of the existence of magic. The commotion around the statue grew louder, and the sand beneath its pedestal continued to ebb away. Remarkably, the statue remained steadfast and unyielding in its position. Gulping, Sitwell could not suppress a nervous swallow. Forcing a smile as he said, "Mr. Leon, I believe we need not be so direct. We could adopt a more amicable and less aggressive approach. What do you think?" "A splendid suggestion, Mr. Sitwell." Sitwell felt a flicker of hope, but before he could utter another word, Leon's subsequent remark shattered his momentary joy. "However, I regret to inform you, it is not up for consideration." Observing the rigid smile lingering on Sitwell's face, Leon elaborated with a knowing tone, "Mr. Sitwell, sometimes it's not about what you think, but rather what I perceive." "All right, Sitwell, let us not squander any more time." Sitwell wished to interject further, but was interrupted by May, who cast a glance at Leon and resumed her intense scrutiny of the statue's transformations, stating coldly, "It is evident that our Mr. Leon does not seem inclined to accept your suggestion, or perhaps he merely intends to assert his authority over us." At her words, Sitwell turned once more to find Leon still wearing that enigmatic smile, neither confirming nor denying. Sighing heavily, Sitwell resigned himself to reality. Drawing a handgun from his coat and fixing his gaze ahead, readying himself for any eventuality. However, in that fleeting moment of raising the weapon, an impulse surged within him to aim it at Leon, yet an inexplicable instinct stayed his hand. He sensed that should he act upon that impulse, chaos would surely ensue. He was still young and had aspirations for the rise of Hydra. He had no desire to lose his life in vain. Sitwell's sudden action caused a glimmer of intrigue to pass through May's eyes, and she cryptically remarked, "It is only now that I truly perceive you as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent." "I shall take your words as a compliment," Sitwell replied, shrugging. "Whatever pleases you," May retorted coldly, dismissing him thereafter. At this moment, the Anubis statue finally revealed its secret, as a withered, pallid hand emerged from the shadows. Both Sitwell and May beheld the true visage of the being contained within the sarcophagus. The figure, nearly 3 meters tall, compelled them to tilt their heads in awe. Cloaked in a high hood, its upper body adorned with ancient, weathered armor that bore the scars of time, one could not help but question its defensive capabilities. Only the iconic scythe-like sword of ancient Egypt occasionally glimmered with a chilling light. The entity clad in these archaic vestments was no longer deserving of the title of human. Its severely dehydrated and desiccated form, hollow eye sockets, and the scant muscle tissue on its cheeks revealing blackened teeth, suggested that insect-like creatures were scuttling about its body. The empty expanse of its abdomen visible through the gaps in the armor only added to the unsettling sight. Even May, typically stoic, felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. For them, this ghastly figure was not unfamiliar. Rather, it felt eerily recognizable. After all, mummies, a hallmark of Egyptian heritage, are renowned worldwide. Even if they had never witnessed one firsthand, modern technology, be it through the internet or films, has provided vivid descriptions and imagery. However, despite their rudimentary understanding of mummies, they were acutely aware that such entities typically resided in tombs or museums, and it was unheard of for them to walk, even when displayed upright, especially not in the manner of awakening from slumber, twisting its neck as if to shake off the remnants of a long sleep. Sitwell found himself concerned for the mummy's decayed neck, wondering if it could withstand such vigorous movement. As fate would have it, calamities often come in pairs. Another Anubis statue activated, revealing yet another mummy. This second specimen, however, offered a slight reprieve for the two, as it appeared diminutive in comparison to the imposing mummy soldier. Clad in a tattered robe and devoid of weaponry, this mummy seemed almost more human-like than the former, though still far from robust. Observing this frail figure, which appeared as though it might disintegrate upon the slightest touch, Sitwell believed it to be an easily manageable adversary. Yet, Leon's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he remarked with a hint of admiration, "You are indeed fortunate. This time, a monk has emerged. Such an experience is exceedingly rare." Chapter 89, The Best Teammate S. H.I.E.L.D. Trident Headquarters. Nick Fury and Hill gazed intently at the central screen, their expressions marked by an unmistakable gravity. Moments ago, they had witnessed a series of astounding phenomena that utterly shattered their previous understanding of reality. For the one-eyed man, this was perhaps not the first encounter of its kind. Yet he remained at a loss. The notion of assembling a team to confront superhuman abilities and extraordinary occurrences grew ever more compelling within him. The urgency to accelerate this initiative was palpable, as he observed the bizarre and terrifying spectral warriors of ancient Egypt on the screen. A foreboding feeling gripped Nick Fury. Since the events in Manhattan in 1991, the world seemed poised on the brink of instability once more. He felt an acute need for greater strength to resist and even retaliate against these threats. Director, during the recent remote analysis, that creature's speed, strength, and explosive power far exceed those of an ordinary human. More importantly, our conventional weaponry proves ineffective against it. The sight of bullets striking the spectral soldiers only resulted in insignificant craters and a spray of fine sand, rendering their efforts futile. May and Sitwell could only awkwardly evade the creature's razor-sharp scythe, continuously maneuvering to survive. We require more formidable firepower. Our current field agent's equipment is utterly inadequate to confront these monstrosities. Nick Fury nodded solemnly, responding, "I will instruct the equipment department to conduct further research. I trust they will devise a viable solution shortly." "But what about May and the others?" Hill asked hesitantly, glancing at the screen. "Our support team won't arrive in time. They must rely solely on themselves." At this, a cryptic glint flickered in Fury's lone eye as he raised his chin slightly and declared, "Moreover, our agents are not so easily vanquished." No sooner had he spoken than the screen displayed Sitwell's startled scream as he was hurled away by a spectral soldier, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, his eyes rolling dizzily. Instantly, the command room was enveloped in an eerie silence. The responsible technicians suppressed their expressions, battling the urge to gasp, striving to minimize their presence. They understood that drawing the director's attention at such a moment could lead to a fate of eternal companionship with penguins. Agent Hill awkwardly turned her head aside, instinctively avoiding Nick Fury's gaze. Although his face was shrouded in darkness, she deemed it prudent to maintain a respectful distance. After a prolonged moment, Nick Fury's voice resonated softly, prompting Hill to straighten her posture and respond with utmost seriousness. "Yes, sir. Extend and intensify the physical and firearms training for all administrative and technical personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury fixed his gaze upon the screen, his eyes reflecting an infinite chill. The new training regimen would commence today. Yes, sir, came the response. Damn Sitwell. Curse it, Sitwell. You should have been lying down by now. Not only did SHIELD headquarters harbor a deep-seated animosity towards this Indo-American agent, but even in the Sahara Desert, May, amidst the fray, couldn't help but utter a remark. Sitwell's earlier resolute actions had significantly altered May's perception of him, yet as the battle unfolded, her admiration swiftly plummeted. Through Sitwell, May truly grasped the meaning of the body lagging behind the mind, and subsequently, his performance further illuminated the disconnection between intellect and physicality. Once more, she yanked Sitwell away, averting his tragic fate of being decapitated by a sword. Initially, she thought having another fighter would bolster their strength. But now she found herself playing the role of a caretaker for Sitwell. If not for May's interventions, her partner would have succumbed long ago. Yet still, she found herself in perilous situations while covering for him, as she fired a shot that struck the scythe of a skeletal soldier, momentarily delaying the enemy's advance. With a swift kick, she sent Sitwell out of harm's way, observing his disheveled state with a sense of helplessness. She could hardly bear to witness her comrade's demise before her eyes. Although May had previously entertained malicious fantasies of ancient Egyptian soldiers resolving her troubles, they remained mere figments of her imagination. Thus, when Sitwell was forcibly ejected from the combat zone, she felt not sorrow, but an overwhelming sense of relief. Turning to face the skeletal soldier charging at her with a blade, her expression remained unyielding, igniting within her the flames of battle as she coldly declared, "Now, let us truly engage." With that, she abandoned her earlier evasive tactics and charged directly at the foe. The ancient Egyptian undead, sensing the approaching life force, could not comprehend her intent. His feeble soul's flame did not permit such contemplation. Driven by an instinctive aversion to the living, he sought to obliterate all organic beings before him and savor their blood, all while contending with external constraints. In no time, the realms of the living and the dead would converge. May clearly discerned the withered muscle tissue of the Egyptian soldier and the grotesque protrusions hidden beneath. Inevitably accompanied by the repulsive stench of decay, she even caught sight of the ghastly visage that seemed to leer at her. The ancient Egyptian undead soldier sensed May's presence, a life force that evoked both longing and repulsion within it. With a swift motion, it raised its scythe-like sword, aiming to decapitate its adversary and showcase its valor. The honor of the ancient Egyptian warriors still lingering in its being. Yet, as the blade descended, it was met with an absence of the familiar sensation of flesh being rent asunder. Its weapon struck nothing but air, causing it to stumble and nearly collapse into the sand. The ancient Egyptian undead soldier found itself engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the disappearance of its prey. Its dwindling consciousness struggled to process the situation, and observing its bewildered state, Leon could only shake his head in resignation. He had clearly witnessed the moment before the two forces clashed. May had executed a deft backward roll, evading the attack. The undead soldier, with its superhuman physique, inadvertently provided May with the opportunity to evade, becoming a mere plaything in her hands. Indeed, these mindless beings, devoid of human direction, were nothing more than living targets, even less astute than a band of ninjas. Realizing this, Leon shouted, "Fool! Behind you!" The ancient Egyptian undead soldier, upon hearing the command, did not ponder why the enemy was behind it. It simply sought to continue its assault. At that moment, however, an odd sound emanated from its body. Beep, beep, beep. The soldier glanced down to discover that a palm-sized black box had lodged itself within the gaps of its half-armor, a red indicator light above it flashing incessantly, signaling something ominous. Idiot! Leon covered his face, unable to bear the sight. The intelligence of this creature was truly laughable. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated once again in this isolated realm of civilization, startling the creatures hidden within the desert to flee in all directions. The result was a cloud of dust rising and a square cap, reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 90. Return well done, Agent May. Witnessing the shattered remains of the ancient Egyptian undead soldier, Sitwell, who had been lying on the ground in existential doubt, suddenly regained his vigor. However, May shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Your commendation brings me no comfort, Agent Sitwell." She emphasized her words, leaving Sitwell to smile awkwardly, his true thoughts known only to himself. An excellent response strategy, a calm mind, and remarkable skill and courage. truly deserving of the title of Iron Rider, Agent May. Leon applauded her, recognizing that few could maintain such composure when confronted with the unknown, and it was clear that May was among the elite in this regard, while Sitwell was better left unmentioned. Sithwell, however, it is evident that you have forgotten that another adversary awaits, so do relish the impending battle. Upon hearing Leon's words, the two agents recalled the unassuming, nondescript mummy, and quickly turned to find it still standing quietly in place, which brought them a sense of relief. Ahem, May. Allow me to take the lead this time. Sithwell, comparing the physiques of both parties and the combat prowess of the ancient Egyptian undead soldiers, inexplicably felt a surge of confidence. Are you certain? Hearing the skepticism in May's tone, Sithwell puffed out his chest and replied with solemnity, Of course, besides. I believe after the recent skirmish, you ought to take some time to rest and regain your strength. Although Sithwell's words sounded quite grandiose, truth be told, if given the choice, he would much prefer to hide behind May, waving a flag and cheering. As for ridicule and dignity, was he, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., akin to those field operatives who merely charged headlong into danger? That would be truly unprofessional. However, he was well aware that his superior was watching him closely from Washington, D.C., and if he did not contribute some effort, he would indeed face dire consequences. Moreover, the mummy monk before him, Leon had just mentioned it, right? To his knowledge, monks were supposed to guide others towards goodness and possess compassionate hearts. Or so the tales from his homeland suggested. Born in America and having lived in this country, Sithwell found it difficult to grasp the nuances of such distinctions. Perhaps he too was merely relying on hearsay. Nevertheless, gazing at the indifferent mummy monk before him, he could hardly believe it would be more challenging to deal with than the previous undead creature. Well, it should be, perhaps. A gentle breeze wafted through, yet the oppressive heat did nothing to mitigate the beads of sweat that surged on Sithwell's brow. May did not intervene, as it would undoubtedly serve as a worthwhile test regardless. Sithwell raised his weapon and cautiously approached, but before he could make a move, the monk lifted his right hand, pointing at him. In an instant, a fierce wind swept up grains of sand, hurtling towards him. Sithwell was immediately caught in an overwhelming force, lifted into the air. As he soared, the sand battered against him, ripping his tailored suit to shreds, leaving him battered and bruised. Yet, the singular thought that occupied his mind was, I knew it would be like this. It was not until Sithwell fell, lamenting, beside May that the mummy monk began to chant an ancient Egyptian summoning incantation, its somber yet resonant tones stirring every nerve of the two agents present. At last, the mummy monk ceased the mysterious incantation. Beneath the desert, a tremendous commotion erupted. The sands collapsed, and quicksand engulfed the ground, as if something from the depths sought to emerge. In no time, a dozen souls, entombed for millennia, were summoned back to the earthly realm. Their hands wielded weapons, clad in remnants of ancient attire, yet their faces bore a terrifying visage. Westville and May found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard. Among these mummified spirits was a colossal scorpion, its size comparable to that of an adult bull, its formidable pincers clicking ominously. One of the mummified beings stood in its path, only to be unhesitatingly torn apart. The scorpion's sharply curved tail, dark and gleaming, suggested a lethal sting that Westville was certain no one would wish to endure. Upon sighting this creature, Leon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The marks of sorcery upon the scorpion were strikingly evident. After all, it would be difficult for any enchantment to persist without some form of magical enhancement. I find you quite fascinating, he mused. Although one might assume that magical creations lack emotions, the giant scorpion began to tremble inexplicably, its tail drooping slightly as an unfamiliar sense of fear coursed through its being, as though it were under the gaze of some terrifying entity. The two agents, however, remained oblivious to the scorpion's strange behavior, as the sight of the mummified beings alone was enough to give them a headache. Westville finally grasped the true meaning of the phrase, "Don't judge a heat by its appearance." Yet the price of this realization was steep. He forced a smile and turned to May, inquiring, "Do you have any brilliant ideas left?" Westville had lost all hope, but May provided him with an unexpected response. "Of course." "Really?" Westville exclaimed, astonished by May's unwavering composure, which in turn instilled a sense of calm within him. Perhaps, he thought, I will surrender. Before he could finish his thoughts, he witnessed May discard her handgun and raise her hands in a clean, decisive gesture. Westville thought to himself, I should not have harbored any illusions. Meanwhile, in the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and Hill were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Finally, the one-eyed man nodded, as if speaking to himself, a wise choice. She is exceptional, isn't she? Indeed. Sir, Hill replied with a calm demeanor. May's sudden surrender took Leon by surprise. He had initially perceived her as a stubborn and competitive woman. Yet it seemed she had discerned his thoughts and coldly explained, "This is a battle devoid of meaning. I do not wish to squander my precious life on it." Leon nodded in understanding, agreeing, "An exceptional agent. Your superior will undoubtedly feel a great sense of relief." He then turned his gaze towards the restless mummies and chuckled lightly. The performance has concluded, and the actors must take their leave. First, Leon looked at the mummy monk and recited an incantation. The once tranquil mummy monk instantly became agitated, fleeing into the distance as if trying to escape something. But it was in vain. As Leon's spell reached its conclusion, the eyes of the Anubis statue glimmered with a faint red light, and an irresistible force surged from the sarcophagus towards the fleeing mummy monk. Its hoarse cries were of no help against its helplessness. The monk was drawn directly into the sarcophagus, a withered hand clutching the coffiness wall, yet as the statue sealed, the lid rendered all efforts futile. "Now, it's your turn." Amidst the panicked undead, the ground trembled, and in the incredulous expressions of Citaville and May, countless grains of sand coalesced into a mountain, hovering in midair. The two looked up at the shadow that obscured even the sun, at a loss for words, but aware that this was undoubtedly a power capable of burying everything. "Oh, may you have sweet dreams." With those words, the sea of sand cascaded down, erasing all meaningless howls, almost instantaneously creating a conspicuous rise on the satellite imagery of the Sahara Desert. Prior to this, the giant scorpion, paralyzed with fear, obediently became Leon's new trophy, while the portal whisked them back to New York. Chapter 91, Mutation. Hot tea, just right, please indulge. Leon savored a sip of the tea that had been prepared on the table, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Yet, Citaville and May were hardly in the mood for tea. They remained engulfed in shock, unable to regain their composure. The sea of sand that seemed capable of covering the sky still left them in a state of bewilderment. The mummies, which had previously drained their energy to defeat, were effortlessly dealt with by Leon, leading Citaville to feel that for Leon, it was akin to merely brushing off dust from his clothing. This was not only a profoundly sorrowful realization for Citaville, but for some behind him as well. "Mr. Leon, what is it that you truly desire?" Perhaps the warm tea offered Citaville a modicum of strength. He mustered the courage to ask earnestly. "What do I want?" Leon set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward with a smile. "I am a businessman, and what I have always desired is merely to conduct my business in peace." It sounded as if no one could thwart him. Citaville could not help but internally mutter a remark, yet upon reflection, he hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Leon, the business you speak of, could it possibly be?" "Surely you have already surmised, Citaville," Leon replied with a smile, gazing at the slightly anxious bald agent. He continued in a measured tone, "Mysterious artifacts, intelligence, health, and even life itself. As long as a price that satisfies me is offered, everything I possess is open to negotiation." "Does that imply that even the two statues capable of summoning the undead mummies you mentioned earlier could be sold to others at will?" "Of course," Leon said nonchalantly, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the tea set in his hands without raising his gaze. "As long as the price is satisfactory, nothing is beyond transaction." "This cannot be. This is absolutely unacceptable." However, as soon as he spoke, the Indian agent gasped in horror as if he had transgressed a taboo. Such dangerous items must never be allowed to fall into the hands of anyone, including their original owner, Mr. Citaville. Leon's eyes brimmed with disdain. This quintessential American arrogance persisted, even with the World Council now in charge. Their nature remained unchanged. What he could do, others could not. "How many lethal weapons have you sold? Not to mention the hidden currents lurking beneath." "Ahem, my apologies, Mr. Leon. I became a bit overly agitated." Realizing Leon's gaze was growing increasingly frigid, Citaville regained his composure. After all, the man before him was not the usual subordinate negotiator he encountered in past missions. Moreover, his current task was merely one of engagement and negotiation. His previous comments had already bordered on overstepping. "I merely believe, Mr. Leon, that such perilous and extraordinary items." if they fell into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, could cause significant turmoil in the outside world. Sittervale struggled to conjure a more fitting descriptor, feeling that the mental exertion of today rivaled all his previous assignments combined. Indeed, that is a possibility. Observing Leon deep in contemplation, Sittervale felt a momentary relief. But before he could exhale, he witnessed Leon lean forward, his hands planted on the table, an expression of amusement laced with a hint of madness dancing upon his face. However, what concern is it of mine? Moreover, if it were within my power, I would even consider packaging the entire earth to sell to those otherworldly demons. Those beings lurking in the void have long coveted this insignificant little sphere beneath your feet. Of course, provided they could meet my satisfactory price. As they beheld the manic glimmer in Leon's eyes, Sittervale and May were suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, rendering their breaths labored. At last, Sitwell wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a smile, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Mr. Leon, you must be joking, right?" Surely. His face bore a smile more grotesque than tears, and he could not help but swallow hard. Just as the oppressive atmosphere became unbearable, Leon reclined back into his comfortable chair, his demeanor once again exuding the calm elegance of yesteryears. After all, I am but a mere human. Moreover, those dimensional demons are notoriously voracious, consuming without a trace. If I were to act recklessly, they would not easily let me go. Furthermore, the Supreme Mage, the leader of Earth's sorcerers, would never permit such folly, at least not before her demise. Leon's voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to himself. The other two could only furrow their brows in helplessness. Though not the answer he desired, Sitwell conceded to the circumstances. The weight of Leon's previous statements exceeded his comprehension, and it was evident that Leon had no intention of elaborating further. At that moment, an urgent voice crackled through Sitwell's earpiece, causing him to hesitate. He turned to Leon and inquired softly, "Mr. Leon, what must we, the SHIELD, offer to acquire those, magical artifacts of yours?" Though he had witnessed them firsthand, Sitwell still found the unfamiliar term disconcerting. It is quite simple, Mr. Sitwell," Leon replied, a curious smile gracing his lips as he raised an eyebrow. "In truth, I am exceedingly interested in the section of your SHIELD that houses numerous enigmatic items, rumored to include artifacts cataloged by the SSR since the Second World War. I would like to pay a visit. I'm afraid, Mr. Leon, I lack the authority for such matters." Sitwell's face was etched with a bitter smile, fully aware that Leon's inquiries transcended his level of clearance, rendering him powerless to make any decisions. "Indeed, I am cognizant of your limitations, which is why I am addressing those who possess the authority to make a decision. They have been observing everything that transpires here, have they not?" Leon remarked, his smile lingering as he gazed at the polished black button on Sitwell's suit. Meanwhile, in the command room of SHIELD, Nick Fury and Hill watched the screen, where Leon appeared to smile serenely, seemingly gazing directly at them. "Director?" Hill could not suppress her curiosity, whispering a question. Yet, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, deep in thought. It had been a considerable time since he had encountered such a perplexing situation. The mention of magic stirred unsettling memories, a reminder of a profound defeat, a defeat etched indelibly in his mind. Once again, this strange yet familiar magic has resurfaced, leaving him uncertain as to whether it heralds good or ill. As Nick Fury pondered this, an unexpected change occurred in Leon's antique shop. Gazing at the flickering lights above him, fluctuating between brilliance and dimness, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Leon's eyes. Something was approaching. Chapter 92, Hail Hydra. Leon's antique shop lacked the advanced alert system of the three great sanctuaries of Kamartaj, rendering it incapable of detecting interdimensional entities traversing Earth. After all, no matter how impressive his fledgling establishment was, it could not compare to the Supreme Sanctum, created by the first Sorcerer Supreme over millennia. However, the properties bestowed upon it by magical energies rendered it particularly sensitive to immense fluctuations of power, especially the cosmic forces currently at play. In that instant, Leon's gaze seemed to pierce through the vastness of space, catching a glimpse of the distant horizon and the dazzling aurora that illuminated the entirety of the Nine Realms. "Oh, is this the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard? Truly remarkable." As he felt the terrifying power contained within the radiant aurora, Leon couldn't help but reflect on the destructive potential it harbored, a force capable of annihilating a planet. The tales of Asgard's relentless conquests and its dominion over the Nine Realms were far from mere legends. Of course, he could not overlook the meteor streaking across the sky, accompanied by a humanoid figure. This prompted a light chuckle from Leon, for the renowned Thor, the god of thunder, had finally arrived on Earth. How amusing! Yet, in comparison, he found himself more intrigued by the cunning second princess, known for her penchant for betrayal. Loki, could you be my opportunity to intervene in Asgard? Leon's gaze wavered. For in the realm of Asgard, Odin's collection consisted of treasures that ranked among the finest in the Nine Realms and throughout the universe. He was undeniably covetous of such artifacts. However, how to reach Asgard posed a conundrum. The magical sanctuary of Kamartaj, tasked with monitoring otherworldly occurrences on Earth, might possess a solution. Yet, truth be told, unless absolutely necessary, Leon had no desire to encounter the living Ancient One again. Perhaps he would pay his respects only upon her passing, admiring the visage of the Sorcerer Supreme in repose. More importantly, Leon had yet to devise a strategy for facing Odin, the father of the gods, who had waged war across the Nine Realms and brought them under his dominion. Presently, he felt no confidence in confronting such a formidable deity, let alone coveting his treasures. Perhaps he would have to wait until Odin's demise to fulfill his aspirations. Contemplating this, Leon suddenly realized he harbored an inexplicable desire for both the champions of Asgard and Earth to meet their end. What does this signify? A mental alignment with Thanos, or perhaps a greater ambition than even Thanos himself? After all, had it not been for the demise of these two guardians of Earth and Asgard, this cosmic overlord would not have personally ventured to the battleground of Earth. It is essential to recognize that he has tirelessly sought the Infinity Stones for the sake of the universe's survival. And his knowledge of the Space Stone's location is not a recent acquisition. Yet, why has he refrained from embarking on this quest himself? Surely, one cannot dismiss the influence of the formidable reputations of Agamotto and Odin. Consequently, he must now resort to more circuitous strategies. As for his decision not to select Thor, it is due to the fact that, in the absence of his father, mother, sister, and brother, the Thunder God, whose mind is consumed solely by muscle and hormones, does not fit into his calculations. Thor could very well turn around and disclose everything to his father, mother, brother, or anyone he encounters. Of course, Leon would like to believe that this is not intentional on Thor's part. However, such a scenario could become rather awkward. In contrast, Loki presents himself as an excellent bargaining chip. Those who harbor desires and ambitions are often the most prone to revealing their vulnerabilities, even with his multitude of schemes. In the end, they may prove futile, a lesson that the ancient dragon, the Lord, has imparted to Leon, one that remains vividly etched in his memory. Nevertheless, had Thor not been so irredeemably foolish, Leon would have gladly taken the opportunity to teach him a lesson, enabling him to become a bit more astute. With this thought in mind, Leon found himself increasingly eager for the impending encounter with these two deities. Mr. Leon, Mr. Leon. A sudden chorus of calls disrupted his reverie. Looking down, he noticed Sitterville and May gazing at him with cautious curiosity. Is something the matter, my friends? He inquired. Not much, Mr. Leon. We were merely wondering if something transpired just now. Sitterville asked, his tone laden with implication. Nothing of great consequence. Merely a hammer tossed to earth by a rather contemplative old man. Is he not concerned about damaging the flora? Leon replied, feigning exasperation. Sitterville and May exchanged doubtful glances, their expressions suggesting disbelief. Leon raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing, You don't believe me? Oh, of course we do. What you say is undoubtedly true. May remained silent, while Sitterville wore a grin of eager compliance. Noticing their reactions, Leon chose not to elaborate further. After all, in these times, speaking the truth often invites skepticism, and there was no need to stoop to the level of mere mortals. Now, my friends, I must embark on new endeavors. So it is time for you to take your leave. Leon's abrupt dismissal took them by surprise. Sitterville appeared flustered, and even May showed a hint of astonishment. Why, Mr. Leon? We haven't even begun our discussion, Sitterville exclaimed, rising hastily. For me, our meeting has come to a conclusion, and what follows is not within your purview. Is it not? Leon's retort left Sitwell speechless. He wished to say more, yet Leon's finger gestured for silence, instantly reminding him of his previous unpleasant experience with silence, compelling him to close his mouth obediently. Upon hearing the evacuation order issued through the earpiece, May rose without uttering a word, and seeing this, Sitwell prepared to leave as well. However, at that moment, Leon called out to them. It seems you two have forgotten something. As he spoke, a collection of disordered small items was presented before them, consisting of buttons, cufflinks, and brooches, trivial adornments. Sitwell and May exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat embarrassed. For among these lay various listening devices, including trackers, eavesdropping equipment, and signal receivers. Sitwell was particularly astonished, realizing he had merely placed a listening device in Leon's sleeve, while it appeared May was on the verge of setting a microphone directly before Leon. Evidently, he was still quite distant from the ranks of these elite agents. Let this serve as a warning, gentlemen. This message extends to your entire S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. Trust me, you would not wish to witness a repetition of this outcome. Upon hearing Leon's warning, Sitwell could only manage a stiff smile as he watched May gather the eavesdropping devices from the table. Suddenly, an intriguing thought crossed Leon's mind. However, Agent May, you truly embody the qualities of a top-tier operative. Were it not for my complete control over every inch of this room, you might have indeed succeeded. Oh, is that so? Should I then express my gratitude for your compliments, Mr. Mage? May replied coldly. Not at all. However, your methods and capabilities remind me of another mysterious organization I encountered during my travels over the years, one whose intelligence capabilities rival your own. Now I must admit to a growing curiosity. May I be so fortunate as to learn the name of this organization? Though her expression remained as indifferent as ever, May's demeanor shifted slightly at Leon's next words, her face paling. Of course. Yet, compared to their motto, I find it more memorable. Perhaps you will too. Leaning closer to May's ear, Leon intentionally lowered his voice and whispered, Hail Hydra, as Leon's deep and magnetic voice resonated through the command room of S.H.I.E.L.D. The atmosphere became imbued with a palpable tension, reverberating within the hearts of all present. At this moment, Nick Fury could no longer maintain the persona of the calm and collected director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The veins on his forehead throbbed visibly, betraying the depth of his agitation. He bellowed into the communication channel, issuing commands with fervor. I require all intelligence regarding that organization. I need to know everything. Inform that sorcerer that S.H.I.E.L.D. will pay any price, any. Beside him, he'll refrain from curbing Fury's impulsive outburst, fully aware of what that proclamation signified and what the organization represented. Hydra, how utterly absurd. With a resounding thud, Hill struck the tabletop with her right hand, her face devoid of any trace of mirth. The organization, long thought vanquished during the Second World War, had inexplicably resurfaced decades later, akin to a specter. And they had learned of this resurgence through external sources. Truly, it was a dereliction of duty. If the information relayed by Leon proved to be accurate, how could S.H.I.E.L.D., with its extensive global intelligence capabilities and monitoring systems, have failed to uncover even the slightest hint of this? The very thought sent a chill down Hill's spine. Director Nick Fury, understanding Hill's implications, was undeniably shocked by the return of Hydra, yet his clarity of mind remained intact. His subconscious began to connect certain dots. Those matters that should have seemed straightforward now appeared disturbingly convoluted. The clawback initiative. Hill. Yes, Director. Proceed to erase all recordings and documentation from this location, leaving no trace. I require that everything that transpired today remains confidential within this command center. Fury's cold gaze swept over the technical personnel below. They were likely to remain in that same spot for quite some time, and if their loyalty was found wanting, a grim fate awaited them. Understood, Director. Just as Hill began orchestrating these tasks, Fury called out to her once more. Hill, monitor for me, after a brief pause. His eyes brimmed with resolve and gravity as he declared, everyone. Meanwhile, within the quaint antique shop, the two agents, or more precisely, only Sitwell, had yet to recover from their shock and trepidation. Although May shared a similar astonishment, she quickly regained her composure in response to Fury's urgent commands. Mr. Leon, we can collaborate more extensively. I have just been authorized to negotiate for all intelligence concerning that organization. We can offer you anything you desire. Oh, is that so? Observing May's eager expression, Leon could not help but smile, knowing that once Hydra's intelligence was released, Fury would undoubtedly be unable to remain still. However, I must apologize, Agent May, for I have an urgent engagement to attend to, so we shall have to bid farewell for now. Before May could finish her sentence, a shimmering portal appeared, whisking them back to their origins. After all, he was a man who would not act without seeing results. He believed that May had indeed been granted the authority to handle this incident by Nick Fury, yet he remained skeptical of Fury himself. A leader of operatives, shrouded in countless secrets, might have noble intentions, but that does not guarantee he would not go back on his word. Although Leon was not particularly afraid of Fury's potential duplicity, he preferred to avoid complications, unless the desired outcome presented itself before him. Otherwise, Fury would gain no useful intelligence merely through idle chatter. Moreover, he had far more pressing matters to attend to, for his son of Odin would not patiently await his arrival. With this thought, Leon's mind shifted, and he vanished from the quaint antique shop, leaving behind only a whisper that dissipated into the air. I wonder if Mjolnir is destined to be mine. A dazzling spark manifested in the street, followed by Sitwell and May stumbling out of the portal, startling the pedestrians nearby. Faced with the unfamiliar, the onlookers scattered in alarm, while some curious children were swiftly scooped up by their families and ushered indoors. Yet, at that moment, a few individuals approached the duo, encircling them. "Lang, what is happening?" May inquired, furrowing her brow at the gathering figures, who were none other than her field team from earlier that day. Noticing them reaching for their waists, she understood the implications and braced herself cautiously. "We regret to inform you, Agent May, that we have received orders to escort you both back to headquarters. You must comply. Otherwise, we will resort to any necessary measures." Lang expressed his confusion, yet spoke earnestly. "This is a direct order from the director, and from now on, you are under a gag order, prohibited from disclosing any information regarding your activities inside. Should you violate this decree..." Lang's words trailed off, but the unmistakable sound of safety catches being released echoed ominously behind him. "Why? Are you treating us like criminals?" Before May could respond, Sitwell had already begun to voice his discontent. Indeed, the orders from headquarters seemed rather harsh, yet May found this behavior entirely in line with Nick Fury's modus operandi. She felt a twinge of sorrow in realizing that she comprehended this approach. After all, the intelligence they had acquired was undeniably explosive. Yet, having such a commanding officer was indeed quite unfortunate, May mused silently, as she contemplated advising Sitwell to accept the situation with equanimity. The cold voice emanating from the communicator decisively sealed their fate. "Obey the order." Nick Fury's succinct command instantly halted Sitwell's futile actions. "You will be personally escorted by Agent Barton to Washington, D.C. By then, I trust you will be adequately prepared." Observing the Quinjet descending unreservedly amidst the gazes of the surrounding citizens, along with Hawkeye, poised with his bow and arrow below, Sitwell and May finally comprehended the urgency with which their director yearned to see them. "I would rather not be treated with such pomp." Sitwell's ambiguous remark was, surprisingly, met with May's agreement. As the two made their way to the SHIELD headquarters, thousands of kilometers away in New Mexico, a solitary blonde thunder god was coming online. Chapter 94, For the Glory of the Northern God. In New Mexico, in the town of Pandiantigo, as the state with the most abundant energy and mineral resources in the United States, this town, nestled at the intersection of realms, naturally thrived on these riches. However, due to recent environmental protections and resource regulations, this town, once buoyed by mining, had gradually fallen into decline until it welcomed a distinguished guest. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard, son of the All-Father Odin, and the future king of the next generation of Asgard, was just on the verge of receiving Odin's coronation when the frost giants infiltrated Odin's treasury, interrupting Thor's ceremony. At that moment, consumed by a singular thought of recklessness, Thor felt an overwhelming fury and, in defiance of Odin's command, led a group of companions into Jotunheim. They soon found themselves in dire straits. Indeed, it was proven that without Odin's timely intervention, Thor and his companions would have undoubtedly become mere figures encased in the eternal ice of Jotunheim. However, once the danger was averted, Thor quickly became acquainted with the wrath of his so-called cowardly father, stripped of glory and power and subsequently exiled to Earth, along with his treasured hammer. Upon arriving on Earth, the second prince of Asgard did not remain idle, having just fallen from the sky. He was met with the warm hospitality of the locals. Initially struck by a car, then subdued by a stun gun, and subsequently overpowered by several burly men. He was injected with a sedative that rendered him unconscious, only to be knocked down once more upon regaining consciousness. Overall, Thor's earthly sojourn did not commence on a particularly auspicious note, or one could perhaps describe it as a rather dismal experience, yet he was not without his gains. Upon his descent to Earth, the first woman he beheld possessed a pair of brown eyes brimming with intellect and beauty. Thor found himself at a loss for words. Utterly speechless. It is no wonder a man of his formidable stature, whose daily existence revolved around combat or the journey to engage in battle, would scarcely find time to indulge in anything else. He occasionally devoted a fleeting moment to accompany his younger brother in a game of assassins, albeit often falling prey to Loki's illusions. Nevertheless, Thor relished these moments, believing them to reflect the bond of affection shared between him and Loki. Even Sif, who had grown alongside the two brothers, was regarded by Thor as a comrade, akin to a brother, often enduring countless eye rolls from her. Thus, expecting Thor to utter flowery compliments would indeed be an arduous task. Yet, he understood that a mere exclamation of "Wow, you are truly beautiful" was hardly a commendation worthy of her grace. Hence, he fell into silence. His clumsy behavior along the way was neither foolish nor obtuse, but rather a facade of innocence intended to capture a lady's attention. After all, Loki had assured him of such wisdom. Surely, his brother would not mislead him. At the very least, Thor perceived some efficacy in his approach as he noticed the woman beside him, her lips slightly parted, gazing intently in his direction. Consequently, the speed at which his knife and fork descended increased, for in the realm of the gods, the Asgardians esteemed valor and glory, all of which were underpinned by robust physiques. Thor had always considered Loki too frail, yet whenever he broached the subject, his brother would smile and deftly offer a dagger, enhancing his ability to fend off surprise attacks. Ah, what a pair of affectionate siblings they were. Within a modest restaurant in the small town, Astrophysics Ph.D., Jane Foster was accompanied by her assistant, Daisy Louise, and an elderly scholar, Eric Selvig, who observed Thor devouring his meals with ravenous enthusiasm. As each dish vanished into the seemingly insatiable abyss of his mouth, Louise silently crossed Thor's name off her mental list, realizing that this rare political science student lacked the stamina to sustain such a voracious appetite. After all, on her current stipend, she could hardly afford to support such a glutton. Relying on Thor was out of the question, particularly since the t-shirt he wore was a remnant of Jane's former boyfriend. For Daisy, the utmost priority was earning credits. Were it not for that, who would willingly reside in this desolate town for several months? Surely, the bustling metropolis had not failed to satiate her desires. As for Jane Foster, her thoughts were less frivolous. She had brought Thor along primarily to uncover the cause behind the anomalous celestial phenomena witnessed the previous night, as well as to decipher whether the humanoid figures observed during the astronomical observations were mere coincidence or had a deeper significance. Certainly, it cannot be ruled out that she might break up with her boyfriend. Currently experiencing an emotional void, the sight of Thor's physique, comparable to that of a bodybuilder, stirred the heart of this single female PhD. Of course, when others inquired, the answer was always the same. It was all for the sake of science. As there is nothing inappropriate about matters of scientific inquiry, Eric Xavier, the team leader, offered a straightforward explanation. As a distinguished professor engaged with the military and various clandestine research institutions, he possessed insights far beyond those of the average citizen. For instance, the man before them appeared to be somewhat out of sync with societal norms, truly a subject worthy of investigation. "I do enjoy this beverage," Thor exclaimed, draining his glass and nodding in satisfaction. He then expressed his fondness in a manner characteristic of his homeland, shattering the empty glass upon the floor. "One more, please." The sound of breaking glass startled the surrounding patrons. Jane quickly apologized to the startled onlookers, while Louise raised the menu to shield her face, feigning unfamiliarity with the exuberant figure. "What's wrong? I simply liked it and wanted another. Is there anything amiss?" Thor raised an eyebrow, finding such a response intolerable. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of Jane's furrowed brow diffused his anger, prompting a resigned shrug. "Fine, I want to do it again." "Very well." Observing the seemingly contentious yet conciliatory exchange between the two, Louise and Dr. Eric shared a knowing smile, fully aware of the underlying dynamics. Just then, a voice interrupted the increasingly intimate atmosphere. "Shattering glass is a long-standing cultural tradition, In ancient times, certain communities expressed their joy and excitement through this act during celebrations. Even in modernity, some regions continue to uphold this custom. Upon hearing this, Thor's smile widened as he explained to Jane, "Precisely, that is my intention." At that moment, a young Asian man approached with a smile. It was Leon. Thor, an outsider in a foreign land, experienced a sense of familiarity emanating from Leon, reminiscent of a magical essence he had not encountered since his arrival on Earth. Seizing the opportunity, Thor extended his hand to Leon, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Thor." Leon, returning the warm smile, responded with a phrase that left others somewhat perplexed. "Hello, Thor, for the glory of the northern god." Thor's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Chapter 95. The Honest Louise for the Glory of the Northern God. Upon hearing this, Thor's eyes instantly brightened, and he exclaimed with joy, "By Odin's grace. This is perhaps the most comforting statement I have encountered since my arrival here." The two extended their hands for a handshake, during which Thor applied a slight pressure with his right hand, not with any ulterior motive, merely to gauge the other's response. However, upon observing the nonchalant demeanor of his counterpart, any lingering doubts dissipated in an instant. Clearly, this was not a mere coincidence. What splendid news. "I am Leon. But do refrain from extending your greetings indiscriminately to others, for the physical fortitude of the people here pales in comparison to that of your homeland." "I shall remember that." Leon, as Thor beamed with an innocent smile, Leon, for reasons unknown, was immediately reminded of a certain canine clad in a crimson cloak, wielding the hammer of the thunder god, and instinctively exclaimed, "For the glory of the northern gods." This indicates that Leon was still somewhat influenced by the experiences of his past life. Nevertheless, it seemed that the effect was rather favorable thus far. Just then, Louise's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, interrupted their exchange. "Hello, gentlemen. While I am uncertain of the nature of your relationship, do you not find your current behavior rather conspicuous? Perhaps we might sit down and converse?" Louise subtly gestured to their surroundings, and at that moment, Leon also realized that his and Thor's unusual conduct had attracted some curious glances from other patrons. Undeterred, he shrugged and took a seat at the table alongside Thor and the others. Leon's uninvited presence did not elicit any displeasure from the others at the table, for it was evident that this young Asian man was far more familiar with Thor than they were, sparking their curiosity. However, when Leon and Thor began their dialogue, the very first utterance rendered the onlookers speechless, leaving them to question whether they had encountered two madmen, even causing Jane to furrow her brow. "Oh, by Odin. For the first time, I find a mage to be so endearing. I had thought that aside from my brother, there were no other intriguing mages. It appears I was mistaken." Thor's opening words elicited a raised eyebrow from Leon, confirming that he was indeed the quintessential doting elder brother. But it left one to ponder where Thor's standards lay in comparison to Loki. "Hey, guys, what are you talking about? I'm a bit lost here. Can't you discuss something more conventional? And Thor, you actually have a brother? Does he resemble you?" Louise inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. "Indeed, he is my brother, named Loki, though I find him rather too frail," Thor replied, directing his attentions toward Jane, completely disregarding Louise's evident displeasure. "When the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you." Upon witnessing this, Leon could not help but smile. Odin's trial of exile had only just commenced, yet his foolish son had already taken a fancy to a girl from Earth. It remained uncertain whether the father of the gods would be enraged or even more infuriated upon discovering this. Leon eagerly anticipated the splendid expression that would grace the elder's face at that moment. However, Thor seemed to recollect something, and his previously triumphant demeanor abruptly stiffened. He could only awkwardly murmur, "Let me arrange things properly before I introduce you." "Humph." Jin coldly snorted and returned to her meal, choosing to remain silent. Yet, the harsh clinking of her cutlery against the plate echoed her discontent. Even Thor, who was usually oblivious, could perceive her dissatisfaction. He found himself at a loss for words, for he could not possibly explain that he needed to have a serious talk with his brother, who had a penchant for stabbing people in the back. After all, Jin's delicate frame could hardly withstand such a profound betrayal of affection. Alas, even Thor understood that stating this so directly might frighten the ordinary Earth girl away. Thus, he shifted the topic, turning to Leon and inquired, "Are there few mages in Midgard? If I hadn't encountered you today, I would have thought the entire realm lacked mages." How could that be, Thor? Leon replied, raising an eyebrow as he calmly elucidated. According to documented texts, the earliest mages on Earth had emerged millennia ago, during a time when the 9 realms were still in a state of chaos. Asgard was under the rule of Buri, who should be your grandfather's father. Oh, really? This is the first I have heard of it. Observing the astonished expression on Thor's face, Leon felt a twinge of exasperation. Shouldn't such knowledge be common sense for a crown prince? Yet, he also felt a sense of melancholy as he noted that, after his astonishment, there was not a hint of skepticism on Thor's face. Indeed, he was a rather gullible simpleton. As a crown prince, you ought to study history diligently. Perhaps within it, you may uncover some secrets hidden beneath the annals of time. Leon's voice grew somber, as if he were alluding to something deeper. Well, all right then. I shall take the opportunity to learn some when I return. However, Leon's efforts seemed in vain, for the golden-haired god appeared utterly indifferent, likely to dismiss it from his mind in no time. To him, spending time on such matters was less appealing than challenging a few frost giants in Jotunheim. While Leon and Thor enjoyed a relatively smooth conversation, the same could not be said for Jen, Louise, and Professor Isaac at the table. They found the absurd, comical, and fantastical discourse between the two boys to be utterly ridiculous, yet it flowed so naturally from their lips that it seemed almost real. Certainly, if others share the same sentiment, they might also be deemed mad. At least that is what Louise firmly believes. Thus, she resolves to put an end to this frivolous and pointless conversation. Hey, gentlemen, have you had your fill? If so, I believe we can return and engage in a more meaningful discussion. And as for you, Mr. Leon, if this daydreaming Thor is your friend, I suggest you keep a close watch on him, for the town's police are likely still searching for this suspected individual who may have overdosed, attacked hospital staff, and possesses no identification. Seeing Louise, who was speaking with the rapidity of a machine gun, yet maintaining her composure, Leon couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. He glanced at her prominent figure and instinctively nodded. It seemed her sharp tongue was proportional to her formidable presence, a sight to behold. In response, Leon extended a hand towards the woman, who stood with her arms crossed and head held high, invitingly asking, "Would you care for a drink, Miss Louise?" Louise let out a derisive laugh, about to retort, but the beverage cup that floated gently before her caused her plethora of words to vanish into silence. She even observed glistening droplets of water suspended in the air. At that moment, her once formidable tongue seemed to falter, and she could only muster a forced smile, saying, "Thank you, but no." Leon couldn't help but smile at this interaction. Indeed, humanity often behaves in such a manner. Chapter 96. The Millennia-Old Thor. Oh, a gentleman would never intimidate a lady. Observing his assistant on the verge of tears, Jan quickly shielded Louise, casting a disapproving glance at Leon. Thor, witnessing this, immediately stood beside the girl who stirred his heart, declaring, "Indeed, Leon, in Asgard, true warriors do not bully women." Jan, grateful for Thor's defense, cast him a thankful glance, which elicited a broad grin from the heir of the divine realm. One can only wonder how Odin would feel upon seeing his son in such a state. Perhaps in a fit of anger, he would pass the throne to Loki. In retrospect, that might indeed yield a joyous outcome for all. Observing Thor's naive infatuation as he navigated Earth, he was likely unaware of the saying, "A sycophant meets a grim fate," and it seemed there were more lessons to come. "I apologize, Jan. I did not intend to intimidate this young lady," Leon stated, yet before he could complete his sentence, the assistant, still feigning distress, interrupted, eager to avoid becoming an anonymous figure in the conversation. Leon could only continue, "This Miss Louise, I assure you, I harbor no intentions of intimidation." Leon spoke insincerely, his gaze fixed intently on the golden-haired Thor, whose discomfort was palpable, as if he had suddenly sprouted thorns. He remarked, "As far as I know, the women of Asgard are renowned across the 9 realms for their formidable strength. They have never been a feeble group. Otherwise, the Valkyrie Legion that followed your father into battle would not have forged such a legendary reputation." In an instant, the attention of several individuals shifted towards Thor, who for the first time felt that the fame of the women from his homeland was not necessarily a boon, especially considering his childhood dreams of joining the Valkyrie Legion, which now seemed rather embarrassing. However, he found it impossible to resist the fervent gazes of his companions, particularly Jane's inquisitive and eager expression. Reluctantly, he confessed, "In truth, by the time of my birth, the Valkyrie Legion had already ceased to exist. I am unaware of the reasons, as my father never divulged them to me. Suddenly, a barely audible murmur from Leon caught Thor's attention. Despite his superior physical capabilities, he could not quite decipher it, and instinctively inquired, "What did you say, Leon?" "Nothing. Just a moment of reflection," Leon replied calmly. At that moment, Jane, with a complex expression, hesitantly turned to Thor and asked, "Thor, are you truly an Asgardian from another world?" "Yes, Jane. Why do you ask?" Thor responded. Yet, upon his straightforward admission, not just Jane, but also Louise and Dr. Eric fell into silence. While they could previously dismiss Liang's words as mere fanciful notions, Thor's unequivocal acknowledgement of his identity compelled them to genuinely contemplate the validity of it all. After all, Thor exuded an aura of sincerity, a quality that made it difficult to believe he would fabricate such a story. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that these two individuals were simply delusional, given that Thor's earlier behavior aligned with the traits of a madman. Nevertheless, an inexplicable voice within them urged them to trust in this reality, which left them feeling quite uneasy. Louise fared somewhat better, but for Jane and Eric, who had spent a lifetime as staunch materialists, the notion of embracing idealism was indeed a challenge to accept. "Oh, I can't believe I'm sitting with an extraterrestrial today. And I even managed to knock him down. How cool is that? I must share this on my YouTube channel. Come on, extraterrestrial, smile for the camera," Louise exclaimed, raising her phone to capture the moment. Thor then offered a beaming smile for the lens before seriously clarifying, "Moreover, I am not merely an extraterrestrial. I am Thor, son of Odin, the future ruler of the realms. Moreover, that defeat was merely a result of my carelessness. Indeed, that is precisely the case." As he uttered these words, Thor could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Jane, instinctively puffing out his chest, a triumphant expression gracing his face. However, before he could relish in his boast for long, he was met with the chilling voice of Leon. "Oh, that may not necessarily be the case, Thor. For as far as I am aware, you have been stripped of the honor of heir by Odin. Otherwise, you would not have been exiled to this somewhat remote and desolate Midgard." In an instant, Thor's expression of pride transformed into one of dejection, and he muttered awkwardly, "Is the news from Asgard spreading so swiftly? How is that possible? In truth, this world has been isolated from the outside realms for quite some time. In comparison to your long and enduring lives as Asgardians, a human's existence is rather fleeting. The ancient memories have long since faded, and the current populace regards you as mere legends and tales. Except for the occasional visitors from outside, the entirety of the earth, which you refer to as Midgard, remains in a state of seclusion. Only a select few are privy to the truth of this world. For the rest, all that lies before them constitutes their entire understanding." Upon hearing Leon's explanation, Thor begrudgingly began to comprehend why the locals treated him as though he were mad. However, this was not the answer he sought. Leon, observing his reaction, merely smiled and remarked, "Indeed, Thor, I possess my own channels of information regarding the outside world." Thor's response was a mix of dissatisfaction and reluctant acceptance of Leon's answer. "Mr. Leon." Just then, Jane's hesitant voice broke the tension. "You mentioned earlier that the Asgardians have long lives. Do they truly live for an extended period?" Gazing at the anxious Jane, Leon's thoughts stirred, and he then chuckled lightly, which only served to heighten her nervousness. "The Asgardians are renowned throughout the universe for their longevity. Their constitution and lifespan far exceed what Earthlings can fathom. You may inquire with Thor for confirmation." "Indeed, Jane, I am still young, though I have just surpassed a mere 1,000 years. My valor and fame resonate across the 9 realms, yet my father remains unwilling to acknowledge it." Thor spoke as if sharing his grievances with his companions back in Asgard, wholly oblivious to the astonished expressions of the other 3, especially Jane, whose face briefly flickered with sorrow. Louise, witnessing this, could only shake her head in resignation. She patted the brooding giant beside her, a mixture of envy and reminder in her tone as she said, "Hey, my alien grandpa, you really have nothing to be sorrowful about. Did you know that in this world, the majority of people do not live beyond 100 years? What? Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Thor's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered such a notion. The brevity of life, lasting no more than a century, seemed to him like merely closing his eyes, only to reopen them and find that life had already reached its conclusion. This revelation struck him profoundly, prompting him to glance at Jane, who bore an expression of sorrow. This was the first instance where the Asgardian prince felt a pang of sadness within. Chapter 97. New Friends. Observing the carefree laughter of Thor, Louise could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth. With a thumbs up, she leaned closer to Leon and whispered, "This is the extraterrestrial prince who has lived for nearly a millennium. It truly makes me question the educational standards of the Asgardian royal family." As the sister drew nearer, Leon raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat resigned. "Sister, your temperament is not so different from that of this golden-haired god of thunder. Just moments ago, you were utterly terrified, and now, what has changed? When did we become so familiar?" Of course, he could not voice such thoughts openly. "Indeed, I have often questioned whether Odin truly knows how to educate his children. Otherwise, we would not witness the recurring emergence of such eccentric offspring. Are you implying that Thor's brother is similarly afflicted?" Upon hearing Leon's words, the assistant's eyes sparkled with intrigue, instantly conjuring images of royal secrets among extraterrestrial families, a hint of gossip in the air. "Indeed, it is likely far worse than you can imagine." The eldest daughter, Hela, was directly subdued. The youngest son harbored intentions of betrayal against Thor, embroiled in a tumultuous relationship with his siblings, while the second son surpassed all expectations by sacrificing the entirety of Asgard. These outcomes hardly reflect Odin's wisdom. The old father's efforts have been squandered by his ungrateful progeny. However, just moments ago, spurred by Leon's subtle suggestion, Thor's spirit lifted at the prospect that perhaps the magic and technology of Asgard could yield different results for Jane and him. Yet at that instant, Dr. Eric, who had been quietly observing, suddenly inquired of Leon, "Mr. Leon, may I ask what has compelled you hidden mages to re-enter the realm of ordinary mortals? Is it merely the unexpected arrival of a mythological prince?" "I am no mere myth. I am Thor." The skeptical tone of Dr. Eric initially irked Thor. Observing the vigilant demeanor of the elder scientist, Leon merely smiled gently and replied, "You are correct, Dr. Eric. In truth, I cannot represent the sentiments of all mages on Earth. I am here solely to pursue my own desires, and nothing more." "Is that so?" Dr. Eric has encountered numerous secretive research institutions and military laboratories, inevitably leading him to harbor doubts about individuals like Leon. Conspiracy theories can accompany Americans throughout their lives. Indeed, Dr. Eric. Leon gazed out at the leisurely townsfolk beyond the glass window, feeling a twinge of nostalgia as he mused. But how much longer can such tranquil days last? "What do you mean by that?" "Quite simply, Dr. Eric," Leon replied, spreading his hands and surveying the people around them. "In the time to come, the entire planet will undergo profound transformations. Humanity will be compelled to confront the true nature of this world, while simultaneously realizing that we are not alone in this universe. However, it is certainly not a benevolent existence." "Are you jesting, Mr. Leon?" Having received his desired answer, Dr. Eric was far from pleased. Nevertheless, Leon chose to disregard him. After all, he was merely a named supporting character. The fact that he had divulged so much was already an act of great generosity on Leon's part. However, when he turned to Louise, he nodded in satisfaction. The beautiful and alluring woman was an exception to his indifference. "So, Thor, have you decided what you intend to do next?" Yet, this was not the time for leisure. Leon inquired of Thor. Of course. Thor's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he raised a finger, stating earnestly, "First, I must locate my hammer." "My hammer?" As night fell, approximately 50 miles west of the small town, Louise peered through her telescope at what appeared to be a crash site, surrounded by layers of security. She shook her head repeatedly, stating, "We passed through here yesterday. It was merely an open field with nothing at all. Yet now, an improvised camp has inexplicably emerged. I am certain that this is no mere satellite debris. Naturally, if it were indeed debris, they would have removed it all by now. Why would they build such a fortified enclosure unless they were concealing something?" Jane interjected casually as she took the telescope. "Lower your heads. Be cautious. The searchlight is approaching." Watching the two women converse animatedly, Dr. Eric exclaimed in exasperation, "Do they truly not understand the concept of stealth? I cannot believe that at my age I am engaging in such reckless endeavors with you." He lamented his own madness as he tugged the two foolish women back into hiding. "Hey, Eric. Such despondent sentiments are not permitted in our presence." Thor's booming voice nearly sent Dr. Eric into despair. "Thor, this is not Asgard. It is Earth. And what about your sorcerer friend? Why not enlist his aid? Although our interactions have not been particularly pleasant, I must admit, I too am curious to witness the wonders of magic. Liang expressed his urgency to meet another friend, fearing that if he delayed, he might have to wait until next time. After all, that was his hammer, which only he could wield. Regarding this, Thor spoke with unwavering confidence, declaring his affection for the hammer, which reciprocated his feelings. No one else could intrude upon their bond. Indeed, you are correct. That is the fabled Mjolnir, a treasure meant solely for your use. Throughout this journey, you have recounted countless anecdotes about your connection with the hammer. Louise could not suppress a roll of her eyes, her ears growing weary of the repetition. She glanced around at the security personnel patrolling the campsite and quietly remarked, however, I believe it would be wiser to enlist Liang's help, considering the number of security guards present, many of whom are armed. Relying solely on us would likely yield no significant results. Of course, we cannot depend on ourselves. Thor, radiating confidence, replied, I can handle this alone. Are you kidding me? Louise instinctively raised her voice, tapping Thor on the head. Hey, buddy, is it the excessive voltage from my stun gun last time that has left your brain muddled? You're spouting nonsense. Those guards are armed with real weapons. Though several had begun to believe Thor was indeed the Prince of Asgard, the sight of him easily subdued by Louise was far removed from the legendary, invincible Thor of myth. They preferred to think of Asgard as a planet not unlike Earth, where its inhabitants, though stronger and longer lived, were not so extraordinary. Even Jane attempted to dissuade Thor, yet nothing could sway his determination to reunite with his hammer. Thus, the three could only watch in disbelief as Thor infiltrated the heavily guarded camp. Within 5 minutes, the camp erupted into chaos, sirens blaring, and security personnel gathering in droves. Stunned, the trio observed the unfolding scene, and suddenly, Louise spoke up. All right, now we need to consider how to retrieve that guy. Jane, what if we say Thor was advised by doctors to rest at home due to mental health issues and ADHD, and we inadvertently allowed this madman to stumble in here? I've always thought he exhibited similar symptoms. Meanwhile, on a nearby hillside, seamlessly blending into the night, Liang gazed down at the brightly lit camp. When the jarring sound of alarms pierced the air, the calm expression he had maintained finally broke into a smile. His awaited friend had arrived. Chapter 98. The Dead God is the Good God. Clang. On the hillside, a dagger, seemingly fused with the night, swiftly and ruthlessly lunged toward Leon's unguarded lower back. The assailant's movements were agile and deft. One glance revealed a mastery that could only be achieved through extensive practice. However, one could only wonder which unfortunate soul frequently became the target for this blade's trials. Just as the dagger was about to pierce its target, a smug smile crept upon the assailant's lips. Yet, when the blade struck Leon's body, that smile turned to one of utter disbelief. For the familiar sensation of flesh being pierced was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by an eerie emptiness. Illusion, the assailant hissed through gritted teeth in that fleeting moment. Behind him, Leon's voice, laced with amusement, echoed. Oh, let me see what you've caught. An interdimensional prince or merely a little mouse lurking in the shadows. To Leon's surprise, the assailant displayed no sign of panic. Instead, with a mocking tone, he retorted, Mage of Midgard, do you truly believe you know whom you face? With your pitiful illusions, let us see who the real mouse is. No sooner had he spoken than Leon observed the assailant vanish like a fleeting shadow before his eyes. A chill coursed through him, prompting an instinctive pivot. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand. A flash of light heralded the appearance of a bronze shield in his grip. Almost instantly, the jarring sound of metal clashing resounded. Leon exhaled slightly, his gaze settling on the man opposite him, clad in an elegant British gentleman's suit, his dark hair framing a visage that exuded both charm and cunning. The contrast between him and the golden-haired Thor, who radiated righteousness, could not have been more pronounced. In that moment, it became abundantly clear that the one before him was adept in illusion and deception. Loki. At that juncture, Loki's expression was grave. The truth was, the fact that his opponent could see through his illusions and retaliate was indeed beyond his expectations. It was well known that even his brother often fell prey to his illusions. Not to mention the myriad beings from the 9 realms he had toyed with at will. You know me, mage. Yet when Leon called his name, Loki's surprise was palpable. For in comparison to his brother Thor, Loki possessed a keener intellect. He understood that Midgard, Earth, had gradually forsaken its past due to information isolation. But it appeared that was not the case after all. Of course, the 2 princes of Asgard are already on my radar, Leon remarked, lightly tapping his temple with his index finger, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Loki's face involuntarily displayed a hint of coldness as he spoke in a low tone. You have already met Thor. Indeed, we had an engaging conversation, and I was just about to inform him of Odin's unending slumber, urging him to pay his respects to his father. Were it not for your arrival, Thor would likely be in the throes of lamentation, remorseful for his transgressions. What do you think, Prince Loki? Should I now convey this news to the heir of Asgard? Leon raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly unintentionally or perhaps deliberately emphasizing the word heir. As anticipated, Loki's previously beguiling visage swiftly transformed into one of menace. Thor is no longer the heir of Asgard. He has been stripped of his honor and title by our father. I am now the sole ruler of Asgard. This statement struck a raw nerve with the second princess, rendering him somewhat hysterical, and the ferocity upon his face could not mask the underlying insecurity and fury. Oh, is that so? Yet, as far as I know, you merely hold temporary dominion. Thor's identity is an inescapable truth, understood not only by the subjects of Asgard, but also by yourself. Leon, akin to a spectator relishing the unfolding drama, continued to stoke the flames, further provoking the reason of this acting ruler. Indeed, Leon was intentionally inciting Loki, as wrath often clouds judgment, leading individuals to make seemingly illogical decisions. The inhabitants of Asgard were no exception. Perhaps one might argue that this was a common flaw across the 9 realms. Only by throwing the so-called god of mischief into disarray could Leon find opportunity. Highly intelligent individuals pose considerable challenges, much like his clients who understand fair trade yet neglect the repercussions. Quite the contrary, Leon found such clients preferable, simple-minded and low maintenance, sparing him the burden of excessive dialogue. Of course, one must not be too simplistic, lest it backfire. However, to Leon's disappointment, perhaps due to excessive provocation or Loki's regained composure and cunning, the anger and resentment upon his countenance gradually dissipated, and the spark in his eyes grew ever brighter. Loki regarded the sorcerer before him, his keen intellect quickly deducing that Leon must be harboring some ulterior motive regarding himself and Thor. Yet, rather than being alarmed, he felt a surge of delight, as this presented an opportunity to unearth the weaknesses of this enigmatic wizard. Nonetheless, Leon's demeanor was quite displeasing to him. Compared to Thor's brutishness, Loki preferred the exalted feeling of being revered by the masses, especially in Midgard, which he deemed a distant land. As the god of mischief and son of Odin, his presence here should not be met with such an attitude that bordered on impotence and insolence. It was time for the denizens of Midgard to learn how to properly honor a deity who had descended among them. Oh, O mage, set aside the ignorant mortals for the moment. With the ancient wisdom that you possess, do you not comprehend how to treat a genuine deity? A true deity? Is that you? Leon's tone was peculiar, and the skeptical glance he cast caused Loki to emit a disgruntled huff. Is that not so? Huh. Observing the slight elevation of Loki's brow, as if looking down upon all living beings with disdain, Leon paused, momentarily taken aback, before a bemused chuckle escaped him. Alas, these Asgardians, even the mighty Thor, engage with others in a condescending manner. Perhaps it is not intentional, yet the reality remains. If even Thor behaves thus, one can only imagine how the other Asgardians conduct themselves. They likely still consider themselves the protectors and rulers of humanity from ancient times. Loki, it seems, is the most deeply ensnared among them. Yet, the Asgardians remain oblivious to the fact that for humanity, the era has irrevocably changed. It is no longer the age where deities embody everything. Furthermore, Asgard's guardianship of humanity is of no concern to Leon. He is not even a denizen of this universe. Thus Loki's current demeanor appears to be a deliberate provocation. At the moment when Loki was assessing Leon's expression to strategize, an unseen force suddenly seized his throat, lifting him into the air. Gazing at Loki, whose face was turning crimson from asphyxiation, Leon's smile radiated with brilliance. Prince Loki, I believe you have misjudged a matter. For contemporary humanity, only the deceased deities are regarded as the true benevolent ones. Chapter 99. The treasure suspended in midair. Loki's visage reflected immense agony as he struggled futilely against the invisible grip. He attempted to articulate words, yet only meaningless howls escaped his lips, rendering his intentions inaudible. Blood surged upward, and the suffocating absence of oxygen dulled his consciousness, the last image imprinted in his mind being Leon's chillingly sinister smile illuminated by the moonlight. So haunting and terrifying. As his awareness gradually succumbed to an endless abyss, when Loki next opened his eyes, he found himself amidst an impenetrable fog above the water's surface. In this haze, a silhouette glided slowly towards him from the depths. It was a fairy. The realm of hell, perhaps? Loki suddenly recalled tales his mother, Frigga, had once recounted, of the land of the dead accessible only to the deceased. It seemed he was now destined for that very place. Is this truly the end? I wonder if Thor will miss me. Curse it! Why, at the twilight of my life, do I find myself thinking of that brash oaf? It is said that at the precipice of death, individuals behold the visages of those they hold dear. Yet now, Loki finds himself ensnared in this very moment. His mind inexplicably filled with Thor's endearing grin. He vehemently rejects such an absurd recollection. However, just as Loki wrestles with his turmoil, an irresistible force swiftly pulls him from the realm of the deceased, dispersing the hazy mist around him. Amidst the rushing winds, he can even hear the cacophony of countless spirits. In the realm of the living, Loki abruptly opens his eyes in a vacant expanse, the acute lack of oxygen prompting him to gasp for the fresh air until a dull ache settles in his lungs, allowing his breathing to gradually stabilize. Such is the remarkable resilience of the Asgardians. A mere mortal from Midgard would have succumbed to the embrace of death long before. What does death feel like, Prince Loki? A voice suddenly interrupts his reverie, and turning his gaze, he finds the sorcerer who nearly sealed his fate observing him with a bemused smile. Loki falls silent in response to Leon's inquiry, and the sorcerer does not press further, leaving them enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged moment, the jarring sirens that had emanated from the site of a fallen meteor abruptly cease, and the chaos of the camp begins to settle. With all personnel returning to their designated places, it appears your brother's quest for the hammer has not been particularly pleasant. Otherwise, he would have emerged wielding it. Proclaiming the arrival of the thunder god, Leon remarks, gazing down at the camp, his expression obscured. What do you truly desire, sorcerer? At this juncture, Loki can no longer contain himself. Although the events of the evening have spiraled beyond his control, it seems he has not yet reached the nadir of his predicament. After all, he is still alive, is he not? Yet, the thought fills him with an inexplicable sense of shame. As the prince of the realm of gods and the current ruler of Asgard, albeit temporarily, he finds it utterly disheartening to feel grateful for being spared by a Midgardian sorcerer. What has become of Asgard's glory? Loki possesses no lack of courage, yet in the silence, every time his blood boils with indignation. The sight of Leon's unsettling smile douses his fervor. The principle of might reigning supreme, indifferent to status or race, is a universal truth. In this light, perhaps exercising restraint is not so misguided after all, Loki consoles himself. Is this the standard of royal upbringing in Asgard? I had thought only Thor was the exception. Yet now I find myself questioning the validity of my beliefs. Upon perceiving the dissatisfaction in Leon's eyes, Loki felt a shiver run through him. The icy touch of death he had so closely brushed against lingered vividly in his memory. He promptly performed a gesture of courtesy and inquired, "Esteemed and sagacious mage, might I be privy to your name?" Seeing Loki's demure demeanor, a flicker of surprise crossed Leon's gaze. It was no wonder that the second princess of Asgard could navigate any situation with ease, whether among allies or foes, or even within the realm of indifferent third parties. She seemed to thrive in every environment. Were it not for her elder brother, it was likely that there would be no corner of the Marvel universe she could not conquer. This level of cunning and thoughtfulness was something Thor could never hope to master, for if he did, he would no longer be the god of thunder. Yet beneath this friendly facade lay a depth of emotion that only the god of mischief could truly comprehend. Leon believed that should he ever find himself in a position of weakness, the very friendliness and affability displayed today would inevitably transform into fierce retribution. He held no doubts about that, for whether in the Marvel realm or in mythology, Loki was not known for his magnanimity. However, this mattered little to Leon. Should the day of his downfall arrive, he would accept it with equanimity, of that he was certain. "Forgive my impertinence, Prince Loki, I am Leon, an unremarkable mage here on Earth," he replied, nodding in acknowledgement of Loki's courtesy. However, the prince of the realm could not help but roar inwardly. What a farce! If you are indeed unremarkable, then what does that make every other mage across the 9 realms, or throughout the universe? Merely apprentices tasked with guarding cauldrons? Yet outwardly, Loki maintained his smile and remarked, "You are far too modest, Mage Leon. Truth be told, I have yet to encounter a mage of your caliber in all of Asgard." Flattery was Loki's forte, but witnessing Leon's humble acceptance of such praise stung him slightly. He cleared his throat and asked, "Mage Leon, what brings you here?" Leon felt a slight stirring within him at the inquiry and softly responded, "I am a scholar, having long admired the magic and knowledge of Asgard. I yearn to witness some of its magical creations and collections firsthand." He paused for a moment, fixing his intense gaze on Loki. "Of course, it would be ideal if I could have the opportunity to explore Odin's treasury. He is currently in slumber, is he not? Oh, so this is your true intent, to covet the secret treasures of Asgard." Loki mused inwardly, recognizing the greed in Leon's shining eyes. Indeed, with his father in repose, both the Nine Realms and this backward Midgard had begun to stir restlessly. If it were possible, he would wish to eradicate all those with ulterior motives like Leon. However, at that moment, a rather wild thought suddenly surged into Loki's mind and swiftly spread throughout his being. "I must apologize, Master Leon, but even though I temporarily occupy my father's position, I cannot offer you a definitive answer. After all, it is the most tightly guarded place in all of Asgard, housing numerous powerful and perilous artifacts, some weapons capable of annihilating an entire planet." Listening to Loki's eloquent discourse, Leon could not help but scoff disdainfully. "Of course, it is precisely the danger and power that I seek. Otherwise, I would not have taken the trouble to venture to the abode of a deity. Although it was merely a test, my confidence was not particularly high, and thus, my expression grew somewhat grim." At this moment, Loki also perceived the dissatisfaction etched upon Leon's face. Taking a deep breath, he restrained the excitement bubbling within him and continued, "Master Leon, I have actually brought with me a treasured artifact that my father has cherished for many years. Would you care to see it?" Of course. Upon hearing this, Leon's eyes lit up with sudden anticipation. Chapter 100. The ice crystal chest. With a slight twist of his hands, Loki conjured a shimmering, icy blue chest that materialized before Leon. Grasping the chest, Loki's entire form mirrored its hue, his skin taking on a similar icy blue tone, his eyes glowing crimson, and his face adorned with patterns reminiscent of the rings of time, a hallmark of the frost giants. "What do you think, Master Leon? Quite impressive, is it not?" Leon appeared utterly captivated by the chest in Loki's grasp, his gaze fixated on the glimmering icy light, an expression of enchantment gracing his features. Indeed, it was exquisitely perfect. "Just look at how beautiful that radiance is. Since you feel this way, Master Leon, why not step a little closer for a better look?" Loki chuckled softly, extending a tantalizing invitation. Leon did not hesitate, slowly advancing towards Loki. Just as he reached Loki and could not resist the urge to touch the ice crystal chest, a sudden eruption of icy light occurred. An unstoppable force of frost surged forth, accompanied by the sound of shattering ice crystals, instantly encasing Leon in a large ice sculpture amidst the howling cold. Not only Leon, but the surrounding environment also suffered the consequences. The ground was sealed in ice. Shrubs transformed into picturesque ice sculptures, and even the dust in the air crystallized into sparkling ice flakes, dazzling under the moonlight. Meanwhile, within the meteorite crash camp, due to the special magnetic interference of Thor's hammer, the electronic devices of the entire camp functioned erratically. Fortunately, as Loki activated the ice crystal chest, the technological equipment in the camp swiftly detected the immense energy fluctuation. Agent Coulson, in charge of the situation, promptly dispatched a small team to investigate. "Are they with you?" "Sir, regardless of your silence, you cannot escape the undeniable reality of what has transpired. You forcefully trespassed into a forbidden zone under explicit prohibition and injured several of our security personnel. Do you comprehend this? We could forego a trial and directly confine you to a rudimentary interrogation chamber." Despite Coulson's threats and inducements, the man before him, a giant who had just wallowed in the mire, remained utterly mute, his demeanor lost and dejected, as if he had suffered an immense blow. No wonder Thor is so despondent. The hammer he holds dear has rejected him, symbolizing not only the loss of his weapon, but also the complete rejection from his father. His honor, his valor, everything he held dear has dissipated, much like the hammer he can no longer lift. Alas, why should one individual be burdened with this troublesome task? The agency had promised support. Coulson, observing Thor's silence, felt a pang of helplessness. He sensed that the peculiar phenomena occurring in New Mexico, along with this so-called hammer from the heavens, were intricately linked to the man before him. Although he lacked concrete evidence, this inexplicable intuition had accompanied him for many years. Now, he was left to ponder how to extract the desired information from this man. Although he felt weary from the ordeal, just hours prior, he had been enjoying champagne at Tony Stark's luxurious Malibu estate, merely overseeing a relaxed monitoring task. Yet, a single phone call from Nick Fury shattered that tranquility, summoning him from the comfort of Malibu to this desolate border town. Such misfortune, nevertheless, as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most earnest agent. He had become accustomed to such upheavals, and Nick Fury had always found him a particularly handy subordinate. However, upon his arrival, this affable man felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had been assured that personnel had been dispatched in advance and preparations were in place for him to oversee. Yet, he discovered that aside from the preliminary evacuation of the meteorite fall zone, nothing had been accomplished. Even the encampment was hastily assembled under his command, let alone the collection of information and construction of detection equipment. To make matters worse, due to that peculiar hammer, the entire camp was rendered non-operational, with even the power supply failing to function in a timely manner. Truly, this was a stroke of bad luck. Just moments ago, he had received the latest communication from headquarters. Agent Hawkeye, who was meant to provide support, had been reassigned due to another mission. As for when he might be deployed, that was entirely a matter of chance. Does one truly believe that the earnest man possesses no temper? Of course, such sentiments were confined to Coulson's inner musings. Watching Thor remain seated and unresponsive on the surveillance feed, he could only place his hopes elsewhere, wishing for some good news. Gazing at the energy fluctuations displayed on the detection instruments, Coulson could not help but murmur softly to himself, "Ah, mortal, this is the consequence of your disdain for Asgard and the divine." On the hillside, Loki laughed triumphantly at the ice sculpture of Leon, yet in the desolate night sky. His laughter bore an unmistakable hint of madness and hysteria. Perhaps the death that Leon had just inflicted upon him was too real and horrifying, causing Loki's laughter to swiftly dissipate. With lingering trepidation, he gazed at the frozen form of Leon, and only then did he find some semblance of solace. Alas, the fledgling Prince Loki, whether he wished to admit it or not, had for years enjoyed the protection and renown of his father Odin and his brother Thor. Regardless of his own desires, this was an undeniable truth. However, it was precisely due to such ample protection that the humiliation and death threat posed by Leon struck him so profoundly. His fragile divine pride had been ruthlessly shattered by a mere glance from a sorcerer of Midgard, trampled into the ground. For a considerable time, Leon would undoubtedly haunt the dreams of the third princess of Asgard. Yet, the principal issue lay in the fact that this young ruler of Asgard was still somewhat inexperienced. Having faced little adversity, as he encounters more failures in the future, he will inevitably mature. In contemporary terms, he had yet to endure the harsh realities of society. His resilience was insufficiently developed, but with time, he would surely become adept. However, in this moment, Leon vividly imparted a lesson to Loki. Observing the faint outline of Leon's visage within the ice, Loki's face revealed an insipid sorrow as he mused, "Oh, poor Midgardian. This is the fate that befalls those who rely solely on their strength while neglecting wisdom. Yet, you bear a striking resemblance to my foolish brother, blinded by power and oblivious to the undercurrents lurking beneath. How utterly foolish." With a fierce tone, Loki uttered these words. But soon his expression returned to the haughty disdain he had shown upon first encountering Leon. "This is the result of your blasphemy against the divine. Nevertheless, my benevolent self is inclined to fulfill your insignificant wish, allowing you a glimpse of Asgard's treasures." As he spoke, Loki slightly raised the icy treasure chest, its eerie blue light illuminating his cold smile. Yet, alas, at this moment, you can only marvel at indescribable beauty from the depths of hell. Just as Loki prepared to bring the chest crashing down, a pair of fiery, powerful hands, accompanied by a deep, resonant laugh, intervened. "Not so fast, Loki. I would much prefer to savor such a gem here in the realm of mortals." Feeling the searing pain on his arm akin to hellfire, Loki mechanically lowered his gaze to meet the increasingly bright, blood-red eyes of the frozen Leon, which seemed to brim with boundless malevolence. Chapter 101. Acceptance. It is truly magnificent, indeed, It deserves to be a treasure capable of encasing an entire planet in ice. The mere act of gentle contact allows me to sense the terrifying power within, a force so profound it sends shivers through the very essence of the soul. Here I am again, in the same location, beneath the same night sky and moonlight. However, the circumstances of both parties have shifted, naturally. Prince Loki finds himself in a considerably more dire situation. The tailored British suit that once adorned Loki has transformed into the traditional battle armor of Asgard, albeit in a rather disheveled state. One of his antlers lies broken, while his armors are scorched by flames, revealing severe burns beneath. His chest bears 2 puncture wounds. Had it not been for the searing heat emanating from his own gaze, sealing the injuries, even Loki's formidable regenerative abilities would struggle to cope. Yet, despite his current plight, this prince of the divine realms, who had once wielded artifacts with such bravado, now lies gasping upon the ground. As for Leon, he appears utterly unaffected by the turmoil that has just transpired. He remains in his familiar demeanor, though now he holds the frosted treasure chest aloft, lost in its allure. After a considerable moment, Leon is roused from the enchanting azure glow, and he cannot help but click his tongue in mild disappointment, lamenting, alas, this truly does not align with my attributes. Such a pity. It seems I must temporarily place it among my collection for future enjoyment. For reasons unbeknownst to him. Despite his admiration for the frosted treasure chest's power and beauty, Leon senses an underlying discord. Perhaps it is the fiery, demonic aura that envelopes him. Or perhaps it stems from the increasingly potent divine flames within his being, influenced largely by the ancient dragon that is the Lord. Surely, a fire demon should not fixate on an opposing element. That would indeed be a most unwise endeavor. The Lord possesses an innate aversion to ice and water attributes, which explains the constant friction between him and Bashir, his second sister. However, the primary reason remains the ancient dragoness treachery, though one cannot overlook the elemental discord at play. In truth, what Leon yearns to witness most is the so-called eternal flame of the Marvel Universe, a flame said never to extinguish. His newfound affinity for fire-related treasures makes it all the more regrettable to overlook such an opportunity. Anticipation builds within him. Nonetheless, this does not imply that Leon will relinquish the frosted treasure chest. His somewhat obsessive desire for collection will not allow him to overlook any artifact worthy of his trove. Especially now, with this treasure practically bestowed upon him, so easily within grasp. As the saying goes, what is mine is mine. Thus, Loki watches helplessly as the frosted treasure chest slips away into Leon's possession, while that insufferable sorcerer grins at him with a devilish smile, declaring, "Prince Loki, I trust you won't mind, will you?" What a foolish question. Who would dare object? Would they not prefer to be left to their fate? Loki could not help but internally berate himself, yet on the surface, he bore the pain and forced a semblance of a smile, saying, "Of course not." In fact, keeping this frost ice treasure in Asgard would only invite the covetous gaze of the frost giants. We owe our gratitude to Master Leon for alleviating our troubles. Observing the art of conversation, he realized that although he understood the insincerity behind the words, the performance was indeed commendable. If it were Thor, with his singular focus, he would likely remain oblivious to such subtleties even in another lifetime. Upon hearing this, Leon chuckled softly. As he extended his hand, Loki felt himself inexplicably drawn before Leon by an unseen force. The second princess felt a sudden chill run through her, yet she found herself powerless. Anxiously meeting Leon's playful gaze, "Loki, do you know what your fate would have been had I not sought to avoid unnecessary troubles, such as your father awakening and coming to Earth to confront me?" Feeling the intangible yet palpable force around his neck, Loki could not help but smile wryly. "I believe it would be a sight I would rather not witness." "Indeed, I appreciate intelligent individuals like you," Leon replied, a glimmer of crimson flickering in his right eye as he spoke with a grave tone. "That was your final warning. I trust you comprehend my meaning." "Master Leon, I am fully aware of my own limitations," Loki responded, recognizing the chill in Leon's words. It was clear that this was an ultimatum, yet he resolved silently within himself. "Without certain assurance and means, I shall refrain from any further disrespect towards you, for I have no desire to court death, Master Leon. This lesson shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime." Leon regarded Loki with unexpected interest, discerning that Loki's words concealed deeper significance. It appeared that the second princess's spirit had not been entirely extinguished. However, that was of little concern to him. With a slight shake of his head, He cast forth a gentle beam of light, and Loki felt his injuries begin to heal at an accelerated rate. Surprised, he glanced at Leon, somewhat puzzled by his intentions. Loki, our meeting has concluded. Although the journey was not particularly pleasant, I am quite satisfied with the outcome. The statement caused Loki's lips to twitch involuntarily. How could he not be dissatisfied? A treasure from the heavenly realm had been handed over to Leon without recompense, and he was at a loss for how to explain this to Odin. Would anyone believe that he had been robbed by the frost giants? Now, go forth and pursue your desires. I shall not intervene in the affairs of Asgard henceforth. Loki lifted his head, hesitatingly asking, Master Leon, are you not a friend of Thor? He had witnessed the Midgard sorcerer engaged in jovial conversation with the descending Thor, nearly toasting and drinking in unison. But now, oh, Prince Loki, I can befriend anyone. Are we not splendid companions at this very moment? After all, you bestowed upon me a rather grand gift upon our first meeting. Huh. Once again, a sharp remark pierced through, and Loki could almost hear the sound of his own heart bleeding within. It appeared that all of this was the result of his own presumptions, which had drawn forth a ravenous wolf like Leon. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. We must take our leave, Prince Loki, lest your brother grows impatient. Leon disregarded the melancholic Loki. Observing the approaching headlights of vehicles in the distance, aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. had sensed the anomaly and was preparing to intervene. Loki nodded silently, eager to swiftly deal with his foolish brother and return to Asgard, for only his mother's comfort could soothe the sorrow within him. Just a moment. As Loki prepared to depart, Leon called out to him once more, tossing him a magical artifact. Gazing at the small square dragon-headed staff in his hand, which faintly emanated an aura of magic, Loki looked at Leon in confusion. Do not fret, Prince Loki. This is merely a simple locating magical device, and it poses no harm to you. Trust me, you may indeed find it useful, for we are friends, are we not? Yet, what price must one pay to utilize such a friend? Loki scoffed internally but silently tucked the staff away. Watching Loki vanish into the night, Leon's smile grew ever more radiant. How fascinating this has become. Chapter 102, Hollow Splendor? How do you feel, my lord? In the night sky, Leon lay horizontally upon the clouds, propping his head with his right hand while his left toyed with the glimmering ice treasure chest that emitted a faint cold light. Beside him, the statue of the Lord stood silently, though the old dragon's tone remained consistently irritable, imbued with impatience and annoyance. Remove that, I detest such things. And yet, this is precisely what you have long desired. Oh, if that is indeed the case, then I must say, Leon, your aspirations continue to astonish. The old dragon did not conceal his disdain, instantly dimming Leon's good spirits by half. Truly, this creature relished in shattering the atmosphere, particularly when he was filled with self-satisfaction. The Lord always found ways to provoke his ire. Regardless of the setting, the brooding old dragon had become irreparably ailing. Ha ha, my lord. You still possess such a penchant for jest. Leon chuckled derisively, his tone laden with ambiguity. Oh, is that so? If you perceive it thus, then I must commend your optimism, Leon. Smack. Once again, the Lord spoke the fateful words that allowed Leon to firmly grasp the frosted treasure box. The veins on his arm bulged slightly, and after a moment, he gradually relaxed, continuing to toy with the box. With an impeccably calm voice, he remarked, Very well. My lord, let us cease the pleasant banter and address my inquiry. What is your true assessment of this artifact? The Lord did not respond immediately. He paused, sensing the unyielding tone of the mage before him, realizing that it was indeed time to halt the frivolities. He could not help but sigh inwardly. This former ruler of the world, now a tragic figure, was a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Had he indulged in self-pity daily, he would not have endured to this day. Leon, if I were to offer a judgment, I could only describe it with a single term, ostentatious yet impractical. Oh, pray tell, why so? Leon raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. The Lord pondered briefly before responding. Perhaps this artifact possesses the formidable power you claim, capable of freezing an entire planet. However, this applies only to ordinary humans. For those formidable magical beings and the vastly superior races, it may present a nuisance, but merely that, a nuisance. At least for my brethren and me. It can only be regarded as a box that emits a chilling aura. With a wry smile at the Lord's disdain, Leon could only chuckle in response. Should he lament the shamelessness of these demonic rulers in comparison to a mere magical item, or should he marvel at their audacity? So, the demon sorcerers are above the code of combat, are they? Unfazed by Leon's sardonic laughter, the Lord continued. This artifact may assist you in dealing with minor nuisances on the battlefield, but it cannot alter the course of a true confrontation. In the face of a genuine opponent, this hollow trinket will be of no assistance. Upon hearing this, Leon fell into a contemplative silence. Though the Lord's words were harsh, he recognized their truth. More importantly, he understood that the vast majority of his collection would likely be deemed trivial in the eyes of this venerable dragon, whose knowledge was profound. Naturally, any artifacts of merit would remain hidden from the dragon's gaze to prevent any unwarranted thoughts. While the Lord was currently bound, one cannot underestimate the adage that warns of the cunning individual. This ancient dragon was indeed a person of capability and patience. Without caution, Leon risked finding himself in a predicament with no recourse for grievance. As Leon's mind wandered, the Lord's sinister, rasping voice echoed once more. Moreover, Leon, you may still be incapable of fully harnessing the true power of this artifact. Oh, and why is that? Do not feign ignorance, Leon. The creator of this artifact is evidently a being of a different kind, distinctly unlike humans. I am aware that this world harbors numerous extraordinary races absent from our own, and it is abundantly clear that this artifact belongs to such a category. After speaking, the crimson-eyed sovereign fell into a contemplative silence, gazing intently at Leon, who remained unresponsive for a prolonged period. Suddenly, the ancient dragon uttered, "Humans are, after all, far too feeble." Upon hearing these words, Leon's eyes narrowed in alarm as he lifted his gaze towards the circular statue before him, fixating on the dragon's scarlet eyes, seemingly attempting to glean some insight. However, despite his efforts, he could discern no anomalies and could only shake his head in resignation, extinguishing the unwarranted thoughts of the ancient dragon. As for the dragon's true intentions, that remained solely within its own purview. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you, Leon. Ultimately, you will relinquish all that you should never have possessed. A meteor has fallen at the campsite. Commander, it would be prudent for you to come and see for yourself. A technician abruptly knocked on the door of the interrogation room, gesturing to Coulson within. Observing this, Coulson had no choice but to momentarily leave the silent Thor behind and exited the room. Ensure he is well guarded. No one is permitted to approach him. He is our sole lead. After issuing his orders to the guards, Coulson followed the technician outside. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as they departed, a figure, eluding countless sophisticated instruments and invisible to the naked eye, sauntered boldly into the interrogation room, completely disregarding those around. The sound of the automatic door opening caught Thor's attention. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette before him, a surge of joy and excitement illuminated his expression. "Loki, what has happened to your face? And your hair? Has someone bullied you?" The visitor was none other than Loki. Observing his foolish brother's despondent demeanor, Loki could not suppress a flicker of guilt. Yet, as soon as the dim-witted giant spoke, that guilt transformed into determination within Loki's heart. Indeed, it was wise to have someone more astute ascend to the throne, whether for his own sake, for Asgard, or for Thor. With this thought, Loki donned an expression of profound sorrow and spoke. "Thor, father has passed away." "What's the matter?" Thor inquired. Simultaneously, Coulson approached the energy fluctuation detection device, directing his gaze towards the technician. "Commander, take a look at this." The technician promptly activated the incoming image signal, and at first glance, Coulson could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my God." After a considerable moment, the seasoned agent finally regained his composure and slowly uttered, "Connect me to the director." Chapter 103, Release Washington, D.C., Triskelion Headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, beleaguered and overwhelmed, had just concluded matters concerning May and Sitwell. The intricacies of the process remained a mystery, even to Hill herself. However, it was evident that May and Sitwell would be absent for some time, at least until the results of their loyalty investigations were revealed. Just as Fury believed he could catch his breath, an urgent report from Coulson in New Mexico abruptly summoned him back to his bustling desk. "What is this?" He gazed at the screen displaying the hillside where Leon and Loki had battled, where crimson flames consumed the remnants of the ice power from the frost box, as if intent on devouring every crystalline fragment of frost in the air. Strangely, The flames seemed to avoid the flammable brush on the slope, fiercely clinging to the bone-chilling cold. Both forces were at an impasse, creating a bizarre tableau of fire and ice coexisting. One could not help but marvel at the professionalism of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who recorded this footage, as it rendered the juxtaposition of ice and fire with an uncanny aesthetic. Perhaps this agent should consider a more fitting vocation. Director, according to the data transmitted by Coulson, this is the energy fluctuation detected from the meteorite's impact site. However, upon our arrival, we found only the phenomena depicted in the video, and the ice is indeed peculiar. Our personnel suffered varying degrees of frostbite from merely a slight touch. Fury scrutinized the photograph of the frostbitten agent's hand, his brow furrowing in concern. Did you obtain any useful information? I'm afraid not, Director. Our scientific capabilities in New Mexico are insufficient to thoroughly investigate this. However, a newly formed scientific team has already been dispatched. Fury nodded in silence, continuing to peruse the report. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a page featuring a peculiar hammer, and he furrowed his brow in realization. So the local legends were true. It is indeed a hammer. Yes, Director. Previously preoccupied with the explosive intelligence from Leon, Fury had neglected to focus on the affairs in New Mexico. Now, he felt as though he had overlooked something significant. A hammer. A hammer. Wait. Could it be what that individual mentioned? Fury abruptly recalled Leon's words, which also alluded to a hammer. At that time, both he and Hill had been so captivated by Hydra's intelligence that they had unconsciously dismissed this piece of information. In truth, it was not just him. Even Hill had considered it merely a jest from the enigmatic sorcerer. Thus, everything was within your expectations. Nick Fury couldn't help but mutter to himself. Theoretically, possessing the world's most formidable military technology, he should be able to confront any power or organization with unwavering resolve. Yet, in the presence of a mage like Leon, he felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability, particularly regarding the arcane world Leon represented, an enigmatic realm of which they were utterly ignorant. However, it would not be entirely accurate to say they knew nothing. At the very least, the memories imparted to Fury by the Master still felt fresh, as if they had transpired just yesterday. This marked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first encounter with the mystical world, and the outcome, well, better left unmentioned. As a king of spies navigating the shadowy fringes, Fury's thoughts were hardly surprising. A mind steeped in conspiracy theories was, after all, the true essence of Nick Fury. Connect me to Coulson, he commanded, contemplating what he deemed the most prudent order. Keep him away from this man. Do not hinder any of his actions. They were to observe and document, with no use of force permitted. Sir? A newly assigned technician gazed at their director in bewilderment, confusion etched on their face. But Fury had no intention of offering an explanation. He merely replied in a cold tone, "Execute the order." "Yes, sir." As he gazed at the image of Leon on the central screen, Fury silently hoped that his choice was not misguided. New Mexico. Oh, the doctor actually brought Thor back. I had thought he would remain there for eternity, Louise exclaimed from the car, her eyes wide as she watched Eric lead Thor out. In her mind, she had merely hoped to fit in, never imagining they would succeed in retrieving Thor. Beside her, Jane had no such convoluted thoughts. Upon seeing Thor emerge, she hurriedly exited the vehicle and rushed towards the two men. It was only when she stood before Thor that she realized her excitement had gotten the better of her, leaving her somewhat flustered in his presence. Thor, upon seeing Jane, felt a surge of emotion, observing the concern etched on her face. His previously melancholic demeanor softened into a smile. Perhaps this was the sole glimmer of joy amid the series of setbacks he had endured, especially after learning of his father's demise from Loki, which had plunged him into profound guilt. Well, you two have time to share your sentiments. But we must leave this place swiftly. Frankly, I have no idea how I managed to convince that leading government operative just now. Even I find it hard to believe. If they were to emerge now and apprehend us, I wouldn't be the least surprised. So, let us depart immediately. Upon hearing this, Jane quickly pulled Thor into the car. And once everyone was settled, Louise promptly started the vehicle, speeding away from the scene. On the way back to the small town, Louise could not resist asking, "Hey, doctor, how did you manage to extricate that intruder from the restricted area? Surely it wasn't he based on the nonsensical excuse I concocted?" "Of course not." Eric, seated in the passenger seat, shot Louise an exasperated glance, perplexed as to why Jane had chosen her to participate in the research project. Oh, what a pity. I thought I might even be able to bail out my cousin, who is locked up in a state prison in New York. Upon hearing this, Dr. Eric grimaced. Casting a glance in the rearview mirror at the oblivious couple, their hands tightly clasped together, oblivious to their surroundings. It was indeed a curious twist of fate, a prince from another world falling for a Cinderella of Earth. What a ludicrous script. The more cliched it seemed, the more it felt like a classic. Even he and Louise felt a certain discomfort from this somewhat stale romantic subplot. Meanwhile, a military satellite hovering over New Mexico was executing a maneuver to change its orbit, subsequently beginning to monitor all sensitive information regarding their group. Leon, who was conversing with the Lord among the clouds, suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked up at the sky, his eyes seemingly traversing vast distances, absorbing everything in sight. One could only marvel at SHIELD's capabilities. With a light chuckle, the clouds returned to their usual tranquility. Chapter 104, Overthinking? Oh, so this is the reason you sought me out. Amid the cheerful melodies resonating from the tavern, Leon observed the weary Thor and his companions. He savored a sip of beer, relishing the rich aroma of malt, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Leon, I require your assistance. I need your help to return to Asgard. Thor implored, his anxious demeanor contrasting with Leon's relaxed demeanor. Although the distressed golden-haired god was rather charming, Leon did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced past Thor, noting the presence of some unfamiliar faces among Jane, Louise, and the others. Aren't you going to introduce them, Thor? Leon prompted, pointing towards Thor's companions. Realizing his oversight, Thor enthusiastically introduced, Oh, my apologies. This is my friend and comrade from Asgard, Volstagg, Fandral, Hogan, and Lady Sif. Volstagg, the stout man with a grand beard, bore a cheerful smile, while the taciturn Hogan stood silently. Lastly, there was the athletic warrior, Sif. However, the newly arrived Asgardian warrior seemed displeased with Thor's address, rolling her eyes and saying, Hey, Thor, you know I dislike that title. Ah, my apologies. It's Lady Sif. Thor responded, waving his hand in resignation, offering an awkward smile, completely oblivious to the peculiar glint that briefly flickered in Jane's eyes behind him. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace approached Leon to extend their greetings, having met him before. However, when Lady Sif stepped beside Leon, her brow furrowed in perplexity. So you are Leon? Thor referred to you as such, correct? Yet, I find it rather peculiar, for there is an inexplicable familiarity about you. A hint of a distasteful conspiracy. As soon as Sif uttered these words, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Thor, visibly displeased, interjected, Sif, Leon is my friend. Oh, I am aware, Thor, she retorted, but Loki is still your brother, and he similarly betrayed you. Sif's remark rendered Thor momentarily speechless, his golden locks framing a visage of frustration as he struggled to form a response, finally stammering, they are not the same. At this juncture, Leon grasped the unfolding situation. It appeared that the visitors from Asgard had divulged the truth to Thor. How rapidly the narrative was progressing. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Leon's eyes. He had merely sought to enjoy a leisurely day at the tavern, yet it seemed Loki had orchestrated quite a few events upon his return to Asgard. Observing the gallant yet astute warrior before him, Leon couldn't help but reflect on Sif's prowess. Truly, she embodied the essence of the new generation of the all-seeing goddess. Fear not, Lady Sif, Leon interjected, averting the impending quarrel between the two. With a warm smile directed at her, he continued, I am but an ordinary mage of Midgard. Perhaps I possess a slight personal interest, yet I would never coerce Thor. Of course, if it were his own request, that would be a different matter altogether. He added silently to himself. However, having heard his words and noticing Thor's displeased countenance, Sif felt compelled to apologize for her rudeness to Leon. After all, they had mutual interests to consider, did they not? Not at all, Lady Sif. In fact, a lady as beautiful as yourself deserves even greater forbearance. Leon's words incited a wave of commotion among the onlookers, and it was evident that the most raucous among them was none other than Louise, who thrived on the chaos. What further infuriated Sif was that Thor continued to exchange playful glances with her, a foolish grin plastered on his face. Sif. Thor's teasing expression nearly provoked Sif to unsheath her sword and strike down this buffoon. Yet she restrained her fury and turned her gaze toward the source of the turmoil. Leon, who wore a disarming smile. Loki, as the familiarity of his smile dawned upon her. Sif suddenly recalled a certain individual, beginning to understand her aversion toward this Midgardian mage. For in every aspect, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Loki, the master of deception and manipulation, and in some respects, he even surpassed him. At the very least, Loki lacks the ability to isolate her from everyone else. Now even her trusted friends and Thor are engaging in light-hearted banter with that cunning sorcerer. Little does Leon know the thoughts swirling in Sif's mind. Had he been aware that she was comparing him to Loki, he would undoubtedly scoff at the notion. A Loki, whose intellect is still maturing and who yearns for the approval of others, is quite the affront to Leon's sense of self-worth. Though Leon appears cheerful at the moment, he is far from being an open-hearted individual. Naturally, he will take Sif's earlier suspicion into account and will not let it slide with this goddess from Asgard. For them, the future stretches long ahead. Bill, serve these distant guests a drink. Of course, it shall all be on me. Bill, the innkeeper, is a middle-aged white man in his 40s whose family resides in this small town. An exception, however, is his son, whom he has sent to the city for high school. Whether he will return to inherit the family business remains uncertain. Such musings, however, would never be divulged to Leon, a newcomer to this place. Yet, he cannot feign ignorance, as the thoughts of others are laid bare before him. Moreover, enjoying a drink requires some savory tidbits. The mundane details of these ordinary residents' lives serve as a delightful diversion for Leon. There is a saying, isn't there? Speak of your troubles and bring joy to others. Others may be unaware, yet Leon has found today to be rather splendid. This quaint tavern bustles with patrons, offering him numerous amusing happenings. Speaking of which, this telepathic ability of his awakened serendipitously during his travels across the cosmos. At that time, Leon was exploring an alien ruin, which he surmised belonged to an unknown extraterrestrial civilization within the galaxy. Leon has often pondered the peculiarity of this seemingly insignificant little planet. Throughout history, countless celestial civilizations have visited this world, and yet, the universe is filled with numerous planets, some strikingly similar to Earth, others far surpassing this small sphere. Even many interdimensional deities have taken note of it. Could it be that they lack a planet such as this? Leon harbors deep skepticism regarding this notion. Within that ruin, Leon awakened what resembled a telepathic ability, initially believing it to be the result of alien technology altering him without his awareness. Or perhaps some latent gene within him had been triggered. However, upon learning about it, the ancient dragon, the master, disdainfully informed him, "You are overthinking it." Chapter 105. The Wise Appear Foolish. Through his father's teachings, the mage communicates with the world using conscious thought, with mental energy as its medium, extending to every corner of existence, comprehending and mastering the mysteries therein. Individuals delve into books to comprehend their own history and the evolution of the world. However, for sorcerers, the world itself resembles a vast and boundless tome, wherein some may dedicate their entire lives, yet still fail to grasp its essence. Nevertheless, there exist remarkable prodigies who, within a mere few years, acquire world truths that may forever remain inscrutable to the average sorcerer. Naturally, during this journey, the sorcerer's mental prowess undergoes a qualitative transformation, rendering most ordinary humans mere defenseless volumes awaiting his perusal. In contrast to the term telepathy, the high priest prefers to refer to it as insight into the human heart. Yet, truth be told, this ability is somewhat superfluous for him. Given his current mental capacity, he can at most read and manipulate the thoughts of ordinary individuals. But when confronted with professionally trained operatives or those possessing exceptional mental faculties, he encounters considerable difficulty, far less satisfying than a swift strike of dragon's breath. As for the more formidable individuals, he finds himself utterly powerless, capable only of causing slight disturbances. Thus, he perceives this ability as somewhat redundant, useless against the weak and utterly ineffective against the strong, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament. However, in response to Lion's invitation, Thor feels a sense of helplessness. "Hey, Lion, this is hardly the moment for revelry," he remarks, though the enticing aroma of the drink is undeniable. Thor stifles his temptation, asserting, "Yet we have more pressing matters at hand." Yet Lion pulls Thor beside the bar, stating, "Rushing will not make troubles vanish. It is wiser to remain here and contemplate feasible solutions." Thor instantly feels an irresistible force pressing down on his shoulders, a strength that even his proud, robust physique struggles to withstand, remarkably emanating from a profession he had previously deemed frail. In Thor's mind, sorcerers, much like his brother Loki, wield dazzling magical prowess and formidable, unimaginable attacks. Despite Loki's numerous attempts to strike him, his pitiful brother can hardly endure a single blow from him. However, it now seems things are somewhat different. Is this an exception, or are all sorcerers in Midgard like this? If it is the latter, the implications are truly terrifying. A group of them fills the bar counter to capacity. The bar owner, Bill, initially reluctant to serve such oddly dressed, eclectic patrons, finds his mind changed in an instant by the casual toss of a Franklin bill by Lyon, an amount surpassing his tavern's monthly net profit. Not only does this compel him to present a variety of exquisite brews, but it also ignites a warmth in the otherwise stoic middle-aged man. Had he not feared startling the guests, Bill would undoubtedly have relished the opportunity to don the role of a tavern dancer, yet fortunately, he refrains from such antics. However, the most significant aspect is that this sum of money allowed him to relinquish the Beretta M1 shotgun, which he had been gripping tightly beneath the bar. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, one must remain vigilant, mustn't one? It was not only Bill who was captivated by Leon's actions. Even Louise found herself drawn in. Not due to materialism, but because the power of wealth is undeniably one of the most formidable abilities in any realm. So, you desire my assistance in returning to Asgard. With a pint of beer consumed, Thor's previously despondent demeanor began to uplift, and the anxiety etched upon his face eased considerably. As he ordered another drink from the bartender, he simultaneously strove to prevent his friend from shattering his glass, while addressing Leon. Indeed, although I do not comprehend why Loki has deceived me, I sense he is engaged in something perilously dangerous. He is my brother, and I must intervene. Yet Leon held a different perspective, observing Thor, who in just a few days seemed transformed, as if he had evolved into a thinker rather than a mere brute focused solely on muscle and might. Casting a glance at Jane beside him, he pondered what to say. Indeed, love can lead one to eccentricities, or perhaps to adaptability. Thor, if my memory serves me correctly, Loki is presently under the direct supervision of your mother, which means he is, by lawful procedure, the king of Asgard. As long as your father remains in slumber, all of Asgard will heed his command. Do not forget that he wields your father's eternal spear. Leon did not exaggerate. The truth was as he stated. Moreover, those who had recently descended from the celestial realm had done so without permission to come to Earth. According to Loki's decree, they were already traitors. Loki was never a true king. Thor was the rightful heir to Asgard. Sif felt compelled to rally her comrades, yet she overlooked Thor's sentiments towards Loki. Sif, you cannot speak of Loki in such a manner. He is also my father's son and my only brother, deserving of inheriting Asgard. No. Thor, Sif attempted to voice further objections, but was interrupted by Leon. Lady Sif, you seem to have forgotten that this prince beside you was personally banished to Midgard by his father. By all rights, he has no claim to return to his homeland. Upon hearing this, Thor's fleeting spark of determination quickly waned. The fierce Lady Sif shot a venomous glare at the insufferable sorcerer from Midgard, yet Leon remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Of course, it is most likely that upon your arrival in Asgard, you will not be greeted with flowers and fine wine. Instead, the Berserker Legion of Asgard will serve as your initial line of defense en route to Odin's palace. As for what follows, I believe you can readily speculate. Sif parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of articulating her thoughts, yet words eluded her for a considerable time. She recognized the veracity of Leon's assertions, realizing that they were not merely idle threats, and given Loki's nature, the situation might indeed exacerbate. The prospect of such a scenario was one they would rather avert. Leaving her momentarily lost in thought, a sentiment mirrored by the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace who typically looked to her for guidance. Just then, a hearty laugh broke through the melancholic atmosphere, as Thor jovially clasped Leon's shoulder and remarked, "Enough of that. Leon, do not frighten my friends. They are ill-equipped for such intricate political maneuvers." The four warriors of the Celestial Palace gazed in astonishment at Thor's sudden shift in demeanor, while Leon was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find the words to describe the clarity in Thor's eyes. The Thunder God, known for his brute force, had, in an unexpected twist, pierced through the veil of confusion. Was this wisdom masquerading as folly? Leon could not help but express his admiration. Well done, Thor. Chapter 106. The arrival of the destroyer. Since our arrival in Midgard to seek out Thor, we had hoped to summon Heimdall to open the Bifrost. Yet he had remained unresponsive to our calls. A flicker of anxiety crossed Sif's eyes, for as Odin's watchful eye, Heimdall could not possibly be oblivious to their summons from any corner of the Nine Realms. Thus, the situation might be deteriorating in a manner they most dreaded. The assembly from Asgard fell into a contemplative silence. Even the boisterous Volstagg recognized the precariousness of their circumstances. Nevertheless, Thor seemed resolute, declaring with conviction, "I require your assistance. Leon, help me return to Asgard. Evasion has never been a solution. I must rectify the transgressions committed by Loki." Leon raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the ambitious resolve of the golden-haired god. However, with his own powers sealed, could he truly thwart Loki? It would be a miracle if he emerged unscathed. And with Leon's involvement, one could only speculate what mischief the second princess might conjure. Thus, he harbored little faith in Thor's quest. Moreover, the most pressing concern was why this brash warrior believed he could rely on Leon to return to Asgard. Was it yet another of those accursed instincts? Thor, you may be disappointed. I possess no means to transport you to Asgard, and, in truth, I am uncertain how to reach that realm myself. What? How could this be? While I may not be well versed in the sorcery of Earth, my mother is a witch, and she once spoke of extraordinary mages capable of traversing the Nine Realms and exploring the cosmos. I believe you are such a mage. My instincts cannot be mistaken. Thor's assertive tone left Leon feeling somewhat helpless. Over the years, he had not abandoned his training, and he had also delved into the teleportation spell system of the Marvel Universe, gaining considerable insights. However, all of this came with a caveat. Thor, for a mage, utilizing teleportation spells to reach unknown territories was a perilous endeavor, as one could not ascertain whether the portal would lead to the desired destination or to a treacherous alternate dimension, or even to the depths of a black hole. I can effortlessly traverse to all the places I have previously visited, yet I am unable to reach Asgard, a realm I have never been to. For I possess no coordinates or star charts regarding it, unless you are willing to accompany me on a trial-and-error basis. Hoping that fortune favors us like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, I genuinely do not recommend such an approach. Thor, of course, was reluctant to embark on such a tedious and energy-consuming venture. By the time he arrived in Asgard, the opportunity might have long passed. However, being unfamiliar with Earth, Thor had no choice but to rely on Leon, as his companions were purely of the physical sciences, capable of fighting but utterly inexperienced in realms beyond Earth. Magic and technology were matters for professionals. Is there truly no way? Thor inquired, still not ready to give up. Oh, it's not entirely impossible. If only I could sense the location of Asgard, Leon said casually, when suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he abruptly paused. Thor quickly asked, "What is it?" Leon hesitated. It seemed he might actually be able to sense the position of Asgard. More precisely, it was Loki's location he could sense, for he must still possess the dragon head locator device that Leon had gifted him. A peculiar smile crept onto Leon's lips, as he pondered whether fate had a hand in this twist of events. He shook his head slightly, yet Thor was becoming impatient. Indeed, it was rather challenging for a robust man like him to remain idle for too long. Just as Leon contemplated whether to share this information with Thor, he felt a surge of energy and suddenly gazed out at the boundless sky, sensing that something was approaching. Soon, the disturbance caused by the Bifrost Bridge was noticed by others as well. Leon withdrew his gaze and intoned gravely, "It appears we need not deliberate on returning to Asgard. Your brother has sent you a gift, though it is unlikely to be one you would welcome." Thor would certainly not welcome it. As he dashed out of the tavern, he immediately beheld flames not far away, along with the sight of a magnificent silver giant, radiant under the sunlight. The destroyer. Thor and his companions were acutely aware of the identity of the colossal iron giant, and they certainly did not perceive this guardian of Odin's vault as merely an adventurous visitor to Earth. Realizing this, the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace prepared for battle, with Sif firmly grasping her sword, earnestly addressing Thor. "Thor, you must resolve yourself. Loki indeed seeks your demise." Thor remained silent, his complex gaze fixed upon the advancing destroyer, who, in that moment, seemed to embody Loki in Thor's eyes, stirring within him an urgent desire to understand why. Fortunately, Thor's momentary lapse quickly dissipated, and he directed Jane, Louise, and Dr. Eric to evacuate the townsfolk while he and Sif prepared to confront the threat posed by the destroyer. After bidding farewell to Jane, laden with sorrow and concern, Thor and his Asgardian companions plunged fearlessly into the fray. Meanwhile, the makeshift defense, composed of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and townspeople rallying to protect their home, was effortlessly breached. The towering destroyer's visage was alight with raging flames, unleashing fierce fiery beams that obliterated all in its path. Had the destroyer not been fixated on Thor, it is likely that very few of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would have survived. Even so, they were all grievously wounded, nearly stripped of their combat efficacy. On the other side, Louise, observing the immovable Leon, could not restrain herself from inquiring, "Hey, sorcerer, why aren't you aiding your extraterrestrial friend? He currently resembles a fragile creature unable to withstand even a stun gun." Leon cast an exasperated glance at Louise, bemused by her sharp tongue, pondering how Thor would react to such an assessment. Nevertheless, her words captured the attention of the others. Noticing the eager gazes of his companions, particularly Jane S., Leon gently shook his head, stating, "This battle belongs to Thor. It is not my place to intervene. If he cannot vanquish this magical construct before him, he will stand no chance against his brother." Such was the truth. If Thor could not conquer the destroyer, all his aspirations would remain but futile illusions, and he would be halted in his tracks. Moreover, I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, Leon effortlessly conjured a portal, vanishing within it, leaving the others wide-eyed in astonishment at the spectacle before them. I am beginning to believe he is indeed a genuine sorcerer. As the meteor fell upon the encampment, with the destroyer's assault, Coulson had nearly summoned every field agent in the vicinity to the town to confront the menace. Presently, aside from a scant few armed guards and some research personnel, there was hardly any defensive force remaining. In truth, Leon was unconcerned by these circumstances. The portal abruptly materialized, and he silently appeared at the heavily guarded epicenter. As Leon glanced at the hammer falling to the ground, a spark flickered in his eyes, and without hesitation, he extended his right hand. Chapter 107, Wrath. For Asgard, the rotund warrior Volstagg was the first to brandish his double-bladed axe, shouting as he charged toward the destroyer. Unfortunately, his advance was swift, but his return was equally rapid. With a mere flick of its arm, the destroyer sent this renowned Asgardian warrior hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact. As the dust settled, Volstagg lay dazed in the pit, feeling as though the moon today was particularly full and bright. Under the blazing sun, he found himself slipping into a state of confusion. In just one encounter, a crucial member of their team had been rendered powerless. Could there be a more disheartening beginning? However, the Asgardians would not succumb to despair. Fandral and Hogun flanked the destroyer, intent on creating an opportunity for Sif. As for Thor, at this moment, he was merely stronger and more resilient than an ordinary human, with little else to commend him. Yet, when faced with the destroyer, even these scant advantages seemed futile. He now found himself no better off than the injured S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, perhaps even worse, as he had become the destroyer's primary target. In his current state, Thor felt utterly powerless, consumed by hatred for his own inadequacy, watching helplessly as his comrades struggled in battle. Yet, while he fixated on the chaos of the battlefield, he overlooked the subtle changes occurring within him, as tiny sparks of electricity flickered between his tightly clasped hands. "Look here, monster!" Fandral shouted incessantly, attempting to draw the destroyer's attention. The destroyer responded with a fierce beam of flame, which Fandral narrowly evaded, but his longsword was not so fortunate, merely grazing its edge. The exquisite blade, crafted by the finest artisans of the realm, was instantly reduced to a pool of molten iron. "Damn it," Fandral lamented, gazing at the bare hilt left in his grasp, his muscles twitching as his heart bled for the loss. Yet, a semblance of relief washed over him. At least he had fulfilled his purpose, had he not? After Fandral had drawn the destroyer's attention, a figure silently wielding a chain hammer appeared behind the foe, Hogun. The whirling winds roared as he spun, but before his hammer could strike the destroyer, a colossal, iron-like hand suddenly seized him, gripped as if he were a mere chick. The destroyer displayed no emotion, yet every onlooker could sense the pride concealed within. The destroyer's hand tightened gradually, exerting immense pressure. In the face of imminent peril, Hogun's expression was devoid of fear. Instead, a smile crept onto his face as he taunted, "Fool, do you think it ends here? I am the true bait. The destroyer, tilting its head in confusion, was abruptly interrupted by a sharp voice from behind. In an instant, a razor-sharp spear pierced through its neck, anchoring the destroyer firmly to the ground. Had they succeeded? The destroyer, on the verge of clenching its fist, suddenly relaxed its grip, causing Hogan to slide down. Yet, before he could rise, he anxiously inquired. Beside him, Vandal assisted his daring companion, exhaling a heavy sigh as he gazed at the now eerily silent destroyer. It should be. Vandal's words were cut short by a distressed voice from Sif, who stood atop the destroyer. Everyone, get out of here quickly. With that, she deftly evaded a searing bolt of flame, flipping in midair and feeling the unbearable heat that threatened to overwhelm her. Boom. The destroyer's body shifted like a mechanical gear, seemingly unfazed by the earlier fatal strike. A fierce blaze ignited, causing a nearby vehicle to explode, sending a shockwave that hurled the assembled warriors of the Divine Palace into the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, Vandal and Hogan, who had fought desperately to rescue Vostag from the heart of the flames, emerged battered and bruised. Sif, the destroyer is a weapon blessed by Odin himself. Unless we can obliterate it in a single strike, any attack will be in vain. As Vandal felt the searing pain coursing through his body, despair washed over him. As citizens of Asgard, they were acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of the destroyer. Their meager strength could scarcely inflict any harm. Just moments ago, the last flicker of hope in their hearts had been mercilessly extinguished by the destroyer. Clang, clang. However, the resolute Valkyrie, Sif, had no intention of surrendering. She retrieved the spear, transforming it back into its sword form, and began to strike her shield, sending forth a provocative challenge. No, Sif. Loki seeks me. They are not involved. Thor, unwilling to witness further sacrifice, stepped forward to halt Sif, advancing alone toward the destroyer. As the destroyer recognized its target, its faceplate opened. Flames within it began to surge ominously. At that moment, the sky darkened at a visible speed, clouds swirling ominously above, forming a bizarre mass that hinted at thunder and lightning. A tempest stirred everything around, and the gathered warriors felt an uncanny familiarity with the unfolding scene. All eyes turning toward Thor. His expression grew peculiar, for this recognizable tableau often heralded his arrival as the god of thunder. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of his beloved hammer, Mjolnir, albeit fleetingly, yet undeniably. In fact, it was not only him. Far away in Asgard, Loki had just momentarily believed that his brother Thor's powers had been restored. Even Odin, who had long been in slumber, felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. Meanwhile, the SHIELD agents stationed at the meteor crash site were in a state of urgent evacuation. Not long before, the camp's monitoring instruments had suddenly detected a colossal energy fluctuation emanating from the hammer. The magnitude of this energy was beyond the imagination of the scientists on guard, and despite their best efforts, they could not fathom that a mere hammer could unleash such immense power. However, they soon had no time to ponder this conundrum. The magnetic interference generated by Mjolnir erupted, rendering all electronic devices in the camp useless. Moreover, ferocious winds, blinding lightning, and torrential rain bombarded the small encampment. Within a mere 10 minutes, SHIELD was compelled to issue a retreat order, as this was a calamity beyond human endurance. Yet, amidst their frantic evacuation, they failed to notice a solitary figure standing quietly beside the hammer, exhibiting no intention of departing. Feeling the intense resistance emanating from the hammer, Leon revealed a peculiar smile. "Oh, so you refuse me? That will surely wound my heart." With that, Leon's right hand surged with power, the veins in his arm bulging, as the energy of the 12 talismans flickered in his eyes and coalesced into a singular force that enveloped his entire being. With a soft exclamation, the hammer, which seemed to have taken root in the ground, was suddenly raised high. As Leon lifted Mjolnir, torrential rain poured down, wild winds howled, and brilliant flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened sky. A powerful bolt of lightning descended, piercing through the heavens and earth, aimed directly at Leon. Thor, in a nearby town, clearly witnessed all that transpired, unable to suppress a soft cry. "Father." Chapter 108. Your package has been delivered. It seems I am indeed a person of good heart. Beneath the heavily clouded sky, Leon floated serenely, grasping the hammer of the god of thunder. However, he lacked the lightning-imbued spectacle that accompanied Thor's appearances. In contrast, aside from the hammer now in his possession, he appeared unchanged. Yet, the moment Leon seized the hammer, a bolt of divine lightning struck him, leaving one to wonder whether this was a natural phenomenon or the displeasure of a slumbering father at seeing his cherished son's weapon in the hands of another. Regardless, the hammer was now firmly in Leon's grasp, and henceforth, he held the reins of power. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a slightly raspy, sinister voice intruded upon the moment. Hee, Leon, that was perhaps the funniest joke I have heard in a long time. The Lord of the Sanctum always relished the opportunity to undermine Leon's confidence, regardless of how many lessons he had learned. This habit was evidently unchangeable. The old dragon, with a hint of amusement yet imbued with solemnity, remarked, Leon, you may not be deemed a successful villain, as your valueless human morals still bind you. Yet, you are certainly not a good person, and you shall never be, haha. Leon offered no rebuttal. Instead, he merely raised a finger, and a faint spark of electricity crackled above his fingertip. In an instant, the spark erupted into a blinding flash, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it were daylight, accompanied by the anguished cries of the saint entangled in the lightning. Perhaps the saint had spoken truthfully, but this self-satisfied old dragon often overlooked one crucial aspect. A dragon, much like a human, should not be overly arrogant, especially when subsisting under Leon's dominion. Though he could not utterly vanquish the old dragon, who knows where the soul of the destroyed saint would roam in the Marvel Universe? Surely not to hell. He deemed it necessary to impart some minor punishments. In the infernal realm, the other formidable demons relished tormenting the saint's soul, providing them with considerable solace in that unchanging space for a millennium. Indeed, after enduring a jolt of enlightenment from the lightning, the old dragon promptly became considerably more compliant. At the very least, the cacophony in Leon's ears had lessened, much to the satisfaction of both parties, was it not? The saint, however, felt it prudent to check on Thor, for he harbored no doubt that if he were responsible for the destruction of the golden-haired god, Odin would soon arrive on Sleipnir to seek retribution. As he prepared to depart, Leon glanced at the hammer in his hand, shaking his head slightly, deciding it best to fly on his own. The refusal to wield Mjolnir to reach the battlefield stemmed from a mere sense of folly. He found the notion of twirling the hammer mid-flight rather lowly, leaving others to wonder if he were riding the hammer or vice versa. Regardless, Thor would not mind. The entire populace of Asgard was well aware of his profound adoration for the hammer. Perhaps this was precisely the reason for Loki's perennial animosity towards Thor. It perplexed him why Odin would bestow Mjolnir upon Hela as an execution weapon. Was it merely to enable her to crush their enemies' skulls as if they were mere stones? No wonder the Grand Princess of Asgard ultimately transformed into a bloodthirsty war fanatic. Odin, this so-called benevolent father, surely bears some responsibility. Amidst a barely audible murmur, Leon transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing into the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, the battle between the Valkyrie warriors and the destroyer raged fiercely. Although this stalemate would soon devolve into futile resistance, Hogun and Vandal lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, their capacity to continue fighting extinguished. They could only watch helplessly as Volstagg and Sif struggled to hold their ground. Monsters, behold the valor of Asgard. As Volstagg regained consciousness from his concussion, he appeared to bear some lingering aftereffects. He momentarily forgot that the destroyer before him hailed from the same realm as he did. Abandoning his nearly ruined double-bladed axe, he spread his arms and clutched the legs of the destroyer, shouting fervently, wishing to upend the monstrous figure before him. The bloodline of the Asgardian berserkers surged within Volstagg, and this jovial, portly fellow, who had always been the source of mirth among the gods, finally began to unleash his true potential. With a resounding clang, as Volstagg's muscles swelled, the bulging veins on his arms became starkly visible. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, one of the destroyer's feet was genuinely lifted, revealing a narrow gap beneath it, albeit merely a gap. Volstagg's audacity, akin to an ant daring to shake a mighty tree, deserved the admiration of the crowd. Yet it was not an endeavor to be encouraged. With a mere flick of its right foot, the destroyer sent Volstagg hurtling, as if he were a cannonball, crashing into the ruins of a nearby shop, his fate uncertain. Now, the battlefield was left with the resolute Lady Sif, and perhaps Thor, who, resembling an ordinary man, was intent on continuing his verbal sparring, entirely forgetting that without Volstagg's timely intervention, he would have become nothing more than a puddle of flesh on the ground. The fleeting hope ignited in Thor's heart by Mjolnir's aura quickly dissipated. He was unaware of what the recent thunder represented, yet he undeniably sensed the presence of his father, Odin. However, after that bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, everything fell back into a tranquil silence, as if the bizarre celestial phenomena had never transpired. Yet Thor had no time to ponder such matters. His comrades were perilously close to death in battle, and he wished to see no more sacrifices made on his behalf. At the center of the fray, Sif faced the slowly advancing destroyer with unwavering composure, the smoke swirling around her visage not only failing to mar her beauty, but rather enhancing her allure. Little did they know, far away in Asgard, Loki had lost all patience. Odin's presence had startled him greatly, nearly leading him to believe that his father had awakened. This sudden turn of events compelled Loki to take decisive action. He needed to swiftly resolve matters in Midgard. Accordingly, he issued commands directly to the destroyer. The destroyer's mask opened, fiery flames gathering strength within, and this time it would not hold back. It aimed to annihilate the entire town, intending to bury Thor beneath the ruins. Sif gripped her shield, preparing for her final offensive, while Thor, having shaken off Jane's obstruction, sought to prevent the impending tragedy. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Leon appeared. Leon's voice abruptly resonated in the air, and before anyone could react, he exclaimed, "Hey, Thor, your package has arrived." Upon uttering those words, he cast the hammer from his grasp, and Thor instinctively approached. Almost at the very moment their hands met, that familiar sensation surged through him, a torrent of power flooding his being. Thor could not help but exclaim in joyous realization, "I have returned." Following this, a bolt of lightning descended with ferocity. Chapter 109. A precursor. Ah, what a stark difference this is. Observing Thor, resplendent in his transformation and enveloped by the tempest, Leon could not suppress his admiration, the air thick with the scent of citric acidity. Should anyone dare to claim that merely lifting the god of thunder's hammer bestows upon them his might, Leon would undoubtedly scoff, eager to trample upon the audacity reflected upon their boastful visage. Can a mere bystander compare to a beloved son? Though Leon, like Thor, could wield Mjolnir and summon lightning, the nature of their powers was incomparable. One emanated from a father's earnest care and affection, while the other was born of the awe and wrath of the All-Father. The essence was fundamentally different. Thus, one could hardly expect equal treatment. The notion that anyone could grasp this mighty hammer and acquire the strength of the thunder god was utterly ludicrous. It was clear that such a claim aimed to impart a lesson to his son. If this were indeed the case, there would be more than a few on earth who could lift Mjolnir. Had someone unrelated to the divine realm raised this emblem of Asgardian sovereignty instead of Thor, Odin would have found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Just moments ago, Leon had witnessed the old man's fury, a veritable celestial thunderclap. Perhaps it was this period of introspection that led Thor to recognize his shortcomings and temper his once arrogant demeanor. Or perhaps it was due to a certain father's concern that Leon might reconsider his choice to return the hammer. In any case, at the instant Thor clasped the hammer, a swift authentication of intent was executed. Yes, their eyes met, and he had encountered the right person. Thus, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and the armored god of thunder, Thor, re-emerged before the assembled crowd. One glance at his regal attire revealed why Loki sought to capture Odin's attention. Standing there, he instantly commanded the focus of all present, his presence overwhelming. It was no wonder that the gaze of all Asgard, and indeed the entire 9 realms, was drawn to this thunderous deity, completely overshadowing Odin's other son. Who could blame Loki? To stand in his brother's shadow was no small burden. As Leon beheld the vibrant Thor before him, his legs began to falter, his cheeks flushed with warmth. He sought support from Louise, standing nearby, only to find that her scalding body had already leaned against him. Turning to look, he saw her eyes shimmering with affection, a tide of emotions reflected within. At that moment, Louise was enveloped by an inexplicable aura of hostility, causing her to shudder involuntarily. She then caught a glimpse of Jane's gaze, which was as frigid as that directed at a corpse. In an instant, both women regained their composure, their legs steady and their heads clear. With a simultaneous disdainful snort, they crossed their arms and turned away from each other. There was no denying it. After all, he was a true paragon of manhood, undeniably difficult to resist. Ultimately, it was Louise who conceded. As she observed the assistants beaming ingratiating smile, Jane could not help but display a victorious grin. After all, a man who eludes one's grasp pales in comparison to the promise of one's future. Oh, the absurdity of this world, Louise thought with resignation. Meanwhile, Leon watched Thor, who was lost in self-adulation, with narrowed eyes, feeling a twinge of irritation. There was no specific reason for his displeasure. He simply could not tolerate anyone posturing in his presence. The crackling energy surrounding Thor gradually dissipated, revealing the once brawny god of thunder, now marked by a hint of confusion. Nevertheless, he smiled at Leon and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend." The last word was drawn out, not out of affectation, but because someone else found Thor's demeanor even more intolerable. The destroyer unleashed a fiery beam, striking Thor with unerring precision. Though Thor had wielded Mjolnir, he was caught off guard and was sent hurtling away by the overwhelming force of inertia, providing the onlookers with an impromptu display of free fall. What a splendid opening act. The once mighty Thor was suddenly struck down, creating a stark contrast that left everyone momentarily stunned. Before they could fully process the scene, a crisp round of applause drew their attention. Leon clapped his hands, nodding and smiling as if genuinely impressed by Thor's performance. Meanwhile, he could not suppress a shake of his head. Thor had not learned his lesson, flaunting himself before Loki. Was he merely seeking trouble? Now, no matter how Thor managed to impress the destroyer thereafter, the spectators would likely never forget the previous debacle. The grand image he had cultivated was instantly tarnished, and the shadows of his past misdeeds loomed large. Even Sif and Jane, who were merely observing, found it difficult to watch, let alone the others whose lips twitched uncontrollably. If this was the deity they idolized, they regrettably refused such a god. Rising from the debris, Thor wore a grim expression, seemingly aware of the humiliation he had just endured. Shaking off the dust from his attire, he fixed his gaze upon the destroyer and coldly declared, "Loki, you truly need to awaken to reality." With that, he brandished his hammer and charged towards the destroyer. The thunderous roar of explosions echoed continuously as the destroyer unleashed fiery beams, yet aside from the initial assault, it failed to strike Thor again. Instead, it was relentlessly bombarded by hammers hurled by its opponent, leaving it disoriented. With a resounding clang, another blow from Mjolnir struck its head, causing the destroyer to lift its gaze defiantly, releasing a fierce beam of flame, akin to a silent roar of fury. However, as the flames dissipated, Thor had already vanished from sight. The destroyer scanned its surroundings, but found no trace of its foe. At that moment, a deep rumble of thunder resonated through the sky. Boom! The destroyer instinctively lifted its head, sensing something ominous above. There, amidst the clouds, stood Thor, his form entwined with dazzling lightning, the wind swirling around him. Brandishing Mjolnir high, he proclaimed, "For the glory of Asgard, Loki, we truly need to have a serious discussion." With that, Thor swung Mjolnir with great force, illuminating the heavens and the earth with brilliant arcs of electricity. Bolts of thunder rained down upon the destroyer. And in this blinding brilliance, the once impenetrable steel skin, which had withstood the relentless assault of the warriors Three and Sif, was utterly shattered by the searing lightning. Unable to restore itself, in the end, Thor hurled Mjolnir with such might that it pierced through the destroyer's chest, shattering the formidable weapon of war into irreparable debris. What a waste! Leon shook his head in regret when suddenly, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged through him, prompting him to look up at the empty sky. His brow furrowing, his instincts were rarely wrong. Something dangerous was indeed approaching. In the halls of Asgard, Heimdall, clutching his bleeding abdomen, knelt weakly in the palace, gazing at Loki, who held the eternal spear. A flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes. He had underestimated this master of illusion, the second prince of the divine realm, Loki, who had been personally trained by Queen Frigga. Chapter 110, The Rainbow Bridge. In the Asgard palace, Loki surveyed the near-lifeless Heimdall, his voice chillingly cold as he spoke. "Heimdall, how many foolish souls, like you, remain blinded by the arrogance of my dim-witted brother Thor, consistently overlooking me, Odin's other son? Even now, as I stand as your nominal sovereign, you persist in turning a blind eye to it all. Truly obstinate. Traitor." As he spoke, Loki could not contain a roar of fury, delivering a powerful kick that sent Heimdall crashing against the palace wall. Watching Heimdall slide down the wall, on the brink of unconsciousness, Loki remained unsatisfied and advanced towards him, venting his anger with fervor. Who else has labored tirelessly for Asgard? Who else seeks to uphold its honor? It is I, it is I. I personally lured and dispatched that ambitious frost giant king, Laufey. Now, I stand as my father's most favored son, yet you choose to believe that reckless warrior, who possesses nothing but brute force and battle lust. Oh, and it seems he has now fallen for an ordinary woman on earth. Is this the Thor you choose to trust? A disdainful scoff escaped Loki's lips as he pressed his foot onto Heimdall's wound, forcing him to awaken. With a low voice, he declared, I now comprehend that no matter my actions, you will not abandon this brute who has plunged Asgard into wartime and again. Therefore, I have resolved to take matters into my own hands, including making those who once desecrated Asgard's glory, like the sorcerer from Midgard, pay dearly for their transgressions. I am now the king of Asgard, gazing at the vibrant portal that seemed to stretch across the cosmos. Loki silently vowed to awaken those Midgardians who had forgotten Asgard's renown. They must re-examine the true nature of their world. The gods would mete out the most just of judgments. However, before that, he needed to reconcile matters with his brother. Guards, imprison this traitor, but do not let him perish. After I ensure that the 9 realms remember Asgard's glory, I shall put this betrayer on trial under the watchful eyes of all Asgard. The guards dutifully executed Loki's command, dragging Heimdall's injured form past him. The nearly dazed sentinel of Asgard faintly heard the voice of the second prince. Observe closely. You ignorant fools. A bitter smile crept onto Heimdall's lips. What more could he do? Other than silently pray for Thor, he was powerless. Hey mate, what are you still watching up there? This is no place for a lone flyer. The ominous premonition within him grew stronger. Just then, a cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking down, he saw Thor waving at him, and Leon couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that the restored Thor was indeed different from his former self. Was he overly confident now? As he returned to the ground, surveying the chaos and the remnants of what had once been a small town, Leon raised an eyebrow. Who would compensate for the economic loss here? Whether it be the government or SHIELD, the absence of any intervention would indeed spell disaster. For insurance companies are unlikely to cover claims arising from extraterrestrial encounters. Moreover, one must not overlook the fact that this increasingly desolate town holds little value for insurance. Setting aside such trivialities, Leon observed that both Jin and his companions, as well as the visitors from the Celestial Palace, were elated by Thor's renewed strength. While the excitement among the Celestial Palace group was understandable, it was perplexing to see Professor Eric so engrossed in Thor's presence. Could it be that the old man, too, was experiencing a resurgence akin to the blooming of ancient trees, or had Thor's allure reached a level that captivated all, regardless of gender? However, upon seeing the inquisitive expression on Eric's face, Leon comprehended the situation. For a scientist, everything pertaining to scientific inquiry is of paramount importance. At this moment, unfamiliar faces began to appear as SHIELD agents roamed the vicinity, safeguarding the area from external observation. These routine operations, including the decision of whether to disclose the truth to the media, were left to the discretion of superiors, and the agents were merely executing their standard procedures. Greetings, Mr. Leon, I am Coulson. Leon couldn't help but smile slightly at the warm greeting from the middle-aged agent before him. Indeed, the ever-reliable Coulson remains a steadfast figure amidst the transient nature of the Avengers. In a crowd, this agent might appear unremarkable, resembling an ordinary Wall Street worker more than a SHIELD operative personally appointed and entrusted with significant responsibilities by Nick Fury. Yet, Coulson exuded an inexplicable charm, which likely explains why the black-haired director regarded him as the liaison and facilitator among the Avengers. The title of perennial good guy is certainly not earned lightly. However, at present, Leon was not Coulson's primary focus. In contrast, the extraterrestrial Prince Thor, who had unexpectedly graced Earth with his presence, took precedence over this high-risk individual, especially considering Nick Fury had expressly ordered against any confrontation. This brings to light another commendable trait of Coulson. As a tool often utilized by Nick Fury, he may not be entirely subservient. Yet he dutifully fulfills his commands without hesitation or compromise. Unlike his fellow agents, such as Hawkeye and Natasha, who are capable of operating independently as elite operatives, there are indeed matters that are best kept from their knowledge. as each possesses unique perspectives that could complicate matters for any leader. Coulson and Thor had, in a sense, become acquainted through conflict. After all, during the search for the hammer, Coulson's finest agents had been thoroughly bested by this formidable warrior. It was simply a matter of being resilient and able to withstand punishment. After a brief exchange, both parties reached a temporary understanding of cooperation, with Coulson's amiable nature, which easily deceives others, playing a pivotal role once again. Meanwhile, Leon observed quietly, not neglecting to gather his spoils. The technicians from SHIELD had intended to collect the remnants of the Iron Giant, but found nothing upon their arrival, only an empty expanse. The agents reported this situation to Coulson, who, after a moment of contemplation, decided to put the matter aside. It was simply not the right time for any conflict, especially considering the grave warning Nick Fury had previously imparted to him. Still no contact with Heimdall? At Sif's inquiry, Thor silently shook his head. Heimdall's eyes could perceive any corner of the 9 realms. It was inconceivable that he could not locate Thor, unless Thor subtly shook his head, unwilling to entertain that possibility. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki stood upon the Bifrost, brandishing the eternal spear, which he thrust into the recess, unleashing a dazzling light that reflected a hint of madness upon his face. Come, Thor, is this not what you desire? In an instant, the immense energy of the Bifrost surged through space. Chapter 111. The magic circle brilliant auroras traversed the silent expanse of the universe, but this time, within the kaleidoscopic beams was not the wondrous force of spatial transport, but rather a harbinger of destruction, bringing with it death and despair. The Bifrost, a creation of magic and technology that has endured through the ages, is indeed the true treasure of Asgard. It can be said that the formidable reputation of the Asgardian army and its dominion over the 9 realms owe much to the Bifrost, which plays an undeniably significant role in its operations. It has the capability to transport Asgard's rule and power to any corner of the 9 realms, thus uniting them. Time and distance cannot hinder Asgard's advance. However, even within Asgard, few are aware that the original forging of the Bifrost was not solely for transportation. It is a weapon, a powerful instrument capable of obliterating a planet. Its terrifying nature rendered even Odin hesitant to wield it lightly. During the war against the frost giants, he never entertained such thoughts. Yet now his adopted son, the outcast of Laufey, has activated this devastating tool, a rather ironic twist of fate. On Earth, in New Mexico, Leon sensed a profound change in the sky as the clouds morphed, feeling the immense power coalescing above, his expression turning gravely serious. However, Thor and the others lacked Leon's keen perception, though they too observed the shifting winds with expressions of joy. It's the Bifrost. The Bifrost has been activated. Heimdall must have heard my request, though he is rather slow. Asgard is not far from Midgard. Thor murmured softly, then immediately grasped Jane's hand, gently saying, "Behold, this is the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, a passageway through which we can traverse to any corner of the cosmos. Would you care to see?" Through their days of interaction, Thor had come to understand that Jane was an astrophysicist, deeply engrossed in her studies of celestial phenomena to a nearly obsessive extent. Naturally, the allure was irresistible for a single female doctor. It was a delightful convergence of career and romance. Feeling the strength of Thor's arm, she displayed a triumphant smile, akin to that of a winner in life, which elicited a sense of indignation from Louise, who stood nearby. The overt display of affection from the pair was particularly uncomfortable for those around them. Fortunately, at that moment, Leon stepped forward to interrupt the lovebirds. His tone cold as he remarked, "Thor, take a good look. I fear this Rainbow Bridge's arrival on Earth may not unfold as you hoped." "What?" Thor was puzzled by Leon's words, but the very next moment, the light beam of the Rainbow Bridge struck a mountain not far from the town. Instantly, the earth trembled. The ground collapsed, and that mountain crumbled before their eyes at a visible pace, reducing everything upon it to mere dust in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the Rainbow Bridge continued to advance towards them, its light devouring everything in its path, rendering existence to nothingness. Oh, so this is Asgard's mode of transportation. However, the fare seems excessively steep. A small planet like Earth simply cannot bear such a cost. Louise attempted to lighten the mood with a dry joke, though even her own smile felt forced. Yet, Thor was beyond concern for such trivialities at that moment. The god of thunder's face was etched with shock. He instinctively understood the gravity of the situation, but he never anticipated that his brother Loki could descend into such madness. What could have provoked him to commit such an act? Leon raised his hand in innocence. Prince Thor, what is the meaning of this? Are you truly intent on annihilating the entire Earth? Agents under Coulson's command cautiously reached for their sidearms, aware that if a reasonable explanation was not provided, they would do whatever it took to detain the Asgardians. Just moments ago, satellite data from SHIELD headquarters indicated that a mountain had been entirely erased from the map, effectively leveled to the ground, far more effective than any nuclear weapon could achieve. I am truly sorry, Coulson, but this is beyond my capacity. On Earth, I am utterly powerless to halt the immense energy unleashed by the Rainbow Bridge. What? Coulson's hand trembled, nearly prompting his subordinate to open fire. He would much prefer the culprit to be the bumbling giant before him, as that would at least allow them a fighting chance. However, it was evident that the true mastermind was not on Earth, leaving them in a quandary. They couldn't exactly conjure a spaceship, and even if they could, who could inform them of Asgard's whereabouts? Everyone set aside their tasks to prepare for the evacuation of the remaining townsfolk, simultaneously issuing alerts and evacuation orders to key points in cities along their route. Additionally, a message was dispatched to headquarters, stating that the situation had escalated beyond his control and that it would be best to leave everything to the director. As Coulson grappled with his mounting frustration, Thor urged Jane and her companions to leave immediately. Even he could not claim immunity from the assault on the Bifrost. Certainly, Jane and the others were at risk. I must return to Asgard, and it must be at once. Only then can I shut down the Bifrost, otherwise, all of Midgard will face destruction. Thor's urgency was palpable to the others, but the prospect of returning to Asgard proved daunting. Even when facing an unstoppable annihilator, his comrades could only serve as makeshift shields. Beyond that, their assistance was limited. Even Sif, who was usually unyielding, acknowledged her helplessness. Thor understood this all too well in his desperation. He had merely asked out of instinct. Yet, it seemed that even divine providence was reluctant to offer him a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Thor noticed Leon, who appeared remarkably unperturbed, showing no signs of anxiety. In fact, when he beheld the destruction of the Bifrost, a faint smile graced his lips. Hey, Leon. If the sorcerers of Midgard resemble you, the world is doomed if this continues. Of course, you might not grasp the concept of the Bifrost. It is a terrifying weapon capable of annihilating a planet. Thor regarded Leon with a mix of confusion and exasperation, unable to comprehend how this seemingly reliable friend, amidst such a crisis, could be so detached. Upon hearing Thor's bewilderment, Leon simply shook his head, responding, Thor, I fully comprehend the Bifrost's power. However, the Earth you perceive is not so easily obliterated. What do you mean by that? Thor inquired, suddenly alert. Have you not always sought to understand what force protects this planet, which you view as technologically and magically inferior, from evil after Asgard's disappearance? As everyone looked on in disbelief, for enormous, sparkling magical arrays materialized in the sky, encircling the beam of light and binding it securely. The Bifrost halted its advance. Observing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Leon smiled and declared, Now do you see? Chapter 112, The Outset of Battle? The denizens of the Celestial Palace and Thor had long believed that the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard was an unmatched, ultimate weapon, impervious to any adversary. However, reality delivered a profound lesson, revealing the concept that there are greater powers beyond comprehension and individuals beyond reckoning. A magical array composed of arcane runes and intricate geometric patterns firmly bound the energy of the Rainbow Bridge. Such a grand and elaborate formation had never been witnessed across the 9 realms, yet here it astonishingly appeared on Midgard, a planet yet to embark on interstellar travel. While it seemed utterly inconceivable, the truth remained unchanged. Hey, Leon, you never mentioned that Earth harbored such formidable masters of arcane arts. It's truly remarkable. Ignoring the complex emotions of the celestial beings, Thor, the oblivious one, was rather pleased, for at least the crisis on Earth had been temporarily averted. This demonstrated that sometimes, the simplicity of beings could be both endearing and exasperating. I have told you before, you simply never listened. When Thor first arrived on Earth, his mind was consumed with thoughts of his hammer. Now, well, not much had changed, save for the addition of Jane and his brother Loki. Furthermore, I truly wish to avoid encountering this soon-to-appear master of the mystic arts. Leon muttered under his breath, To which Thor, somewhat confused, inquired, "What did you say, Leon?" No sooner had he spoken than a familiar spatial fluctuation resonated within Leon's perception. "She's here." Before anyone could grasp Leon's meaning, a portal shimmering with sparks materialized before them, and a serene, elegant, bald woman clad in a mage's robe stepped forth. It was none other than the Ancient One. "Oh, I've evaded this for so long. Yet here we are." Leon would never admit to fearing the singular supreme sorceress of this world, a being whose depths eluded him. There exists a saying, to avoid trouble, one must first distance themselves from those who create it, and the Ancient One was precisely the kind of person who easily attracted trouble, often of a most extraordinary nature. "It has been a while, Master Ancient One." Realizing he could not escape, Leon stepped forward to greet her. "Greetings, Master Leon." In truth, it has not been that long, merely a span of 2 decades. In fact, when we last parted, the cup of hot tea I had prepared for you was still waiting for your enjoyment at Kamartaj. Well, it's not too late now. The Ancient One maintained her calm demeanor, yet the subtle undertones in her words were unmistakable, even to Louise, who, eager for intrigue, leaned closer to Leon and whispered, "Hey, buddy, please don't tell me you've missed a woman's date by 20 years. By the way, when was the last time you two met?" Ahem. Leon nearly choked on Louise's question, and after a fit of coughing, he cast an irritated glance at the sharp-tongued girl. Truly, whatever words passed through your lips seemed to lose their original essence. And does the Ancient One still concern herself with her gender? This transcendent sorceress has likely long since disregarded such boundaries. I can only tell you that it was on Christmas Eve in 1991. Louise, with her mouth agape in astonishment, returned to Jane's side, and the 2 young ladies began to whisper excitedly to one another, their voices punctuated by gasps of surprise. Ahem, next time I have the opportunity, I certainly will. However, Ancient One, shouldn't we be focusing on more pressing matters at hand? Leon indicated the rainbow bridge above with a meaningful gesture. The Ancient One chuckled softly, her laughter stirring a sense of guilt within Leon, who silently resolved to himself. Next time, if the Ancient One does not dismiss him, he would not set foot in Kamartaj. After all, a meeting is still a rendezvous, even if it straddles the line between realms. Besides, the Ancient One likely does not truly wish to see him. Otherwise, with her abilities, she could open the door at any time. Anyone can exchange pleasantries. After all, Leon, you have truly brought me a significant dilemma, the Ancient One remarked, her gaze fixed on the complex magical array trembling in the air due to the immense energy of the rainbow bridge, her brow furrowing in concern. "Alas, Ancient One, this is not my fault. The origins of this predicament lie with Asgard. Prince Thor of this divine realm can elucidate everything for you." As soon as he spoke, that lofty accusation fell upon his head, and Leon, unwilling to accept it, pulled the bewildered Thor closer. "You know, Leon, Earth should not be enduring such calamities now. At least, it was not the case as I previously observed." Thor's words put Leon in an awkward position. While others may not grasp the nebulous implications, he understood all too well. Naturally, he would never accept primary responsibility for this crisis. Well, perhaps he had merely provoked Loki a tad, just a little. Seeing Leon feign ignorance, the Ancient One chose not to press further. Instead, she turned to Thor and smiled. "Greetings, Prince Thor. Welcome to Earth. I am the Ancient One from Kamartaj." "Hello, Ancient One. It is an honor to meet you." For reasons unknown, the usually boisterous Thor exhibited an unexpected politeness, leaving even those in attendance from the celestial realm astonished at their sovereign's demeanor. Has he finally gained some wisdom? Only Thor knew that from the moment this woman named Gu-E appeared, he almost doubted whether he was truly facing a mage of Midgard or a genuine deity. The ethereal, yet overwhelmingly oppressive aura she emanated made him feel as if he were in the presence of a true god. Oh, how astonishing it was that his father had never mentioned such a formidable mage existing on Earth. Even now, with Mjolnir in hand, restored to its full power, he felt an inexplicable sense of insecurity when confronted with this sorceress. Thor instinctively tightened his grip on the hammer, as if seeking solace in its presence. This elicited a tinge of shame within him. How had he, the once mighty warrior whose name resonated throughout the 9 realms, become so feeble? Thor. Master Gu-E is the supreme sorceress of Kamartaj, the protector of Earth for nearly a millennium, safeguarding it from malevolent forces. Perhaps she could offer you a better path forward, Leon interjected. Upon hearing this, Thor's eyes sparkled with hope. Despite Gu Yi's enigmatic demeanor, her prior attitude had been quite amiable. This might indeed be his chance. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Gu Yi's next words sent him into a state of disarray. Prince Thor, does Asgard intend to wage war against Earth? The sudden inquiry caught Thor off guard, prompting him to hastily respond, "Of course not, Master Gu Yi. Then can you elucidate why the Bifrost of Asgard launched an assault on Earth? Is your father Odin once again seeking to declare the arrival of the gods with iron and blood, as he did millennia ago?" Before Thor could finish, Gu Yi continued her probing. Observing her aggressive demeanor, Leon was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on Gu Yi's face, having only encountered her twice before. That is, Thor stammered, struggling to find the words. Yet, the words eluded him. At that moment, Sif stepped forward, asserting, "Master Gu Yi, this was not our intention. This was all Loki's doing." Thor wished to interject, but it was too late. "Oh, is that so?" Gu Yi replied, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. "Yet, as far as I know, your Loki is also a prince of Asgard. So, is there truly a distinction?" Sif was rendered speechless in an instant. Indeed, was there a distinction? Whether facing the onslaught of the Destroyer or the Rainbow Bridge, both orchestrated by Loki as a means to confront Thor, Loki's identity remains unchanged. He is still the Prince of Asgard. The harm and threat he poses to Earth is fundamentally no different from that which he inflicts upon Asgard. "This is not your fault, Sif." Thor consoled the bewildered Sif with a bittersweet smile, finally grasping the helplessness and fury his father, Odin, must have felt during his own reckless assault on Jotunheim. Truly, it must weigh heavily on his elder brother's heart. Reflecting on this, Thor cast a pleading glance at Leon, who, despite his desire to remain inconspicuous, found it impossible to do so. "Damn it, why must my affairs be entangled in yours? And Thor, could you not blink so conspicuously? Surely you intend this." As the eyes of the gathered crowd turned to him, Leon wore a smile, though inwardly he lamented, uncertain if this brutish fellow was genuinely naive or merely feigning it, or perhaps a perplexing blend of both. Eventually, even Ancient One regarded him with an inscrutable expression, prompting Leon to cautiously suggest, "Master Ancient One, perhaps we should temporarily set aside these disputes. Our immediate concern is how to address the Rainbow Bridge suspended in the sky, which remains a looming threat. Indeed, Master Ancient One, our priority is to close the Rainbow Bridge, and I assure you that I will provide both you and Earth with a satisfactory resolution thereafter," Thor declared with newfound determination. Prince Thor, you may be mistaken. Currently, the only one in Asgard capable of conversing with me is your father, Odin. I would have you return to Asgard and inform him that he has cast far too many burdens upon Earth over the years, responsibilities that rightly belong to him as the Lord of the Nine Realms. It appears he has cleverly shifted the weight upon Earth, even banishing his own son here, Ancient One mused, observing the magical ripples in the sky with a soft chuckle. "Prince Thor, I hope you can persuade your father to visit Earth." Thor seemed to grasp only part of this, realizing that indeed, his father had committed actions that displeased the esteemed sorceress, yet he chose to feign ignorance and prevent the impulsive warriors three from escalating the situation. Leon, with a glimmer of understanding, could only shake his head in resignation, reflecting on the cunning nature of these ancient beings. It was evident that Ancient One sought to achieve some objective with Odin, yet Leon pondered whether he could glean anything from this exchange. Ultimately, he decided against involving himself in the discussions of these titans, opting instead for a more prudent approach. "Very well, Master Ancient One. I shall convey your message to my father. However, I am unable to make the decision for him," Thor hesitantly replied. He would agree, as long as he wished to avoid confronting his fears once more. Surely, circumstances must have changed. As he spoke, the Ancient One cast a glance at Leon, causing a chill to run down his spine. He could only muster a faint smile in response to the profound gaze of the Supreme Sorceress. "Very well, proceed with your tasks," she declared. "This will transport you back to Asgard. The power of the sanctum should not be squandered on such a futile confrontation." The Ancient One raised her right hand, and a triangular talisman inscribed with intricate spells materialized in her palm, floating serenely. Jing and her companions gazed in awe at this enigmatic spectacle, their eyes wide with wonder. Although Thor's group was also taken aback, their familiarity with magic in Asgard rendered them less surprised. Instead, they were thrilled at the prospect of finally returning home. Thor could not help but smile at this outcome. for it would allow him to rectify his brother's mistakes and mend all that had gone astray. Only Leon's eyes flickered with a hint of peculiarity. As a sorcerer, he was distinctly attuned to the unusual essence that permeated the air. Dark magic, he mused, chuckling to himself. No wonder it was the Ancient One. Such profound arcane energy could easily transform into a dimensional deity. What need was there for a mere mortal? Of course, this was a jest. Neither Leon nor this world desired to witness the supreme sorceress succumb to darkness, for that would undoubtedly be a most formidable predicament. Thor, however, was devoid of the complex thoughts that occupied Leon's mind. He eagerly accepted the teleportation talisman and expressed his gratitude to the Ancient One. Yet, it was evident that her interest in the god of thunder was rather tepid. With a casual gesture, she reopened the portal and extended an invitation to Leon. Would you care to visit Kamar Taj, Master Leon? That cup of hot tea awaits your discerning palate. I apologize, Master Ancient One, Leon replied earnestly. I have some pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you this time. I shall certainly pay a visit on a future occasion. Upon hearing Leon's sincere words, even the simple-minded Thor discerned the undertone of evasion, though Leon felt no need for subterfuge. When he claimed to be occupied, he genuinely was. What a pity, the Ancient One said, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her features. She did not understand why Leon continually declined her invitations. Yet she spoke earnestly. I reiterate, Master Leon, the doors of Kamartov shall forever remain open to you. With that, she stepped into the portal and vanished from sight. At that moment, Thor unusually remarked, Hey, Leon, it seems that the Ancient One has invited you more than once. Why do you keep refusing? By the way, your promise of a future visit feels rather dismissive. Even I find it somewhat off. Ha. Thor, you do not comprehend. I will undoubtedly visit Kamartaj. However, Leon suddenly paused, turning to gaze at the rainbow bridge overhead, and remarked, but only after the demise of the Ancient One. Chapter 114, Awakening. After Leon's astonishing declaration, everyone stared at him in disbelief, astonished that this sorcerer would utter such sinister words. Nevertheless, Thor had no time to squander in this place. After bidding farewell to Jane and the others, he hesitated before extending an invitation to Leon. Leon, would you accompany me to Asgard? Yet, Leon merely smiled and shook his head, replying, Thor, you would not wish to know my answer. You definitely would not want to know. Thor was momentarily taken aback, but soon seemed to recall something. His expression darkening as he coldly declared, the glory of Asgard shall endure eternally. With that, he crushed the triangular talisman in his hand, and instantly, a force akin to the Rainbow Bridge's spatial transport enveloped Thor and the denizens of the celestial palace. A dazzling aurora erupted, propelling Thor and the others skyward, vanishing from the eyes of the onlookers. After a long moment of gazing at the aurora that had disappeared beyond the horizon, Leon suddenly spoke. All right, everyone. The grand performance has reached its curtain call. It is time for us to part ways. Wait. Are you not planning to wait for Thor here? That giant is still hovering in the sky. Jane interjected hastily, pointing at the rainbow bridge ensnared by Kamartaj's magical array. Moreover, she was genuinely concerned about Thor. Despite Leon's enigmatic nature, he was the only one here capable of answering her questions. Haha. Jane, you do not understand. Once Thor heads to Asgard, everything will depend solely on him. If he succeeds, the peril of the Rainbow Bridge will surely be alleviated. Your presence here will serve no purpose beyond prayer. Besides, my time is exceedingly precious. Leon presented an air of someone whose worth was in the millions, leaving the others astounded. He continued, as long as Thor successfully masters the Rainbow Bridge, he will be able to reach you no matter where you are. At this moment, we are merely spectators. Mr. Leon, began the ever-amiable Coulson, but Leon promptly interrupted him. Hey, Mr. Coulson, if there are any issues, let us discuss them upon my return to New York. As for how to locate me, I believe your director is already aware. As he spoke, a shimmering portal crackling with sparks unexpectedly materialized behind Leon, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Although they had witnessed it before, each encounter still evoked a sense of awe and wonder. Merely relying on human strength without the aid of advanced technology to traverse the fabric of space presents a significant challenge to the faith of these scientists. What may be effortlessly achieved through magic makes one ponder the futility of their lifelong pursuits. It is indeed a poignant reflection. Unbeknownst to Leon, The complex emotions swirling within the hearts of several scientists were palpable. He first gently nudged Louise, who was peering curiously through the portal, aside, and then waved slightly to the group, uttering, "Farewell, everyone." With that, the onlookers beheld in astonishment as Leon vanished from their sight. After a considerable pause, Louise finally gathered her wits and asked, "What shall we do now, Jan?" I am uncertain," Jan replied, her thoughts in disarray as she tenderly rubbed her forehead. "Although Leon has stated his intentions, I still wish to remain here a while longer." Seeing Jan's resolve, Louise could only shrug helplessly at Dr. Eric. At that moment, however, Carlson received a directive from headquarters, announcing, "Dr. Eric, I regret to inform you that you cannot remain with your students. SHIELD requires your expertise for a crucial research project. So please accompany us to Washington." "Wait, what about Jan and the others?" "Rest assured, Doctor, I will leave an observation team. They will be perfectly safe." "That is not what I meant," Jan and Louise exclaimed. New York, the antique shop. Leon sat comfortably on a plush bench, savoring a sip of hot tea, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. He increasingly felt himself mirroring his father's character. Yet, the thought of his father's incessant chatter and those ever-accurate finger jabs made Leon grimace. He was resolutely averse to that. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to unwind. He muttered to himself and then shook his head. Everything would unfold as it should. He had no time to dwell on such matters and could not resist stretching languidly. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been in a desolate town in New Mexico, engaged in a grave discussion with Thor about saving the Earth, and now, a mere 10 minutes later, he found himself comfortably reclining on a bench, sipping tea. One must admit, this stark contrast would be unbearable for most. Yet, this is precisely why I chose magic, is it not? Leon mused softly, as if questioning and answering himself in the same breath. Then, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him, and two items materialized before his eyes, one of which was the Frost Giant's treasured artifact, the icebound treasure chest. Emanating a soft blue glow, this precious item had been generously provided by Loki, the Prince of Asgard, and one must express gratitude for the benevolence and kindness of the second princess. Had it not been for her, acquiring this icebound treasure chest would have indeed required considerable effort on Leon's part. However, another matter was causing him considerable distress. The destroyer armor, forged with Odin's blessing and the exceptional craftsmanship of Asgard, was undoubtedly one of Asgard's most prized possessions. Although it had been rendered useless by Thor in mere moments, Leon still believed that, as Odin's exclusive treasure, it held significant value for study. Therefore, adhering to his commendable principle of not giving up or wasting, he reluctantly reclaimed it, sparing both SHIELD and the Asgardians the trouble of dealing with such discarded items. For this alone, Leon felt that Odin should commend him, and the minor issue of having ensnared his two sons should be overlooked. After all, once it fell into his hands, Odin could forget about reclaiming it. With a sense of reciprocity, Leon now felt that the time for his reward had arrived. The destroyer armor, which Thor believed he had utterly destroyed, now appeared not to be completely beyond salvage. Leon's antique shop was now filled to the brim with the remnants of the destroyer armor. Had it not been for the prior magical expansion of the shop's space, there would have been no room to accommodate it. Observing the fragmented pieces of the destroyer slowly converging towards the center, it was not immediately noticeable, but they were indeed undergoing self-repair. Nevertheless, it was clear that Mjolnir had inflicted severe damage, rendering the areas struck by the hammer irreparable. However, Leon's thoughts were not focused on this. He was intently studying the destroyer armor as if searching for something. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light flickered beneath the shattered breastplate of the destroyer, and despite its concealment, it could not escape Leon's keen eye. "Found it!" Leon exclaimed joyfully, swiftly extending his hand. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the slumbering All-Father was suddenly jolted awake, his body trembling as he opened his eyes. Odin had awakened. Chapter 115, Dear Brother. In the comics, the destroyer was created by Odin to combat the incursion of the Celestials. Its energy derives from Odin and other deities of Earth. While the destroyer in this world may not be as exaggerated as its comic counterpart, its power was far from the simplicity that Thor had encountered. After a meticulous examination of the destroyer's structure, Leon realized that Thor's ability to defeat the destroyer had indeed been a significant concession, akin to an ocean of leniency. If the destroyer could unleash its true power, it was likely that the god of thunder would have been reduced to an indistinguishable puddle of liquid by now. The nearly all-consuming flames capable of melting any material, coupled with its advanced transformation abilities, though not as versatile as in the comics, where it could effortlessly rearrange and modify material density, allowed the destroyer to evade devastating damage significantly. Along with its formidable self-repair capabilities, this would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge for Thor during this period. In essence, Loki has either not fully harnessed the power of the destroyer, or Odin is consciously controlling it to allow his son to gain experience. If that is indeed the case, one cannot help but admire what a benevolent and generous father he is. However, regardless of the underlying reason, had Thor not previously defeated the destroyer, Leon would have undoubtedly expended considerable effort to truly wield this formidable weapon. Take, for instance, this core of divine power, gazing at the gem in his hand. Shimmering with an extraordinary light, it serves as the source of the destroyer's energy. Likewise, it bears Odin's energy imprint, enabling Odin to maintain control over this terrifying instrument of war. Had the destroyer been able to unleash its full potential, Leon would naturally not have had the opportunity to acquire Odin's secret treasure. For as long as this divine core exists, with a mere thought, Odin could render the destroyer nothing more than a pile of scrap metal, while simultaneously creating minor inconveniences for his enemies. However, the situation has drastically changed. Leon let out a cold chuckle as the power of fire surged forth, causing the divine core, which had endured the onslaught of Mjolnir without a scratch, to vanish in an instant. Now, allow me to instill a new will, a new master within you. Leon turned his gaze toward the severely damaged destroyer, the dragon's sigil clearly visible in his eyes. When Asgard and Thor first arrived, they were not met with the flowers and applause of the people, but rather by a fully armed palace guard, poised to attack at any moment. This was Odin's elite guard, bound to obey the commands of the king of Asgard, Odin himself. However, with Loki currently acting as regent, it was only natural that he commanded this army. Thor, it seems your friend from Midgard was indeed correct. We must prepare for the worst, Sif remarked, raising her shield as she and the three warriors of the Celestial Palace assumed a defensive stance. Yet Thor had no desire to fight against the warriors of his homeland, especially in such a feudal conflict. He stepped forward and declared, "Warriors of Asgard, it is I, Thor, your prince. Midgard is under attack from the Rainbow Bridge, and I demand to see my brother. I deeply regret, Prince Thor." A stern commander clad in armor emerged, his expression devoid of emotion. "You are hereby commanded to lay down your weapons. You have been declared traitors for defying my king's orders. Should you resist, we will execute you all, including you." Prince Thor. The commander's icy tone echoed in the ears of everyone present as the guards raised their spears in unison. Thor was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his brother harbored such profound resentment toward him, to the extent of wishing him dead. "My king? Who is truly our king? Do you not know?" Sif questioned angrily. "King Odin has succumbed to slumber, and the queen has bestowed upon Prince Loki the authority to govern in his stead. Thor, you must comprehend the implications of this." The captain of the royal guard hesitated momentarily, but ultimately voiced his thoughts. He was an elder of Asgard, and the scene before him inexplicably evoked memories of a coup d'état that transpired a millennium ago. A rebellion within the Asgardian royal lineage that led to the downfall of the formidable Valkyrie Legion. Now, in this present moment, alas, the captain's words rendered Sif and the others speechless, for regardless of the circumstances, Loki had rightfully acquired dominion over Asgard, casting them in the role of genuine rebels. "Sif, prepare yourself. I must thwart Loki and prevent him from committing further transgressions." Observing Thor's firm grip on Mjolnir, Sif and the others felt a flicker of hope. For at least Thor had not succumbed to despair and urged them to lay down their arms. As Thor and his companions raised their weapons, the captain of the guard wasted no time and immediately initiated the assault. Thus, a battle erupted, characterized by a stark imbalance in numbers. However, perplexingly, the royal guard, despite their numerical superiority, found themselves at a disadvantage from the outset, while Thor and his companions grew increasingly fierce, gradually breaching the ironclad defenses of the guard's formation. Though Thor's valor was unmatched, nearly no one could withstand the force of his hammer, yet Sif and the others lacked such prowess. It was astonishing that a mere handful of them could contend with an entire army, when had Asgard's martial strength become so feeble. Thor cast a perplexed glance at the commander of the guard, who silently nodded in acknowledgement, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon him. Everything was left unspoken. With this realization, Thor's anxiety subsided. He had previously worried that Sif and the others might become ensnared among the guards, but now he felt his progress was lagging. "Sif, be gentle," he uttered cryptically before soaring towards the rainbow bridge with his hammer in hand. Upon witnessing Thor depart, the royal guard had no inclination to pursue him. Gradually, Sif and the three brave warriors of the celestial palace discerned the guard's reluctance to engage, and thus, in unvoiced accord, they began to spar with one another. Meanwhile, upon reaching the rainbow bridge, Thor found Loki awaiting him, alone and wielding the eternal spear, his expression utterly unfamiliar. Thor bit his lip, at a loss for words. Without any exchange, the two immediately engaged in combat, for Thor believed that only through such confrontation could he awaken his wayward brother from his delusions. The clash of the god of thunder's hammer against the eternal spear unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy, obliterating all in their vicinity, even causing the dome that channeled the energy of the rainbow bridge to tremble under the force of their titanic collision. Thor believed that his return to the pinnacle would enable him to easily vanquish Loki. However, reality unmistakably revealed that his brother was also making continuous progress. After yet another brief skirmish, Thor suddenly perceived a flaw in Loki's defense and swung his hammer down, only for his attack to pass directly through Loki's form. An illusion. A sharp pang of anxiety gripped Thor's heart as the familiar sting in his side resurfaced in his mind. Thus, amidst Loki's mocking laughter, Thor clutched the wound at his waist, consumed by a torrent of sorrow and rage, exclaiming, "Truly, he is my brother." Chapter 116. Care for a drink? In New Mexico, at Pondiantigo, outside the quaint town, the vibrant pillars of light that once spanned the heavens seemed to lose their source of energy, dissipating into particles in the air. Alongside the rainbow bridge, the sparkling magical array also gradually faded from the sky. The SHIELD observation team stationed here promptly reported everything to headquarters. Jane and Louise were immensely pleased, for they understood this signified Thor's success. Jane contemplated waiting for Thor's return, but she was destined for disappointment, as this newly formed couple would likely be separated for a considerable time. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Leon sensed the moment the rainbow bridge disintegrated. However, he held little expectation for the reunion of the couple. Given Thor's nature, if matters were proceeding so smoothly, he would likely be eager to descend to Earth in the very next moment. It was understandable, for the Asgardian prince Thor was in the throes of passion, and a man driven by hormones tends to express his feelings directly. Yet, even now, Earth remained tranquil, devoid of the violent spatial fluctuations that accompanied the Rainbow Bridge's arrival. The outcome was evidently clear. Was it the inevitable progression of the narrative? Leon chuckled softly, shaking his head. He preferred not to dwell on such vexing matters, especially since he had pressing concerns to address. Beneath the dim glow of magical lights, a towering steel giant, nearly 10 meters tall, stood before Leon, awaiting the inspection of its new master. Yet, Leon gazed at the destroyer with a hint of dissatisfaction. Under Leon's modifications, this once formidable weapon of Odin's conquest had undergone a remarkable transformation. The explosive divine power, combined with the essence of the Holy Master, had exponentially increased the destroyer's destructive capabilities. The ancient runes etched from within not only significantly enhanced its defensive prowess, but also rendered it capable of inflicting lethal damage upon certain aberrant creatures. However, there remained certain irreparable and severely damaged areas on the destroyer that irked Leon immensely. Each time he beheld them, he could not help but mutter a phrase of disdain, recognizing that no matter how formidable he may be, he could not conjure objects from thin air. He longed to utilize the talisman of restoration to mend everything, yet he feared that even things that ought not to exist might be resurrected in the process. He had no desire to engage in another battle with the destroyer on his own turf, for regardless of the outcome, he would inevitably bear the brunt of the losses. Leon was convinced that should he proceed with such an endeavor, the father of all gods would prefer to see the destroyer reduced to mere scrap metal rather than allow him to fulfill his intentions, especially since he had already successfully duped the deity's son. Seeking vengeance for his son would not earn Odin any reproach. Thus, he resolved to rely solely on himself. However, the unknown metal that forged the destroyer posed a significant quandary. there would undoubtedly be a resounding question mark even in Asgard, let alone on Earth. If he were to substitute it with another metal, what material on Earth could possibly replicate the enigmatic essence of Asgard's metal? A flicker of inspiration crossed Leon's eyes. It appeared to be the opportune moment to request his due compensation from his client. California, Malibu Beach. As one of the most renowned beaches in Los Angeles, it boasts not only the quintessential azure sea and sky of Southern California, but also an array of uniquely shaped and bizarre rocks, presenting a stunning and singular seaside vista. Of course, its notoriety is further amplified by the multitude of Hollywood actors and celebrities from affluent circles residing there, with Tony Stark standing out as the most illustrious among them. With a low hum of pulsing electric arcs, Tony Stark, donned in his gold and crimson Mark VI Iron Man armor, gracefully descended into the laboratory and garage of his opulent residence. "Welcome home, Mr. Stark," greeted the intelligent assistant, Jarvis. Ascending to the workbench, Tony allowed the mechanical arms to disassemble his armor. As the faceplate was lifted, the youthful visage of Tony revealed a roguish grin, clearly indicating that our Mr. Stark had been enjoying life immensely of late. Indeed, Tony Stark shared this sentiment. He relished a period of triumph, not only alleviating the palladium poisoning that had plagued him, but also experiencing a temporary restoration of his youth. Each outing, when he crossed paths with those alluring women he had once deemed unattainable, filled young Tony with newfound confidence. Yet, circumstances had changed. Tony had solidified his romantic relationship with his secretary, vowing to remain faithful to Pepper. This development stirred a tinge of sorrow within him, as he lamented not having met Leon sooner. At the very least, he could have indulged in a bit more revelry and explored the whimsical pursuits he had long desired but felt incapable of engaging in. Now, however, faced with external temptations that often beckoned, Tony found himself yearning to embrace his former libertine ways once more, regretting the swiftness with which he had committed to the relationship. Though, of course, this was a sentiment he would never dare voice to Pepper. In his interactions with SHIELD, he uncovered more secrets about the organization, including the fact that his father was one of its founding members. However, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. As a second-generation heir, he had not enjoyed the privileges and benefits that came with his lineage. Instead, he found himself confined at home by a group of spies. This organization, established by his father, seemed to impose its influence upon him, and while his father might endure it, he himself could not. Nonetheless, the array of Howard Stark's relics that SHIELD presented to him silenced his grievances and led him to discover a new element to replace palladium, thus evading the peril of death entirely. This was indeed a source of great joy. Though the invention of a man long deceased, especially one who was his own father, stung his pride as he considered himself a genius. Overall, these days, Tony Stark lived quite extravagantly. The sword of impending death that had loomed over him had finally vanished. Although his confrontation with Ivan Vanko nearly ruined the entire Stark Expo, it was fortunate that there were no casualties. As for everything else, Tony believed that if it could be resolved with money, it was hardly a concern. The aura of affluence was unmistakable. Now, after once again testing the Mark VI energy armor, Tony entrusted it to JARVIS for data recording and analysis, seeking a perfect reference for the development of the next model. He felt that assembling the armor solely with external machinery had become cumbersome, and he desired a more convenient and swift assembly process. While pondering where to invite his secretary, rather, now the CEO, for dinner that evening, Tony casually reached for the bar, intending to celebrate momentarily, only to find his hand grasping at empty air. "Where's my drink?" Just then, a clinking sound of glasses came from behind him, followed by a familiar voice. "Care for a drink, Tony?" With an unpleasant clink of glasses, Tony downed the amber liquid in his cup in one gulp, letting out an undignified belch as he glared at Leon. "Hey, buddy, weren't you aware that private domains are off limits?" "My apologies, Tony. I never expected you would leave the black card I gave you here. I assumed you would carry it with you," Leon replied, shaking the drink in his glass with a resigned shrug. "It's precisely why I didn't want to keep it on me." Tony shot Leon a glance, vividly imagining himself in a moment of personal privacy or engaged in some unspeakable activity when Leon suddenly appeared. Whether or not startling someone could indeed be fatal, Tony was uncertain, but he was sure it would leave a lasting psychological impression. "Is that so?" "Nothing much. By the way, Do you possess any means to prevent it? Of course, I am not directing this at you, Leon. Yet you must understand that I often feel a sense of insecurity. Moreover, did you not mention that apart from you, there are numerous other magicians on this planet? If they traverse around me with the same freedom as you do, I must confess, it genuinely troubles me. Tony endeavored to articulate his concerns in a manner that would not easily provoke Leon, and by the end, even he felt his reasoning was quite fitting. Indeed, I am not worried about you, but there will always be reckless individuals in the world. I, Tony Stark, should indeed be a genius. Surely this Tony Stark does not actually consider everyone else to be fools, Leon thought, taking a delicate sip of his drink and suppressing an eye roll. Nevertheless, he softly replied, Tony, I can assist you in fortifying the surrounding space, thus allowing you to evade any uninvited guests. Upon hearing this, Tony's face lit up with joy, but before he could revel in his happiness, Leon suddenly remarked with a hint of amusement, but do you truly trust that the magic I cast can prevent my own teleportation spells? Moreover, what assurance do you have that I would not leave behind any detrimental enchantments? Leon's retort instantly froze the smile on Tony's face. After a moment of awkward silence, he managed to chuckle nervously. Of course, Leon, you are my friend, and I certainly trust you. You would never do such a thing, would you? A mere exclamation had unwittingly revealed Tony's underlying apprehension. Observing Tony's pitiable expression of ingratiation, Leon merely shook his head slightly, countering, Tony, would you leave behind any little trinkets in the research products sold by Stark Industries? Perhaps to collect data or the like? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Stark Industries is a globally esteemed technology corporation, and we would never engage in such unethical practices, Tony interrupted vehemently, refusing to concede. No matter what you believe, he was resolute in his conviction. Even if presented with irrefutable evidence, Tony would dare to swallow it whole, as this pertained to the very essence of Stark Industries' existence. Denial was the only acceptable answer. Even dissent would not be tolerated. Simultaneously, despite his unwavering stance, Tony felt a profound bitterness within. Just moments ago, he had received the answer to his own question. Leon implied that there was no need to inquire further. He could offer the pleasantries that would convince anyone. And Tony had no doubt that the magician beside him would not even deign to provide such niceties. Indeed, it was an exercise in exerting influence. With endless grievances swirling in his mind, Tony instinctively sealed his lips. Therefore, you did not simply come here today for a drink, did you, Leon? After a moment of contemplation, Tony began to inquire about Leon's true intentions. Leon remained silent, merely placing his wine glass down and gesturing towards the space before them. Instantly, the imposing figure of the destroyer materialized in front of Tony, its towering frame nearly 10 meters in height piercing through the upper level of his laboratory. Tony mused that had his mansion not been sufficiently spacious, this colossal entity might well have undertaken a significant renovation of his abode. As debris and steel reinforcements cascaded from the destroyer, accompanied by swirling plumes of dust, Tony calmly took a sip from his drink to steady his nerves. At this point, nothing could truly astonish him. After all, could there be anything more absurd in this world than magic? Ding, ding, ding. Jarvis, deactivate the alarm, Tony said, nonchalantly silencing the alert as he turned his gaze towards Leon, whose intentions were unmistakably clear. He had traversed all the way from New York to Los Angeles merely to dismantle his home. Clearing his throat, Leon experienced an uncommon moment of awkwardness and apologized. With a slight mental command, the destroyer's form began to shrink at a visible rate, ultimately transforming into a steel warrior over 2 meters tall. It bore a striking resemblance in size to Tony's Iron Man suit, though it still towered over him, rendering the playboy momentarily speechless. Tony had thought the previous spectacle was enough to astound him, yet the subsequent scene widened his eyes in disbelief. The structural damage and equipment that he had anticipated would cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair, sums he was indifferent to, were effortlessly restored with a mere wave of Liang's hand. The ravaged walls and circuitry reverted to their original state, with even the dust in the air dissipating as if nothing had ever occurred. Rubbing his eyes in astonishment, Tony gazed at the ceiling restored to its former glory and could not help but swallow hard, inquiring, is this also within the realm of magical capability? Well, perhaps. Leon hesitated. To be honest, he was uncertain whether the powers of the 12 talismans could still be classified as magic, or if they belonged to an entirely different system of forces. However, The time magic from Kamar Taj could certainly achieve such feats. After all, reversing time was a trivial matter for the Sorcerer Supreme. You can actually manipulate time. Oh my god, Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Before jesting with a hint of trepidation, this wouldn't mean that my inability to enjoy the rite of the first night is a consequence of your meddling with time, would it? Chuckling, Leon responded. As Leo observed the unmistakable shock etched on Tony's face, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Then, with utmost seriousness, he addressed Tony. Tony, if I truly possess the ability to manipulate time at will, I can assure you, I would be the rightful king, while you would merely serve as my court steward, indulging in merriment with countless beautiful women. Well, of course, a steward who has been, shall we say, rendered incapable. Tony Stark's reaction was one of disbelief. What on earth is this inhumane rhetoric? It's simply diabolical. Chapter 118. A Complimentary Luncheon. California, Malibu Beach. Just moments ago, Tony had been reveling in conviviality with Leo, but now his thoughts were entirely consumed by more pressing matters than fine wine. After receiving Leo's permission, the brilliant inventor's old habits resurfaced. He gazed at the magical armor before him, so distinct from his Iron Man suit, and could not suppress his gasps of astonishment. Oh my goodness, is this truly the manner in which your sorcerers harness energy? Where on earth did you procure such a marvel? And what of the energy core? This material, could it be a unique alloy I have yet to encounter? And the neural control system, what exactly governs the operation of this behemoth? Why, it is precisely this. Leo's subtle gesture to his temple elicited an involuntary eye roll from Tony. He was well aware that it was indeed Leo's mind at work. What he longed to comprehend was how Leo managed to control this robotic marvel without any auxiliary intelligence system. Regrettably, Tony could only conjure this singular descriptor in his mind. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately concluded that the answer would inevitably pertain to magic. Thus, he chose to remain silent. For a great inventor of technology would never yield to heresy, at least, not for the time being. This destroyer is indeed a magical creation of Asgard, a prized possession of Odin himself. I invested considerable effort to restore it to this state. All thanks to that brutish fool who only knows how to wield a hammer recklessly. Had it not been for him, I might never have had the opportunity to acquire it. Leo's statements held an air of contradiction, yet it was clear that Tony's attention lay elsewhere. Nonetheless, certain sensitive terms caused the playboy, who was currently reveling in the exquisite metallic sensations of the destroyer's form, to momentarily twitch. Hell, Leo. When you mentioned Odin or Asgard, are they titles within some kind of organization? Noticing a flicker of tension and unease in Tony's demeanor, Leo couldn't help but smile slightly. Responding, "Oh, Tony, do not doubt your own heart. Surely you already possess the answer within you." It was evident that Leo's words did not align with Tony's sentiments, leaving the playboy with a rare expression of confusion and uncertainty. Yet, was this not the most authentic response? The legends and myths of your had, against all odds, descended into the realm of reality. At this moment, Tony Stark might very well be one of the few who remained true to his essence. After all, the vastness of the world is filled with wonders. Although Leon is not a local, he understands human nature all too well. One could scarcely imagine the strange entities that might emerge when myth intertwines with reality. Let me specifically highlight our great America. So, Tony, even you are losing your composure? After all, you have already witnessed the existence of magic, so you should have anticipated this day. What a joke. How could I possibly be intimidated by such trivialities? I am Tony Stark. In fact, I am far more concerned about the prospect of a world devoid of my beloved cheeseburgers starting tomorrow. Now that would be the true apocalypse. Compared to the absence of cheeseburgers, this is nothing. Tony held his head high and stubbornly declared this as his final act of defiance. You may defeat me, but you shall never compel me to yield. However, after this show of bravado, the obstinate playboy hesitated, remarking, I just feel that this world is changing too rapidly. Indeed, there is an impact, Leon thought, shaking his head slightly. Even someone like Tony Stark exhibits a moment of hesitation and concern when confronted with such matters. One can only wonder how the impending invasion of the Chitauri will transform the perceptions of humanity, revealing to them that they are not alone, and certainly not in a comforting way. Tony, you are perhaps overthinking this. Those so-called deities do not possess the world-destroying powers of legend. Indeed, some do wield extraordinary abilities. But it is far more fitting to regard them as extraterrestrials rather than divine beings. After all, even if you were to wield a Remington shotgun in that era, you might still be revered as a god. Oh, perhaps you could truly establish your kingdom in that time, where everything would be dictated by your word, including those long-held aspirations of yours. Yet, the caveat is that you must endure a life without the internet, without electricity, and where wine is still crushed by foot. Moreover, you must keep your gun and ample ammunition at the ready. By the way, is it true that in ancient times, Westerners were not fond of bathing? I heard that even nobles and kings were the same. If that is indeed the case, I can somewhat understand why Paris was dubbed the city of perfume back then. Really? Hearing your explanation, Tony's expression softened slightly, but the subsequent remarks immediately darkened his countenance, prompting him to complain. Hey, Leon. I detect a strong undertone of discrimination in your words, civilizational discrimination. Oh, Tony, are you becoming so sensitive now? But isn't this precisely what you excel at? Leon's quip left Tony momentarily speechless, and after a fit of coughing, he managed to shift the topic. By the way, Leon, when you mentioned that Asgard is an alien realm, does that mean there are numerous extraterrestrial races in this universe? Tony's voice dwindled, for it is impossible for anyone to face Leon's piercing gaze, which seems capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, without feeling a twinge of guilt, especially given his own inner turmoil. However, Leon merely maintained his gaze for a moment before continuing. In truth, my understanding of the cosmos is rather limited. I merely comprehend that the universe is far from the desolate expanse we perceive. Humanity has yet to genuinely embark upon the interstellar era. Yet the environment of the universe mirrors the conditions of Earth, rife with wars, alliances, and authoritarian regimes, where defeat is not as simple as surrender. Civilizations and barbarism coexist. There is nothing beyond imagination that cannot be witnessed. Nevertheless, all of this remains a distant reality for Earth, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It may even take a century before humans can truly set foot in the cosmos. Unforeseen circumstances? Tony inquired, perplexed. Yet Leon's enigmatic smile inexplicably instilled a sense of trepidation in the playboy. Soon, you shall understand, Tony, it is not far off. What then? Is the matter with Asgard that you previously mentioned? Tony inquired rationally, aware that his questions might not yield the answers he sought, yet genuinely intrigued by Leon's reference to Asgard. The people of Asgard are renowned throughout the universe. Under Odin's leadership thousands of years ago, they united the 9 realms, including Earth. To put it plainly, the reason Earth has endured significant interstellar invasions in recent years is largely due to Asgard's protective influence. That hardly qualifies as good news, Tony remarked, unable to suppress a grimace. As a true American and a representative of corporate interests, he was acutely aware of the plight of those beneath him. Yet he had not anticipated that the United States, and indeed the entire Earth, were mere subordinates under Asgard's protection. And thus, our time for enlightenment concludes. Tony yearned to inquire further, but Leon's impassive declaration abruptly terminated the earlier discourse on cosmic knowledge. Shortly thereafter, Leon flashed a familiar smile, one that Tony distinctly remembered from their first encounter, when he was seduced into signing a Faustian pact. It was a smile that lingered in his memory, sending chills down his spine. In that moment, Tony quickly grasped the adage, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Chapter 119, I abhor magic. Hey, Leon, I am a genius inventor, a graduate of MIT. Do you have any idea how many renowned scientists would vie to be my assistant? Any one of them could independently lead a research team. Tony exclaimed, incredulous at the current circumstances. And yet, now you have me reduced to being your subordinate, Mr. Tony Stark. Faced with Tony Stark's incessant complaints, Leon ruthlessly suppressed him without mercy. Just moments ago, when accepting Leon's invitation to assist in refining the magical armor known as the Destroyer, Tony appeared arrogant on the surface. Yet internally, he was quite pleased. In his own words, it was time for those antiquated wizards wielding their magic wands to witness the might of technology. However, when he commenced his work, one could observe the extent of his efforts, dismantling the utterly damaged parts and metal from the Destroyer's body, eliminating the scratches and dents from the surface armor. For this task, Tony acquired a magical file, which Leon claimed was a favored tool of an ancient master of magical artifacts, responsible for crafting numerous timeless treasures. It was indeed precious, and Leon advised him to handle it with care. What a ruse. Tony couldn't help but scoff internally. Yet, when he actually used it, he found it surprisingly efficient. Even the Destroyer's sturdy armor could be repaired. It was noteworthy that his latest alloy tools had left no mark on it just moments prior. Although it required considerable effort, it was indeed an extraordinary tool, one he desired. Then, Tony faced a clear refusal from Leon. After all, this was a treasure Leon had unearthed from a certain mage's ruin, and he possessed only one. Even if there were duplicates, Leon was reluctant to part with it. Did Tony Stark think so highly of himself, brazenly attempting to acquire something for nothing? He might as well go to bed early, for dreams could offer him anything he wished. As for utilizing his financial resources, Tony prudently refrained from mentioning it, lest he humiliate himself further. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from internally berating Leon. What a miserly Scrooge. Of course, Tony's primary concern was to expedite the return of the vibranium that his subordinates had amassed in the African arms black market. Otherwise, Leon might truly lose his temper. To this day, Tony vividly recalled Leon's unsettling smile from earlier. Tony, do not presume that the cosmic intelligence I shared was without cost. If you genuinely believe so, it would indeed trouble me greatly. While he still felt a lingering trepidation, Tony Stark was somewhat dissatisfied. What did they take him for? Such trivial matters. One could easily assign to an ordinary scientist, or even Jarvis could accomplish them with ease. He certainly did not intend to target Jarvis. It was merely a simple metaphor. Leon, is there anything else I can assist with? Jarvis inquired. Tony could no longer contain himself. If others were to discover that Tony Stark was still engaged in trivial tasks suited for students, how could he maintain his image as a genius? He would be the subject of ridicule. After all, in matters of dignity, men often find themselves confronted with issues of significant importance throughout their lives. Observing Tony Stark's expression of earnest entreaty and his cautious demeanor, Leon couldn't help but chuckle softly. The fellow still failed to grasp the true implications of the situation. However, Leon had no intention of elaborating further. He merely stated with calm assurance, "Very well, Tony. Pursue your ambitions." "Oh, thank you, my friend," Tony Stark exclaimed, his delight palpable as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. "Leon, you shall soon comprehend the extraordinary enhancements that the greatest arms expert of the 21st century will bestow upon your annihilator, an augmentation beyond your wildest imaginings." "Oh, is that so?" Leon responded with a hint of playful curiosity. "Shouldn't you be referred to as a philanthropist and an inventor instead?" Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback, casting an exasperated glance at Leon. Could they not enjoy this collaboration with a modicum of joviality? Simultaneously, he resolved to demonstrate his prowess to this arrogant mage. Yet, just as he was prepared to showcase his abilities, Tony Stark encountered an obstacle. "Jarvis, scan the armored machine before us. Display its structure and energy systems in detail." With Leon's consent, Tony Stark boldly engaged in an endeavor he had long coveted. It was evident that the playboy harbored ulterior motives, meticulously planned over time. Of course, Tony rationalized that his scientific pursuits were for the greater good of assisting Leon, a justification so noble that even he nearly believed it. Meanwhile, Leon observed quietly, taking in Tony Stark's performance. However, the subsequent failure of the scan due to an untraceable virtual projection caused Tony's smile to falter. "I apologize, sir, but the armor's outer layer contains an anomalous substance that does not correspond to any known materials on Earth, obstructing my scan," Jarvis reported in his cold, mechanical tone. Indifferent to his master's momentary discouragement, it was indeed a challenge to expect an intelligent assistant to grasp human emotions, especially since Jarvis had yet to reach a state of sentience. Ahem. Tony Stark could almost envision the mocking expression on Leon's face without turning around. Perhaps this was the lightning strike he had anticipated at the outset. Yet, unbeknownst to Tony, Leon was not focused on him at all. From the very beginning, Leon had foreseen that Tony would encounter difficulties. After all, different systems are not easily transcended, even if one is the illustrious genius Tony Stark. Lacking any foundational knowledge of magic and attempting to delve into magical creations from the outset is a recipe for failure. If success were to come so easily, it would not be genius, but rather akin to wielding an unfair advantage. Naturally, this realization must remain concealed from the playboy, for nothing is more disheartening than being overlooked. Such disregard is profoundly hurtful. However, it appears that our brilliant inventor is not merely a novice in this unfamiliar realm. Faced with an entirely novel system of knowledge, Tony Stark finds himself utterly at a loss. The body of the destroyer bears no trace of the technology he is accustomed to. There are no integrated circuits or smart chips in sight, not even a single red or blue wire. There is no evidence of modern technology, only an overwhelming array of enigmatic runes and inscriptions. The unknown metal that composes the Destroyer-S body does not match any elements in the database, rendering it wholly extraterrestrial. Even if he wished to connect a wire, he could find no justification. Gazing at the bewildering surroundings, Tony Stark truly feels he has been hasty, realizing he is merely suited for menial tasks. After scrutinizing the destroyer for some time, Tony suddenly retreated to a corner and sat down in silence, yearning for a cigarette to soothe his deeply troubled spirit, while simultaneously reaffirming a singular truth: I despise magic. Chapter 120. The experiment. Leon had spent a considerable amount of time in Tony Stark's underground laboratory, and for him, it posed no significant inconvenience. After all, he could simply return to his antique abode at the push of a door. However, Tony Stark was far from pleased, as anyone would feel discomfort by the intrusion of another into their home. Particularly for him, it was a one-sided affair. Watching helplessly as Leon treated his possessions with the casualness of a public bus, climbing aboard whenever he pleased. Ugh, it wasn't even comparable to a bus, as at least that would require a fare. Yet here was Tony Stark, gaining nothing, forced instead to wear a smile while engaging in laborious tasks devoid of reward. Is there no justice in this world? Tony Stark had even begun to contemplate relocating, but where could he possibly go outside of Los Angeles? New York seemed appealing. Yet the thought of Leon's stronghold being there instantly darkened his expression. Never mind, better not to walk into the lion's den. And those remote districts were not even worth considering. Alas, Tony Stark is but an unabashed creature of habit, unable to envision life beyond the bustling metropolis and the vibrant glow of neon lights. Although he had promised Pepper to be a better man, it did not imply he would become ascetic. Moreover, if he were ever to embrace such a life, would he still be Tony Stark, the beloved yet contentious figure of the American media? If that day were to come, it would surely be at his graveside, where he would remain quietly composed, unbothered by anyone. In summary, while Tony Stark may have turned over a new leaf, he remains blissfully unaware of the heavy responsibilities that are about to descend upon him. Or, more aptly put, without pressure, there can be no motivation. However, the thought of moving quickly dissipated in Tony Stark's mind after Leon set up a spatial construction array in his mansion. According to Leon, this small containment array not only prevents other mages and otherworldly beings from tearing through space at will, but also allows him to raise a magical shield that lasts for 3 minutes, capable of withstanding formidable physical and magical assaults. The mighty Tony Stark, perplexed, murmured and could not help but inquire, "Hey Leon, don't you mages have specific metrics for measuring attack ranges and powers? It all seems rather vague." "Let me think, Tony." Leon pondered for a moment before continuing. "The power of this array derives from my magical energy. Theoretically, as long as it remains within my capacity, it can indeed endure for 3 minutes. "Oh, is that so? Then can it withstand the force of a nuclear weapon?" Tony Stark jested casually, but Leon, with utmost seriousness, responded, "You may give it a try, Tony. In fact, I am quite curious to see if a nuclear bomb's power could penetrate my source of magical energy." Leon was not lying. Indeed, any traveler, or more precisely, any transferee endowed with extraordinary powers, might entertain such thoughts, for this was the only ultimate weapon in the human realm that could be materialized. Yet, Tony Stark was somewhat taken aback. The playboy scrutinized Leon's earnest expression before reluctantly stating, "Hey, Leon, setting aside whether I could acquire a nuclear weapon for you, do you truly expect me to bomb my own house just to test the sturdiness of your magic array? Do you think I'm foolish?" Tony gestured dramatically towards himself, and Leon bashfully touched his nose. Indeed, to bombard one's own abode with a nuclear weapon, even if successful, would only yield a mere 3 minutes of protection, after which the ensuing radiation and heat storm would obliterate everything. If unsuccessful, it would lead directly to disaster. Regardless, the loss would ultimately be his. Only a fool would agree to such a notion. Tony Stark firmly rejected the idea, finding even the thought of it utterly distasteful. Nonetheless, despite his disdain, Tony Stark silently abandoned his plans to relocate, for, after all, he had inadvertently acquired an unbeatable security system, albeit one that lasted only 3 minutes. Moreover, moving to another location would not completely shield him from unexpected visits from individuals like Leon. At the very least, in Tony Stark's view, Leon appeared to be a decent person and likely would not engage in any excessive actions. Well, one could hope. Naturally, Tony Stark believed that all of this was the fruit of his legitimate labor. After all, it was hardly common for the renowned genius inventor to personally wield wrenches and hammers. In fact, he even felt that his labor value was underestimated. However, after the completion of the renovation project, Tony Stark, cradling the 3 vials of life water generously bestowed by Leon, could hardly contain his joy, his face radiating delight. No longer did he utter words of stinginess or refer to vampires. Yet, internally, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, if only this had been done sooner. Everything would have been so much easier. What a miserly sorcerer. Meanwhile, Leon gazed contentedly at the newly restored destroyer. The batch of vibranium procured from the African black market had been wholly appropriated by Leon for the creation of an alloy formula to repair the destroyer. Consequently, despite the considerable effort Tony Stark expended to acquire the vibranium, not a single gram had found its way into his possession. It was precisely for this reason that Leon was willing to offer the life water as a reward to Tony Stark. After all, even as a slave master, one must provide a glimmer of hope to one's subordinates. The apprentice Tony Stark was exceptionally adept in his tasks, and it would not do to push him too far. The alloy, crafted from vibranium, melded seamlessly with the destroyer's form. As Leon sensed the smooth operation and divine energy emanating from the revitalized destroyer, he finally exhaled in relief, acknowledging that the arduous effort of recent times had not been in vain. The once entirely silver exterior now shimmered with accents of fiery crimson, while runes symbolizing light and purification bestowed upon this towering steel giant an aura of sacred beauty. Gazing at the transformed destroyer, Leon was confident that Thor's reaction upon seeing this former guardian of Asgard would be nothing short of spectacular. Yet, Leon felt an inexplicable void. Something was amiss. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, an urgent news bulletin flashing across the television screen in the laboratory abruptly seized his attention. The screen depicted scenes of panicked crowds fleeing amidst a burning city, accompanied by fully armed American soldiers rushing to the scene, while Apache helicopters circled ominously overhead. At this sight, Leon's eyes began to glimmer with excitement, and a peculiar smile graced his lips. He realized what had been lacking. Chapter 121. The test begins. Before the majestic and divine suit of armor, Tony Stark remained silent, yet internally, he felt a pang of envy. Although Leon had never revealed the true capabilities of the destroyer, the significant investment of vibranium he had made was enough to vanquish any opponent. Yet, despite this exceptionally rare vibranium, he had garnered not even a single hair's worth. Thus, his own vibranium armor had been stillborn before it even began. And collecting such a quantity of vibranium again would require considerable time. The personnel dispatched by Tony Stark had nearly cleared the black market of all vibranium, leaving the smugglers with overflowing profits. However, they also delivered some unfortunate news to their esteemed client. For the foreseeable future, the market would likely remain devoid of vibranium, and they would require time to replenish their supplies. I truly cannot fathom from where that group of smugglers procures their supplies, for even the Stark group lacks such capability. However, Tony Stark is acutely aware that they would never divulge their sources to him. After all, in a business where one's livelihood is at stake, reducing the number of participants lessens the risk, especially for someone of his stature. Should he penetrate their domain, others would be left to starve. Thus, engaging in trade is permissible, but should he dare to infringe upon their territory, those individuals would fight tooth and nail. Though Tony harbors no fear, the trouble it would entail is decidedly unwelcome. His renewable energy enterprise has gradually eclipsed the Stark Group's former weaponry development division, allowing him to profit effortlessly, without entangling himself with those desperate individuals and risking his standing. Moreover, these individuals ostensibly hold official positions. Such intricate matters are best left to politicians. As long as there is sufficient financial power, everything becomes manageable. Of course, financial power does not resolve every issue. For instance, the predicament before him now. As Tony Stark gazes upon the destroyer, a hint of helplessness flickers in his eyes. Although he has long relinquished any aspirations regarding magic, a trace of pride and stubbornness inherent in his genius continues to trouble him. Today, while Tony Stark may not be the same man he was during the Chitauri invasion, when he assimilated extraterrestrial technologies and broadened his horizons, he remains among the most brilliant minds on Earth. There is a saying in the Marvel Universe, One should never doubt the depths of Tony Stark's intellect, for only when confronted with him does one truly grasp the extent of their ignorance. Yet, this brilliant inventor now finds himself somewhat vexed. Although he has abandoned his studies of magic, it does not preclude him from drawing inspiration from Leon's modification process to prepare for the next upgrade of his armor. Indeed, the term inspiration is aptly chosen. In truth, when Leon undertook the modification and repair of the destroyer, he never shunned Tony Stark. Perhaps it was Leon's candor that encouraged the proud Tony to assist him. However, just as Tony Stark was keen to observe Leon's modifications, he was momentarily taken aback, for there was none of the electronic engineering or mechanical alterations with which he was familiar, nor any intelligent systems. Everything was, indeed, intertwined with magic, obscure incantations, and bewildering ancient runes, a myriad of mysterious whispers. Even as Leon gently caressed the destroyer's form, the unknown metals seemed to awaken with consciousness, initiating self-repair. Is this even conducive to enjoyable exploration? Forget about drawing inspiration. Those ancient runes are likely incomprehensible to most in the present day. What a farce to claim to learn from them. Ultimately, even the legendary crucible emerged. And gazing at the bubbling, heated concoction, even if Leon were to produce a wand in the next moment, Tony Stark would not find it in the least surprising. No one truly knows whether this individual is merely a facade. Perhaps he pales in comparison to my Mark VI. Indeed, it is my Iron Man armor that epitomizes perfection. While Tony Stark muttered enviously, he simultaneously sought to bolster his own spirits. In that moment, however, an urgent news broadcast abruptly captured his attention, displaying the burning streets of New York and the remnants of violence and destruction surrounding them. Shocked, Tony exclaimed, "What has occurred? Has war broken out in New York?" Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Pepper. He hastened towards the Mark VI, but Leon intervened, calming the increasingly frantic Tony, saying, "Rest assured, Tony. The scene of the incident is still several blocks away from Stark Tower. If your assistant possesses even a modicum of intelligence, she will be safe." Yet, Tony wished to voice further concerns when Leon calmly added, "Moreover, should there be any real danger, given the distance from Los Angeles to New York, even if you race to the scene in the Mark VI, you would likely arrive too late." With a wink, Leon reminded Tony of the adept door master at his side, and Tony's heart eased slightly upon realizing that Leon could effortlessly create a portal. Just then, the screen trembled, revealing the streets quaking violently. As the camera zoomed out, viewers finally comprehended the source of the chaos engulfing their city. Two similarly massive humanoid monsters were engaged in a fierce battle in Manhattan, towering nearly 5 meters tall, with arms and legs as thick as pillars. Their thunderous roars unmistakably conveyed their power and terror. Tony couldn't help but whistle when he observed one of the green-skinned creatures being mercilessly battered by another grotesque creature adorned with bone spikes. "Oh, that poor fellow," he remarked, his tone ambiguous. Leon, considering Tony's nature, chose not to respond, wary of igniting any inappropriate discourse. The two monsters transformed Manhattan into a battlefield, obliterating everything in their path. The Hulk managed to restrain some of his strength, but the abomination showed no such restraint, relentlessly overpowering his foe. The terrified cries of citizens contrasted sharply with the abomination's maniacal laughter. The military's efforts were utterly futile. Artillery shells struck their bodies with no effect, only serving to provoke the abomination's ferocity, while tanks and aircraft were reduced to mere paper in its presence, instantly transformed into grand displays of destruction. Gazing upon the shattered remnants of armored weaponry and soldiers, the once unyielding confidence of America lay in tatters. Suddenly, Tony spotted a familiar figure on the screen, a disheveled commander, his hair graying, representing the United States. General Ross, a hawkish figure from the Pentagon, had been a long-standing client of their Stark Weaponry Division before its closure. At that moment, Leon unexpectedly activated a portal and urged Tony, "Tony, go be your superhero. The beloved citizens of New York are undoubtedly calling for their Iron Man." Tony raised an eyebrow. He was no fool and could discern genuine praise from mere words. Yet, he refrained from further comment, for his sense of justice would not permit him to waste any more time. However, just as Tony donned his armored suit in preparation to depart, a towering figure suddenly obstructed his path. "Go, Tony, take it with you. It shall be your finest aid. This is indeed your true purpose." Tony Stark huffed in annoyance. Then, without another word, dashed into the portal, the destroyer following closely behind. As the portal vanished from the laboratory, Leon could not help but smile, whispering with anticipation, "Now, let the test commence." Chapter 122, Hulk and Abomination. In Manhattan, Harlem. On this once congested thoroughfare, the weary drivers no longer had the energy to lament their dismal traffic, for the very streets seemed to have vanished. What was there to complain about? Moreover, they lacked the inclination to grumble, as they now wished for more legs to hasten their escape from this nightmarish battleground. The streets were littered with severely damaged vehicles, be it civilian sedans, luxury cars, or military tanks and armored vehicles. All had converged into heaps of flammable debris. Flames spread steadily across the avenue, while shattered storefronts and countless high-rises crumbled like paper, becoming the arena for the fierce clash between the Hulk and Abomination. As they rampaged uncontrollably, the televised broadcast of Manhattan's devastation left the municipal officials in deep despair, nearly leading them to meet their maker. Yet, considering their nature, it was more likely they would be greeted by Satan himself. Nonetheless, the outcry of New York's politicians was not without consequence. This was New York, this was Manhattan, the economic and cultural heart of America, entwined with far too many interests to allow for any missteps. They would never permit a repeat of the tragic events of '91. At an unimaginable pace, the White House swiftly approved a military escalation plan, deploying a significant number of troops and equipment directly into the city. Yet, the beauty of imagination contrasts starkly with the harshness of reality. Whether it be the righteous retribution of American soldiers or the overwhelming firepower of tanks and artillery, everything seems utterly feeble in the face of these two monstrous entities. The rifles clutched by the soldiers serve no purpose whatsoever. The heavy artillery merely tickles the adversary, provoking their ferocity instead. The remnants of the Army's retreat stand as the most poignant testament to this futility. Armed helicopters in the skies above Manhattan transform into mere spectacles of fireworks beneath the lampposts, while the helicopter commanders, citing significant losses, order a withdrawal from the battlefield. One can understand. After all, in a capitalist nation, compelling them to act against their will is an insurmountable burden. The spirit of sacrifice truly weighs heavily upon them. As they are free American soldiers, given the staggering casualties, it is remarkable that they have not outright mutinied. Thus, the Army's capacity for resistance gradually wanes, no longer capable of impeding the clash between the two titans. Yet, at present, it seems that the Green Giant is in a precarious situation. With a resounding thud, the Abomination forces Hulk's head into the ground, carving a deep trench. Hulk's awareness begins to wane, and as he struggles to rise, he wipes his dampened nose, only to find his fingers stained with green blood. "Oh, look at you, so weak and powerless. I am utterly disappointed. I cannot believe I have been bested by such a worthless creature. You do not deserve this formidable strength." In a fit of rage, the Abomination delivers a crushing blow, sending Hulk crashing into a pile of rubble. His emotions spiral, and with a grotesque grin, he bellows, "Ha! Who is the strongest now? This unparalleled power leaves nothing to obstruct my path. I am the king of the world." His thunderous roar reverberates across the globe, broadcasted by a helicopter that has been deliberately spared. People watch in terror as that monstrous visage fills their screens, bewildered by the chaos that has enveloped the world. "You are not the king of the world. You are merely a monster." Suddenly, a voice interrupts the Abomination's display of bravado. Looking down, a sinister smile spreads across his face. "Oh, let me see who this brave warrior is. Why, it's Betty, the girlfriend of that pitiful fool, and of course you. My commander, General Ross." The voice belongs to Betty Ross, Bruce Banner's girlfriend, alongside her hapless father, General Ross, who once again witnesses the folly of love clouding one's judgment. They should have retreated to safety long ago, but the aftermath of the battle has forced their helicopter to make an emergency landing nearby. That they did not crash on the spot is a small mercy. Yet it seems fate has brought them back into the fray. "Bronsky, I never anticipated you would resort to such treachery. You have brazenly betrayed not only me, but also the Army and your own country." General Ross remains as obstinate as ever, his demeanor unyielding even when faced with peril. "How laughable, Ross. Just behold my current might and power. I have accomplished that which you have long desired, to vanquish that coward who merely scurries away." Thus, Abomination lowered his voice, scoffing, "Why should I heed the commands of such a lowly creature as yourself? Nothing can impede me. I shall do as I please." Corrupted by Hulk's blood and driven to madness by the super soldier serum, the once elite soldier Bronski became lost in his newfound strength, now wholly dominated by it. His consciousness slowly succumbed, leaving before the crowd merely a monster named Abomination. Just like now, with a mere flick of my finger, I could crush you like ants, he declared, extending his hand with a cruel smile. Although he sensed the futility of the situation, General Ross instinctively shielded his daughter, perhaps only now realizing what was truly precious to him, as it appeared that Ross and his daughter were on the verge of meeting their doom at Abomination's hands. A sudden green figure erupted from the rubble, colliding forcefully with the unsuspecting Abomination, driving him into the already crumbling building. It was Bruce. However, before this green giant could check on his girlfriend, a deep, mocking laughter emerged from the swirling smoke. Ah, so it is indeed true. This power surpasses what came before. Is it because of her? Hulk, I must say, your attachment to mortal emotions is quite disappointing, yet this makes things so much more entertaining. As the smoke gradually cleared, a massive figure casually pushed aside the debris that blocked his path. Abomination emerged unscathed, clearly unfazed by the prior assault. Take her away, Hulk commanded as he advanced. And Ross, without hesitation, seized his daughter and fled, knowing they were of no use in this confrontation. Faced with the grotesque visage of Abomination, Hulk's expression turned grave. Dr. Stern's suppressive serum had proven useful, yet under these circumstances, it seemed inadequate. Against such a formidable foe, the previous unhinged Hulk would have been a preferable ally. Just as tensions escalated to a boiling point, a self-satisfied, playful voice resonated across the battlefield. Hey, fellas, am I late to the party? Has the celebration concluded? Chapter 123, Beyond the Plan. Hey, my friends, have I arrived too late? Or has the party already come to an end? With a tone laced with irreverence. The owner of the voice had yet to make an appearance, yet those present felt an overwhelming urge to stomp on the insolent speaker's face. Above Hulk and Abomination, a shimmering ring of light suddenly appeared in the night sky, and moments later, a figure clad in iron emerged, gracefully soaring through the air before gently descending before the crowd. Such flamboyance could only belong to Tony Stark. Stark, come help me. General Ross, not far off, waved frantically at the airborne Tony Stark. Observing the disheveled General Ross below, a teasing tone emanated from Stark's mask. Ah, so it's General Ross. I now grasp how this chaotic situation unfolded. What era are we in? You still cling to the archaic super soldier program? We are in the age of technology, where hardware far surpasses your soldiers. Don't think this is the end, Ross retorted. Stark then glanced at Hulk and Abomination, openly criticizing, oh, who is responsible for this experimental project? If this were my company, I would surely fire them. It is utterly lacking in aesthetics. Who could believe such an unattractive creature could serve as our nation's protector? Children would have nightmares. And look at that green fellow. How pitiful. I truly hope your life does not reflect your color. At that moment, Hulk felt his anger nearing its boiling point. Though the meditation techniques he had learned offered some restraint, yet in the next instant, this green giant's eyes bulged with fury, nearly erupting. Any harm to a beautiful lady weighs heavily on my conscience. Come, madam, let me escort you to safety. Betty roared, as Iron Man whisked away his girlfriend. Hulk could no longer contain his rage, roaring fiercely and launching a punch at the grotesque Abomination. Abomination? This is Tony Stark, whether friend or foe. Once he unleashes his sharp tongue, even the closest companions might find themselves wishing to eliminate him alongside their enemies. Upon returning after ensuring Ross and Betty were in a secure refuge, Stark was taken aback to witness Hulk fiercely battling Abomination. Hulk's reckless strategy of exchanging blows, completely indifferent to his own well-being, compelled even the once arrogant Abomination to focus entirely on the confrontation. Has this green giant taken some performance enhancers? He's ferocious, Stark murmured to himself, completely unaware of the provocation his earlier words and actions had instigated in Hulk. After all, the green figure was the embodiment of humanity's ultimate reservoir of rage. As the fierce battle raged between the two titans, a radiant portal shimmering with sparks appeared in the sky. The destroyer had arrived. Yet, in the throes of their intense conflict, both Hulk and Abomination were entirely focused on each other, oblivious to everything else. Hey, my friend, it seems our presence is no longer required here. Shall we assist in rescuing other injured souls? Leon summoned you to aid me, didn't he? Tony Stark suggested. The destroyer, however, paid no heed as it slowly advanced toward the heart of the clash between Hulk and Abomination, its iron form heating rapidly, fueled by the divine power of fire bestowed by Leon. Well, I anticipated this, Tony thought, witnessing the destroyer's visor lift to reveal the increasingly fervent crimson flames within. Resigned, he closed his mouth. Moments later, a searing beam of intense heat shot forth towards Abomination. In that fleeting instant, Abomination's entire being was engulfed in a cacophony of warning signals, prompting him to instinctively raise his hands in front of his chest. The next moment, a blinding beam enveloped him. A chilling scream erupted from Abomination, echoing throughout the street, a sound of torment unprecedented, one he had never emitted even in the midst of his frenzied battle with Hulk. As the smoke began to dissipate, Tony Stark and all onlookers gasped in horror at the sight before them. Abomination's arms, which had sought to shield his chest, were vaporized and melted away, coalescing into a grotesque mass of charred flesh, with only faint traces of his forearms visible at the junctions. The residual shockwave inflicted severe burns across Abomination's chest, a sight both terrifying and grotesque, the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched flesh. In a single blow, the once formidable Abomination had nearly lost his fighting spirit. The Hulk's blood, granting Abomination remarkable regenerative abilities, began to take effect. However, the destroyer's searing beam had irrevocably damaged the cellular structure of his forearms, and the intense heat was further stalling his recovery. It would be some time before Abomination could regain his combat prowess. Meanwhile, Hulk, though shocked, breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that this mechanical entity was not his adversary. Once more, a scorching beam was unleashed, this time aimed at another colossal figure. "Ah!" Hulk exclaimed, rolling away just in time to narrowly evade the destroyer's fiery assault. Yet, the beam grazed his back, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from him. "Huh, Hulk, it seems that peculiar machine's target is not solely me." The sudden shift in the situation left not only Abomination but also Tony Stark momentarily stunned. Taking a while to regain his composure, he quickly instructed Jarvis to connect with the communication system in the Malibu research facility. "Leon, what are you doing? This is not in accordance with our plan." Soon, a calm voice emanated from the communicator, stating, "Is that so, Tony? But this is unfolding precisely according to my design." Tony Stark found himself momentarily speechless, having assumed that everything was under his control, only to realize that his plan was now entwined with Leon's. Despite knowing that the mage on the other end was unreliable, Stark felt compelled to exclaim, "What the hell?" Just as Tony Stark continued his complaints, Leon's voice resonated once more. "Tony, what's wrong? Be cautious behind you." At these words, Stark instinctively turned around, only to see the destroyer's head igniting once again. Oh, for heaven's sake. Meanwhile, in the research facility, Leon, eyes closed in meditation, could not help but reveal a peculiar smile. Now, the true test begins. Chapter 124, Serpent's Trail. S-H-I-E-L-D. Trident Headquarters. Nick Fury clasped his hands together in front of him, his expression obscured under the glow of the massive display screen. Agent Hill approached Fury and began her report. "Director, the Council has ordered us to immediately support General Ross's forces. We must drive those two monsters out of Manhattan. We cannot allow them to expand the battlefield." Chuckling, Nick Fury gazed at the high-definition satellite broadcast on the screen, a cold smirk forming on his lips. After investing heavily in S-H-I-E-L-D over the years, it seemed that their efforts were finally yielding results, as their upgraded technological equipment allowed for superior battlefield observation. What a bunch of bureaucrats who can only give misguided orders. The defensive lines set up by the military forces dispatched by Ross were being torn apart before these two monsters. Do those high-ranking officials expect me to send more of my agents to their doom? After all, we are merely spies. A covert organization. They seem to think we can withstand more punishment than those soldiers. Fury was acutely aware of the Council's urgency in deploying reinforcements. Manhattan is not only the economic and cultural heart of America, but Wall Street is also home to numerous corporate interests. The stakes are incredibly high, and they cannot afford to treat this lightly. Currently, though Hulk and Abomination are wreaking havoc in Upper Manhattan, there is no guarantee that these two monsters won't soon invade the core of the city. That would truly be a headache, given the destructive potential they have displayed. It would not be surprising to witness a multitude of unfortunate souls plummeting from the Empire State Building due to a global market crash. leaving the New York Sanitation Department with quite the workload ahead. Nick Fury was reluctant to involve himself in this troublesome affair, as it was a thankless task. The feasibility of success was secondary. The real concern lay in the peril that S.H.I.E.L.D. might be ensnared in a web of deceit, and he had no desire to become a scapegoat for those wealthy corporations whose interests were at stake. Even as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the potential backlash from these powerful entities was a source of considerable distress. Furthermore, given the current capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was uncertain whether they could subdue the two monstrous threats before them. The Avengers Initiative, under his command, was still merely a skeletal framework, and even the notorious playboy Tony Stark seemed to heed directives without commitment, offering no respect to his superior. Otherwise, why was it that when S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to procure technological apparatus from Stark Industries, they received no preferential treatment? In fact, some products were marked up by over 10% compared to standard market prices, clearly indicating an intent to exploit him. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was backed by the council and financially robust, the outflow of substantial sums still stung him deeply. He detested unscrupulous merchants. Despite the fact that he could easily pass these inflated invoices to the higher-ups, he remained unsatisfied, feeling betrayed by those within his own organization who exacerbated the situation. Naturally, such thoughts were confined to his mind alone. Tony Stark's most valuable asset was undoubtedly his prodigious intellect, which S.H.I.E.L.D. desperately needed. Following the losses of Howard Stark and Hank Pym, two titans of technology, S.H.I.E.L.D. was left with formidable technological resources but lacked the means to apply them effectively. Thus, they required a visionary leader in the realm of science and technology. Tony Stark fit this bill perfectly, and after he agreed to serve as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., many stalled scientific endeavors were reignited. Yet, for reasons he could not quite comprehend, Nick Fury sensed a subtle detachment from Stark, a faint but palpable wariness towards them. It struck him as perplexing. After all, they represented an official organization of love and terror and justice and evil, not a band of villains. It was entirely unjustified. Clad in black, shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura so chilling it could frighten any child, the one-eyed director could not help but shake his head in silent confusion over Tony Stark's vigilance. "Director, the council is awaiting our response," Hill interjected, reminding Fury that the high-ranking officials were beginning to grow impatient. "Inform them, Hill, that this blunder is one of their own making, and they must bear the consequences. I have no desire to send my agents into this futile conflict. Relying on us is far less prudent than hoping that the Green Giant will vanquish Blonsky first. Truly, what has the military of the great United States become since the dawn of the new century? I never imagined that Ross would also misjudge a situation." As Nick Fury lamented the commendable conduct of his military, he couldn't help but anticipate the spectacle Ross would provide. However, Hill, with a hint of difficulty, interjected, "Sir, such a sentiment is likely to leave them dissatisfied. Then inform them that our agents are diligently pursuing a covert mission critical to global safety and stability, and we cannot spare any additional personnel at this time. Relying on S.H.I.E.L.D. for their salvation is less reliable than seeking divine intervention." Hill chose to overlook Fury's final remark. Though somewhat dismissive, it was a response that could be deemed acceptable. Any doubts raised would be silenced by the internal reports and operational records provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., as they had consistently done over the years. Moreover, Nick Fury was not entirely fabricating the situation. He had indeed reassigned personnel to address an urgent task, albeit a select few elite agents whom he deemed trustworthy. Ever since receiving information about Hydra's continued existence from Leon, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been restless, unable to find solace in food or sleep, as nearly all his thoughts were consumed by this long-standing adversary. To his credit, Fury's discreet investigation had unearthed some intriguing leads. While most members of the Operation Paperclip had aged or passed away since World War II, one death struck him as particularly unusual. Arnim Zola, the foremost scientist under the Red Skull during the war, this man, who should have faced execution, had somehow evaded his fate due to Operation Paperclip. It was known that he was second only to the Red Skull in importance. Honestly, upon reviewing this sealed record, Fury couldn't help but reflect on that golden generation. Were he in charge, he would not have spared such a remarkable scientific mind. However, he would not grant any leniency to those criminals, especially considering that a significant number of Hydra members had been released by the government on humanitarian grounds due to age and illness. Fury scoffed at this notion. To him, imprisoning those Hydra members until death was the most humane course of action. Even without first-hand experience, Fury had heard of the madness that consumed Hydra's ranks. Illness and time would not alter their obsessions. So what truly transpired all those years ago? Fury's gaze became distant as he found himself murmuring to himself. Chapter 125, The Hulk Unleashed. As the searing beams of the Annihilator narrowly missed him once more, Tony Stark, observing the crimson alert flashing on his virtual interface, hesitated no longer and piloted his armored suit away from the battlefield. As anticipated, the assault targeting him ceased the moment he distanced himself from the conflict, prompting a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with a sense of resignation. Tony was acutely aware that Leon was testing his Annihilator, and who better to serve as a formidable adversary than the two behemoths present on the scene? Initially, Leon seemed indiscriminate in his targeting, leaving Tony perplexed regarding Leon's criteria for selecting enemies. Nonetheless, the inclusion of Hulk, who was also considered a target despite Leon's indiscriminate approach, startled Tony. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared entirely reasonable. After all, the sorcerer residing in Tony's household hardly embodied the archetype of a benevolent figure, especially given his dealings that resembled a devil's bargain. However, a sudden offensive from the Annihilator soon left this playboy in discontent, even if his plans aligned with Leon's. Relegating him from a participant to a mere test subject felt like a blow to his dignity. What distinguished him from a laboratory mouse? The indignity was palpable. Matters only worsened as he fought the Annihilator. He lamentably discovered that his Mark VI suit's offensive and defensive capabilities paled in comparison to Leon's Annihilator. The arc reactor's pulse cannon proved ineffectual against the ironclad adversary, while the armor-piercing rounds he carried failed to breach the opponent's defenses. His shoulder-mounted missiles merely hindered the Annihilator's advance momentarily, but that was all. The aftermath of the missile explosion left Hulk and Abomination in disarray, and had there not been a formidable foe present, Tony had no doubt his temporary allies would have entertained him thoroughly. The laser weaponry on his suit caused some concern for the Annihilator, yet under its formidable self-repair capabilities, even this minor victory vanished without a trace. The immense energy consumption of the laser weaponry nearly halved his offensive power. In stark contrast, his suit's capabilities seemed inferior to those of the two behemoths who engaged the opponent through sheer brute force and brawn. At that moment, Tony Stark felt a profound inadequacy in the design and capabilities of his armor. Previously, his suit had been tailored to confront various criminals, terrorists, and localized conflicts. Henceforth, he realized that his perspective must shift. Gazing at the non-human monstrosities before him, he suddenly recognized that adversaries of this caliber would likely proliferate in the future, compelling him to seek more advanced modifications for his armor. Now may indeed be an opportune moment to procure the finest data for the enhancement of his upcoming battle suit. Jarvis, initiate the new suit modification program and gather battlefield data. Spare no valuable information. I desire my next armor to possess the capability to engage these formidable creatures. Indeed, as Tony Stark envisions, for Leon, piloting the Mark VI has become little more than a mere embellishment. From afar in Malibu, controlling the destroyer, Leon acutely senses the immense pressure exerted by the Abomination and the Hulk, whose powers are ever increasing. Particularly the Green Giant, who seems to be shedding the constraints of the suppressive serum as the unparalleled strength within him begins to awaken. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk delivers a devastating punch to the head of the destroyer, the force behind it so immense that it sends the head lurching to the side, interrupting the buildup of a high-temperature beam. As the destroyer is flung away, the Hulk cannot contain his excitement, pounding his chest in a display of brute strength, his primal roars echoing even to the citizens several blocks away. In stark contrast, the Abomination, who just moments ago towered over the Hulk, now appears diminished. Although his formidable regenerative capabilities allow his arms to begin healing, he finds himself struggling to withstand the Hulk's relentless retaliation, which only seems to empower the Green Giant further. Faced with such a drastic shift, the Abomination is understandably reluctant. However, reality, is undeniable. He can distinctly sense the Hulk's burgeoning strength, something he had never encountered in his previous battles with the Green Giant, particularly in the midst of that deafening roar. The abomination trembles involuntarily, as an indescribable essence of terror awakens within the Hulk. The Hulk is unique, without question, perhaps in the Marvel Universe. Others may also transform into entities akin to the Hulk through gamma radiation. Yet, they may not possess the seemingly boundless strength of the Hulk. However, the Hulk's power is evidently more than a mere enhancement beyond human limits. In the vast Marvel pantheon, countless superheroes and villains surpass human capabilities. Yet the Hulk stands apart as the singular entity. His strength does not merely multiply by a factor. It transcends humanity by hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, achieving a transformation that transcends all limits, resulting in a true mastery of power capable of obliterating all obstacles. While the Hulk has not yet reached this pinnacle, it is evident that he is progressing toward that ultimate realm. However, if he truly seeks to harness such power, he must unleash the genuine essence of the Hulk, not the brilliant nuclear physicist Bruce Banner, but the monstrous entity known as the Hulk that resides within him. Only when Dr. Banner's consciousness is subdued can the transformed Hulk unleash his true strength. Yet, the Hulk's primal awareness, which knows no friend or foe and revels in the unrestrained expression of emotion, is undoubtedly a double-edged sword. The angrier he becomes, the more formidable the Hulk's power grows. However, Dr. Banner is acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue should he fully relinquish control over the Hulk, a scenario he is most unwilling to witness. At present, it is evident that Dr. Banner is gradually losing his grip on the Hulk, and this loss of control is something he cannot avert. With a roar, the Hulk lunges once more at the destroyer, his fists swinging like hammers, bringing the foe crashing to the ground. The trembling streets and the spiderweb-like fissures in the earth serve as a testament to the sheer terror of his might. Suddenly, the Hulk seizes the destroyer's leg and hurls him into the air. As the destroyer descends, a fist, coiled and ready, strikes like a cannonball against his body. The slow-motion capture revealing the deep indentation left upon the destroyer's chest. The force of the blow propels the destroyer through towering skyscrapers, much to the delight of the insurance conglomerates, who find themselves with an unexpectedly lucrative outcome, causing the upper echelons of the company to erupt in laughter, some even fainting from the excitement. One can only wonder how many unfortunate souls now reside on the rooftops post-incident. In response to the destroyer, who lies buried amidst the ruins, Leon feels a surge of joy rather than fear. After all, a formidable opponent serves to better gauge the true capabilities of his product. Does it not? Chapter 126, An Unknown Call. With a thunderous roar, the triumphant Hulk suddenly perceives a flash of silver before him, instantly followed by an overwhelming force that hurls his massive form into the air, recreating the earlier scene as he is kicked into a skyscraper, his fate uncertain. What? The abomination, momentarily taken aback, is swiftly ensnared by an iron-like hand that grips his neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were but a chick. Indeed, faced with such an adversary, the abomination's once massive and grotesque form now resembles that of a mere fledgling. As the thick smoke begins to dissipate, an extraordinarily towering figure emerges before the eyes of all the viewers on television. In comparison, the nearly 4-meter-tall forms of the abomination and Hulk appear as mere children beside this 32-foot, almost 10-meter-tall steel giant. This is none other than the Destroyer, restored to his true combat prowess. The mysterious runes adorning his colossal body begin to radiate a blinding light, moving with lightning-like speed, while the red glow, symbolizing destruction and devastation, flickers beneath his helmet. This is the true strength and visage of the Destroyer, evoking an instinctive dread at first glance. The previous encounters with the Green Giant and Hulk were merely an opportunity for him to familiarize himself with his abilities and to warm up. However, the abomination found himself with no time to contemplate this. He was gripped by the Destroyer around the neck, lifted into the air. As the pressure on his throat intensified, the suffocating agony ushered in a palpable fear of death. He would die. Indeed, he would perish. The terrifying entity before him was genuinely intent on taking his life. And under the weight of immense fear, even his human consciousness, previously consumed by power, seemed to awaken slightly. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could inflict not the slightest harm upon the towering iron figure before him. Those hands, capable of rending steel and crushing tanks, proved futile against the unknown metal of the divine realm, forged from a combination of vibranium and other elements. Gradually, the abomination felt his strength waning, and the lack of oxygen rendered his already grotesque visage even more fearsome. Strangely, when others beheld such a terrifying countenance, they were deeply moved by his helplessness and terror. Meanwhile, the destroyer remained steadfast in executing his master's command, granting the creature known as the abomination an opportunity to unleash its fury, though it was evident that the creature lacked the requisite potential. Indeed, a mere imitation is but a pale shadow. Leon could not help but shake his head in dismay. Yet he issued his orders without hesitation. At that moment, as if sensing something, Leon lifted his gaze, while the destroyer in Manhattan suddenly turned to look in another direction. A green figure was charging toward him with unimaginable speed. Now this was intriguing. I must thoroughly enjoy this. With that, the destroyer hurled the increasingly dazed abomination toward the oncoming green giant, launching him like a projectile. The abomination collided with the green giant, knocking him over, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The green giant lay sprawled in the ruins of a store, his vision swirling with stars, and after some time, he managed to shake his head and rise. Though the abomination was also dazed, he found himself fortuitously spared from death. However, this brush with mortality rekindled a fragment of his lost human reason. He regarded the iron giant before him with newfound gravity and glanced at the increasingly frenzied green giant beside him. Retreating a few steps, the instinct for self-preservation surged within his mind. Yet, he had forgotten who was in command here. A blinding beam of intense light shot forth, severing a nearby crumbling building in half, effectively sealing off his escape route. The abomination inhaled deeply, recognizing this as a warning. Retreat meant death. At that moment, the green giant could no longer contain his racing heart and surged forward toward the destroyer. As the destroyer retracted its faceplate, it raised its fist to confront the past. Accompanied by the Hulk's beast-like, primal roar, an immense shockwave erupted from their point of contact, sweeping away everything in its vicinity. Even the abomination was compelled to raise its hands to shield itself from the hurricane-like force. With a resounding crash, the Hulk was sent crashing into a wall, while the destroyer staggered back a few steps from the impact, seemingly indicating a decisive victory in this battle of strength. However, the destroyer glanced at its own fist, where a deep indentation was clearly visible on the back of its hand. Though it restored itself almost instantaneously, it left Leon momentarily astonished. The Hulk truly was a glitch in existence. The more enraged he became, the more potent his strength grew. Each time he fell and rose again, he emerged even more formidable. This phenomenon, defying the natural order and continuously evolving, was undeniably a source of great frustration. If this continued, even the destroyer might not endure. Leon couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, but he soon shook his head and chuckled lightly, realizing he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Was there truly a lack of such monstrous beings in the Marvel Universe? In comparison to such a glitch-like existence, mediocrity had become a rarity. For this was Marvel after all. Moreover, was he not the very embodiment of defiance against the laws of nature? Leon quelled his chaotic thoughts, recognizing that the priority was to adequately face the forthcoming battle. Even if he doubted his own enhancement abilities, he must place his faith in Odin, the All-Father of the gods. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, who had been gathering information and data around the battlefield, furrowed his brow. Based on the energy levels and combat intelligence exhibited during the clash, he surmised that should he engage in this caliber of battlefield wearing his current armor, the only outcome he envisioned was that of becoming a heap of scrap metal. This was not the answer he sought. Tony muttered to himself and immediately began devising a new armor design plan. This was a rare moment of urgency for the Playboy. In truth, it was not too late. The last time he felt this way was when he was on the brink of death from palladium poisoning, contemplating giving up and simply waiting for his end. However, after encountering Leon, Tony found himself in a state of bewilderment. Even without Leon's healing, Nick Fury would lend him assistance. The mere thought of his sorcerer friend's devilish grin left Tony in a whirl of complex emotions. Yet, whenever he caught sight of his youthful visage and vibrant physique in the mirror, any hint of regret was quickly cast aside. The principle of what is desirable is universally appealing seemed to hold true everywhere. Just as Tony Stark diligently collected battlefield data, Jarvis's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Sir, there is an unknown caller." Chapter 127, The Spoils of War. Tony Stark, What on earth are you doing? As the thunderous roar echoed from the other end, Tony Stark couldn't help but rub his somewhat numb ears and immediately commanded Jarvis. Jarvis, please blacklist this caller. Their rudeness is intolerable. Yes, sir. After a moment, he heard a deep breath from the other side, suppressing their emotions as they said, Stark, I need an explanation. Oh, what explanation? Who are you? I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Tony Stark carelessly replied while observing the escalating energy indices of the battlefield. Watching the rapidly increasing figures on the virtual interface, he couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, what are these monsters? Do they have no limits? Or is the notion of limits merely a construct for humanity? Tony Stark felt a mix of anger and helplessness, for just moments ago. The data assessment had once again rendered his armor design countermeasures obsolete before they even commenced. This was not the first instance. Particularly that green behemoth, though it was continually vanquished by Leon's destroyer. Each time it rose anew, its attributes and energy levels surged to a higher echelon. As if it were evolving through combat, with power that seemed infinite. This posed a significant dilemma for Tony, as it implied that the moment his new armor rolled off the assembly line, the opponent's explosive energy would undoubtedly deliver a shocking surprise. Meanwhile, Nick Fury at the SHIELD headquarters, upon hearing Tony Stark's exceedingly dismissive tone, felt his expression darken to an unprecedented degree. Were it not for his monthly expenditure of $688 on dental maintenance to keep his pearly whites immaculate, he might have truly disregarded the situation. Tony Stark, stop playing coy. I see you are right there. What on earth is happening? Faced with Nick Fury's exasperation, Tony Stark finally snapped back to reality, feigning ignorance as he said, Hey, Fury, is that you? When did you change your number? No wonder I didn't recognize it. Just as Jarvis had informed him of being placed on the restricted contact list. He thought to thank Fury for his unchanging number. Otherwise, he might not have reached him at all. Cough, cough. Nick Fury's sarcastic tone did indeed render Tony somewhat embarrassed. Yet he couldn't resist boasting. Of course, this is exclusively mine. Tony Stark's unique identity, untouchable by any telecommunications authority in the nation. Struggling to contain his rising ire, Nick Fury replied with resignation, Why did you suddenly appear there? And what about the robot accompanying you? Is that your new invention? Upon hearing the barely concealed excitement in Nick Fury's final words, Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending the intentions of the spy chief before him. It was inevitable. The capabilities of the destroyer had truly opened the eyes of the American audience, particularly the military and SHIELD, lurking behind the public media. The overwhelming force that subdued both Abomination and Hulk with such ease was bound to attract covetous glances. Fury, I would advise against harboring any peculiar thoughts, Tony Stark mused. His expectations of the politicians in his country rather dismal, and he found the shadowy spy chief no different. He interrupted Fury's musings directly. Surely you've seen how I arrived here. Does it not strike you as somewhat familiar? Indeed, was it he? That unforgettable, spark-emitting portal that entirely disregarded spatial distance. Upon hearing this, the light in Nick Fury's eyes dimmed instantly. The threat and mystery that Leon presented left him utterly at a loss. Is that sorcerer with you? Indeed. He should still be in my garage conducting experiments remotely. Tony Stark replied, not intending to conceal anything, for to him, this was no secret. However, Nick Fury discerned a different implication. Remotely. Experiments. Good grief, Stark, you're not turning Manhattan into a testing ground, are you? Listening to the furious outburst echoing through the communication channel, Tony Stark shrugged helplessly and said, This isn't my concern, Fury. You ought to know I'm merely here to perform my duties. Moreover, observing the Abomination being sent flying once more and the Hulk growing ever more formidable, alongside the Iron Giant maintaining the upper hand, he added solemnly, Besides, can you truly stop them? Nick Fury fell silent, pondering whether he truly had the power to halt them, to avert this increasingly perilous and unfamiliar world. I must admit, I am somewhat weary of this. Once more seizing the Abomination, which resembled a lifeless dog, Leon frowned at the creature, whose chest faintly heaved, still indicating its existence. It was hard to believe that this wretched, pitiful monster had just moments ago vanquished the Hulk, trampling upon the pride of all Americans. Oh, poor creature. I shall liberate you now. But before that, let us unleash your final vestiges of strength. A piercing scream erupted from the Abomination, suddenly capturing everyone's attention. even causing the dazed Hulk to glance over. The destroyer gripped the head of the abomination with one hand while the other reached toward its spiny, bone-laden back. Sensing something, the already severely wounded abomination suddenly opened its eyes wide, pleading, "Please, spare me. I am willing to surrender." Yet, the abomination's desperate entreaty fell on deaf ears. The cold, unyielding form of the destroyer obeyed solely the will of its master, Leon, who clearly possessed no inclination towards mercy. Perhaps all Leon could do was to alleviate the suffering of his foe to some extent. His left hand found the precise spot on the abomination's robust skin, capable of withstanding the shells of main battle tanks, but under the touch of the destroyer's palm, it offered no resistance, merely yielding to the inevitable. A heart-wrenching scream abruptly ceased. This marked the final sound the abomination would ever utter in this world. The destroyer had expertly located the spinal region of the abomination, and with a slight squeeze of the hand that held its head, a complete and freshly severed spinal column was produced. The agony etched upon the abomination's face remained vividly frozen in time. The entire street fell into an eerie silence, save for the distant hum of a helicopter from the television station above. With a resounding thud, the destroyer carelessly cast the abomination's lifeless body aside, its immense form kicking up a cloud of dust. The head in the destroyer's grasp had evidently become a trophy for someone. Yet, the destroyer appeared to regard this act as a trivial endeavor. Lowering its gaze upon the blood-soaked form, it tilted its head slightly, and then its entire being radiated a blinding light, purging all filth and restoring purity. In an instant, the once bloodthirsty and merciless war machine reverted to its sacred and majestic guise as a guardian. This stark transformation evoked a profound discomfort among all witnesses, save for the Hulk, who observed the destroyer redirect its gaze toward him. Chapter 128, The Hulk in Death? The green giant emitted a guttural roar, followed by a barrage of attacks directed at the destroyer. With powerful legs propelling him forward, the ground beneath was instantly transformed into a series of deep craters. In a flash, he lunged towards the destroyer, fists clenched, unleashing a torrential downpour of blows upon his adversary. Clang, clang, clang. The flurry of vigorous strikes caught the massive form of the destroyer off guard, each time it attempted to gather strength for a counterattack. The sudden onslaught of fists rendered its efforts futile, forcing it to endure the Hulk's relentless assault. The Hulk continuously roared in exhilaration, relishing a sensation he had not experienced in ages. From the initial humiliation of being trampled underfoot due to a suppressive serum to the overwhelming arrival of the destroyer, an immense reservoir of pent-up fury had long been accumulating within him. The insatiable will for destruction that seemed to pulse through his very veins now finally found an outlet. As the burgeoning fury within him intensified, the Hulk's gaze became increasingly frenzied, and his roars grew ever more hysterical, while his fists became heavier with each passing moment. After bellowing his familiar battle cry once more, the muscles in the Hulk's right arm surged dramatically, the prominent veins visibly throbbing in anticipation of the tremendous force about to be unleashed. No one could withstand this, his strongest and final strike. Not even the colossal machine monster before him. Yet, as the Hulk unleashed this overwhelming power, a creature consumed by chaos and rage, he felt no exhilaration. Instead, it was akin to shaking a formidable mountain, so utterly powerless and pained. Indeed, it was pain. His seemingly indomitable fist, with skin harder than steel, was now acutely aware of suffering. His increasingly chaotic mind could not grasp the implications of this realization, yet the Hulk, with senses heightened beyond measure, sensed a flicker of danger. He wished to escape this source of peril. However, just as he attempted to withdraw his fist and evade, a powerful hand suddenly grasped his own, preventing his retreat. Feeling the overwhelming strength within that grip, the Hulk emitted a futile roar, striving to break free from this ironclad restraint. Had Bruce Banner's consciousness remained intact, he would have discerned the intent of the iron giant before him, despite it being merely a silent harbinger of destruction. Amidst the Hulk's meaningless struggles, the red glow beneath the destroyer's mask flared to life once more, illuminating the battered form of the creature. The various dents and scars upon its surface were testament to the Hulk's previous assaults. Yet, in a swift and fluid motion, the steel behemoth that had just suffered severe damage appeared to rejuvenate instantly. The Hulk was momentarily entranced by this spectacle, and as realization dawned upon him, he let out a primal roar, his struggles intensifying. However, In his chaotic state, the Hulk failed to comprehend the futility of his actions. The destroyer raised its right hand, clenched into a fist, and delivered a crushing blow directly to the Hulk's head, sending shockwaves through him like a thunderclap, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, at times, a tenacious will is not necessarily a boon. While it may sustain the last vestiges of clarity within one's mind, it can also subject one to unimaginable torment throughout the ordeal. The resounding thuds of fists, harder than steel, fell upon the green giant like a relentless rain, leaving the once ferocious behemoth bewildered. Strangely, he found this scenario eerily familiar. It mirrored the very tactics he had employed against the destroyer moments ago. Yet, the contrast was stark. Where he had previously reveled in exhilaration and comfort, he now endured excruciating pain and a numbing helplessness. Often, the agony from one blow had yet to dissipate before the next struck, rendering him incapable of focusing on anything else. Ultimately, the massive green figure succumbed to a state of utter numbness. To the audience observing this spectacle, both the green giant's explosive power and the destroyer's retaliatory onslaught evoked a profoundly unsettling experience. It was nearly unfathomable to witness two colossal, unknown creatures exhibiting such agility and swiftness. Each sudden eruption of their might generated a hurricane-like aura that obscured their actions from the spectator's view. Helicopters dispatched by local television stations unanimously rejected their superiors' enticing threats, recognizing that following orders to closely track the unfolding chaos would not yield clear footage, but rather broadcast their own descent into catastrophe. Those present at the scene were acutely aware of the destructive potential of the two titans below. Merely hovering above to document the event was a nerve-wracking gamble with their lives. Any closer approach would transition their perilous endeavor from a gamble to a certain death. They had no intention of engaging in such a foolhardy venture, for if life were lost, everything else would become meaningless. Did they truly expect the well-fed executives at the station to care for their families? Perhaps there was a chance. With this thought, some reporters urged their pilots to steer clear of the battlefield, cognizant that the escalating conflict between the two giants rendered even the airspace unsafe. They had witnessed debris and discarded vehicles hurled skyward, knowing that even the slightest contact could result in the helicopter plummeting from the sky. Ignoring the hasty retreat of the television crews, the destroyer was reveling in the chaos. More accurately, Leon was thoroughly enjoying himself. Left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts, and downward strikes flowed seamlessly as he unleashed a barrage upon the green giant, who now appeared as vulnerable as an ordinary man under his relentless assault. Even Leon, typically averse to conflict, felt a peculiar sense of accomplishment welling within him. The feat of utterly dominating the green giant had been achieved. Now, it was time to enter the concluding phase. In the soft murmurs of Leon, the destroyer delivered a fierce uppercut that struck the Hulk's jaw, propelling him into the air with immense force, scattering several of his extraordinary teeth into the ether. The Hulk's colossal form plummeted helplessly from the sky. But this time he was met not by the familiar steel fists, but by a searing beam of intense heat that pierced through his chest, eliciting a painful roar from the green giant. As the Hulk's massive body crashed to the ground, a cloud of dust erupted around him. Yet this time he lay eerily still, for on his chest, a gaping void was starkly visible, with all his internal organs consumed by the destroyer's fiery beam, including his heart. Chapter 129, The Emergence. In the Marvel Universe, there has never been a truly immortal being. Even the mightiest cosmic deities refrain from claiming eternal life. The notion that all things must eventually meet their end is not merely a saying. The Hulk, too, is not invincible. Though he theoretically possesses limitless strength, there are no constraints binding him. Yet, the probability of death does not always correlate with one's power. Witness how many formidable superheroes, rivaling the gods, have fallen not to powerful adversaries, but to the cruel grip of cancer. Isn't it absurd? Yet, the tragic truth remains. Perhaps there is debate over the Hulk's immortality. However, it is universally acknowledged that this green behemoth is exceedingly difficult to kill. Whether by decapitation or the destruction of his heart, as long as one does not utterly extinguish his life force, he will inevitably spring forth to surprise his opponents, his resilience and physicality ensuring his return. Take, for instance, the horrifying wound on the Hulk's chest, which was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the muscle tissue within began to reconnect and grow. Just before complete restoration, through the perspective of the destroyer, Leon clearly observed the nascent form of a heart gradually taking shape and beginning to beat anew. In the blink of an eye, the previously silent Hulk suddenly opened his eyes, sprang to life, and lunged at the destroyer with a fierce roar. The destroyer, unyielding, prepared to meet this onslaught. However, Leon, remote in Malibu, sensed that the Hulk's attributes, strength, speed, defense, endurance, had ascended to an entirely new echelon. This new phase demanded that the destroyer exert his utmost. For there was no doubt, the Hulk had grown stronger. He resembled an active volcano, unpredictable, leaving one to wonder what terrifying fury he would unleash next. With a furious roar, the Hulk swung his fists with immense force. The sound of his arms slicing through the air, shattering nearby glass and storefront windows into a myriad of fragments. A powerful shockwave, propelled by immense force, swept through the surroundings even before the two adversaries clashed, clearing a vacuum amidst the chaotic environment. Countless fragments of shattered buildings and steel reinforcements, along with the glimmering remnants of vehicles, were violently hurled away by the formidable gust. At the forefront of this maelstrom stood the Destructor, the nemesis of the Hulk, who keenly sensed the terrifying power contained within. For the first time, this steel giant crossed his arms over his chest, leaning slightly forward in a defensive posture. In an instant, an explosion comparable to that of a small cruise missile engulfed a significant portion of the surrounding block. Thus, the Hulk and the Destructor had effectively undertaken a thorough demolition of New York City, transforming it prior to its renovation. Witnessing the vehicles and steel buried deep within the rubble, they sought no reward, only hoping that the mayor would not faint in the restroom. The aftermath of the battle rippled through neighboring districts, and had it not been for the government's timely evacuation, this area might have experienced the most devastating domestic attack since 9/11. Nonetheless, there were still unavoidable casualties, such as the helicopters of television stations hovering above, where these self-proclaimed kings of New York pursued their so-called truth to the bitter end. Yet, at that moment, no one would extend sympathy towards them. The most one could do was lament the loss of signal on their televisions. In truth, the unfortunate souls were not limited to these paparazzi. A rather unsavory battlefield intelligence gatherer also found himself caught in the crossfire. Of course, this gentleman believed his life held far more value than that of the ethically bankrupt paparazzi. "Oh hell," Tony Stark exclaimed as he piloted the Mark VI, witnessing the energy levels on his virtual interface spike alarmingly high. Before Jarvis could finish his warning, the dashing playboy had already soared into the sky clad in his armor. Alas, misfortune struck. The sudden surge of energy impacted Stark, sending both him and his suit tumbling through the air, spiraling out of control. In that moment of peril, there was an inexplicable sense of absurdity woven through Stark's unconscious cries. How could one describe it? Perhaps it was fittingly Tony Stark, dizzied within his armor. Stark suddenly felt a gentle force restraining him. Without a second thought, he lifted his helmet, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. "Oh, thank heavens," he muttered, grateful to whoever had aided him, for he had narrowly avoided the horror of vomiting within his suit, a thought too dreadful to contemplate. However, the mere recollection of that scene sent a wave of nausea through Tony Stark's stomach, prompting him to hastily cover his mouth. The series of Thomas's dizzying 720-degree flips and extreme backflips was enough to overwhelm even the best fighter pilots, let alone Tony Stark himself. After what felt like an eternity, during which he regained his composure, Tony Stark was about to express his gratitude. Yet, upon seeing the other person, he found himself momentarily stunned, hesitating before inquiring, "Leon, is that you?" "Ah, Tony, you're as perceptive as ever," came the reply. "Is it any wonder? In this attire, who else could it be but you mages?" Tony's gaze swept over Leon, adorned with a golden dragon mask yet clad in a sharply tailored black suit, which remarkably happened to be the latest spring collection from British fashion. Internally, Tony couldn't help but critique Leon's choice, although outwardly he maintained an air of confusion, remarking, "Leon, I always thought mages were forever draped in flowing robes." Beneath the mask, Leon shot Tony an exasperated glance before softly retorting, "Tony, I am also a man of the modern age. Is there something amiss with that?" With a smirk, Tony mused to himself about Leon's apparent misunderstanding of the term modern. He had long harbored doubts about Leon's age, preferring to believe him an ageless sage who remained eternally youthful rather than a contemporary young man. After all, the latter would imply that he, Tony Stark, was older than this mage before him, a notion he vehemently rejected. In comparison to Leon, Tony Stark cherished the idea of being the true embodiment of youth, a final vestige of pride. He was perpetually younger, in the most literal sense. One could never truly fathom Tony Stark's unique thought process, which perhaps underscored why they were often labeled as geniuses. After all, the mundane could hardly grasp such complexities. Nonetheless, appearances had to be maintained. Tony replied, "Of course, there's no issue at all. In fact, I find your taste in fashion quite commendable. Do share your shopping list for my reference." Leon, observing Tony's distress, could see the veins on his forehead subtly throb. He could swear that it had been ages since he felt such a burning urge to incinerate someone. Chapter 130. The Nature of a Merchant. Cough, cough. Allow me to clarify, Leon, I truly did not intend. Above the battlefield, a glowing magical shield enveloped Leon and Tony Stark, protecting them from the chaos surrounding them. At this moment, Tony Stark's expression was tinged with anxiety and unease. However, before this charming playboy could complete his thoughts, he was interrupted by the ever-smiling Leon, who gently remarked, "Of course, Tony, I know you didn't mean it." Leon's soothing tone eased Tony's tension slightly. But before he could relax, the subsequent words made his heart race once more. "Otherwise, you should be down there playing with those two fellows." Tony Stark exclaimed, "Oh." His face instantly turned a shade of embarrassment as he glanced in the direction Leon pointed, and he managed a strained smile, saying, "Haha, Leon, you truly have a knack for humor. You can't be serious, can you?" "Well, what do you think, Tony?" Leon replied with his characteristic calm demeanor, a light laugh accompanying his rhetorical question. For reasons unknown, Tony Stark felt it prudent not to delve into that answer. Thus, he hastily shifted the conversation, stating, "I must admit, your healing methods are quite impressive. I feel no discomfort whatsoever, and my spirits are remarkably high. Leon, if you were to specialize in this field, any hospital would find itself on the brink of bankruptcy due to your prowess." Tony lavishly praised Leon, knowing that flattering words were always a safe bet at such moments. However, Leon was evidently unwilling to let this playboy off so easily. He replied with a hint of gravity, "Believe me, Tony, if it weren't for that unbearable odor of yours, I could extract the last coin from your pocket solely based on this treatment. Do you understand?" "Understood. I understand all too well, which is precisely why I say your approach will eventually cost you friends." With a resounding crash, he sent the Hulk flying once more. As the massive figure plummeted into the ruins, Leon showed no sign of elation. The destroyer was now visibly battered, its colossal form marred by numerous dents and deformations, with one arm even twisted at an unusual angle due to the Hulk's earlier ferocious assault. Though the brilliance of its essence swiftly restored all damages and returned the arm to its original state, almost immediately, the colossal green figure, shouting Hulk, charged at Leon once again. Upon their initial contact, Leon distinctly sensed that the Hulk's strength had ascended to a new echelon, both in power and speed, as well as other attributes. This version of the Hulk was evidently more formidable than before. For instance, the destroyer, which had once been capable of suppressing and even defeating its foe, now found itself struggling to maintain the upper hand. The gap in strength no longer the chasm it once was. Each punch, every strike demanded the destroyer's utmost effort, leaving no room for complacency. Otherwise, it was quite possible that the next one to fall would not be the Green Giant. As the increasingly formidable Hulk advanced, Leon unhesitatingly unleashed a searing beam of heat. For continued forbearance would only reveal the utmost folly of his own making. A piercing wail resonated throughout the entire neighborhood. It was evident that the high-temperature beam still exerted a remarkable effect on the Hulk. However, Leon's expression turned grave as he observed the rapid healing of the severe burns on the creature's chest, with the cellular tissue regenerating at a visibly astonishing rate. More troubling was the fact that the damage inflicted by the heat beam was significantly diminished, and the Hulk's defenses had notably intensified. The once unstoppable beam now seemed to be met with a gradual adaptation by the beast. This was hardly a welcome revelation, especially for the citizens of New York, including Tony Stark. For every power comes at a price, and the boundless strength could result in a complete loss of reason. Should the destroyer indeed be vanquished, the entirety of New York might bear the brunt of the Hulk's unrestrained fury. In such a scenario, mere words would hardly suffice to rouse the enraged giant. Although Tony Stark was oblivious to these implications, witnessing the increasingly ferocious Hulk, with his bestial roars, painted a picture far removed from that of a hero. The destruction left in the creature's wake, the ruins and debris, led Stark to envision that his Stark Tower would be viewed as nothing more than a large, dismantleable toy in the eyes of this monstrous entity. Gulping, as he beheld the frenzied Hulk demolishing building after building with a casual ease, the playboy could not help but whisper, "Hey, Leon, your experimental armor seems on the verge of collapse. Is this green behemoth truly that powerful? I can hardly gather any reliable data." Admittedly, the sorcerer beside him was hardly a paragon of virtue. Indeed, he was not a good man at all. Yet, sometimes negotiating with a lucid villain proved more favorable than reasoning with a deranged hero, for one might never have the chance to present their case to such a hero, as they could be torn to shreds in an instant. Given the Hulk's current state, the outcome appeared all too clear. Moreover, the question of whether this green giant could be deemed a hero remained debatable. Indeed, the Hulk's endurance was alarmingly potent, evolving continually amidst the chaos of battle. Theoretically, this colossal being possessed infinite strength. As long as he sustained his rage, his power was virtually limitless, his fury only serving to amplify his might. Upon hearing Leon's explanation, Tony Stark couldn't help but utter a curse, incredulously remarking, "What a bizarre and dreadful premise." It was no wonder that Stark was so flustered, according to Leon's assertions. Regardless of the strategies he devised or the armor he designed, none would prove effective against this monstrous entity. Confronting a being with limitless power renders any effort utterly futile. Tony, there are indeed numerous creatures of this kind still lurking in this world. Leon's light-hearted jest suddenly caused Stark's heart to race once more. Observing the calm expression on Leon's face made it difficult to decipher the truth behind his words. Should the sorcerer's claims hold any validity, it would truly spell disaster for him. Stark exhaled heavily, increasingly bewildered by the world he found himself in. Therefore, Leon, if your magical automaton truly cannot withstand the onslaught, what is your plan for a resolution? Stark's greatest fear was that Leon might simply walk away, leaving the colossal green behemoth to rampage unchecked. After all, this sorcerer had played a significant role in inciting the creature's fury, and Stark had no desire to pilot his armor to clean up the ensuing chaos, especially given his current limited capabilities. As for relying on the government, or even the SHIELD, under the command of the one-eyed hero, Stark's disdain was not unfounded. Had they possessed any efficacy, the two titans below would not have wreaked such havoc upon New York, the economic and cultural epicenter of the nation and indeed the world. It was all too easy for Stark to foresee the frenzy that would unfold when the stock market opened the next day. He pondered, might Stark Industries gain anything from this? It was no surprise that Stark, even amidst such turmoil, remained focused on profit. Beyond his numerous illustrious titles, he was, at his core, a shrewd businessman, and the instincts of a merchant were unmistakably evident. Chapter 131, A Change of Personnel. What Leon's subsequent plans entailed remained a mystery to Tony Stark. However, his attention was now entirely captivated by the battle unfolding below, leaving no room for other thoughts. With a resounding crash, the destroyer and the Hulk collided in a titanic clash, the sonic boom reverberating through the surroundings, reducing all in its wake to mere dust. Even though the area had already been stripped of any semblance of integrity, both titans staggered back a few paces, evenly matched in their confrontation. After a series of enhancements, the Hulk had finally tapped into a new pinnacle of power, and it was upon this foundation that the true battle commenced. Meanwhile, the destroyer temporarily abandoned its high-temperature beams, as the Hulk had lunged forward in a frenzied assault, leaving no opportunity for the destroyer to unleash its full potential. The hastily summoned power of the fire god proved utterly incapable of inflicting fatal damage, even in the face of the increasingly agile Hulk. The high-temperature beams failed to accurately strike their target, prompting Leon to abandon this approach entirely. He resolved to engage this colossal adversary in a more direct manner, favoring a visceral confrontation. Nevertheless, the experiment yielded some insights into the inherent weaknesses of the destroyer. Hulk, the green giant, bellowed with fury, raising his sinewy right arm, which bulged with veins, and launched a strike akin to a cannonball. The destroyer, though still shrouded in silence, was illuminated by the glowing power runes on his steel-like form, hinting at the terrifying force ready to be unleashed. With a cacophony of sounds echoing through the narrow streets, the two titanic beings clashed. In this confined space, they fought like primal creatures, relying solely on their raw might rather than any sophisticated weaponry or extraordinary powers. Their struggle was a testament to brute force, each aiming to overpower and vanquish the other. Regardless of whether they were byproducts of the American military's super soldier program or the Asgardian technological armor enhanced by Leon's arcane magic, both combatants momentarily relinquished their wills to the fierce collision of iron and blood, resolving their conflict purely through their own strength and fists. Indeed, this was the most prevalent and effective method of combat in the Marvel Universe. From cosmic deities to ordinary mortals, all disputes were settled with the fist. As time wore on, the enraged Hulk unearthed what seemed an endless reservoir of potential within himself. Attributes such as strength, speed, defense, and endurance surged forth in a remarkable display, while the Destroyer struggled against the relentless onslaught of heightened assaults. Suddenly, the Hulk's chest swelled dramatically, unleashing an unparalleled force. His right arm ballooned with muscle, and with a powerful swing, he delivered a blow that the Destroyer could no longer withstand. The massive figure was sent crashing into a thick, load-bearing wall, collapsing into the ruins of the building. Hulk. This marked the first time the Hulk had truly felled the Destroyer. Consumed by rage, the Hulk's mind remained clouded. Yet the sight of his once unstoppable foe being hurled away filled him with an indescribable joy and exhilaration. He could not help but pound his fists against his chest in a thunderous display of triumph, roaring to express his elation. Yet, witnessing this, Leon sighed and shook his head slightly. It seemed that relying solely on a seemingly random magical creation to defeat the Hulk was indeed a daunting task. Even with the divine strength of Leon and the magical enhancements at his disposal, he finds himself pitted against the formidable Hulk, a choice that renders the outcome decidedly unfavorable. Had he been matched against other heroes or villains of the Marvel realm, the conclusion would undoubtedly have diverged. Leon maintains a firm belief that his Destroyer would impart a valuable lesson to his opponent. Though the Hulk may not currently embody his most potent form, it is indisputable that he is evolving towards his peak potential, a prospect that brings considerable concern to many, including Leon. He recalls that during the latter stages of the Avengers saga, Dr. Bruce Banner confined himself within a laboratory inundated with gamma rays to conduct research, ultimately achieving a mental communion with Hulk, thus completing their integration. This forged a Hulk form that best suited Banner. Yet it is imperative to note that self here refers to Dr. Banner, not the Hulk. The Hulk's might is fueled by rage. The greater his fury, the more formidable he becomes. An infinite reservoir of anger grants him cataclysmic power. Although Bruce successfully restrained Hulk's savage instincts, he consequently forfeited his most substantial source of strength. Perhaps this explains the Hulk's lack of fervor in later confrontations, not from a lack of desire, but from an inability to unleash his true potential. What, then, constitutes the true Hulk? Rage is his wellspring of power, and boundless fury bequeaths him boundless strength. When consumed entirely by wrath, human reason merely serves as his shackles. Bruce's attempts to suppress Hulk's authentic power are misguided. The genuine Hulk should annihilate all before him. Endless combat ignites within him a more fervent anger, rage upon rage. Only through the uninhibited expression of his fury can Hulk's true might be unleashed, rendering him truly invincible. This, indeed, epitomizes the authentic Hulk. Of course, this is merely Leon's perspective. Others may contend that a Hulk consumed by rage is nothing more than a beast driven solely to battle. Nevertheless, it is evident that the Hulk's strength continues to surge, seemingly without limit. Moreover, a Hulk fixated solely on combat is, after all, the good Hulk, is it not? What utility is there in a behemoth endowed with limitless power but devoid of cunning? Though not abundant, the Marvel Universe is replete with intellect. Countless geniuses abound. Yet there exists only one Hulk, at least for now. The Hulk ought to be a frenzied warrior. Only then can his true worth be realized. Yet, Leon does not expect his viewpoint to be universally comprehended. With a thunderous roar, the Destroyer cast aside the debris of collapsed structures and mangled automobiles. However, when he arose once more, Tony Stark could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The Destroyer's torso was significantly dented, and even the arcane runes etched into his metallic skin had dulled and lost their luster. His formidable self-repairing abilities were thus inhibited, leaving the injuries upon his iron form unhealed for an extended period. Upon witnessing this, Tony Stark could not help but inquire, "Can your armor endure any longer?" Leon silently shook his head and replied, "The Hulk's evolutionary stage has evidently surpassed the destruction threshold of the Destroyer itself. From here on, The Hulk will continue to grow increasingly formidable. Further testing has become futile. Do you possess another method to deal with that behemoth? Certainly, Leon responded with a faint smile. It's time to switch players. Chapter 132, Live Broadcast. Mr. Stark, Ms. Potts is calling. Suddenly, Tony Stark, suspended in midair, heard Jarvis's mechanical voice and promptly answered the call. Oh, Tony, how are you? The communication signal from the television station just cut off, and I was genuinely worried about you. Hearing the anxious tone of the woman he cared for deeply, Tony Stark's roguish spirit instantly calmed, and his demeanor softened. Pepper, don't worry. I'm fine. I am Tony Stark. How could I possibly falter over such trivial matters? But what about you? One must admit, Tony Stark remained quintessentially himself. Regardless of victory or defeat, he never let his pride falter, nor his composure waver. Upon seeing his beloved girlfriend, he immediately launched into conversation. Okay, Tony, I am quite safe now. I left Manhattan before the military sealed off the area. Pepper's words elicited a sigh of relief from Tony Stark. He yearned to rush over to meet his assistant, yet upon witnessing Leon's eagerness to take the stage, he reluctantly shook his head. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment to depart. Pepper, Tony Stark's words were cut short by Pepper's hesitant voice. Tony, can you leave there? It's far too dangerous. You cannot contend with that terrifying monster. As Pepper beheld the grotesque, raging Hulk and the iron giant-like destroyer on the screen, an ominous foreboding settled in her heart. Her fears were soon validated by the terrifying aftermath of their initial clash. Though Pepper's expertise lay elsewhere, the chaos wrought by the two monstrous entities made it evident to her that Tony Stark's armored suit was hardly superior to the wreckage of tanks buried beneath the debris. Faced with Pepper's almost tearful plea, Tony Stark paused for a moment in contemplation, yet ultimately shook his head resolutely, stating, I'm sorry, Pepper. You know I cannot do that. But please trust me, I will definitely join you for dinner tonight. Without allowing Pepper a chance to respond, he decisively ended the call. At that instant, Leon's light voice unexpectedly interjected. Why is it that you do not agree with your little assistant? Or is it that you do not trust in my capabilities? Certainly not. Although you have yet to reveal your true strength before me, I find myself more inclined to trust you over the looming green behemoth below. After all, humanity's greatest fear has always been the unknown. Tony Stark's response seemed somewhat off-topic as he fixated on the virtual interface, diligently documenting and gathering various energy indices and data. He stated in a grave tone, however, we cannot rely on you indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Leon nodded quietly, begrudgingly accepting the answer, and then began to descend towards the center of the battlefield. As light as a feather. Yet, as Leon's figure grew increasingly indistinct, Tony Stark lifted his gaze once more, his eyes narrowing as he softly remarked, Moreover, Leon, I perceive you as the most alarming, unpredictable variable. How can you possibly put my mind at ease, my friend? Tony Stark's deep voice resonated with an ethereal quality in the desolate night sky, only to be interrupted moments later by the impatient whirring of helicopter blades. Noticing 3 helicopters approaching from a distance, adorned with the unmistakable insignia of a news network, Tony Stark felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. These individuals truly have no regard for their safety, though the blood of their fallen comrades might still be warm among the wreckage below. It does little to deter these individuals who worship at the altar of sensationalism and monetary gain. The latter is more likely, as it is hard to imagine that such reckless daredevils would be motivated without the promise of substantial financial rewards from the upper echelons of those television networks. As a native New Yorker, Tony Stark is acutely aware of the audacity of the city's paparazzi. When it comes to breaking news and the allure of wealth, these audacious souls will stop at nothing. He recalls the days of his youth when his Malibu mansion frequently fell prey to their intrusive pursuits. Although they were often apprehended by the residential security before getting too close, those guards were armed and resolute. Countless unfortunate souls have met their fate at the hands of those guards for trespassing, yet such dangers do not seem to deter these audacious individuals. Now, their reckless behavior once again affirms their title of unacknowledged royalty. It is worth noting that even the military search and rescue teams are still circling the periphery. While these flimsy helicopters dare to approach directly, a description of their audacity hardly suffices. However, what Tony Stark did not anticipate was that these news helicopters would hover ominously nearby, exuding a sense of invulnerability. They clearly believed that this superhero would not allow anyone to perish. With a mind far superior to the average, Tony could easily discern the reporter's intentions, and he was nearly driven to launch a missile to send these individuals to meet their maker. What has he turned Tony Stark into? And how does he perceive the Iron Man who protects ordinary citizens? Are you not merely a shield for the interests of these lunatics? And you, hovering so close in those helicopters, do you not fear a collision due to turbulent air? Yet in the end, Tony Stark could only shake his head in resignation, for he truly had no inclination to engage with this group. However, the American audience remained oblivious to the intricate emotions of their Iron Man. The television broadcast had been interrupted for some time, and they were eager to learn the state of affairs in New York, the outcome of the battle between the Green Behemoth and the Robotic Warrior, whether the devastation had been contained, and if their safety was still at risk. Countless chaotic thoughts echoed in their minds, and no other forms of entertainment could assuage their growing anxiety. They simply longed to uncover the truth about New York, even if it meant facing an unfavorable conclusion, as it might at least provide a temporary reprieve for their frayed nerves. This is the plight of ordinary individuals. Yet for the so-called powerful figures of this world, the mighty organizations, or the surreptitious currents lurking beneath the surface, their concerns are of little consequence. Satellites in the sky and unimaginable monitoring technologies would serve as their new eyes. However, when the television signal finally resumed, the first image revealed evoked a uniform response of astonishment and disbelief among all viewers. In the silent night sky, a mysterious man adorned with a golden dragon-headed mask descended slowly before the Hulk. In the broadcast, this enigmatic figure seemed to be reflecting upon something, as he gently raised his right hand towards the battered destroyer. At that moment, everyone outside the screen held their breath, realizing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Anyone with a modicum of sense understood that this mysterious man was certainly no ordinary character. Of course, this is the remarkably open nation of America, where the bizarre is commonplace, and madness and folly are among its defining traits. Yet, they sensed that something exceptional would transpire, compelling them not to miss a single moment of the unfolding events. For instance, a certain unknown one-eyed character nearly strained his remaining good eye, staring unblinkingly at the screen, clearly unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. Or perhaps a certain organization, plagued by paranoia due to the previous inexplicable actions of the one-eyed creature, feared they had been exposed. In an undisclosed hidden base, they utilized their own satellites, or perhaps those of their adversaries, to scan every occurrence in New York. Indeed, their expectations were met. The towering figure of the destroyer, nearly 10 meters tall and resembling a colossal steel giant, vanished in the blink of an eye. Without any scientific instruments or extraordinary phenomena, it was merely the mysterious man raising his hand. And the enormous steel machine that had just been evenly matched with the Hulk simply disappeared before the astonished crowd. Were it not for the urgent city evacuation order issued by the New York City Hall on various online and public communication platforms, those who were not present would have undoubtedly deemed the televised footage merely a fabrication, an elaborate ruse concocted by the networks to enhance viewership ratings. Even with government endorsement, skepticism lingered. After all, the credibility of the American government is often called into question, and conspiracy theories thrive in the United States. Nonetheless, the majority maintained their reason, aware that while sensationalist news abounds, the executives of such networks probably lacked the audacity and capability to orchestrate such a grand deception, as the repercussions would extend far beyond mere warnings or fines. More importantly, the events unfolding that night were so bizarre and unfathomable that even with laboratory monsters and colossal robots making their appearance, the audience's capacity for acceptance and comprehension had significantly broadened. Yet, they remained oblivious to the profound manner in which the man on the screen would ultimately challenge their worldview. Hulk Leon had just reclaimed the destroyer when he was met with the resounding roar of the Hulk. Turning around, he beheld the furious expression on the giant green face, seemingly questioning Leon about the whereabouts of his adversary. Indeed, the Hulk's mind was still clouded with memories of the earlier brutal onslaught inflicted by the destroyer, and he harbored a simple yet fervent desire to return the favor in kind, if not utterly vanquish his foe. Just as he had begun to gain the upper hand, with his pent-up rage yearning for release, the sudden appearance of Leon, who had made his opponent disappear, nearly sent the Hulk into a frenzy. It was only the remnants of Bruce Banner's rationality that restrained him. Otherwise, he would have lunged forward to tear his adversary apart. Dr. Bruce Banner, observing the Hulk struggling to maintain control, His veins nearly bursting with fury, Leon realized something and gently shook his head, saying, "This is not the outcome I desire, Doctor. Perhaps you should allow him to fully unleash his restraints." As he spoke, Leon extended his right hand, pointing towards the green giant, his index finger rising and curving inward in a provocative gesture. The audience outside the screen was utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that someone would dare to provoke the colossal green behemoth. They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying spectacle that ensued when this giant was roused to fury. Even the formidable iron giant, who had previously vanquished the abhorrent, had ultimately succumbed to the wrath of this enraged green creature. What could this mere mortal possibly achieve? The remnants of Bruce Banner's sanity, upon witnessing Leon's taunting move, uttered a resigned remark, soon to be engulfed by an overwhelming fury. In that moment, the true Hulk claimed dominion over his body. A thunderous roar heralded the arrival of Hulk. The shockwave generated by his bellow obliterated everything in its path. The hurricane of his might surged forward, lifting debris from shattered buildings and wrecked vehicles far into the air. Even the helicopters hovering above swayed precariously, only stabilized by the quick intervention of Tony Stark, who assisted the pilots in regaining control of their craft. Reporter A: I knew Tony Stark wouldn't stand idly by. Reporter B: Of course, he is the illustrious Iron Man. Reporter C: Good. Tony Stark. What a reckless move. They should have let those fools plummet, benefiting humanity. Yet, amidst such terrifying power, the man in the frame appeared to be shielded by an invisible barrier, remaining unscathed. Even the strands of hair visible above his mask remained perfectly still. As the crowd marveled, their anticipation grew, wondering what thrilling developments would unfold next. However, the enraged green giant was oblivious to such thoughts. He fixated on the diminutive figure before him, his eyes betraying a contempt so piercing it provoked a roar from the Hulk. The ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web as his robust arms braced against the earth, propelling him forward like a cannonball. The air crackled with a deafening boom as he appeared before Leon in the blink of an eye, who could even perceive the Hulk's rapid breathing. Even Tony Stark gasped in astonishment, while the audience outside the screen could vividly imagine the gruesome fate awaiting Leon beneath the green giant's fist. A sinister smile spread across the Hulk's face, as if to suggest that in the next instant, this little man would meet a fate akin to a watermelon bursting in his grasp. It was imminent, yet for reasons unknown. Even Hulk's muddled mind sensed that time in this moment was stretching unbearably slow. The smile on the face of the Hulk abruptly froze, and his entire being began to thrash wildly, his hands and feet flailing in desperation. The insufferable little figure was so close, merely a step away. Yet that minuscule distance felt as insurmountable as a chasm to the Hulk. The footage broadcasted by the television revealed the Hulk levitating before the enigmatic man, rendered utterly powerless and comically absurd in his movements. The mysterious figure remained eerily calm, exuding an unsettling aura of tranquility that was both strange and fearsome. Chapter 134: A Distasteful Amusement. Although it was anticipated, witnessing the green behemoth, capable of reducing entire city blocks to rubble and overwhelming all in its path, being toyed with by the mysterious man left viewers at home aghast, their mouths agape in shock. This was not at all as they had imagined. There were no earth-shattering battles, nor were there fierce confrontations filled with brutal exchanges. Instead, it appeared to be a one-man show featuring the Hulk. While the masked man merely glanced, effortlessly transforming the once mighty Hulk into a flailing jester suspended in midair. In stark contrast to the Hulk's prior invincibility, trampling American soldiers, tearing apart heavy main battle tanks, and effortlessly sending armed helicopters spiraling into the sky like extravagant fireworks. This drastic shift in power dynamics was profoundly unsettling. Even knowing that this green monstrosity was one of the culprits devastating their homes, the sight of it rendered powerless before Leon evoked no joy among the citizens. Oh, perhaps this is simply the nature of humanity. However, it was evident that our green giant had no intention of conceding defeat. The flames of fury blazed within him, and his form swelled once more, releasing a series of primal roars. His hands strained to expand, and his green visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, as if battling against an invisible barrier. Suddenly, a crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Leon, witnessing the Hulk's contorted arms, could not suppress his astonishment. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though his formidable telekinetic power had indeed been stirred, albeit for just an instant. Could it be that this so-called strongest superhero truly deserved his title? Chuckling softly, Leon mused, "Hulk, this is merely the beginning." In that instant, the Hulk felt the immense, intangible force surrounding him dissipate completely, granting him the freedom he so desperately sought. Standing upon solid ground, he sensed a resurgence of power coursing through him. Yet before he could unleash a triumphant roar, he was once again ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him utterly immobile. Thus, the Hulk soared into the air before the audience, yet it was evident that his struggles and roars against the night sky were not born of his own volition. As the green giant was lifted high above the ground, nearly everyone could foresee the ensuing spectacle. Indeed, with a series of roars abruptly silenced, the familiar sound of a heavy object meeting the earth replaced them. However, this particular impact was markedly louder and more enduring than the usual cacophony. Thud after thud, enormous craters soon marred the ground, while beneath the starlit sky, Leon's slender fingers danced with the grace of mischievous sprites, guiding the Hulk in a rhythm that ebbed and flowed like a meteor striking the planet. Yet, as time marched on, even the most resilient of meteors could not withstand the vast embrace of Mother Earth, and this malnourished green mass was no exception. In mere moments, the Hulk's eyes spun in circles, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. At this juncture, not only the hidden elites, but also the ordinary spectators recognized that the Hulk was no match for Leon. Nonetheless, Leon's methods instilled a sense of trepidation. It was unsettling to witness such a formidable opponent being toyed with when a swift resolution was within reach. Truly, it was a scene too exquisite, bordering on madness. The thought of being forced into freefall, experiencing the grandeur of the earth face first, was daunting. Unlike the Hulk, whose thick skin seemed impervious, they knew that a fall could spell disaster for them. Presently, the sorcerers exhibited a rather macabre sense of humor. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, shrouded in shadows, Nick Fury maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor, yet the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead betrayed the tumult beneath his calm facade. It appeared that this one-eyed warrior belonged to the same dubious cabal as those observing the spectacle. Hill interjected, "After all, he is still your superior. Perhaps it's best to refrain from voicing your grievances. Have you managed to reach Stark?" Nick Fury inquired. With a hint of exasperation, Hill replied, "Director, you must understand. Ever since he severed communication with you, we cannot contact him unless he chooses to respond." Listening to the incessant static of the communication channel, Nick Fury's expression darkened considerably, his pristine white teeth grinding audibly in frustration. Despite having gathered a considerable number of people, none proved to be of any use. After much effort in recruiting, he found himself not with a competent subordinate, but rather with an ancestral figure who, more crucially, was the sole individual capable of contacting the enigmatic sorcerer. He was in dire need of understanding Leon's intentions, for he could not possibly allow these two reckless individuals to wreak havoc upon New York City. Yet, as is often the case, circumstances defied his expectations. At that moment, all Nick Fury could muster was a classic exclamation of disbelief. "I detest this chaotic world." Few were privy to Nick Fury's worries and woes, yet the tragic fate of the Hulk was painfully evident to all. Initially, one might assume that losing consciousness would spare him from suffering. However, Leon had rudely awakened him from that state. Observing the Hulk's swollen form, the moniker Green Goliath was now undeniably fitting. Anyone who beheld this woeful creature would find it difficult to reconcile him with the monstrous terror that had once roamed New York unchallenged, particularly for General Ross. Witnessing the once formidable Hulk now in such a pitiful state made him momentarily forget the indignities the creature had inflicted upon him. In his frustration, he almost lost his composure and called upon the military to assist the Hulk in battle. However, upon seeing the man adorned with a dragon-headed mask, clarity returned to his mind. He realized that given the formidable abilities displayed by that man, deploying additional troops would be futile. They might not even reach the opponent. As he observed the visibly hesitant and even retreating Hulk, Leon, concealed beneath his mask, furrowed his brow. A suitable sparring partner like this was hard to come by. And if Bruce Banner's consciousness were to awaken, the situation could become complicated. Leon had no desire to confront a well-meaning individual. Thus, he resolved to act swiftly. What should he do next? Moments later, a peculiar glint flickered in Leon's eyes. Eureka! Chapter 135. Swift as the wind. The Hulk, panting heavily, gazed at the diminutive figure across from him. In his eyes, the man wearing the dragon-headed mask was mightier and more terrifying than any adversary he had ever encountered. Regardless of how much power he unleashed, growing stronger time and again, he had never managed to gain an advantage over this seemingly supernatural individual. In fact, the man had yet to lay a hand on him. An inexplicably fearsome, intangible force had already drained him of his mental fortitude. For the first time, the Hulk's rapid heartbeat was not fueled by seething rage, but by the oppressive atmosphere hanging heavily in the air. The overwhelming pressure made even the act of breathing a challenge. The Hulk, the green giant, took a deep breath and let out a roar, seemingly attempting to convey that he was not to be trifled with. However, the lack of vigor in his bellow made it somewhat laughable. Leon couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Had he truly frightened the green giant with just a few strikes? If that were the case, it would indeed be a peculiar source of pride. Yet, upon reflection, this creature had been bested before, first by Thor, the god of thunder, and then by the formidable Thanos, who had unleashed a barrage of blows that left the Hulk cowering within the body of Bruce Banner, a clear indication of his tendency to succumb to strength. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the fleeting sense of achievement vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, this imposing figure still held some value. With this in mind, a peculiar smile crept upon Leon's lips beneath his mask. The keen-sensed Hulk seemed to sense something amiss, emitting low, guttural growls as a warning for Leon to keep his distance. Observing the Hulk's demeanor, Leon couldn't suppress a chuckle and quipped, "Hey, Hulk, you've been lightspeed kicked." However, before he could finish his sentence, Leon began to sputter in disdain, exclaiming, "What on earth is this outdated cliché? I truly wonder how those people can utter such lines." Yet, with a swift change of tone, a strange glimmer flickered in Leon's eyes as he softly inquired, "Do you like cute rabbits, Hulk?" Leon's odd behavior left the green giant perplexed. He couldn't comprehend the peculiar words that preceded, but the mention of rabbit conjured memories of small, furry creatures with long ears, tiny tails, and wide, innocent eyes. The Hulk felt a twinge of protectiveness. He feared that if he were not careful, such fragile beings might meet a tragic fate at his hands. However, in Hulk's memories, those delicate creatures never seemed to end well. It was no surprise that, as a scientist, small animals like rabbits were frequent subjects of experimentation, even if Bruce Banner's primary focus was not medicine or biology. As a world-renowned physicist, his scientific endeavors often involved these adorable creatures. Reflecting on the gruesome scenes from his past, Hulk felt a wave of irritation and disgust wash over him, muttering, "Damn Banner." Yet, he pondered what rabbits had to do with the current situation. Scratching his head in confusion, he lowered his hand, only to find the man standing directly before him, silently observing him. Through the mask, albeit somewhat obscured, Hulk distinctly perceived the outline of an animal in Leon's eyes. "A rabbit," the Hulk murmured involuntarily, his entire being rendered momentarily speechless. "Correct," Leon replied nonchalantly, but soon thereafter, his right fist was raised high, striking towards the Hulk's jaw, as he solemnly declared, "However, I regret to inform you, there is no reward." A sound akin to a sour note resonated in response to Leon, and in slow motion. One could distinctly observe several large teeth scattered in the air, while the Hulk was propelled skyward like a cannonball. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. As the Hulk soared halfway, Leon's figure reappeared above him. With fists clenched and a rare glimmer of madness in his eyes, he struck down with great force, causing the Hulk to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his internal organs reduced to a pulpy mess by the overwhelming power. Nevertheless, this colossal being did not succumb to death, a testament to the Hulk's indomitable vitality. Furthermore, his formidable regenerative abilities were continuously mending the damage inflicted upon his body. However, at times, such powerful healing and tenacity may not be advantageous, as was evident now. It implied that Leon could indulge in this relentless play for a considerable duration, while simultaneously signifying that the Hulk would endure prolonged suffering. Thus, the Hulk found himself once again engaged in an endless game with Leon. However, while Leon reveled in his respite, chaos reigned at the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, D.C. What on earth had transpired? Was there any conclusion? Observing the screen, every time Leon wielded the power of the rabbit talisman, visible ripples would emanate through space, accompanied by indiscriminate thunder and lightning striking everything in proximity. "Oh, my God, what has this individual done?" He has managed, solely through speed, to cause the surrounding magnetic field to destabilize and collapse. Even the fabric of Earth's space is beginning to falter under this velocity. How fast is he? And how does his body endure the friction of space at such speeds? No material on Earth, or indeed in the cosmos, can withstand this velocity. An elderly, disheveled scientist from S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed in a series of astonishments, prompting Nick Fury, standing nearby, to roll his eyes in exasperation, remarking, "Hey, I didn't summon you here to hear you extol his virtues." Yet, this elderly scientist paid no heed to his director, continuing, "His speed is still increasing. At this rate, he may even reach the speed of light." The speed of light. A glint of realization flashed in Nick Fury's eyes, indicating he had made a connection. However, the most pressing concern was that before the opponent could reach light speed, the Earth's magnetic field might collapse and disintegrate, leading to a catastrophic bingo, game over. What? At this moment, Nick Fury could no longer heed the old scientist's playful tone. He hastily shouted into the communication channel for Tony Stark, yet received no response. "Damn it, that insufferable playboy, and that cursed sorcerer, it's all because of you." Just as Nick Fury's frustration reached a boiling point, Tony Stark, too, recognized his precarious situation. "Sir, there is significant interference." Jarvis's voice crackled intermittently, and as the system interface flickered with disruptions, a sense of foreboding enveloped Tony Stark. At that moment, Leon's subsequent words made him wish he could flee to a safer distance. "Tony, if you wish to survive, keep your distance. I am uncertain about what comes next." Chapter 136, The Harrowing Reality. "Oh, you detestable lot. I need not elaborate further. Everyone should retreat as far as possible." The Iron Man suit emitted warnings. And without a backward glance, Tony Stark piloted the armor away from the increasingly perilous location. The journalists aboard the helicopter exchanged anxious glances, swiftly packing away their recording equipment and urging the pilot to depart the scene. In truth, it was these reporters who first sensed the escalating danger in the entire block. After all, no one relished the cacophony of thunderous roars surrounding them. They had witnessed a nearby building struck by a massive lightning bolt, reduced to rubble, and the acrid scent of charred air left them trembling with fear. Though tempted by riches and fame, the reporters' basic instincts prevailed in such a hazardous situation. Especially as their greatest shield had already fled, the superheroes were gone, leaving them, mere mortals, vulnerable. Moreover, they had already endured for so long. Surely, the higher-ups would not renege on their promises. Leon, however, paid no mind to those anxious to escape, facing such a sturdy opponent. He relished the opportunity to unleash his pent-up energy. The previous battle against the Master in New York was not a valid comparison. Had it not been for Leon's revival of Lopez and the subsequent sealing of the Master, it was uncertain whether a human or a dragon would stand here now. Such unpleasant memories of nearly being ground beneath foot were best left unspoken. Even his warning to Tony Stark stemmed largely from the desire to protect his investment. After all, should the chaos ensue indiscriminately, Leon would find himself in a most lamentable position. Each clash between Leon and the Hulk generated powerful shockwaves, disrupting everything around them. Skyscrapers crumbled, thunder roared, and the ground fissured, opening countless bottomless crevices that devoured all in their vicinity. While the Hulk primarily endured the onslaught, his meager counterattacks proved futile, only inciting Leon to mount an even more ferocious assault. However, it is often said that when celestial beings engage in battle, it is the mortals who suffer. The ordinary citizens of this district have either fled in haste or have been buried beneath the rubble. Now, all that remains are the remnants of civilization, paying the price for their conflict. Initially, the mayor of New York City contemplated the funds required to restore Harlem, but as the clash between Leon and the Hulk escalated, he swiftly abandoned any thoughts of remediation. Given the devastation wrought, it seemed more prudent to raze and rebuild. In fact, this might prove to be more economically viable. Moreover, it appeared that no demolition was even necessary, as the adversaries had already accomplished such thorough destruction. Thus, construction could commence immediately, saving additional funds. Leon, oblivious to the mayor's astute calculations, focused entirely on the Hulk, particularly as the next strike demanded his undivided attention. With a resounding thud, Leon delivered a powerful knee strike to the Hulk's abdomen, propelling him skyward, his limbs dangling limply. Yet, unlike before, Leon refrained from teleporting to the Hulk's side to launch an attack. Instead, he swiftly repositioned himself on the ground, observing the Hulk suspended in the air. A glint of madness flickered behind Leon's mask. Leaning slightly forward, he clenched his right fist, channeling his energy. Dragon's power. A deafening roar reverberated throughout Manhattan, resonating with an unmatched authority. Whether on the streets or within their homes, citizens clearly heard this formidable cry. The sound was fleeting, almost hallucinatory, prompting bewildered residents to glance at one another in search of differing interpretations. The roar was so potent and commanding that merely hearing it instilled a sense of dread. A few elderly New Yorkers manifested fear, as if recalling unsettling memories. The term dragon escaped the lips of the younger generation, echoing what their forebears had spoken. Yet despite their inquiries, no answers were forthcoming. Clearly, they were unwilling to confront those painful recollections. Although the losses inflicted by the deity during that time in New York were not commensurate with his stature, he had ultimately returned. Nevertheless, the all-encompassing darkness and apocalyptic imagery had become an enduring nightmare for many. Tony Stark, too, was struck by the overwhelming dragon's roar. Yet he could not discern the source of the voice. Even Jarvis's database proved inadequate for identification. It seemed our mage friend harbored many secrets yet untold. Gazing toward Leon's vicinity, observing the swirling clouds and the tumultuous thunder and lightning, the oppressive atmosphere sent tremors through him from a considerable distance. Meanwhile, what was Leon's condition at that moment? From the moment he unleashed the power of the dragon, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, obliterating everything in the vicinity. The ground beneath him could scarcely withstand such terrifying force, collapsing into the abyss. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The outline of the bull talisman materialized in his right eye. The strength of the bull. In an instant, Leon erupted with searing gas, akin to steam, cascading outward in all directions. His right arm swelled dramatically, causing his tailored suit to burst apart, revealing the grotesque sinews and muscles beneath. Beneath his mask, Leon's nostrils expelled columns of scorching air like those of a bull, his eyes glowing crimson. The area within a kilometer radius of him caved in, resembling the sinking of land itself. The immense energy disrupted the magnetic field of the region, causing the soil, rocks, and countless fragments of buildings and vehicle wreckage to defy gravity, slowly ascending into the sky. Since the departure of the television reporters, the ordinary audience had lost their only means of grasping the truth of the scene. Yet, this did not hinder the powerful figures who possessed various resources. The satellites in the sky became their keenest eyes. However, upon witnessing the spectacle unfolding before them, they could not help but widen their eyes in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. At that moment, they even questioned whether this was still the familiar New York or indeed the Earth they inhabited. No one could answer these inquiries, not even Nick Fury at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, whose face betrayed a profoundly bitter smile. If Fury had previously harbored doubts regarding the statements of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientists, the undeniable reality now lay bare before him. This sorcerer indeed possessed the power to obliterate the world. It was a disheartening truth. Chapter 137. The Path Forward. Not enough. Not sufficient. It should not merely be this. While everyone remained stunned by such a potent surge of energy, Leon, at the epicenter, felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Indeed, an overwhelming discontent. This was not the time when he barely controlled the talisman's power against the Saint Lord. After years of cultivation and exploration, although he had yet to fully comprehend its mysteries, his mastery over the talisman had long surpassed his former self. In a time of peace, must he truly venture into the unfamiliar cosmos to test the mettle of that cosmic overlord? Or perhaps to compare whose head is harder with that captain, not Captain America? Even if such a course were necessary, he ought to be equipped with a clever guide, lest he find himself stranded on some desolate planet, having failed to locate his opponent, for that would indeed be a true misfortune. Asgard indeed presents a commendable choice. However, the mere thought of the half-alive Odin sends a wave of trepidation through Leon. The home ground of the Allfather of the Asgardian gods demands utmost caution. One must be wary to avoid a calamitous downfall. As for the entity on Earth, the ever-smiling visage of Ancient One instantaneously materializes in his mind. A wry smile crosses his lips as he acknowledges that she is certainly an adversary he cannot confront. It would be prudent to wait until she is indisposed before scavenging the remnants of equipment that may emerge by that time. Perhaps no one at Camartage would be capable of obstructing him. Now that he has finally encountered the Hulk, Leon is resolute in seizing this rare opportunity, especially since the subject shows no sign of dissent. The Hulk murmurs an apology. "Sorry, Dr. Banner." Leon utters his insincere apology while his body brims with latent power, betraying his true intentions, utterly devoid of any pretense. With the swiftness of a rabbit, Leon closes his eyes and calls out, propelling himself beneath the rapidly descending Hulk. To the astonishment of all, another Leon remains in place, poised and brimming with potential. In a heartbeat, the grounded Leon begins to grow faint and translucent, ultimately vanishing into thin air. It is an afterimage, a mere specter. The astonishing velocity of the rabbit talisman transcends the realm of human perception, far beyond what their eyes can fathom. In an instant, the sonic boom generated by Leon's rapidity manifests as a tempest, sweeping away everything in its vicinity, inflicting irreparable damage upon this area. Yet, at this moment, no one pays heed to the destruction, for the region was already ravaged beyond recognition. A little more or less matters not. Leon's assault is directed at the Hulk, as his right fist accumulates a terrifying force that even Nick Fury, observing from afar, can perceive the very fabric of space distorting. What is this? Nick Fury's query goes unanswered, for even the seasoned scientist of SHIELD is fixated on the image of Leon on the screen, his eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing a single detail. Only his subordinate, Agent Hill, manages to fulfill her duties, collating the pertinent information to report to Fury. "Director, we have detected an immense energy fluctuation above New York. Should it erupt, it could obliterate the entire city, correct?" Nick Fury interjects, completing Hill's unfinished thought with a rueful smile. "But we can no longer intervene." No sooner had he spoken than the screen erupted in a blinding radiance, causing everyone in the command room to squint involuntarily. When Nick Fury finally reopened his eyes, the screen was shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. What transpired? "Commander, we have just lost satellite communication with the battlefield in New York, rendering any commands ineffective." Although the technician's words remained unfinished, the implication was clear: the military satellite is likely beyond salvage. However, Nick Fury remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively and asserting, "Are these the only satellites we possess? I need immediate updates on the situation in New York." "Yes, Commander. However, maneuvering the satellite into a new orbit requires time, and the technicians are powerless in this regard." Fury's expression darkened further. In such a tense moment, he found it intolerable to sit idly like a fool. Meanwhile, it was not only SHIELD that faced this predicament. The military and the Security Council were experiencing similar turmoil. Even a certain clandestine organization, Hydra, had lost contact with their satellites. At this moment, Leon encountered a minor inconvenience, an exceedingly minor one. "Hulk, you must hold on." Leon genuinely cheered for the Green Giant, as a swift defeat would be utterly unamusing to him. The outcome beyond this was not within his contemplation. The nearly unconscious Hulk was invigorated by the powerful energy emanating from Leon's right fist, letting out a deep roar. To Leon's astonishment, the massive figure before him rapidly diminished in size. What? In the blink of an eye, the formidable being, capable of tremendous feats, transformed into a slender human male, Dr. Bruce Banner. What is this, a joke? Of course, the oversized shorts remained on Banner's lower half, preventing any inappropriate exposure. It was evident that the Hulk was once again exhibiting his characteristic fear of confrontation. Seeing he could not contend with Leon, he retreated into Bruce Banner's form. While Leon was uncertain if the Hulk could withstand the impending strike, he was certain that if it were Banner, even a glancing blow would leave him in ruins. Facing the aggressive Hulk, Leon showed no hesitation, but now confronted with the weakened Banner, he exclaimed, "Damn it, get away from me." With a surge of telekinetic force, Banner was unceremoniously hurled away. After all, he was a man who had endured gamma radiation enhancement. Surely this height would not prove fatal. He had already granted Banner a reprieve. Whether he lived or died was now left to fate. The most crucial matter remained the gathering of the three divine powers within himself. Therefore, let it all explode forth. With a thunderous roar, Leon summoned all his strength into his right hand and unleashed a magnificent strike towards the heavens. In an instant, a deafening sound reverberated through the cosmos, as if the very foundations of the earth were shattering. A brilliant white light burst forth, piercing through layers of dark clouds and illuminating half the sky. Yet, this was not the culmination. The overwhelming force transformed into a radiant beam, soaring through the heavens and the earth, cascading into the universe. Satellites and meteors alike were obliterated before this unmatched power. Both Asgard and the dim realm of the dead distinctly felt this terrifying force, comparable to the Bifrost. As the brilliance gradually faded, Leon retracted his trembling right hand, exhaling a heavy breath of stale air. Beneath his mask, he felt an immense sense of relaxation and joy, for in this astounding strike, he glimpsed once more the path ahead of him. Chapter 138. The more, the merrier. In the tranquil confines of his magical shop in Manhattan, New York, Leon sat cross-legged in a serene chamber. A delicate incense burner released wisps of fragrant smoke as he floated quietly in the void, his eyes gently closed. Opposite him was the sealed Holy Master, a dragon statue, similarly elevated by a mysterious force. The old dragon's crimson eyes were filled with uncertainty. After a brief period of absence, upon Leon's return, his aura had deepened once again, akin to an unfathomable ocean. Although he was far from the formidable demon lord he once was, it was sufficient to instill a sense of dread in the ancient dragon for some time. After all, Leon's burgeoning power was not welcome news for the Holy Master. It signified that his path to freedom was even more distant. The old dragon yearned to halt such a dire transformation, yet he found himself under Leon's scrutinizing gaze. Since his last failed escape attempt, not only had he lost his soul dragon talisman, but his entire being had been inscribed with runes of righteousness, designed to suppress the dark energies that would otherwise amplify his innate strength. To make matters worse, Leon's mysterious realm, a prison as formidable as the depths of hell, was a place he had no desire to revisit. Having entered it only once, the Holy Master never wished to return to a domain where even time seemed to freeze, where every second felt like eternity. Suddenly, the overwhelming magic that had filled the room was drawn into Leon's body, akin to a sponge ravenously absorbing water. His aura surged visibly, reaching a peak where the very fabric of the surrounding space began to blur. Yet, in an instant, the immense pressure that had permeated the room vanished without a trace, contrasting sharply with the earlier grandeur. Such a stark disparity might lead others to believe that everything had merely been an illusion. However, the cunning Holy Master was not so easily deceived by appearances. Gazing upon the seemingly unremarkable little mage, whose formidable aura was now condensed into a singularity, the Holy Master's eyes grew solemn with gravity. For he recognized that Leon had indeed grown more powerful. As his fingers, resting lightly upon his knees, stirred slightly, Leon slowly opened his eyes, immediately met with the visage of the Holy Master's grotesque dragon statue. Though it was merely a sculpture incapable of expressing any emotion, Leon could effortlessly detect the palpable resentment and fury permeating the air, mingled with a hint of helplessness. This obstinate old dragon refused to concede defeat. "What's the matter, Holy Master? It seems you harbor some discontent with my current self." Leon could not suppress the internal mockery, yet his lips curved into a peculiar smile. Regardless of whether he caught the old dragon's disdain, his ascended prowess was undeniably a source of joy. Moreover, the Holy Master's displeasure warranted an even grander celebration. One must grasp the nuances of class distinction. Although Leon was no saint, the Holy Master was undoubtedly a quintessential malevolent dragon, one who perpetually sought to devour him. Thus, the Holy Master's unhappiness brought Leon a sense of delight. "Leon, it appears that the world has bestowed upon you remarkable benefits in just over a decade. You have reached a pinnacle unattainable by other human mages in their entire lifetimes. Truly, you are a rare anomaly among humanity." The Holy Master's voice dripped with sarcasm, its meaning unmistakable. Yet, Leon feigned ignorance, graciously accepting the words with a smile. "Is that so, Holy Master? I shall take it as a compliment." The Holy Master momentarily faltered, but instead of erupting in anger, the old dragon laughed, his cacophonous mirth causing Leon to furrow his brow. Observing the eccentricity of the old dragon, he wondered if confinement had finally driven it to madness. "Huh, Leon, compared to that bothersome old man, the obstinate Chung Long, and that unrestrained little rascal, I find your current self far more appealing. For, in every conceivable way, You belong to our kind. Demons, ha ha ha. Leon, witnessing the Holy Master's boisterous laughter, could not help but curl his lip in disdain. To equate a mere human mage like himself with such demons was a perplexing affront. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting the Holy Master's raucous laughter, patiently waiting for the old dragon's mirth to ebb before inquiring, "Holy Master, where are my belongings?" Having escaped the confines of the enigmatic space that was meant to imprison him for eternity, the Holy Master knew he must pay a considerable price to bribe the warden, Leon. Otherwise, he would be doomed to the despair of solitary confinement. Humph. The Holy Lord let out a cold snort, but chose to say no more. Two menacing masks then floated from behind him to hover before Leon. One was a yellow mask adorned with twin horns and crimson eyes, while the other was an orange mask featuring long-pointed ears and sharp teeth. Bart Risu. Leon softly called out the names of these ghostly visages, who were also the generals commanding the Bat Brigade and the Alien Brigade of the Shadow Legion. I have temporarily suppressed the connection between these masks and Terra from the Shadow Realm, as you requested. I trust that with your current magical power, you can adequately command the ghostly legions within both masks simultaneously. However, do keep in mind that this has consumed a significant portion of my magical energy. Unlike before, I no longer have an endless reservoir of power to replenish myself. Should my strength be entirely depleted, I would be reduced to a silent statue. The Holy Lord's words hinted at his sacrifices and expenditures, his gaze firmly fixed on Leon, clearly conveying something. Yet Leon was not easily swayed. He perceived a great deal of deceit in the old dragon's words, even discerning that the remaining fraction of truth was conditional. While the Holy Lord may have indeed expended considerable magic, to claim that his essence was harmed was an exaggeration. This old dragon was not such a being. No, he was not that kind of dragon. Relying on demons to incur losses in their dealings was a grand folly. Moreover, if the Holy Lord's claims of severe depletion were true, Leon would only be too pleased, relieved that this old dragon would not conjure any further mischief. Thus, Leon disregarded the dragon's words entirely, waving his hand to summon the two ghostly masks to his side. Just as he was about to imbue them with his magical mark, he suddenly inquired, "Holy Lord, you wouldn't be plotting something behind my back, would you?" "Ha ha, Leon, it is only humans like you, obsessed with the power of shadows, who display such superficiality," the Holy Lord scoffed. He truly could not comprehend why Leon valued the power of shadows so highly. If he truly sought strength, there were far better options available. The irked old dragon conveniently forgot his own failure to keep promises. Moreover, being trapped by you in this unfamiliar world, what else could I possibly do? Leon chuckled lightly, knowing that such words were merely for amusement. To believe them would be foolish. Yet, he slightly shook his head and said, "You do not understand, Holy Lord. An NPC could never grasp the joy of a player. Moreover, for Leon, having more tools at his disposal is always advantageous." Chapter 139, A Surprise. Malibu Beach, California. Tony Stark's mansion is situated in the prime location of this renowned affluent residential area, offering breathtaking views of the surrounding sea and the most beautiful nightscapes of Malibu. Of course, all of this presupposes that one possesses wealth, lots and lots of it. Certainly, such a premise is trivial for our billionaire, Tony Stark. However, in recent times, he has been deprived of such delightful moments. Ever since the completion of the Harlem Neighborhood Redevelopment Project, Leon has vanished without a trace, leaving no leads to pursue. Consequently, all scrutiny and attention have converged upon Tony Stark, who is evidently intertwined with Leon in some capacity. Initially, this dashing playboy reveled in the limelight, as he is, after all, a flamboyant character who thrives on attention. Yet, as time progressed, Tony grew increasingly discontent, for the focus of the crowd was not on him, but rather on probing the true identity and information regarding Leon, a situation he found intolerable. Although it is true that he played little role in that battle, merely coasting through the ordeal, such a fact does not warrant the disregard of Iron Man himself. Otherwise, where would his pride reside? Most importantly, Tony Stark was oblivious to Leon's stance. He could brush off or even ignore inquiries from the media and various departments. However, as the situation evolved, military and political heavyweights began to emerge, alongside strategic partners of Stark Industries, individuals of considerable influence whom even Tony Stark could not entirely overlook. Moreover, a menacing one-eyed bald figure lurked ominously nearby. Thus, Tony Stark boldly announced that the aftereffects of the previous battle were severely impacting his health, necessitating treatment and rest, subsequently retreating into the confines of his home, effectively shutting out visitors. Although discerning individuals could see through this ruse, after all, just a day prior, Tony had posted a vibrant workout video on YouTube, exuding energy and vitality. Who would believe he was injured? The media and public instinctively overlooked Tony Stark's suddenly youthful visage. In their perception, Western politicians and celebrities often possess a deceptive allure, as one can never ascertain when that charming, witty middle-aged gentleman might transform into a figure reminiscent of their grandfather. Only those who have had the fortune to observe Tony Stark up close can truly appreciate the marvel and incredibility of his presence. Ordinary onlookers merely exclaim, "These damn wealthy individuals." Regardless of the world or country, the animosity toward the affluent remains an indelible aspect of the common people's ideology. "Oh, Fury, I apologize, but you should be aware of my physical condition." Cough, cough. In the command room of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark swirled a glass in his hand, feigning a posture of weakness devoid of respect, before downing the contents in one gulp, revealing that signature smug grin. Below, Nick Fury listened to the voices in the communication channel, his dark skin twitching uncontrollably, veins bulging in his arms, as the chair's armrest creaked under his grip. Then, with a decisive snap, the quality of this item was deemed woefully inadequate, prompting the logistics department to terminate the contract prematurely and seek a more reputable supplier. Nick Fury rose, grasping the broken handle, and unilaterally dismissed the supplier that had previously maintained a commendable partnership with S.H.I.E.L.D., showcasing the autocratic nature of the director. Below, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and technicians remained engrossed in their tasks, eager to avoid the collateral damage that might arise from their boss's wrath. Following the conclusion of that intense battle, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to engage with Leon, yearning to comprehend the thoughts and perspectives of such a perilous individual. However, the mere recollection of Leon's overwhelming strike sent shivers down Nick Fury's spine. Should that force be unleashed upon a major city or directed at them, the consequences would undoubtedly be excruciating, far beyond his capacity to endure. Yet, when contemplating a visit to Leon's quaint magic shop, they were met with silence. Regardless of their agent's persistent calls and knocks at the door, logically, S.H.I.E.L.D., endowed with almost limitless enforcement authority, should have breached the threshold by now, but the thought of Leon's capabilities swiftly sobered him. At that moment, Nick Fury recalled their consultant, Tony Stark. Although he had anticipated such a dismissive attitude, Stark's nonchalance ignited Fury's ire. He was tempted to act rashly. However, reflecting on Stark's technological support and the remarkable advancements S.H.I.E.L.D. had experienced since his involvement, Fury was compelled to suppress his frustration, gritting his teeth in resignation. Infuriated to the point of dental discomfort, Nick Fury ultimately realized he was powerless against Stark and reluctantly declared, "Cease surveillance on Stark. Redirect all efforts to locate Dr. Bruce Banner. He is a walking nuclear bomb, and we must keep track of his movements." "What about Stark?" Hill inquired. "Let him be. That flamboyant playboy will eventually face consequences," Fury began, raising his hand but ultimately allowing it to fall back down, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Moreover, do you think he is unaware of our watchful eyes?" "What, Mr. Stark? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s military satellite has maneuvered and ceased monitoring us." Jarvis's electronic voice suddenly echoed from the open terrace of Stark's mansion. A slight smirk crept onto Tony Stark's face. Indeed, only by such means could he rid himself of those bothersome individuals who reveled in invading the privacy of others. With a resounding pop, Stark retrieved a bottle of champagne from an ice bucket, its contents erupting forth as he raised an eyebrow, anticipating a delightful evening ahead. "Tony, you shouldn't antagonize them. After all, they represent the official authority." Pepper was the sole guest invited by Tony tonight. It had been quite some time since Tony Stark had shared a dinner with his petite secretary. Sitting at the table, Pepper felt a twinge of concern. Ever since she learned of the extensive reach of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had hoped to maintain a cordial relationship with them. Regardless of what they represented, they must not infringe upon my freedom and privacy. Moreover, As Tony Stark raised 2 glasses of wine before her, handing one over, he declared, "I certainly do not wish for them to interrupt our date." Indeed, the reputation of a playboy was not unfounded, as a few words transformed her worry into delight, illuminating her face with joy. Yet, amidst this cheerful atmosphere, shadows began to converge like a flowing stream. Meanwhile, Leon's figure emerged upon the water's surface, gliding effortlessly as he gazed at the brightly lit residential area above, his face adorned with a wickedly playful grin. How could a beautiful evening be devoid of surprises? Chapter 140, Wisdom. Southern California boasts a tropical desert climate with significant temperature variations. However, the coastal regions, influenced by the California current, typically experience a Mediterranean climate. Los Angeles enjoys an average annual temperature of 18.3 degrees Celsius, providing a most comfortable ambience. As the warm sunlight streamed through the expansive windows of the luxurious mansion, casting light upon the plush bed, Tony Stark instinctively murmured and turned over, intending to indulge in a leisurely slumber. Yet, with the unyielding electronic voice of JARVIS breaking the tranquility, Tony's time for relaxation evaporated instantly. "Sir, it is now 7 in the morning. The temperature in Malibu is 74 degrees Fahrenheit, with splendid weather, perfect for outdoor activities. Thus, sir, it is time to rise and commence today's fitness regimen." Nevertheless, Tony Stark remained motionless in bed, paying no heed to his artificial intelligence assistant, until JARVIS initiated the connection with Miss Pepper. Okay, I'm getting up now." As soon as JARVIS began to connect with Pepper's communication signal, Tony sprang from the bed, shedding his previous lethargy. "Hey, JARVIS, you ought to recognize who your true master is. You cannot always use Pepper to intimidate me." After freshening up, Tony, while adjusting his appearance in front of the mirror, voiced his discontent. "I apologize, sir. This is Miss Pepper's directive, and you have never declined it, have you?" JARVIS's retort left Tony momentarily speechless. Indeed, as the creator of JARVIS, with the highest authority, he could easily override Pepper's command should he choose to, yet he had never done so. What could this signify, if not something rather apparent? However, amidst Tony Stark's silence, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him, prompting a moment of inquiry. JARVIS, your ability to simulate human emotions appears to have advanced remarkably. Indeed, sir, this is a testament to your own talents and innovations. Oh, is that so? Well, it is true. After all, I am Tony Stark. The proud Tony Stark seemed to momentarily dismiss this slight unease. Yet, a fleeting glimmer in his eyes as he turned away betrayed that his thoughts were not as tranquil as they appeared. It seems an opportunity to thoroughly inspect JARVIS's main system is in order. Let us hope no unpleasant surprises await. Sir, do you wish to dine now? Of course. This marks the vital commencement of my day. However, suddenly Tony Stark's expression darkened as he seemed to recall something, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Wait, where is our uninvited guest? Sir, Mr. Leon is currently awaiting you in the kitchen. What? Although it was referred to as the kitchen, this was Tony Stark's first foray into such a space. Given his stature, every esteemed restaurant in New York could serve as his private dining establishment. Even if he occasionally grew weary of the fare, high-calorie delights like cheeseburgers and pizza often constituted his late-night snacks in the garage. He relished indulging in these culinary pleasures alone, particularly since Pepper had always prohibited him from overindulging in what she deemed junk food. Yet, upon entering this simultaneously familiar yet utterly foreign kitchen, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The entire space was dominated by a shadowy battalion summoned by Leon. These creatures, resembling ninjas in Stark's eyes, were engaged in the culinary preparation. Whether it was the bubbling of pots over gas flames or the dazzling display of their knife skills, various vegetables and meats transformed into ready-to-cook ingredients under the gleaming edge of their blades. Breathing in the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, Tony Stark felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He hesitated, contemplating whether it was too late to ask, "Is it still possible to learn?" However, as he glanced to the other side, his eyes widened in shock. If the previous ninja brigade leaned towards a human form, the two figures before him were utterly otherworldly. One boasted a serpent-like body with a tail, adorned with numerous tentacles that could stretch and contract at will. Particularly disconcerting were the crimson eyes lurking in the shadows, which appeared anything but friendly. Furthermore, JARVIS had not detected even the slightest sign of life emanating from them, raising questions about their very existence. The bizarre energy fluctuations and unusual magnetic fields left even this genius at a loss. Perhaps those who wield magic are all like this. Certainly. What left the most profound impression on him was the visage concealed beneath that black hood. Tony Stark distinctly recalls the night when this group of menacing figures interrupted his date, and in the ensuing scuffle, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of their true identities. In that fleeting moment, all chaotic thoughts dissipated, and he found himself uttering a foolish remark before being unceremoniously thrown to the ground. "I don't have any candy for you, nor is it that time yet." At times, Tony Stark found himself lamenting his own impulsive tongue. Despite his repeated admonitions to himself, it proved futile, reminiscent of his previous inability to restrain his baser instincts. In contrast, another individual presented a simpler demeanor, those who hung suspended in midair, reminiscent of the legendary vampires. However, if vampires truly appeared in such a guise, the naive fantasies of those foolish girls would surely be dispelled. Who knows? "Hey, Tony, good morning," greeted Leon, seated at the dining table, casually holding a newspaper and addressing Tony Stark with the air of a host. This left the true owner of the residence perplexed about whose home it truly was. What was even more infuriating was that those vampiric figures folded their bat-like wings, serving Leon with a devotion surpassing that of a butler, promptly refilling his empty wine glass with a fine vintage from Tony's own cellar. Once again, envy surfaced, though he chose to remain silent. "What would you like for breakfast, Tony? I have the most accommodating chef who will prepare dishes to suit your palate. Rest assured, it's on me." Faced with Leon's generosity, Tony Stark sat down with a frown, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he inquired, "Leon, what exactly do you want?" "What is the matter, Tony? Are you already trying to chase me away? I thought we were friends." "Huh, friends don't ambush one another like you did. Especially not with these guys who frighten Pepper to no end. You completely disrupted my delightful evening." Tony Stark pointed an accusatory finger at the shadowy figures resembling wooden mannequins, his irritation palpable. "Oh, really? I beg to differ," Leon replied, taking a sip of his drink with a playful smirk. "At the very least, you didn't seem to think so when you were holding your little secretary that night." "What? That's a blatant invasion of my privacy." Tony Stark's eyes widened in shock at the accusation. Before he could fully express his outrage, Leon calmly continued, "You can't blame me. Blame your inability to control yourselves. In such circumstances, to be so fervent, well, Tony, you truly embody the essence of a proper American." The remark left Tony Stark blushing furiously, trembling with indignation, and ultimately, all he could muster was a heavy sigh of resignation. "What do you truly desire?" "Quite simply." Leon smiled and pointed at Tony Stark's head, suddenly adopting a serious tone. "I require your wisdom." Chapter 141, The Transaction. "Tony, I need your intellect. In this world, you may not be the most brilliant individual, yet your existence is undeniably unique." Leon's ethereal praise, rather than inflating Tony Stark's ego as it usually would, instead instilled a sense of caution within him. He regarded the sorcerer with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. "What are you implying, Leon?" Sensing Tony's apprehension, Leon couldn't help but smile slightly and replied softly, "Rest assured, Tony, I harbor no intentions of harming you. I merely believe that the wisdom within your mind, along with your thoughts, emotions, and everything that constitutes you, seems too precious to be buried away." "Oh, is that so?" "I beg to differ. I find my current state rather satisfactory. Moreover, Leon, don't you think your demeanor is a tad peculiar?" Observing the strange aura emanating from Leon, Tony Stark discreetly distanced himself from the sorcerer. To be honest, he was beginning to regret befriending a magician. What troubled him further was whether this sentiment was solely his own. After all, he had seen a glimmer of fascination in Leon's eyes, as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. He truly hoped it was merely a figment of his imagination, for he had no effective means to contend with this enigmatic sorcerer. "No, Tony Stark, you will acquiesce to my request, for I possess a leverage you cannot refuse. While the process may be somewhat challenging to accept, the outcome is what ultimately matters, is it not?" As Leon contemplated the anxious Tony Stark, he silently recalled the plan and methods imparted to him by the master, a strategy that would grant him absolute control over the Shadow Legion. The allure of such power was irresistible, and Tony Stark was an indispensable figure in this scheme, at least for the time being. Thus, I must apologize, Tony. Now, let us set aside other matters and indulge in breakfast, shall we? After all, this is the foundation of your spirit for the day. Upon hearing the somewhat ambiguous tone in Leon's voice, Tony Stark couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, though inwardly, he found himself grumbling about the invasion of his privacy. Clang, clang. As Leon struck the plate with a silver spoon, producing a melodious sound, the temporary servants from the ninja clan began to present the dishes one by one on the dining table. It was evident that while the other two could fight, for the sake of appearances, the ninja clan was far more suitable for the task. In the blink of an eye, the table was laden with an array of food. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback by the dazzling assortment of delicacies, but he soon shrugged it off, for with the existence of a portal-like magic, tasting the culinary specialties of any nation was merely a trivial pursuit. However, it is merely a breakfast. Is it not rather extravagant? Even with a youthful physique such as mine, it is improbable that I could consume such a vast quantity of food. Yet, upon catching sight of Leon, he could not help but let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, he had overestimated himself and acted rather hastily. Leon's physical prowess, enhanced by the world's energies, the purifying effect of magic, and the infusion of the saint's arcane essence, had long surpassed ordinary human capabilities. For him, indulging in exquisite cuisine was a delightful experience. As long as it was delectable, he could relish it in abundance. In stark contrast, Tony Stark appeared rather inadequate, unable even to partake in a meal. It seemed that the only asset he possessed was his intellect. At that moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated. "Sir, the Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D. has just crossed into my detection zone and will arrive here in less than 5 minutes." Truly, it was relentless, Tony Stark muttered under his breath, then turned to Leon and inquired, "Do you intend to remain here, or do you plan to depart?" "Why leave?" Leon waved his hand dismissively, a glimmer of anticipation in his voice. "One of the reasons I came here was to make contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the sheer volume of unknown artifacts and extraordinary creations they have amassed over the decades is indeed something to look forward to." "Oh, your words have piqued my interest." Tony Stark raised an eyebrow and directly hacked into the Quinjet's internal cameras. Upon discerning the visitors, he could not help but whistle, remarking with amusement, "It seems they are indeed quite anxious." As he gazed at the screen displaying a figure with a dark, egg-shaped head, Tony's eyes darted about, plotting some scheme unbeknownst to others. Buzz. As the Quinjet descended vertically, the hatch opened, revealing a weary Nick Fury and his entourage. Behind the one-eyed man trailed Natasha, clad in the professional attire that Tony Stark so favored, exuding an enchanting allure that nearly stirred the domestic side of Tony Stark. "Oh, Fury is certainly up to no good. Be cautious, Leon. Before you concern yourself with others, perhaps you should focus on your own situation. Do not forget that your little assistant can observe you at any moment." Leon pointed to the holographic projection above. Instantly, Tony Stark straightened up, adopting a more serious demeanor, his gaze fixed forward. Nick Fury, undeterred by Tony Stark's lack of invitation, brazenly entered, as if the secured door posed no obstacle whatsoever. "Damn it, Jarvis. Next time Nick Fury is detected, deny him entry, even if he possesses the password." "Understood, sir." This is precisely what Tony Stark finds most objectionable about Nick Fury: the unauthorized appropriation of his passwords and personal information, and the audacious intrusion into his home. It is akin to a blatant disregard for privacy. Indeed, Stark is deeply dissatisfied with Fury's actions, especially considering that, compared to Leon, Nick Fury is evidently a more suitable target. "Hello, Mr. Leon. I am Nick Fury. To be honest, you have been quite a source of trouble for us lately." Upon entering, Nick Fury completely disregards Tony Stark, directing his focus squarely on Leon. His demeanor suggests a desire to establish dominance in the ensuing conversation. However, this high-ranking director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has overlooked a crucial detail. Those he typically engages with adhere to certain protocols, whereas Leon clearly exists beyond such constraints. Even without the exertion of force, Leon possesses myriad ways to dictate the pace of the interaction. "Good day, Director Fury. May I inquire if you wish to know the whereabouts of Captain America, Steve Rogers?" Leon's calm inquiry strikes fury like a thunderclap, instantly disarming him. In fact, it captures not only his attention but also that of Agent Natasha, who stands behind him, and even Tony Stark finds himself intrigued. Seeing this, Leon allows a satisfied smile to cross his face. This is the negotiation he had sought. Chapter 142. The Search. The Arctic, a frozen continent isolated from the world for countless years, presents a breathtaking expanse of shimmering white. Aside from the indigenous populations, few have ventured into this desolate, icy realm over the centuries. Yet, with the dawn of the new century and the rapid advancement of science and technology, this barren land has begun to flourish. The Arctic is rich in oil and natural gas resources, and as the sea ice gradually melts, access to the Arctic Ocean becomes increasingly feasible. Resources once deemed economically unfeasible to exploit are now surfacing. Consequently, the Arctic has earned the moniker of the Second Middle East, a designation whose implications remain ambiguous. In the Arctic, alongside various nations' scientific observation stations, numerous resource exploration teams abound, with Russia's Chertion natural gas drilling teams being the most prevalent. The dire economic situation has compelled the bear to rely on these resources to sustain its nation. Furthermore, the Western world is particularly apprehensive about Russia's vast mushroom reserves. Greenland, the largest island on the planet, is perpetually cold, with over 80% of its land enveloped in ice, exemplifying a polar climate. The northeastern region of the island harbors significant oil reserves, making it highly sought after by international oil exploration teams. However, this is not an opportune time for extraction. The temperatures in northeastern Greenland currently plummet to an average of -47°C, rendering both personnel and machinery incapable of enduring such extreme conditions. It was at this moment that an unexpected group of guests suddenly intruded upon this frigid expanse. These individuals, well-trained and equipped with an array of advanced scientific instruments, spread out in all directions, evidently in search of something elusive. However, the most captivating figure among them was their leader. Unlike his companions, clad in complete winter gear and heating apparatus, he wore only a simple outfit, apart from a seemingly superficial overcoat. There was nothing in his attire that suited the biting cold of the environment. Remarkably, neither the howling winds nor the swirling snow seemed to affect him in the slightest. In fact, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. As these harsh elements approached him, they inexplicably dissipated, as if they were non-existent. It is known that without appropriate winter gear, anyone exposed to such conditions would succumb to severe hypothermia within mere minutes. Yet, the presence of this man evidently shattered human understanding of endurance. Nevertheless, those around him appeared unfazed, diligently attending to their own tasks. Suddenly, an agent, breathless and adorned with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D., rushed over. "Mr. Leon, this is the utmost limit of our capabilities. The severe cold here severely hampers our efforts. It is ill-advised to be here at this time." Leon replied, "But is this not the very order issued by your director, Agent Coulson?" His words left Coulson, known for his amiable nature, momentarily speechless. After all, this was a direct command from their superior, and as subordinates, they had no choice but to persevere, regardless of the discomfort. Moreover, it pertained to a flicker of hope within Coulson himself, leaving him uncertain whether he should regret undertaking this mission. "Mr. Leon, since we have arrived, could you please inform us of the precise location of our captain, as per our agreement?" Coulson responded, "However, you must understand that the completion of our transaction requires both parties to acquire what they desire. Yet, the assurance I seek regarding Director Fury remains but an empty promise at this moment. I have not engaged in such a disadvantageous deal for quite some time." With their director at stake, Coulson chose to refrain from further comments, simply stating, "Rest assured, Mr. Leon S.H.I.E.L.D. has never broken a promise." Leon retorted, "Oh, is that so? I sincerely hope it is as you claim, otherwise well." Coulson felt a twinge of embarrassment at Leon's sardonic laughter. Yet he managed a strained smile, which few were present to witness. "Here, right here." Suddenly, Leon halted, gazing intently at the vast, icy expanse ahead. "Mr. Leon, you mentioned a location, yet I see nothing. Isn't that the place? You shall broaden your search ahead, and you will inevitably uncover what you seek." Gazing upon the vast expanse of white, Coulson felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Struggling to suppress his rising anger, he spoke in a hushed tone, "Mr. Leon, this is quite different from what we discussed. Moreover, we have just received word from headquarters that a snowstorm is imminent. We simply do not have the luxury of time. It was not merely a matter of time. If they followed the other party's instructions, it was likely that the agents he had brought would perish without a trace. How utterly ineffectual. Leon shook his head with a sigh, and then, with a swift motion, his toes grazed the icy surface. Instantly, a vast shadow as dark as ink spread out from beneath him, staining the surrounding ice with a stark contrast to the blinding whiteness enveloping them. Go forth, my minions, and locate my target. Upon uttering those words, Leon felt an odd sensation. For some reason, his speech had begun to resemble that of the old dragon, the master. Indeed, one becomes like the company one keeps. Even this kind-hearted novice had been tainted. Alas, the world has indeed declined. Leon's internal musings went unnoticed. Yet Coulson and the other agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were filled with trepidation as they beheld the strange sight before them. As Leon's words faded, Coulson was met with a multitude of crimson, malevolent eyes fixated upon him, their icy stares causing even this well-meaning man discomfort. What is this, Mr. Leon? Coulson barely restrained the urge to draw his weapon, watching as the shadowy figures with blood-red eyes flowed like water towards the distance, continuously expanding. Do not be alarmed, Agent Coulson. It is merely a trivial trick among sorcerers, and is this not precisely what you desired? What I wanted is certainly not to summon such eerie entities. In response to Leon's nonchalance, Coulson silently berated him, yet he found himself powerless, forced to watch the bizarre shadows spread across the icy expanse. Leon had truly exemplified the adage that many hands make light work. While it may seem exaggerated, it was evidently a more suitable approach than searching alone. As time passed, the temperature in Greenland grew ever colder. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. cold weather gear began to falter, while Leon remained undisturbed, meditating as if impervious to the elements surrounding him. However, when Coulson felt compelled to voice concerns for the team's safety, Leon finally opened his eyes. I have found it. Chapter 143, The Earth Shatters. Commander, we have found it. At the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury gazed at the screen, which displayed an expanse of white. The harsh temperatures and blizzards severely hampered their communications, leaving only intermittent sounds from Coulson. Typically stringent, Fury refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, dispatching Coulson's team to the Arctic under such dire conditions was rather unreasonable. The weather, climate, and readiness of personnel and equipment were all alarmingly hasty. Setting aside the matter of Leon, it was undeniable that Coulson and his team were mere mortals. Moreover, Coulson had remarkably accomplished his mission, even prompting a twinge of guilt in Fury. It was entirely plausible that a moment's inattention could result in Coulson perishing in the Arctic. Exceptional subordinates like him were rare, and Fury contemplated the necessity of utilizing him more often. He resolved to ensure better conditions for Coulson next time. Well done, Coulson. Now, swiftly bring our hero home. The public desperately needed a new figurehead to soothe their frayed nerves, and Captain America was precisely the individual required. Indeed, Fury's subordinates urgently needed a resilient and commanding leader. Captain America was the ideal candidate. As for the captain's personal wishes, they were instinctively disregarded by Fury. All for the sake of justice, there was little to debate. Furthermore, Fury held little regard for the intellect of a soldier who had been frozen for over 70 years. He had personally reviewed all of Steve Rogers' files. Prior to participating in the Super Soldier program, the illustrious Captain America had merely been a disillusioned youth seeking to serve his country. More importantly, he was a college dropout. This realization filled Fury with a sense of pride and accomplishment. However, his self-congratulation was interrupted by Coulson's hesitant voice. Sir, while we have pinpointed the captain's location, we've encountered some complications. What? Leon inquired. Mr. Leon, are you certain the captain is buried beneath this glacier? Coulson asked, pressing his foot against the iron-hard ice and frozen ground, still unwilling to surrender hope. What else would you think, Agent Coulson? If he were not deeply buried here, why would so many organizations, including yours, expend vast resources over decades without uncovering a single clue? Coulson nodded, somewhat resigned. Yet his keen instincts as an exceptional agent sensed that Leon's words concealed additional information. Mr. Leon, do you imply that others are also searching for the captain? Ah, Coulson, you must comprehend that you stand before the sole surviving superhero of the Super Soldier program. who exhibits no anomalous reactions. After the demise of Professor Erskine, no one has been able to replicate the success of that experiment. Consider the Hulk, the rampaging giant from New York. He too was an unintended consequence of the military's endeavor to recreate the super soldier program. Do not tell me you are oblivious to this fact. Given SHIELD's surveillance capabilities, it is impossible for you to be unaware of General Ross's intentions. Yet, you have chosen to remain passive. It is evident that the old man has accomplished what you wish to undertake. Now, all that remains is to await the results of the experiment. Regrettably, the perfect super soldier has not emerged. Instead, we have a more formidable and volatile Hulk. I suspect that even you find this a mixed blessing. Observing Coulson's profound silence, Leon could not help but shake his head slightly, turning his gaze to the vast expanse of ice, softly remarking, "Here lies the only successful specimen of the super soldier program. Even his remains possess immeasurable value. No organization, nor nation, would dare overlook such an opportunity. Do you understand now, Coulson? Even within SHIELD, aside from a handful genuinely intent on retrieving your Captain America, how many harbor ulterior motives? I dare say your director is no exception." Listening to the blatant mockery in Leon's words, Coulson wished to offer a defense, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning with a weary shake of his head. "I apologize, Mr. Leon, but I fear we must retreat for now." "What? Do remember that your beloved captain is awaiting your rescue below. Why abandon the mission now?" Leon's teasing tone elicited an eye roll from Coulson. Observing the increasingly harsh weather and the trembling SHIELD agents around them, it was clear they had reached their limits. The impenetrable ice layer before them was a barrier they could not surmount. Lacking the necessary large-scale extraction equipment, it would be futile to attempt to unearth Captain America. Their current apparatus and gear were evidently inadequate for such an endeavor, and lingering further could result in their total annihilation. Though reluctant, reality dictated that they must swiftly withdraw to their extraction point. Only when adequately prepared could they continue their mission. Moreover, they had not returned empty-handed. They had at least confirmed the captain's exact location, which Director Fury would surely appreciate. As this thought crossed Coulson's mind, a twinge of apprehension arose within him. Leon, perceptive to the internal conflict of this well-intentioned man, offered a piece of advice that was neither wholly good nor entirely bad. "Report everything here to your superior. At the very least, the burden of concern will no longer rest solely on your shoulders, will it?" Coulson pondered this, realizing the wisdom in the suggestion. He promptly activated the communicator to connect with SHIELD headquarters. After listening to Coulson's report, Nick Fury fell into a deep silence. Commander Hill, fully aware of the predicament faced by Coulson and his team, felt compelled to remind him, "Sir, you must make a decision swiftly, otherwise Coulson and the others may truly reach their breaking point." However, to Hill's surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, the director suddenly chuckled. A mirth that was both strained and resigned. "Now I finally understand why that sorcerer was so willing to assist us. Was it not for the sake of a transaction? Sir? No, he clearly desires more." At that moment, Nick Fury's eyes darkened ominously as he grasped the communicator and commanded forcefully, "Tell that sorcerer that as long as he can safely return the captain, the entire SHIELD repository of anomalous artifacts and unknown collections will be open to him without restriction. Everything he desires is within. But Coulson, ensure he understands that it is the captain's safe return that I demand, understood?" "Yes, yes, sir." Coulson had just turned to speak when he noticed Leon, beaming with a smile, gesturing to his ear, softly saying, "I have heard you, Coulson. I accept your terms." With that, Leon struck the icy surface with a resounding clap. And in an instant, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, as if even the wind and snow had ceased. But soon after, the ice began to tremble violently, sending Coulson and the others reeling in shock, and then, before their terrified eyes, the ground split open. Chapter 144, Receipt. Greetings, Director Nick Fury. At SHIELD headquarters, upon seeing Leon's beaming face on the screen, the normally stoic director appeared utterly dazed, as though he had yet to recover from the previous shock. In fact, it was not just him. The entire command room, including Agent Hill, was equally stunned. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Leon slap the ice. causing the glacier to quake, the entire ice field shaking violently, with the ground splitting open to reveal unfathomable chasms. The immense energy fluctuation was so powerful that even satellites in the sky could clearly monitor it. When Nick Fury saw the astonishing peak of the energy index displayed on the monitor, his scalp prickled with dread. And he could scarcely fathom the catastrophic aftermath and casualties such a powerful energy surge would unleash in a major city. No, it would perhaps be more fitting to describe it in terms of how many survivors remained in the entire city. Although this might not compare to Leon's earth-shattering clash with the Hulk in New York, Nick Fury understood that, under any circumstance, the cost would be one he could not bear. Thus, he bore the pressure of the Security Council and took a laissez-faire approach towards a dangerous figure like Leon. As long as Leon did not completely sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury could conveniently turn a blind eye to all his actions. If possible, Nick Fury would prefer to establish a deeper collaboration with him, for both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the world at large were woefully ignorant regarding the realm of magical mysteries. After all, had it not been for Leon's appearance, he might still have believed that magic existed solely in tales. While phenomena of superhuman events, cutting-edge technology, and extraterrestrials could be rationally explained, at least there were similar cases documented in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret archives. Magic remained a different matter entirely. In the past, Director Blackegg would have merely smiled enigmatically, concluding with a casual what the F, sending all related personnel off to Africa to search for polar bears, with no hope of return should they fail to find them. Though the incident involving the Master wreaking havoc in Manhattan had left an indelible impression on Director Blackegg, after all, being captured is bound to leave a mark. Since that event, the world had plunged into over a decade of silence, with only turbulent undercurrents beneath a calm surface, devoid of any news regarding magic. The military had even classified that incident as a case of anomalous biological rampage. Officially, there was simply no better explanation available. It would be absurd to tell the public that it was all due to magic. At the very least, one should present some evidence. However, this situation was rather awkward. The Master and Leon had turned nearly all of Manhattan upside down, yet in the aftermath, there was nothing but chaos left behind, leaving the American government in a rather helpless position. They had engaged in the confrontation and willingly handled the aftermath, but without any remnants to show for it. How could they justify to the public? After all, America prides itself on being a land of freedom, where citizens are entitled to the truth. In short, it was utterly unreasonable. Since Nick Fury took office as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had contemplated reopening the investigation into the New York incident from years past, but ultimately, nothing came of it. The leads were simply too sparse. Even the Master's name had been self-proclaimed by the creature itself, albeit with an unorthodox entrance that allowed the American populace to become acquainted with the title of the Master. The disparity brought about by the lack of intelligence was indeed insurmountable. Time is often the most effective remedy for forgetting, and nearly 2 decades is ample time for one to temporarily lose recollection of events. After all, humanity is not a race endowed with immortality. While the residents of New York, who once endured the wrath of the Almighty, may still find it impossible to rid themselves of that haunting nightmare, it does not imply that they wish to pass this burden on to the next generation. Moreover, the authorities have, whether intentionally or not, downplayed the incident, resulting in a scarcity of individuals, aside from a few specialized intelligence agencies, who can vividly recall the events of that time. Furthermore, Americans are known for their expansive mindset. Since the dawn of the new century, the advancement and ubiquity of internet technology have broadened people's perspectives and channels of information. The deluge of various crises, sensational events, and entertainment news has overwhelmed the populace. At this juncture, Leon silently commends Tony Stark, the once notorious playboy, whose escapades captivated nearly half of New York's attention, thus explaining the frenzy of the local media. Even now, Nick Fury finds himself somewhat disheartened in his fruitless pursuit, as there are pressing matters within S.H.I.E.L.D. demanding his attention. It is impractical for him to focus solely on this issue. At times, he even wishes that magical occurrences would cease to emerge, much like they did in the past. This modern technological society would be better served by allowing mysticism to remain dormant, at least during his tenure. The troublesome matters can be left for the future to address. However, reality has played a cruel jest upon him. just as he grapples with increasingly intricate international disputes. Iron Man makes his entrance, extraterrestrial visitors arrive, and the Hulk rampages. Amidst this cascade of events, Leon reappears, intertwining mysticism and magic with reality once more, catching him entirely off guard. As a result, Nick Fury is left bereft of any effective countermeasures, particularly after witnessing the formidable power Leon displayed during the battle with the Hulk, extinguishing any notions he had that were perhaps best left unthought. Yet his superiors continue to express particular concern over perilous missions involving individuals like Leon, advocating for preventative measures. Nick Fury scoffs at this, dismissing their words as mere background noise. It is easy to speak of solutions. They should devise a tangible strategy instead, not to mention the Security Council's budget constraints, which they seem to believe can simply be resolved with monetary resources, if only it were that simple. In stark contrast to Nick Fury's vacuous musings, Phil Coulson, present at the scene, possesses a far more immediate experience. This is not merely a matter of observing data on screens or the erratic movements of cameras. The gravity of the situation is palpable. Without Leon's conscious efforts to safeguard them amidst the tumultuous upheaval, Coulson and his colleagues would undoubtedly have perished in that icy expanse. Before Coulson could fully grasp the tumultuous changes unfolding before him, he witnessed a massive aircraft, comparable in size to several Quinjet fighters, being forcibly extracted from the icy ravine by an unseen force. It was the Valkyrie, a Hydra world bomber from World War II. Inform Fury and prepare for the receipt of this cargo. What? Chapter 145, The Behemoth. Sir, please clear the runway in the headquarters hangar. A substantial entity is about to arrive for your reception. What? Coulson, appearing anxious and tense on the screen, spoke in a manner that left Nick Fury and Hill in the control room perplexed. Fury promptly inquired, "What on earth is happening, and what do you mean by substantial entity, Coulson?" However, Coulson could only shake his head in resignation, responding with a touch of anxiety. "I apologize, sir. There's no time for explanations. Mr. Leon has urged me to make a swift decision, so I'm truly sorry." Coulson continued to express his apologies, shrugging as he added, "The only place I know within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters that has sufficient space is there." Before he could finish, the screen abruptly went black, and communication was severed. Nearby, a technician reported, "Sir, we have just lost Agent Coulson's signal. Moreover, his team has also gone offline. What is happening? Have they come under attack?" Fury inquired. "Sir, we cannot ascertain their true status. They seem to have vanished from satellite surveillance entirely. We are unable to locate their signals at all." The technician candidly expressed that it was their first encounter with such a bizarre phenomenon. Was it possible that their tracking devices had malfunctioned? Yet, the timing of the entire team losing their signals simultaneously seemed too coincidental. However, the technician's words left Nick Fury and Hill momentarily stunned, while Black Widow raised an eyebrow, as if this peculiar scenario felt hauntingly familiar. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Fury's mind. He leapt from his seat and commanded urgently, "Immediately instruct the dispatch center to relocate all aircraft and equipment from the hangar. Now." "Yes, sir." The technician, witnessing Fury's unprecedented urgency, quickly complied and began relaying the orders. "I hope I'm just being paranoid," Fury muttered, his gaze vacant. Boom. But before the order could be fully executed, the control room was jolted by the sound of an explosion emanating from the direction of the hangar. Feeling the slight tremor beneath his feet, Fury let out a resigned sigh. "Indeed, I find myself a step too late." In an instant, those who had just been in the frigid embrace of Greenland now stood at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., including Coulson, still reeling from the shock of spatial teleportation. The snowflakes clinging to their thick winter garb had yet to melt away. However, their astonishment was swiftly interrupted by the sight of two burning Quinjet aircraft nearby, a consequence of the Valkyrie that Leon had brought back. The destruction of these two state-of-the-art crafts was evident, yet the Valkyrie itself remained largely unscathed. Remarkably, even decades ago, when Captain America had crash-landed on Greenland, this colossal machine had sustained minimal damage, while the icy terrain and snow had absorbed much of the impact. Leon could not help but marvel at the resilience of the aircraft crafted by the Germans during World War II. Coulson, however, was not as elated. Gazing at the flaming wreckage of the Quinjets and hearing the piercing alarms from the hangar, this affable gentleman felt tears welling in his eyes. He could vividly imagine Nick Fury's scowling visage. Well, to be fair, he always looked that way, but it did not mean Coulson relished facing such a stern director. Mr. Leon, we truly had a better way to handle this. If only you had given me a moment to report. My apologies, Coulson, but I do not possess the luxury of time to indulge you, especially considering how much longer you and your team can endure this situation. Or perhaps. Leon's voice was tinged with playful sarcasm as he observed Coulson's distressed expression. You deem it too trivial a cost to pay for your beloved Captain America? With Leon's words hanging in the air, Coulson found himself at a loss for retort, only able to shake his head with a wry smile. Indeed, Mr. Leon. It is most worthwhile. But please, allow me a moment to address this predicament. Coulson turned to face the encroaching security personnel, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. I am Agent Coulson, Level 8 of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I require a conversation with your commanding officer. Shortly thereafter, a visibly perturbed security chief emerged, recognizing Coulson instantly. However, as the commander responsible for the hangar's security, he was well aware that regardless of the circumstances, the destruction of 2 Quinjets under his watch would lead him to a military tribunal. Coulson, I need an explanation. His tone was cold and unyielding, to which Coulson responded with understanding, albeit with a hint of resignation. I apologize. It was merely an unfortunate accident that resulted in the loss of the aircraft. An accident? Do you truly believe that is sufficient? The security chief retorted. Director Fury will provide you with a most comprehensive answer. Before his interlocutor could finish, Coulson donned a disarming smile, employing the age-old tactic of intimidation through amiability. Are you jesting? The commander's words had not yet concluded when the cold voice of Nick Fury echoed through the communication channel, instructing, initiate a complete lockdown of the hangar and commence emergency protocols immediately. But sir, execute everything according to Coulson's orders. Understood? Yes, sir. The commander's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the smiling Coulson before waving his hand and departing, deeming it more prudent to ascertain whether the 2 Quinjet aircraft were salvageable. Coulson, meanwhile, watched the departing figure without pressing further, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Notify the medical team to remain on standby at all times. I need to be apprised of the captain's precise condition and be ready to awaken him at a moment's notice. Dispatch the engineering demolition team at once. This colossal machine has been frozen for far too long, and we shall require some force to breach it. Observing Coulson giving orders and the flurry of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents bustling about, Leon felt compelled to offer a friendly reminder. Hey, Coulson, all you want is the captain, but this behemoth is my trophy. So handle it with care. Coulson, momentarily halted in his commands, appeared to disregard Leon's words and resumed his activities, for this matter truly exceeded his jurisdiction, and he had no desire to confront the enigmatic sorcerer. Unperturbed by Coulson's pretense of ignorance, Leon was confident that what was rightfully his would never escape his grasp. Moreover, his ambitions extended beyond the current prize, prompting him to dial a number, stating, Tony, are you available? Chapter 146, 10 minutes to take down Iron Man. Incredible. Aboard the Valkyrie, Tony Stark marveled as he examined the facilities and systems within the cabin. I never imagined this relic from decades past would remain relevant in modern times. Some of the technology aboard has yet to be deciphered. Unbelievable. How did Hydra manage this? Oh, I never thought there would be a challenge that Tony Stark couldn't resolve. How rare. Indeed, the initially reluctant Tony Stark found his impatience evaporating upon encountering the Valkyrie. The initiative by S.H.I.E.L.D. to recruit Hydra's finest scientists for their own advancement. Germany's repository of advanced technologies in the Marvel Universe was impressive. The energy conversion technology aboard the Valkyrie particularly captivated the playboy, who rarely delved into practical applications of such innovations. Certainly, the genius Tony Stark possesses an undeniable pride, particularly when faced with a mysterious sorcerer. He cannot afford to feel disheartened. If he were to be looked down upon by Leon in this regard, what joy would remain in his life? He might as well experience free fall from the Stark Tower. If he were to survive the plunge, that would be another matter entirely. Otherwise, all would be lost. However, he must maintain his bravado, especially when dealing with a man like Tony Stark, who is notorious for his vanity. Even if a rogue were to return to the fold, the essence of his character remains intact. Otherwise, he would cease to be Tony Stark. Impossible. I am Tony Stark. While I may have overlooked certain aspects of science, should I find a moment of clarity, even a fleeting opportunity, I could unveil achievements that would astonish the world. At that moment, you shall comprehend my greatness." In response to Stark's self-aggrandizing remarks, Leon could not help but smirk, yet he refrained from interrupting him. While Stark's words might be deemed arrogant coming from another, it is prudent to tread carefully with Tony Stark. One never knows when this dandy might dazzle you with his brilliance. His intellect is arguably one of the most precious treasures in the Marvel Universe. If only there were a suitable means to acquire a piece of his collection, Leon would be tempted. However, as the saying goes, there is plenty of time ahead. Nonetheless, this does not grant Tony Stark the liberty to flaunt before Leon, for no one else can boast in his presence. "All right, Tony, I did not summon you here to listen to your rambling." Leon lightly tapped the hull of the Valkyrie, silencing Stark's impending chatter. "I expect you to present me with a suitable modification plan. I have no desire for my future vehicle to appear as dreary as this one." The Hydra's technological creations are indeed advanced and robust, yet their design style leaves much to be desired. The cold, black imperial aesthetic is no longer in vogue. While I also do not appreciate Stark's ostentatious color palette, an all-black design fails to evoke any fondness. After all, he is a protagonist, at least on the surface. "You weren't saying that just now." Stark muttered in annoyance at being interrupted, yet he inquired of Leon, "What kind of modification plan do you envision? You must provide me with a general scope." "Indeed, that is reasonable, but I need to ponder it carefully." Nevertheless, this predicament left Leon somewhat troubled. He was a quintessential sufferer of severe indecisiveness, an affliction from which he believed there was no salvation. If circumstances permitted, he would undoubtedly wish to list every element he deemed advantageous within the plan. However, such a notion was utterly impractical, setting aside whether Tony Stark could accomplish it. The Valkyrie, being merely a World War II-era Hydra bomber, simply could not bear the weight of excessive advanced technology. After considerable contemplation, Leon addressed Tony Stark earnestly, stating, "Tony, I require the Valkyrie to be equipped with the most cutting-edge hardware and systems available, grounded in Earth's technological standards. I desire every applicable technology, leaving none behind. I seek only the finest. Do you comprehend my intentions, Tony?" This, of course, serves as my criterion for selection. Tony Stark nodded in agreement, albeit with a playful smirk, teasingly remarking, "I never expected a sorcerer such as yourself to harbor such an interest in modern technology. It is somewhat, well, absurd, wouldn't you say?" Leon, unperturbed by Stark's unfinished thought, retorted, "Tony, I am not akin to those medieval wizards enamored with jack-o'-lanterns and children from fairy tales. In truth, sorcerers evolve with the times. Perhaps one day, a seasoned PhD you encounter may indeed be a legitimate mage. PhD, specializing in mysticism and folklore? What a prejudice." Leon chuckled, dismissing the notion. As the discussion on the evolution of sorcery drew to a close, Tony Stark accepted the modification task, recognizing he had no grounds for refusal. Not only had Leon offered an irresistible compensation, but the technological upgrades would also enrich the development of his next generation of armor, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. However, observing the jovial yet unserious demeanor of Tony Stark, Leon deliberately lowered his voice and solemnly declared, "Tony, I implore you to withhold no secrets during this modification initiative. Upon receiving the Valkyrie, I intend to engage in a contest with your Iron Man suit. Should the Valkyrie fail to incapacitate you within 10 minutes, it would signify that you did not exert your utmost effort. You certainly would not wish to confront such consequences." "What? Are you jesting?" Tony Stark exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Leon, as if he had never encountered such audacious claims. The idea of modifying an aircraft to challenge himself while establishing such a preposterous experimental method left him questioning whether Leon held him in esteem or utterly disregarded him. While it was evident that he believed the modified aircraft could surpass his suit, the stipulation of 10 minutes to vanquish Tony Stark's armor was, at its core, a complete affront. Who did Leon think he was belittling? In response to Tony Stark's complaints and protests, Leon accepted them with a smile. However, whether to heed them would ultimately depend on his own inclinations. Regardless of the absurdity of the situation, it is undoubtedly beneficial to apply a modicum of pressure on this playboy. Even a genius requires motivation and impetus. A little push might yield an unexpected surprise. After all, it is not he who stands to lose.